I just poured a bucket of water into a dry dirt pit and somehow created an infinite water source that will never run out. Then, I casually scattered a few seeds on the barren land and instantly harvested a mountain of food. A boy passing by saw me do this. He thought I was a god and immediately knelt down, begging me to save his mother. Seeing how filial he was, I told him to prepare a cow. After all, in Minecraft, milk can clear all negative status effects. Thank you so much, Big Brother God. I'll definitely find a cow for you. Do you need anything else? Just call me Brother Chun. Do you have any string at home? I want to craft a fishing rod. No problem. But Brother Chun, the rivers around here have all dried up. Where are you going to fish? I glanced at the small puddle and revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, even if there are no fish in it, I can still catch them. After saying goodbye to me, Gousheng sprinted all the way home, only to be severely beaten by his own father, Wang Dani. You brat, running around instead of helping with the chores. Don't you know your mother is gravely ill? Gousheng felt incredibly wronged by the beating and hurriedly cried out, Stop hitting me, Dad. I found a way to save Mom. The air around them instantly froze. Who told you that? Brother Chun, who lives in the woods, told me. He said as long as we have a cow, he has a way to cure Mom's illness. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this news, Wang Daniel wasn't excited at all. Instead, he squatted down with a desolate look on his face. It's your dad's fault for being useless. I can't cure your mother's illness. And now I can't even protect you. In this year of famine, why would anyone live out in the barren wilderness? He assumed Gousheng must have encountered a monster. Gousheng looked anxious, but didn't know how to explain. Dad, Brother Chun is a good person. He just asked me to bring him a bundle of string. But Wang Daniu clearly wasn't listening. Instead, he grabbed the only 2 hens left in the house and said to Gousheng with absolute resolve, You're still young. You have a long life ahead of you. I'll go meet that monster myself in a bit. The family will be relying on you from now on. Meanwhile, I had just woken up on the wooden planks. Sleeping like this is so uncomfortable. I wonder when I'll find some sheep. Having a layer of wool to sleep on would be so much better. I walked to the door and stepped on the pressure plate. The wooden door opened automatically. What caught my eye were the saplings I planted a few days ago, which had now grown into massive trees. I rubbed my hands together, reached out into the air, and a stone axe instantly appeared in my empty grip. Time to get to work. Let's chop some wood. One wooden block after another was directly absorbed into my inventory slots. Just then, Gousheng's voice came from not far away. Brother Chun, I brought the string you asked for. Then, Gousheng scratched his head in embarrassment. My dad was worried about me, so he tagged along. At this moment, Wang Daniu's eyes widened as he looked beside the house. There was actually a field of golden wheat. How could there be mature wheat in this season? Although he was terrified, he forced himself to stay calm, offering the hens he brought with both hands. He spoke respectfully, Young Master Chun. I wish to trade my life for my son's life. Please accept these 2 chickens as an apology for disturbing your peaceful cultivation. I was completely baffled. Didn't they ask me to help save a life? How did I suddenly become the big villain? Gousheng quickly stepped forward to explain. My dad thinks you're a man-eating monster. He won't believe anything I say. He says you've bewitched me. Hearing this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Wang, don't worry. I mean no harm to Gousheng. My promise still stands. Just bring your wife and a cow to me, and that'll be enough. Seeing that Wang Daniu still looked suspicious and uncertain, I thought for a moment, and an idea suddenly popped into my head. Lend me these 2 chickens for a bit. I can use them for an experiment. Brother Chun, why are you breaking the wheat? Gousheng watched as I walked into the farmland and broke 2 stalks of wheat that hadn't fully grown yet. He felt a deep pang of heartache. It's fine. I have another use for these wheat seeds. Under Wang Daniu's astonished gaze, the wheat seeds on the ground swooshed right into my palm. Then the 2 hens suddenly got excited. Their eyes locked onto the seeds in my hand. I smiled confidently and silently muttered feed to the 2 chickens. The next second, Wang Daniu's pupils suddenly dilated, and he yelled in shock. How is this possible? Gousheng was also too excited to speak. They watched as the 2 hens huddled together, and in less than 3 seconds, a fluffy little chick suddenly popped into existence. How about that? Uncle Wang, a monster couldn't do something like this, right? Wang Daniu's brain had completely short-circuited. You have to understand, these were two hens, and they somehow managed to produce a chick. Moreover, that chick seemed to appear out of thin air. There wasn't even an egg-laying process. This was something only a god could do. I am doomed. I am doomed. I actually mistook a god for a monster. Wang Danyu's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees with a thud, immediately starting to kowtow. This lowly one didn't know an immortal lord had descended to the mortal realm. I mistook the immortal lord for a monster. Please, immortal lord, do not punish me. Startled, I quickly reached out to help Wang Danyu up. No, no, no. Uncle Wang, please don't do this. Himno inmortal. I'm just an ordinary Steve. However, Wang Danyu clearly had no idea what a Steve was. He remained kneeling on the ground, turned his head, and scolded Gousheng, you brat. Hurry up and kneel before the immortal. I was left speechless, and quickly changed the subject. When will you have time? To bring your wife over? Since she's gravely ill, it's best not to delay any further. Tomorrow. Will immortal Lord Shen have time? Only the village chief still has a cow. I'll go ask the chief later if he can sell it to me. All right, then come back tomorrow. Also, stop calling me Immortal Lord Shen. Just call me Steve. Understood, Immortal Lord Shen. Forget it, call me whatever you want. Looking at Wang Danyu's reverent expression, I felt utterly helpless. But you don't need to buy the cow. Just borrowing it will do. My method won't harm the cow. Yes, Lord Immortal. Suddenly, Wang Danyu became fidgety and spoke somewhat awkwardly. This lowly one has one more request. The immortal lord lives in seclusion deep in the mountains, all alone. It must be quite inconvenient. I wonder if you'd allow Gousheng to stay by your side and serve you? Hearing this, Gousheng immediately knelt before me. I'm willing to stay and be your servant. I frowned and thought about it. Now that I had the traits of the Minecraft world, I didn't have to worry about food or water. However, because my level wasn't high enough, I was restricted by an invisible wall to this small hilltop, making it inconvenient to trade items with the villagers. Besides, helping out these poor villagers was the right thing to do. So, I smiled and said, let's skip the servant part. But I do need someone to help out. Gousheng can be my little bro and run errands for me. Thank you for your great kindness, Immortal Lord Shun. This lowly one will take his leave. Wang Danyu said, cupping his hands and slowly backing away. He didn't stop until he was far enough that he couldn't see me anymore. Only then did Wang Danyu let out a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. His wife could be saved, and his son had taken a god as his big brother. What a joyous day. The two of them walked with brisk steps, chatting and laughing all the way home. I placed the string and sticks into the crafting table, and just like that, a fishing rod was crafted. I cast the line directly into the small puddle. Before long, there was a tug. Haha, got a bite. I reeled in the rod, and impressively, it was a tuna. Sure enough, as long as there's water, you can fish. Now I've achieved fish freedom. If I'm lucky, I might even fish up an enchanted book. I cast the line over and over again, never getting tired of it. Meanwhile, Wang Danyu ran into another problem. You're saying you met a god in the woods, and you need a cow to cure an illness? Village Chief Wang Baosi frowned, stroking his beard. He clearly didn't quite believe Wang Danyu's words. Yes, Chief. Right now, you're the only one in the village who still has a cow. Please, let me borrow it for just one day. If that really won't work, I'll buy it from you. I'll trade my family's plot of land for it. Sigh, Wang Danyu. It's not that I don't want to lend it to you. I'm worried you're being scammed. Wang Baosi sighed. If Wang Danyu wanted to sell the cow to hire a doctor, he would have handed it over without a second thought. But Wang Danyu actually wanted to use the cow to cure his wife's illness. With some god, no less. How could that possibly be true? Tell you what, Wang Danyu, I can lend you the cow. But tomorrow, I'm going with you. After Wang Danyu left, Wang Baosi's face darkened, and he immediately called for his son. That's the gist of it. Do you understand? A burly man nodded, rolling up his sleeves with a face full of anger. I don't know where this scoundrel came from, but he dares to come to our Wang family village to swindle people. Tomorrow morning, you head over there. Catch that guy first, then we'll talk. Wang Baosi nodded. The two finalized their plan, just waiting for tomorrow morning to capture that despicable fraud. Unexpectedly, that very night, Wang Danyu's wife fell into critical condition. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door was relentless. When the village chief opened the door, he found Gousheng standing there. Why are you here so early? The sun isn't even up yet. Gousheng panted heavily and said anxiously, Mom's forehead is burning up. She's completely delirious and talking nonsense. Dad told me to come get you. We need to go to Brother Chin's place right now. The village chief instantly lost all sleepiness. No, we need to hurry and fetch the doctor. We don't need a doctor. We need the cow. At a time like this, how can you still believe that scammer? Your dad was already acting crazy. How could you join him in this foolishness? Brother Chin really can do it. I'm begging you. Grandpa Chief, please just lend us the cow. Seeing that Gousheng was on the verge of tears, Wang Baozi couldn't bring himself to say anything more. He could only follow Gousheng and hit the road. Look over there. Great. Brother Chun isn't asleep yet. He seems to be fishing. Fishing? Wang Baozi's head was full of question marks. The rivers around here were all dried up. Where would there be any fish? Looking in the direction Gousheng pointed, I was sitting in front of the small puddle, fishing, but there clearly wasn't a single fish in that puddle. I knew it. He's a fraud. A wave of helplessness and disappointment rose in Wang Baozi's heart. This world is truly beyond saving. Right at that moment, something bizarre happened. With a splash, a massive fish, fully half a meter long, was reeled in. Then, it turned into a flash of golden light and was directly absorbed into my inventory slot, vanishing in midair. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Wang Baozi's heart pounded wildly. Could there really be gods in this world? Brother Chun, I brought the cow. Please save my mom. Hearing Gousheng's voice, I finally snapped out of it. His mother's condition must have suddenly worsened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed over so early. Quick, bring the cow over here. Saying that, I emptied all the water from my bucket, preparing to get some milk. Such clean water. How could he just pour it out like that? Standing nearby, Wang Baozi felt a deep ache in his heart. I noticed Wang Baozi's expression, but saving a life was the priority right now. Holding the empty bucket, I aimed it at the old ox and silently muttered milk in my mind. White milk gushed out from underneath, instantly filling the entire iron bucket to the brim. Wang Baozi was dumbfounded. His cow was a bull. I used a wooden bowl to scoop out some milk from the bucket. All right, now just have your mother drink this bowl of milk, and it should cure her illness. Hearing this, Wang Daniu gently laid his wife, Yilan, on the ground, and carefully brought the milk to her lips. The milk flowed down the side of the bowl and automatically into her mouth. A miraculous thing happened. Yilan's complexion visibly regained its rosy color, and in the end, she looked even healthier and more radiant than Wang Daniu beside her. Once she had completely recovered, the exhaustion from several sleepless nights swept over Yilan's brain. She struggled to keep her eyes open and thanked me gratefully. Thank you, Immortal Lord Chun. It's nothing. Don't mention it. I also revealed a satisfied smile. The next second, Yilan's head tilted to the side, and she fell fast asleep. Wife, what's wrong? Wife. Wang Daniu's face was filled with panic. Immortal Lord Chun, how's my wife doing? Don't worry, her illness is cured. She's just too exhausted and fell asleep. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least I managed to save her. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Only Wang Baozi stared blankly at the puddle, lost in thought. As the village chief, he knew better than anyone the current plight of Liu family village. As early as a week ago, the groundwater in Liu family village had completely dried up. The village well, which used to be bottomless, now only had a shallow layer of water left. These days, there wasn't even enough water for the villagers' daily needs, let alone for irrigating the crops. Yet this puddle right in front of him, Immortal Lord Chun had been drawing water from it freely, and it hadn't depleted in the slightest. This was too surreal. Wang Baozi carefully reached out his hand and lightly dipped it into the water. The gentle touch of the water enveloped his wrinkled arm. Without any hesitation, he scooped up a handful of water and brought it to his mouth. The sweetness of a mountain spring instantly filled his mouth. This was truly life-saving water. Good water that could be drunk and used for irrigation. The village's crops were saved. At this moment, Wang Baozi completely believed that the young man before him was a god descended to earth. But how was he supposed to ask a god for a favor? Old sir, are you Gousheng's grandfather? Seeing that I was speaking to him, Wang Baozi flushed red with excitement. This lowly one is not Gousheng's grandfather. I am the chief of Wong family village. With that, Wong Baosi bent his knees and knelt down. This lowly one, Wong Baosi, greets the immortal. Why does everyone kneel the moment they see me? Feeling helpless, I quickly helped Wong Baosi up. Old sir, please get up. I'm just an ordinary Steve. But Wong Baosi still looked terrified, his body trembling like a leaf. His right leg, in particular, was shaking violently. It seemed he might be suffering from some hidden ailment. Thinking of this, I simply got a few more buckets of milk and told everyone present to drink some. How do you feel? I feel so much lighter all over. Me too. My thighs healed. Wong Baosi was especially thrilled. He was getting on in years. And whenever winter came, the joints in his thighs would ache so much he couldn't walk. Even encountering cold wind in the morning would cause a dull ache. But now he felt absolutely no pain at all. Thank you, immortal Lord Shun, for bestowing this medicine. Knowing that I didn't like people kneeling, Wong Baosi cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude. It's nothing, it's nothing. Don't worry about it, Chief. However, Wong Baosi lowered his head even further. After hesitating for a moment, he gathered his courage and said, Immortal Lord Shun, this lowly one boldly has a request. It's about the water source, right? Actually, I noticed the villagers were lacking water a while ago. I was planning to offer help anyway, but I didn't expect the chief to bring it up first. That is exactly it. This lowly one truly has no other choice. It hasn't rained here for 3 months. There's no water left in the fields. I wouldn't dare beg for Immortal Lord Chen's divine water. But I only ask that the Immortal Lord put in a good word with the Dragon King. That's exactly what I was planning to do next. Follow me. I led the group toward Lu family village. We were almost at the edge. I calculated in my head. I had gained quite a bit of experience from farming and fishing these past few days. I was now at level 8. The area I could move around in had expanded to just outside Lu family village. Finally, I stopped in front of the invisible wall. All right, right here will do. I first dug a hole, then poured 2 buckets of water into opposite corners. An infinite water source was created just like that. Could I trouble the chief to tell the villagers that they can come here to fetch water? Wong Baosi looked at the endlessly flowing water source, grinning from ear to ear. Although he still couldn't understand how this was done, the thought that it was the work of a god made it all make sense. If he could understand it, that would be the weird part. Aren't you going to visit our village? Seeing that I was about to head back, Gousheng looked a bit disappointed. I want to, but the conditions won't allow it. Does the Immortal Lord have some sort of difficulty? Wong Baosi asked cautiously. I thought for a moment. It wasn't a secret anyway, so I might as well just demonstrate it. So, I took a step and walked past the invisible wall. Suddenly, the surroundings began to shake violently. The sudden earthquake made Wong Baosi stumble, almost falling over. Immediately after, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The clear sky suddenly cracked with streaks of black fissures. The cracks twisted like a spiderweb, stretching endlessly and continuing to expand. Mother Nuwa, did you see that? The sky is falling again. Wong Baosi was so terrified his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Immortal Lord, the sky is falling. We understand the consequences now. Please go back quickly. I quickly pulled back behind the wall. The apocalyptic scene of the sky falling instantly vanished. On the way back to the village, Wong Baosi didn't say a word, looking as if he had lost his soul. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Immortals actually existed. That world-ending image kept lingering in his mind. He finally understood why, despite the suffering in the mortal realm, immortals had never come to their rescue before. Immortals and mortals are fundamentally different. Even someone as powerful as Immortal Lord Shun descending from the heavens would be subjected to massive restrictions and could even cause the destruction of the world. Who knows? Maybe Immortal Lord Shun descending from the heavens had already cost him a tremendous price. Immortal Lord Shun truly is a benevolent god. Still reeling from the shock, Wong Baosi arrived at his doorstep. But a piece of news his wife told him scared him so much he almost passed out. His son had taken a stick to go find the scammer. Wong Baosi coughed violently in panic, cold sweat breaking out on his back. The bowl in his hand slipped and crashed to the ground. Oh, old man, why are you so careless? Did you hurt yourself? The old woman asked with concern. He couldn't care less about anything else, and frantically sprinted out the gate. Dad, you're out. Look at this stick in my hand. I guarantee I'll beat that scammer until he cries for his mommy. Smack! Wang Baosi jumped up and slapped him hard on the back of the head. Dad, why did you hit me? Weren't we going to beat up the scammer? The burly man looked incredibly wronged. You unfilial son. You unfilial son. Wang Baosi delivered 2 more slaps to the back of his head. Then, he fearfully bowed in the direction where I was. Immortal Lord, please forgive us. Please forgive us. Seeing that the sky wasn't cracking open, Wang Baosi felt a little more at ease. Let's forget about this. Go gather all the villagers in a bit. Tell them I have something extremely important to announce. At the entrance of Lu family village, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. A group of men squatted on the rocks. Several shovels were scattered casually around them. This damn weather is boiling me alive. One of the men couldn't take it anymore and stood up, complaining to the village chief. I say, Chief, you called us all here. What exactly is going on? Seeing someone step up, the others chimed in, talking over each other. Wang Baosi sat there, looking completely unbothered. He pulled out his tobacco pipe, took a drag, slowly blew out a smoke ring, and said, This is a monumental piece of good news. I was going to wait until everyone was here to say it. Wang Baosi stroked his goatee. But I suppose I could give you a little hint. Everyone leaned in closer. What is it, Chief? Stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us already. Wang Baosi said. What do we lack the most right now? Water. The crowd shouted in unison. They excitedly crowded around the village chief. All right. Stop being so impatient. Sit back down and wait quietly. Wang Baosi endured the spit flying at him from all directions, wiping the moisture off his face. Seeing that Wang Baosi wouldn't budge, they scattered with sighs and groans. What else could they do? Just wait. After about 10 minutes, seeing that all the villagers had arrived, Wang Baosi put away his pipe. Keep walking straight in this direction. You'll be there in a little while. If you can't wait, head over there first. As soon as Wang Baosi finished speaking, several figures impatiently dashed off. It's water. There's really water. Ha ha ha. Such sweet water. They rushed to the edge of the water source, excitedly scooping up water and bringing it to their mouths. Some felt that wasn't enough and simply dumped their entire heads in. Meanwhile, Gousheng asked, dumbfounded, Boss, are you saying that since we left, you've been fishing here the whole time? Unfortunately, all I caught was either fish or useless junk. I yawned out of habit. I'm sorry, boss. My mom just recovered from a serious illness, so I couldn't leave her side. If I had known, I would have come over earlier. I let you fish all by yourself for so long. Gousheng felt terrible about it. I thought it was something serious. If you had come looking for me that early, I would have just chased you back to take care of your mom. I waved my hand, my face full of exasperation, pretending to look disgusted. Anyway, don't worry about stuff like that. Here, try this on. See if it fits. Saying that, I pulled out a pair of leather boots and handed them to Gousheng. Boss, you're seriously amazing. Gousheng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This is the first time I've ever seen boots fished out of the water. It's nothing special, just third best in the world. I laughed awkwardly, so stop moping around. Put them on and try them out, I said, changing the subject. Okay, Gousheng nodded. He looked at the leather boots, which were clearly a full size larger than his feet. Without hesitation, he took off his straw sandals and slipped them on. After putting on the leather boots, the boots visibly began to shrink until they perfectly fit Gousheng's size. Boss, these shoes actually shrank. Gousheng stood up, twisting his ankles. I waited until Gousheng's excitement had died down a bit before continuing. Stop playing around. These are yours. You can test them out however you want when you get home. Just keep the boots on. You got it, boss. Gousheng jumped up from the ground. The flush from his earlier excitement hadn't faded yet. With a face full of thrill, he asked, What are we doing next? Did you bring a knife? I asked, staring at the basket on Gousheng's back. I did. Use that knife to make a cut on your arm. Just use enough force to break the skin. Gousheng didn't hesitate for a second. He slashed at his left arm with the knife. Didn't I just sharpen this knife before leaving the house? It chops wood so easily. So why didn't it cut? Seeing that his left arm was completely unharmed, Gousheng confusedly raised the blade of his knife. Strange, the edge isn't rolled, and there are no chips in it. Did he use too little force? Could it be the boots the boss gave him? After all, they could even change size. So blocking a blade wouldn't be out of the question. But if that was true, he was wearing the shoes on his feet. How did they block a cut on his arm? Gousheng was completely baffled. Try again. Just use a little more force this time. I directed him, rubbing my chin. All right, this time. Gousheng used about half his strength and slashed at his arm. A white scratch mark appeared where the blade met his skin. I confirmed that the armor value of the gear applied to the entire body of anyone wearing it. Its value just skyrocketed. As long as I crafted a leather tunic, that would provide 3.5 armor points. At that point, blades would be completely harmless. To my villagers, it seems this little bit of armor value is quite useful after all. Then any boots I fish up in the future can be kept and given to others as gifts. That works, I calculated in my head. Beside me, Gousheng had a complex expression. It really was the boots doing. These weren't just ordinary boots. They were clearly the magical artifacts the village elders talked about, capable of protecting their master. This item was far more precious than he had imagined. Was he really worthy of such a divine object? Gousheng thought to himself, staring at the divine leather boots. Let me make this clear. I'm a clean freak. My voice drifted over. Gousheng looked up, only to realize that I had snapped out of my thoughts at some point, and was tilting my head, looking at him with a smile. You've already worn those boots. If you give them back to me now, I'll just throw them back into the pond. Consider it returning them to their rightful owner. I helplessly spread my hands. Besides, you seem to have misunderstood something. Gousheng, and patted Gousheng's head, saying seriously, to me, your place in my heart is much heavier than you think. After all, I don't want my very first underling to inexplicably get taken out by some random extra. Out of nowhere, I'm still counting on you to serve me tea, run errands, and take the blame for me. I rubbed his head vigorously. Even Gousheng's body swayed along with it. Gousheng was so moved he couldn't speak. This was the first time someone other than his parents had treated him so well. Tears welled up in his eyes, leaving him speechless. That's pretty much how it is. I'll give you a whole set later. If you're going to be this emotional every time, careful, or I'll really take you to experience what a 10,000-meter high-altitude water landing drill feels like. Oh, and one more thing. Now that we have water, wash your hair more often. It got so much grease on my hand, I could use it for cooking. Gousheng nervously looked up and peeked at me. Sensing his gaze, I looked over. I blinked. Tidy yourself up a bit, and maybe some girl will take a fancy to you. Then you'll have a wife. And it'll feel nicer when I pat your head. Thank goodness, boss isn't mad. Gousheng breathed a sigh of relief. His face flushed bright red. He replied softly, Got it, boss. Gousheng, here's an axe for you. What you need to do next is very simple. Just chop down that tree. I pulled out a stone axe and handed it to Gousheng. I took 2 steps back. Boss, maybe you should stand a bit further back? Gousheng suggested, just in case the tree falls and hits you. Haha, don't worry. This tree probably won't fall. And even if it does, it'll just knock me back a bit. I'll only lose a heart or 2 of HP. No big deal. I shook my head nonchalantly. Besides, what if the tree crushes your scrawny little body? But I just don't want it to hit you, boss. Relax, it'll be fine. Don't forget, I'm no ordinary person. This tree is nothing to me. Not even worth mentioning. Just focus on chopping it down. Gousheng finally felt at ease. He started chopping the tree with all his might. I watched with anticipation as the large tree shook continuously from the strikes. I was conducting a very important experiment. These Minecraft tools in my hands. Other than me, could anyone else use them? Would their effects be weakened? Or were there certain restrictions on their use? Like needing to meet specific conditions first. For example, the current armor. I could confirm that it provided almost the same effects as in the game, offering full body defense. This would determine my future development plans. After all, if I wanted to expand the farming scale, relying on myself alone would be far from enough. Just feeding 100 people would work me to death. First and foremost was food. For animal husbandry, I needed to increase the base population first. As for farming, I didn't have enough seeds, and they had a certain growth cycle. So for now, the easiest source of food was fishing. Therefore, among all the experiments, I planned to test the fishing rod last. That way, I'd have plenty of time, so I wouldn't have to worry about a fish biting, while they ended the experiment early, which would give me inaccurate results. The best case scenario now was for the tree to snap in half, and drop would block. The next best thing would be no block dropping, but the trunk just floating in midair. As for the worst-case scenario, I hoped it wouldn't come to that. However, when I saw that the wood didn't show white cracks, but instead, as the chopping continued, the notch gradually grew larger. I had my answer. Crack! The notch took up half the tree trunk. The massive trunk could no longer support itself and began to totter in midair. That's about enough. Gousheng walked to the other side of the notch. With one kick, boom, the entire tree crashed down in the direction of the notch, kicking up dust from the ground. It seems it really was the worst-case scenario. Even within my world, Gousheng and the others still followed the laws of reality. Half of my hopes were dashed. Boss, I chopped down the tree. Gousheng looked overjoyed, looking at me with excitement. Seeing my solemn expression, he asked cautiously, did I do something wrong? No, you did great. It's just that the result didn't meet my expectations. But that's not something you can control, so don't blame yourself. I nodded and handed him a stone shovel. Next, try digging the ground with this. After that, we tested the stone pickaxe, the stone hoe, and even tried dropping seeds into a 3x3 water pool. All of them ended in failure. It was obvious that the plan to have the villagers farm on their own was temporarily ruined. Maybe I'd have to wait until my world extended to the village for things to change. But that was a matter for later. For the remaining time, let's see if fishing works. I handed the fishing rod to Gousheng and had him try fishing in the water to increase the chances of a successful catch. I even doubled the size of the pool. If this experiment succeeded, even if it took a very, very long time, it would be completely worth it. It would mean the food problem was solved. I would just need to craft enough fishing rods, distribute them to the villagers, and let them fish for themselves. Nestled in the leaves, I crossed my legs and absent-mindedly munched on an apple. Although I couldn't get leaf blocks without shears, I could still pick leaves by hand, right? You can't be too rigid in life. By the way, this apple tastes really good. And it's pretty big, too. Taking the last bite, I casually tossed the apple core aside. I stood up, looked at the silhouette still sitting upright by the water in the setting sun, and sighed. Sigh. I guess it really doesn't work. Although I didn't have a watch to know the exact time. Judging by the sun's trajectory, 5 or 6 hours had already passed. It was impressive that Gousheng could hold out for so long. If I had to just sit by the water like that, even if there was no bite for just half an hour, I'd have to pull up the rod to see what was going on, and then cast it again. All right, Gousheng, reel it in. You don't need to fish anymore. I walked over and urged him. Gousheng stared intently at the bobbing float. Boss, I can fish a little longer. Maybe I'll catch something soon. It just takes time, right? I can keep going. Give me the rod. Seeing my firm attitude, Gousheng could only hand over the rod in disappointment. There's one more thing we could try. I pulled out composter. This was something I had accidentally discovered in the crafting recipe book earlier. Out of curiosity, I used 7 wooden slabs to craft it. Through my research, I found that the composter's main function was to convert crops and plants into bone meal. I had tried it, and you could directly put plucked grass or leaves into it. It's just that the efficiency was extremely low. With the free time it took to put plants in, I'd be better off catching a few more fish. However, in this situation, if Gousheng could use it, that wouldn't be too bad. Next, go pull some grass around here and throw in sea, I instructed. Under our expectant gazes, the grass fell into the composter and vanished in the blink of an eye. A few green particles appeared at the bottom. Keep putting them in. My tone carried a hint of excitement. I finally found something he could use. As more plants were added, the compost level continued to rise, eventually turning into a block resembling podzol. Boss, I can't put any more in, Gousheng said. If it was used one more time, the block inside would turn into bone meal. However, Gousheng didn't seem able to perform this step. Try to see if you can dump this block out. Gousheng used every ounce of his strength, but he couldn't move the fertilizer-filled composter, even an inch. Okay, it's too heavy, Gousheng said, panting heavily. All right, let's leave it at that. Although the result wasn't entirely satisfactory, at least we had a fallback plan, didn't we? With the composter, I could have the villagers trade bone meal for food. That would somewhat solve the food problem. I glanced at the sky and said to Gousheng, it's getting late. You should head back for today. Bring your basket over here. This is your payment for today. Don't be polite with me. Let me tell you, this grilled fish is delicious. Especially the skin. It's incredible. Taking the grilled fish out of my inventory, I enthusiastically stuff them into his basket. Boss, that's too much. Stop stuffing them in. They'll go bad if we can't finish them. Besides, boss, I won't be able to carry it all back. That's true. It is a bit much. I looked at Gousheng's size, then looked at the basket in front of me, which was stuffed so full it was almost overflowing. Carrying it back would probably be a struggle. How about now? I took out some of the grilled fish and asked. Gousheng hoisted the basket onto his back to weigh it, then nodded. This is about right. Almost forgot, here are 2 apples. One is for your sister. I took out 2 more apples. Want 2 more? That's enough, that's enough. Boss, I really can't fit anymore. Gousheng quickly waved his hands in refusal. All right, I felt a bit unsatisfied and put away the apples I had just taken out. Did your village chief tell the villagers about the water source? I asked curiously. He did. When I came over, I saw a lot of people fetching water there. Then I should go take a look. I've been in this world for so many days, and the only people I've seen are the village chief and Gousheng's family. Gousheng, let me walk you back. Boss, you don't have to. I can walk back by myself. That day, the apocalyptic scene of the sky falling and the earth shattering flashed in Gousheng's mind. Seeing Gousheng's terrified expression, I knew exactly what he was thinking. Don't worry, I'm just walking you to the water source. I won't go far. On the small path, holding wheat seeds in my hand, I strolled leisurely through the woods, whistling a tune. Behind me, the 2 hens flapped their wings, waddling along happily, their eyes glued to the wheat. I say, Gousheng, you don't need to keep staring at those 2 hens. Don't worry, they won't run away. I said to Gousheng, who kept looking back, worried that the hens would escape. Besides, if you stop looking back, we might even pick up 2 or 3 wild ones later. You never know. Boss, these 2 chickens will stay with you. Don't you still need them to hatch chicks? No need, I just needed to hatch 2. These chickens grow very fast. In just 2 or 3 days, they'll grow up and hatch their own chicks. Besides, your mom just recovered from her illness. The eggs these 2 hens lay when you take them back can help nourish your mom's body. Gousheng scratched his head awkwardly. He whispered, we don't eat the eggs. Once we save up enough of them, Dad takes them to the city to sell for money. Mom can't bear to eat them either. Even if she boils one, she saves it for me. If an eggshell gets cracked, Dad will keep it for us. However, right at that moment, I heard a commotion coming from up ahead. How lively. Humans are social animals, after all. I haven't seen through the vanity of the world either. So naturally, I prefer things to be a bit lively. Hearing the noise, I couldn't help but quicken my pace. When I arrived at the spot, the scene before me instantly crashed my brain. What the hell is going on here? The crowd was divided into 2 groups. One group, mostly consisting of the elderly and children, led by an old woman, was kneeling on the ground in a massive throng. Facing my direction, in front of them were a few lit incense sticks, along with offerings of chicken, tofu, and some shriveled, unrecognizable fruits. They were muttering something under their breath. The other group consisted of men led by Wang Baosi. There were very few men, and they looked extremely uncomfortable, wanting to blend into the kneeling crowd. It's worth mentioning that Lu Qi was also kneeling along with them, while the big guy, Lu Ping, stood behind his dad. As for Wang Baosi, he stood out like a sore thumb, standing off to the side, with a look of absolute despair on his face. I told you Immortal Lord Chen doesn't like people kneeling. Why won't you listen? Thanks to my enhanced hearing, I clearly heard what Wang Baosi was saying, and roughly guessed the whole story. These people were worshipping me as a god. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I grew up kneeling to my ancestors, and I never expected that before I even died, people would be burning incense for me. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Sensing something, Wang Baosi looked up and locked eyes with me. At that moment, I was so shocked by the scene before me that I was speechless, my expression blank. But in Wang Baosi's eyes, the usually amiable Immortal Lord Chun being expressionless clearly meant he was displeased. Oh, Mother of Mercy! Immortal Lord Chen really could see everything, and now he's come over. Looking at Immortal Lord Chen's expression, he must be angry with me. The Immortal Lord had explicitly said he didn't like people kneeling, yet he had failed to enforce it. If the Immortal Lord returned to the heavens because of this, he would be the ultimate sinner of Lu family village. After all, counting everything, he had only met me once. He wasn't as familiar with my personality as Gousheng was. That was a god from the heavens. He had given him, the village chief, specific instructions, and he had failed to carry them out, even forcing the immortal lord to show up personally. I've heard that when the emperor is enraged, 1,000,000 corpses float. But when an immortal lord is enraged, it means the direct destruction of the world. Wang Baoxi's vision went dark, and he was about to fall backward. Finally, under the immense pressure, he couldn't care about anything else, and dropped heavily to his knees. This commoner, Wang Baoxi, respectfully welcomes the immortal lord. The god from the mountains has appeared. Hearing Wang Baoxi's words, the kneeling crowd shuddered, pressing their foreheads tightly against the ground. Some of the bolder ones slowly raised their heads to steal a glance, then quickly lowered them again. So that's the immortal lord. Why does he look even younger than my brat? He's quite handsome, though. He just doesn't look like a god. One of the old women, upon seeing my appearance, lost most of her awe. Keeping her head down, she whispered to the person next to her, exactly. To me, he looks more like a young nobleman from some wealthy family. Look at that scholarly aura. Could he be the reincarnation of the Wensiu star? Stop talking. The god is watching. We're so far away. You probably can't hear us, right? Sorry to burst your bubble, but I heard every single word. You might as well have shouted directly into my ear. I secretly grumbled in my heart. Chief, I'm really not a god. Everyone, you don't need to kneel. Get up. I'm not a god. Should we stay kneeling or stand up? The villagers looked at Wang Baoxi, waiting for him to make the call. When he stood up, everyone else followed suit and stood up as well. When the villagers stood up, I gasped. Earlier, when they were kneeling, their thin clothing had covered their bodies. Now that they were standing, I could see clearly that every single villager before me was emaciated and sallow. Their legs were as thin as bean poles. Through their open collars, they were practically skin and bones. You could clearly count every single rib on their chests. I even suspected that if the wind blew just a little harder, these people would be blown right over. Even though I had imagined the situation to be severe, this was clearly on par with people in war-torn African countries. There was almost no difference. So this is what famine looks like. I silently pulled out wooden planks and started building on the ground. Where did those wooden planks come from? When the villagers saw the planks appearing out of thin air, their murmurs instantly vanished without a trace. Yeah, when he says he's not a god, that's just the god being humble. How could we have foolishly believed him? At this moment, all the villagers remained completely silent, not daring to make a single sound. Their bodies subconsciously tensed up, standing ramrod straight, under the scorching sun. Sweat rolled down their foreheads into their eyes, but no one dared to raise a hand to wipe it away. What is the immortal lord doing? Quickly building a 4-meter-wide platform, I asked Wang Baoxi, Chief, may I ask roughly how many households are in the village? And how many people in total? 14 households. 54 people in total. Taking 14 grilled fish from my inventory, I placed them on the platform. They were all half-meter-long grilled fish, completely filling up the platform. It's fish. Such huge fish. Ever since the lake dried up not long ago, they hadn't seen a fish in a very long time. Not even tiny fish the size of a finger. Suppressed gasps echoed one after another. The villagers all swallowed hard, staring at the fish on the platform, lost in their daydreams. Just one of these fish, if eaten sparingly, along with grass roots and wild vegetables, could last for over half a month. Their children could finally have some meat and grease. I said these fish will be handed over to you, Chief, to distribute. Make sure every household gets one. From now on, every day at this time, I will place the same amount of fish right here. These are all for us, and you'll give us food from now on. Does that mean we won't lack food anymore? At this moment, my voice sounded like heavenly music, striking straight into everyone's hearts. They wanted to laugh, they wanted to cry, but the god was watching them right there. They didn't want to lose their composure in front of Immortal Lord Shun, terrified that he might abandon them because of it. Immortal Lord Shun, are these really all for us? Just as everyone was immersed in this wonderful moment, Wang Baoxi stepped forward and asked, just as I was about to say that they were free gifts, and I didn't need anything from them. I saw the worry on Wang Baoxi's face. Wang Baoxi was afraid that if the villagers got used to this kind of life where they just held out their hands for clothes and opened their mouths for food, Their reverence for me would eventually disappear. Once I stopped providing, what I get wouldn't be understanding. But curses. I swallowed the words that were on the tip of my tongue. After thinking for a moment, I shook my head and said, of course, this is only temporary, until your crops recover, and I'm not giving them to you for free. I crafted 7 more composters and placed them side by side at the edge of the platform. From now on, what you need to do is use leaves and various other plants to fill these barrels. Gousheng will tell you the details later. You don't need to provide anything for today's share. This was already at the edge of my world. The weeds and leaves around here grew very fast, so collecting them would be a very easy task. The bone meal, crafted this way, could also accelerate the growth of enough wheat seeds. Once my range could cover the village, the seeds would be just about enough to feed the villagers. Regarding the request I made, the villagers shed tears of gratitude. These were half-meter-long fish, let alone 7 barrels. Even if you doubled the amount, we'd still be willing. Thank you, immortal lord. The villagers knelt down once again, kowtowing heavily toward me. The thuds were so loud, they even startled the birds resting in the trees. I told you I'm not a god. I felt incredibly helpless in my heart. I was cringing so hard my toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. I signaled Gousheng to go back and silently retreated into the woods by myself. Seeing these people with snot and tears streaming down their faces, and thinking of the suffering they had endured, I knew they needed an outlet to vent. Once my figure disappeared, the villagers could no longer suppress their emotions. The scene became chaotic. Even Wang Baosi was in tears, immersed in his memories. Thank goodness we have food. My children finally won't have to go hungry. Wah, my 2nd and 4th child. Your lives were so bitter. If only you could have held on a little longer. You would have lived to see the immortal Lord arrive. Some people danced with joy, repeatedly thanking me over and over. Others laughed, only to suddenly cover their faces and burst into tears. Once they had mostly vented their emotions, Wang Baosi, still recovering from his sobs, said, "All right, folks, today is a day of great joy. Everyone, clean yourselves up and take these fish back to cook. The kids at home are still waiting for us." Over the next few days, I spent almost the entire day by the pond fishing. At sunset, I would deliver the fish to the water source, collect the bone meal from the composters, and after returning at night, use the bone meal to accelerate the wheat's growth, harvesting it to get seeds and wheat, and most importantly, experience points. Then, I would continue fishing like crazy through the night. Under such high-intensity operation, my experience points skyrocketed. It wasn't long before I leveled up again, and the experience bar was already more than halfway full. Just one more level, and I could cover the village. If my estimation wasn't wrong, it would take 2 or 3 days at most. Gousheng, over the next few days. If any changes happen in the village, tell them not to panic. Just say it's because of me. Got it, boss. Gousheng looked with a worried face. And my exhausted expression, these past few days, aside from having him do a few things at the beginning, for what I called an experiment, I had just been sitting by the shore fishing, and I fished all day long. All he could do was sit silently by my side and chat about the trivial things happening in the village. The boss had advised him to leave, but he refused. After all, the only thing he could do for the boss right now was keep him company and relieve his boredom. I nodded faintly, preparing to head back to my little matchbox house. Right now, I just wanted to quickly expand to the village. He couldn't help with anything at the moment. Maybe there was one other way. Gousheng thought dejectedly and secretly made a decision. He ran back home. Under the eaves of the shabby, thatched cottage hung several salted fish. Inside, the aroma of fish soup permeated the air. At this moment, Yilan was busy preparing dinner. After leaving my place, they had taken Yilan to the doctor. The result was that her illness was completely cured, but her body was still very weak. After resting for a few days, Yilan was able to get out of bed. Originally, she had planned to go straight to the fields to help, but under Wang Danyu's strong insistence, she only did some simple chores around the house. Gousheng took a look around, but didn't see any sign of his dad. At this time of day, Dad should have already returned from the fields. "Mom, is Dad not back yet?" Gousheng asked in confusion. "Him? Not long after you left. Uncle Four called him over to help at the village chief's place. He still hasn't come back. Why don't you go check on him? It's almost time for dinner. Why isn't he back yet?" Walking not far from the village chief's door, Gousheng saw one or two villagers carrying furniture into the chief's house. Inside, it was noisy with people's voices, and the sound of heavy objects being moved could be heard from time to time. What's going on in there? Gousheng wondered. Stepping inside to take a look, he saw that almost all the men in the village were squeezed into this small room. As for Wang Baosi, he stood in the middle of the room, constantly directing them. Move it a little more to the left. A bit to the right. Good, just like that. Chief, what are you all doing? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this chair second uncle's treasure? He treasures it more than anything. So why is it moved here? And this bowl? Chief, did you feed them some magic potion? Of course not. I don't have that kind of ability. Wang Baosi chuckled, walked over to the door, and touched the door frame, his eyes full of reluctance to part with it. I just discussed it with Wang Qi and the others. I'll stay at their place for now and fix up this house. To leave it for the immortal lord. Leave it for the boss. Gousheng scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, the only decent place in the village is this old house of mine. The immortal lord is coming to our village. That is our blessing. We can't possibly let the immortal lord sleep in the same conditions as us. I didn't expect word to get out, and everyone just brought their own things over. But I know the boss very well. He definitely won't live here. Gousheng shook his head and said bluntly, if that's the case, this house will probably just sit here empty. Wang Baosi said seriously, whether he lives here or not is one thing, but whether we prepare it for him is another. Anyway, the house has already been emptied out, and everyone has brought their things over. We can't just tell them to take it all back, can we? Gousheng turned his head to look at everyone. They all smiled and shook their heads. We already brought everything over. It was exhausting. I definitely don't want to carry it all back. My mom said, if I dare sneak this stuff back home, she'll break my legs. It's just some wooden trinkets anyway. How can they compare to the immortal lord's kindness? Right, everyone? Yeah, that's right. Oh my, I've been the village chief for so long, and I've never seen you all so proactive. Usually when I ask you to do something, you run faster than rabbits. Wang Baosi joked. Someone laughed and chimed in. Oh, chief, if you're even half-ass, amazing as the immortal lord, you could boss me around however you want. I'd even clean your outhouse every day. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Baosi looked with gratification at the scene before him. This thriving, joyful atmosphere. How many years has it been? Ever since the village's crop yields started dropping year by year, and especially after the river dried up, how long had it been since he saw everyone smiling so happily? All of this was because of the immortal lord. Gousheng, you're here looking for your dad, right? He's in the back. Wang Baosi pointed in the direction, signaling Gousheng to go over. Gousheng, why are you here? It's getting late. Mom told me to come over and call you back for dinner. Wang Daniel looked up at the sky and slapped his forehead. Oops, I lost track of time. Let's go, we're heading back. Dad, I want to resume my martial arts training. I want to protect the boss. Gousheng said firmly. Ever since the river dried up and the village's food supply dwindled, in order to save food and reduce physical exertion, Gousheng had used the excuse of losing interest to avoid training. Seeing that his son was willing to take up his mantle, as a father, he was naturally happy. But does a god really need mortals like them for protection? Wang Daniel thought to himself, but he still nodded. All right, we'll start again tomorrow. The next day, a group of people in Liu family village gathered around at Wang Baosi's doorstep, talking over one another. Are you saying that people from Zhang family village came here to steal from us? Wang Baosi frowned, asking in confusion. That's right. Thank goodness old Four's kid saw him. Otherwise, my two fish would have been swiped by that guy. The people around also chimed in with indignant faces. The people of Zhang family village are going too far. It's one thing that they fight with us over water and land on normal days. But now, they actually have the nerve to sneak into our village to steal? Yeah, these are the fish bestowed upon us by the immortal lord, even though we got them back. We can't just swallow this insult. Chief, we have to make Zhang family village hand that guy over. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight them again. I'm still furious about what happened last time. Chief, you tell us. When exactly are we going to strike back? The surrounding crowd was filled with righteous indignation, looking ready to start a massive brawl. No need to go. They will come looking for us themselves. Wang Baosi thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. Most people suddenly realized what the village chief meant. If the people from Zhang family village come later, come tell me immediately. Until then, absolutely do not get into a conflict with them. Wang Baoxi said. He had some worries in his heart. After all, the grudge between the two villages ran too deep. He was afraid the villagers wouldn't be able to hold back and would end up in a huge fight with them. However, to Wang Baoxi's surprise, no one present objected. They just silently nodded. On second thought, he understood why. Wasn't Zhang family village just a reflection of what Lu family village used to be? Meanwhile, Zhang He paced anxiously at the village entrance, occasionally looking up in the direction of Lu family village. Around him stood a group of villagers, eagerly waiting. After hearing about the situation in Lu family village from Zhang Yongyuan, he didn't believe it at first. Based on his understanding of Zhang Yongyuan, the man absolutely didn't have the guts to sneak into Lu family village's territory. But after hearing from others that the people of Lu family village had indeed chased him all the way back to their village. Originally, before the matter was confirmed, Zhang He didn't want the villagers to know about it. But not long after he walked away, Zhang Yongyuan had already spread the news throughout the village. Everyone ran to him to confirm the situation. Zhang He had no choice but to send some of the village's most agile men to sneak into Lu family village and assess the situation. Who would have thought they still hadn't returned? This made Zhang He very worried. Why aren't they back yet? How long has it been? Could they have been discovered by the people of Lu family village? Zhang He felt a pang of regret in his heart. Consequently, looking at the slacking Zhang Yongyuan beside him, he found him more and more an eyesore. Originally, he just needed to quietly send a few people to check on Lu family village. If there was nothing there, at most, only the few of them who knew about it would be disappointed. It's caused such a huge uproar. Now everyone in the entire village knows about it. I never should have believed Zhang Yongyuan's lies. Even the groundwater around here is almost dry. Where would the water to raise fish even come from? Village chief, I know I'm usually a bit of slacker, but when it comes to something this important, I would never dare to lie to you, sir. Besides, if this whole thing was a lie, I'm still right here, aren't I? I haven't gone anywhere. When the time comes, whether you want to kill me or skin me, it'll be up to all of you to decide. Zhang Yongyuan nonchalantly kicked at a stone on the ground. He said, "They're here. They're back," came the murmurs from the crowd behind him. Zhang He squinted, looking into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a figure. It was stumbling toward them. What's the news? Before the man could even catch his breath, everyone had surrounded him, asking anxiously, "Cough, haha, fish, so many fish." The man leaned over, panting as he spoke. Almost every household in Lu village has fish as long as half your arm. Everything Zhang Yongyuan said is true. Zhang Yongyuan spoke up. See, I told you I wasn't wrong. Their village, they must have diverted the water to a place we can't find. Of course, he had no idea if the people of Lu village had actually dammed the water. But right now, who would care about that? He was just giving the villagers an excuse. Even if the truth came out later, no one would blame him. Those people from Lu village have gone too far. The people around him shouted angrily. That's right. We have to go demand an explanation from them. The voices of discussion rose and fell. Zhang He said nothing, his face grim as he thought. It's true, village chief. You have no idea. To prove my suspicions, I was almost caught by the people of Lu village and beaten to a pulp. They just can't stand to see our village do well. Zhang Yongyuan put on a miserable expression, recounting the mistreatment he had suffered. He added more fuel to the fire. While inwardly, he was ecstatic. He had made sure the whole village knew about this earlier, precisely because he wanted this exact situation. Everything was now going according to his plan. No matter how much the village chief felt something was wrong, it was useless now. He couldn't withstand the pressure from the crowd. Cutting off our water is one thing, but they nearly beat one of our own villagers. We must demand an explanation. Just as expected, amid the public outcry, Zhang He spoke with a sense of helplessness. If that's the case, then we'll do as everyone says. But we have to wait until tomorrow. It's getting late today. It'll give us time to rest and gather our strength, right? Zhang Yongyuan, along with the crowd, denounced the wrongdoings of Lu village. When he returned to his own house, his expression changed in an instant. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He had achieved his goal. In the afternoon, at the junction between the two villages, on a hillside covered in yellow sand, a dozen or so people from Lu village had been standing guard for some time. Etienne, this is so boring. We've been standing here for almost the whole afternoon. Why haven't the people from Zhang village arrived yet? You should count yourself lucky. At least we weren't assigned the early morning shift. Don't get distracted. Just bear with it a little longer. Someone will be here to relieve us soon, one of them said with a smile. He stared intently into the distance, his gaze fixed. His expression suddenly turned serious. Quick, go get everyone else. Hurry. The people from Zhang village are here. Okay, I'll go right now. You guys be careful. After speaking, one of them quickly got up and sprinted towards the village. In the distance, the people from Zhang village all had grim expressions. They were holding various farm tools in their hands. The blades glinted in the sunlight. Exceptionally sharp. It was obvious they had just been honed on a whetstone. Before coming, they had prepared themselves for a fight to the death, even if it meant lives would be lost. After all, this time was completely different from before. Everyone knew it in their hearts. They were here to seize the water. In a year of great drought, fighting for water was a matter of life and death. But if they continued without water, their village would be like a frog in slowly boiling water. It was only a matter of time. Today, they would either get a share of the water source, or one of the two villages would be left with no one standing. Hey, people of Zhang village, listen up. Stop where you are for a moment. I know you're here for water, right? Just wait there. We'll bring it to you right now. A man from Lu village shouted. Did I hear that right? The people from Lu village are actually offering to bring us water? The people from Zhang village stopped, their faces filled with confusion. They had anticipated many scenarios, but they had never imagined how to deal with this one. Are we still going to fight? This isn't just about the water. Even though Zhang Yongyuan is a scoundrel, he's still one of our villagers. We have to get justice for him. The people of Zhang village discussed among themselves. They then sent out a man with a loud voice to repeat their demands. Bullshit. A man from Lu village spat. He spoke, fuming with anger. It was clearly someone from your village who came to our place to steal things. And you have the nerve to blame us? Besides, when did we ever cut off your water source? That water was a gift to us from the revered Lord. Damn it. I knew that son of a bitch Zhang Yongyuan was hiding something. So he actually went to another village to steal. This is utterly shameful. Hearing this, the fiery anger of the Zhang village people died down by more than half. Stealing was, after all, a despicable act. Your village would be so kind. Who knows if you've poisoned that water? Stop being so wishy-washy. We're trying to be nice, and you're throwing it back in our faces. Take it or leave it. Worst case, we'll just have a fight. Someone from Lu village couldn't hold back any longer. He raised a farm tool in his hand and took a step forward. He glared and cursed. Get back here. Have you forgotten what the village chief told us? Do not start a conflict. The person next to him quickly pulled him back. I was just so angry I couldn't help but talk back. They were the ones who twisted the truth first, saying we cut off their water. The man said, but obediently stepped back. At this point, the people of Zhang village were at a loss. They all looked toward Zhang He, who was standing at the front. Was it Wang Baosi who told you to say this? Zhang He asked. That's right. Zhang He nodded in understanding. He turned back to his own villagers and said, in that case, let's just wait a little while and see what they're planning to do. Village chief, we know you and the Lu village chief are friends. But this is a serious matter. We can't afford any delays. Seeing some unrest in the ranks, he continued, I know you want to take advantage of their small numbers now and fight your way over, but take a look at the people from Lu village. Although there are few of them right now, every single one is full of vigor and energy. If we were to fight, we would be the ones at a disadvantage. Having stabilized his own villagers, Zhang He leaned on his cane and waited quietly. The two groups faced off. Time ticked by second. About 10 minutes passed. Then they saw the people of Lu village, each carrying a shoulder pole, with 2 buckets rushing over, and those buckets were all full of water. They must have been in a great hurry. The water in the buckets sloshed around, spilling out bit by bit. Seeing this scene, the people of Zhang village were all heartbroken. What puzzled Zhang He was how Wang Baosi, with his bad leg, managed to keep up with the group. The crowd carried the water and set it down in front of Zhang He. Is all this water for us? Suppressing his joy, Zhang He asked with a trembling voice, looking at Wang Baoxi, who had stepped forward. Yeah, Wang Baoxi nodded. He continued, this water and the fish. You guys use them first. Next, bring 2 people who can call the shots and come with me. I'll take you to the water source. Take us to the water source? Won't your village have a problem with that? Zhang He looked at Wang Baoxi in surprise. Aren't you worried there won't be enough water for both our villages? Don't worry. This is what our village agreed upon. As for the water, rest assured there's plenty. You'll see when we get there. Zhang He had his villagers carry the water and a few fish back to their village. Then he called 2 highly respected men from Zhang village to follow Wang Baoxi. Zhang He and Wang Baoxi walked side by side in tacit understanding. As for the 2 men from Zhang village, they silently kept a 5-step distance behind them, following quietly. Ever since the conflict between the 2 villages erupted, they hadn't had the chance to walk side by side like this for a long time. Even with 1,000 words to say, neither knew how to start. Who is this immortal lord? Zhang He asked. Wang Baoxi gave Zhang He a meaningful look. Brother Zhang, if I told you he was a real god, would you believe me? I see. Zhang He muttered in shock. Now I understand. No wonder your village is willing to share water with us. You believe it? Wang Baoxi was stunned. He had already planned out the next steps. Zhang He wouldn't believe him. Then he'd take him to see the endless water source and shatter his worldview. Who would have thought he'd just believe it right away? It was a bit disappointing. What do you mean? Given the past grudges between our 2 villages, for your people to actually agree to bring us to the water source. This whole thing is already absurd. Unless something even more absurd happened. You wouldn't have made such a decision. If a god descended to the mortal realm, then everything makes perfect sense. You'd better hide those fish well. Zhang He advised. Wang Baoxi asked in confusion. Why? Zhang He looked at Wang Baoxi, puzzled. Haven't your villagers heard? That corrupt official, Zhang Doyao, sent men to the village entrances to collect taxes. If you can't pay, they beat you half to death. Several villages have already been robbed blind. These past few days, the people of his village have been entirely focused on Chun-Li, so no one had gone into the city. Naturally, they hadn't heard these rumors. Hearing this, Wang Baoxi was shocked. He asked in disbelief, didn't we just pay taxes? It hasn't even been a few days, and they're back. Are they trying to drive us commoners to our deaths? Sai, tell me about it. But what can we do? How can commoners fight the officials? Anyway, make sure you hide everything well. Don't let them find out. Wang Baoxi nodded heavily. I know. After the group had seen the water source and were preparing to head back, a man from Lu village rushed over to Wang Baoxi in a panic. He glared fiercely at the 3 men from Zhang village and said, this is bad. Village chief, our village's stuff got stolen again, and the door to your house was forced open. Whatever was inside is probably gone too. What? Wang Baoxi's face turned ashen. He stiffly turned his neck and looked at Zhang He with deep disappointment. Brother Zhang, was this your plan? His house was one that the villagers had painstakingly set aside specifically for the revered immortal. Ever since the house was prepared, the villagers had sent someone to clean it every day. Those who entered were always extremely careful and cautious, and they would leave immediately after finishing. No, this was absolutely not my idea. Besides, almost all of our villagers were there with you. How could they possibly have had time to go steal? Zhang He shook his head, frowning. Suddenly, a person popped into his mind. I remember now. Zhang Yonyuan wasn't there. It must have been him. Zhang He repeatedly tapped the ground with his cane. He was also the one who instigated our villagers from the very beginning to come demand justice from you. He claimed he saw you cutting off the water source, that you discovered him and wanted to kill him. Zhang Yonyuan was the thief who came to our village to steal yesterday. Yes, that's him. Seeing Wang Baoxi's worried expression, Zhang He asked carefully, was there something valuable in your house? Don't worry, our village will compensate you twofold. If I had known, I would have sent someone to guard the house. This isn't about the items. Wang Baoxi sighed repeatedly. This house is the residence our village prepared for the revered immortal, and now it's been disturbed by someone else. This, Zhang He was aghast. How could he not understand? If this residence was meant for an immortal from the heavens, even if nothing was stolen, the act of it being burglarized was serious enough. Even if they sold their entire village, they couldn't afford to make amends. What are we going to do? That damned scoundrel. I'll go drag him over here right now and let you deal with him as you see fit. Hearing this, one of the men from Gousheng village who had come along couldn't stand it any longer. He immediately started running back towards his own village. After seeing that cube of water floating in the air, constantly pouring out water, he already knew their village was in the wrong. Not to mention that Wang Baosi not only let them come and take water freely, but also promised to give them a portion of the fish bestowed by the revered immortal. He was deeply ashamed. He didn't even know how to face the people of Lu village. And now, in the blink of an eye, someone from his own village had gone and stolen from the other village again. And it was the residents of the immortal who gave them water and food. This was like taking their village's face and grinding it forcefully into the dirt. The shame was unbearable. The other man glanced at his departing companion, then at his own village chief. In the end, he remained where he was. Sigh, I'll go to your village. After all, this trouble was caused by someone from our village. If I left too, it would be difficult for you to explain things to your villagers. Zhang, he said, gesturing for Wang Baosi to lead the way. Wang Baosi knew his old friend's character. If he didn't lead the way, he was afraid Zhang he would go over by himself. Besides, this matter did indeed require a respected figure from Zhang village to be present. Otherwise, it would be truly difficult to calm his own villagers. All right, let's go. So much food. Now I don't have to worry about the next 7 days' worth. Zhang Yongyuan put down the basket on his back, took out the fish inside, and placed them on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4. Later, I'll take out 2 more to give to the villagers. Then I won't have to be afraid when the people from Lu village show up. He hadn't been happy for long when he heard a noise outside the door. The sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Then his door was kicked down with a single blow. Hey, what are you doing? Oh my God. Zhang Yongyuan shrank back in fear. The man who entered looked at him, then at the fish in his hands. It dawned on him. They're here to divide my loot. He quickly grabbed a large fish and smiled obsequiously. This is a fish I got from Lu village. How about I give you one? He shouldn't have said anything. The moment he spoke, the man became even angrier. He shoved Zhang Yongyuan aside, loaded all the fish into the basket, and slung it on his back. 2 of you, come and grab him. Take him to Lu village. He shouted to the people standing outside the door. Seeing the fish on the table, the onlookers also guessed what had happened. This Zhang Yongyuan, while they were arguing with the people of Lu village, he had snuck off to the other village to steal again. Their own village chief hadn't returned, so he must have been detained in Lu village. In no time, 2 men stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Yongyuan, and followed the leader towards Lu village. It's just some fish, isn't it? I don't want them anymore. You can have them all, okay? Just don't take me to Lu village. Zhang Yongyuan shouted the whole way. The leader got annoyed by the noise. He threw a straight punch right into his stomach. You're getting off easy with this. Causing a little trouble on a normal day is one thing, but this time, no one can save you. Zhang Yongyuan groaned in pain. He didn't dare to speak again, worried that their village chief would be held responsible. They walked very quickly. Soon, they arrived at Lu village. The 2 men forced Zhang Yongyuan to the ground. The leader spoke. This is the man who has stolen from your village twice. You can deal with him however you see fit. Of course, our village isn't wrong this time. If you have any other demands, just let us know. The people of Lu village saw the man, and their hearts burned with hatred, but they didn't dare to step forward and beat him. The gods are watching from above. After all, revered immortal Chun might be watching. None of them dared to be the villain, not even to a thief. Zhang, he understood the situation at a glance. He stepped forward and said, all right, from this moment on, Zhang Yongyuan is no longer a member of our Zhang village. What do you think of this punishment? No, village chief, you can't do this. Zhang Yongyuan looked at Zhang, he in despair. Seeing his determined expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. In an instant, his legs went weak with fear, and he collapsed to the ground. In this wasteland, if he was cast out of the village, he would never be able to survive. This was worse than killing him directly. His face was streaked with tears. He frantically slapped his own face and kowtowed desperately, begging for mercy. Village chief, second uncle, I was wrong. Please don't kick me out of the village. I'll never do it again. Please, just forgive me this once. Beat me. Beating me is fine too. If that's not enough, You can have my right hand. How about that? He tried to crawl toward Zhang He to beg, but was held in place by his fellow villagers. Zhang He's gaze never once fell upon him. He just kept looking at Wang Baoxi. Wang Baoxi turned his head, seeing that his own villagers all nodded. They agreed to this proposal. Fine. Zhang Yongyuan was filled with regret. He broke down, crying uncontrollably. But now, it was all over. From this day forward, there was no place for him in Zhang village. After he died, he wouldn't even be able to enter the ancestral grave. He no longer had a home. Sir, it's not that we won't pay the tax. It hasn't rained for months. The crops have completely failed. We truly have no money and no grain. We really can't pay the tax. The old man knelt on the ground, bitterly pleading with the bailiff before him. To hell with you. The bailiff kicked out, sending him sprawling to the ground. He sneered. I don't care about your droughts or locust plagues, as long as there are still people at your village entrance. You must pay up. Refusing to pay is the same as rebellion. Since you won't hand it over willingly, then we'll just have to help ourselves. What are you standing around for? Get in there and search every single house. Yes, sir. The other two bailiffs behind him charged into the villagers' homes with blank expressions. They drew the crude blades hanging from their waists, slashed open sacks, and kicked down doors. They left no stone unturned, searching meticulously. Before long, from a cellar, they found a small, hidden bag of mixed grains. And you said you had no grain left. What's this, then? The lead bailiff held up the small bag of mixed grains and swept his vicious gaze over the villagers. You people have some nerve, daring to hide grain and not pay your taxes. What? Do you want me to invite you for a stay in prison? Seeing the terrified looks on the villagers' faces, the pent-up anger in his heart finally eased a little. It was because these damn peasants refused to cooperate, refused to pay their taxes on time, that he had gotten a harsh scolding from the magistrate's secretary. Keep searching. I want to see just how much you've hidden. He waved his hand commandingly. But no matter how much they searched after that, they found nothing. Is this all the grain you have? The lead bailiff asked. That's our village's emergency food supply. Sir, you can't take it away. Otherwise, our village will truly have no way to survive. The old man pleaded with tears in his eyes. You're lying. How is that possible? You only hid this little? There must be more somewhere else. He ordered the other bailiffs to drag a villager over. He took out the iron ruler he carried with him and began to whip the man, blow after blow. Old man, if you don't talk, I'll keep hitting him. Tell me, where did you hide the rest? After randomly beating several villagers unconscious, the old man's face was already covered in tears. He had lost his senses completely. He just kept muttering, there's no more. There's really no more. The head bailiff shook his slightly swollen right hand, muttering curses. Damn it, peasants are peasants. Such thick skin. Seeing the old man's reaction, he pretty much knew that he wasn't going to squeeze anything more out of this village. He spat a few more threats and left the village to the sound of the villagers' wails. After the bailiffs left, the suppressed sobs gradually grew louder. The entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of grief. One of the more able-bodied men couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a wood-cutting knife and was about to chase after them, to hack those bailiffs to death. Wang Er, don't be rash. You can't kill them. You can't. The people around him quickly held him back, stopping him from doing something foolish. Are we just going to let them insult us like this? Our last bit of food is gone. What's the village going to do? The Imperial court is clearly not leaving us any way to live. What kind of court is this? Wang Er said through gritted teeth. What else can we do? We could kill these bailiffs. But when the court investigates later, what will happen to the elders and folks of our village? We can't fight them. They pleaded desperately, but without food. Aren't we all going to die in the end anyway? Wang Er retorted. About the food, as long as we're still alive, we'll find a way. Looking at the devastation in the village, a thought surged into Wang Er's mind. If we're going to die either way, then we might as well just rebel. Meanwhile, the lead bailiff walked ahead with a frown. We only collected this little from one village. This isn't enough to report back. We'll just have to see if the next village has more to squeeze out of it. I remember the next village is Lu Village. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. It's always one word from the higher-ups, and we're the ones running our legs off down here. This village is even poorer than the last one. Looks like we've made another wasted trip. Before long, their group arrived at Lu Village. Where are the people of Lu Village? Get out here right now. If you still don't pay your taxes, I'll throw every last one of you into the dungeon today. The bailiffs are here. Hearing the shouts at the village entrance, the villagers of Lu Village were startled. They quickly followed the village chief's previous instructions, rolling around in the dirt to make themselves look filthy. They quickly splashed a little water on their faces, pinched some specially gathered yellow clay, and smeared it evenly over their skin, returning to their previous sallow and emaciated appearance. They even looked weaker than before. They had only been eating full meals for a few days anyway, so the color in their faces had only improved slightly. Doing this was just to be on the safe side. After getting all this done, they lowered their heads slightly and scattered towards the village entrance. Wang Baosi went to greet them. With a miserable expression, he forced a smile and said, "My lords, hey stop, are you trying to tell me it hasn't rained? The harvest is bad, and you have no money to pay taxes?" The lead bailiff interrupted. He glanced around, and seeing the sallow faces of the Lu villagers, he merely gave them a passing look, before calmly saying to Wang Baosi, "Don't give me any of that drought nonsense, or we have no choice. I've heard these excuses more than enough. No matter what you say today, this tax must be paid in full. Besides, even if I agreed, these two brothers behind me wouldn't agree. That's right, the county magistrate has the heart of a bodhisattva and has already given you so many days of grace. If you still don't pay up, watch out, or we'll drag you all back." One of the bailiffs shouted aggressively. The other one didn't speak, but silently drew his iron ruler and swung it through the air, making a sharp, cracking sound. "My lords, you misunderstand me." Wang Baosi smiled apologetically and pulled a pouch from his chest, handing it over respectfully. "This is the tax our village owes. We're paying it all in full today." "Mom, I'm so hungry. I want to eat." The bailiff looked toward the voice and saw a small child curled up in his mother's arms. The mother rocked him gently, soothing him, "Go to sleep. Be a good boy, little six. You won't be hungry once you're asleep." These bailiffs saw scenes like this every single day. At first, they might have felt some sympathy, but after seeing it so much, they had grown numb. Now, he only cared about whether he could squeeze out some extra tip money. A bailiff took the pouch from Wang Baosi's hands and carefully counted the coins. "Boss, the amount is correct. It's exactly the tax they owe." "Are you sure it's exact? Not a single coin short?" The head bailiff gave the one counting a complicated look. "If it's short even 1 or 2 coins, it'll be hard for us to explain. If the county magistrate blames us, neither of us can bear the consequences. Yeah, this tax is odd amounts. If the boss wants to skim some off the top, it's completely impossible. If the boss doesn't get a cut, how are the two of us supposed to get share?" The bailiff's eyes darted around, and he slapped his forehead in mock frustration. "Boss, look at my terrible memory. I got the villages mixed up. Lu Village's tax is still a bit short. Oh my, look at my memory." Seeing this, how could Wang Baosi not know what these bailiffs were plotting? "You lords came in such a hurry." This lowly one got confused and forgot to grab one of the coin pouches. "Lu Qi, go fetch the pouch on my table." After Wang Baosi gave the instruction, turned his head back and said, "Please, esteemed officials, wait just a moment. The rest of the money will be brought over immediately. This village is probably hiding quite a bit." Looking at Wang Baosi before him, the head bailiff's eyes darted around. He had an idea. This little bit of medicine probably won't squeeze out much oil. I might as well just go in and search. When the time comes, I'll take what I find. Give half to the county magistrate to smooth things over, and the rest will be all mine. As for these peasants, they wouldn't dare to resist even if I gave them the courage. The soldiers in the county town are no joke. Sir, please count it. Is the amount sufficient this time? Wang Baosi held up a rather heavy money pouch. He said, "This is still far from enough." The head bailiff only glanced at it, then roared, feigning great anger. Well, it seems you're intentionally trying to make fools of us. Everyone, get in there and search." After speaking, he snatched the bag from Wang Baosi's hands and barged into the villagers' homes. He rummaged through chests and cupboards, creating a huge mess. Just as he had expected, these people didn't dare to resist. The head bailiff soon discovered that although the villagers weren't resisting, they were all intentionally or unintentionally gathering in front of a dilapidated house, subtly shielding it behind them. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. So, it was hidden there. All of you move aside, seeing that the people of Lu village didn't react. The head bailiff drew his crude blade and threatened them. Are you really trying to rebel? Aren't you afraid the county will send people to raze your village to the ground? Sir, it's not that we won't let you pass. It's just that there's really nothing inside. This is the residence we've prepared for an immortal. We can't let you just barge in like this. Wang Baosi sighed. Originally, their village had not intended to pay the tax. They were afraid that if they didn't hand over the grain, the bailiffs would force their way in. The other houses were fine, but this house before them was specially reserved for revered immortal Chun. They had even prepared extra silver for this. Who would have thought these bailiffs would be so greedy? That silver was half a month's income for the village in the past, and it still wasn't enough. At this moment, Wang Baosi decided to go all out. Sir, how about this? Please trouble yourselves to come back tomorrow. Our village can still scrape together another sum of money. What do you say to that? An immortal? The head bailiff twisted his lips. He laughed disdainfully. If there really were any immortals, would the world be in this state? You're just being mysterious. I think your village is hiding something extraordinary in there. Could it be a ballista? Get in there and search. If anyone dares to stop me, kill them on the spot. Wang Baosi said resolutely. No, you can't do this. If you offend revered immortal Chun, you will all be punished. You old fool, muttering all this nonsense. You dare to curse me, is that it? Fine, intimidating an official. Your crime is now even greater. I'll start with you. After speaking, he raised his crude blade and swung it at the arm of Wang Baosi, who was blocking the way. He naturally understood that if he killed someone, he might not be able to leave the village alive. But if he only cut off an arm as punishment, to make an example of him, they wouldn't dare to touch him. This was a tactic he often used, and it had never failed. Village chief, the people around him cried out. They were too far away, and there was no time to rescue him. They could only watch as the blade got closer and closer to Wang Baosi's arm. Ah, damn it. You actually dare. An arrow shot out with precision, hitting the hilt of the blade. It knocked the crude blade from the bailiff's hand, and it clattered to the ground. He looked up in terror towards the source of the arrow. Not far away, Gousheng stood holding a bow, panting heavily with a frightened look on his face. Attacking an official. That's a capital offense. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. When he saw it was just a young boy, he was instantly enraged to the extreme. If he didn't deal with this kid, and word today's events got out, how could he maintain his authority in front of his subordinates? He must die. The other two officials hesitated, standing in place. What little conscience they had left wouldn't allow them to kill an innocent person. Seeing this, the head bailiff charged forward himself. The young men of the village knew it was too late to go get weapons. Gritting their teeth, they threw themselves in his way. Fine, so you're all rebelling, are you? Then you can all go to hell. Suddenly, his movements froze. His expression became dazed. He cried out in disbelief. What is that? That direction. It's the revered immortal. He really has been watching over us. Wang Baosi turned his head. In the distance, where there had been dry, sandy earth, it suddenly turned green. And at an extremely fast speed, it spread towards the village. In the blink of an eye, the green had reached the village entrance. He looked closely. The green was clearly clusters of lush, wild grass. It's the revered immortal. The revered immortal had shown his power. When the villagers saw this scene, they no longer cared about the bailiffs before them. They all fell to their knees on the ground. It really is an immortal. Save me, save me. When the bailiffs saw the wild grass spreading towards them, they thought it was coming for them. Terrified, they covered their heads and curled up on the ground. Immortal, spare us. Spare us. This humble one meant no offense. This humble one was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. Immortal, have mercy. Have mercy. After a long while, he opened his eyes and found himself in a field of grass. Ha ha ha. I am okay. The head bailiff touched his whole body, his heart still pounding. After confirming he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed loudly. Boss, watch out behind you. Behind me, The bailiff finally noticed the shadow of a massive object, gradually covering his own. He quickly turned his head. What is this? It was a colossal creature, a behemoth standing a full 3 meters tall. Its arms nearly reached its ankles. It had iron-white skin and a powerful body that seemed to be constructed from smooth blocks, with green vines growing on it. It had 2 slightly crossed eyes and a large, drooping nose. If Chun-Li had seen it, he would have recognized it at once. This was the Iron Golem from Minecraft. As the giant creature moved, the entire ground seemed to tremble. It raised its long arms, swinging them towards him. Before he could even let out a scream, the head bailiff's entire body was sent flying. Then, his body fell to the ground. Like a rag doll, he was unconscious. This left the approaching Iron Golem somewhat frustrated. It had wanted to land another blow, but who would have thought that with just one hit? This intruder would be knocked out. After doing this, it stood in place, staring intently at the 2 remaining officials. What do we do? One of the officials asked, his face pale with panic. It doesn't seem to be attacking us. I don't know either. Maybe it's because we didn't harm the people of Lu Village. So it's not attacking us. We were just supposed to be collecting taxes. Who knew we'd run into something like this? The other was on the verge of a breakdown. His legs were shaking so badly. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, breathing in the scent of the wild grass. On the soft ground, he kowtowed forcefully towards the Iron Golem. Immortal, spare us. Spare us. We were just following orders. Please, Immortal, have mercy. Let us go. We promise we won't say a word about this. What should we do? Should we let them stay? The villagers asked Wang Baosi. The revered Immortal wasn't here right now. He didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Wang Baosi thought for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, revered Immortal Chun is about to come to our village. Just let them keep kowtowing here. But what about the bailiff who's knocked out? If he dies in our village, and the authorities find out, don't worry about him. He brought this upon himself. He angered the revered Immortal. If the revered Immortal is willing to save him when he arrives, then he won't die. Just let him lie there. No matter how powerful the government is, can it be more powerful than the heavens? Wang Baosi said. Then how should we treat this immortal being? A villager carefully pointed at the Iron Golem not far away. This humanoid behemoth that had suddenly appeared in the village. Even though they knew it was the work of the revered Immortal, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Will it suddenly attack us? Perhaps sensing something, the Iron Golem looked up. It walked over with a simple, honest gait to a frightened child. It extended its hand. A small red flower appeared in its palm. Thank you. The child boldly took the small flower from its hand. The Iron Golem retracted its hand, slowly turned around step by step, and began staring at the 2 kowtowing officials again. Mom, look, this flower is so pretty. The child, under the envious gazes of the other children nearby, showed off to his mother. As expected, not only the revered Immortal, but even his creations are so kind. Wang Baosi smiled as he watched the massive figure slowly moving. For now, don't worry about it. When revered Immortal Chen arrives, we can have Gousheng ask him. Finally leveled up. Heaven knows how many fishing rods I've broken. I was about to puke from fishing so much. Leveling up is so damn hard. Putting away his fishing rod, Chun-Li sighed with emotion. Time to get out. No time to waste. I'll pack my things and get ready to move. He eagerly returned to his matchbox house. Chun-Li took stock of his belongings. He found that he was practically broke. Basically, aside from a chest full of fish and junk, he had nothing else. Of course, after fishing for so long, he had naturally made some other unexpected gains. Besides the bamboo he wanted most, which he had planted nearby, it had already grown a full crop. He also had an enchanted book, Infinity Eye. It's worth mentioning that. He also got a pair of leather boots enchanted with Frostwalker 2, although they were pretty useless at the moment, since all the rivers and such had dried up. They were undeniably cool. He had even built a separate pool just to play with them and test the effect. That had taken him almost half an hour. As for now, those boots were still lying in his inventory. What he was currently wearing were leather boots with less than half durability that he had just fished up. I'll bring a stack of cooked fish. That should be enough food. I should bring the wood too. Oh, right. It seems I can't take these chickens with me. Chun-Li looked worriedly at the white chickens in the coop. After so many days, the original 2 chicks had long since grown up. They had even reproduced for 2 rounds now. There were about 4 adult chickens and 2 chicks. After another round of feeding, there were now 4 chicks in the coop, no matter how you looked at it. Raising these chickens was really simple. You didn't even have to clean up their droppings or anything, and you could feed them whenever you wanted. They wouldn't die anyway. At worst, you just have a few fewer chicks. And they grow so fast. If only I had some leads. I could just put one over their heads and pull them along. I'll go to the village first and see. Maybe I can borrow some rope. I'll bring all these chickens with me then. Having finished his inventory check, Chun-Li closed the door. He tugged on the door frame, making sure it was shut. Humming a little tune, he started walking out of the woods. Today, we common folk are truly, truly happy. Wait, did I close the door properly? Chun-Li stopped. He looked back at the matchbox house not far away. After a moment's hesitation, he went back to the door. He checked it one more time. He just couldn't help it. It was a habit he just couldn't break. First was the path to the water source. He walked this path almost every day, so he was naturally very familiar with it. Chun-Li practically ran and skipped his way there. The wind he generated rushed past his face. He loved this feeling of running freely. He wouldn't get tired, and no one would look at him with strange eyes. It was a sense of exhilaration he had never experienced in his previous high-pressure life. At most, he just consumed food a bit faster. But food was the one thing that was never in short supply in Minecraft. Since he barely needed a rest, Chun-Li quickly ran to the edge of the water source. He was eager to share this good news with the others. However, to his surprise, the once bustling water source was now completely empty. Only a few scattered people were collecting water. After a quick glance, Chun-Li lowered his head and went about his business. There were also some animals drinking by the water's edge. They were very alert. The moment they heard noise, they raised their heads. Seeing it was a human, they relaxed and lowered their heads to continue drinking. This was the only remaining place the animals could find to replenish their water. Among those people, Chun-Li didn't see a single familiar face. Clearly, these few people collecting water were not from Lu village. They were probably from Zhang village. Gousheng had already told him what had happened. That naturally included the feud between the 2 villages. Lu village has a good chief. If I move there, life should be much more comfortable. He walked up to one of the men. He asked, "Excuse me, big brother. Can you tell me how to get to Lu village?" Lu village. Young master, you see. Follow this small path straight ahead. When you reach the first turn, go left. Then, at the second turn, go right. Then go straight. The first village you see will be it. The man put down his shoulder pole, cupped his hands, and spoke respectfully. He must have felt his directions were a bit complicated. He scratched his head. He suggested, if the young master didn't understand, you could wait for this humble one for a moment. Let me finish collecting this water, and this humble one will lead the way for you. What? How could I possibly not find the way? That sounds pretty easy. I can definitely do it. Chun-Li waved his hand confidently. Thanks, big brother, but you don't need to show me the way. It's simple and clear. I won't trouble you. I'm off now, bot. First fork in the road. Go left here. Go right, straight ahead. How come there's no road? Did I go the wrong way? I'll go back and try again. This doesn't seem right either. Wrong way again. Young master, please trouble yourself to wait just a little longer. There's only one last bucket of water left. The man pretended not to notice Chun-Li's awkward situation. He spoke nonchalantly. Haha. I'm not in a hurry. You do your thing. I'll just wander around a bit more. Shenli lauga au guarli. Lowering his head to admire the flowing water. Hey, the stones in this water are so big and round. Young master, could it be that you're curious about the magical properties of this water? Chun-Li turned his head. He saw a woman looking at him with a wide smile. Curious? I'm the one who put this water here. I know exactly what it does. Before Chun-Li could shake his head, the woman eagerly continued. Young master, this is a secret between our 2 villages. I'll tell you quietly, okay? Don't you tell anyone else. There's an immortal living on this mountain. And this water, it was released by the immortal in the mountains. This is water from the heavens. It flows down from the sky. No matter how much flows, it never runs out. Seeing Chun-Li's constipated expression, she frowned and pulled over the man who was still collecting water. Don't you believe me? If you don't, ask him. See if I'm lying to you. And that wasn't all. The woman even wanted to pull over the other few people not far away. No, I believe you. I believe you. How could Chun-Li dare to remain silent any longer? He nodded quickly. His feet had already dug out the foundation for a 3-bedroom apartment. If this continued, he'd be able to build a mansion. Speaking of which, Lu Village is so lucky to actually receive the immortal's favor. The man sighed with deep emotion, and they were able to put aside their grudges, and were willing to share the fish and water bestowed by the immortal. With our village, young master, are you going to Lu Village to visit relatives? I suppose so, Chun-Li thought of. Gousheng and nodded slightly. I thought so. After all, a great personage like yourself wouldn't appear here for no reason. The man continued. There's something I must say. Please don't think this humble one is overstepping. Young master, on this trip, you should just stay in Lu Village. With all the chaos and war going on, that place is much safer than the city. That's right. That's right at the feet of the immortal. Those officials who bully the weak and fear the strong wouldn't dare to act so recklessly there. The woman next to him added. Chun-Li wanted to speak, but stopped himself. He nodded with a strange expression. All right, I've just finished collecting the water. Young master, let's be on our way. This way, please. The man picked up his shoulder pole. Auntie, I'll be going now. Okay, be careful on the road. I heard the bailiffs are coming to the village to steal things. Stay out of their way. The man nodded. He gestured for Chun-Li that they could leave. In the dense jungle, under the man's guidance, the two of them moved quickly. Young master, wait. Let this humble one take a closer look. Suddenly, the man called out from behind. He stopped, carefully observing the surrounding environment. What's wrong? Chun-Li asked, confused. After a long moment, the man let out a breath of relief. He said, no wonder the young master turned back. This road wasn't like this before. I just walked through this place. But it was supposed to be a barren wasteland. Now it's covered in trees. Even the grass has grown past our feet. Even the path we made has been covered by these weeds. This must be the work of the immortal, the man said in a hushed, worshipful tone. I wonder when I'll be able to meet the immortal just once. I would die with no regrets. I did this. Impossible. Chun-Li thought to himself, puzzled. Wait, maybe it really is my fault. After all, I just leveled up. As the world's range expanded, it's possible the grass blocks extended along with it. Uncle, can you still find the way to Lu Village? Chun-Li asked carefully. Don't worry, no problem. The man patted his chest. Although the environment has changed, I can still find the general route. We won't stray too far. And, judging by the distance, we should be close to Lu Village. Young master, this way. He picked up his shoulder pole again, walking with a slight sway. Seeing the man panting, Chun-Li said, how about I help you carry that for a bit? You could take a rest. Don't be fooled by my skinny appearance. I still have a bit of strength. After spending some time together, the man had gotten to know Chun-Li's character. He had grown fond of this mysterious young noble. He had relaxed a bit in his company. Haha, this humble one. Thanks the young master for his kind offer. But this humble one still has the strength for this. Let me do it. The man laughed heartily, making a rare joke. If I got the young master's clothes dirty and had to sell them, this humble one might not even be able to afford the compensation. So Chun-Li gave up on the idea. Next, the man navigated by direction, walking and stopping along the way. Before the man could speak, Chun-Li saw the village in the distance. Uncle, is that the village over there? Chun-Li raised his finger and pointed in that direction. The man looked at Chun-Li in shock. Young master, you can already see Lu Village? Yes. What's wrong? Nothing. The man shook his head. I just think the young master can see really far. We're still quite a distance from Lu Village. I can only see a black. As they were about to reach the village entrance, the man stopped. He said to Chun-Li apologetically, Young master, I'll just see you to here. After all, it's not really appropriate for someone from our Zhang village to go in. Thank you so much. Uncle, it's nothing. But young master, you should really consider my suggestion. The man said again with a serious tone. Then he turned and left. When the time comes, I'll ask the village chief. Where the people of Zhang village are. I'll put a water block for them too. It's not a difficult thing to do anyway. Consider my way of saying thanks. Chun-Li thought to himself and walked towards Lu village. It's revered immortal Chun. The village chief was right. Quick, everyone get ready. The originally quiet Lu village suddenly erupted with excitement. The sound of firecrackers, swona, and eru erupted from within. Then, the people of Lu village poured out, lining up in neat rows. They bowed with cupped hands towards Chun-Li, shouting in unison, "We respectfully welcome the revered immortal Chun." They had originally planned to kowtow to the revered immortal, but in the end, they took Gousheng's advice and changed it to a bow with cupped hands, though it did look a bit out of place. After all, they were all simple folk. Looks like I'm quite popular after all, receiving such a warm welcome from the villagers. Chun-Li thought happily. A cry of surprise came from behind him. Chun-Li turned his head. It turned out the man had heard the commotion and had turned back at some point. He was staring at him with a look of utter astonishment. Seeing Chun-Li turn back, the man quickly lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. His shoulders slumped. The shoulder pole instantly fell off. The water from both sides splashed all over the ground. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. At this moment, his entire being was numb. He stood there, rooted to the spot. His mind was blank. With an immortal, walked all this way, and I even advised him to stay in Lu village and seek the protection of the immortal himself. Oh, my dear mother. Chun-Li saw the man lower his head, so he decided not to bother with him. He had the people of Lu village disperse and walked into Lu village. "Hey, man from Zhang village, can you still walk? Do you need us to help you?" The people of Lu village saw the man frozen in place. They walked over, looking at him with envy. They had watched this man and revered immortal Chun walk over, talking and laughing the whole way. They were so jealous they could die. "What? How did you know I walked all the way with the revered immortal? Is this an iron golem?" Chun-Li looked with delight at the large iron block standing in the village. A wave of ecstasy washed over him. An iron golem actually spawned in the village. Does that mean, as long as it's within the covered area, Lu village is also recognized as a village? Then among the villagers never mind. After all, the villagers here aren't like the ones in the game, who have no intelligence. I can't just lock them up in glass with a clear conscience, but I can still spawn iron golems, right? Then I'll have an infinite supply of iron ingots. But why are there two officials constantly kowtowing in front of it? And there's another one lying not far away. His legs are stretched out so straight. "Gousheng, what's going on with those officials?" "Boss, you mean those officials?" Gousheng at his side briefly recounted what had just happened. Then he said, "It's all thanks to this big guy. Otherwise, I would have almost been killed by that official." So that's what happened. Chun-Li looked coldly at the officials, especially the one lying on the ground. What's done is done. Although he could save him, it didn't mean Chun-Li wanted to. It's good that he got smacked to death. Even if the Yamen sends people looking for him, at worst, we'll just fight. I've already transmigrated to another world. Why should I still put up with this crap? With his current abilities, plus the Iron Golem, protecting the people of Lu village would naturally not be a difficult task. He doesn't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of it. If he gets pushed too far, he'll first use infinite water to build a water wall in the air. With the impact force of that water, who could possibly get in? Or he could evacuate the villagers first, then use lava and water to build city walls. There were plenty of ways to protect them. Then he could go solo, just build a tower of blocks, run to where those big shots live, and dump a bucket of lava on their heads. Wipe them all out in one go. If he hadn't happened to level up at that moment, and the Iron Golem hadn't spawned, heaven knows what scene would have awaited him when he arrived. The more Chun-Li thought about it, the more scared he became. With a stern face, he walked up to the two conscious officials. "Revered immortal, spare us. This humble one knows his mistake. This was all our boss's idea. We never intended to harm those people." Although they had been kowtowing the whole time, the two of them had been listening to the sounds around them. They naturally knew that the one standing before them now was the immortal from the heavens, the one the villagers called the revered immortal. Their kowtowing, which had slowed down a bit, now sped up. They shouted with hoarse voices, "Revered immortal! Have mercy! Have mercy! Drip, drip! What's that sour smell?" Chun-Li wrinkled his nose. He looked with disgust at the crotch of one of the officials. It was soaked through and constantly dripping water. He then looked at their scraped and broken foreheads. Blood trickled down their cheeks and dripped onto the ground. There were even indentations on the turf from their kowtowing. The main culprit had already been beaten to a pulp by the iron golem. These two accomplices had also been kowtowing for so long. He felt it was probably enough, but he couldn't just let them go like this. An idea flashed through Chun-Li's mind. He gave the two of them a malicious look. Then he composed his expression. He said solemnly, "Originally, I was not going to let you off so easily. But since you have kowtowed for so long, I will spare your lives. Thank you, revered immortal." The two of them kowtowed joyfully. However, what came next? Chun-Li's words made their hearts sink to the bottom. However, while the death penalty may be waived, you cannot escape punishment. How about this? In your next lives, you will both go through a cycle of reincarnation in the animal realm. Only then can you atone for the sins of this life. Chun-Li shook his head, spouting nonsense. Although he couldn't control their afterlives, they didn't know that anyway. There was no harm in bluffing a little, right? My next life, I'll become livestock. I'd rather just die. If they died, in a few years they could be reborn as fine men again. But if they were directly turned into livestock, they wouldn't even have a human form. This was an immortal from the heavens. All he had to do was say a word to Lady Ming, "Puh," and they would no longer be able to be human. This was spoken by the immortal himself. It couldn't be fake. How could they possibly suspect it was false? In an instant, they turned deathly pale with fear. One of them even kicked his legs out and fainted on the spot. "Revered immortal, is there any way to atone for our sins?" The one who was still conscious buried his head in the ground. Tears streamed down his face. He asked in a hoarse voice, "This humble one wants to continue being a human. This effect seems to be surprisingly good." Yeah, they actually believe my nonsense. It even scared one of them into fainting. Looks like this punishment might have been a bit too severe. I should give them some hope. Shen Li Siga. Fine. I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves, as long as you start accumulating good karma and doing good deeds from now on. He turned and said, "I will decide your fate later. Thank you, revered immortal, for your mercy." The official was overjoyed. Although the outcome hadn't changed, at least there was a way to make amends, right? If you understand, then get lost. Chun-Li said dismissively, seeing that the immortal was willing to let them leave. The man's tense body relaxed. About what happened here, this humble one will not say a single word. As for our boss, he just accidentally fell on the road. He rolled down the mountain a few times. He then carefully kowtowed a few more times on the ground. Only then did he carefully stand up. However, after squatting for several hours, the series of emotional storms he had just been through, his legs were so weak they were shaking uncontrollably. It took him several tries to stand up straight. Seeing that he couldn't carry both men, he shook the unconscious one awake. The two of them supported each other and stumbled over to their boss. They propped him up one on each side, wanting to leave at the fastest speed of their lives. "Wait," Chun-Li suddenly called out. Splat. The three of them fell to the ground in a heap. The conscious one turned his head back pitifully and swiftly knelt down. "Revered immortal, what other instructions do you have?" "Lu village cannot pay its taxes. If your county magistrate asks, that's what you'll say." "Understood. Shen Li instructa." "Yes, this humble one will obey the revered immortal's decree." "Get lost." The three of them stumbled away, looking pathetic. "Phew, problem solved perfectly. Boss, you're amazing. You can even make them become animals in their next life. I wonder if I can ask boss to put in a good word for me, so I can be my dad's kid again in my next life." Gousheng stared at Chun-Li with adoration. He suddenly thought of a question. "Boss, didn't we pay the taxes? Why did you let those officials go back empty-handed?" "Lu village can afford to pay, but that doesn't mean other villages can. That county magistrate of yours doesn't seem like a good official. During a great drought, he can't collect taxes, so he actually sends people to rob and extort." Chun-Li sighed and continued. "If this tax is paid, it's possible that Lu village will soon have other taxes added on. And that county magistrate might even think that other villages also have spare money. They're just unwilling to pay. That wouldn't be good." "I understand. That dog of an official. They'll definitely send more people to the village to cause trouble." Gousheng added indignantly. "That's right. Shen Li Nudda. Maybe this is why, at the end of the Ming dynasty, there were so many peasant uprisings. It wasn't just natural disasters. It was man-made calamities. The officials forced the people to rebel. If the common folk had even a mouthful to eat, it wouldn't have come to this. Gousheng, go ask the village chief for me. Is there any open space near the village? I want to build a home there. Build a home, Gousheng said. Our village has already cleared out a house for you, boss. Why don't you go take a look? The things inside are all new. No one has ever used them. You guys prepared a house for me already? Chunli smiled and patted Gousheng's head. Yes, it's the village chief's house. I see. Chunli thought for a moment. He shook his head and declined. I appreciate the thought, but I'd still like to build my own house. It'll be more comfortable to live in. More importantly, it'll give me something to do and tell the village chief to have the villagers take their things back. Okay, Gousheng said with regret. His expression was a little downcast. I'll go talk to the village chief right now. Go on. Now what should I do with this iron golem? After Gousheng left, Chunli watched the iron golem patrolling the village. He was in a bind. If it weren't for its existence, the villagers might have already met a terrible fate. It's not like I'm heartless. I can't bring myself to do it. But this iron golem is also the only thing that poses a threat to me. If I accidentally make a wrong move, and it's judged as harming a villager, 2 hits and Steve is done for. That's no joke. Just then, he noticed the patrolling iron golem suddenly look at him. Chunli had a strange feeling. The iron golem before him seemed to possess intelligence. Hey, big guy, come over here. As soon as he spoke, the iron golem strode towards him. The ground trembled slightly with each step. Those 4 iron blocks were quite heavy. It came to stop in front of Chunli. It raised its hand, and, with a pop, a cluster of red flowers appeared. It almost completely covered its iron hand. Then, it extended it towards Chunli's face. For me, Chunli knew. The flower was called a poppy. But aren't these only given to villagers? Since when did Steve get this kind of treatment? And that's a lot of flowers. There were so many poppies. Chunli held out both hands to receive them. A light, elegant floral scent filled the air. Thank you. Iron Golem, these flowers smell wonderful. Seeing Chunli accept them, the Iron Golem, though still expressionless, began to sway from side to side. It clearly revealed its current mood. For some reason, Chunli now felt that although it looked tall and imposing, it was actually a bit goofy, like a big, silly brother. It didn't seem like an iron golem that spawned in the village. It's so friendly to me. It's more like one I created myself. With a pumpkin head. Can you understand what I'm saying? Chunli asked. The iron golem nodded. That makes things easier. For my next questions, you just need to nod or shake your head. Understood. The iron golem nodded. Chunli asked tentatively. First, if I attack you, or even kill you, will you fight back? The iron golem shook its head without hesitation. Just as I thought. It's like an iron golem I created myself. It won't hit back when struck. It won't turn back when scolded. Second, what if I attack a villager? Will you fight back then? The iron golem hesitated, but then it decisively shook its head. Then, the third question, if someone attacks me, will you help me attack them? This time, just as Chunli expected. The iron golem nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Chunli grew even more pleased with the iron golem. This is like getting a free bodyguard. With the iron golem's strength, what general could possibly break through its defense? It's a sure win. Then, Chunli asked his final question. What if a villager attacks me? Will you help me fight back? This time, the iron golem was no longer as decisive as before. It was clearly stunned. It didn't know how to answer. Chunli could almost see the predicament. In its rigid expression, it just stared at Chunli. Then for some reason, it looked at the poppies. Did I push it too far with that question? Chunli thought to himself. In truth, after knowing the answers to the first 3 questions, he was already very satisfied. After all, the iron golem was born in the village. Its duty is to protect the villagers. The fact that it would stand by while I attack a villager is already a great show of restraint. But then Chunli suddenly noticed the iron golem in front of him was nodding its head up and down almost imperceptibly, and the arc of the nod was slowly increasing, as if in response to his question. Just pretend I never asked that question. You don't have to answer. Chunli smiled and walked forward, intending to pat the iron golem's shoulder. He interrupted the iron golem's movement, but his arm wasn't long enough. He couldn't reach it at all. Chunli changed his palm into a fist and gently tapped the iron golem's chest. Good. I'm very satisfied. From now on, you're with me. I'll eat the hot pot, and you can eat the pot. The iron golem stared intently at Chunli, and slowly nodded. But first, I need to give you a name. I can't just keep calling you Iron Golem. If there are other villages later on, it could get confusing. Chun-Li took a few steps back and studied it carefully. It's made entirely of iron blocks, and it's so big. How about I just call you Taishan? What do you think? Although it couldn't speak, Taishan was visibly happy. Its iron arms waved up and down with a clatter. It circled around Chun-Li. This is great. Usually in this situation, I'd have already built a 3-story wooden tower. Chun-Li thought happily for a moment. Taishan suddenly looked at Chun-Li with expectant eyes. Chun-Li immediately understood. Don't worry. I'll tell everyone in the village your new name. All right, you can go back to patrolling now. After Taishan left, Chun-Li looked at the village. He decided to take a stroll around. First, he wanted to familiarize himself with the village's layout. It wasn't that Chun-Li disliked Taishan. It was mainly because it was too clumsy. Even the slightest movement made the ground shake. As for the village chief, he'll know where I am. Chun-Li glanced out of the corner of his eye at the figures hiding behind a house. Several small heads peeking out, and the villagers who kept looking his way. Before Chun-Li could wander very far, he saw Wang Baozi walking quickly towards him. His face was filled with unconcealable joy. At first, when he heard from Gousheng that Chun-Li didn't plan to live in the house the villagers had prepared, Wang Baozi was quite understanding. After all, a celestial being from the heavens. What kind of splendor hasn't he seen? Even if they offered their very best, it probably wouldn't be worthy of the Immortal Lord's notice. Although he was still a little disappointed, he quickly adjusted his attitude. But when he learned that Chun-Li planned to build his own house, Wang Baozi felt like he'd been hit on the head by a giant meat pie. Immortal Lord Chun actually plans to build a house near Lu Village. This is fantastic news. He's planning to build a house, which means he plans to stay in Lu Village for a long time. Wang Baozi immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over, but he didn't see anyone. After asking around, he found Chun-Li standing in an open area. Immortal Lord Chun, have you found a good spot? Wang Baozi asked. Yes, this spot seems quite nice. Chun-Li nodded. The plot of land Chun-Li mentioned was on the outskirts of the village. The terrain was relatively flat. In his future plans, his house would have at least 2 stories. It would have to be fully equipped with everything. He even had to build a toilet. Consider it making up for the regrets of his past life. Anyway, I'm cutting down the trees and building it myself. I can do whatever I want. Naturally, the house has to be bigger. And since Lu Village has a small population, Chun-Li had just finished looking around. There wasn't much space left in the village itself. Village chief, no one is using this spot, right? Chun-Li asked. Wang Baozi waved his hands repeatedly. No. Rest assured, Immortal Lord. Before you came, this land was barren, not even a blade of grass. It's very hard. No one wanted this whole piece of land. Besides, for land that the Immortal Lord wants, even if it were our entire village, we would personally tear down the buildings on it and give it to you, Immortal Lord. Wang Baozi added in his heart. Good, then I'll make my home here. Chun-Li was full of energy. He turned to look at Wang Baozi. Village chief, from now on, please have the villagers stop calling me Immortal Lord. It sounded a bit awkward. Immortal Lord, you mean? Wang Baozi asked with his hands clasped. Chun-Li thought for a moment. If he let them call him by his name directly, it probably wouldn't work. He remembered the person from Zhang Village, how they addressed him the first time they met. How about calling me Young Master Chun, he said. Young Master Chun. MHM. Yes, I will obey the young master's decree. Wang Baozi said. Immortal Lord, something's wrong. Something's wrong with me. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the distance, accompanied by shouts of alarm. Wang Baozi immediately recognized the voice. Isn't that my unlucky son, Lu Ping? The Immortal Lord is still here, and he's still as boisterous as ever. He's such a disgrace to the Lu family. Wang Baozi turned his head, just about to scold him, when he was stunned by the sight before him. Above Lu Ping's head, a perfectly square, semi-transparent straw hat was floating. Immortal, Young Master Chun. This, Wang Baozi looked worriedly at Chun-Li, although he often said he disliked Lu Ping. If something really happened to him, he would be the most worried one. A straw hat, isn't this the standard attire for the farmer profession among villagers? It's just missing the clothes. From the moment the iron golem appeared in the village, Chun-Li had his doubts. since I've already generated a village. And even the landscape has changed, and an iron golem has appeared. How could the villagers of Lu Village show no change at all? One of the conditions for an iron golem to spawn naturally is that there must be a certain number of villagers. And the way to identify a villager, the first thing Chun-Li thought of was whether he could trade with them. When he got close to the people of Lu Village, he had tried to initiate a trade secretly, but it never succeeded. Chun-Li almost thought that the people of Lu Village hadn't been affected. Since Lu Ping is showing this anomaly, it must be because of something he did during the time I was away. I need to get to the bottom of this. After figuring it out, Chun-Li said to the frantic Lu Ping, "Don't worry, this straw hat won't have much of an effect on you. On the contrary, it might even have some unexpected benefits." Benefits? Lu Ping calmed down. Since the Immortal Lord said so, he definitely wouldn't lie to him. "This straw hat, when did you first notice it appear?" Chun-Li asked. "I noticed it when I just got back to the village. I don't feel anything on my head." If the other villagers hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have known. Lu Ping added, "Just now, we ran out of water at home. I figured I'd go to the woods to get some. And when I came back, it was like this." "The woods?" Chun-Li scratched his head. "So you're saying Lu Ping took a trip to the water source and suddenly changed his profession?" "That's right. I remember now. I placed a composter near the water source. That must be the job site block for the farmer profession." Lu Ping must have walked next to the composter and linked to one of them, turning into a farmer. Chun-Li had a sudden realization. Everything made sense now. The people of Lu Village weren't unaffected. They were converted into unemployed villagers. That's why the Iron Golem was able to spawn. Farmers can farm. If I can get everyone in Lu Village to become farmers, then the food problem will be solved. And I have a farmer right in front of me. I can test it out. "Lu Ping, take this hoe." Chun-Li took out the stone hoe he had made earlier from his inventory and handed it to Lu Ping. "Face this piece of land and silently think. Use it." "Okay." Lu Ping nodded solemnly. Even with his carefree nature, he became nervous. His palms were sweating. This is an immortal artifact. If he dropped it, he could never afford to replace it. And given the current situation, it was obvious that it was related to the semi-transparent straw hat on his head. What exactly were the benefits the Immortal Lord mentioned? Lu Ping swallowed hard. He gripped the stone hoe tightly. He closed his eyes. In his mind, he devoutly chanted, "Use." A pulling force came from the stone hoe. Lu Ping felt his strength being drained away. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he saw before him a patch of tilled land. "How do you feel?" Chun-Li asked, seeing Lu Ping looking a bit weak. "I feel like some of my strength was drained." Chun-Li glanced at the durability. It had decreased by a tiny bit. It seems that when villagers use a hoe, it not only consumes durability, but also their stamina. But that's a minor issue. On one hand, I can till the land myself and let the villagers plant. On the other hand, as long as there's a water source, the land only needs to be tilled once. The first step was a success. The rest should follow naturally. Next, hold these wheat seeds in your hand. Use the same method and see if you can plant them. Whatever you feel, just tell me. Shenli instructa. Lu Ping's eyes widened. His breathing became uncontrollably rapid. The wheat grains were quite plump, but they also looked so ordinary. But how could he not know? Isn't this the immortal wheat? The seeds given by Immortal Lord Chen couldn't possibly be ordinary. It could only be the one Gousheng talked about. The immortal wheat that ripens in just a few days. Does this mean I might be able to grow heavenly wheat? His back was almost soaked with sweat from nervousness. He was terrified of failing. Beside him, Wang Baosi was just as nervous. "It's the same. My strength went into the wheat. But it was much less than before." He successfully planted the wheat. The familiar pulling sensation came from his seeds. Lu Ping let out a sigh of relief. Even though it consumed less energy than before, he felt a bit weak. Then he stared at the green sprout on the ground. He touched the straw hat on his head. He would occasionally let out a silly laugh. "Immortal wheat. I grew immortal wheat. As long as it's planted, that's good." Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, the food problem is completely solved. Seeing that the wheat was taking up space, Chun-Li was about to casually break it. But two gasps came from beside him. "Don't." Chun-Li looked at Wang Baosi and Lu Ping in confusion. "Young Master Chun, could we please keep this wheat? Let it grow. Wang Baosi pleaded. Yes, young master. This is the first time I've been able to grow immortal wheat. Can we keep it for a few days? It was clear that this yet to sprout, ordinary-looking wheat seed held extraordinary significance for Wang Baosi and Lu Ping. Then let's keep it, Chun Li said. After all, he only thought the wheat was in the way. He was just going to pull out casually. Keeping it or not didn't really matter. But if they were going to keep it, they needed to get some water. Otherwise, the tilled land would soon revert to its original state. He dug a hole next to the wheat and poured in the water he was carrying. When you're out and about, a water bucket is a must-have. All right, now that there's water, you don't have to worry about it. No need for weeding or pest control. It will grow on its own. Chun-Li thought for a moment and added, Oh, and although this wheat grows fast, it's still quite fragile. It's best not to jump on it. We'll remember, young Master Chun. Is there anything else we should pay attention to? Wang Baosi asked. That's about it. Lu Ping, please go and gather the villagers. Okay, I'll go right now. Watching Lu Ping's departing figure with anticipation, Chun Li placed the crafting table on the ground. He started making composters. He wanted everyone in the village to wear a straw hat. At Lu Ping's call, upon learning that the immortal lord had summoned them, the villagers gathered without delay. Some were even in the middle of farming. Finding their hoes too heavy, they simply tossed them on the ground and ran over. On the way, the people of Lu village chatted and laughed, curiously discussing what the immortal lord was going to do. As for Lu Ping, after going around the entire village and calling everyone, he joined the assembled crowd of villagers. He stood in a very conspicuous spot, occasionally flicking the square straw hat on his head. Haha, look, that straw hat on Lu Ping's head. It's so weird it's square. That's hilarious. Lu Ping's appearance naturally caught the attention of the villagers. One of them couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. He pointed at Lu Ping walking ahead. Before he could finish his sentence, the chatter suddenly died down. Then, the people around him looked at him strangely. Hey, why did you all suddenly go quiet? And why are you looking at me like that? He laughed awkwardly. He asked cautiously. The people around him looked at the man with confusion. You don't know? Know what? That straw hat on Lu Ping's head is an immortal artifact bestowed upon him by immortal Lord Chun. With it, you can grow the legendary immortal wheat. Yeah, that kid got really lucky, and now he's showing it off everywhere. Look how pleased he is with himself. A faint sour smell of jealousy hung in the air. What? The smile on his face instantly froze. He looked at Lu Ping with envy. Looking at the square straw hat again, he no longer found it ugly. He even wished he could wear it all day. Subtly, the villagers began to slow their pace, letting Lu Ping, with a straw hat, walk ahead of them. The village wasn't large, and the houses weren't far apart. The villagers quickly gathered together. They spoke loudly. After all, when they occasionally met while farming, if they wanted to chat, they had to speak up to be heard. Over time, it became a habit. This was why Chun Li could hear their discussions before he even saw them. Of course, it was also related to his enhanced hearing. But as they approached Chun Li's location, the villagers all fell silent in unison. They stopped talking. Those who were running slowed to a walk. They quietly found a spot and waited. When no one else was coming, Chun Li looked at Wang Baosi. Are all the villagers here? He asked. Wang Baosi counted the people. He nodded, looking at the crowd before him. Chun Li had actually thought of a long opening speech, but in the end, he held back. He didn't want to become like the one in his memories. That long-winded principle. In a moment, I will turn all of you into farmers. Shen Li Baoja. Seeing their confused faces, he explained concisely. That is, I'll give each of you a straw hat. But it seems this straw hat can't be taken off. I can't force them. Chun Li added, I have to make one thing clear. This straw hat might stay with you forever. It cannot be removed. So, this is not mandatory. We all get to wear a straw hat. The people of Lu village were overjoyed. Having the straw hat meant they were qualified to plant the immortal wheat. How could they not be excited? As for what Chun Li said about it being impossible to remove, they didn't really care, let alone this square straw hat being permanently irremovable. Even if it were a green hat, they would wear it happily. As for the specific order, I'll leave that to your village chief to arrange. After Chun Li finished speaking, he stepped back to the side of the pit. Inside, he placed a row of composters. Since these were job site blocks, the first priority was to ensure the composters wouldn't be destroyed. Plus, with their property of not decaying in the ground, Chun-Li thought it was better to bury these job site blocks in the soil. The people of Lu Village were all eager to try. They looked expectantly at Wang Baoxi, wishing they could be the first to go up. Lu Wusan, you go first. Wang Baoxi arranged. Actually, by rights, Gousheng's family should have gone first. But Chun-Li had specifically told him that for Gousheng, he had other plans. Coming, a sturdy man walked out from the crowd. His skin was dark, and his back was slightly hunched. A clear result of years of farming. Seeing that he was the first to be called, he walked forward with an excited expression. He nimbly jumped into the pit. Not long after, a semi-transparent, square straw hat appeared above his head. How is it? Is it on my head? Since the hat was invisible and intangible, and had no weight at all, Lu Wusan quickly climbed out. He asked the people around him anxiously. Brother Wusan, you got one. I got one. I got one. Lu Wusan shouted in surprise. Thank you, Immer. No, wait. Thank you. Young Master Chun. Thank you. Young Master Chun. With this successful example, the people of Lu Village became even more restless. As time went on, a small portion of the villagers had put on straw hats. Soon, it was Yuzi's turn. However, this time it didn't go as smoothly as before. No matter how long he waited, that illusory straw hat never appeared. This shouldn't be happening. It worked for everyone before, didn't it? Why is it failing on me? Yuzi muttered under his breath. He stole a glance at Chun-Li outside the pit, and seeing him frown, Yuzi scratched his head anxiously. Maybe he just needed to wait a little longer. Yuzi comforted himself. However, no miracle occurred. Even after 10 minutes passed, his head remained completely bare. Seeing no reaction after so long, Wang Baoxi asked young Master Chun, should we have him come up and let the other villagers try first? All right, we'll have to do that for now. Yuzi climbed up dejectedly and returned to the line. The others who hadn't gone in yet felt their hearts tighten. So it was possible to fail. Isn't that obvious? This straw hat is a magical artifact of the immortals. If it were that easy for us to use, what kind of world would this be? If anything, the fact that so many have succeeded is all thanks to the immortal Lord showing us mercy and opening a back door for us. That makes sense. The next people to go in were much more careful, terrified that a single careless movement would lead to their failure. However, most of the people who went in next ended up failing. As the village chief, he naturally knew the temperaments of his villagers. After carefully observing who got the straw hats, he understood. Turning to the still confused Chun-Li, he said, young Master Chun, the ones who were acknowledged are all the best farmers in our village. So that's how it is. Chun-Li felt it was a bit of a pity. He had been hoping to save a small portion of the villagers, to change them into other professions. Among them, the one he wanted most was undoubtedly a librarian who could sell enchanted books. But from the looks of it now, that would probably have to wait a while. After all, a librarian might actually need to be someone who had read books, and the people of Lu Village, none of them looked like they had ever read a book. Still, having this many farmers was pretty much enough to supply food for the entire Lu Village. He just hoped the newly converted villagers could trade him some good stuff. Chun-Li thought curiously, walking up to the villagers wearing straw hats. He wondered if they would give him a discount, considering their good relationship. He successfully opened the trading interface, looking at the unequal numbers on it. Shenli's Mo Duisha. Profiteers. Absolute profiteers. 20 wheat for 1 emerald? Even if I were fleecing a fat sheep, I wouldn't be this ruthless. How do they even have the nerve to ask for that? Under the nervous gazes of the villagers, Chun-Li flipped through their interfaces one by one. Suddenly, his flipping hand stopped abruptly. He stared at the trading interface in pleasant surprise. Melon seeds. At first, Chun-Li hadn't held out much hope of finding anything good, even though he had never traded with these profiteer villagers before. He still roughly knew the range of items they could trade. At most, he knew the best use for farmers was trading crops for emeralds. After all, he would never be short on food. He had more than he could ever eat. But he remembered very clearly that in the vanilla game, you couldn't trade for any seeds. However, Chun-Li was more than happy with this change. You have to understand, this was ancient times. Melon seeds were incredibly hard to come by. They might not have even been introduced to the Central Plains yet. although he vaguely remembered that in the late Ming dynasty, there was an official who had a lot of seeds. He couldn't remember his name or where he was located. He had even been thinking of finding a way to track him down later. But looking at it now, there was no longer any need for that. Even though out of all these farmers, only one could trade seeds. As long as he had enough villagers, there would always be one or two who could trade for them. It was just like pulling gacha cards. As long as he kept pulling, he'd eventually get an SSR. Shenli lo wa pili. Young Master Chun, you're staring at me. Lu Ping said weakly. Chun-Li finally snapped out of it. In his eyes, he was just looking at the interface. But the people around him didn't know that, especially Lu Ping. Being stared at by Chun-Li for so long, he was getting creeped out, constantly wondering if he had done something wrong. It's nothing. I just think you have a bright future ahead of you. Chun-Li was in a great mood and patted Lu Ping on the shoulder. Don't underestimate this single melon seed. But this single seed to Chun-Li was the hardest thing to obtain. Although the price was still in the usual profiteer style, when it came to seeds, he only needed one. Given enough time, he could propagate a massive melon patch and achieve total melon freedom. Maybe there would even be other kinds of seeds, like strawberries, bananas, pears, and so on. Since the conditions didn't allow it, he would just create the conditions himself. At this moment, in Chun-Li's mind, his future plans were already clear. Increase the villager population and achieve freedom of food choice. Having sorted out his plans and taking advantage of the fact that the villagers were all present, Chun-Li began to issue the next set of arrangements. Lu Ping, all of you wearing straw hats, come with me. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the Straw Hat villagers all held their heads high and puffed out their chests, following Chun-Li with an air of immense pride. To the crafting table, Chun-Li counted the number of people, crafted an equal number of stone hoes on the table, and handed them out one by one. From now on, these hoes are your work tools. Make sure you take good care of them. Shen-Li instructa. However, he was clearly overthinking it. The Straw Hat villagers all looked at the hoes as if they were looking at their own wives. None of them dared to rest the hoes on their shoulders. They would rather go through the effort of holding them flat in front of their bodies than let them touch the ground, terrified of getting them dusty. Don't worry, young Master Chun. From now on, this hoe is my life. It's even more important than my life. If anyone dares to touch my hoe, I'll fight them to the death. Lu Ping was so excited that his ears were as red as if they were bleeding. But he kept a straight face and made a solemn vow. We feel the same way. The other Straw Hat villagers chimed in. That's good. Shenli nudda. And continued. However, if one day this hoe suddenly breaks on its own, don't panic. It's perfectly normal. Just let me know, Chun-Li said. Village Chief, Gousheng, and Lu Ping stay behind. The rest of you could disperse. With the Immortal Lord's order, the remaining villagers naturally left obediently. It was just that as most of them walked away, they all looked as if something was weighing heavily on their minds, their footsteps heavy, while others ran toward the fields with faces full of determination, seemingly wanting to go farm, in hopes that during the next class change, they will be chosen by the Straw Hat. Village Chief, take these people and find an open space near the village to plant wheat. Once you've decided on the location, let me know before tonight, and bring all the coal the village currently has. Chun-Li said. Although the farmers now had the ability to till the fields, planting wheat required water. This would also speed up the wheat's growth, so it had to be ready before nightfall. That way, he could ensure the torchlight would illuminate the entire wheat field. All right, Wang Baosi replied. Chun-Li then turned to Lu Ping. Take these wheat seeds. Tomorrow morning, plant them along the water source. Don't touch the torches in that area. Understood. Lu Ping and the others nodded repeatedly. If you understand, you can go back now. Yes, young Master Chun. Lu Ping and the others bowed slightly. As soon as they turned their backs, they exchanged glances. Their lips instantly curved up to the sky. They grinned from ear to ear. They left side by side. Chun-Li then asked, Village Chief, does the village have enough money to buy 2 cows and 2 sheep? If not, prioritize the cows. Gender doesn't matter. Since the grasslands have already been generated, animal husbandry can begin simultaneously. The condition for breeding cattle and sheep is wheat. And now it's been planted. Pigs can't be bred for now. The reason for prioritizing cows is simple. Their drops not only include beef for eating, but more importantly, leather. Remember, they just had a conflict with government officials. It's possible that in the next few days, someone will come looking for trouble. What's more, there were a lot of bandits in the late Ming dynasty. Just the famous Li Zicheng alone was said to have 200,000 men, although this is something far in the future, and there might be exaggeration involved. This is Shaanxi. There are plenty of bandits like Li Zicheng. It was practically a grand stage for government troops and bandits to play hide and seek. So, you can never have too much leather. Chun-Li can use this to make leather armor. As for sheep, they are relatively more common. They only provide wool and mutton, but wool will definitely be needed in winter. The scarcity of resources in ancient times was no joke. Countless people froze to death, and what can also be sold for money. Of course, Chun-Li also wanted to try what it felt like to sleep on a bed made of wool. Young Master Chun, do these cows have to be alive, or can they be dead? Wang Baosi asked carefully. They have to be alive. I'm going to use them to breed. Shen Li Fronat. He then asked, what's the matter? Are live cows very expensive? The price isn't the main issue. The key is that the Imperial court strictly controls the sale of cattle. I'm afraid it won't be easy to buy them. However, Zhang village does have a cow. If young Master Chen needs it, I'm sure they won't refuse. Wang Baosi paused. He added, my family also has an old ox. That makes two. The village's taxes haven't been handed over to the court. There's enough money to buy 2 sheep. As for the sheep, it shouldn't be a problem. There might even be some money left over. Wang Baosi replied, in that case, use the extra money to buy iron ingots or ironware. We could just melt them down when we get back. The village's ironware isn't urgent for now. If a number of iron ingots is not enough, we'll consider collecting them from the village. After all, there are only so many people. Use all the remaining money to buy iron. If you can't buy any, ironware will do. Buy as much as you can. Iron is also an important resource. Chun-Li plans to use it all for crafting. You know, it was only because the Ming dynasty had firearms that they weren't banned. In the past, 1 suit of armor was worth 3 crossbows. 3 suits of armor would send you to the underworld. Although it's not as good as armor, those who privately owned crossbows would be imprisoned for minor offenses and exiled for serious ones, or even beheaded. Bows and arrows, although the materials needed for crafting are few. In light cases, imprisonment. In severe cases, direct exile, or even beheading. Bows and arrows, although they require very few materials to make, have one problem. Training archers is a difficult task. First, you need the physical strength to draw the bow. Second, you need to undergo training to achieve any level of accuracy. It's completely different from the game where enemies drop at a touch. In ancient times, anyone who could serve as an archer was an elite in the army. But crossbows are entirely different. You don't need to worry about the strength to draw the bow. And as long as you have enough of them, you don't even need to worry about accuracy. With simple training, they can quickly form a combat force. And if the enemy has no armor, they won't even be able to get close. As for the money spent, it's not mine anyway, so it doesn't hurt to spend it. I can't exactly have a guy who just came out of the boondocks and doesn't have a single penny to his name pay for it, right? I've been taking care of them for so long. What's wrong with spending a little of their money? Besides, it's not like I'm spending it on myself, but I need to send more people so the goods don't get robbed. After all, they'll be buying sheep, and we're currently short on food. They might get robbed the moment they step out. Chun-Li asked, do we have many capable fighters? We do have about 3 or 4. Wang Baosi recalled, stroking his beard. At the same time, he was secretly calculating in his mind, planning to discuss it with the villagers later, to pull together a bit more money. Although he didn't know what a mortal Lord Chun was buying iron for, since it was useful to him, then they, who were under his protection, naturally had to do everything in their power to satisfy his needs. Tell them to get ready, and gather at the village entrance as soon as the rooster crows tomorrow. I'll make further arrangements then. Chun-Li thought for a moment, and after confirming he hadn't missed anything, he let Wang Baosi leave. Boss, what about me? What's my mission? Gousheng looked at Chun-Li eagerly, anticipating a major assignment. Your mission is extremely important. It's urgent and highly classified. Looking at the expectant Gousheng, Shen Li Chocolati Noirli, with a solemn face, he said, Now, at your absolute fastest speed, go back and grab a rope. Combined above. Make sure it's a long one, then come back. Hurry, or we won't make it in time. Got it. I'm on it. Gousheng also grew tense and sprinted back home as fast as his legs could carry him. Whoa, that speed. It almost rivals my speed when the lunch bell rang in high school. He's definitely cut out to be an errand boy. Chun-Li sat on the crafting table, leisurely crossing his legs, and pulled out an apple to munch on. It wasn't long before Gousheng came running back, panting heavily, with a rope slung over his shoulder. Boss, pant. I'm ready. Let's go. All right, time waits for no man. We move out now. The atmosphere along the way was very quiet. Gousheng was constantly wondering what urgent task they were about to do, while Chun-Li was just waiting. Boss, what exactly are we going to do? Are we going hunting? Is this rope for tying up the prey? Gousheng couldn't hold back anymore, and finally asked. Shenli's mo tuisha biulanli. Feigning composure, he said. Actually, it's nothing major. Just helping me move house. Then why did you say it was so important, boss? And urgent. Gousheng's face was full of disappointment. Look, it's getting late. By the time we make a round trip, it'll be dark. Of course it's urgent. Plus, I'm afraid of the dark. I don't dare walk at night. So naturally, it's very important. What kind of a mortal is afraid of the dark? Gousheng muttered to himself. Not giving up, he asked again. Then what's this rope for? It's for tying up the chickens and bringing them back to the village first. You know, there are quite a few chickens now. Leading one or two with seeds is fine. But if too many get lost, it'll be heartbreaking. Seeing Gousheng's disappointed look, Chun-Li decided the joke had gone on long enough. He continued, and I really wasn't lying to you. Isn't the village going to plant wheat? That little bit of water isn't enough. We have to go back. You have to know, that water isn't simple. We have to get a bucket from the original place. It doesn't seem like there's much for me to do. Who said that? You're my errand boy. Of course you're going to help me lead the chickens. I'm so frail. I'm afraid the chickens will drag me away. Saying that, Chun-Li rolled up his sleeves, revealing his skinny arms. He strained to make a bodybuilding pose, only managing to bulge a tiny bit of muscle. Then, exhausted, he slumped slightly. He looked at Gousheng sincerely. See, I wasn't lying to you. My real body is very weak, so you have to keep protecting me. Just then, Gousheng recalled the scene of their first meeting. He suddenly remembered Chun-Li carrying a wolf. He asked doubtfully, but boss, weren't you able to carry a wolf? How can you have no strength? This kid is sharp as a tack. He even remembers that. He's not easy to fool. Chun-Li's mind raced. He had another idea. That was just the result of a temporary divine power boost. Normally, I have no strength. It seems like Boss was almost bitten by a wolf before. So, even though Boss's divine powers are amazing, it's plausible that he's physically weak. I must protect Boss well. Gousheng instantly realized the gravity of his responsibility. He immediately pulled himself together. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings. I understand. Boss, I will protect you well. Walking alone is a bit too monotonous. Having Gousheng along gives me someone to joke around with, right? This is fun. Chun-Li walked forward at a leisurely pace, enjoying the treatment of having a personal bodyguard. He headed towards his matchbox house. To deceive others, you must first deceive your own people. As the boss, I certainly can't make a move easily. The one who does the fighting must be Gousheng. So, Gousheng's desire to protect me is so obvious. Anyone with a brain will think I'm completely powerless. They will definitely focus their attention on me. Once I equip Gousheng with a leather armor set and a sword, they won't be able to harm him easily. They will inevitably try to capture me as a hostage. Then, I'll quickly equip my gear and counterattack. The main strategy is to act weak to lure the enemy. This is all for Gousheng's sake. I'm so good. I almost believed it myself. All right, Gousheng. You have to come over tomorrow morning too. And bring your dad. We're also going to the city. Go to the city? I want to go too. But I can't go yet. There's no way. He was even thinking of visiting a brothel. Not for any other reason, of course. He just wanted to broaden his horizons. Chun-Li shook his head. Your dad has to go. As for you and me, we have other things to do. The next morning, before the rooster crowed to announce the dawn, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, Lu Ping, with dark circles under his eyes, carefully picked up the stone hoe that was resting on a sheet on his bed and went out the door. ever since he received the straw hat's approval from Chun-Li yesterday, and was even bestowed with a stone hoe. Lu Ping was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. He spent the whole night smiling foolishly at the stone hoe. Along the way, one after another, Lu Ping met other villagers who were also wearing straw hats. They all had dark circles under their eyes too. These torches are so bright. When they arrived at the designated planting area, the other villagers were dumbfounded. One of the bolder ones even reached out his hand, touching the dancing flame on top. The flame isn't hot. Really? Let me try. Seeing this, the others around him also curiously reached their hands in. The flame was like a tamed beast, obediently lowering its head, letting them touch it. Amazing. Stop playing around. We should get to work. Let's not waste any time. Lu Ping walked into the field and started demonstrating. After that, they divided the wheat seeds Chun-Li had given them and started planting. You guys are too slow. I've already planted 5 immortal wheat seeds. You just wait. I'm about to catch up to you. As they became more proficient, they even started joking with each other. It was as if farming had become a fun activity for them. In this atmosphere, the seeds in their hands were quickly all planted. So fast. He licked his lips, wanting more. One of the villagers asked, "Do you guys have any more? Share some with me. I'm out." Me too. Although they had used up most of their energy, looking at the freshly planted field before them, their hearts burned with excitement. At the latest, it would ripen in 7 days. How much wheat would they harvest? After finishing up here, Lu Ping hurried home. He had to put down his hoe quickly. He needed to gather at the place designated by the Immortal Lord soon. Lu Ping was the best fighter in the village. He was naturally indispensable for the trip to the city. I'm so envious of Lu Ping. He gets to be a part of all the good things. I want to do more for the Immortal Lord too. But we're not bad either. Since we're done planting, let's go back and put away our hoes first, so they don't get bumped. What do you all think? Good. Lu Ping, you're going too? Chun-Li asked in confusion. You just finished farming. Do you still have the energy? And the hat on your head is a bit conspicuous. The reason Chun-Li knew about this was because on his way over, he happened to see the straw-hatted villagers returning home with their hoes. Don't worry, villagers. I discovered last night that as long as I think about it disappearing, it vanishes. Look, young master. As he spoke, the straw hat on Lu Ping's head indeed disappeared. I have plenty of strength, and I'm the best fighter in our village. Usually it takes 3 people to take me down. Chun-Li turned to look at the others, seeing them all nod in agreement. He didn't say any more, but this Lu Chi doesn't look like he can fight. Young Master Chun, this team is still missing a smooth talker. Lu Chi quickly cupped his hands and said, "Right, we don't have anyone who's good with words." The village chief is really thoughtful. He took out the stone swords from his inventory. Chun-Li distributed them. He had them try them out. How is it? Can you swing it? I think it's okay. Lu Ping took the stone sword. He weighed it in his hand a few times. Then he passed the stone sword to the next person. No, it's too heavy. The other few could only hold on for a minute or so before their faces turned red. So Chun-Li made a few wooden swords for the rest of them. He also took out the leather boots he had hung up from his inventory. Although they were just wooden swords, their sharpness is not something an ordinary iron sword can compare to. Put these on for self-defense. Once you buy the goods, don't linger around. Hurry back. Chun-Li instructa. But if possible, before you buy the goods, see if you can bring a scholar back. The villagers were great at manual labor, but they were so busy just trying to survive that they had no time to pay attention to matters outside the village. When asked who the current emperor was, they were completely clueless. If it weren't for the fact that a new emperor's ascension was announced to the world, the villagers would barely even know that the current era name was Qianqi. But exactly which year it was, they had no idea. He needed to ask about this clearly. Only then would Chun-Li know how much buffer time he had before the massive peasant uprisings broke out. And while he was at it, he could try to convert a librarian. Got it. Uncle Sheng, you and Taizhan will be in charge of backup. Wherever Taizhan stops, you wait for them there. Shenli Nudda, and then said to Wang Daniu. On the way here, he had asked Taizhan, thinking of having him escort them all the way. After all, whether an ordinary person could survive a single hit from an iron golem was highly questionable, but it couldn't leave the world boundary. Otherwise, it would disappear. Chun-Li had figured this out. by asking yes or no questions and having it nod or shake its head. Therefore, he could only have it wait at the edge of the boundary for backup. As for Wang Daniel, he was one of the only 2 archers in the village, so he had to be sent out to cover Lu Ping and the others. Watching Lu Ping and his group leave, Chun-Li put on a mysterious face and asked, Gousheng, have you eaten breakfast? Breakfast? You mean the morning meal? We used to eat it, but with the harvest shrinking year by year, the village only eats 1 meal a day now. Everyone in the village is terrified of starving. They'd rather hang the fish up to dry than eat an extra meal. Gousheng shook his head. That won't do. You still have to eat. Tajda. Chun-Li pulled out a long loaf of bread and handed it to Gousheng. Here, try this. It tastes amazing. What's this? Gousheng took the bread. It was incredibly soft. His fingers sank into it, as soft as touching a cloud. It's bread. Didn't I tell you before? Once the wheat grew tall, I'd treat you to some bread. Chun-Li pulled out another loaf of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing. Tastes pretty much like Dali Yuan bread, but the wheat aroma is much stronger. It made for a pretty good snack. He had been saving this bread, without tasting it, planning to share it with Gousheng now. As for Gousheng, he carefully brought the bread to his mouth. The faint scent of wheat mixed with the aroma of baked bread enveloped him. It was the first time he had ever smelled such fragrant food. Taking a gentle bite, the bread melted in his mouth. The grains of wheat seemed to dance and leap on his tongue as a sweet fragrance spread throughout his mouth. How is it? Good, right? Chun-Li swallowed his mouthful of bread and looked at Gousheng, who was standing there in a daze, asking curiously. Gousheng didn't answer. He just quietly shoved the bread into his mouth as fast as he could. Tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, flowing over his pockmarked cheeks and dripping onto the lush green, newly sprouted grass. This place was originally supposed to be a cracked, barren wasteland. Why are you crying over food? Shenli siga inwaterli. He took out a water bucket, scooped up a bowl of water with a wooden bowl, walked over to Gousheng, and gently patted his back. This man-eating world. He waited until Gousheng had finished the bread. Chun-Li handed him the water. Here, have some water. Don't choke. Boss, I'm sorry. I really couldn't help it. Gousheng wiped his face. He forced a smile, but that smile was uglier than crying. It's nothing. Who hasn't cried before? Here, take this. Have you eaten? I've had some before. It's delicious. As my follower, I eat the good stuff. You can have the leftovers that don't taste as good. Chun-Li took the half-eaten loaf of bread in his hand and forced it into Gousheng's hands. If you don't eat it, you're not giving me face. It wasn't that he was stingy. It was just that only 6 or 7 wheat stalks had grown, just enough to make 2 loaves of bread. Boss, can I take it back with me? I want my sister and the others try it. Gousheng asked. Of course you can. After Gousheng wrapped the bread and put it in the basket, Chun-Li also put away the water bucket. All right, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's go on an adventure. Let's see what new things we can find around here. It's adventure time. General Taishan, have we reached the end? The trembling of the ground suddenly stopped. Wang Daniyu and the others knew that Taishan had stopped. Wang Daniyu turned his head. He asked respectfully. Taishan nodded. Actually, even without Taishan telling them, Wang Daniyu and the others could see it. After all, in front of them, there was a distinct yellow-green line. It separated the 2 worlds. One side was full of life. The other was filled with the remnants of death. Lu Ping, I'll see you this far. You must be careful on the road ahead, Wang Daniyu said, looking at Lu Ping and the others with concern. We know. We'll be extremely careful. Lu Ping nodded solemnly. After bidding farewell to Wang Daniyu, Lu Ping and the others drew their swords. They proceeded cautiously. As they got further and further from the village, the surrounding environment became increasingly harsh. The seedlings were withered. The wild grass was dead. The fields were cracked and barren. From time to time, they could see 1 or 2 giant skeletons. For half a mile, there was no sign of life. Even the occasional tree they saw had long been stripped of its bark. What was once a river was now so dry that you had to dig hard into the ground to find some damp soil. Human scratch marks still remained in the center of the former riverbed. Those were the marks left by the starving people, who dug up the corpse-filled soil to fill their stomachs. Although this was just prolonging the suffering, they didn't see many people along the way. Lu Ping and the others actually felt relieved. Because in these times, the most dangerous thing was other people. The few people they did encounter were wandering in the fields. Their body fat was depleted. Their muscles had all atrophied. They were skin and bones, like living corpses. They carried a broken iron pot. They held meat in their hands. Their eyes glowed green. They stared intently at Lu Ping and the others. Their eyes were filled with desire. That pot was both a cooking utensil and a shield. It was also a weapon. But Lu Ping and the others all had swords. And there were many of them. Only then did they reluctantly gnaw on the meat in their hands and leave in a daze. The closer they got to the Great Wall, the more people there were. But they were all stopped outside the city walls, in a dried-up canal. There was no camp. They would not be allowed into the city. The only reason they gathered here was for the porridge stall set up by the city's officials and gentry. It was set up to help the people. But whether that porridge was for the people or not was another question. The daily portion was only for 100 or so people. Some, even after queuing for a whole day. In the end, all they got was a casual remark from a minor official. The porridge is finished for today. Come back tomorrow. Perhaps people from this city, when they go to other places, would praise it because of this porridge. Once you get to the city, you'll be fine. There's a great philanthropist in the city who's giving out porridge outside the city. But that so-called porridge was just watery soup. If you were lucky, you might find 1 or 2 grains of rice. You could hold it in your mouth and suck on it. The taste was only slightly better than rice water. What is now called porridge was called a meal in ancient times. It just so happened that Lu Ping and the others arrived at the right time. The porridge had just been distributed. With that one sentence from a minor official, the sound of crying outside the city shook the heavens. Some residents were so hungry they couldn't stand it. They went forward to pester the officials. They were beaten until they were on the verge of death. They lay on the ground, barely breathing. Of course, no one cared if he lived or died, because this scene had played out countless times. The officials' tears were also extremely limited and had long since dried up. Those who got food and those who didn't all numbly returned to their spots. They skillfully lay down. Those who had eaten the porridge, if they moved even a little, the energy from that little bit of food would be gone. Those who didn't get to eat, if they moved even a little more, they might not be able to move tomorrow. You two, stay here with the weapons and guard. We'll be right back. Lu Chi said. The two who stayed behind nodded. They found a spot nearby and waited quietly. Halt. Do you have a pass? Of course, sir. Please take a look. Lu Chi said with a smile. He presented the pass, along with some small silver pieces. The few soldiers at the gate could tell at a glance that the pass was fake, but what they most wanted to see were fake passes. It meant they would have some extra income today. He held it in his hand, weighing it. They exchanged glances. The few of them understood each other. Go on in. Yes, thank you, sirs. Compared to outside the city, the people living inside were a little better off. At least it wasn't so foul-smelling. There were many people on the streets. Vendors and peddlers carried their wares and called out. But they were all in a hurry. Their faces were sallow and emaciated. They looked limp and weak. But compared to those outside, they looked a bit more human. The people in the city, I used to be quite envious. But now it seems they're not living as well as the people in our village. Zhuzi muttered. Lu Chi said seriously, that's why the task the immortal lord gave us must be done perfectly. There can be no mistakes. We know. Lu Chi, you're smarter than us. You take the lead. What should we do next? Zhuzi asked. Lu Chi said, Zhuzi, take this money and go buy the sheep. Leave some of the remaining money for later. Buy ironware with the rest and wait for us here. After all, it was too difficult to take iron ingots out. They couldn't explain the purpose of this thing. By asking around, Lu Chi quickly found a house. Who's there? The door opened. A middle-aged man walked out, covered in dirt, emaciated, but wearing a long-sleeved robe. It was two strangers, and their clothes and appearance were like those of country folk. Lu Ping. The two of them. He frowned slightly. What can I do for you two? Sir, I've heard that you are a great teacher. I would like to invite you to our place to teach the children. Naturally, besides the daily teaching fee, we will also provide food. Lu Chi said with a slight bow. He couldn't exactly say that his immortal lord wanted to hire a scholar, could he? For now, he had to find a way to trick the guy into coming along. Oh, could you two please tell me, which estate will I be teaching at? The man nodded in satisfaction and asked, Sir, you might need to leave the city. before Lu Qi could finish his sentence. Slam! The door was instantly shut in their faces. The two of them were left staring at a closed door. We can feed your whole family. Lu Qi hurriedly shouted. Why me? Just because I'm in a tough spot right now. You think I'm easy to fool? Huh? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Leave the city. Wouldn't that just make me fish meat on a chopping block? Left to be slaughtered by rats like you? I suggest you find someone else. I can't handle such a blessing. Besides, what family do I have? They all died a long time ago. The voice sounded incredibly desolate. Brother, what do we do now? The immortal Lord decreed that we bring a scholar back. Then we'll bring one back, even if it kills us. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Anyway, once he wakes up and stays in our Lu village for a few days, he probably won't even want to leave if we let him. Lu Ping, when he opens the door again, take the chance to knock him out. We'll drag him back. Understood. But before Lu Ping could even knock, the man swiftly scaled the wall and ran off right under their noses. Crap! After him! Although Lu Ping was fast, he was no match for the man's familiarity with the terrain. The man stuck to the narrow alleys, and after a few turns, he was completely gone. Left with no choice, they had to go look for other scholars. But without exception, whenever they heard they had to leave the city, their faces changed, and they shut Lu Qi and Lu Ping out. How could they not know what it was like outside the city? Staying in the city, they could at least barely cling to their lives. Just like that, they asked around, but no one was willing. Moreover, most of them had families, unlike the first man who had no one to rely on. Lu Qi couldn't exactly have Lu Ping use force on them either. Just as they were planning to look for another scholar, a furious shout suddenly rang out from afar. You two dare to cause trouble in the city. You must have a death wish. They looked in the direction of the voice, and their faces instantly paled. Oh no, it's the guards. Even though Lu Ping was a good fighter, he needed a weapon in his hands. Besides, assaulting guards inside the city was basically asking for death. But why were the guards here? Weren't they known to ignore everything? Unless it was a direct order from the county magistrate? As it turned out, earlier, when Lu Qi and the others were running around like headless flies, scurrying through the city, and asking questions everywhere, their bizarre behavior had been noticed by someone and treated as suspicious. It just so happened that this patrol of guards was passing by, heard about it, and came over to see what was going on. They caught Lu Qi and Lu Ping sneaking around a doorway, red-handed. Hey, think you can run? The guards drew their swords and blocked their path. One of them, Zhao Wu, cursed. Instead of strolling through the market like normal people, you just had to give your grandpas some extra work. Once we throw you in the dungeon, we'll peel a layer of skin off you, just to help you cool off. Zhao Wu, what they did isn't that serious. Just take them back and lock them up for a few days. No need to get rough. One of the other guards said. I think he's right. Another guard nodded in strong agreement. What the hell is wrong with you two? Zhao Wu couldn't hold it in anymore and asked with a bizarre expression. Ever since you two came back from collecting taxes yesterday, you've been like different people. You said you wanted to do good deeds. I thought you were just kidding. But just now you were the ones making a fuss about meddling in this. And now you're saying to just let them go in a few days. What on earth happened yesterday? If you still consider me a brother, then don't ask. The two guards shook their heads in unison, refusing to reveal a single word. The most important thing right now is to take these two back first. You're the guards who came to our village yesterday. Lu Qi suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the two guards' faces turned ashen. They exchanged a look, then stared at Lu Qi in disbelief. Sirs, are you from Lu family village? There were so many people in Lu family village. Of course, they couldn't remember everyone's face. When Lu Qi nodded, their hearts went cold. Oh, for heaven's sake, how did we manage to offend the immortal lord again? This was clearly ordered by that immortal lord. Otherwise, why would an ordinary person think of taking a scholar out of the city? Thinking of the miracle they had witnessed that day, and remembering they wouldn't be reborn as humans in their next life, their legs trembled. They stammered. Please go ahead. We were just passing by. Thank you. Lu Qi cupped his hands, pulled Lu Ping along, and passed through the circle of guards, quickly leaving. Damn it all. They must have some dirt on my brothers. Wait here. I'll be right back. After I kill those two, I'll go to the magistrate and accept my punishment. I won't implicate any of you. Zhao Wu was furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Zhao Wu don't. Although they were touched, the two guards acted quickly, blocking Zhao Wu from the left and right. Are you kidding? If they let Zhao Wu do that, they'd be doomed to be reborn as animals in their next life. After much persuasion, they finally managed to calm Zhao Wu down. Zhao Wu, we need to ask you for a favor. The two guards conferred for a moment, then turned to Zhao Wu. In a bit, pass a message to the brothers of the city gate. If a strong man and a thin man, dressed as farmers, want to leave the city, and it's not a big deal, just bend the rules a little. Let them leave. Zhao Wu looked worriedly at his brothers. Seeing the pleading in their eyes, he sighed and nodded. Fine. He didn't ask any more questions. He headed for the city gate. At that moment, Zhuzi was leading 2 sheep. The sheep were laden with many iron farm tools. Where's the scholar? Zhuzi asked, confused. No one was willing to come with us. And we almost got thrown in jail by the guards just now. Lu Qi shook his head, his face full of relief. Luckily, we ran into the guards who came to our village yesterday. We barely escaped. Are you hurt? Zhuzi asked quickly. Lu Qi continued. No, we're not hurt. But we'll have to find another way to get a scholar. Zhuzi thought for a moment and suggested, maybe we can try looking in the refugee camp outside the city. There might be someone there. For now, that's our only option. After agreeing on a plan, they made their way to the city gate. Lu Qi had already prepared some silver for a bribe. After all, even though they were just farm tools, the government was still very strict about iron goods. But to his surprise, the gate guard just gave him and Lu Ping a once-over and let them pass. The people who had been lying by the city wall were long gone. Perhaps some kind soul had dragged them away. They handed the goods over to the villagers waiting outside the city for safekeeping. At the same time, he left Lu Ping and Zhuzi behind to protect the sheep and iron tools. Lu Qi walked alone toward the area where the refugees gathered. He had to hurry. There were guards stationed at the city gates. These people wouldn't be too brazen, but if a conflict really broke out, he was absolutely certain the guards would just stand by and watch coldly. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of meat. Looking in that direction, he saw a broken pot set up in the clearing. Inside, it was a bloody red mess, bubbling with crimson froth. Next to the pot, there was a round object. A circle of people surrounded it. Some of them had fresh wounds on their bodies, clearly the result of a recent fight over something. Their eyes were lifeless as they quietly ate the meat. When they saw Lu Qi getting a bit too close to them, their entire demeanor turned vicious. They pulled out rusted blades and glared fiercely at Lu Qi. Lu Qi instinctively took a half step back. He slowly backed away until their gazes shifted away. Only then did the oppressive feeling in Lu Qi's chest vanish. Walking briskly to the center of the refugee gathering place, Lu Qi shouted, "Are there any scholars here? Our village needs a scholar." Food provided. However, most of the refugees had no intention of paying attention to Lu Qi. They just looked at him with cold indifference. A small number of them, who were truly out of options, had a glimmer of hope flash in their eyes. Enduring their hunger, they crawled toward Lu Qi. I'm a scholar. Take me with you. I can do accounting, and I only need 1 bowl of porridge a day." But Lu Qi could tell at a glance that these were just ordinary refugees. After all, an intangible thing like a scholar's aura was something they couldn't fake. A flash of pity crossed his eyes, but the village couldn't support that many people right now. Steeling his heart, Lu Qi shooed them away. Seeing that they couldn't fool him, they wailed in despair, begging for a little food. "Sir, kind sir, please have mercy. Spare us a little something to eat. Anything will do." Feeling the dried, salted fish in his pocket, Lu Qi thought for a moment, sighed, and handed out the food. His immortal lord was a benevolent god, just temporarily bound by the restrictions of the mortal realm. If he could help, he should. Who knows, the immortal lord might be watching him right now. Otherwise, why was he saved by those guards? Right when he was about to be thrown into the dungeon. This had to be the immortal lord's arrangement. It was just a pity that he still hadn't managed to bring a scholar back for the immortal lord. However, Lu Qi's act of kindness was taken in entirely by a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. Just as Lu Qi was feeling disheartened and about to leave, a weak voice called out, "Wait." He turned his head and saw a refugee leaning on a wooden stick, trembling as he walked toward Lu Qi. "I'll go with you." Although the man looked incredibly wretched, The distinct aura of a scholar still lingered around him. Lu Qi was overjoyed. He nodded hastily. All right, come with me. That flower looks nice. Gousheng, look. This pink one seems pretty rare. It's growing well. Let's take this one back too. Gousheng, Gousheng. In the dense forest, Gousheng ran back and forth tirelessly. Here you go, boss. Taking the tall cluster of lilacs. Chun-Li took a sniff. The fragrance was rich but not overpowering. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction and stored it in his inventory. He planned to gather some of these flowers to take back and make a garden in front of his door. He'd plant the tall ones on both sides of the path and put the short ones in the garden. Otherwise, the empty space in front of his door always felt like it was missing something. He couldn't exactly plant wheat seeds as decorations, could he? Besides, these flowers have other uses. Boss, what else do you want? Gousheng asked expectantly. This automated collection is great, but he just can't seem to sit still. See if he can find any beehives or mushrooms. Let me know if you see any. Chun-Li instructa. You got it, Gousheng replied with a smile, and began to search carefully. Although I don't have a tool with silk touch yet, maybe I can just pry the beehive off by force. If I can take it back, I'll have honey to eat. And I can also make white sugar. Compared to sugarcane, which is hard to find, honey is a perfect substitute. As for mushrooms, I can use bone meal to grow them into giant mushrooms. Then I can build a mushroom house, or use brown mushrooms to make mushroom stew. And if I add the flowers I collected earlier, I can craft suspicious stews with various effects. Of course, some are good, some are bad, but the effects aren't random. I just need to eat it once, remember which flowers, produce which effects, and that's it. As for letting the villagers be taste testers, I'd rather not give someone a wither debuff and send them to their grave. Although the effect is brief, only a few seconds, it's still very potent. But there are good ones like fire resistance, health, regeneration, night vision, and so on. If I remember correctly, most people in ancient times suffered from night blindness, and I have no idea what this suspicious stew tastes like. If it has a unique flavor, then I don't care about debuffs like wither. I'll still chow down. As Chun-Li was thinking, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He excitedly shouted, Gousheng, stop! Look what I found! Gousheng stopped and looked in the direction Chun-Li was pointing. On a tree taller than all the others, there was a bird's nest. He could vaguely see a few eggs inside, although he didn't understand why Chun-Li was so excited about bird eggs. If Chun-Li was happy, he was happy. Gousheng said, looks like there are eggs in there. Boss, wait a moment. I'll go get the eggs down for you. Don't. Chun-Li stopped Gousheng. He first did some warm-up stretches, then rolled up his sleeves. Let me do it, he said, eager to try. I've never raided a bird's nest before. Although he could have just stacked blocks to get up there, Chun-Li chose the most primitive method, climbing straight up. He hugged the tree like an octopus. His movements clumsy, but he slowly made his way up. When he reached the fork with the nest, Chun-Li took out the eggs, but he didn't hurry down. Instead, he sat leisurely on the branch, enjoying the surrounding scenery. In his original world, Chun-Li's eyesight was terrible. The world was always shrouded in a fog for him. But now that the fog had lifted, the world once again revealed its beauty before Chun-Li's eyes. It's so beautiful. Chun-Li Siga. He looked down and called to Gousheng. Gousheng, come on up. Okay. Gousheng nimbly climbed up. Having grown up making a living in the forests and fields, climbing trees was a small matter for him. Then he took out an apple from his inventory and tossed it to Gousheng. Chun-Li took one for himself as well. The two of them leaned against the tree branches, one on each side. Chun-Li ate his apple casually, one leg dangling naturally, swinging back and forth. He hummed the melody of a song, tapping out the rhythm on his propped-up thigh. It was Jay Chow's Dao Xiang again. Here, no one would ever push him to keep going. He could stay as long as he wanted. As for Gousheng, he held his apple and stared, mesmerized, at Chun-Li's profile. Clean water, plenty of food, no need to struggle for survival. No need to worry about his mother's illness. Just sitting leisurely in a tree, munching on a sweet fruit the boss called an apple. And the prize for all of this, so far, was just keeping him company while he enjoyed the view. Everything seemed to slow down. Gousheng had never felt time pass so slowly. No wonder so many people yearned to become immortals. Gousheng, why are you staring at me? What, is there a flower on my face? A familiar voice broke Gousheng's train of thought. He came back to his senses to see that Chun-Li had turned his head at some point and was looking at him with a smile. It's nothing. I was just thinking, boss, you're so handsome. There must be a lot of fairies chasing after you in the heavens. When a guy calls another guy handsome, it means he's really handsome. You've got good taste. Chun-Li was in a great mood. He gave a thumbs up. Then he stroked his chin, pretending to recall. Well, there were a few, but none of them were the right one. After all, you have to spend a lifetime together. As Chun-Li spoke, he happened to notice something yellow, flashing under the leaves in the distance behind Gousheng. He looked closer and confirmed it. The yellow object was the beehive he was looking for. The apple in his hand was almost finished anyway. Chun-Li finished it in 2 bites. He said to Gousheng, all right, that's enough rest. Let's go. Gousheng slid down the tree with ease, leaving Chun-Li staring blankly from a branch. Getting down this tree seems harder than getting up. Good thing I always carry water with me. Just like in most games, no matter how high you fall from, if you land in water, you won't take any fall damage. And the water bucket ensured that Chun-Li could place water at his feet at any time. So, Chun-Li took out his water bucket, took a few deep breaths, and jumped. A clean and swift water bucket landing. Player Chun-Li has landed successfully. Still a little scared. Looks like I'll have to fight fire with fire. I need to find a cliff to jump off. A few more practice runs should do the trick. Chun-Li thought to himself, Gousheng, you hold these bird eggs. In this life, I never want to eat a plain boiled egg again. He handed the eggs to Gousheng, waited for him to wrap them in a cloth, and placed them in the basket on his back. Chun-Li said, this way. I think I saw a beehive. Walking in that direction, Chun-Li soon saw the beehive. The beehive was shaped like a block, about the size of a wooden plank. It was clearly naturally generated, hanging from an oak tree, and dripping honey particles. Nearby, there were 1 or 2 bees, each half a meter long, collecting nectar. Those are huge bees, but why are they so cute? Gousheng said, yeah, I could totally keep a few as pets. Gousheng, you stay here and don't move. If the bees come after you, don't worry about me, just run for it. After giving his instructions, Chun-Li approached the beehive. First, he placed a campfire underneath it. After waiting a moment, he tried to pry the beehive off. Since he wasn't technically destroying the hive, the bees shouldn't attack him. However, Chun-Li tried for a long time without success. The beehive was as if it were fixed in midair. Chun-Li couldn't even budge it. Looks like it's not going to work. I'll have to bring a pair of shears next time. When a beehive is full, you can use a glass bottle to get honey. And using shears, you can collect honeycomb. Honeycomb is good stuff. You can use it to craft a beehive. You see, if bees don't have a home, they'll just wander around, looking for a nest or a beehive to live in. With a beehive, I could bring the bees back with me and wait for them to produce honey. Plus, bees that have collected pollen can pollinate crops, making them instantly advance to the next growth stage. Just like bone meal. Shenli Shuzhao Blesli. He walked back to Gousheng's side. Gousheng, did you remember this path? He needed a GPS just to get around. It was better to let Gousheng handle this. Gousheng nodded. He pointed to a spot not far away. Boss, I think there are mushrooms over there. Chun-Li looked over. Sure enough, he saw a red mushroom there. I'll go. Gousheng volunteered. He eagerly ran over and brought the mushroom back. Shenli instructa. Let's look around and see if there are any brown mushrooms. But unfortunately, after searching for a while, they only found red ones. Looks like I can't make mushroom stew. But red mushrooms are perfect for making a mushroom house. Not bad. We've had a great haul today. And it was a lot of fun. Not bad at all. Chun-Li put away the red mushroom. He said to Gousheng, all right, we've found pretty much everything. Let's head back for today. I wonder how Lu Chi and the others are doing. But with Taizan there, dealing with a few scattered bandits trying to rob them shouldn't be a problem. At this stage, even I might not be able to beat Taizan. Besides, now that Taizan has intelligence, he probably won't be liking the game, stupidly letting people chip away at his ankles. And I doubt anyone could even damage Tieshan's solid iron feet. They'd be lucky to scrape off a bit of iron dust. Chun-Li thought to himself, you're saying you'll only come with us if we take this man too? Lu Chi frowned, looking at the man standing next to the ragged young scholar, a big man with a full beard. This is my sworn brother. He has protected me all this way. Please forgive me, but I cannot bear to abandon him and leave alone. Besides, he is skilled with a long spear. He will be no less useful than I am. Miao Jiming's eyes were firm, as he spoke with cupped hands. Hearing this, Lu Qi carefully sized up the big man. Although the man's cheeks were sunken, and his muscles had atrophied, his eyes were sharp, and his shoulders were broad. His frame unusually large. His fists were covered in a thick layer of calluses. Can you farm? Lu Qi asked suddenly. Farm? Hearing Lu Qi's question, the two men looked stunned. Miao Jiming looked questioningly at Wei Shi. Seeing him shake his head, Miao Jiming said with an awkward smile, well, he may not know how now, but he can learn. With a physique like that, if he's willing to farm, he'll probably be accepted in no time. Plus, there's the scholar the immortal lord wants. It's not an unacceptable deal. Lu Qi weighed the pros and cons. He nodded and said, all right, that works. Let's go. With that, Lu Qi turned and walked back the way he came. As for Miao Jiming, he followed, supported by Wei Shi. However, the two of them deliberately kept a small distance from Lu Qi. Young master, are you really sure about this? If we go with them, there's no turning back. Wei Shi asked, what other choice do we have? It's death either way. Rather than wait to die here, I'd rather take a gamble. Miao Jiming said with a bitter smile. Wei Shi, I'm the one who has dragged you down. Otherwise, with your skills, you would never have ended up in such a state. You jest, young master. Back at the estate. If it weren't for your kindness, Wei Shi, wouldn't be here today. Wei Shi shook his head and said earnestly, so what if it's a rebellion? With your knowledge, young master, you're sure to secure a place for yourself in their stronghold. Hush, let's hurry and catch up. Miao Jiming watched Lu Qi's back, somewhat lost in thought. From the very beginning, he had noticed these people with their strange behavior. They looked like country folk, yet their complexions were better than those living in the city. But their clothes and appearance didn't resemble the servants from the noble houses who ran errands. It wasn't until Lu Qi and the others left the city with sheep and iron tools that Miao Jiming began to form a theory. What ordinary village would need so many iron tools? Nor would they spend so much money to send people specifically to buy them. And on top of that, they bought 2 sheep. Only a mountain stronghold could raise that much money. It was highly likely they were planning a rebellion. And when their leader came to the refugee camp, looking for a scholar, he became even more certain of his theory. He was tempted at first, but Miao Jiming hesitated for a long time. It wasn't until he saw Lu Qi give his own food to the refugees that he finally made up his mind. Whether it was intentional or not, the fact that they could still produce meat, and salted fish at that, meant their food supply was relatively abundant, and they probably wouldn't kill the innocent, right? To think that I would one day have to stoop so low, just for food. Miao Jiming sighed, feeling as if he were trapped in a quagmire, about to be swallowed up at any moment. After bringing Miao Jiming and the other man back, Lu Qi realized something was wrong. The surrounding refugees were almost all slowly inching toward Lu Ping's group, faintly encircling them. Lu Ping and the others also had grave expressions, waiting anxiously. Their hands were clenched tightly around the hilts of their swords. Only when they saw Lu Qi did they relax slightly. Let's go. The situation is urgent. Lu Qi said no more. If they delayed any longer, and all these people swarmed them, it would be too late to escape. Most of the refugees stood frozen in place, watching Lu Ping and the others leave, then shuffle back to their original spots. But a very small number of them had vicious looks on their faces and followed closely behind. As they got farther and farther from the city, their pursuers absorbed other wandering refugees, and the group grew even larger. If it weren't for the fact that no one wanted to be the first to attack and let others reap the benefits, they would have rushed them long ago. Here, take this and fill your stomachs for now. Lu Qi got almost all of the salted fish slices and handed them to Miao Jiming and Wei Shi. Thank you. Miao Jiming took the salted fish, swallowing hard. He fought the urge to stuff it into his mouth. He tried to tear the slice in half, but after starving for so long, he had almost no strength left. Even the hand holding the fish was trembling violently just from lifting it. Young master, a small task like this. Let me do it. Wei Shi saw Miao Jiming struggle, gently took the salted fish, and tore it in two. You eat the rest. Miao Jiming reached out and took the smaller piece from Wei Shi's hand. Don't be so quick to refuse. You've seen those refugees behind us, haven't you? You and I both know. They'll do anything for food. So you need to eat more. Recover as much strength as you can. If they attack, we at least have to hold out until their backup arrives. Wei Shi nodded after hearing this. After all, since these people were planning a rebellion, and this batch of iron tools was so important, they would definitely send people to meet them, and it wouldn't be a small number. But looking at the ever-growing crowd behind them, Miao Jiming still felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. He forced himself to quicken his pace. He asked Lu Qi, "Sir, may I ask how many people you have coming to meet us?" "One person, but we also have the divine General Taizhan. We're almost there." "Don't worry," Lu Qi replied. "What? Only 2 people? And one of them is a divine general? Aren't you planning a rebellion? How can you have so few people?" Miao Jiming's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Qi quickly denied it. "Who said we're rebelling? You can't just say things like that. Rebellion is a crime punishable by beheading." Miao Jiming pressed on, unconvinced. "Then why were you looking for a scholar?" "The Immortal Lord asked me to find scholar. As for why, we don't know either," Lu Qi answered. Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord. Miao Jiming felt as if the sky had fallen. The supposed leader of a rebellion against the court was actually a charlatan using the guise of an immortal to deceive people. He was well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics. Naturally, he didn't believe in the existence of immortals or Buddhas, but he could understand. Using the name of an immortal to win people's hearts was a common tactic. But that so-called divine General Taizhan, he must be just an ordinary person deceived by so-called immortal arts, believing himself to be invincible. And since it wasn't for a rebellion, yet they paraded around under the banner of an immortal lord, their intentions were obvious. Using deception to enjoy power and privilege. It wasn't without precedent in history. To think I could have misjudged so badly. Sigh, I might as well just lay down outside the city and died. We're almost there. Just as Miao Jiming was starting to question his life choices, Lu Ping's voice reached his ears. "So what if we're there? Can just 2 people handle all those refugees behind us?" "Wait, what is this?" Miao Jiming stared, stunned by the scene before him. In the distance was a lush, dense forest, overgrown with wild grass. A stark contrast to the withered surroundings. It was so bizarre. It was as if it had been inlaid into the world by someone. This godforsaken place clearly hadn't seen rain in months. Even the rivers had dried up. Where did the water to sustain all these plants come from? Besides, if such a good place existed, the refugees outside the city would have flocked here long ago. They would have eaten all the tree bark. Miao Jiming's face was a mask of astonishment. Just then, a commotion erupted from the group of refugees behind them. Lu Ping and the others raised their swords, on high alert. The crowd parted to both sides, and a man with a scarred face walked out. His body was thin and bent, his fingers long and gaunt, sharp as an eagle's talons. A sinister smile hung on his lips. He walked toward Lu Qi and the others with his hands raised. "I'll come make a deal with you." His voice was hoarse, like nails scraping on a chalkboard, making one feel incredibly uncomfortable. "You have 2 sheep, don't you? You only need to give us 1. This is the result of our discussion. Just 1 sheep, and we'll leave immediately. How about it?" "No, we absolutely cannot give it to him." Miao Jiming's heart tightened. This might just be a bluff. If they really handed over a sheep, the refugees who had been hesitant to attack were only holding back because they had something to lose. Or maybe they really did just want one. But if they gave up that 1 sheep, they would absolutely not be satisfied. They would only demand more. Like a pack of wolves that has smelled blood. They will bite down hard. At that point, they might not even make it out alive. But they couldn't just refuse outright either. If they did, the refugees would charge immediately. The result would be the same. The best method was to stall. But unfortunately, he had just joined them. He had no authority to make decisions. And he couldn't just say it out loud. Miao Jiming looked at Lu Qi with a worried expression, praying silently. "Please don't agree. Even an outright refusal would be better." Seeing Lu Qi deep in thought, the man squeezed out a few tears and knelt down, looking utterly heartbroken. He crawled toward Lu Qi, even bowing his head to the ground with each move. "If that's not possible, even just giving us some food would be enough. Sir, I beg you. We were once just ordinary people, but this damned famine struck. The heavens won't give us rain. We don't want to be like this either." His voice was filled with anguish, enough to stir anyone's sympathy. Hearing this, Lu Qi and the others felt a pang in their hearts. Weren't they in the same situation not long ago? Only Miao Jiming, who had been watching from the side, felt that something was not quite right. He's getting too close. This guy is definitely up to no good. Sir, be careful. Miao Jiming quickly shouted a warning. The scar-faced man, still crying his story, had slowly gotten closer. Hearing Miao Jiming's warning, he realized this was his only chance. His expression hardened. The scar-faced man suddenly lunged forward, pulling a sharp, broken blade from his waist, and stabbing straight at Lu Qi's left arm. I got him. But before a look of triumph could appear on the man's face, he was struck by a heavy punch to the abdomen. The broken blade fell from his hand, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. Motionless, Wei Shi retracted his fist. The moment he saw the viciousness in the scar-faced man's eyes, he knew the man was treacherous, so he had been secretly on guard. However, the danger was not over. The group of refugees suddenly erupted. They actually dared to kill someone. Fine, since you won't give us anything, we'll just take it. They forced us to do this. Brothers, let's get them. Avenge the brother who spoke up for us. Kill them. Everything will be ours. That's right. They forced us. Slaughter them. We'll take the sheep and split them evenly. Everyone gets to eat meat. Charge. Spurred on by a few agitators, the refugees' eyes turned bloodshot. They stared at the two sheep. Kill. Kill. Wielding various sharp fragments they had picked up along the way, they staggered forward. Having lost most of their strength, their arms swung wildly. They looked like a horde of zombies from a sci-fi movie. This had nothing to do with justice. They didn't even know the man on the ground. They just wanted an excuse to feel justified. You, the scholar, take these things and go first. Lu Qi stared grimly at the approaching refugees and said to Miao Jiming, they could die, but the scholar the Immortal Lord wanted had to be brought back. As long as the Immortal Lord was there, their children and brothers could continue to live in that paradise. Therefore, even if it meant death, they had to complete the Immortal Lord's request, even if it was just an offhand remark. In truth, if they only cared about their own safety, they could easily escape. After all, these are just starving refugees. They couldn't outrun them, but the tools and the sheep would definitely be lost. Hey, big guy, can you use a sword? Zhuzi swallowed hard and asked Wei Shi, compared to a long spear. I'm a bit less skilled. Wei Shi said, that's good enough. Zhuzi quickly took off his leather boots and handed them to Wei Shi along with a wooden sword. You use these. They're just a waste on me. A wooden sword and leather boots? What are these? What good will they be? Whatever. A wooden sword is still a weapon. It's better than being barehanded. Wei Shi took the wooden sword, bracing himself as he watched the slowly approaching refugees. Put on the boots too. Hurry up. Wei Shi was getting impatient, but Zhuzi was staring at him intently, so he had no choice but to comply. But these boots are so small, there's no way I can fit into them. However, as his foot neared the boot, something unimaginable happened. The boot suddenly expanded, enveloping Wei Shi's foot snugly. What is this thing? Wei Shi forgot all about the enemy before him and asked in shock. Lu Qi, with a complicated expression, said from the side, these are defensive magic artifacts the Immortal Lord left for us. But Zhuzi, what about you? My life isn't worth much anyway. Maybe if the Immortal Lord sees how brave I am, he'll let me be reborn into a wealthy family. Zhuzi pretended to be nonchalant, laughing loudly as he spoke, but his legs were shaking like a leaf. Zhuzi picked up the broken blade the scar-faced man had dropped to use as a weapon. A foul smell wafted from the blade. Damn it, it's coated in night soil. Zhuzi's expression twisted in disgust. Meanwhile, Wei Shi said solemnly to Zhuzi, Wei Shi, will remember this kindness. The Immortal Lord. Young master, it seems, we've truly stumbled into an extraordinary place. Wei Shi thought to himself for a moment, then raised a wooden sword and faced forward. What he had to do was to hold back these refugees for as long as possible. Miao Jiming's mouth tasted like rust. Every breath was filled with a thick scent of blood. His feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. His consciousness was slowly fading, but he didn't dare to stop. He bit down hard on his own tongue. The sharp pain, along with the rich taste of blood, flooded his mind. Miao Jiming forced himself to stay awake. He could no longer feel if he was still holding the ropes. His only thought was to run forward. As the green line grew closer, in his blurry vision, a figure finally appeared. He's here, behind me. Hurry, go save them. Upon seeing the person, Miao Jiming could hold on no longer. He coughed up a few bloody bubbles and passed out. Wang Daniu rushed over and caught Miao Jiming's body, gently laying him on the ground. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. He turned his head. The divine General Taizhan, who had been sitting there in a daze, stood up, its eyes turning blood red, like deep, dark rubies. Its intelligence was now sufficient. It understood what was happening. The villagers it was supposed to protect were under attack. Taizhan was enraged. It let out a roar and charged furiously in the direction Miao Jiming had come from. Wang Daniu saw the divine General Taizhan rushing off, its body glowing with a constant red light. Wei Shi, look out! He cut down a refugee in front of him with his sword, then turned and kicked another refugee who was trying to sneak attack Juzi. The kick sent the man flying backwards. The refugee hit the ground hard, spat out a mouthful of blood, and after struggling for a moment, lay still, licking his chapped lips. Juzi panted heavily. He looked at Wei Shi gratefully, nodding slightly to show his thanks. From the start of the fight until now, he no longer had the strength to speak. These refugees were tough to deal with. They knew their own stamina and speed. Couldn't match Lu Qi's group, so they didn't bother getting entangled with them. They just charged straight from Miao Jiming. There was no way to kite them, and even if they injured or killed a few, the others wouldn't stop. They didn't care about the lives of those around them. Lu Qi and the others had no choice but to meet them head-on with their swords. Many refugees had fallen by now, but it was just a fraction of their total number. There were simply too many of them. Juzi, looking at the tattered clothes of Lu Qi and the others, especially Wei Shi, who was practically bare-chested, he felt a deep sense of guilt. His own clothes were the most intact of them all, with only a few scratches. After giving the boots and the wooden sword to Wei Shi, his own weapon was too short. He couldn't defend himself at all. Because of this, Lu Qi and the others had instinctively formed a circle with Juzi in the middle, holding the line on the outside. At first, they handled it with ease, but the refugees kept coming in endless waves. Even a man of iron would be worn down. Luckily, the Immortal Lord had granted them immortal qi, which could block some of the damage. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. But the worst part was, they were now surrounded by the refugees, and their stamina was almost completely depleted. Just then, something even more despairing happened. The boots suddenly exploded, vanishing without a trace. Ha! You've killed so many of us. The sheep are gone, but you're not getting away either. We'll take you as payment. Stay here and fill your granddaddy's belly. The refugees laughed maniacally, leering at Lu Qi and the others. We can't wait any longer. Follow me. I'll charge ahead and cut a bloody path for you. A resolute glint flashed in Wei Shi's eyes. He squeezed the words out from his throat. All right. Lu Qi didn't waste time with pleasantries. He replied in a hoarse voice. During the battle, just now, if it weren't for Wei Shi's superb martial arts, their defense would have been broken long ago. If possible, he didn't want to give up on him either. But now, without the protection of the immortal qi, if they didn't do this, they would all die. Take care of my young master. Wei Shi looked at Lu Qi and said solemnly. Only after Lu Qi nodded did he feel at ease. From the boots that could block sword blades, to the wooden sword that was as sharp as an iron one, Wei Shi could see it now. Even if that immortal lord wasn't a true immortal, he was a master of strange and powerful arts, although he was a bit too unconventional. So, confident that he only sent these few people. But since I protected his property, as long as these people go back and remember my contribution, after I'm gone, the young master won't be bullied by the people in that stronghold. I wonder, when the young master wakes up and finds that I'm gone, will he be like when he was a child, hiding in a corner and crying secretly? Ha! A faint smile touched the corner of Wei Shi's mouth. The next second, his gaze turned razor sharp. Kill! Wei Shi roared, squeezing out the last ounce of strength from his body, and charged straight into the sea of blades. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. The frequency grew higher and higher. The surrounding refugees were already exhausted. With the violent earthquake, many of them swayed and fell to the ground. An earthquake. Wei Shi was overjoyed. He was about to seize the opportunity to break through. But unexpectedly, the earthquake was like a roaring beast. It actually managed to knock even Wei Shi to the ground. A monster. It's a monster. Just then, the refugees in front of Wei Shi all showed looks of terror. They struggled to get up, but hindered by the strong earthquake. They stumbled and fell back to the ground. They began to crawl forward desperately. Don't kill me. Run. What monster? Wei Shi whipped his head around to look. His breath caught in his throat. What a scene it was. A 3-meter-tall creature, covered in blood, was glowing with a red light. Its long arms were swinging at an incredible speed. Before the fallen refugees could crawl more than a few steps, they were violently thrown into the sky, only to crash back down to the ground, becoming like ragdolls. If some unlucky soul was just grazed by a blow, if their arm was touched, it was instantly smashed to pieces. The air was filled with pleas and screams, like a scene from hell. The ground was littered with severed limbs. After seeing the miserable state of Lu Qi and the others, Taizhan was truly enraged. It no longer showed any mercy to these creatures who looked so much like its own villagers. Run, run. Wei Shi's face was filled with terror. He shouted at Lu Qi and the others. If he were facing a fierce general, he would still have the courage to fight. But as this monster approached, he could see at a glance the color of its body. Combined with the sounds it made, it was clear. It was made almost entirely of iron. And looking at its ferocious movements, if he went up against it, he would just be another life for the monster to take. Why aren't you running? Run. Wei Shi shouted anxiously. Don't worry. Zhuzi collapsed onto the ground, looking up in awe at the tall, moving figure. That is the divine General Taizhan, who serves the immortal Lord. Even though they knew beforehand that the divine general was powerful, seeing it crush them like ants still left them dumbfounded. They were even a little afraid. So this is the divine general they spoke of. Wei Shi was stunned, staring blankly at the war machine that was slaughtering everything in its path. Those ferocious refugees were also easily dealt with. The screams and pleas for mercy gradually faded. Taizhan, now dyed red, stood on the crimson soil. It turned its head and looked at Wei Shi, and at the wooden sword in his hand. I'm going to die. I can't resist. I'm going to die. Staring into those cold, red eyes, the fight went out of Wei Shi. The wooden sword fell from his grasp, and he collapsed to the ground. Divine General Taizhan. He's with us. Zhuzi quickly shouted from his side. Taizhan nodded and walked toward Lu Qi and the others. But its blood-soaked appearance still made Lu Qi and the others a little scared. And all of this was seen by Taizhan. It scratched its head, thought for a moment, and materialized a red poppy in its hand. It walked over gently and gave one to Lu Qi and each of the others. This was the only way it could think of to express goodwill. Of course, Taizhan skipped Wei Shi entirely. As the divine general got closer, Lu Qi noticed that its once smooth body now had some cracks, and the red light was still flashing, just obscured by the color of the blood. After handing them the poppies, Taizhan took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from them. It then turned around in front of them and looked at them. Divine General Taizhan, are you planning to escort us back? Lu Qi asked. Taizhan nodded. If these villagers weren't under its watch, Taizhan wouldn't feel at ease. Let's go. It's time for us to see the immortal Lord, Lu Qi said to Wei Shi. Wei Shi swallowed hard. If even the immortal Lord's divine general is so formidable, how powerful must the immortal Lord himself be? When Chun-Li returned to Lu family village, he saw Wang Baozi and another man from Zhang family village standing at the entrance. They were holding the reins of 2 oxen, waiting quietly. Chun-Li recognized the man from Zhang family village. It was the same hardy uncle who had guided him to Lu family village. But the uncle, he had the same expression I used to have when I was punished and made to stand outside. At that moment, Wang Baozi was reassuring him. Don't worry, Immortal Lord Chen doesn't eat people. Just relax. Wang Baozi smiled and patted the uncle's shoulder, comforting him. When the Immortal Lord arrives, just do as I told you. If you're worried about saying the wrong thing, just say less. I'll help fill in the gaps. Zhang Qi nervously kneaded the rope in his hands. Understand, he said. I knew I shouldn't have wandered around the village. He thought to himself. Ever since he escorted Chun-Li to Lu family village, he had accidentally gotten lost in his own village. And within half an hour, the entire village knew about it. Because of that one encounter, he had thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Even the guys who usually didn't get along with him lowered their heads and hid in the crowd, listening to him tell the story of his meeting with the Immortal Lord. The story of what happened. He told it again and again. And the more he told it, the more excited he got, the more animated he became. The villagers never tired of listening. They would even catch up latecomers on the earlier parts of the story. And so, when Wang Baosi came to their village saying, the Immortal Lord wanted to borrow their village's ox, the person the villagers chose as their representative wasn't the village head, nor was it the ox's owner. Instead, it was him. At first, when Zhang Chui heard this incredible news, he was so excited he couldn't sleep for nights on end. So he spent the whole night rehearsing his reunion with Immortal Lord Chun. What he should say, what he should do. By the time the sky began to lighten, he was full of confidence, feeling as if he had mastered a divine art. No matter what Chun-Li said, he could respond immediately. Even now, he was still reviewing his lines, just waiting for the Immortal Lord to arrive, so he could perfectly complete the mission his village head had given him. He's here. Wang Baosi sat up straight. He whispered a warning. Zhang Chui quickly looked up and saw in the distance Chun-Li slowly walking toward them, along with Gousheng. Uncle, we meet again. Chun-Li smiled and greeted Zhang Chui. This humble commoner, Zhang Chui, greets Lord Chun. Zhang Chui hastily cupped his hands. All traces of his former hearty demeanor gone. He lowered his head slightly and said, last time, this commoner overstepped his bounds. I was unaware of your lordship's identity and acted without proper etiquette. Please forgive me, my lord. According to Wang Baosi, this was what he had learned from secretly observing the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord preferred this gesture. My lord, you saved everyone in Zhang family village. We have no way to repay you. We hope that your lordship will accept this ox. Looking at the hearty, enthusiastic uncle he remembered, the man who couldn't stop talking on their journey, now acting so reserved and apologetic, Chun-Li's smile felt a bit stiff. He was stunned for a moment, then let out an imperceptible sigh. He asked, all right, is there anything you want? Seeing that Chun-Li was willing to accept the ox, Zhang Chui was overjoyed. He quickly waved his hands and said, no, your lordship's kindness. A single ox is not enough to repay it. How could we dare to trouble your lordship further? There's no need to trouble you about the water, either. We only ask for permission for our villagers to come to Lu family village to fetch water. On the way here, he had specifically instructed Zhang Chui that if the ox was given, he must not ask for anything in return. This Immortal Lord Chun had just descended to the mortal realm. Although their village couldn't compare to Lu family village, they could still receive some blessings. Now that the Immortal Lord was bound by the mortal world and needed some mortal things, this was a rare opportunity. It was their village's chance. As long as they could become familiar to Immortal Lord Chun and make a slight impression on him, that would be enough. This was also why he had been sent. He had instructed him at length that day. Of course you can. Shenli nudda. Then, seeing that Zhang Chui had nothing more to say, Chun-Li knew he had to dismiss him. If there's nothing else, you may go back now. Yes. This humble commoner takes his leave. Zhang Chui cupped his hands and left. His heart was pounding. Wonderful. I successfully completed the village head's task, and I got to speak with the Immortal Lord again. Wonderful. Chun-Li gestured for Gousheng to take the ox. He said, Gousheng, take this ox back and raise it for me. Chun-Li didn't really want this ox. After all, compared to a bred ox from the game, raising this one was too much trouble. It needed to eat and, well, and it had a decent level of intelligence. He might even have to consider taking it for walks. But he had to accept it. Over the past few days, Chun-Li had come to a realization. He was indeed different from before. Okay, Gousheng nodded and walked over, taking the ox's lead. Village head, is there anything else? Looking at the motionless Wang Baosi, Chun-Li asked, puzzled. Lord Chun, the people from Zhang family village said earlier. That Wang heir from Wang family village is preparing to rebel. He's gathering people from the nearby villages. What do you think we should? Wang Baosi said cautiously. After a pause, Wang Baosi added, I heard it was the government officials. Not only did they seize the village's seed grain, but they also wanted to arrest people and take them to the yamen for punishment. The people of Wong family village had no other choice. They fought off the bailiffs. Are the officials in this city really that thick-headed? Hearing Wang Baoxi's words, Chun-Li was speechless. Even he knew that seed grain was a farmer's life. They would rather starve to death than eat their seed grain. Forcibly collecting taxes was one thing, but now they even dared to seize the seed grain. They weren't planning on leaving them any way to live at all. Even when he was dominating in a game, he knew to give the opponent a few big kills, give them a little something to keep them from losing all hope and just surrendering. Good heavens, the officials in this city were pushing down all 3 lanes straight to the crystal. It was a straight shot to the nexus. Natural disasters were unavoidable. And now there were man-made ones on top of that. No wonder there were so many peasant uprisings. Chun-Li shook his head. In these villages, most of the people were related by blood. The village head was often their clan elder. These bailiffs went around seizing taxes, making life unbearable for the people. The villagers had long hated them to the bone. They were just waiting for someone to take the lead and vent their anger for them. Even if they didn't join, they certainly wouldn't report it to the authorities. And Wang Erebaish, so that means it's already the end of the Tianqi era. The peasant uprisings are about to officially begin. We shouldn't get involved in this matter. Chun-Li said, right now, my Lu family village is just starting to develop. We haven't prepared any armor or crossbows. Not to mention, they're all just farmers. Clashing with the government would be unwise. If some of my villagers accidentally get killed, it would be a huge loss. Hearing this, Wang Baoxi also breathed a sigh of relief. They had enough food to eat and water to drink now. Naturally, they didn't want to clash with the government. But if the immortal lord had ordered them to go, Wang Baoxi would have immediately arranged for the men of the village to follow. After all, everything they had now was a gift from the immortal lord. As for that emperor far away, he wasn't the one putting food on their tables. Chun-Li asked, when are Wang Er and the others planning to start the uprising? Tomorrow. They didn't specify a time. Wang Baoxi replied, I understand. You can go back for now. Let me think about it some more. Chun-Li waved his hand. Yes. After acknowledging, Wang Baoxi turned and left. This is actually a good opportunity. After all, my village is lacking in everything. It's so empty. The only profession I have is farmer. Chun-Li wanted to collect all the villager professions. Joining the uprising is out of the question. But taking advantage of the chaos to rescue a few, a blacksmith, a carpenter, something like that could work. But this isn't just about fending off a few bandits anymore. The city will be in complete chaos. I'll need to find someone agile and good at fighting to go. But right now, I only have a few people. None of them are really suitable. I'm still short on people. Chun-Li sighed to himself. Lu Qi and the others aren't back yet either. Oh well, I'll grow the giant mushroom first. Let's go, Gousheng. I'll show you something fun. Chun-Li said. He led Gousheng to a spot next to his house. Chun-Li thought for a moment. First, he dug down 2 blocks. Then, he poured in a bucket of water, intending to plant the red mushroom. Naturally, he failed. The red mushroom just wouldn't be planted. As expected, my current version isn't that old one anymore. That trick is practically ancient history. Chun-Li helplessly put away the water bucket. To plant it directly, I need podzol or mycelium. Podzol is easier to get. I can find it in a redwood forest. The only downside is that it doesn't spread to surrounding dirt blocks. As for mycelium, I can forget about it. Although it can convert dirt blocks, it's only found on mushroom islands. Whether I can even generate a mushroom island in this world is one thing. The other is that I need an island. I have to find an ocean first. Looks like I'll have to do it the hard way. Chun-Li first dug out 2 dirt blocks on the ground. He placed a dirt block on one side and stood in the hole. Holding a torch, he covered his head with another dirt block, burying himself in the ground. After artificially creating a completely dark environment, Chun-Li tried to plant the red mushroom in his hand. This time it went smoothly. Success. A victorious smile appeared on Chun-Li's face. He broke the dirt block above his head, reached up and grabbed the edge of the block. With a pull, he was out. The real world is so much more flexible than the game. I don't have to specifically dig out a block to get up. Gousheng, stay far away from me now. A smile played on Chun-Li's lips. He shouted, I'm about to begin. He took out bone meal from his inventory, standing on the edge. to avoid getting stuck and taking damage from the giant mushroom. He used it. As a few pieces of bone meal were consumed, a giant red mushroom instantly shot up from the ground, completely surrounding Chun-Li. "Boss, are you okay?" Gousheng? An anxious voice penetrated the tightly sealed mushroom house, sounding somewhat muffled. Chun-Li touched the mushroom cap. It was very soft. He thought for a moment, then called out to Gousheng outside, "I'm fine." "Gousheng, try and see if you can dig through this mushroom." "Okay." Soon, the mushroom house in front of him was dug open, revealing a man-sized gap. Chun-Li nimbly slipped out from inside and proudly showed off to Gousheng. "How about it? Your boss is pretty amazing, huh? Look at how huge this mushroom is." "That's incredible, boss. Can I touch it? I've never seen a mushroom this big before." Gousheng stared at the giant mushroom, unable to tear his eyes away. "Of course. Go ahead." Watching Gousheng, curiously feeling around the edge of the giant mushroom, Chun-Li felt as if he had returned to the past, back to the days when he first got his best friend hooked on the game. They were just like this back then, curious about everything, able to play with a simple button for half a day. As expected, Minecraft is meant to be played together. It's just that it consumes a bit more bone meal. In the past, when using the water bucket method to grow mushrooms, one bone meal was usually enough. Not like now where it took 4. However, the bone meal he got from trading with the villagers earlier now amounted to a little over a stack. He could use it freely without feeling a pinch. Suddenly, an idea popped into Chun-Li's mind. "Wait a minute. This mushroom should also count as a crop, right? Does that mean I can have the farmers grow them? If it works, wouldn't the housing problem be solved?" Although the generated mushroom house is at most 3 by 3, modern college dorms are only slightly bigger than this. In first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, there are plenty of houses this size. Not to mention, in ancient times, for those fleeing from famine, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain is already pretty good. Plus, if he had a village made entirely of mushrooms, that would look so cool. What would it be called? A mushroom garden? If the farmers could also carry bone meal and red mushrooms with them, growing mushroom houses anytime, anywhere, and even harvesting red mushrooms, wouldn't that make them a mobile food source and campsite? Just thinking about it is awesome. It's definitely worth a try. Gousheng, go to the village and bring over a villager wearing a straw hat. Chun-Li was a bit excited. He couldn't wait and quickly instructed Gousheng. As soon as he finished speaking, Gousheng, hearing the excitement in Chun-Li's tone, immediately dropped the giant mushroom and sprinted toward the village. "He's getting faster and faster," Chun-Li said with a smile. Then, following the same steps as before, he planted another mushroom and climbed out of the pit. Next, Chun-Li took out the crafting table and crafted a stone shovel, a control experiment. He needed to test if the farmer could use a shovel to dig dirt, temporarily bury himself, and plant mushrooms. First, he had to test if they could grow red mushrooms. Otherwise, the subsequent steps would just be a waste of time. Now, he just needed to wait for Gousheng to bring the farmer over. At this moment, Chun-Li felt a slight vibration beneath his feet. It must be Iron Mountain. With his massive size, every step he took caused tremors. They're finally back. Great. With iron tools, he could make crossbows first. Facing those bandits and government soldiers, they would at least have the power to fight back. Chun-Li looked around and soon spotted Iron Mountain and the others. But at that moment, Chun-Li's good mood vanished instantly. His face turned ashen. Iron Mountain was covered in cracks, and his villagers, especially Lu Ping, who could trade watermelon seeds, they were almost all covered in scars, some even still seeping blood. Their clothes were slashed to ribbons. Who did this? Ever since Chun-Li arrived in this world, it was the first time he felt such intense anger. Boom! The previously clear weather instantly became overcast with dark clouds. The sky seemed to be torn open by a massive rift. Lightning slashed across the firmament, like divine dragons dancing in the heavens. Deafening thunder rolled in, as if the gods themselves were furious. Rain poured down in torrents, instantly submerging the land in a world of water. Fierce winds began to howl across the realm, declaring the world's wrath. At the edge of the world, countless animals fled in panic. Predators no longer fought or slaughtered each other, nor did they hunt the small animals fleeing alongside them. They simply stood on the dry earth, gazing at everything within the realm. Heavy rain fell once again over Lu village and its surroundings. Only this time, no one felt happy about it. The people of Zhang village stepped out of their doors, looking in terror at the bizarre scene. A distinct dividing line appeared in the distant sky. Inside that boundary, lightning flashed, amidst a torrential downpour. The direction of that location. The people of Zhang village all remembered it. That was naturally where Immortal Lord Chun resided. Immortal Lord Chun was furious, completely different from the dead silence of the outside world. Within the lush green forest of the realm, beautiful flowers of various colors bloomed, emitting waves of fragrance. Diligent and cute giant bees gathered nectar among the flowers, while a few completely white chicks wandered about freely. Wild grass grew rampantly everywhere, and occasionally wild hares could be seen hiding within. Every time Iron Mountain took a step, the surrounding trees would rustle, startling a flock of birds that spiraled into the air. This world welcomed the refugee animals, and together with the native creatures, they lived in this peaceful sanctuary. Wei Shi gazed in astonishment at this miraculous world. Is this the power of the Immortal Lord? No wonder these people call him a god. My young master is saved. He looked at Miao Jiming, who was being held like a baby in Iron Mountain's arms, still unconscious. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, thanks to his young master, who called the divine general over in time. Otherwise, they might not even have their bones left. But the young master's constitution was already weak, coupled with long-term starvation, and running desperately for a distance. His breathing had become somewhat faint. Young master, you have to hold on. Thinking this, Wei Shi anxiously asked Lu Qi, Righteous sir, how much longer until we reach the village? Just around the bend ahead. Lu Qi said, glancing at the worried Wei Shi. He comforted him. Don't worry, the Immortal Lord is a benevolent god. He's not scary at all. He's usually very gentle. So there's no need to be so afraid. Your young master is a scholar. The Immortal Lord won't make things difficult for you. Understood. Wei Shi nodded. Look, that village ahead is ours. Lu Ping pointed at the distant village and said to Wei Shi, Thank goodness, we're finally here. Wei Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he suddenly noticed that on Lu Ping's head was a square straw hat. Ah, this thing was bestowed upon me by the Immortal Lord. This straw hat is amazing. Not many people in our village have one, and I was the very first one to get it. Lu Ping casually raised his hand, wanted to touch the straw hat, but accidentally pulled at his wound. He frowned slightly. I just looked at it. I haven't even said anything yet. Wei Shi looked speechless. All right, let's deliver these iron tools to the Immortal Lord first. You can go show off your straw hat later, Lu Qi said, hearing his second brother's blunt words. Lu Ping defended himself. Second brother, I wasn't. I just felt the sun was a bit too harsh, so I'm blocking the shade. Huh? Why did the sky suddenly get so dark? Zhuzi suddenly asked in confusion. Right as Zhuzi spoke, the sky instantly turned pitch black. Only a tiny sliver of light peeked through in the distance. Everyone quickly looked up, only to see the previously sunny sky, instantly covered in dark clouds. Lightning wove through the clouds like thunder dragons. Without any warning, dense, bean-sized raindrops plummeted down, smashing against them. Their vision was completely obscured by the torrential rain. Thunder dragons continuously writhed within the realm, accompanied by rumbling roars. Iron Mountain walked behind the group, freed one hand, and gently gathered them together. He slowly leaned his massive body forward, raised an arm, and motioned for Lu Qi and the others to hide beneath him. Thank you, Divine General. Lu Qi and the others quickly cupped their hands in gratitude. The one in his arms was a scholar. The master needed him, so he must be protected. Lu Qi and the others were the ones he was meant to guard. Villagers also needed protection. Iron Mountain tilted his head and looked at Wei Shi, who was standing outside in the rain. A creature that looked like his villagers. Harmless. Helped the villagers. Gu can be protected. He pondered for a moment, then gently pulled him under his shelter as well, seeing the terrifying Divine General reaching a hand toward him. Wei Shi instinctively took a half step back. He finally realized the Divine General just wanted to shield him from the rain. Wei Shi looked up, accidentally meeting Iron Mountain's gaze. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Thank you, Iron. Iron Mountain. Hearing this, the divine General Iron Mountain blinked, tilted his head, patted Wei Shi on the head, and handed him a poppy flower. In his eyes, these creatures that looked so much like villagers, as long as they didn't hurt his villagers, were also very cute. In his heart, they could rank second. No, third. Iron Mountain thought about it again and felt he should treat everyone fairly. So he stuffed a flower into the hands of everyone present. Yes, including the unconscious Miao Jiming. Why is it suddenly raining so hard? It was perfectly sunny just a second ago. Wei Shi complained loudly. He completely failed to notice Lu Qi and Lu Ping's pale, terrified expressions, or Zhuzi and the others, who had a vague guess, and were incredibly tense, accompanied by the howling wind, amidst the lightning and thunder, illuminated by the almost continuous flashes of lightning. They saw a dark silhouette coming from the direction of the village, rapidly approaching them. With every flash of lightning, the silhouette's position would appear closer to them, at a speed far beyond that of a normal human. Is that, before Wei Shi could finish, Lu Qi hurriedly stopped him and replied in terror. It's the Immortal Lord, their father, had once told them about the time the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. But words were completely inadequate to describe that kind of devastation. Still, they knew that the Immortal Lord's power could destroy the world. Was the Immortal Lord angry with them? As the figure drew near, they finally saw clearly. It was Immortal Lord Chun. Chun-Li stood amidst the curtain of rain. The fierce wind howled, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The rain poured down, yet it left no trace on his body. Under the terrified gazes of Lu Qi and the others, Chun-Li asked, "Who beat you up like this?" His tone was very calm, and there was no expression of anger on his face. But the terrifying, apocalyptic sky behind Immortal Lord Chun was enough to show the Immortal Lord's current mood. Under that intense, invisible pressure, Lu Qi swiftly dropped to his knees. Following suit, Zhuzi and the others also knelt down in unison, burying their heads in the wet mud. Oh my God, he's a real immortal. Gulp. Wei Shi couldn't help but secretly kneel and shrink behind Lu Qi and the others. His mouth felt dry, yet he couldn't stop swallowing nervously. At this moment, Wei Shi even felt a bit envious of his unconscious young master. He sneakily turned his head, casting a helpless, sidelong glance at Lu Qi, his eyes full of innocence. What happened to Gentle? Isn't this just tricking an honest man? Lu Qi fought back his panic, biting down hard on his own tongue. The sharp pain barely pulled him out of his terror. He hurriedly replied, reporting to the Immortal Lord. We ran into starving refugees on our way back. There were too many of them to hold them off. We accidentally got surrounded by them. Fortunately, Divine General Iron Mountain arrived in time, and we managed to keep our lives. Chun-Li asked, where are those refugees now? Dead. Lu Qi said, Shen lies imposing aura de flated. He then asked, all gone. Were they all wiped out by Divine General Iron Mountain? Lu Qi replied, as expected of an iron golem. Its combat power is off the charts. It didn't let a single one escape. That works. Acceptable. Chun-Li's anger finally dissipated a little. The villagers were injured across the board, so this could be considered getting even. He was still quite protective of his own. But starving refugees couldn't possibly beat cracks into Iron Mountain. Wait, if Lu Qi and the others hadn't made it into the realm in time, Iron Mountain really might have charged straight out. Maybe that was when he took damage. After all, iron golems have iron-thick skulls. They'll fight anything and go anywhere. He had seen his fair share of these blockheads drowning in water. Iron Golem, Iron Mountain. Chun-Li looked at the blankly standing Iron Head and instructed with concern, in the future, if there's a lake and someone falls in, don't rush in to save them. Just call the others over. Understand? I have to tell you this now, lest I forget later. Iron Mountain nodded foolishly. At some point, the thunder gradually ceased, and the wind slowly calmed down. Only a sparse drizzle continued to fall from the sky. The Immortal Lord wasn't angry anymore. Immortal Lord, the immortal boots you bestowed upon us have dissipated. Lu Qi said cautiously, how much durability could leather boots fished out of the water have? Saving their lives was the greatest use they could provide. All right, everyone get up. The purpose of those boots was to protect people anyway. It's normal for them to break. Don't worry about it. Besides, you guys did a good job this time. You brought back so many iron tools, brought back sheep, and even a scholar, even though he's lying down, looking at Lu Qi and the others, who were drenched like drowned rats. Chun-Li took out some cooked fish from his inventory. Divide these up and eat them. Eat them right now, until you absolutely can't eat another bite. In Minecraft, after filling the hunger bar with food, health regeneration kicks in. Of course, this only applied to food personally made by Chun-Li. There was simply too much cooked fish. Plus, the campfire didn't consume coal. While Chun-Li was fishing, he would immediately refill the campfire whenever it was empty. Right now, he didn't have much else in his inventory, but he had more cooked fish than he could ever eat. Lu Qi and the others took the steaming, fragrant cooked fish and shared it among themselves. A look of pure bliss appeared on their faces. Such delicious fish. As they walked back to the village, they ate the cooked fish in their hands. The first one to get full was the skinny Juzi. My wounds are so itchy. Juzi looked down, only to see his wounds scabbing over at a visible rate, then falling off, revealing fresh, tender white skin underneath. Wow, they healed so fast. Could this fish be a divine fish from the heavens? Seeing this, Lu Ping and the others exchanged glances and sped up their chewing. Divine fish. This was a rare opportunity. They had to eat more. After calming the terrified villagers, Chun-Li led Lu Qi and the others to the side of his unfinished cabin. There, Gousheng and Lu Wusan, and even Wang Baosi were quietly standing there waiting. Boss, are you okay? Gousheng asked worriedly. Is the mortal realm still rejecting you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Don't worry, I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Chun-Li shook his head and said, no need to worry about that. Go fetch a cow. Once the cow was brought over, Chun-Li emptied the water from his bucket and milked the cow. He then said to Iron Mountain, bring that guy over here. As Iron Mountain approached, after all, he was a refugee who couldn't even get enough to eat. He wouldn't have the luxury to groom himself. Anyway, you get used to the stink after a while. Iron Mountain, stop. Chun-Li wrinkled his nose and halted Iron Mountain. Put him down gently on the ground. Then come here. His sense of smell was still normal. So naturally, he couldn't stand that stench, which was worse than a garbage dump. Chun-Li handed the milk bucket to Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain held it steadily. Shenli nudda. And continued, go. Feed all the milk in there to him. Chun-Li stared at Iron Mountain's big nose and thought, that nose is bigger than mine. How can he not smell that? The man's complexion gradually began to recover. His future chief librarian was saved, and there was even an unexpected harvest. Next, Chun-Li turned his gaze to Wei Shi on the side. On the way here, Chun-Li had learned from Lu Qi that this guy's combat power seemed quite high. What a coincidence. He was exactly sure of a talent like this. To go into the city and kidnap a few people for him. Seeing the legendary immortal lord staring at him, Wei Shi became extremely nervous. He originally thought that with his skills, he could still be of use in the village. But the immortal lord before him and the divine general under his command, which of them wasn't stronger than him? Because of this, he was a bit worried he might be kicked out of the village. Chun-Li spoke up. Wei Shi, right? I need you to do something for me. Please speak plainly, young master. I will go through fire and water. Without hesitation, Wei Shi knelt on one knee, cupped his hands, and spoke with absolute resolve. Look at that. Now that's what you call a warrior. When I raise a large army of soldiers in the future, the scene will definitely be spectacular. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction and said, good. Tomorrow, there will be an uprising in Chongqing. I want you to go into the city and bring some people back. A carpenter, a blacksmith, and a doctor. One of each. I'll give you a few things. Once they see them, they'll naturally follow you. Wei Shi responded. Yes, sir. Lu Ping. You go with him too. Chun-Li added. Lu Ping replied. I got it. Kidnapping people didn't require too much manpower. 2 was just about enough. Plus, they could be more fully armed. He had managed to fish up some leather, after all. Besides, this uprising wasn't going to be some minor skirmish. Chun-Li took another look at the still unconscious Miao Jiming. It looked like it would take some time for him to wake up. Might as well arrange a place for him to stay first. The farmer happened to be here, so he could test if they could make a mushroom house. Lu Wusan, come here. Hearing Chun-Li call him, Lu Wusan shuddered. Earlier, when Gousheng found him and said the immortal lord needed him. Lu Wusan had been extremely excited, but the sudden change in weather just now, everyone in the village guessed that immortal Lord Shun was angry. Lu Wusan thought so too. Otherwise, why did the weather improve? The moment immortal Lord Chin's anger subsided? In other words, the person he was facing now was no longer the usually gentle immortal Lord Chun. Lu Wusan stepped forward and asked, "Young Master Chun, what are your orders? Take this bone meal and stand on the higher part of that pit first." Chun-Li pointed to the pit, indicating the spot. Chun-Li was worried that the villager might get stuck when the red mushroom generated, so he dug another hole downwards next to the pit, making it look like a staircase overall. Lu Wusan walked over and stood in the pit, holding a few flat pieces of bone meal in his hand. Next, just like how you planted wheat before, try using the bone meal. No matter what happens next, don't panic. After Lu Wusan was ready, Chun-Li instructed, "Be careful, absolutely do not stick your head out, and try to curl your body up as much as possible." "Yes, young Master Chun." A red mushroom house shot straight up from the ground. "Excellent, it worked. The mushroom town is just around the corner." Chun-Li instantly perked up and ordered Iron Mountain, go dig out an exit 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Remember to go slowly. Don't hurt the person inside. After Iron Mountain dug out a 2-meter high square exit in a mushroom, Chun-Li then had Lu Wusan crawl out. Chun-Li felt playful. He took out the crafting table and crafted a wooden door and an oak sign. Holding the miniature wooden door in his hand, he waved his hand toward the gap. The wooden door flew out, instantly enlarged, and firmly attached itself to the mushroom house. Of course, even if the mushroom house disappeared, the wooden door wouldn't fall down. Placing the sign on the mushroom house, Chun-Li willed it, and a line of text appeared on the sign. "Mushroom Town, House Number 1, Chun-Li Limited Edition." Alright, this house is definitely going to appreciate in value in the future. Chun-Li clapped his hands in satisfaction and said to Wei Shi, "From now on, this house is for you guys to live in. After all, you're working for me now. Even though I don't have a car to give you, I have to at least set you up with a house. I really am a great boss." Chun-Li thought smugly. "This is our house." Wei Shi stared at the red mushroom house. Even a man like him, who didn't fear death, felt a sourness in his nose at this moment, and a hint of tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He and his young master had been wandering, destitute, let alone a place to live. They couldn't even get enough to eat. Now, to have their own house again, it wasn't just a house. It was their sanctuary, and more importantly, their roots. It was a home, meaning they no longer had to wander. Looking at Chun-Li, who was watching him with a smile, Wei Shi took a deep breath. Holding back his tears, he knelt solemnly on the ground and kowtowed heavily 3 times. "Wei Shi thanks the young master for taking us in. This broken body of mine is at the young master's disposal." This time, Chun-Li didn't stop him, accepting the gesture with a clear conscience. Finally, he said, "It's nothing. You're considered part of the village now. Go get cleaned up first. Don't worry about anything else. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Iron Mountain is here. He'll protect you. Once your body recovers, you'll have the strength to work for me tomorrow." After saying that, he turned to Wang Baosi and added, "Village chief, you'll arrange their meals for now. Also, take them to get a shower and change into some new clothes. Let's give them a fresh start." "Yes, this lowly one understands," Wang Baosi replied. Then he walked up to Wei Shi. "Wei Shi, come with me." Lu Qi and the others also followed them back to the village, including Gousheng. Only Chun-Li and Lu Wusan were left, continuing the previous experiment. Chun-Li found that if the farmer held a shovel, they could consume a large amount of stamina to dig up dirt. However, the dirt block wouldn't shrink. It remained a 1 cubic meter block, just separated from the ground. This 1 cubic meter block, as long as Chun-Li tapped it, would shrink and fly into his inventory. And more importantly, this block could be transported. Chun-Li tried placing wooden sticks underneath it, and Lu Wusan was able to push it directly. In other words, the blocks Lu Wusan and the others mined using tools were physical blocks. Moreover, the growth of mushrooms had to be in a completely dark environment. "We'll try again tonight." He sent Lu Wusan back, telling him to return at night. After everyone had left, Chun-Li glanced at the now completely clear sky, pretending to be angry. I'm very angry right now. No reaction? Looks like I have to be genuinely angry. Chun-Li started recalling all the takeout meals that had been stolen from him, especially that one time he used coupon. That covered almost half the cost of the meal. Damn it, my takeout. However, even with that, this guy didn't react in the slightest. I'm really just looking for trouble, making myself miserable for no reason. Just thinking about it made him mad. Chun-Li took a moment to calm down. After soothing his mood, his face was full of regret. Looks like I can't exploit this bug. I was hoping to go fishing for treasure in the rain. I'd better make the crossbow first. Chun-Li took those iron tools in his hands. He squeezed them. They were a bit soft, pulling the wooden handle straight out. Chun-Li molded the iron tool into the shape of an iron ingot and placed it on the crafting table. An iron nugget appeared on the right, but the quantity was less than 9. Next, he tried using 2 sticks to see if he could craft an iron shovel. Looking at the crafting result, the right side was completely empty. He took the sticks out and crafted iron nuggets. These crafted iron nuggets, Chun-Li couldn't change their shape, comparing them to the size of Minecraft iron nuggets. He pinched off 9 pieces of iron from the tool. Then, adjusting the amount, he needed them to match the exact size and shape. Next, Chun-Li tried using the iron nuggets to craft an iron ingot, but it failed. It seems he couldn't exploit this mechanic either. Then, Chun-Li tried pulling the wooden handle out and placing the iron tool directly on the table. This actually worked to directly generate iron nuggets. Looks like this is the only way. Shenli Siga Leslie. Converting the iron tools into iron nuggets, then crafting them into iron ingots. He kept 2 iron ingots to make shears. Chun-Li thought for a moment, then set aside 2 more. These were meant to repair Iron Mountain. Although as long as Iron Mountain didn't run out of the realm, and no monster spawned, nothing could hurt him at this stage. Even if he only had a sliver of health left, it wouldn't necessarily be depleted. But Iron Mountain was far more useful than crossbow. He needed to be well maintained. Then, with the remaining 6 ingots, Chun-Li planned to use them all to make crossbows. First, he crafted a tripwire hook. Then he placed it in the very center of the crafting table, put string on the left and right, and added sticks to finish it. Done. Chun-Li held the crossbow, drew it back, and loaded a wooden stick into it. Then he pulled the trigger. The stick flew out and embedded itself into a nearby tree. It seems it's not strictly necessary to use crafted arrows. That's pretty good. In that case, using all the iron to make crossbows is much more cost-effective than making arrows. I'll have Wang Daniu lead the training on how to use them later. Anyway, they just need to learn how to aim and shoot. Now that I have cows and sheep, it's time to expand my farm. Leading the 2 sheep, Chun-Li returned to his unfinished cabin. He temporarily pinned them up in the back with the cows and chickens. Chun-Li crafted enough wooden fences, and for the sake of symmetry, fenced off 3 more plots of land. He herded the cows and sheep into them. The remaining one was left empty for now. After feeding the cows and sheep with wheat, Chun-Li took some wheat seeds and walked over to the chicken pen, looking at the eggs scattered almost everywhere on the ground. He really couldn't be bothered to collect them. Chun-Li Wolktin gathered all the eggs into his inventory and smashed them all on the ground. There was no yolk or egg whites splattered everywhere. What popped out were freshly hatched little chicks. Just smashing them spawns chicks. This is the true hatching process of a chick. He then fed the adult chickens again. Watching the little chicks wandering all over the pen, Chun-Li felt a deep sense of accomplishment. I'll handle the eggs like this for now. There are too many chickens being raised. I don't need to use eggs to expand their numbers anymore. I'll just have the villagers collect the eggs for me and symbolically take a 10 or 20% cut. After all, these eggs are of no use to me, and they don't even taste good. At most, I'll use them when making cakes. I guess I could be considered a major livestock farmer now. Or maybe not. At best, I'm a major poultry farmer. Chun-Li thought. The number of cows and sheep is still too small. I don't have rabbits, no pigs, no horses, and definitely no dog army. I'm really lacking everything. Wait, heaven bless me. If I remember correctly, the latest version seems to have pandas. Chun-Li's face suddenly flushed red with excitement. He happily started spinning in circles on the spot, laughing mischievously. Those are pandas, and it's legal to raise them. Plus, breeding them is super easy. You just need bamboo. When the time comes, I can raise as many as I want. Awesome, so awesome. Calm down. I need to calm down. Chun-Li took out a water bucket and dunked his head straight into it. A row of bubbles appeared at the bottom of his vision. So what I need to do next is, first create a river. On one hand, it'll make it easier to fish up treasure. On the other hand, it's to get pandas. Create a river, grow a bamboo forest, and then sit back and wait for them to spawn. I'll have the villagers check it every day. If there's a panda, I'll just lure it straight into my house. Perfect plan. As for whether they would actually spawn, Chun-Li wasn't too worried. After all, that wild beehive had already proven that Minecraft mobs would spawn. Not to mention, earlier, a villager had brought a white chick over to him, saying they found it outside. Since this is reality, it's normal for them to spawn a bit slower. In-game time and real-world time aren't synchronized anyway. As for monsters not having spawned yet, Shen Ligasa, that he might currently be in peaceful mode. In this mode, monsters wouldn't spawn. But that was fine too. After all, the realm was small before, and according to monster spawning rules, the distance wasn't far enough. So they couldn't spawn, meaning he didn't have to worry. But now that the realm was bigger, if monsters did spawn, he would be fine, and the villagers would be fine with the iron golem protecting them. But everyone else would be screwed. A scene suddenly popped into Chun-Li's mind. A massive horde of skeletons shooting arrows at the city walls, providing cover for creepers to reach the walls. An explosion breaching the city gates, and zombies armed with armor and weapons storming into the city, while the sky was filled with countless phantoms, along with teleporting endermen. It would be like a bizarre, supernatural apocalypse. Speaking of which, his current situation really did feel like those bizarre, rule-based horror stories he used to read. Just the harmless kind, at least for now. Before the bubbles completely disappeared, Chun-Li pulled his head out of the water, calculating in his mind. He didn't need to dig the river himself. Hadn't he already tested it earlier? Farmers could use shovels. As for the physical blocks they dug up, he'd just have that big lug, Iron Mountain, carry them over. That way, he wouldn't be idle all day, wandering around the village, and randomly handing out flowers to passing villagers. With infinite stamina, he wouldn't get tired anyway. Iron Mountain might even be happy about it. For the pandas, but it was getting a bit late now. I'll start tomorrow. Chun-Li glanced at the sky. It was already dusk. First, he used wheat to breed the cows. Then he walked over to the sheep pen. No horns. Not goats. That meant they were sheep. Chun-Li used wheat to breed a baby sheep. Looking at that familiar, derpy expression, Chun-Li nodded in approval. This is exactly what a sheep should look like. Now that's more like it. He took out the crafted shears and gave the two sheep a couple of snips. He sheared off their wool, but he was still one short to make a bed. Chun-Li looked at one of the sheared sheep. For a long, long time, the sheep leisurely ate grass, completely unaware of its impending doom. After a long while, Chun-Li regretfully withdrew his gaze. It's a pity that in the game, a sheared sheep doesn't seem to drop wool when killed. Otherwise, since I have two, I could just breed them anyway. That baby sheep will grow up in a few days anyway. Looking at the baby sheep that hadn't grown up yet, Chun-Li took out some wheat and fed it to shorten its growth time. One is enough. Any more would be a waste. Come on, grow up quickly. I'm just missing your wool, buddy. Honey, how does this look? Does it not? Look too casual? Lu Wu-san, wearing clothes he only brought out for the new year, spun around and nervously asked his wife. He had already asked this question countless times. It's fine, it looks great. The woman looked fondly at her excited husband, answering him over and over again. Dad, why are you going out so late? A little head peeked out from inside the house. The child gripped the doorframe and asked in confusion. The immortal lord asked your dad to go see him. He has very important business to attend to, his wife said. Wow. The child looked at Lu Wu-san with a face full of admiration. Dad, you're so amazing. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, and have the immortal lord ask me to do things too. Good boy. That's my son. So ambitious. Lu Wu-san happily picked the child up, spun him around in the air a few times, and kissed him on both cheeks, before putting him down. Finally, he looked at his wife and child with confident ease. I'm off then. Come back early. I'll be waiting for you, the woman said gently. All right. Lu Wu-san walked away dashingly. Once he reached the corner, he immediately leaned against the wall, clutching his wildly beating heart. Where was that calm demeanor from just a moment ago? This was a chance to be alone with the immortal lord. In the village, those who got this kind of treatment, aside from Gousheng, and maybe the village chief, he was the only one. How could he not be nervous? After catching his breath a bit, he finally walked in that direction. Iron Mountain, who had been patrolling the village, saw Lu Wusan and silently walked over, escorted him all the way. Thank you, Divine General Iron Mountain. Lu Wusan expressed his gratitude. Iron Mountain gently patted Lu Wusan's head, then lumbered away. He loved everyone in the village equally. You're here. Greetings, young Master Chun. Lu Wusan hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Cut the formalities. Let's get this done quickly so we can go home and sleep. Chun-Li waved his hand dismissively and handed the red mushroom to Lu Wusan. Chun-Li said, Here, try and see if you can plant it. Lu Wusan took the red mushroom and tried to plant it. Naturally, it didn't work. He looked at Chun-Li in a bit of panic. Chun-Li thought for a moment and suggested, Try blocking the moonlight. Then try again and see if it works. Young Master Chun, it worked. Lu Wusan replied joyfully. As expected, it still had to align with reality. It seems these red mushrooms can be planted by farmers at night, without needing to deliberately create a completely dark environment. Chen Li nodded in satisfaction. Standing next to the mushroom, he signaled Lu Wusan to use bone meal to grow the red mushroom. Because this time the red mushroom was planted on flat ground, the bottom wasn't completely sealed off by the mushroom cap. Next, Chun-Li handed Lu Wusan a wooden axe, but it turned out to be unusable. However, when Lu Wusan used a wooden shovel, he successfully harvested a small red mushroom. It still consumed stamina. Barehanded, one could dig out irregular pieces of the mushroom cap. This was something anyone should be able to do. But if a farmer used a shovel, they could obtain small red mushrooms. To continue planting, Shenli mutarat sufli. It just consumes a bit more stamina than planting wheat. After all, it requires using bone meal multiple times to grow it. That's acceptable. Then, Chun-Li had Lu Wusan shovel down the giant mushrooms that couldn't be used as mushroom houses. He cleared them all out. The red mushrooms he obtained were planted in the pits Chun-Li had dug earlier. After all, mushrooms couldn't just be planted randomly. They had to be planned out in advance, lest the future mushroom town look messy and ugly, just as Lu Wusan was about to plant the fourth mushroom house. Chun-Li hurriedly stopped him. Judging from Lu Wusan's complexion, Chun-Li could guess he was pushing himself too hard. If he let him keep growing them, he might just drop dead the next second. That's enough for today. You head back first. But there's one more thing I need you to do. Chun-Li pointed to the dug-up mushroom caps. Take some of this back, cook it, and eat it. Make sure to boil it for a long time. Also, have your family watch over you. Don't let them leave your side for 2 days. If there's any abnormality, come find me immediately. Understand? Yes, this lowly one understands. Lu Wusan replied wearily. Then he picked up a few pieces of the mushroom cap from ground and took them back. Having Lu Wusan test for poison was unavoidable. After all, whether these mushrooms were toxic in reality, no one could say for sure. He had to figure out before promoting it as food. A 2-day buffer period. If nothing happened, he could rest easy for now. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility of chronic effects. This was also why the village needed a doctor. It could prevent these kinds of things from happening. After all, you have to know you're sick to treat the sickness. The doctor just needed to be able to tell if someone was sick. Even if they couldn't cure it, it didn't matter. Anyway, there was no illness that a bucket of milk couldn't solve. However, milk could ultimately only remove positive and negative status effects. Earlier, when Chun-Li saved Gousheng's mother, he discovered that there seemed to be continuous negative effects, such as weakness caused by starvation. Milk could only provide temporary relief. So follow-up care and recovery also needed a doctor to plan out. What a pity. If I had known, I would have kept that Yaman runner who got swatted away by Iron Mountain. I should have kept him. Chun-Li slowly walked back to his cabin, muttering to himself. He casually looked up and saw the dazzling starry sky. In the tranquil night, the dark clouds were dotted with countless stars. Some were bright, some were faint, each twinkling with its own light, scattered across the night sky. Listening to the nocturnal birds and cicadas, accompanied by the sound of the wind, Chun-Li couldn't help but be intoxicated by the beauty of the starry sky. His spirit also found a sense of peace and tranquility. This starry sky is so beautiful. Will I ever have the chance to go to outer space in the future? Just to take a look? I wonder if an inventory full of blocks is enough to build my way up there. But breathing might also be a problem. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chun-Li's mind. He had an epiphany. This is reality. Even the cover for mushrooms doesn't need blocks. Shadows can be used directly instead. I don't even need oxygen. If it's just about breathing, then if I were a transparent dome, like SpongeBob's, wouldn't that solve everything? Chun-Li sprinted back to his house. There was a small, fishless pond there. He walked to the edge of the pond, took out the glass bottle he had fished up a long time ago, and emptied the water from it. Then, Chun-Li bit down on the mouth of the bottle and submerged himself completely in the water. Inhala, exhala, shen liberata, while looking at his bottom right corner. There were no bubbles appearing there. This method works. He instantly had the urge to chop trees day and night, gather a full inventory of logs, craft them into planks, and slowly build his way up. After hesitating for a long time, Chun-Li eventually gave up on the idea. He was afraid that once he saw the starry sky, he wouldn't be able to find satisfaction in the process of expanding the village anymore. The starry sky, I'll leave it as something to look forward to. I'll go check it out when things get boring down here. This experiment wasn't entirely useless either. I could just place a door underwater to block the water, then empty the water that flows into the dome. I can explore the deep sea in the future too, but there's no rush for these things. Take it slow. Let's slowly develop the village first. I should head back first. I still need to prepare things. 4-way sure, and the other's departure tomorrow. Chun-Li shook his head gently and put the empty bottle back into his inventory. Earlier, he had only thought that this thing was just trash, tossing it into a small corner of his inventory and forgetting about it. But don't forget, he was in ancient times now. The value of this thing had just doubled instantly. You know, glass as pure and transparent as this should be quite valuable. I'll keep it in my inventory for now. Even if I don't use it later, I can still sell it. Exchange it for some iron, gold, or whatever. I definitely can't sell it tomorrow. Who knows, I might get targeted by some weirdos. I'll find a chance to deal with it later. Packing my bags. When I come back, I'll bring some local specialties. What an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Haha. It feels a bit like a mix of Travel Frog and SimCity. Man, this is pretty interesting. Chun-Li smiled easily, looking at the village that had quieted down and the lively mushroom houses of Mushroom Town. He still had plenty of time. Inside the Chongqing Ancient Herbal Hall, Ji Mingji withdrew his hand from the patient's pulse and said, "Open your mouth." He carefully observed the patient's tongue coating and had an answer in mind. "All right, you can close it." "Senior Ji, how is it?" the patient asked anxiously. "Looking at your symptoms, you must have caught a chill, causing an imbalance in your spleen and stomach," Ji Mingji said with a smile. "But it's nothing serious. I'll write you a prescription. Take it on time, and you'll recover in a few days." With that, he jotted down a few strokes and wrote the prescription, handing it to the middle-aged man beside him. He instructed, "Axianin, go get the medicine for this patient." "Zi nan not that." "Got it, Dad." Seeing the man's worried face, Ji Mingji comforted him. "Don't worry, the medicine isn't expensive. It'll just cost a few coins. Here is your medicine. Hold it well." Ji Xianin wrapped up the prescribed medicine and handed it to the patient. "Thank you, Senior Ji." "Thank you, Mr. Ji. Go on, go on." Ji Mingji waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, "Wait." Once there was no one else in the pharmacy, Ye minks his sight. He rubbed his swollen eyes, his gaze revealing a deep sense of helplessness and exhaustion. These days, more and more people are getting stomach illnesses. That medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Is the Imperial Court really going to do absolutely nothing? Even if they just allocated some rations from elsewhere, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. I'm afraid by the time the funds reach our area, not even 1/10 of it would be left. The higher-ups haven't even fed themselves full yet. How could it be our turn, the common folk? Ji Xianin's tone was laced with sarcasm. He glanced outside the door, lowered his voice, and continued, "Not to mention how wise our county magistrate is, sending people out to make arrests every day. The wailing inside the county office hasn't stopped for a single day." Ji Mingji said meaningfully, "Yeah, I heard bandits are rising up everywhere outside the city. I'm afraid these peaceful days won't last much longer. Asterisk top top asterisk. Footsteps came from outside the door. The father and son exchanged a glance and tactfully fell silent. The newcomer was a man wearing a leather jacket and pants, a leather hut, and leather boots, sporting a full beard. It was the fully armed Wei Shi. He cupped his hands and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ji Mingzi?" "That's me. What brings a strong man like you here?" "What can I do for you?" Ji Mingji asked warily. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. As soon as Wei Shi walked in, he could tell that although this man looked a bit emaciated, his complexion was bizarrely rosy and radiant, and his mind was clear. His eyes were bright, and his speech was clear. Although a bit strange, he didn't look like he was here to see a doctor, and his demeanor was calm and steady. It also didn't seem like a relative of his had contracted a severe illness that required his medical attention. It was highly likely that this wasn't anything good. "I've heard that Senior G's medical skills are superb. I happened to obtain a divine medicine, capable of growing flesh on bare bones and bringing the dead back to life," Wei Shi said. "I wonder if Mr. G would be interested? Growing flesh on bare bones? Bringing the dead back to life?" Ji Exinen looked at the large man before him in confusion. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "That's right." Wei Shi nodded, speaking with certainty. He had studied medicine under his father for half his life, and he had truly never seen any prescription capable of achieving such a feat. This guy must be a swindler from somewhere. Then how do you intend to prove it? Ji Mingji laughed out of anger. He had studied medicine since childhood, and while his skills might not be considered masterful, he could still treat patients and cure illnesses. He had a small reputation in the city, yet he could only use herbal medicine to regulate a patient's body and help them slowly recover. Now, someone was telling him that there was a medicine that could grow flesh on bare bones and bring the dead back to life. "All right, please do not panic at what happens next. I absolutely have no intention of harming either of you." Wei Shi nodded, took off all his leather armor, then pulled out a small knife and held it vertically against his arm, slashing a long, deep gash. Warrior, why would you do such a thing?" Exinen, quickly get the medicine." Ji Mingji hurriedly stood up and walked toward Wei Shi, intending to press his acupoints to stop the bleeding. "Old sir, wait a moment." Wei Shi took out a fishing rod and first filled his stomach. Then he pulled out an apple. "This wound, watch closely. This is the so-called divine medicine, a wild fruit. Isn't this just nonsense?" Yimingse frowned, looking at the bleeding knife wound. The next second, his scalp went numb. His furrowed brows instantly smoothed out. His eyes widened to the extreme, and wrinkles formed on his forehead. As Wei Shi ate, the knife wound began to heal at a visible rate, scabbing over and then falling off. How is this possible? Ji Mingji grabbed Wei Shi's arm directly, examining it back and forth, looking at the tender white skin left where the wound had been. He knew that what he had just seen was no illusion. "If you still don't believe me, sir, I can demonstrate it for you again," Wei Shi said, about to continue eating the remaining half of the apple. "Don't. I believe you. I believe you." Ji Mingji looked in heartache at the half-eaten divine fruit. What a sin. Just to prove it was real. Half of this unique divine artifact in the world is gone. How many people could this have saved? "Speak, what do you want?" Ji Mingji stared intently at the half-apple. After a long while, he reluctantly looked away, exhaled a breath of stale air, and asked. He didn't believe this man came all the way here, just to broaden an old man's horizons. He definitely had an ulterior motive. What if I said, there is also a divine medicine that can cure all diseases in the world? Wei Shi stared into Ji Mingji's eyes, enunciating every word. All diseases in the world? Can it cure the lump disease? Ji Mingji took a deep breath and asked, the lump disease, also known as the plague, it can? Wei Shi replied, I have it. I can give you everything, whether it's this clinic or my old life. Ji Mingji no longer hesitated, saying, as long as you can tell me. Where is it right now? Old sir, the immortal lord invites you. Immortal lord? Hearing this word, Yimingse froze. An absurd thought kicked into his mind. Could it be that kind of immortal? Once the thought arose, it was uncontrollable. Ji Mingji failed to catch his breath and covered his mouth, coughing. Is that person? Is he? He opened his mouth, stammering, faintly revealing his mostly toothless gums. He tremblingly raised his hand, his index finger slightly bent, and pointed at the sky. Seeing Wei Shi nod slightly in reverence. Ji Mingji's mind exploded with a boom. Yes, this divine medicine that could grow flesh on bones, revive the dead, and cure all diseases. How could it possibly come from the mortal realm? An immortal has descended to the mortal world. The common people are finally saved. In the silence, a few clear tears slid down Ji Mingji's wrinkled face. He quickly composed himself, wiped away the tears. I've made a fool of myself before you, sir. This old man simply couldn't hold it in. I don't deserve the title of sir. If you don't mind, Senior Ji, you can call me Wei Shi. Wei Shi shook his head and said, at the thought of actually being invited by the immortal lord, Ji Mingji felt that all the good deeds he had done in his life had not been in vain. Then let's leave right now. Ji Mingji looked at Wei Shi impatiently, wishing he could fly over to meet the heavenly immortal. Perhaps Senior Ji will have to wait a moment. Seeing that the matter was settled, Wei Shi revealed Wang Er and the others' plan to rebel and attack the city. In its entirety, we have to wait for those people to breach the city gates before we can set off. It's really happening. But how could those people possibly breach the city gates? Ji Mingji thought. Seeing Ji Mingji's hesitant expression, Wei Shi understood what he was thinking. He continued, this city will definitely fall. This is the immortal lord's decree. Hearing this, Ji Mingji's heart tightened, and any hope he had instantly vanished in a thin air. The next moment, he suddenly realized a problem. The immortal lord actually knew? Then why? Why did he allow those villagers to attack the city? You must know once the city falls, it won't just be the high officials and nobles who suffer, but also the innocent commoners. Ji Mingji didn't say it out loud, but Wei Shi already understood what Ji Mingji left unsaid. Senior Ji, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. The immortal lord is a free spirit of the heavens. He simply couldn't bear to see the suffering, which is why he descended to the mortal realm. His magical powers are suppressed by the mortal world, and right now, he can only watch over a single village. Wei Shi relayed the speculation Wang Baosi had told him. He said, it is precisely to save the common people that the immortal lord dispatched us mortals to handle matters in the city. Ji Mingji was suddenly enlightened, understanding everything. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked Wei Shi, did the immortal lord specifically ask for me to go? Wei Shi looked at Ji Mingji, shook his head, and said, the immortal lord only asked me to bring back a doctor. On the way, I heard that Senior Ji's medical skills are brilliant, and that you enjoy a pristine reputation in Chongqing. Therefore, I wanted to bring you to see the immortal lord. However, the immortal lord also said that family members can be brought along as well. So the immortal lord didn't actually notice me. Ji Mingji felt a bit empty inside, but the next moment, he recovered, thinking to himself. After a long while, he sighed. Even so, Si Nang, take the child and go with him. After Ji Mingji turned and said this to Ji Xinan, he cupped his hands toward Wei Shi again. My son is a bit slow, but he has followed me for so many years and learned a few things. While his medical skills may not be masterful, they are still ranked highly in this city. Let him go with you. Father, at a time like this, do you still plan to guard this clinic? Zi Sinan Uget An Si Oli. Everything that had just happened, Ji Xinan had seen with his own eyes, and he also knew of the immortal lord's existence. In his view, there was no other place safer than a place protected by God. Wei Shi also chimed in. That's right, Senior Ji. Once the city gates are breached, it won't just be the rebels coming in. By then, your life won't be guaranteed. Yes, which is exactly why I cannot leave. Ji Mingji shook his head, looking at the character for benevolence hanging high on the clinic's wall. If I leave, the common people of Chongqing will have nowhere to seek medical help. The medical fees at other clinics were only higher than his, never lower. Once the city gates are breached, there will definitely be a large number of people suffering. Don't worry, this is a clinic, a place to save lives. They surely wouldn't rob a place like this, right? It's not like they can fill their stomachs here. Ji Mingji continued. You came to find me first, precisely because of my reputation, didn't you? If I follow you and leave, seeking refuge with the immortal Lord, I wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle in my heart. But father, Exinen wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Mingji waving his hand. See, Nang, you go with him. That way, my grandson and daughter-in-law's lives will be safe. Futo, see, Nang. Father wants you to go first and see for me. What exactly is that divine medicine that can cure all diseases? I understand, father. Exinen, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. Senior G's righteousness, I deeply admire. After waiting for Exinen to pack his things, Wei Shi took Exinen's entire family and met up with Lu Qi and the others. Among them, Lu Qi was responsible for bringing back paste, and with the leather boots that could freely shrink in size, inviting them over was naturally effortless. Zhuzi, meanwhile, took the dye Chunli had made from flowers, exchanged it for money, and bought all the iron tools and a small amount of paper, pushing them on a cart. After their group met up, they hid in one of the small alleys, quietly waiting for the right moment. At this time, sounds of hacking and slashing came from outside the city. Run! The rebels have broken in. The commoners on the streets were in utter chaos, and the sound of doors slamming shut echoed everywhere. Bai Shui Wang ere was seen charging into the county town, raising his arms and shouting, "Kill the magistrate! Open the granaries! Kill them all! Kill! Kill!" The rebel army charged straight toward the county office. Now's the time. Wei Shi, hiding in the alley, and his group pushed the cart and sprinted down the streets. There was no one walking on the streets, so they didn't have to worry about bumping into anyone. They went all the way to the city walls, only to see the city gates wide open, with absolutely no one guarding them. Only starving refugees were continuously entering the city. They pushed the cart full of iron tools out of the city gates. Those starving refugees gathered at the gates, seeing that the cart only held iron tools and paper, looked away. Some even feared they were with the rebels, and made way for them. Many people from Lu village were also at the city gates to receive them. Chunli had been worried that their numbers were too small, so he simply sent out everyone in the village capable of fighting. To keep up appearances, the people of Lu village were all overjoyed, because they had completed the Immortal Lord's mission. Only those craftsmen were apprehensive about the future. From the moment they stepped out of their doors, they were already considered rebels. There's no turning back now. Inside the mushroom house, Miao Jiming woke up in a daze. He looked at the completely unfamiliar surroundings. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Oh, right. I joined a mountain stronghold that was planning to rebel. Turns out the leader was a charlatan and a complete amateur. He only sent some divine general to provide support. So as soon as I joined, I had to risk my life to find reinforcements, which caused me to pass out. So that means I'd been rescued. After sorting out the sequence of events, Miao Jiming relaxed. He looked around. He gazed about, his expression very strange. Why does this house look so weird? There's not much space to begin with. So why put such a big pillar in the middle? Huh? Why is there a small flower in my hand? Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment, but still tossed it away. Fortunately, Taishan wasn't here. He then touched the wall. Why is this wall a bit soft? Finally, Miao Jiming walked out the door and looked back. He was completely stunned. What he was living in wasn't a house at all. It was clearly an enormous red mushroom, and there were 3 or 4 more mushrooms like it nearby. Even stranger, there was a sign hanging on the door of the house. It said something like Lonely Town, Room Number 1, Chunli Limited Edition. What the hell is this? What kind of place have I come to? That's not right. I don't think I ate any mushrooms. How could I be hallucinating? Maybe I'm not awake yet. Miao Jiming was very confused. He rubbed his eyes hard. Nothing changed. Gritting his teeth, he gave himself a hard slap. Hiss! Ouch, ouch! It's not a hallucination. Miao Jiming helplessly looked at the only normal-looking village. He walked in. Is anyone here? Miao Jiming shouted loudly. But there was no response at all. When he entered the village, he discovered that in front of every house, there were half-meter long, almost identical dried fish hanging everywhere. Is there a drought? Where did this fish meat come from? He was stunned by the sight before him. This is fish meat, not some kind of grain-fed meat. Even the rivers have all dried up now. Where would the water to catch fish come from? Something's wrong. This is really not right. Where on earth am I? Miao Jiming swallowed hard. Now he was completely panicked. He carefully hugged the wall and slowly wandered through the village. Suddenly, he finally heard the sound of people. But after seeing the strange phenomena just now, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only sneak over slowly. When he reached the source of the sound, Miao Jiming carefully peeked out, seeing an incredibly bizarre scene before him. It seemed all the villagers were gathered here. A group of people wearing straw hats, holding shovels, stood in place with their eyes closed, as if they were praying. Before long, they moved aside with their shovels. A huge white monster, right where they had been standing, lifted a large, square block of earth and placed it on some wooden logs to the side. Then, holding a bucket, it scooped water from a nearby puddle and poured it into the hole. Some of the villagers worked together to push the block of earth forward, while others were responsible for placing logs underneath it. Not far away, there was a huge wooden platform. On it were many grilled fish, still faintly steaming. Those straw-hatted villagers would occasionally walk up to the platform, stuff some fish into their mouths to eat, and then continue working. Bizarre. This is too bizarre. I should stay away from them. Avoiding the villagers' paths, Miao Jiming walked to a spot next to a small, unfinished wooden cabin. We got closer and looked. His expression became even stranger. That small wooden cabin was built entirely by stacking wooden blocks. There wasn't even any trace of adhesive between the blocks. What genius invented this method of construction? How is that possible? The house was surrounded by a wooden fence. Miao Jiming couldn't just step over the fence, so he continued walking inward to get a better look. He saw a young master in an open area not far away. A young gentleman, fishing by a lake, casting his line. Seeing this, Miao Jiming felt no joy at seeing a fellow scholar. Instead, his expression was grave. His demeanor is that of a scholar. But those obviously expensive clothes are not something an ordinary person can afford. Besides, to be able to leisurely fish here, while everyone else is working, it can only mean this person's status is extraordinary. This must be the one in charge. The god they mentioned. No, in this time of drought, to be able to provide the villagers with an endless supply of fish to eat, and with that strange creature, and water. This person must truly be a master of extraordinary abilities. Miao Jiming thought to himself. He subconsciously wanted to leave. But then he suddenly thought, the fact that I've woken up, does he already know? Could this be a test for me? Where did you go? Miao Jiming gritted his teeth. Finally, he walked forward. He stopped a few meters away from Chun-Li. Cupping his hands toward his back, he said, I am Miao Jiming. Thank you for saving my life, sir. It's nothing. Come, sit. Fish with me for a while. Chun-Li shifted slightly to the side, gesturing to Miao Jiming. My name is Chun-Li. Ah, Senior Chun. Then I shall humbly accept your offer. Miao Jiming walked forward stiffly. He sat down one space away from Chun-Li. He knew he still smelled bad, but an elder's command must be obeyed. It's better to keep some distance. Miao Jiming didn't believe that Chun-Li was as young as he looked. That's why he called him Senior. As soon as he sat down, he stared at the empty pond and the unbaited hook. He stole an imperceptible glance at Chun-Li. I'm very curious, but I don't dare to ask. Since you've made it here, you must have seen the village. What do you think of it? Chun-Li asked with a smile. Miao Jiming thought about what he had just seen and heard. The endless supply of fish hanging in front of every house. The flowing water source. The happy, relaxed smiles of the villagers as they pushed blocks of earth. And that white, humanoid creature that could lift thousands of pounds helping them. And the sprouting wheat in the distance. This environment, like another world. He was momentarily entranced. This is a scene that even a golden age couldn't compare to. Coming back to his senses, Miao Jiming said with sincere emotion, the people live and work in peace and contentment. Food is abundant. It's like Master Tao Yuanming's peach blossom spring. It makes one yearn to be here, to put down roots. But it's obvious that this gentleman's intention isn't just for me to talk about these superficial things. Miao Jiming asked tentatively, Senior Chun, do you know anyone in the government? No, I don't. Chun-Li shook his head. Miao Jiming said, this humble one has some thoughts, but I don't know if I should say them. Just speak your mind. I'm listening. The world today is invaded by foreign barbarians from without. By May 11th, troops had already surrounded Jinzhou. The current situation is unknown, but it will inevitably worsen. Internally, natural disasters are raging, and and the people are displaced. Bandits are rising up everywhere, with both internal strife and external threats. The Imperial court cannot handle it all. Within a few years, the world will surely plunge into chaos. Miao Jiming gathered his courage and continued, Senior Chun, your magic is powerful. So you naturally do not fear this chaotic world. But I see that your heart is tied to this village. In the future, I fear you will be dragged into the muddy struggles between officials and bandits. I suspect this is also the reason why you had the villagers buy iron tools. He paused, then added, since the village has a surplus of food, you naturally have a method of obtaining it. If you want this chaotic world's utopia to stand forever, you must have enough manpower, and that requires someone to manage them. That is the reason I am here. First, to train troops. Second, to manage affairs. For now, we only need to focus on these 2 points. Of course, the most important thing to add is, Senior Chun, with you here, the village's future is secure. Wow, he's good. He talks a really good game. Way better than a college student like me, who only thinks about what to eat for lunch. Chun-Li perked up his ears and listened, nodding calmly on the surface, but secretly feeling quite surprised. You have to understand. He originally just wanted a librarian, and to find out what year it was. But putting it that way, he really did need management talent. It made perfect sense. Wang Baosi, as the village chief of Lu Village, could temporarily oversee things. But that was only because the settlement was currently mostly made up of Lu Village people, and he was an elder to most of them, so he could naturally keep them in line. But he barely knew how to read. Once there were more people in the future, mistakes were bound to happen. He couldn't manage everything himself. That would be way too troublesome. Plus, there were issues like food and housing distribution. All of these required someone to think them through. And that someone definitely couldn't be him. Leave it to the professionals. Movies funded by coal bosses are always the best to watch. I'd be scrambling just trying to manage 3 rebellious kids, let alone thousands of people in the future. Looks like I picked up a real treasure this time. MHM, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Chun-Li said shamelessly, without changing his expression. Not bad. You've passed my test. From now on, management affairs will be temporarily handed over to you. I'll talk to the village chief about it later. Miao Jiming said calmly. Yes, I understand. His reaction seems a bit too bland. Chun-Li carefully sized up Miao Jiming and noticed that the man seemed somewhat lifeless. His eyes were dull and listless, as if he had already resigned himself to death. That won't do. I need to find a way to light a fire under him. My villagers can't be moping around all day. Let me think. What do ancient scholars want? Just as Chun-Li was thinking, the fishing rod in his hand twitched slightly. He immediately pulled the rod up. A large fish flew right out, turning into a streak of golden light that merged into Chun-Li's body. Ah! So this is how the fish in the village are caught. Those who are willing take the bait. Witnessing this scene, Miao Jiming's eyes flickered. What a pity. Still nothing good. Chun-Li put away the fishing rod and said to Miao Jiming, come with me. Chun-Li led Miao Jiming to the chicken coop, took out some wheat seeds, and fed them to the chickens. When he saw that lively, freshly spawned little chick, Miao Jiming finally realized his imagination had been far too conservative. Creation from the void. This is the work of an immortal. Chun-Li pointed to the chicken coop and said, these chickens can grow to full size in just a few days, and they can lay eggs without being fed. As long as there are enough of these chickens, we won't have to worry about starvation, right? At that time, it will be a brand new era. Your name will also be engraved in history, remembered by all. No one will starve to death. Miao Jiming didn't care about his own name, whether it appeared in history or not. After all, after death, one is just a pile of dirt. He had come to terms with that during his days of wandering. But all of this comes from you. If you were to leave, wouldn't everything just go back to the way it was? Miao Jiming, with a sudden burst of courage, asked, I will always be here. Chun-Li said with a tempting smile. So, do you want to see it with me? What a world with no starvation would look like. It'll be very cool. Miao Jiming stared blankly at Chun-Li. He finally understood why his mother prayed to the gods every day. At this moment, he found his own faith. His eyes became sharp again. He knelt down. Suppressing his excitement, he said with conviction, I will do everything in my power to manage the village well. Perfect. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. A different kind of commotion could be faintly heard from the village. Shenli's Earzwisha. He understood what was happening. Lu Qi and the others are back. He turned to the motivated, eager-looking Miao Jiming and said, coincidentally, Wei Shi and the others are back too. I'll take you over. It's a good chance to meet them. And the village chief. He's there too? Excellent. Miao Jiming was overjoyed. He followed Chun-Li. Mom, look, what a big monster. And that big white thing over there. It's so big and looks so goofy, but it's so strong. Gxinan's youngest son excitedly pulled his mother's hand, chattering excitedly all the way. Meanwhile, Gxinan and the other craftsmen were all captivated by the sight of the village, overflowing with fish. Gxinan was doing okay. Although his daily meals weren't great, he could at least eat his fill. But it was different for the other craftsmen. They could hardly tear their eyes away. Forget fish meat. They usually couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone minced meat. Even if they were only given the tails of these fish, they would be completely satisfied. We made the right choice coming here. The craftsmen exchanged knowing glances. They were incredibly glad for the choice they made. Before they even reached the place, Wei Shi and the others stopped, because they saw Chun-Li walking towards them. The straw-hatted villagers who were busy digging also stopped. They cupped their hands to Chun-Li and said, Greetings, young Master Chun. Lu Qi's group said the same. Chun-Li asked the blacksmiths, which of you knows how to make crossbows? Yi-Do. Yi-Do. Before they even came here, they were already prepared. After all, besides the Imperial court, anyone who wanted them would surely be for forging weapons, armor, and the like. They couldn't possibly be brought over to forge farm tools, right? So, after hearing Chun-Li's question, almost all the blacksmiths responded. They were afraid that if they spoke too late, they wouldn't be chosen. It would be terrible to be kicked out of this place. Seeing that almost everyone nodded, Chun-Li was a bit surprised. Then, can you make armor? And so, everyone nodded again. Doesn't the Imperial court value these craftsmen at all? Chun-Li was very puzzled. In his opinion, these were all skilled talents. Yet they were so easily tricked into coming here. And although they weren't emaciated, they were somewhat malnourished, probably from not having enough to eat on a daily basis. It seems the court doesn't treat them very well. Chun-Li wouldn't have them make armor. After all, iron armor is worse than a full set of leather. It's a pure waste of iron. But crossbows are a good thing. If Chun-Li were to craft the crossbows, it would definitely consume a lot of iron, and they would have durability, breaking after just a few months of use. Of course, the advantage is that they can be crafted instantly and can be enchanted. But for mass production, these craftsmen are still needed. Are we going to rebel? Hearing Chun-Li ask if they could make crossbows, one of the villagers asked timidly, Rebel? Rebel. I'll give you a rebellion. A villager from Lu family village next to him smacked the back of the man's head twice and glared. Watch your mouth. Didn't you hear the young master? This is to protect ourselves. What rebellion? Exactly. Besides, if we're talking about rebellion, it's the emperor who's rebelling against our young master. That's right. We all listen to the young master. Whatever the young master says goes. Yeah, even if the young master wants us to rebel, we'll do it. The dragon throne should belong to young Master Chun. Seeing the villagers getting more and more worked up, the craftsmen on the side began to tremble. They were terrified of being overheard by Imperial officials. Chun-Li quickly raised his hand and pressed it down. The villagers instantly fell silent, looking at Chun-Li, waiting for him to speak. Then Chun-Li had Lu Qi recount what happened in the county town. He told them everything. The number of bandits will only increase from now on, so we must take up arms to protect ourselves. In a moment, I will select some people to learn how to use crossbows and other weapons. Of course, you won't be doing this for free. There will be monthly wages. Anyway, that's the gist of it. For this selection, I will have Wei Shi, that's him, and Wang Daniu decide together. Chun-Li pointed to Wei Shi at his side. You can go to them. But before that, Chun-Li glanced at the craftsmen and said, Those of you who are craftsmen of the same type, stand together. I need to confirm the numbers. The craftsmen quickly got into position. Chun-Li quickly counted 6 craftsmen, 2 stonemasons, and 4 blacksmiths. If I remember correctly, there should be 4 corresponding professions for blacksmiths. Armorer, swordsmith, weaponsmith, and toolsmith. The armorer is obviously not needed. As for the toolsmith, The number of villagers is still small right now, so we don't need to consider that for now. After all, there are only 4 blacksmiths. Taking everything into account, Chun-Li decided to change the professions of the 4 blacksmiths into 3 swordsmiths and 1 weaponsmith. All right, I have a general understanding of the situation now, but as for what you'll be doing specifically, we'll talk about it tomorrow. That's all for today. I need to have someone move these things, all the ironware, outside my house. Then I can break them down into iron ingots one by one. And then I can craft those profession blocks. The lectern also needs to be crafted, and bookshelves need to be crafted from paper. The divine item that cures all ailments. I'll have Taishan bring it to you in a bit. Chun-Li said to Gousheng. After all, what I have now is a water bucket. Tonight, I'll use the iron ingots to make another iron bucket, and then use that bucket to get some milk. I'll let Gousheng study it. All right, ZC nan not that, Miao Jiming. After you're done at Wei Shi's place, remember to discuss the management matters with the village chief. After speaking, Chun-Li thought for a moment. Seeing there was nothing else, he left. He planned to go cut some grass, to get some wheat seeds. The stock in his inventory had all been used to breed chicks, and there wasn't much left. Then he would go back and craft all the necessary profession blocks. Chun-Li decided to let the men start tomorrow. It would be good for them to get familiar with the place they'd be living. Once Chun-Li was completely out of sight, the people of Lu family village erupted. They completely surrounded Wei Shi and Wang Daniu. Pick me. Pick me. I'm strong. I can fight. Pick me. I'll only take half the wages. I'll only take 30%. All right, that's enough. Then I don't want any wages. Just give me enough to eat, and I'm good. Look, do you think your nephew is good enough? Get out of the way. Who isn't a nephew here? On the other side, Chun-Li sheared the wool from the grown sheep and used the 3 pieces of wool in his inventory to craft a bed. He walked into the house and placed the bed in the inner room. He immediately lay down on it. Oh, what a hassle. As expected of a bed that requires 3 pieces of wool to craft. It's so comfortable. Chun-Li sank into the bed, thinking that if he wanted to expand now, he would need to get more experience. Among the methods, smelting or to gain experience was undoubtedly the fastest way at the moment. But coal was in short supply. Using wood to make charcoal would consume a large amount of wood. At least for now, he couldn't do that. Yawn. Suddenly, my eyelids feel so heavy. Chun-Li suddenly woke with a jolt. Springing up from the bed, the sleepiness instantly vanished. Forced sleep, as expected of a Minecraft bed. In my world, as long as a player gets into bed, they just have to wait a few seconds. The screen goes black, and then it's the next morning. That's not bad. It saves me from having to lie in bed for a long time before falling asleep. After all, since becoming Steve, Shen Li Douratikari doesn't need to sleep for several days. Psychologically, it might feel strange, but he would get used to it over time. But he couldn't fall asleep just yet. He had to craft the profession blocks and iron ingots first. Who knows what time it would be when he woke up from this nap. He went outside and used the ironware he brought back to craft iron ingots. He used the crafting table to turn paper into books, and then into bookshelves. He used wooden planks to craft slabs, and then crafted the librarian's profession block with the lectern and a librarian. If he was lucky, he could trade for some useful enchanted books. Enchanted books could be used on an anvil, consuming experience, to add extra attributes to weapons and armor. Next, Chun-Li crafted the stonemason's stonecutter and the weaponsmith's grindstone. When it came to the swordsmith's smithing table, he looked troubled. Crafting a smithing table required 2 pieces of flint. Currently, flint was obtained by digging gravel, and gravel only appears where there are rivers. I could follow the riverbed to see. After all, even though there's no water, the terrain hasn't changed, right? But I can't find the way to the river. I'll call Gousheng to go with me. Chun-Li crafted an iron bucket, went out the back door, and got a bucket of milk from the cow in the pen. Don't worry, that little calf will grow up soon. Then you'll be free. I'll be milking you for now. Seeing the old cow staring straight at him, Chun-Li said sincerely, Haha, it'll take a few more days for the calf to be born. But don't worry, it'll be over soon. By now, the sky had already darkened. Placing the milk bucket in his inventory, Chun-Li walked towards the village. He happened to pass by the mushroom town, since they had brought back more people than expected, under the cover of night, led by Lu Wusan. The farmers were busy planting mushroom houses. Taishan was helping to move the excavated blocks of earth. As for the craftsmen, they stood quietly in a line to the side, contentedly rubbing their slightly bulging bellies, eagerly waiting to be assigned a mushroom house. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. They lost control for a moment and ate until they were stuffed. He handed the milk bucket to Taishan and asked him to take it to the doctor. Then Chun-Li went straight to Gousheng's house. Knock, knock. While knocking lightly on the door, Chun-Li called out in a low voice, Gousheng, Gousheng, are you asleep yet? The sound of someone getting dressed came from inside the house. Haha, what a coincidence. Gousheng was in a hurry. Before long, the door opened. Gousheng let out a slight yawn, forcing his sleepy eyes open to look at Chun-Li. Boss, what do you need me for? Chun-Li said, let's go. On a night adventure. First, we'll find a river to dig for gravel. And while we're at it, we'll bring back those few bees we saw before. To work for us. Okay, boss. Wait for me a moment. Gousheng nodded, speaking softly, although he was a bit confused, wondering where there was a river nearby. He still quickly ran to the water bucket, scooped out a bowl of water, splashed it on his face to wake up, then picked up a basket and a machete, and silently followed behind Chun-Li. Chun-Li said, all set. Let's go. Gousheng, you still remember where that beehive is, right? Yes. Gousheng nodded. Good. What about the dried-up river? Chun-Li asked. Gousheng thought for a moment. He replied, the river. Boss. This way. I'll lead the way. With Gousheng leading, Chun-Li indeed found a sandy area. After collecting the gravel and gathering a stack of sand to take back and smelt into glass, they walked a few more miles to the forest where they had found the beehive. Chun-Li first took out a campfire and placed it under the beehive. This way, he wouldn't be attacked by the bees during collection. He took out shears and used them on the beehive, obtaining 3 honeycombs. 3 honeycombs were enough to craft 1 beehive. It's a pity 1 beehive can only house 3 bees. And there's only 1 beehive around here. After using a flower to breed a baby bee, Chun-Li looked at its cute appearance and reached out to gently pet it. I hope this isn't considered an attack. Fortunately, the bee was very docile. It even gently nudged Chun-Li's hand with its head. Gousheng, you try it too. Don't worry, it won't hurt you, Chun-Li said to Gousheng beside him. Okay. Gousheng swallowed. He closed his eyes, reached out, and gently touched the little bee, then immediately pulled his hand back. He wasn't hurt. Only then did he place his hand on the bee's head again and slowly pet it. Good. It seems bees can coexist peacefully with villagers. Just a trait of promoting crop growth alone means that, in the future, these little guys will definitely be active in the fields. Thankfully, most of the animals in Minecraft are very cute and easy for people to accept. Well, except for the ones in the Nether. Gousheng, take this flower and lead them back. Seeing Gousheng having fun, Chun-Li smiled and handed him the flower. Don't worry, leave it to me. Gousheng was no longer afraid. Holding the flower, the bees buzzed around him, circling. After sending the reluctant Gousheng, who was still looking at the bees, home, Chun-Li returned to his small house with the flower. He found Miao Jiming standing respectfully at his door. Waiting. Miao Jiming. It's so late. Did something happen? Young Master Chun, I heard from Weishur that there was an uprising, and they have successfully taken a county town. Miao Jiming heard the buzzing of wings. He glanced at the half-meter-long bee following behind Chun-Li. His scalp tingled. He lowered his head, not daring to look again. Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, in the coming days, there might be government soldiers coming to the village to cause trouble. Training the troops cannot be delayed. After learning from the village chief that Chun-Li wanted the villagers to call him this, Miao Jiming also changed his form of address. Due to the Imperial Court's military farming system, the garrison for the county town is stationed at a post more than 10 miles away. When Wang Er and the others rebelled, there was almost no news of it within the county town. By the time reinforcements arrived, the people were long gone. The Imperial Court will definitely hold someone accountable for this. The patrol inspector responsible for capturing bandits and maintaining order will want to redeem himself. He'll have to capture Wang Er as soon as possible. But if he can't find him, and he finds Liu Family Village instead, if the leading inspector has some conscience, he might just make them hand over some grain and leave. After all, whether they are rebels or not is up to the inspector's whim. Young Master Chun, we plan to start training the troops tomorrow morning. I wonder if we could use a small amount of the divine fish on the wooden platform? No problem. The fish is there to be used, especially for training troops. Chun-Li nodded in agreement. Immortal Lord, there is one more thing. The village has a surplus of food. Wang Er has coerced villagers from several surrounding villages into his rebellion. Those left in the villages are experienced farmers. I was thinking the village might need these people. Immortal Lord, what do you think? Should we send people to bring them back? Miao Jiming continued. Of course you can. Miao Jiming cupped his hands with a calm and graceful demeanor. Thank you, young Master Chun. Then I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will take my leave now. All right, you may go. Chun-Li saw that Miao Jiming was a little scared, but was forcing himself to stay calm, so he let Miao Jiming leave, although this bee wouldn't bite unless provoked, and was actually quite cute up close for someone unfamiliar with its habits. It was indeed quite intimidating. Even a hornet would have to make way, let alone this half-meter-long, prehistoric giant bee. Chun-Li used the honeycombs he obtained to craft a beehive and placed it in a corner of the garden. He led the bees into the room, holding a flower, stood in a corner, sealed the surroundings with wooden blocks, then squatted down and crawled out of the bee wall, all in one smooth motion. I'll let these bees stay in there for a while. It's not like they'll die from being cooped up. Once I have 2 baby bees and can breed them, I'll release the 3 of them. He took out the gravel from his inventory and kept breaking it until he had collected 6 pieces of flint. He crafted 3 smithing tables. Done and done. Time for bed. Having finished all this, Shenli stresha relaxadly threw himself onto the bed, found a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was the next morning. Walking into the village, Chun-Li found that Wei Shi and Wang Daniu had already taken the selected villagers and begun training in the open space. Wang Daniu was responsible for teaching the villagers how to use crossbows, showing them how to aim and fire. Next was to slowly correct the crossbowman's posture. But he was a hunter, after all, so his knowledge of crossbows was only partial. So Wang Daniu was also using a crossbow, shooting over and over, to find the best posture and grip for using it. Of course, things were still relatively normal over here. But Wei Shi's side was a completely different story. Although it was a bit far, Chun-Li could still hear them. He saw the villagers' faces flushed with excitement, their eyes firm as they muttered, Immortal Lord's protection. Then they would take a sword and stab themselves fiercely, letting the blood flow down. Their faces would turn pale. They endured the pain, gritting their teeth. They held on until Wei Shi gave the word. They would quickly swallow some salted dried fish, and then eat the grilled fish that had been distributed, allowing their wounds to heal quickly. They repeated this process over and over. So this fish, this is how you use it. Shenli gaspat. I thought it was just for treating bruises and sprains. But you're actually stabbing yourselves with it? Nearby, there was a separate group of 2. One of them was Gousheng. They were both wearing full sets of leather armor, holding ordinary iron swords, foregoing all defense. They stabbed straight at each other's faces. Wei Shi was at the side, instructing them. If either one showed fear, closed their eyes, or tried to dodge, they would get a scolding from Wei Shi. Don't block, attack directly. Trade life for life. This was the most suitable training method Wei Shi had chosen. After considering the conditions of Lu family village, with the divine fish, they could guarantee that as long as a villager wasn't dead, their injuries could be healed. The divine boots could provide protection when fighting to the death with an enemy. So, the people of Lu family village just needed to train their courage. For now, they only needed to learn one move. Ignore defense and aim directly for the enemy's vital points. That would be enough. The most important thing was the morale of Lu family village. Even if only one person was left, the remaining villagers would still dare to fight to the death. Moreover, Wang Baosi would tell his 2 sons about the Immortal Lord's various likes and dislikes. And of course there were the things he had seen and heard while by Chan Xinju inside. And Lu Ping was not one to keep a secret. This included the 2 government officials who, by the Immortal Lord's decree, would be reincarnated as animals in their next lives. To be honest, this was the first time Wei Shi had felt sympathy for government soldiers. Coupled with the Immortal Lord's narrow victory last time, a scene that made heaven and earth rage. The villagers had long regarded him as their spiritual pillar. Under these circumstances, Wei Shi even suspected that, if Chen Xianjun gave the order, these people from Lu family village would commit suicide on the spot without batting an eye. As for Gousheng, Wei Shi originally didn't intend for him to participate. After all, if something happened to Gousheng, the Immortal Lord would surely be furious, and it wouldn't be as simple as just lightning and thunder then. But when he learned that Gousheng was doing it to protect the Immortal Lord, Wei Shi's heart tightened. He had guessed that the Immortal Lord must be restricted by the mortal world, but he didn't expect it to be this severe, to the point where he was almost harmed by wolves. An immortal cannot die. At most, he would shed this mortal body and return to the celestial realm. But then there would be no more peace in this chaotic world. So the Immortal Lord's life was of utmost importance. But the only one qualified to stay by the Immortal Lord's side was Gousheng. Therefore, Wei Shi agreed. Considering that Gousheng needed to provide close protection, Wei Shi was exceptionally strict with him, and he had hardened his heart and told Gousheng that if the Immortal Lord was in danger, Gousheng must step forward and take the blow, even if it meant death. This world cannot be without the Immortal Lord. Gousheng nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This was precisely why he wanted to join the training. Under Miao Jiming's command, some villagers collected wild grass and flowers, put them into the composter to create bone meal, which the farmers then used to speed up the growth of wheat, to obtain wheat seeds. Then they planted them. The area of the wheat fields continued to expand. Some went back and forth between the various villages, bringing people back. They also brought back many able-bodied men. Not everyone was willing to leave their homes and rebel with Wang Er. This group could be trained as soldiers, or they could farm. Even the old and weak could gather flowers and grass to get bone meal. Their payment was the fish from the village. The village was developing and growing in an orderly manner, and Gousheng had his own things to do. Adventuring alone wasn't much fun. So Chun Li just finished changing the professions of the newcomers, fed the chicks every day, raised the bees, and then went to his small fish pond to fish. After all, the large lake was still some time away from being completed, although they were still short-staffed in various areas these days. When it came to building the lake, a task designated by Chun Li, even if it seemed useless, the villagers still made it their top priority. While fishing, Chun Li would often steal glances at the village. The villagers from Lu family village would occasionally glance at him. Seeing that he was still there, they would feel at ease and continue with their work. The people from other villages who had just joined, influenced by the people of Lu family village, plus the endless supply of fish and the infinite water source, also often looked at him with reverence. For the time being, I should just quietly be a mascot. I'll deal with things after the matter with the government soldiers is over. As the days passed in the town, Lu family village developed at a rapid pace. Under the setting sun, the sound of horse hooves echoed from the forest where Lu family village was located. The government officials have finally arrived. Damn it, why'd I have to get stuck with this mess? Why'd it have to be in this county town? Couldn't they have rebelled somewhere else? Wouldn't that have been better? Riding his horse, Wu Zhen's expression was gloomy, a hint of fatigue on his face. He cursed under his breath. Every month, some of these peasants turn into bandits. As a patrol inspector, he naturally had to manage these mundane affairs. But it was one thing for them to be restless. Usually, with a little effort and a few dispatch teams, the matter would be settled. He could then continue to drink and eat meat peacefully on his own turf. Life passing by so quietly was still tolerable. But then someone suddenly ran up and told him that there was an uprising in the city, and it had now been captured. At first, he couldn't believe it. But when he went to the county town to see for himself, refugees had poured into the city, causing chaos everywhere. The official grain in the granaries had been completely taken. On the rafters of the wealthy households in the county town hung the bodies of their female family members. Some had even been taken down by the surging refugees, and after a patrol, were found lying disheveled on the cold floor. As for the county magistrate, his body had been hacked to pieces. His head was nowhere to be found. The county town was in complete chaos. He led his troops, along with the officials who had escaped, and spent several days with great difficulty to suppress the situation. He left some of his men behind, as well as one or two of his personal guards, to stabilize the situation in the town. He left the county town without stopping. Wanting to capture Vongat. He searched all the villages around the county town. Every village was empty. Almost everyone had run off with Wang Er. Those left behind were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. So Wu Zhen couldn't take these suspected rebels back for questioning. They were either too old or too young. The higher-ups wouldn't believe it, but he could still squeeze out some grain for his troops. He was driving out thieves and bandits for them, lest the bandits remain at large. These people wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, but leading an army on a campaign, how could they quell the bandits without provisions? The grain in the city was stolen by these peasants. So is it wrong for me to take it back? It's not wrong, right? If anyone's to blame, it's that damned rebel Wang Er. This is all his fault. Wu Zhen cursed incessantly, his mouth feeling incredibly dry. He licked his chapped lips, opened the water skin at his waist, and poured water into his mouth. But the water inside barely moistened his lips before it was gone. Wu Zhen's face darkened. He turned to a conscripted laborer following beside him and said coldly, "Bring me water." That laborer had been walking for so long. He was already starving and parched, coupled with the hot weather. The steam made him feel dazed. It wasn't until Wu Zhen impatiently shouted a second time that he finally reacted. Before he could even hand over the water, Wu Zhen snatched it from him. He scolded, "Damn it. If it weren't for you idiots being so slow, I would have caught that Wang Er long ago." Seeing that the laborer didn't react, but only looked longingly at the water flask in his hand, Wu Zhen looked at him mockingly. He nodded. "What? You want a drink?" The laborer didn't speak, but his eyes lit up slightly. He nodded gently. "Then crawl and get it. If you get it, the water is all yours." Wu Zhen took the water flask and threw it into the distance, beckoning the man to go retrieve it. The laborer crawled shakily towards the water flask. He finally managed to pick it up, but before he could take a sip, Wu Zhen had another soldier snatch the flask from his hand. "Ah, you think you're worthy?" Wu Zhen sneered. "If I'm miserable, you can forget about being happy, perhaps from a fit of anger, or perhaps unable to bear the heat." The laborer's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. What bad luck! Seeing the laborer's pathetic state, Wu Zhen cursed aloud, but felt a little better inside. Soldiers are soldiers, and civilians are civilians. These laborers certainly didn't count as soldiers. Naturally, he didn't need to treat them with courtesy. The surrounding laborers marched forward numbly. In these times, just staying alive was difficult. This would happen to them sooner or later. Where would they find the spare energy to pity others? It wasn't like anyone pitied them. In this world, all the good people died long ago. Go check the rear. Ever since we entered this forest, there's been a constant commotion back there. Hearing the restless troops behind him, Wu Zhen frowned. He ordered his personal guard. After a short while, the guard returned. He cupped his hands and replied, "Someone heard that there's a huge white monster in this forest. It's incredibly strong and kills without blinking. It killed many refugees outside the city before. How dare they shake the army's morale at a time like this? Behead that idiot who's spreading rumors and make an example of him." Wu Zhen said through gritted teeth. He was already frustrated, with Wang Er constantly weighing on his mind. And now some monster? This was clearly meant to oppose him. "Wait, this forest is indeed a bit strange." Wu Zhen stopped the guard. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Do you know where they got this information?" "It seems to be from outside the city, from a crazed, scar-faced refugee. I heard he was lucky and escaped by playing dead, but everyone else with him died." The guard organized his words and answered. Wu Zhen cursed. "Ridiculous. Even if it's true, it's just one monster. How could it kill everyone but one person? Don't they have legs? Can't they run? This is complete nonsense. They're all idiots, believing such an obvious lie." Just then, a scout ran up, knelt before Wu Zhen, and reported with cupped hands. "Report. A village has been spotted ahead, less than a few miles from here." "How many people?" Wu Zhen asked unhurriedly. They had passed through countless villages. Foget Vang Ia. They hadn't even seen Ali Er or Zhang Er. The villages were practically empty. So Wu Zhen wasn't paying much attention. He just asked casually, "Quite a few. No less than 100. The scout replied. "What?" Wu Zhen asked with a serious expression. "Are you sure?" This humble one has confirmed with several others. Every word is true. Good. Vang Ia. This general has finally caught you. Have the soldiers form up. Be quick about it. A glint of excitement flashed in Wu Zhan's eyes. And hurry, bring me my armor. During a march, soldiers generally don't wear armor. They'd be exhausted before they got very far, unless they were preparing for a night raid. The armor would usually be carried by laborers. Similarly, they wouldn't march in formation all the time. That would keep the soldiers in a constant state of tension, wasting their energy for no reason. Both armoring up and forming ranks take time. The troops had to be properly organized. Before setting out, the scout's job was to spread out for dozens of miles around, reconnoitering and giving an immediate warning upon encountering the enemy, to avoid being caught in a surprise attack. After successfully putting on his armor, Wu Zhan quietly waited for his troops to finish forming up. This was no time to be hasty. You lead the way. We must bring the rebels back to the city before nightfall. Wu Zhan's troops silently approached Lu family village. When they were still some distance away, Wu Zhan didn't rush to attack. Instead, he sent out more scouts to gather information about the village. Although they were just a ragtag group of temporarily gathered people, as a general, the one thing he couldn't do was underestimate the enemy. If the enemy's numbers were too large and their defenses were complete, he didn't mind waiting a while. Right now, the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. A night raid was also a good option. As soon as the scout returned, Wu Zhan eagerly asked, "How are the village's defenses? Where is their weakest point?" "Reporting to you, sir. The village has almost no defenses. There are only a few men in leather clothes, carrying wooden swords, wandering around the village entrance." The scout paused. He let out an imperceptible sigh. He continued, "Most of the people in the village are elderly or children. They are likely the remaining people from the surrounding villages who have gathered together. Is there anything unusual?" Wu Zhan thought for a moment, and then asked, "There are some unusual things. Quite a few, in fact." The scout said, "There are pits in the village at regular intervals, but the holes are very obvious. Cavalry can easily avoid them. On one side of the village, there are small houses that look and are colored like mushrooms, but we didn't dare get too close for fear of being discovered, so we couldn't confirm if they were actually mushrooms. Perhaps it's just something the villagers made to be mysterious. On the other side, there's a strange lake. It's only about 10 meters long. It probably springs from underground. Perhaps it's because they discovered this lake, that the people from those villages gathered here to form a new settlement. On the outskirts of the village, there's a large, strange, square structure made of wood. There might be something hidden inside. Never mind the unusual things. What do you think our chances of victory are if we charge indirectly?" Wu Zhan continued to ask. "A village of mostly old people and children. Weak defenses that are purely for show. Combatants armed with wooden swords." The scout said with near certainty, "The enemy will not have any strength to fight back." He could already imagine the scene of the cavalry charging into the village, and the villagers who came to meet them immediately collapsing and scattering in all directions. "You may go." Wu Zhan waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he waited and questioned the other scouts who had gone out to investigate. He had done many evil things, and he had survived this long by being cautious. After getting the same answers from all of them, Wu Zhan finally revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He didn't care if these people were refugees from the surrounding area. Wu Zhan only knew that he had been pursuing the rebel Wang heir, and today he had finally made progress. Although he hadn't cut off Wang heir's head, the rebel was cunning and had managed to slip away. But he had severely damaged the rebel army he led, even if it pained him greatly. On top of this, he would have to spend some money to bribe the higher-ups to cover his mistakes. But even if he was punished later, at least he could save his own life, right? "Cavalry, charge with me. The rest of you follow. Kill them." Wu Zhan no longer hesitated. With his command, he led his army to attack Lu family village. Soon he saw the village the scout had described. Just as the scouts had said, most of them were old people fleeing into the village. There were only a dozen or so idiots with wooden swords, trying to stop a chariot with their bare hands. Do these guys really think they can stop my cavalry on their own? What a foolish thought. Wu Zhan sneered. However, to his surprise, even as he led his cavalry to charge the village, some of those villagers still dared to walk forward. And Wu Zhen noticed something strange. Those villagers were mostly wearing straw hats and holding a white object in their hands. They walked to the front of those pits. Wu Zhen felt a strange sense of unease, but the cavalry had already begun their charge. He couldn't just have them stop now. He shouted to the cavalry, "Faster! Cut down anyone who stands in our way." They were getting closer and closer to those strange, straw-hatted villagers. They were only a few steps away. Just then, the villagers, holding bone meal in their hands, waved it a few times at the pits. Instantly, a huge red mushroom wall shot up from the ground, completely blocking the cavalry's path. The cavalrymen had never seen such a thing. They instinctively pulled hard on their horses' reins, trying to slow down, to avoid crashing into the red mushroom wall. The horses were already spooked, and with this action, they lost control of their bodies. They fell to the ground, taking their riders with them. The powerful inertia threw the men from their horses. After landing on the ground, they began to groan in pain. In just that one moment, the entire cavalry was wiped out, and that included Wu Zhen. However, protected by his armor, he only suffered minor injuries. Normally, such minor injuries wouldn't hinder Wu Zhen's movement, but he scrambled up in a panic, staring blankly at the red wall. The bizarre development was beyond his comprehension, leaving Wu Zhen stunned for a moment. But the next moment, he immediately reacted. He roared at the infantry behind him, "Quickly! If you don't want to die, then charge. Kill these rebels. Otherwise, when the court holds us accountable, none of us will escape. And for every person you kill, I'll give you double the reward." Would the court blame these soldiers? Wu Zhen didn't know, but he knew that if these infantrymen didn't charge, he probably wouldn't escape today. Kill them, cut down those rebels, and go back for the reward. People are social creatures, after all. Instigated by Wu Zhen's confidence planted in the troops, and seeing that the red mushroom wall hadn't harmed them, someone soon couldn't suppress their greed and charge forward. Where there's one, there will be two. More and more infantrymen charged forward, hacking away at the red mushroom. As for Wu Zhen, he quietly hid among the soldiers, ready to shed his armor and flee at any moment. If it weren't for the horses, which were mostly down and out, he would have loved to jump on a fast horse right now and get the hell out of this damn place. But if he ran now, these infantrymen would surely scatter. He would become an obvious target. If this strange enemy decided to go after him, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. He had to wait for these infantrymen to rout on their own. Only then could Wu Zhen blend into the crowd and see if he could escape. What's going on? At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Wu Zhen swallowed nervously. He looked at the mushroom wall that was gradually being broken open. He had a strange premonition. Once that wall was breached, what he would face would probably be his greatest fear. Soon, the last of the mushroom wall was smashed open. A flash of white appeared before their eyes. Taishan was very frustrated right now. His creator, worried that the invaders would discover the village's abnormalities, had built him an underground room and let him wander around in there. That wasn't so bad. As long as he could help the lovely villagers and his respected creator, he was happy. Plus, his creator was afraid he would be bored. So he had different villagers come down to keep him company every day. Life wasn't too dull. After all, looking after these villagers was the reason for his existence. And it was through this opportunity that the villagers who usually avoided him, when they came to keep him company, would at first stay far away from him. Whenever a villager came to see him, Taishan himself, after some time, would quietly move a tiny bit closer to the villagers. If he was discovered, Taishan would tilt his head, pretend nothing happened, and move back. After a long time, the villagers were no longer so wary of him and gradually opened their hearts. When Taishan did this, they all pretended not to see. Just like that, the simple-minded him finally felt that he had gotten close to the villagers for the first time. From then on, every villager who came to see him, if they were bored, would tell him their stories. Sometimes, as they spoke, tears would fall. To be honest, he didn't understand any of it, but he was happy to be a listener for the villagers. At times like these, Taishan would reach out his hand and pat the villagers' little heads. He didn't know how to comfort people, and he couldn't speak. But one night, when he heard a small villager crying and rushed over, While observing the situation, he saw a small villager rocking and holding a crying, even smaller villager. The tiny villager would stop crying and fall asleep with a smile. This seems very useful. He did as he had seen. He reached out his hand, gently held those small villagers in his arms, and slowly, gently rocked them. At first, the villagers would look at him in shock, but they didn't struggle. They quietly accepted it all. Taishan also tilted his head and looked at them. He just didn't know why. But most of them ended up crying even harder. They just covered their mouths, unwilling to make a sound. They all cried silently. Taishan was very puzzled. He had clearly followed the steps one by one. Why didn't it work? Later, he racked his brain and came up with a possible conclusion. Perhaps the small villagers were too big. No big villager could hold them. But thankfully, he could hold all of them. To be honest, the villagers didn't smell very good. They didn't smell like flowers. They were stinky. But Taishan didn't mind. He loved these villagers and knew they were suffering, which was why they had no time to take care of themselves. Who doesn't like things that smell nice? He would wait until they cried themselves to sleep. Taishan was unwilling to put them down. Seeing the villagers curled up peacefully in his arms, he was also very content. He would wait until a few minutes before the next small villager came in, before waking the small villager in his arms. Taishan felt he should do this. The small villagers didn't seem to want their vulnerable side to be seen by other villagers. And just as he thought, when the sleeping villagers woke up, their first reaction was always to wipe the tear stains from the corners of their eyes. The villagers would look at him with an embarrassed smile. He would wait for them to tidy up, then place a flower in the female villager's hair. And for the men, he would tuck it behind their ear. It looked better that way. At night, Taishan would still come out, because at night, the situation in the village wouldn't be seen by the invaders. He could continue to protect the villagers. But just today, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Taishan knew the invaders had come. He was very worried. The small villagers were so fragile. Even a little bit of force from him could injure them. They were so small. If they were bullied by outsiders, what would he do? It was just like last time. They were hurt by a group of despicable people. Luckily, he ran fast and saved the small villagers in time. Otherwise, he would have been sad for a long, long time. But the creator was here. He was so powerful. He surely wouldn't let the small villagers get hurt, right? Although he thought so, Taishan was still very anxious. He wanted to pace around, but was worried about making noise. He could only keep swaying his body. He tiptoed to the door, bent down, and peered through the hollow part of the door. Looking out nervously, he saw the surging sand and earth, and a group of invaders holding small toys. But even small toys could hurt the small villagers. Taishan was very anxious. He wanted to smash the door in front of him and charge out directly to beat those damn guys to a pulp. But the creator had instructed him to show mercy, to capture the horses alive. It would be best not to harm them either. He said they would be useful, and the door wasn't open yet, so he couldn't go out. Seeing the horses getting closer and closer to his small villagers, Taishan really wanted to charge out regardless of everything. Grab those guys from their horses, throw them into the air, and let them free fall. Fortunately, a mushroom wall appeared at the last moment, stopping the invaders. None of the villagers were hurt. Digging from both sides, the mushroom wall was quickly breached. The straw-hatted farmers quickly retreated towards the village. Their job was done. Just at that moment, the door in front of Taishan finally opened. Lord Divine General, we'll leave the rest to you, Miao Jiming said with a serious expression. Taishan nodded and patted Miao Jiming's head. He realized that the little villagers seemed to like having their heads patted. So, even though he was a bit anxious, he still patted them patiently. Miao Jiming also accepted it helplessly. After patting them, Taishan immediately went full throttle, charging toward the mushroom wall, causing the ground to quake with every step. Beside him were several villagers fully clad in leather armor, including Lu Ping and Wei Shi. Their objective was to take advantage of the chaos caused by Taishan, to capture the enemy general and bring him back to Immortal Lord Shun. The Immortal Lord said he was useful alive. Word was that he planned to keep him for some kind of experiment. But whatever, as long as he didn't die, it was fine. The Immortal Lord could save him anyway, as long as they themselves didn't get hurt. Arriving at the breach in the mushroom wall, Taishan stood quietly. He waited silently for the mushroom wall to be dismantled. Taishan thought to himself, Once the wall was breached, he would just stand right in the middle of the crowd. He wouldn't attack first, since he couldn't hit too hard. But if those guys tried to attack him, then they couldn't blame Taishan for fighting back. He could get hurt too, after all. The white monster is real. The rumors are true. Damn it, I don't want to fight a monster like that. Isn't this just a suicide mission? Gulp. Staring at the massive white monster emerging from the mushroom wall, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. They were trembling all over, unable to even hold their weapons properly. The only thing keeping them from running away was the fear of becoming deserters, which would implicate their families. After all, their superiors weren't dead yet. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The soldiers didn't dare to attack, and Taishan was waiting for them to attack him. Why isn't it attacking us? Could it be like those mushrooms? With no attack power? Is it just trying to scare us? The soldiers were a bit baffled. Meanwhile, from the mushroom wall, several villagers fully clad in leather armor and holding wooden swords ran out one after another. But this time, no one dared to underestimate them anymore. All these bizarre events had completely dispelled their thoughts of capturing these people to use as hostages. The immortal Lord decrees, hand over your leader, and the rest who surrender will be spared. Weisher shouted. A slight commotion rippled through the crowd, but under the suppression of the trusted aides, it quickly quieted down. They really won't shed a tear until they see the coffin, Weisher thought to himself. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at Weisher's head, aiming for a spot not covered by his leather helmet. A crisp clink rang out from his forehead. He looked down to see the arrow lying crookedly on the ground. The soldiers watched this scene in sheer disbelief. Then, they all turned their heads in unison, with strange and sympathetic looks toward the person who shot the arrow. Who gave him the courage? For that meager pay, why risk your life? Oh, it's the patrol inspector's trusted aide. Never mind then. The archer successfully drew Tai Shan's attention. He charged furiously toward the man. His path was completely unobstructed. Anyone too slow to move was sent flying. Seeing Tai Shan glaring at him, the man gasped in terror, dropped his bow, and tried to run. Unfortunately, it was too late. Tai Shan rushed over, and as a return gift, sent him flying through the air. Watching the trusted aide soar several meters high, the last string of sanity in the soldiers' minds snapped completely. Run. If we don't run, we're all dead. Split up and run. There's only one monster. He can't kill all of us. The soldiers scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Weisher immediately spotted Wu Zhan, who had stripped off his armor and was running away. He hurriedly called out, Lu Ping, you're fast. You go after him. Got it, I'm on it. Lu Ping shouted. He threw away his stone sword, grabbed a companion's wooden sword, and chased straight after him. One person isn't enough. I need to send someone else. Weisher said to Zhuzi. Zhuzi, go follow and back up Lu Ping. All right, don't worry. Leave it to me, boss. I guarantee. I'll bring that guy back to you. Zhuzi replied and chased after them as well. Kneel, and you won't be killed, the leather-clad villagers shouted as they herded the fleeing soldiers. Meanwhile, Taishan chased after the fleeing soldiers, crushing one of their legs before moving on to chase the next. Soon, the ground was covered with people either kneeling or lying down, listening to the agonizing groans around them. The kneeling soldiers thought in despair that what awaited them next might be hell itself. As for Lu Ping, even though wearing leather armor slightly affected his speed, he still kept close on Wu Zhan's heels. Just as they were about to catch up, one of the trusted aides fleeing with Wu Zhan suddenly said, My lord, I'll hold up the rear. Please take care of my family. After saying that, the aide turned around with his sword and charged at Lu Ping, disregarding his own life and clinging to a sliver of hope. He gripped his sword with both hands and thrust it straight at Lu Ping's throat. However, when he saw that Lu Ping wasn't defending at all, his heart sank to the bottom, because this meant the opponent wasn't worried about the sword hurting him in the slightest. Sure enough, when his sword touched Lu Ping's skin, it felt like stabbing into solid rock. The blade bent completely. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Ping swiftly slashed the wooden sword across the aide's neck and continued his pursuit of Wu Zhan without missing a beat. I couldn't even delay him for a single second. The aide clutched his neck, glaring fiercely at the retreating figure. In his final moments of consciousness, he thought, "My lord, it seems you won't be able to escape this time either." Pant pant. Wu Jun ran forward in a sorry state. By now, he was completely alone. The last of his followers had stayed behind, to buy him time. When the last person went to block the pursuer, Wu Jun looked back and saw that the man chasing him was already showing signs of exhaustion. Wu Jun had no strength left either. His body desperately wanted to rest, but he didn't dare to stop, terrified that if he did, he would never be able to run again. I must have shaken him off by now, he thought, feeling like a survivor of a disaster. However, movement sounded from behind him again. Wu Jun turned his head, only to see that burly man, constantly eating something in his hand, and then moving even faster than before. "Don't kill me. I surrender. My lord, please don't kill me." Seeing that escape was impossible, Wu Jun simply stopped, threw himself on the ground, and kowtowed vigorously. Lu Ping ran up to him and said in annoyance, "Done running?" I'm done. My lord, I beg you. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I'll go with you, just don't kill me. I have lots of silver at home, and several beautiful wives I can give to you. I only beg you to spare my life." Wu Jun cried with a miserable face, speaking in sheer terror. Seeing Lu Ping approach, he actually wanted to use his hidden dagger for a sneak attack. But these people were incredibly bizarre. Swords and blades couldn't harm them at all. "Relax, I won't kill you." The Immortal Lord said he wants you alive. For an experiment. Experiment. Wu Jun was a bit confused. He shrank his neck, feeling a bit scared. He comforted himself. It doesn't sound like they're going to torture me for a confession. If it's just an experiment, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Following Lu Ping all the way back, Wu Jun was terrified. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask Lord Lu Ping, what exactly does this experiment entail? Wu Jun looked at Lu Ping with concern, hesitating. "It's nothing much. Let me think." Lu Ping glanced at Wu Jun, thought for a moment, and said, "It's just having us farm, testing if we can plant wheat seeds, digging dirt, making holes, eating fish, stuff like that. Oh, and chopping trees, mining rocks, and so on." It didn't sound that scary, did it? But could this guy be lying to him? Wu Jun thought suspiciously. "Are you doubting me? Think I'm lying?" Lu Ping looked at Wu Jun's suspicious face and flew into a rage. Wu Jun trembled and said, "Not at all, my lord. How would I dare? That's for the best. I never lie." Lu Ping snorted coldly, his anger not fully dissipated, and ignored Wu Jun. Seeing Lu Ping act like this, Wu Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. When stubborn people acted like this, they were usually telling the truth. He was safe. The mushroom wall at the village entrance had already been dug away by the villagers by hand. A few days ago, Lu Wusan had eaten the boiled mushroom cap. Gousheng would check his pulse every so often, and up until now, there had been no abnormalities. Moreover, according to Lu Wusan, the soup stewed with mushrooms and fish tasted incredibly fresh. It made you want another bowl right after finishing the first, even when used alone as the main ingredient. The taste was excellent. After Gousheng repeatedly confirmed the mushrooms were harmless, he reported it to Miao Jiming, who then related to Chun-Li. Thus, the village gained another staple food. The only downside was that the giant mushrooms could only be planted by the farmers at night. Those who fled were mostly the militia. Because there were too many of them, some still managed to slip away. However, most of the escapees had their legs broken by Taishan and were lying on the ground wailing. Those who were unhurt had long since dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. They were escorted one by one to the basement where Taishan had been staying. As for the militiamen with broken legs, villagers wearing leather boots came over and fed them fish. "No, please spare me. I have a wife and kids waiting for me at home. I can't die." The broken-legged militiamen begged miserably, their hands behind their backs, dragging their bodies in an attempt to get away from the villagers. They knew they were already crippled and didn't even qualify to be prisoners. Who would want someone with a broken leg? "This food must be poisoned. If you don't eat, we'll kill you right now. If you dare spit it out, we'll kill you too." Seeing that these people were uncooperative, the villagers had no choice but to make harsh threats. I'll eat. The militiamen gasped in pain. They closed their eyes in despair, mechanically swallowing the fish fed to them. It wasn't until their stomachs couldn't hold any more, and they started dry heaving, that the villagers finally stopped. Then the militiamen lay on the ground, relieved, waiting for death to come. "Mother, your son is coming to see you now." "Father." Suddenly, an intense pain and swelling came from their broken legs. They screamed in agony, but the severe pain came fast and disappeared just as fast. The militiamen soon realized that their legs seemed to have fully recovered. They stood up cautiously and stomped the ground with the legs that should have been broken. "They're really healed." "Mother, it seems your son won't be joining you just yet. You'll have to wait a little longer." Looking at the villagers with complex expressions, the militiamen felt incredibly awkward. It was the other side who broke their legs. Yet now it was also the other side who healed them. And ironically, they still had to be grateful. They consciously put their hands behind their backs and followed them down to the basement, although they didn't know why they were willing to use such precious things to heal their legs. They knew one thing for sure. It was great to be alive. They still had value to be exploited. A few with ulterior motives didn't dare to run away at a time like this. They had no choice but to follow into the basement. The only casualty in the end was the unlucky bastard who shot an arrow at Wei Qi and got thrown flying by Iron Mountain and those cronies who covered Wu Zhen's retreat. The Immortal Lord had instructed beforehand that if they dared to fight back, there was no need to save them. The conscripted laborers who came with the troops knelt on the ground and surrendered almost immediately. After all, in their eyes, it was the same everywhere. Die early, reincarnate early. These laborers were just poor souls coerced by the army. They would be managed separately from the militiamen. They were led to an open clearing. The laborers stared blankly at the ground, waiting for their impending fate. Miao Jiming carefully observed the laborers from a distance, thinking to himself, he didn't know the true nature of those militiamen yet. It was a mixed bag of good and bad. If the bad ones were left in Liujia village, they would cause trouble sooner or later. Besides, the Immortal Lord happened to need them. It might be hard to pick out the good ones from the bunch, since everyone had different thoughts. But picking out the bad ones was much simpler. He just needed to ask these laborers. He had to find those who were obviously bullied by the militiamen. Soon, Miao Jiming finalized a rough list of candidates. However, to prevent these people from being retaliated against later, Miao Jiming called the laborers out in several batches. But he personally questioned the selected candidates. Under his questioning, the laborer slowly spat out a few names, and then stopped talking. Then, Miao Jiming questioned the next few people one by one. Just to be safe, he also called over a few laborers who looked relatively more spirited. Finally, he confirmed the names. It's probably just these few guys. The offenses committed by the rest can probably still be forgiven. Send them to Immortal Lord Shun. Miao Jiming walked over to Wei Shi and gave him the names of those people. Understood, young master. Brother Jiming. Wei Shi replied awkwardly. Ever since they met Immortal Lord Chun last time, and learned that the Immortal Lord wanted the villagers to call him young master, Miao Jiming stopped letting Wei Shi call him young master, saying that in this place, only one person could be called young master. Miao Jiming nodded. After arranging things here properly, he hurried over to the laborers' side again. He had to record the names of the laborers who had special skills down, so he could report them to Immortal Lord Shun. I'm seriously so done with this. Why are the people over there all a bunch of scumbags who love slaughtering the innocent and are completely ruthless? This county magistrate is one. Those yamen runners are two. And even this bandit suppression force. Who knows where this garbage general came from? Or what kind of messed up place this is? It's rotten to the core everywhere. Shen li frona deeply. Looking in annoyance at the messy scene in the distance, and uncharacteristically swore. Previously, Miao Jiming had asked him about his attitude toward the government troops. Chen Li's answer, naturally, was, if friends come, we have good wine. But if wolves come, we have shotguns waiting for them. If those soldiers had just come politely to ask about Wang Er's whereabouts and left after asking, Chun-Li wouldn't have minded giving them some military rations to act as a bridge of cooperation between Lu Village and the Imperial Court, even if they wanted some provisions, as long as they didn't enter the village. Everything was negotiable. After all, soldiers in the late Ming dynasty were frankly just running errands for the higher-ups, bullied by bandits and bullied by civil officials. They were all just poor bastards. Moreover, he, in the Imperial court, didn't really have any direct conflict of interest. He could even use this channel to obtain iron tools, coal, and other supplies he might need. He definitely wouldn't lack food in the future. In fact, he would have more than enough. He could totally use food to exchange for the wasteland. That was a massive headache for the Imperial court. In his world, as long as there was space to hold them, there was no way they would starve to death. Just a single composter could feed who knows how many people. And that grass was growing on the grass blocks every single moment. The court gets food, he gets supplies and population. Accelerating development wasn't a bad deal at all. He was even worried that these soldiers would mistake them for rebels. So Chun-Li didn't even let Tai-Shan come out to build dirt walls. He had originally planned to use dirt blocks to completely encircle Lu village. In the end, it was a random idea he had to dig a few holes and use rapidly growing mushroom walls as a substitute, which could also serve as a surprise element. Plus, the small mushrooms in those holes would at most make people a bit confused. They wouldn't think too deeply about it. It wasn't like the enemy could predict the mushrooms would grow huge. He even kept Tai-Shan in the basement during the day, worried that the soldiers would be too scared to approach. He hadn't expected that despite being so considerate of them, these guys would just treat him like a pushover. They didn't even say a word of greeting, and just charged straight in with cavalry. Wasn't this clearly trying to treat Lu village as rebels to be subjugated, just so they could go back and report success? They were really all just thick-headed. The civil officials collected taxes. The military officials chopped off heads. Who could survive under this kind of treatment? Whatever, it's fine. Delivering some militia and horses to me isn't bad. Plus those iron weapons. I'll just treat it as loot dropped by wild mobs. Not to mention, I got some test subjects. He couldn't bring himself to experiment on his own villagers. But he had no intention of letting these people off. Killing them would be a waste. Don't wrong the good people. And don't waste the bad ones, right? Seeing the situation instantly brought under control after Tai-Shan's appearance, and that he didn't need to step in to save the day, Chun-Li turned to Gousheng beside him, who had been earnestly protecting him the whole time, and instructed, "Gousheng, you guard the door for now. If the commotion is over, come down and let me know." After saying that, Chun-Li took out a stone shovel. Taking advantage of this time, he stayed where he was and dug out a basement. He paved the exit with stone stairs, then took a crafting table out of his inventory and crafted an iron door and 2 levers. Next, he stacked cobblestone around the exit, leaving a space for a door. He placed the iron door and put a lever on the stone block next to it. Chun-Li pulled it to test it. Perfect. The lever worked normally. Iron doors couldn't be knocked open. They required a switch. This would prevent them from escaping. Walking inside, he used the glass he had crafted earlier to roughly divide the space into several sections, and placed wooden doors on them. Only then did Chun-Li walk out. At that moment, Wei Shi happened to arrive with the prisoners. I should take off this leather armor first. Otherwise, they might be too scared to fight back later, and some experiments won't be able to proceed. That would be a hassle, Chun-Li thought, taking off his full set of leather armor. With a dark expression, he coldly looked at the people being escorted over by Wei Shi. This guy's their leader? That dumbass who just charged right at me? Chun-Li pointed at Wu Zhan and asked calmly. Wei Shi, looking at Immortal Lord Chun, who seemed no different from usual, inexplicably felt a faint sense of terror, breaking out in a cold sweat. He replied softly, "Young Master Chun, you are correct. It is him. Why young Master Chun?" This lowly one thought the rebel Wang heir was in the village. I didn't want to alert the enemy, which is why I made such a huge mistake. Wu Zhan's voice trembled. He tried to kneel, but was held up by Wei Shi behind him. He could only squeeze out a few tears, looking at Chun-Li pitifully, and mumbled, "I beg you, young master, please, considering this lowly one didn't know, spare my life. I'll do anything. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just need your help with a few things. Just a little experiment." Chun-Li looked at Wu Zhan with a beaming smile and said frankly, "Don't be afraid. It's very simple. I guarantee you won't have a single scratch on you when you come out. I keep my promises. Sure enough, that big lug hadn't lied to him. It was just some simple experiments. He just hoped the fish wouldn't taste too awful. Wu Zhen's anxious heart settled down a bit. Wu Zhen didn't notice that the malicious soldiers brought in behind him were staring at Chun Li in absolute terror, their legs shaking violently. Wu Zhen didn't know, but they knew perfectly well. You have to understand, their legs had only just recovered from being broken a few minutes ago. No scratches when you come out. Didn't mean they wouldn't get hurt while they were inside, just as they were about to beg for mercy. Their mouths were clamped shut by the villagers holding them down. They could only widen their eyes in despair, letting out muffled whimpers. Take them inside. Lock them up separately. Chun-Li pulled the lever and said to Wei Shi and the others. Understood. Once Wei Shi and the others finished and came out, Chun-Li shooed them all away. Gousheng, you head back first too. What happens next is not suitable for children. Chun-Li took a deep breath, gave Gousheng a faint smile, and said softly, also, tell the villagers that no matter what noises they hear, they must not come over. Yeah, it's best to stay far away. It's best if they don't hear anything at all. Then, boss, be careful. Gousheng nodded. Chun-Li said slowly, don't worry. I'll be very careful. Careful not to break these test subjects too early. Rejection reactions, from the looks of it, could be perfectly suppressed with milk. That meant as long as they drank a bucket of milk every so often, the effects could be ignored. Food could not regenerate. Missing limbs. It would just seal the wound where the limb was missing. However, organs that naturally possessed regenerative abilities could bypass this condition. Severed parts could also be reattached. If it had already healed, the wound could be reopened. It didn't even have to be the original part, though flexibility would be slightly affected. Additionally, as long as the eyes were still there, they could also be restored, regaining sight. A hand swollen from soaking could be reattached to the body, and by eating Minecraft food, it would return to normal. Large-scale skin burns could be treated by consuming Minecraft food. However, the newly generated skin would look vastly different from the original skin. Maybe it could be used for skin whitening. The process might just be a tiny bit painful. The mushrooms grown were not toxic to the villagers. They could even be eaten raw. The venom of Minecraft bees was extremely potent, capable of killing a person in mere seconds. And it seemed the moment it took effect was excruciatingly painful. It could be cured with milk, just like the game's mechanics. Once one was attacked, all bees within the vicinity would get red eyes and swarm the attacker. Fortunately, though, the trigger condition for their attack was taking damage. Light, barehanded taps or accidental bumps wouldn't provoke retaliation. Furthermore, the bees would die shortly after attacking. He could wait until the bees multiplied to a certain number, then use flowers to lure them into an enemy camp. A surprise attack like that could have an unexpectedly devastating effect the first time. Malicious soldiers could be converted into butchers. That was somewhat unexpected. It was a pity there were no zombies at this stage. Otherwise, he could try making a discount machine. Treating these people wasn't like treating his villagers. Chun-Li just needed to treat them as NPCs, and he wouldn't feel any psychological burden. Chun-Li stroked his chin, sitting on the wooden planks, with his legs crossed, sorting through the conclusions he had just reached. The basement was dead silent. The malicious soldiers and Wu Zhen were all huddled in the corners, heads bowed, trembling, not daring to look at Chun-Li. After a long while, Chun-Li stood up. He's coming again. The heart rates of the people in the basement spiked. Their breathing grew rapid and heavy. Their bodies turned cold, shaking violently, uncontrollably. Their teeth chattered loudly. They desperately squeezed toward the edges, pressing tightly against one another. At this moment, they wished there was a hole in the ground, so they could bury their heads in it, just to feel a tiny shred of safety. Chun-Li ignored them, walking straight toward Wu Zhen's luxury single. Sweet. Monster. Monster. No. No. At this moment, Wu Zhen was wearing a blood-stained apron, snot and tears streaming down his face. He huddled in the corner, looking in terror at Chun-Li walking toward him. That damn big idiot. He lied to me. He lied to me so badly. What part of this is eating fish, farming, and chopping trees? Please, I beg you, just kill me. Or, Grandpa Mortal, I really don't know anything. Please, stop torturing me. Just give me a quick death. His voice was hoarse, even though his body was completely unharmed. Wu Zhen's expression looked as if he had endured unbearable torment. Chun-Li cast a light glance at Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen instantly choked on his words in fear, not daring to utter another syllable. Come with me. After this next experiment, you'll be done, Chun-Li said flatly, opening the wooden door to Wu Zhen's room. Then he walked to the basement entrance, took a lever out of his inventory, and opened the iron door. He turned back to look at Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen's legs were shaking uncontrollably. He leaned against the wall, trying to stand up, but immediately collapsed to the ground. He failed to stand up several times. He looked up at Chun-Li in terror. Where was the slightest trace of his former arrogance? With a miserable forced smile, he said in a trembling voice, "Gee, Grandpa. Grandpa Immortal, please give me a moment. I'll be right up." He desperately pounded his own legs, growling in frustration. "Move. Damn it, move. Forget it. Who knows how long it'll take for you to recover? I'll just do it." Chun-Li walked over to Wu Zhen, grabbed him with one hand, and walked out the door. The militiaman in the basement looked at the unclosed iron door, breathing heavily. Only when Chun-Li was completely out of sight did faint crying echo in the basement. "Should we run?" a militiaman asked with a trembling voice. "If we stay here any longer, I'm going to go crazy. Do you think you can outrun him on?" The person next to him stopped mid-sentence, suddenly having his mouth covered in panic by someone else. His pupils shrank, and he shot a grateful look at the person, before continuing, "An immortal? Besides, where would we run to?" The militiaman who spoke first fell silent. Suddenly, he sprang up, lowered his head, and charged fiercely toward the dirt wall. Before he could hit it, he was grabbed and stopped. "Why? You won't let me run? And you won't even let me die?" The militiaman had completely lost it, screaming hysterically, "Are you sure you can even die?" The people around him pulled his arms, asking meaningfully, "If you don't die, then you're in real trouble." I. The militiaman deflated. He slumped onto the ground, his expression blank, muttering, "Karma. This is all karma." The people around looked at each other, a flash of regret in their eyes. Those in this basement, those who ended up here, they all knew perfectly well why. They were all used to being arrogant and domineering, never treating the commoners as human beings. They helplessly covered their faces, huddled in the corners, quietly waiting. When Chun-Li returned, "Don't move around in a bit. If you fall off early, I'm not responsible." Chun-Li held Wu Zhen with one hand, placed a wooden plank under his feet, took out a water bucket, and placed a block of water on the ground. "In MC, as long as you land in water, no matter how high you fall from, Steve won't take any damage. The same goes for villagers." Now that Wu Zhen had been converted into a butcher, it was the perfect time to test if this mechanic existed. Chun-Li continued building upwards. Wu Zhen, in his hand, didn't dare to move an inch. Watching Chun-Li's actions, he felt terrified, sensing that something very bad was about to happen. What is he building with these planks? And block by block? He shouldn't be able to build too high. It'll collapse, right? Wu Zhen swallowed hard, thinking hopefully, but completely contrary to his thoughts. The planks were built higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the people on the ground looked about the size of ants. What exactly is he trying to do? Wu Zhen felt like he was going crazy. It was his first time being so close to the sky, and his feet were practically dangling in midair. His heart pounded with every jump Chun-Li made. After jumping enough times, Chun-Li stood excitedly on that 1 square meter space, gazing at the barren land in the distance. He had never gone bungee jumping before. He had only watched others do it enviously online. He never expected his first time would be a bungee jump without a cord. This was way too thrilling. Phew, it really is high, huh? Chun-Li looked down at the ground, feeling his breathing quicken slightly. His palms were sweating a bit. He figured, since he was going to jump anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to experience the sport of skydiving without a parachute. He had just built it a tiny bit higher, but it seemed he had gone a bit overboard. Oh man, back in the day, I had to squat on the ground just standing on a rooftop, and I needed a railing just to peek over the edge. First time standing in such a narrow spot. It's a bit much to handle. Let's expand the area a bit first. I need to squat for a second. Chun-Li quickly placed 3 blocks around him, making a small 2 by 2 platform. After placing Wu Zhen on it, he squatted down. The moment Wu Zhen touched the surface of the planks, He collapsed completely onto them, not daring to look down. Seeing him like this, Chun-Li could understand the mechanics of MC meant that even if the supporting blocks underneath were broken, the planks would still float in midair. But even though he knew this, he was still a bit worried right now. If this plank collapsed, it would be just like falling from a high-rise. Even though it was perfectly safe, he still felt like he was going to fall. Wu Zhen, that's your name, right? Chun-Li turned his head and asked. Wu Zhen nodded hastily. Yes, that is my name. Good. Listen carefully. This is your final experiment. Chun-Li stood up and said frankly to Wu Zhen, I won't take you down. Your only way down is to jump into the water below. Don't worry. You currently have the blessing of my magic. As long as your entire body is submerged in the water, there's a high probability you'll be fine. If you survive the fall, then your experiment ends here. Of course, you can also stay up here forever. The choice is yours. Chun-Li took a deep breath, smiled at him, and said, well then, I'll be going down first. Catch you later. After saying that, Chun-Li checked the position of the water on the ground, adjusted his angle, and leaped forcefully. He spread his arms slightly and shouted, nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Immortal, no. Wu Zhen lay flat on the planks, fearfully poking his head out to watch the falling Chun-Li. He felt dizzy and nauseous, constantly feeling like the planks were tottering, and he was about to fall. He quickly pulled his head back. No, I'll die. I can't jump. Wu Zhen huddled on the block, suspended in midair, shivering miserably in the cold wind. He missed his mom. The falling Chun-Li overcame the fear in his heart, trying hard to keep his eyes wide open as he watched the approaching ground and the gradually enlarging houses. As his falling speed grew faster and faster, his body felt incredibly light, as if he were weightless. The air pressure isolated the high-speed wind and other noises, and Chun-Li felt a strange sense of silence. From a unique perspective, he overlooked the magnificent scenery of the earth and sky. That beautiful scenery was something he, who had been locked in a cage, had never seen before. Chun-Li couldn't help but shout in the air. Ah! He knew in his heart that this behavior of his didn't fit his image in the villagers' minds. But so what? His image? Why should he care about his image in other people's eyes? Immortal, monster, or human, that was just how they saw him. I'll do whatever I want and act however I please. I don't need others' faith, and I don't need to act according to others' expectations. I'll only do what I want to do. Why should I change for others? I, Steve Chun-Li, have no need to play God. His voice echoed through the clouds, causing the busy villagers around to all look up toward the source of the sound. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked, but once they did, everyone exploded in panic. The person falling was none other than their immortal Lord Chun. Oh no, immortal Lord Chun is falling from the sky. What do we do? What do we do? The people of Lu Village, as well as the newly joined villagers from the surrounding areas, instantly scrambled like ants in a hot pan, watching the scene in sheer terror. To them, this was no different from the sky falling. If anything happened to immortal Lord Chun, everything here would vanish into thin air. What's all the racket outside? Wang Baosi was still happily smoking his pipe, looking at the harvested wheat ears, grinning from ear to ear. Hearing the noisy commotion outside, he frowned, then looked up. The pipe in his hand clattered to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and realizing it wasn't a hallucination, he lost all his usual composure and screamed in shock, Io, my ancestors. The immortal lord is falling. Lu Ping. He was so anxious he forgot that Lu Ping was currently guarding the militiamen. Wei Shi and Miao Jiming dropped their work and rushed frantically toward the immortal lord's direction. The villagers guarding the militiamen also hurried over, leaving the bewildered militiamen staring at each other. Well, isn't this great? We have food and shelter here. The meals are good, and we can eat our fill. Why go back to drink the northwest wind? Plus, we have the immortal protecting us. If you want to leave, go ahead. I promise I won't snitch. I suggest if you're not using your brain, give it to someone else. That's true. They provide meals here. Then I guess I won't go back either. But didn't the immortal just fall? What if he dies? How could an immortal die so easily? Just in case, let's go take a look. Bizarrely, almost none of the militiamen wanted to escape. Some even showed looks of concern. as they followed the villagers toward Chun-Li's direction. After landing on the ground, Chun-Li wasn't in a hurry to get up. Instead, he lay on the surface of the water, looking at the azure sky, and laughed heartily. This is countless times more thrilling than my previous life. So fun. This is way too fun. Then, he just lay quietly on the water, savoring the rush of adrenaline from just now. Not far away, the villagers gathered, but didn't dare to approach. Even Wang Baosi, Miao Jiming, Wei Shi, and the others just watched from a distance, not daring to step forward. They were waiting for someone. Soon, a path opened up in the crowd. Gousheng ran over anxiously, panting heavily. Wang Baosi didn't speak, just looking at Gousheng nervously. The surrounding villagers also looked at Gousheng as if pleading for help. Gousheng nodded and walked toward Chun-Li's position. Thank goodness we have Gousheng. Watching Gousheng's retreating figure, sighs of relief rippled through the crowd. Yeah, thank goodness. Gousheng, you're here. Hearing the noise, Chun-Li turned his head. Seeing it was Gousheng, he smiled genuinely. You didn't see. No, wait, you probably did see it. Anyway, I just did a leap of faith straight from high up and jumped right down. It felt just like flying. So thrilling. Yeah, it looked really cool. Having followed Chun-Li for so long, Gousheng had also learned the meanings of some words. He smiled and chimed in, right? Boss, this water must be really cold, right? I don't feel a thing. And look, as soon as I get up, it slides right off. It doesn't stick at all. Chun-Li stood up, and the water slid right off his clothes. Next time there's a chance, I'll take you to experience it too. It's super fun. Gousheng, you didn't come near here during this time, right? Chun-Li asked tentatively. Gousheng nodded and said, Of course, I always listen to you, boss. I usually take a detour when passing by. That's good. His image as a good big brother was still solid. Having so many people crowding around wasn't ideal. Chun-Li looked at the dense crowd of people not far away, thought for a moment, and then said to Gousheng, Go. Tell the villagers to disperse. Just say I'm perfectly fine. Then have Wei Shi and Miao Jiming come over. After Gousheng left, Chun-Li returned to the basement and found that not a single person inside was missing. They were all staying put obediently, not daring to move. When they realized Chun-Li had returned alone, their hearts violently shuddered. The patrol inspector is probably dead. While the militiamen were terrified, they actually felt a faint sense of envy in their hearts. When Chun-Li threw out a few wooden swords, the experiments on the villagers were pretty much done. Next were the experiments on himself. Getting the people of Lu village to attack him would be harder than killing them. He feared that the moment he opened his mouth, they would all immediately drop to their knees. Chun-Li looked at the few pale, terrified militiamen and casually pointed at one of them. Come out. The militiaman with the sallow, mottled face gasped, almost fainting on the spot. The companions behind him propped him up to keep him from falling. Those around him were quick-witted, considerately pinching the mottled-faced militiaman's philtrum. Better you die than me. If he fainted, then it might be them going up next. Under the collective efforts of the people around him, the militiaman woke up before he had even been unconscious for a second or two. He cast a despairing look at the people around him. Everyone looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. The mottled-faced militiaman walked forward trembling, hunching his shoulders and keeping his head down, not daring to look at Chun-Li. Pick up the wooden sword. Attack me. Use all your strength. Chun-Li said to the militiaman. I wouldn't dare. Grandpa Immortal, how about you just hack me instead? Hearing this, the mottled-faced militiaman immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Previously, someone saw that Chun-Li wasn't wearing that bizarre leather suit and had tried to resist, but Chun-Li just shoved him against the wall, and the resistor was instantly embedded into the dirt wall. Every bone in his body shattered to pieces. He barely survived. That resistor ended up way worse off than them, only slightly better than the patrol inspector. That guy had just been trying to smash his head against the wall to end it all. Cut the crap. Do you want to repeat the experiment from earlier? Chun-Li shot the mottled-faced militiaman a cold glare. If you don't, then hurry up. As if recalling something, the militiaman started dry heaving in fear. He hastily picked up the wooden sword and with a miserable face said, Grandpa Immortal, here I come. Chun-Li nudda. The mottled-faced militiaman, hands shaking, gritted his teeth and shouted as he thrust at Chun-Li. Once the wooden sword sank into Chun-Li's body, he panicked, let go, stumbled back several steps, and knelt down trembling, burying his head. Chun-Li pulled out the wooden sword, bringing out a flurry of pixels. He glanced at his health bar. It only dropped by 2 points. A wooden sword's damage is 4 points. So logically, it should have deducted 2 hearts. You come up too. Chun-Li pointed at another, rather scrawny man. This time, it only deducted 1.5 hearts. Then he had a third person stab him with a stone sword. The damage was 2.5 hearts. It seemed the amount of health deducted was related to the individual. One last experiment. Chun-Li ate an apple, filled his hunger bar, and regenerated his health. He had the 3 men each hold a weapon, and thrust at him at the exact same time. After receiving the initial damage, the subsequent 2 instances of damage were immunized. Even though they pierced into Chun-Li's body, his health didn't decrease. Invincibility frames. Now, even a volley of arrows was nothing to fear. How dare you hurt young Master Chun? You're courting death. A furious roar came from outside the door. It was Wei Shi, who had been called over by Gousheng, along with Gousheng, who was chatting with Miao Jiming, and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Wei Shi's face and ears were red with anger, and with a dark expression, he charged violently at the 3 men. Whoever dares to touch immortal Lord Chun. These. I knew it. The militiamen watched the charging Wei Shi and closed their eyes in relief, waiting for their eternal slumber. At least we can finally be free. Wei Shi stopped. Shen Liu Riadli Shota. Hearing the immortal Lord speak, Wei Shi tried to break with his feet, but lost his balance and tripped to the ground. He didn't dare delay. Hastily scrambling up, his heavily bearded face was covered in dust. As he said anxiously, "Young Master Chun, what's wrong? I told them to thrust at me with all their might. Don't worry about it," Chun-Li said, waving his hand, hearing that it was the immortal Lord's own order. Wei Shi's anger finally subsided a little. However, he still secretly glared furiously at the militiamen. They could have just pretended. If anything happened to the immortal Lord, what would we do? The militiamen ignored Wei Shi. The worst that could happen was death anyway, and they were actually hoping for it. What could he do to them? Wei Shi, I'll leave these guys to you. Chun-Li continued. Just treat them roughly the same as the other militiamen. These experiments can be considered as making up a bit for their past offenses, but labor reform is still mandatory. All right, don't worry. Leave it to me, young Master Chun, Wei Shi said, his eyes flashing. You guys go on ahead. Chun-Li watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. Actually, there were 2 more experiments. One was creating a witch during a thunderstorm, when lightning strikes within 3 to 4 blocks of a villager. If the villager survives, they turn into a witch. Witches use negative splash potions as weapons and drink beneficial potions for defense. Regardless of which potion it was, they all had immense utility. The potion of swiftness, in particular, was very tempting to Chun-Li. He already had horses now. If he threw a splash potion of swiftness at the horses and then bred them, the resulting full speed will have a noticeable increase. It will be permanent. He could further optimize the genetically optimized horses, stacking the effect endlessly. This way, he could get a legendary steed that ran like the wind and without any stamina limits. That would be even better than a legendary steed. He didn't have a splash potion of swiftness, but it wasn't like he couldn't just feed them a regular potion. As for how to get the potions from the witch, in the vanilla game, it required the looting enchantment, but Chun-Li could just physically snatch them. He couldn't be so rigid. He had to keep up with the times. As long as his mind didn't slip, there were always more solutions than problems. However, aside from the slight thunder last time, the sky hadn't shown any activity until now. It wouldn't even rain. Moreover, breeding horses required golden apples or golden carrots. Right now, he hadn't even seen a shadow of gold, so he couldn't breed them for the time being anyway. He could only put it on hold for now. As for the other experiment, it was extremely inhumane, and Chun-Li abandoned it without a second thought. Humans are also a type of animal, so naturally, they can also breed, and MC happened to have corresponding mechanics. But unless it was an extremely special situation, Chun-Li would never attempt it. This might be a punishment for them, but what if the offspring had intelligence like the iron golems? That would only hurt an innocent life. Every wrong has its cause, every debt its debtor. Forcing the sins onto an innocent person was something Chun-Li couldn't do. Walking out of the basement, Chun-Li looked at the vast expanse of golden wheat in the distance, swaying in the wind, with a look of utter satisfaction. The flowers in front of the door were ultimately just decorations. This massive wheat field before him was what truly made Chun-Li feel at ease. It's a pity there's still too little. Chun l'imaginat, a mushroom town nestled within, an endless sea of golden wheat ears, surrounded by clear water, while his own little castle would have all sorts of animals roaming around. How beautiful would that be? I still need more farmers. Miao Jiming, the people from the other villages, have they pretty much all been brought over? Chun-Li asked Miao Jiming, who was standing nearby. Yes, young Master Chun. The people from the surrounding villages who were coerced by Wang Heir have basically all been brought back by us. The village's population shouldn't increase anymore in the next few days. Miao Jiming said, since the village's population won't rise for the time being, maybe it's time to build a city wall. He had already captured the Imperial Courts Patrol Inspector and put him high up in the air to catch a breeze. If this was reported and the regular army came, that would be troublesome. Not to mention, in the coming days, the number of bandits would definitely surge. He had to build proper defensive structures. With a city wall, he could have a few militiamen keep watch at night. And along with Tai Shan, who loved working overtime, there would basically be no danger. MC's offensive capabilities might not be very strong, but when it came to defense, it was an absolute turtle shell. Furthermore, if he placed torches that never extinguished along the wall, he didn't believe anyone could sneak into the village. Have the villagers push the excavated dirt blocks to the outskirts of the village. I'll have Tai Shan stack those dirt blocks together to make a dirt wall. Also, record the professions of the newcomers. If there's anyone who knows how to fish, come and let me know. Since farmers could grow wheat, then maybe fishermen could catch fish. It was entirely possible. Oh right, go back and tally up. Who has made the biggest contributions to the village these past few days? Tell me tomorrow morning. Chun-Li thought for a moment and continued. Rewards and punishments must be clear. For those villagers who made significant contributions, he naturally had to reward them. Understood. Young Master Chun, I shall take my leave. Miao Jiming nodded in agreement, bowed to Chun-Li, and left. He had to admit, Miao Jiming was a rare talent. In just these few days, the village's population had already multiplied several times over. Under his command, the scale of the wheat fields grew larger and larger, and the village was managed in perfect order. It's a pity. The only military general I have right now is still unusable. Speaking of which, what's Wu Zhen's situation right now? Chun-Li looked up along the long wooden planks. This time, even with his enhanced vision, he couldn't see what was happening up there. He had built it a bit too high, and he didn't know if Wu Zhen would dare to jump down. Destroying the stairway to heaven was quite simple. Just setting it on fire would do the trick. But for now, he would just leave it be. If someone saw it and came over, it could add some population to the village, right? Besides, after seeing such an anomaly, if those bandits still dare to attack the village directly, that would only prove they didn't have much brains. Chun-Li continued to think. The number of villagers was gradually increasing. If he had to personally convert their professions every time, it would be a bit too troublesome. I might as well build a structure, put the job site blocks inside, and if the villagers need to change professions, they just need to take a stroll inside. I'll make a corresponding building for each profession with its own special symbol. If you remember correctly, MC had a total of 13 professions. Then I'll make 13. I need to find a big enough place. But for now, I'll just set up the farmer's one. After all, it was a strict necessity. The name of this building complex will be the Class Change Temple. It could be considered the first wonder of this world. Chun-Li finalized his idea. He snapped back to reality and noticed Gousheng looking restless beside him. So he asked, "What's up? Do you have something to do?" Master Wei has already started training over there. I was thinking, if you don't have anything for me to do, boss, could I? Gousheng hesitated. Then go. It's no big deal. Shen Li Shuja. Pausing for a moment, he continued, but that training looks like it hurts a lot. If Wei Shi is forcing you to go, tell me and I'll send him flying. No, I want to go myself. It hurts a bit, but it's fine. I can endure it. Gousheng shook his head. keeping a straight, serious face. I still need to protect you, boss. What's a little hardship? Seeing Gousheng's earnest expression, Chunli was taken aback for a moment. What a silly goose. Chunli couldn't help but laugh. All right, go on. Your boss is waiting for you to protect him. This is good too. People always need a goal. Following him, Gousheng wouldn't feel lost. It's good to be busy. Chunli watched Gousheng's retreating back, sighing emotionally. Time to find a place to build my class change temple. The immortal lord gave you the divine fish to eat. Seeing the militiamen's full, healthy complexions, the leading Lu village villager asked in confusion. Fish. Hearing this word, the militiamen's faces turned pale. Their stomachs began to churn, and they started dry heaving uncontrollably. After recovering slightly, one of the militiamen spoke up, his voice trembling. You guessed right, my lord. Grandpa Immortal did feed us fish. Hearing them call him my lord, the Lu village villager felt quite pleased. He grinned and said, Hey, I'm no lord. Since you've eaten the fish, I'll take you to the worksite to have a look. All right, we'll listen to you, my lord. Leading Gao Fei Guang and the others near the water source, the Lu village villager found a few foremen who were currently working and had them lead the men in their tasks. When it was Gao Fei Guang's turn, the Lu village villager took a few extra glances at his mottled face. You follow him for now. All right, Gao Fei Guang nodded silently. As soon as the villager left, the foreman leading Gao Fei Guang, a militiaman, said with an indifferent expression, Come with me. He knew Gao Fei Guang, but he had absolutely no fondness for this guy, who was usually so arrogant and domineering. Naturally, he didn't care what had happened to his face. The selection of foremen was based on the militiamen's daily performance and their evaluations from the laborers. Gao Fei Guang followed them, carrying dirt blocks to the outskirts of the village. Naturally, he also saw the white monster that had broken his legs earlier. He also learned that the monster was to be called Divine General Taishan by them. He also learned that the monster who had tortured them earlier was the immortal Lord Chan the villagers spoke of. Compared to the time spent underground, merely doing manual labor made Gao Fei Guang feel like he had endless strength in his body. He worked diligently, but perhaps this wasn't an illusion. Ever since he went blind and was force-fed a bucket of what seemed to be milk, he felt his entire body become incredibly light. Even the distance, which used to be a bit blurry, was much clearer now. Initially, the foreman was worried that their squad progress would be severely slowed down. But when it came time to tally up in the evening, they actually ranked among the top of all the squads. When it was time to rest, Gao Fei Guang lined up to get today's dinner. You just came back from the Immortal Lords? The villager serving food saw the unfamiliar face and asked in confusion. Seeing Gao Fei Guang nod, the villager muttered, No wonder. I didn't recognize you. Newcomer, if you're not full, just come back for more. It's all you can eat. Receiving a bowl of steaming hot noodles and a few steam buns, Gao Fei Guang carried them back to his squad. Squatting on the ground, he was just about to stuff noodles into his mouth when he was stopped by the others in the squad. Wait a minute. Our squad moved a lot of blocks today. We're definitely getting eggs. Hold on a bit. Eat after the eggs are handed out. Gao Fei Guang had worked very hard, which changed the others' opinion of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered to remind him. Haha, thanks to Brother Gao. We get to eat mushroom caps and fish meat today. Soon, their boss returned happily carrying boiled eggs and holding a bowl in his hand, filled to the brim with fragrant fish meat. There's actually fish meat? Huh, Brother Gao, what's wrong? Hold on, I'll go get someone right away. The others looked excitedly at Gao Fei Guang, only to see that upon seeing the fish meat, he immediately covered his mouth and started dry heaving. No need, it's an old problem. This fish, you guys split it. Gao Fei Guang panted, took an egg, and looked away, avoiding the sight of the fish meat. Well, all right. They exchanged glances and happily divided up the fish meat. First, they smelled the aroma, tore off the fish skin, wrapped it in a piece of steam bun, and stuffed it into their mouths. So good, so good. This fish meat is delicious. After getting a taste, they buried the fish meat under their noodles, planning to save it for last. Meanwhile, Gao Fei Guang silently shifted his position until he could no longer smell the fish. After recovering a bit, he began to swallow the noodles in his bowl. After finishing the noodles, Gao Feiguang used a steamed bun to scrape the broth off the sides of the bowl. He didn't stop until there wasn't a drop of oil left to scrape. And only then did he eat the last bit of the bun. About half full, I guess. Gao Feiguang licked his lips in satisfaction. He had eaten too fast, so he could only hold his bowl and stare blankly at the line of people still getting food. You can get seconds, but he didn't quite believe it. Being able to eat a hot bowl of noodles during this drought year was already enough to satisfy Gao Feiguang. You have to understand, before this, just getting a meal on a normal day was a problem. You're not full. You can ask for more noodles and buns. If you want to eat, just take your bowl and go get more. Looking at the dazed Gao Feiguang, he swallowed the noodles in his mouth and said hesitantly. Gao Feiguang hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head. That doesn't look like you're full. Normally, you'd be snatching other people's food. Now he's actually shaking his head. What happened to the old Gao Feiguang? The leader thought with some confusion. Although I don't know why he's changed so much. It's thanks to him that we gotta eat fish. I'll help him out. The leader stuffed a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, handed his own bowl to someone else, and took the bowl from Gao Feiguang's hands to get in line. When he came back, the bowl was already filled with noodles, and there were a few steamed buns. If you can't finish it, just let me know. I'm too lazy to go for another serving anyway. The leader handed the bowl over, picked up a steamed bun from the bowl, took his own noodles, and started eating. Thanks, Gao Feiguang replied cheerfully. Did I hear that right? The leader looked up in surprise, staring at Gao Feiguang in disbelief. Gao Feiguang thought he hadn't heard clearly, so he said it again. Thanks. The leader waved his hand with a strange expression. Don't mention it, he said calmly. We should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, how would we have gotten to eat fish? Go on, eat. If you're still hungry, just tell me, and I'll get you more. Gao Feiguang acknowledged him and continued eating his noodles. The others in the group got a second helping of noodles, saved a little room, and started eating the last of the fish in their bowls. They carefully tore off the fish meat, chewing it in their mouths. They even sucked on the fish bones for a long time, only reluctantly spitting them out when there was absolutely no flavor left. After everyone had eaten their fill and it was time for free activity, they gathered in a circle and chatted. Phew, I am stuffed. This is the life. Yeah, back at the garrison, there was endless work, and we never got to eat our fill. It was bad enough when they docked more than half our pay. But now they don't give us anything. We haven't seen our military pay in months. The higher-ups, on the other hand, are eating well. They don't even treat us like human beings. Yeah, I didn't manage to escape back then. I thought it was all over for me. Thank goodness Lord Divine, General broke my leg. Exactly. Who knew being slow had its perks? Otherwise, we wouldn't be living this good life. Those guys who ran away are really miserable. Hey, none of you are as smart as me. The moment it happened, I just dropped to my knees. Didn't hesitate for a second. They laughed happily, teasing each other. Hey, I heard that if we perform well, we might even get to be soldiers again. The benefits are more than twice as good as what we have now. Not only do you get paid, you also get to eat meat every day. And the leader said in a low voice, everyone in there has immortal energy. Immortal energy? The people around them leaned in curiously. Is it what the guy who got shot by an arrow had? The one who was completely unharmed? That's right. His name is Wei Shi. His whole body is covered in immortal energy bestowed by immortal Lord Chun. He's practically invulnerable to blades and spears, and impervious to water and fire. The stone sword in his hand was also a gift from immortal Lord Chun. It's said to be forged from divine stone from the heavens. It's even sharper than an iron sword. So cool. That's why we have to work harder now. We have to strive to be in the first batch to become soldiers. There aren't many people now, so we still have a chance to get immortal energy. If more people join later, we might not get it. We might even get to eat the divine fish. The taste is just incredible. It's the one we ate before, the one that healed our broken legs. It's a pity I was too scared at the time. I didn't really taste anything. Wasn't that fish about half a meter long? As they were chatting excitedly, the sound of dry heaving suddenly came from the side. They turned their heads and saw Gao Feiguang with his head thrown back, his cheeks puffed out and a bit of soup dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It took him a long while to swallow. The others exchanged a look and made up their minds. From now on, they would never mention fish in front of Gao Feiguang again. Let's go. First, let's wash up. I heard Immortal Lord Chun likes things to be clean. We should wash ourselves properly. You can use as much of that water as you want. They say it's divine water that Immortal Lord Chun brought down from the heavens. There's an endless supply. The leader said to Gao Feiguang, after you're done, I'll take you to see the living quarters. What a luxury. Gao Feiguang drew a full bucket of water from the pool, looking at the clean water source. He felt a bit emotional. Who would have thought that before they couldn't even bear to drink water, and now they had enough to use as they pleased? He splashed it over his body, washing himself clean. He followed his leader to a red mushroom house. Because there were too many militiamen, Miao Jiming had Lu Wusan and the others plant several mushrooms at a similar distance apart, and then connected the ripened mushroom houses. They just needed to chisel through the 1-meter-thick mushroom wall in the middle, and they would get a large open space. That could accommodate many people. You can sleep over there. The leader pointed to a corner of the mushroom house. He gave Gao Feiguang a meaningful look. I assume you're not thinking of running away tonight, are you? Of course not. Gao Feiguang said softly. That's for the best. After the leader finished speaking, he turned and left the mushroom hut. Gao Feiguang had been squeezed in midway. So naturally, he wasn't in the same house as the rest of his team. Besides, even if Gao Feiguang did escape, the leader wasn't worried about getting into trouble. Immortal Lord Chen never intended to force these people to stay. Miao Jiming had said so himself. After the leader left, Gao Feiguang walked to the corner of the mushroom house and lay down on the prepared straw mat. Of course, the straw mat was just some dry grass spread out for padding. Just as he was about to sleep, he felt someone quietly approaching him in the darkness. Before Gao Feiguang could make a sound, the person spoke first. We're planning to escape under the cover of night, he said in a low voice. You want to escape? What does that have to do with me? Gao Feiguang glanced around. He hadn't aroused anyone's suspicion. He said coldly. The man's eyes flickered. He lowered his voice. While I was moving the earth blocks earlier, he said, I heard your screams, and your face looks like new skin has grown in. I'm guessing you must have suffered a lot of torture during that time. And most importantly, I remember you once said, you have a younger brother who just came of age. Gao Feiguang froze at his words. Once you become a military household, you're a military household for generations. There's no escaping military service. And each military household must ensure that at all times, they provide one soldier to serve in the army. If the serving soldier dies of illness, dies in battle, or has some other accident, the corresponding military household must provide a new male to fill the spot. In other words, if he didn't go back soon, his younger brother would have to take his place in the army. Military households also had to cover the cost of clothing and travel expenses for their service. How could his family afford any extra money? Besides, the recent uprisings have been so fierce. If his brother went at a time like this, wouldn't it be a death sentence? No wonder they came to me. Is that also why you want to escape? Gao Feiguang asked with a frown. After a moment of thought, why didn't you leave earlier? Why wait until now? The man nodded. If I can't go back, my father will have to be the soldier. We were originally planning to wait until they let their guard down, and then find a chance to escape at night. But we never expected them to start building a wall. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Aren't you afraid Immortal Lord Chen will find out? Well, the man's tone faltered. He stammered. Immortal Lord Chen's magic is suppressed. He probably can't hear us. Otherwise, we would have been caught yesterday. When are you planning to leave? The man didn't speak, but stared intently at Gao Feiguang. Let me think about it. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Gao Feiguang showed a conflicted expression. He thought for a long time, until the man opposite him lost his patience and was about to leave. Only then did he say, all right. When? The man gestured for Gao Feiguang to hold out a hand. He then secretly wrote the time on it. After the man left, Gao Feiguang lay on the straw mat, unable to calm down for a long time. And whenever he moved, he felt several pairs of eyes staring at him. To be honest, he was hesitant. He didn't want to escape with them. After all, the thought of that confined space made Gao Feiguang tremble. But he had a reason he had to go back. Is anyone there? Grandpa Immortal, can you hear me? I truly know I was wrong. I'll definitely do good deed from now on. I'll never do bad things again. Please, I beg you, let me down. Wu Zhen curled into a ball, shivering, sniffling. He trembled and said, "It's so cold, so cold." He looked at the pitch-black surroundings. He was sleepy, hungry, thirsty, and cold. His eyelids were heavy, and he could fall asleep at any moment. But Wu Jun didn't dare. He was afraid that if he accidentally fell asleep, he might roll over and fall. He was even more afraid that this place would suddenly collapse. He was truly terrified. Early in the morning, Chun-Li saw through the door Miao Jiming craning his neck, both scared and curious, observing the hardworking bees in his garden. Although he had lost a few bees a few days ago, one bee was only worth 2 flowers. Unfortunately, the number of beehives couldn't keep up, so the number of bees in the garden now was always around 6. Jiming, is the list almost ready? Chun-Li pushed open the door and said with a grin, "Master Chun, please take a look." Miao Jiming stood up straight and handed the paper in his hand to Chun-Li. At the same time, after briefly stating everyone's merits and demerits, he stood quietly in place. "Well done." Chun-Li looked up at Miao Jiming, wondering to himself, why is it Miao Jiming's own name on this list? Chun-Li asked, "Are there any fishermen among those people? Ones who are good at fishing?" "There are a few," Miao Jiming replied. "That'll do." Shenli Nudda. He thought to himself. Before he arrived, the river had almost dried up. It was already quite good to have a few who knew how to fish. Anyway, he didn't expect these people to know how to fish with a rod. If they could change their profession to fishermen, they might be able to catch fish just by having a rod. In his world, skill could be completely compensated for by equipment. As long as you have hands, you're good. And if you don't have hands, you can get one attached. "Master Chun, someone escaped from Lu family village last night. Following your instructions." The sentries did not stop them. Miao Jiming paused, then continued. "When a militiaman woke up this morning and found out, they were all filled with righteous indignation to help us herd those runaways back. The atmosphere in the camp is really heavy right now. Everyone's worried you'll blame them and kick them out, so they really did run away." Chun-Li thought to himself. He originally assumed it would take a few more days before anyone tried to escape. As for those who ran away, Chun-Li didn't really care. He knew that the villagers all treated him like a god, and the militia staying in the village naturally felt the same. Chun-Li also asked himself if he had mistreated these militiamen. As for the lack of variety in the food, there was nothing he could do about it. He wanted to eat French fries and drink cola too, but the conditions just didn't allow it. But no matter what, he still made sure they had enough to eat, right? Under these circumstances, the fact that they still wanted to and dared to escape meant that something was definitely tying them down. The military household system of the Ming dynasty. Chun-Li had heard a bit about it. If the eldest son dies, the second son takes his place. If all the sons die, the father steps up, as long as there's an adult male left in the family. They have to step up and fill the vacancy. They have weaknesses, and they're forced into it. For people like that, I can't exactly catch them and beat them up, can I? Besides, those who went back definitely wouldn't dare to go against Liujia village again. Letting them go is fine. Who knows, maybe later on, they'll bring their whole families over here. Perfect. After we finish rewarding the villagers, have Wei Shi go talk to the militiamen. If they want to leave, let them go. Chun-Li paused for a moment, then continued, and prepare 3 days' worth of rations for them while you're at it. Understood, Miao Jiming replied, then added, "Young Master Chun, there's one more thing. Earlier, the village didn't dare disturb you because of the government officials. The surplus wheat that was collected. Right now, it's all piled up in the basement where the divine general used to stay. Oh, I didn't expect that. The villagers actually saved some wheat for him. Perfect, I can trade it with Lu Wusan for some emeralds, and then go to Lu Ping to exchange for watermelon seeds. That's another type of food I can eat. Not bad. The villagers I've been raising are finally dropping loot for me. Very nice," Chun-Li said, unable to hold back his excitement. "I'll take a look." When he arrived at the basement entrance, Chun-Li stared at the wheat stuffed into the entire basement and asked in confusion, "Isn't this a bit too much? The wheat you bestowed upon us matures very quickly to begin with, coupled with the help of the divine child. This amount is only natural. It's still a bit much. It hasn't even been that many days. What percentage are you handing over?" Chun-Li turned his head and asked. "Almost 90%. How much?" Chun-Li looked at Miao Jiming in disbelief. Exclaiming in shock. Miao Jiming cautiously replied, 90%. If you're not satisfied, young Master Chun, we can go back and add another 5%. No, that's not it. I actually think you guys handed over way too much. Chun-Li curled his lips and said, 10% is already a lot. The village chief told me before. In the past, the people of the village worked themselves to death all year just to barely stay fed and warm. After the severe drought hit, the crops they grew couldn't even cover the imperial taxes. People starved to death every year. This remaining 10% is already enough to feed everyone currently in the village. With plenty to spare, they really are easily satisfied. From now on, just hand over 50 or 60%. How can just having enough to eat be enough? Shen Li Siga, and waved his hand. You still need to buy new clothes and stuff, right? If there's anything you want to buy, the villagers need to have some money on hand. 60%. I didn't even do anything, and I'm collecting 60%. 60%. In the past, people would definitely be screaming to hang me from a streetlight for this. But he felt that if he asked for less, those villagers would feel uneasy. He couldn't eat much of this wheat anyway. I'll keep a stack or two for making bread. And for breeding cattle and sheep, I'll trade the rest for emeralds. See if I can get Lu Wusan to level up. Chun-Li walked forward and collected all the wheat into his inventory. Oh, right, Jiming. If you run into Wei Shi later, remember to tell him something. Have him inform the villagers that if someone accidentally breaks an arm or a leg, they can reattach it and then eat the fish that restores injuries. Also, if their stomach is cut open and their internal organs are ruptured, they must bring everything back. Okay, I understand. Miao Jiming looked at Chun Li's figure with reverence, thinking to himself, thank goodness in these chaotic times, there is an immortal like Immortal Lord Chun. But what if the Immortal Lord returns to the heavens? He couldn't even imagine what would happen to this village and himself after the Immortal Lord left. The villagers gathered together according to their professions, standing at the very front of the line. Those without professions stood in the back rows. The laborers and militiamen stood on the sides. They looked expectantly at Chun-Li, who was standing on a high platform. It was a platform Chun-Li had built yesterday before dark, so that the people in the back could see. Lu Ping, Chun-Li said loudly. I'm here. Lu Ping ran up with a simple smile. You have made a great contribution to the village. This is your reward. Saying that, Chun-Li took out 2 torches from his inventory and an apple and handed them to Lu Ping. This divine fire is now yours. Thank you, Master Chun. I will definitely work even harder in the future. Lu Ping knelt on one knee excitedly, bowed his head, and held out his hands, accepting the 2 torches with a sacred expression. The apple, the torches. Even if he, Lu Ping, was stupid, he knew. Not only could they burn forever for light, but they could also make the wheat grow at night. The fruit itself exuded a fragrance. It must be extraordinary. Only Gousheng, being close to the Immortal Lord, could get some. It was probably even more precious than the divine fish. They were all incredibly precious divine objects. The Immortal Lord is so good to him. Taishan, Chun-Li said to Taishan, who was leading a cow on the side. Since the cow grew up a few days ago, the village chief's yellow ox was finally freed from its suffering and returned to Wang Baoxi's home. From his previous experiments, Chun-Li had discovered that although this milk couldn't cure the villagers' night blindness for now, it could still restore their vision and other minor ailments. Taishan held the milk and poured it into Lu Ping's mouth. As the milk went down, Lu Ping felt his whole body relax, and he could see farther. Thank you, Master Chun. Lu Ping suppressed his joy and walked down under the envious gazes of the others. Then, Chun-Li called up the people on a list one by one, giving them milk, torches, and apples according to their merits. Seeing the awarded villagers looking excited and thrilled, and the envious looks of those who weren't awarded, Chun-Li thought to himself, a few wooden sticks, plus charcoal from the village, plus apples I picked up, and unlimited milk. Am I being a bit stingy? But then again, he didn't really have anything good to give right now. All right, that's about everyone. You can all disperse now, Chun-Li said with a smile. He then took the lead and left. If he didn't leave, they wouldn't leave. Rather than having a staring contest with them, it was better to just leave directly. That way, he could continue building his profession temple. As you command, Master Chun. Everyone cupped their hands together Their faces flushed as they shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder, echoing through the clouds. After Chun-Li left, the villagers also left one after another, to go about their own business. Only Wei Shi and the conscripted laborers remained standing in place. About the people who ran away last night, you all should know by now. Wei Shi said to the militiamen, "Don't worry, the Immortal Lord has no intention of blaming you. On the contrary, the Immortal Lord permits you to leave the village, and you can even take 3 days' worth of rations with you. If anyone wants to leave, just step forward." The militiamen were dead silent. No one dared to be the first to step out, afraid of being the nail that sticks out and gets hammered down. "Relax, this isn't a trick. The Immortal Lord personally said he would let you go. Don't tell me you don't even believe the Immortal Lord's words." Wei Shi explained patiently. At this moment, someone finally gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and stepped out of the ranks. "Give him 3 days of rations," Wei Shi said. The man silently took the rations, kowtowed 3 times heavily in the direction where Chun-Li was, and walked toward the outside of the village. He wasn't stopped at all, disappearing into the woods. Seeing someone leave smoothly, a commotion broke out in the ranks. One after another, people stepped out of the formation, collected their 3 days of rations, kowtowed 3 or 4 times, and left. It wasn't until almost half the people had left that the militia ranks quieted down. "This is your last chance. If you want to leave later, it'll be difficult. Think it through carefully," Wei Shi said with a serious face. After waiting a while and seeing no one else step out, he continued, "All right, since you've chosen to stay, from now on, you are members of the village. If you dare to do anything detrimental to the village, don't blame me for turning hostile and showing no mercy." "Yes, sir," the militiamen shouted loudly. Wei Shi nodded and read out a string of names. "Those whose names I just called. You performed very well these past few days. If you want to continue serving in the military, report to me tomorrow morning." These people were observed by the Liujia village villagers as hard workers, with good character. Most importantly, they highly revered Immortal Lord Chun. They could be absorbed first, even if some of these people were very thin and weak, and even looked like total rookies at first glance. Wei Shi didn't care. As long as the Immortal Lord was here, then it would only take 1 day for these people to transform into sharp blades in the Immortal Lord's hands. "Village Chief, do you know what Immortal Lord Chun likes in his daily life?" Miao Jiming asked solemnly. Wang Baosi said cheerfully, "Why are you suddenly asking about this? Doesn't the Immortal Lord value you quite highly? Why bother with this?" Hearing Wang Baosi say this, Miao Jiming immediately understood that the village chief had misunderstood his intentions. Miao Jiming shook his head and explained, "To be honest, village chief, I grew up in a mansion since childhood, and my family had some spare money. When I was young and ignorant, I used to go out and play with those rich kids. The things they ate and used were completely different from ours." "You mean?" Wang Baosi suddenly realized. He lowered his voice and said, "Our place here, to Immortal Lord Chun, is too boring." Miao Jiming nodded. "For thousands of years, we've never heard of a real immortal descending to the mortal realm. Only now do we know that there truly is a difference between immortals and mortals. Immortal Lord Chun can withstand the suppression of the mortal realm, which means the Immortal Lord is also an outstanding existence among the immortals. His status in the heavenly court is probably very high." Miao Jiming paused, then continued, "The Immortal Lord's original life was definitely even better than the Emperor's. It must be something we can't even imagine. Even so, the Immortal Lord was willing to descend to the mortal world. But up until now, we have only been taking from the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord has never asked for anything from us, even the wheat. The Immortal Lord probably only accepted it because he was worried about us." After speaking, he pointed to the towering wooden planks that reached up to the sky. "Perhaps the Immortal Lord misses his life in the heavenly court, which is why he wants to go back and take a look. Unfortunately, his magic has not yet recovered, so he can only barely get up there by relying on these strange things. Although the Immortal Lord cares for the people, and probably wouldn't abandon us without a word." Miao Jiming didn't finish his sentence, but he believed the village chief would understand his meaning. "I understand," Wang Baosi nodded with a serious expression. It seems I have misjudged a gentleman with my own petty heart. I heard from Gousheng that immortal Lord Chun seems to be very interested in fine food and animals. But as for animals, unless the immortal Lord gives a direct order, it's best not to bring any back on our own. In that case, I was thinking of going to the city to bring back some cooks. If we're lucky, we might even be able to bring back some opera singers to entertain the immortal Lord. What do you think, village chief? Meanwhile, in another village, a group of bandits was looting the village. I'll give you two choices. One, if you want to live, kill him now and join us. From today on, we are brothers. Sky Tiger, Chow Wunsher tossed out a rusty sword, smiling without smiling, and said to the man kneeling on the ground, 2. Slit your own throat. The man kneeling on the ground had initially refused to join them. Looking at his own bound, tearfully nodding old mother, the man picked up the blade. He looked at the bandits staring at him like tigers, and with a sorrowful cry, raised the blade and slit his own throat. Tsh coward. Chow Wunsher spat at the man. He gestured for his subordinate to pick up the blade and hand it to another kneeling person. That person hesitated for a moment, then raised the blade and stabbed the old woman. Good. We're all brothers. Someone bring the meat. Chow Wunsher said with a grin. Let's welcome our new brother. The old woman was quickly dragged away. This is not nearly enough to eat. Gao Wen Si Poutet. Ever since Wang Er's uprising, he found that the Imperial troops couldn't suppress it at all. Riots broke out everywhere. Chow Wunsher, couldn't hold back either and started his own rebellion. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. After just a few villages, the number of his men had already reached 400 or 500. Not enough food? Rob it. Not enough men? Rob them too. It's just that the few villages he passed by recently didn't have many people and had little food. I heard that the people from the nearby villages were all taken away by the people of Liu family village. His confidant replied from the side. Gao Wen Si Ingstu, send someone to ask. Ask if anyone knows the way to Liu family village. Soon, his confidant returned and shook his head. Forget it. Let's just keep going in this direction. We'll see it sooner or later. Chow Wunsher said. Zhang Yongyuan held his embroidered blade, slowly following the group. Ever since he was driven out of Zhang family village, he had been wandering around. After hearing about the uprising, he volunteered to join. He didn't expect the first thing he'd do after joining was to eat. It was hard enough to join. At least he could get a meal, right? When someone came to ask for directions to Liu family village, Zhang Yongyuan hesitated for a moment, but didn't step forward. You only know how to cherish some things after you've lost them. He knew now. Zhang family village had actually been more than benevolent to him. Zhang Yongyuan. From this position, to get to Liu family village, you would first pass through Zhang family village. With Chow Wunsher's nature, he would definitely cause chaos in Zhang family village. Forget it. Let the past be the past. Zhang Yongyuan remained silent, waiting until his confidant left. As the group began to move forward, he suddenly realized that the direction the group was heading was exactly towards Zhang family village. No, I can't let them go to Zhang family village. I have to lead them on a detour. I know where Liu family village is. Are you sure it's this way? Chow Wunsher stared intently at Zhang Yongyuan. They had already walked a long way, and the sky had grown dark. Zhang Yongyuan replied, That's right. We're almost there. You'd better be, or you'll be the one in the pot later. Chow Wunsher said with a sinister smile. We're here. Chow Wunsher looked ahead. A long, miserable scream came from the sky. The sound gradually approached the ground and finally disappeared completely into the night. What's that sound? Chow Wunsher said, puzzled. It sounds like a person screaming. But why is it coming from the sky? His confidant frowned, trying to see what was in the pitch-black sky. However, he could only see darkness. He couldn't see anything else. He looked at Chow Wunsher cautiously. Boss, this place is strange all over. Why don't we retreat? I'm worried. Retreat. Retreat from what? This is just an earth wall less than 10 feet high. And look at the people on top. What are they holding? Wooden swords? Kids' toys. Chow Wunsher said irritably. You're holding an iron sword. Are you afraid you can't cut through a thin piece of wood? Besides, they even have a high wall. There must be a wealthy family inside. If we break in, will we be short on food? I bet their defenses are empty. That's why they're resorting to these tricks, trying to scare us away. They're just trying to fool people. Gao Wensi's, Gao. Besides, he continued, we have over 1,000 men. What do they have to fight us with? Not even an immortal could save them. Bring up those two-legged sheep from the back. Let them charge first. Anyone who dares to run will be killed and eaten, Chao Wensher said with a sinister smile. On top of the wall, a few soldiers on night watch heard a commotion behind them and started chatting curiously. What's that noise back there? It sounds a bit like Inspector Wu's voice. I remember he was taken by the Immortal Lord up to the sky. It's about time for him to come down. Otherwise, he'll either starve or die of thirst. Serves him right. He was always looking for trouble. It's true what they say, what goes around comes around. Falling into the Immortal Lord's hands, he got off easy. Hey, I heard Immortal Lord Chun even knows Granny Ming. He can decide whether we become livestock in our next life. Good thing I haven't done many good deeds. But I haven't done anything bad either. Yeah, thank goodness I accidentally tripped on a rock back then. The militiaman said with a grin. I dug up that rock yesterday. It's in my room now. Stop chatting. Section Chief sure heard the noise and walked over. Since you know that this life was hard won, then keep a proper watch. Don't mess up, or I'll be the first to punish you. Yes, sir, the militiamen said without hesitation. They immediately shut up and started paying attention to the pitch-black wall. There seems to be something out there, and a noise. Suddenly, a militiaman pointed into the distance. Section Chief sure, he said with a serious expression. Section Chief sure looked over and also saw, beyond the light of the torches, a constantly moving dark shadow. The rustling sound grew closer and closer. In the faint torchlight, a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people whimpered as they walked towards the high wall. Behind them, figures could be vaguely seen holding machetes. If anyone dared to stop, they would be slashed viciously from behind. It's bandits. His face changed. He shouted hastily, Trouble. We have a situation. Quick, ring the bell. One of the militiamen immediately ran towards the large bell in the village. Zong, dong. The originally quiet village instantly sprang to life. The villagers woke up with a start, got dressed, and fled towards the basement. The militiamen, on the other hand, put on their leather boots, grabbed their wooden swords, and rushed towards the city wall. Leather was still in short supply. The boots that had dropped from Chun Li's inventory had all been distributed. As for leather armor, there were only 4 or 5 sets at the moment. After a busy day, Chun Li was just about to go to bed when he heard a scream from the sky. He guessed it must be Wu Zhan coming down. It's been 4 or 5 days. He's actually not dead yet. Chun Li left his hut and headed for the sky ladder. When he arrived, he saw Wu Zhan looking like he was about to die, lying unconscious in the water. So villagers can also land in water. I didn't think he'd actually dare to jump. His will to live survived my series of experiments. Originally, Chun Li had been thinking of just giving him a quick end. Is this considered the last experiment? But he thought about it. It seemed a bit of a waste to just kill him like this. I'll just wait for Wu Zhan to wake up and tell him that if he accidentally dies, for the next few lifetimes, he'll be reincarnated as livestock with his memories intact. Unless he does good deeds to offset his karma. That doesn't sound too bad. Anyway, they'll believe whatever I say. Just like those 2 bailiffs before. Recycling trash, huh? I hope he doesn't faint again when he wakes up. Just then, the bell rang. Shen Li Fronat. Huh? People are still coming to cause trouble. Can't they see this giant thing? He looked up at the sky. Okay, it's nighttime. They really can't see it. Chun Li rushed towards the earth wall. He was only halfway there when he saw Miao Zhiming running towards him. Master Chun, can you ask Lord Divine General not to intervene for a while? Miao Zhiming said softly. The soldiers of Lu Family Village need to experience real combat. If they always rely on Lord Divine General, I'm afraid they'll never amount to much. That's true. Right now, there's only one Tai Shan. When there are more people in the future, he really won't be able to protect everyone. The villagers will have to protect themselves. Then you have to stop Tai Shan. Chun Li looked at Miao Zhiming speechlessly and pointed at Tai Shan not far away. Lord Divine General only listens to you, Master Chun. If I wanted to stop Lord Divine General, I'm afraid I would have to do so in your name, Master Chun. That is something I cannot do. Miao Zhiming said with a bitter smile, cupping his hands. Taishan, come here, Chun-Li said loudly. I have a mission for you. Chun-Li said to Taishan, see those bright things in the sky? They're called stars. Count how many there are. I'll ask you later. By the way, you know how to count, right? Taishan nodded, but he still tilted his head, looking towards the earth wall. Don't worry, I'll go. You just focus on counting the stars for me. Shen li promisa. Only then did Taishan look up and began to count, nodding his head slightly. Done. Let's go, Chun-Li said. Sirs, I beg you, let us in. Don't kill me. I was forced. Outside the wall, wails of misery filled the air. A dense crowd of people squeezed together, surging towards Liu family village. These bandits were much more vicious than the government soldiers. The earth wall was only 3 meters high. After all, it wasn't finished yet. If they showed any mercy and let these people get close to the wall, the bandits would just step on them to get inside. But if they killed them, the morale of ordinary people would surely plummet. And if they let these people in directly, they were afraid there were bandits hiding among them. Then, with an attack from both inside and out, Liu family village would fall without a fight. So, they had to be stopped outside the wall. Wei Shi looked at the people being forced forward, his eyes resolute. He took a deep breath and ordered, archers ready. The crossbowmen, already prepared, aimed their crossbows, waiting only for Wei Shi's command to fire their bolts at them at any moment. A kind man cannot lead an army. No matter what, we can't let them in. The Immortal Lord will ensure they have a good reincarnation. You guys go to those people. Just draw some blood. But if anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Wei Shi said to the leather-armored militiamen behind him. With the divine fish, as long as a person isn't dead, they can be healed. As for accidental injuries, if they dare to resist, why should they be afraid of bandits? Wei Shi took a deep breath and shouted, open the gate. Asterisk kill. Kill. Asterisk they pulled down the levers on both sides. The iron gate opened. The militiamen, holding wooden swords, poured out in a single file. They slashed at the people in front. However, it was only enough to cut a gash on their chests. But if they still dared to advance, they would be stabbed in the thigh, crippling their ability to move, and making them too afraid to go forward. A wolf in front, a tiger behind. Neither was easy to deal with. No merci. The coerced refugees cowered on the ground in despair, not daring to move. The militiamen, however, stepped over them and charged straight towards the bandits. Seeing that this tactic didn't work, the people hiding in the refugee crowd exchanged a look and secretly retreated. Damn it, that didn't work at all. Wen Shi watched the scattering refugees in front. He cursed. What kind of people are these? So ruthless. But there are less than 100 of them, and they dare to come out and die. Wen Shi was overjoyed. Charge, all of you. They're crossbowmen. Won't dare to shoot. Kill them. Cut them down. For why? Hundreds of bandits roared in unison. The sound was terrifyingly loud. However, the militiamen were not intimidated. They charged straight at the bandits, slashing. As weapons clashed, the bandits quickly discovered that the wooden swords in these people's hands were as sharp as their iron swords. That's not a wooden sword. It's wrapped in iron. We've been tricked. They have soft armor. Aim for their heads. The militiamen, after all, lacked real combat experience. Even with their previous training, when they were actually on the battlefield, they would still instinctively defend themselves. The bandits on the other side, however, had plundered several villages. Killing was a common occurrence for them. Plus, they outnumbered the militiamen. In the initial clash, they held a huge advantage. Just as the bandits felt victory was in their grasp, a figure suddenly appeared on the earth wall. Immortal Lord Chun is watching us. Damn it, the Immortal Lord is here. It's Master Chun. Who cares? Brothers, charge. Don't let a single one escape. With the Immortal Lord's protection, we are invincible. Charge. Kill all these traitors. Kill. Kill. They all must die. The militiamen happened to look back and saw Chun-Li standing on the earth wall, watching them. In an instant, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their minds buzzed. When they turned their heads back, their eyes were bloodshot, staring bloodthirstily at the traitors. The militiamen, who had been a little scared before, completely abandoned their defenses at this moment. Their eyes were fixed only on the necks of the bandits opposite them. Their strength instantly more than doubled. Immortal Lord Chun is watching us. We can't lose face. They charged at the bandits with their swords. Seeing the terrifying look in the militiamen's eyes, even the bandits, who killed without batting an eye, began to feel a little panicked. After hearing about some immortal lord, they finally realized, this isn't some ordinary village. Damn it, this is a cult. The soft are afraid of the hard. The hard are afraid of the ruthless. The ruthless are afraid of the reckless. And the reckless are afraid of those who don't fear death. These cultists are all fearless. How are we supposed to fight this? The sky was dark. The sounds of battle were deafening. The bandits instantly discovered that these militiamen, who had been afraid before, afraid of blades falling on their heads, were now letting them slash at will. They didn't even raise a hand to defend themselves. Just stabbed at their hearts and slashed at their necks, even if they were lucky. And a blade plunged into a militiaman's heart. The man would act as if he felt no pain, grin widely, and grip the hilt of the sword stuck in his heart. Then, the rest of his squad would surround and hack the bandit to death. They would fiercely protect the injured man in the center, wait for him to eat the divine fish and recover, and then continue the charge. Some had their ears cut off, but paid it no mind at all. They would bend down, pick it up, and stuff it in a pouch, and continue charging with bloodshot eyes. It was only when their teammates forcibly pulled them back under cover that, under the light of the torches by the wall, a teammate would press the ear back onto the wound. The injured person would eat some fish and immediately be full of life again. A militiaman who had just been cut down by others would be rescued before the finishing blow could be dealt, and the next second, he would be resurrected on the spot. How are we supposed to fight this? It's impossible to fight. After fighting for so long, the ground was covered with their own men. They hadn't even killed a single person on the other side. The bandits' morale completely collapsed. Damn it, these people can't be killed. Run. They're all lunatics. Help. Realizing something was wrong, the bandits turned and fled in disarray. They even found their weapons too heavy and just threw them away. They just needed to run faster than the others. With the first one to drop his weapon, there was naturally a second. The militiamen behind them laughed cruelly and chased after them like madmen. Kill! Screams and the sounds of battle intertwined, creating an extremely bizarre scene. Who are the real bandits here? Boss, let's run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Yeah, boss. Something's not right. This village is not right. Let's get the rest of the brothers to run. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no lack of firewood. Staring at the militiamen getting closer and closer, urged him anxiously, watching his men scatter and flee. Chow Wenshi felt his heart bleeding. Is this the village you said had lots of food and wouldn't fight back? Sky Tiger. Chow Wenshi stared viciously at Zhang Yongyuan, filled with regret. The village wasn't like this before, he said coldly. It's only been a few days. Zhang Yongyuan knelt down in terror, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy. My lord, please listen. He pleaded shrilly. Before Zhang Yongyuan could finish, Chow Wenshi brought his blade down. The voice stopped abruptly. A round object fell from Zhang Yongyuan's body and rolled far away. Fuck you. Chow Wenshi was furious. He spat a thick glob of phlegm at Zhang Yongyuan's body. So angry he laughed, he said, Go explain it to the king of hell. Chow Wenshi's face was grim. He stared intently at Chun Li on the city wall, his eyes flickering. Bring me my bow. Before he became a bandit, he was a hunter. Within this distance, he could hit his target. He could see clearly. It was this person in front of him. The moment he appeared, those people went crazy. He was definitely a very important person on the other side. Perhaps if this person died, the other side would fall into chaos. Then, everyone inside would have to die. Because of you, I lost so many men for nothing. And you dare to stand right on the city wall. You bastard, you don't even know how you're going to die. Chow Wenshi gritted his teeth in hatred. He took the bow, an arrow, aimed at Chun-Li, his face contorted. I'm the Sky Tiger, he muttered. He released the bowstring. The arrow shot straight towards Chun-Li. On the city wall, Gousheng, who had been observing the battlefield situation, to guard against sneak attacks, asked Chun-Li curiously, Boss, did you cast an immortal spell on them? How did they suddenly become so strong? Not really, but I probably gave them a buff. Chun-Li stayed on the wall, looking thoughtful. The nights in ancient times were much brighter. With the faint light of the torches, Chun-Li could see the situation on the battlefield clearly. Holy cow. Good grief, they're all like berserkers. The late Ming Dynasty version of Spartan warriors, even chasing them down to kill. Their combat power is just insane. Even if the bandits had 3 or 4 times as many men, they could probably still win. Just as Chun-Li was marveling at this, Gousheng suddenly saw an arrow, like a shot from a bow, flying towards Chun-Li. Its tip glinted coldly in the firelight. Watching the arrow get closer and closer to Chun-Li, he was terrified. His mind went blank. His body instinctively lunged towards Chun-Li. "Boss, look out! Get back here!" Chun-Li said, reaching out and pulling Gousheng, who was in front of him, back. Then he held up the shield in his left hand and blocked the arrow. Crafting a shield requires 6 wooden planks and 1 iron ingot. It can defend against most attacks from directly in front. It can even withstand a creeper's explosion without any armor, and its durability is also very high. Therefore, since he had a good supply of iron ingots, after making himself a full set of iron armor, he also made a shield, so he could pull it out at any time. Good job. If you hadn't warned me, I really wouldn't have noticed. I almost died. Shenli Smilat. And with an extremely light touch, he gave Gousheng a flick on the forehead. But next time this happens, don't be a fool and jump in front. Can't you just push me away? Oh, okay. Gousheng rubbed his forehead in pain. Wei Shi, standing not far away and observing the battlefield, naturally heard Gousheng's cry of alarm and also saw the arrow that had fallen to the ground. Wei Shi looked at Chun-Li, who seemed completely unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief, but was also terrified. Thank goodness the Immortal Lord is okay. How dare they? How could they dare? Then that fear instantly turned into anger. With red eyes, he knelt on one knee and requested of Chun-Li, "Master Chun, please allow me to go down and capture that traitorous archer alive and hand him over to you for punishment." "Can you see him?" Chun-Li asked. Although he had given Wei Shi milk before, he wasn't sure if his night blindness was actually cured. Wei Shi said nervously, "I can roughly make out the direction of the traitor." "Forget it. I'll go myself." Looking at the bow-wielding bandit in the darkness, Chun-Li put on his full set of iron armor and swapped his leather boots for iron ones, seeing that these things would only limit his performance. Besides Taishan and the bees, which posed some threat to Chun-Li, the others could at most take 1 or 2 of his health points. The bees wouldn't bother him if he didn't provoke them. Taishan wouldn't fight back or talk back. Usually, Chun-Li just wore leather boots, since anything else would mess up his outfit. This was the second time since Chun-Li arrived that someone had tried to attack him. "Gousheng, listen to my command. Go warm a cup of wine for me now," Chun-Li said seriously. "I'll be right back. It's a pity I don't have a beard or a large blade." "Yes, boss." Gousheng cupped his hands and replied, running back to the village. Although his family was out of wine, his 4th uncle had a jar of wine hidden away. "I'll go get it from him." Although his 4th uncle treasured that wine and hadn't been willing to drink it for years, if the Immortal Lord wanted it, he would surely be overjoyed. "Gousheng." Chun-Li jumped directly off the earth wall and ran towards Chao Wenshi. A bandit tried to assassinate Master Chun. "Capture the one with the bow." Wei Shi shouted loudly. These words instantly sent the militiamen below into an uproar. If Immortal Lord Chun got hurt, who would feed them? Who would give them a place to live? Not letting people sleep. A night raid was one thing, but they dared to touch Immortal Lord Chun? Go to hell. The militiamen were instantly invigorated and enraged. Their speed also kicked up a notch. The sky was too dark. They couldn't see clearly, so they chased after any bandit holding something in their hands. If it wasn't the right one, they slit their throat and moved on to the next. A bandit was caught. "Novo, cut him down." A bandit knelt and surrendered. "Novo, cut him down too." Anyone who offends the Immortal Lord must die. Not a single bandit is a good person. "Boss," his confidants said with long faces, "let's run. After that arrow of yours, these people have gone even crazier. They're even killing those who surrender. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Go." Chao Wenshi squeezed out the word with a dark face. He was about to hand the bow to his confidant, but hesitated and took it back. He slung it on his back and turned to flee. If he was really caught, it was better to be alive than dead. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Suddenly, A dark shadow flashed past Chao Wenshi from behind and slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Faintly, a drop of water splashed onto his face. Do they have a catapult? Gao Wensi Wunda. He looked closely. A huge sense of panic shot through him like an electric current, coursing through his entire body. That wasn't a rock. It was clearly a person. But the person was like a broken frame, scattered everywhere. He touched the drop of water on his face, and a metallic smell of blood filled his nostrils. The shouts and pleas for mercy from behind grew closer. Chao Wenshi couldn't help but glance back. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened, his pupils dilating in fear. The young master he had shot at earlier was wearing iron armor, but his speed was incredible. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. He was holding a torch in one hand, running towards him at high speed. He would grab any bandit he encountered along the way and throw the person in his hand at him, accompanied by a scream. The person in the air spun, with incredible power and extreme speed, approaching him, feeling the intense pressure from the object, as if it was going to crush Chao Wenshi. It slammed heavily onto the ground, ended up grazing past Chao Wenshi and landing on the grass beside him. In that split second, Chao Wenshi even saw the look of fear and despair on the spinning person's face. A monster. This is definitely a monster. His thoughts became chaotic at that moment. Countless thoughts collided in Chao Wenshi's mind. Fear seemed to root his feet to the ground. Unable to move, he struggled to lift his leaden, trembling legs and ran forward. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Boom! A continuous series of sounds came from all around him. The flying objects kept changing. Sometimes it was a giant rock. Sometimes it was a whole tree. The ground beneath Chao Wenshi's feet trembled from the impact. Sometimes, the square boulder falling from the sky was like a shadow, suddenly descending, about to swallow him. But in the end, it flew over Chao Wenshi's head, blocking his path. The people around Chao Wenshi grew fewer and fewer. His legs began to move uncontrollably, as if they had already sensed the impending impact. His breathing became rapid and shallow. Every breath felt like he was using all his strength. He felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Chao Wenshi wanted to scream, but the sound was trapped in his throat by fear. He ran slower and slower, and finally stopped exhausted, not running anymore. Chun-Li put down the whole tree he had just uprooted and asked in surprise. Chao Wenshi looked in terror at Chun-Li, who was holding the giant tree. His body couldn't stop trembling. What a waste of a freshly pulled tree. Shen-Li siga Leslie and tossed it aside. The tree fell with a whoosh, making a huge noise. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who shot that arrow just now, right? Chun-Li lowered his gaze, looking at Chao Wenshi, and said calmly. Chun-Li carried a torch with him, so his every move was seen by everyone. When Chun-Li was frantically uprooting trees, the traders were already too scared to move. They were terrified that a giant rock would fall on them. Even the wailing refugees were scared into silence by this scene. The red-eyed militiamen around them had also calmed down by now. Seeing the giant rocks flying through the air, they muttered, "That's Immortal Lord Chun. Thank goodness it was Lord Divine General who acted back then. Otherwise, it's great that we're alive. The Immortal Lord is so kind to us." Jiming back then, didn't Wang Daniyu say that Immortal Lord Chun was almost bitten by a wolf? I remember that correctly, right? Wenshi looked at the giant rocks scattered on the ground and couldn't help but say, "Of course not." Miao Jiming said with sincere admiration. "It seems the Immortal Lord's magic has recovered a bit more. That's great. Anyway, these rocks won't fall on their heads." Miao Jiming stared at Chun-Li's figure with reverence, his heart filled with emotion. Wenshi, take some men and interrogate those refugees one by one. Find out the details of this group of bandits. Remember, you must interrogate them separately. Don't give them any room to communicate. All right, Wenshi replied. He went down the earth wall. Lu Wusan, go back to the village and ring the bell. Lu Wusan nodded. Okay, these militiamen now have combat experience. We'll have a better chance of success when we set out for Changchun. Miao Jiming stared at the militiamen escorting the bandits, thinking to himself, a few days ago, Lu family village was almost completely closed off. Only a very small number of people would go out, try to bring people back from other villages. After the recent rise of bandits, Liu family village has been almost completely cut off from the outside world. We basically don't know what's happening outside. But we must go to Gousheng. On one hand, Liu family village doesn't lack food, but other daily necessities are running out. We have to go buy some. On the other hand, the immortal lord's daily entertainment is just hitting a strange building and eating the same food. He doesn't even have any recreational activities. Of course, the most important point is the attitude of the Imperial court. Now that these bandits dare to openly plunder villages, it means the number of bandits outside is probably so large that it's hard to suppress. I'm afraid it won't be long before a large army is sent to suppress them. Based on Liu family village's current conditions, we might not be able to withstand it. Although the immortal lord might have a way, we have to take precautions. At least we need to know the approximate arrival time of the army. Of course, there's one more thing. Gousheng must be heavily guarded at the moment. Ordinary people probably can't get in easily. But that problem was solved. After Wu Zhen came down, we just need to have Wu Zhen take them. And getting into the city will be a piece of cake. As for whether Wu Zhen will cooperate, Miao Jiming doesn't believe that after seeing a true god, anyone would still dare to do evil. Brother Jiming, what are you thinking about? Gousheng's voice interrupted Miao Jiming's thoughts. Miao Jiming came back to his senses. He saw Gousheng carefully holding a bowl of wine in both hands. Looking at him curiously, Miao Jiming grinned. I was thinking about what we should pay attention to when we go to Gousheng. By the way, Gousheng, is there anything you want to buy? I could bring it back for you. Something you want to buy. Gousheng thought for a moment, his eyes sparkling. Can you bring me 2 or 3 candied haws? I want to see what they taste like. Oh, why 2? Miao Jiming asked with a smile. 1 for the boss, and 1 for me and my sister. Mom and the others will probably just have 1. Gousheng said frankly. What's this about 1 for me? Shen li veamat. The wine is here. Let me have a taste. For you, boss. It's still warm. It tastes like rice wine. Chun-Li slowly drank the wine. He smacked his lips. It tastes pretty good. Brother Jiming said he's going to bring back some candied haws for me. While Chun-Li was drinking, Gousheng said with a grin, Candied haws? Are you getting ready to go to Gousheng? Chun-Li turned his head and asked Miao Jiming. That's right, Master Chun. Then bring me back some delicious things from Gousheng. Chun-Li said. Miao Jiming nodded. Understood. Boss, you're smiling so happily. Did you think of something good? Of course there's something good. Chun-Li looked at his status bar. It showed a status effect. Hero of the village I. Duration, 2 days. A level I hero of the village. Effect will reduce the trading price of the first tier by 30%. Good thing I was so focused on building the profession temple before that I haven't exchanged the wheat in my inventory yet. I can take this opportunity to trade it all. But it's getting late now. Let's leave the trading for tomorrow. Anyway, this status effect lasts for 2 days. So there's no need to rush right now. Just then, Wei Shi had roughly gathered from the refugees. The true nature of this group of bandits. With a cold face, he suppressed his anger and walked towards Chun-Li. Wei Shi, why you look so awful? Shen Li Fronut hesitated for a moment, and then said, could it be related to those bandits? Taking a deep breath, Wei Shi relayed everything he had just heard from the refugees. The information he had gathered, entirely to Chun-Li. Young Master Chun, how do you think we should deal with these bandits? Wei Shi asked. Slaughtering village, robbing grand. Murder, arson, forcing people to eat human flesh, and all sorts of other atrocities. These people don't even deserve the chance for labor reform. Chun-Li said coldly. Kill them all. People like this don't deserve to live. The things these bandits had done made even Chun-Li's blood boil just hearing about them. They were even worse than Wu Zhen. Keeping them around? For what? To waste food? He didn't even want to raise villagers like this. Just looking at them was annoying. His mushroom farm wasn't prepared for these people. Yes, sir. I'll get it done right away. Wei Shi didn't hesitate at all, saying sternly, wait. I thought about it. Leave a few of them for me. I want the most vicious ones. They'll be useful later. So I don't have to go looking for people when I need them. Especially that so-called heaven-ascending tiger. Bring him to me right now. Chun-Li said with a serious face. Soon, the heaven-ascending tiger, Chao Wenshi, was escorted by the militiamen. To Chun-Li. I heard you call yourself the heaven-ascending tiger. Chun-Li looked at Chao Wenshi with a smile. Chow Wunsher forced down his fear, bared his teeth, and roared fiercely. That's what your grandpa is called. So what? Kill me if you have the guts. Screw you. Saying that, he gathered a mouthful of thick phlegm and was about to spit it at Chun-Li. As soon as he moved, he was struck down by an elbow strike from the militiaman behind him. You'd better keep that mouth of yours tough. By the way, since you dare to call yourself the heaven-ascending tiger, Chun-Li asked with a sincere face, have you ever ascended to heaven? Facts proved that his mouth wasn't tough enough. At first, Chow Wunsher still had a what-can-you-do-to-me expression. But when he was only stacked halfway up, he started crying for his mommy and daddy. To ensure Chow Wunsher wouldn't be too bored after dawn and could enjoy the beautiful and spectacular scenery below, Chun-Li extended the blocks horizontally outwards for a few meters. The block where Chow Wunsher was placed was specially made of glass. It could be said that he put a lot of thought into it, worrying himself sick, knocking away the extra blocks, leaving only one block of glass for the heaven-ascending tiger. Chun-Li returned to his original position and placed water at the highest point. The water flowed continuously down along the wooden planks, eventually landing on the ground. The most lacking thing in arid areas is water. Now, with this endless stream of water flowing down from the sky, as long as passing refugees saw it, they would definitely gather in this direction, skillfully jumping down from high above and landing in the water. Chun-Li compared it to the direction just now, counted silently in his heart, and walked to the spot directly below where Chow Wunsher was high up and placed a bucket of water. To allow him to do an MLG water bucket clutch, Chun-Li specially changed his profession to butcher. Of course, this time, Chun-Li didn't tell him. That landing on the water would save his life. Looks like I need to prepare another iron bucket. I need at least 3, Chun-Li thought to himself. 1 for holding milk, to prevent accidents from happening. However, for the next 2 days, he probably wouldn't drink away the hero of the village effect. If he drank milk, it would be cleared away as well. The other 2 will be for water, so I can create an infinite water source anytime, anywhere. At this time, all the farmers in the village had gone outside the walls, holding red mushrooms and bone meal in their hands, preparing to build mushroom houses outside. The militia split into 2 teams. The majority want to put those bandits to a long sleep. When it came to killing, they felt absolutely no psychological burden. On one hand, these people were all damned animals. On the other hand, this was a divine decree issued by immortal Lord Chun. Under all these miracles, coupled with Wei Shi's deliberate guidance, Chun-Li had already become their faith. The other smaller group went to treat the injured refugees one by one. These refugees still needed to be observed for the time being. They couldn't just be allowed inside the walls like this. But considering that these refugees had been traveling hard all the way and had experienced so many terrible things, both physically and mentally, they must be exhausted to the extreme. So Chun-Li specifically instructed Miao Jiming that for the next few days, they should just rest in the mushroom houses. Once they adapted and their bodies had mostly recovered, then they could go out to gather grass to exchange for bone meal. Even if they were willing to go push dirt blocks themselves, Exinen had to check and make sure there were no problems first. These refugees were too tired, not just physically, but even more so mentally. They couldn't see a future, so they didn't dare to stop. Since they didn't dare to stop, he would force them to stop. If he made them work in this mental state, then how would he be any different from those bandits? Or the Imperial court? Wouldn't his cheats be for nothing? They weren't those evil-doing bandits. They were just miserable people forced into broken homes and ruined lives. Why make them so tired? Chun-Li wouldn't be stingy with food, although there might not be fish or eggs. After all, the number of chickens right now was already quite large. The eggs produced every day were collected by the villagers, and 60% of them were put into chests. The rest were left for them to arrange as they pleased. As for the eggs in the chests, Chun-Li smashed them all like firecrackers. In a word, capricious. Anyway, they could spawn chicks. Smashing eggs. This was something he had always wanted to do in the past. Now it was finally realized. The villagers who changed their profession to fishermen could indeed catch fish just like him, but it took longer, and as long as they cast their lines, it consumed stamina every moment. Plus, right now it seemed they could only catch fish. But aside from meat and noodles, The food would be enough to keep them full. Chun-Li looked at the villagers running back and forth in the distance, thinking to himself that the bandits had been dealt with. The heaven-soaring tiger had ascended to the heavens, and the refugees were being managed by Miao Jiming. He had said what needed to be said. All right, old Taizhan, how could I forget him? Chun-Li slapped his forehead in annoyance, knocking off a point of his own health. He walked to the place where he had separated from Taizhan. Chun-Li saw Taizhan lying on the ground, stretching out his hand and pointing one by one. Taizhan, how many have you counted in now? He asked with a smile. Taizhan stood up and gestured with his hands. With those blocky hands, Chun-Li couldn't really understand. Ah, so you've counted that many stars. Amazing. Good job, Taizhan. Chun-Li nodded as if he understood, and praised him. Here's your reward. Saying that, Chun-Li took out an iron ingot and handed it to Taizhan. Hearing Chun-Li's praise, Taizhan happily swayed his body. He carefully took the iron ingot from Chun-Li's hand and then started spinning in circles. After a long while, he stopped, took out a red flower, and presented it to Chun-Li. Thanks, Taizhan. By the way, the villagers are outside the wall right now. You can go there and play with them. Watching Tieshan's silly movements, Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh. I'm going back to sleep. Chun-Li let out a lazy yawn and walked toward his small cabin. He felt vibrations from behind. He turned his head and saw Taizhan slowly following behind him. You want to walk me back? Chun-Li asked hesitantly. Taizhan nodded. Chun-Li smiled and said, all right then. Let's go. When Chun-Li reached his door, he turned to Taizhan and said, we're here. I'm going up to sleep. Good night, Taizhan. Taizhan nodded. Then, under Chun-Li's disbelieving gaze, he reached out and patted Chun-Li on the head. After that, he waddled away. He never expected there would be a day when Taizhan patted his head. Chun-Li shook his head helplessly, but couldn't help grinning. These past few days, while Taizhan and the others were building the wall, Chun-Li had also been building the job change temple. Currently, it was finished for the farmers, masons, and weaponsmiths. As for the rest, he would build them during the day. It wasn't anything urgent anyway, and he wasn't short on time. Ever since he made a bed out of wool, Chun-Li basically went to bed as soon as night fell. Walking up the wooden stairs, Chun-Li reached the second floor and entered one of the rooms. The ceiling there was made of glass, allowing a clear view of the outside. The torches at the door flickered faintly, illuminating the surroundings. The walls were made of logs, and the floor was made of dirt blocks, covered with flowers, grass, and flowing water. Nearby, some wheat and bamboo were also planted. He placed the red flower Taizhan gave him into a flower pot and walked over to the bed surrounded by leaves. Chun-Li slipped under the covers, listening to the sound of flowing water and looking at the brilliant starry sky above. He slowly closed his eyes. He slept soundly until dawn. Days without having to wake up early for class are truly wonderful. Bouncing out of bed, Chun-Li muttered through a yawn. It would be even better if I had a phone. Wouldn't it be great to lie in bed and play on my phone? Walking out onto the balcony, he gazed down at the flocks of cows, sheep, and chickens below. Chun-Li felt extremely satisfied. These past few days, no matter how much he lacked leather, Chun-Li hadn't killed a single cow. This was to let their base population grow, so they could breed better. If he killed one every time one was born, the number of cows would never increase. As for the sheep, he sheared them every day. As for the horses, they hadn't been put into Chun-Li's backyard yet. After all, they weren't products of Minecraft. Dealing with their manure and feeding them was quite troublesome. Right now, they were all in another grassy area Chun-Li had designated, being taken care of by Wei Shi and the others. Boss, you're up. Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw Gousheng holding a food basket, standing at the door downstairs with a smile. Why are you here so early today? Gousheng looked like he had been there for a while. Chun-Li clattered down the stairs, opened the door, and looked at Gousheng in confusion. Gousheng, coming to find me so early. Is something the matter? Gousheng opened the lid of the food basket. Inside was a large bowl of porridge. There wasn't much water in the porridge. It was almost entirely piled high with rice grains. At a glance, it was obvious it had been scooped from the very bottom of the pot. There were also a few steaming hot steam buns. Boss, didn't you say before that everyone in the village should eat breakfast? This morning, my mom made breakfast and told me to bring it to you. It's still hot, Gousheng said proudly. From now on, I'll bring breakfast to you every day, boss. Not bad. I was just getting tired of bread and milk. It's been a long time since I had porridge and steam buns, Chunli said thoughtfully. You must have waited a long time, huh? Gousheng shook his head. Not really. I figured, boss. You'd probably wake up around this time. So I just came a little bit early. Come on, let's go inside. Just put that basket on the table in the kitchen, Chunli said as he turned and walked toward the chest in the kitchen. It contained all kinds of cooked food. Of course, most of it was fish, although sleeping didn't consume hunger points. When he was driving away the bandits earlier, he had used up quite a bit, and he hadn't eaten anything before going to bed. However, these ordinary foods seemed to only satisfy his cravings. They barely restored any hunger points, so he still had to rely on grilled fish as his main meal. Sit down and eat with me, Chunli said to Gousheng, who was still standing. It's fine if you don't want to eat. Don't be so formal. Sit down and be the hype man. Just watching me eat is fine too. Chunli ate the porridge, the steamed buns, and the grilled fish. Boss, do you need someone to take care of your daily life? Gousheng, who was sitting down, couldn't help but ask. Chunli swallowed the porridge in his mouth and laughed loudly. What? You want to move in and live with me? Perfect. I saved a room for you. You can move at any time. Oh, that's not what I meant. Gousheng paused, then continued. It's just boss. Do you need a maid or something? Did Miao Jiming tell you to ask me this? Chunli asked after a moment of thought. He didn't believe a kid like Gousheng could come up with this on his own. Sure enough, Gousheng slowly nodded. What was that guy thinking? Chunli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget about maids and all that. I have hands and feet. Why would I need someone to take care of me? Suddenly having a stranger around would be really awkward. Besides, normally, I prefer living alone. As for Gousheng, he was a special case. After all, when he first arrived here, during those days when he couldn't see a single person, it was this kid who ran over to chat and keep him company. I see. Then I'll tell brother Jiming later, Gousheng said softly. Do you feel suddenly relieved? Chunli looked at Gousheng with a cheeky grin and said smilingly. Gousheng nodded seriously. A little. TCH, I thought you blush. And turn your head away, saying no, I didn't. Chunli shook his head in disappointment, lowering his head to drink his porridge. Too straightforward. How boring. I'm not a girl. Why would I blush? I'm a real man, Gousheng muttered. Well then, manly man Gousheng, when are you getting a wife? Chunli suddenly changed the subject, following up on Gousheng's words. This time, Gousheng finally blushed. He stammered, unable to speak for a long time. What are you shy about? Seeing this, Chunli chuckled and teased. Is there a girl that caught your eye? Tell me about it. You have to understand. The marriage age in ancient times was much earlier than now, not to mention arranged marriages from birth. Gousheng was just about the right age. And no, Gousheng stammered. His voice was as quiet as a mosquito. If Chunli didn't have good hearing, he really wouldn't have heard it. Chunli continued to ask. Really no? None at all. What a pity. I wanted to play matchmaker. Chunli shook his head regretfully. He looked at Gousheng and said with a sincere face, Listen, Gousheng, if you ever meet someone you like in the future, don't be afraid. Just go straight up and farm some affection points. Once you've built up some affection, you won't have to worry about the rest. As long as you and the girl both like each other. I've got your back. Of course, the premise is that you can't be a stalker. Although that's probably impossible for you. I still have to say it. He added. Gousheng's ears turned red just listening to this. Shenli grinat. And scarfed down a few steam buns in a row. Hee, an innocent young boy. A 99% rare specimen. What about you, boss? Gousheng asked softly. Me? Chunli froze for a moment. He stared at the ancient clothes he was wearing and spaced out. After a long while, he smiled in relief. When he stood up, with lightning speed, he flicked Gousheng right on the forehead. The force was very light. Chunli could control it perfectly. He didn't want to bust a watermelon wide open first thing in the morning. Ouch, boss. Why did you hit me all of a sudden? Gousheng said, holding his head in pain. Adult matters are none of a kid's business. You always bring up the wrong topic. Chunli sat back down casually, gnawing on the steam bun in his hand. Besides, when did I hit you? Did something happen just now? Nothing happened at all. Careful, I'll sue you for slander. Chunli had a shameless dead pig doesn't fear boiling water expression. Gousheng looked speechless. silently rubbing his own head. Boss is really childish. Let me wipe my hands. Chunli finished the steamed bun in 2 bites and wiped his hands, which had just held grilled fish, on Gousheng. Although there was no grease on his hands, he just liked seeing Gousheng wanting to dodge, but forcing himself not to. Let's go, let's go. Let's go feed the cows and sheep, and find Lu Wusan and the others to trade for some emeralds. Chunli dragged Gousheng toward his farm. Happiness is a trap. It can't last forever. In the end, it will inevitably finish. The best outcome is that 2 people die at the same time, but the one left behind in the end would naturally be himself. His lifetime was just too long. After breeding the animals on the farm, Chunli couldn't wait to go find the people in the village to exchange for emeralds. Of course, the main person was Lu Wusan. He could trade wheat for emeralds. Chunli planned to level up his trading tier first, to see if any useful items would appear. On the way to the village, Chunli noticed Taizhan squatting on the ground, looking at something unknown. Taizhan, what are you doing squatting there? Chunli asked in confusion. Taizhan slowly shifted his body aside. Only then did Chun-Li see clearly. Taizhan was holding a red flower, actually trying to give it to a black cat. Speaking of which, where did this black cat come from? Could it have spawned in the village? When did this appear? Taizhan, you wander around the village all the time, do you know? Chunli asked in surprise. Seeing Taizhan shake his head, he didn't ask any more questions. He took out a raw cod and used it on the black cat. Not long after, red hearts appeared above its head. At this moment, the black cat meowed gently and nudged Chun-Li's leg with its little head. Black cat beast, I've captured you. I'm officially a cat owner now. Taking you home, taking you home. Chun-Li happily took a deep sniff of the black cat, then lifted it into the air. He hesitated for a moment and said, I need to give you a name. Meow. The black cat licked its paw and stared at Chun-Li with its orange eyes. Since that's the case, I'll call you Ming. If you agree, meow once. Chun-Li said with a face full of smiles. Meow, meow. The black cat meowed softly. 2 meows. That means double agreement. You agree completely. All right, Ming. You stay here for now. I'll take you to my room later. Chun-Li beamed with joy. He placed Ming on the ground. As for Gousheng, he stared at Ming, who was circling around Chun-Li, and felt a faint sense of crisis. Meanwhile, Taizhan looked at the red flower in his hand. He hadn't managed to give it away. He felt sad. Just then, a villager hurried past. Taizhan walked over and gave the red flower to the villager. Ah, thank you, Lord Divine General. The villager, who had been carrying water on a shoulder pole, was suddenly stopped by Taizhan. He was startled at first, put down the buckets of water, and happily accepted the flower. Then he struggled to lift the buckets again, and bowed respectfully to Chun-Li. Chun-Li smiled and returned the gesture. After that, the villager left. I say, Taizhan. Chun-Li felt a bit helpless, and laughed dumbly. I know, you give flowers to express your feelings, but you should do it when people aren't busy. Look, you just inconvenienced him. Seeing Taizhan looking a bit disappointed, Chun-Li thought for a moment, and added, of course, in situations like this, you could try making a flower crown. The kind you can put around someone's neck. That way it won't get in their way. Taizhan nodded, and continued patrolling the village, weaving a flower crown in his hands as he went. I'm off too, Chun-Li said to Ming. The black cat sat in place as if it understood, quietly watching Chun-Li leave. Zhuzi, do you know where Lu Wusan is? When he arrived at the village settlement, he happened to see Zhuzi walking around. So Chun-Li asked, Who? Oh, young Master Chun. Zhuzi smiled ingratiatingly and stammered. Uncle Wusan is still outside planting mushrooms. There were too many people yesterday. Uncle Wusan and the others were just too tired and couldn't handle it all. So they discussed it and decided to first let them squeeze into a large mushroom house temporarily. They planted the red mushrooms under the cover of night and waited until daytime to continue building the mushroom houses. All right, I understand. Walking outside the dirt wall, he saw Lu Wusan and the others busy planting mushrooms. As for the refugees, most of them were leaning numbly against the wall, their pupils dilated, their faces ashen. They had no trace of vitality, holding half a small bowl of noodles and a steamed bun, worried that these people had been starving for so long and might gorge themselves uncontrollably. They could only give them a small amount of food at first, to let them fill their stomachs a bit. Compared to before, when Chun-Li first saw the people of Lu Village, these people were several times more miserable. Their homes were destroyed, their families dead, their wives and children scattered, treated as reserve food by the bandits. They had been tortured until they barely looked human. If Chun-Li couldn't see their eyes moving, he would even think they were just a pile of corpses. The only ones with a bit of vitality were the children. But even they were only slightly better, perhaps due to malnutrition. Most of the children were swollen all over. Children shouldn't be like this. They should be able to jump high and run far. They should be chubby and cute. They needed to supplement their nutrition. It was also time to slaughter some chickens. Right, and eggs. Experience my childhood nightmare. You all have to eat them. If there aren't enough eggs, when Miao Jiming goes, he could just take from that 60%. Anyway, if I hold on to them, I'll just use them to throw for chicks. Chun-Li spaced out, thinking to himself, Boss, there's a kid coming our way. Gousheng hesitated for a moment beside him before speaking. A kid. Chun-Li looked in the direction Gousheng was looking. He indeed saw a little girl. The girl's hair was dry and sparse, no different from a clump of withered, yellow straw. Her lips were cracked and dry, with a trace of blood on them. This was caused by not eating for a long time. Her clothes were worn and tattered, covered in patches and holes, no longer able to cover her frail body and sunken stomach. She walked up to Chun-Li, a glimmer of hope revealing itself in her dull eyes. Big brother, are you an immortal? The girl asked tentatively. Her voice was hoarse. I heard my mom say that immortals can make it rain from the sky, and then our family can have enough to eat. Those uncles who can grow big mushrooms all say you're an immortal. Is it true? Chun-Li stole a glance around. He saw that the refugees had all slightly raised their heads, pricking up their ears. They were also waiting for Chun-Li's answer. They needed a reason to live, a hope to keep moving forward. Was he worthy of being called an immortal? Chun-Li thought for a long time. Amidst everyone's anticipation, he gave his answer. Of course I am an immortal. Chun-Li let out a heavy breath and said decisively, Isn't it just having enough to eat and a place to live? Don't worry. Here with me. No one will go hungry. Thank you, immortal brother. The girl's eyes sparkled. She smiled through her tears. Thank you for being willing to come down from the heavens to see us. An immortal. He really is an immortal. We're saved. We're saved. Wah? Husband. Did you see? Little Stone will be able to grow up healthy. After hearing Chun-Li's words, a flash of light appeared in the refugees' eyes. They struggled to prop themselves up, knelt on the ground, pressed their palms together, and kowtowed to Chun-Li. This time, Chun-Li no longer avoided them. He quietly accepted everyone's worship, at the right time, in the right place. When the time was about right, Chun-Li asked the refugees to rise. After this, their spirit and energy were noticeably much better than before. Then, Chun-Li looked at the girl and smiled gently. Beautiful young lady, please allow me to perform a magic trick for you. Saying that, he bowed slightly to the girl. With a flip of his hand, he conjured an apple. This fruit is for you to eat. Thank you, the girl said softly. When the little girl took the fruit, a bouquet of pink peonies appeared in Chun-Li's hand. Chun-Li slowly squatted down. Looking the girl in the eye, he gently tucked the flower into her hair and said with a sincere face, You don't have to be afraid here anymore. You don't have to worry about going hungry or not having water to drink. I will protect you all. Take good care of yourself. The girl nodded vigorously. MHM. Thank you. Immortal brother. Go on back, Chun-Li said with a smile. To his left, there was an old man protecting a few children, anxiously staring at the girl the whole time. Watching the girl run toward the old man, Chun-Li was deep in thought. Those children all looked different from each other. They probably didn't have a drop of blood relation to that old man. Their parents were likely all. Thinking of this, Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. I should build a school for them. Kids of the same age should play together more, so they can keep each other company, and their moods will brighten up. Besides, education is important too, right? Searching along the mushroom houses, Chun-Li soon found Lu Wusan, who was busy accelerating the growth of red mushrooms. But as soon as he got close to Lu Wusan, an item suddenly flew out of his body and dropped on the ground. Chun-Li picked up the item. and checked it in his inventory. Isn't this a cookie? Seeing Lu Wusan's confused expression, Chun-Li knew in his heart that he didn't know what was going on either. Looks like items will still be gifted, even if the villagers themselves don't have them. That makes sense. What will the other professions gift? Shenli wondered curiously. He quickly had Gousheng gather all the villagers, who had already changed professions. During this time, he took all that wheat and exchanged it all for emeralds. By now, Lu Wusan had become an apprentice farmer. The two newly added trade options were 1 emerald for 4 apples and 6 pumpkins for 1 emerald. Neither was of much use for the time being. When those profession change villagers came over, the items they tossed out were all sorts of things. The butcher gave cooked mutton, cooked pork chops, cooked rabbit, and steak. Chun-Li hadn't changed many villagers into armorers. He planned to level them up to the max, to trade for enchanted diamond armor later. So the chainmail chest plates, chainmail leggings, chainmail boots, and chainmail helmets they tossed out made a complete set. There were also 2 extra helmets, 1 extra pair of boots, and 2 extra leggings. He kept 1 set for his own collection. After all, chainmail armor couldn't be crafted. He could give the rest to Weishir's militia. Those who performed well could receive them as rewards. The weaponsmith gave various enchanted swords. The leatherworker gave leather. Miao Jiming gave books. The mason gave clay blocks. The fisherman gave raw cod and raw salmon. The weaponsmith gave stone axes and iron axes. One of them actually gave a golden axe. What a waste. A pure waste. It would be so much better if they just gave gold. Might as well give me a silver axe so I can cosplay the river god. Chun-Li sucked all the items on the ground into his inventory. The toolsmith gave stone axes, stone hoes, stone pickaxes, stone shovels, and so on. What is this? Chun-Li stared in shock at the lava bucket in his inventory. He felt like his luck was absolutely off the charts. In Minecraft, there was a buggy mechanic. Lava had the same properties as water, as long as it flowed from a high place to a low place. It was infinite. Furthermore, it had the property of forming cobblestone when it came into contact with water. On one hand, it could be used to make a cobblestone generator. On the other hand, it could be used to build city walls. By building a staircase shape into the air, with just 1 bucket of water and 1 block of lava, he could build a 3-meter thick, hollow, infinitely high city wall. Moreover, the nature of lava allowed it to destroy any object that fell into it, without depleting itself. What did this mean? If Chun-Li had this bucket of lava, on a smaller scale, he could open a garbage station to dispose of trash. On a larger scale, he could clean up nuclear waste. Why would anyone need to live in fear of eating mutated seafood? Plus, lava had another extremely crucial use, making obsidian, using it to build a nether portal. He didn't know what the nether would look like here, or if he could even build a nether portal at all. I never expected to get lava this way. Chun-Li muttered to himself. He had originally thought about trying to find a volcano later, digging inside and scooping out a bucket. If he dug straight down, it would be very troublesome. He'd have to search in the asthenosphere between the crust and the mantle, relying on just a pickaxe. That would take until the end of time. Should I try triggering it a few more times? As soon as this thought popped up, the miserable appearance of those refugees immediately appeared in his mind. Chun-Li instantly shook the thought away. Anything but that. Absolutely not. Besides, even with just 1 bucket of lava, it wasn't impossible to get infinite lava. It would just take a bit longer in the early stages. A cauldron and pointed dripstone. As long as he had these 2 things, he could create infinite lava. A cauldron was easy to make. It only took 7 iron ingots to craft. But pointed dripstone, how was he supposed to get that? Maybe he had to find a cave, or would just try digging a hole straight down to see if he could hit a natural cavern. That was still much better than digging straight for lava. But since he had lava now, he could build the city wall first. Relying solely on Tai's Han for that dirt wall was just impossible for 1 person to build. Moreover, dirt, Chun-Li always felt that wall couldn't block a siege at all. I'll worry about the pointed dripstone later. 1 bucket of lava was enough for Chun-Li to do a lot of things. Without further ado, he would go fix the city wall today. Chun-Li was getting impatient. He muttered, once the wall is built, I'm going to call it Wall Maria. Right, Miao Jiming and the others are heading out today. I need to remind them about Changcheng. It would be bad if they got poured on by lava. Jiming, when are you planning to set off? Chun-Li asked Miao Jiming. Miao Jiming replied. Probably in about an hour. All right, when you come back, keep an eye on the sky. If you see something red, stay far away from it. Shen Li instructa. Miao Jiming was confused. What would the red thing be? Where is Wu Zhen right now? Chun Li suddenly asked. Young Master Chun, Wu Zhen, ever since he came down last night. He's been unconscious until now. He's resting in one of the mushroom houses. If I remember correctly, it should be in this direction. Miao Jiming led the way, bringing Chun Li to the door of one of the mushroom houses. A militiaman was guarding it. The current setup inside the mushroom houses was just some hay laid out on the floor. There was nothing else yet. Wu Zhen had just woken up. He looked at his surroundings with a confused face. Shouldn't I be in the sky? How did I end up here? The next moment, those unforgettable memories flooded into his mind. I remember now. I was in the sky, thirsty and starving, and the cold wind was howling. I couldn't sleep at all. After a few days of this, he really couldn't hold on anymore. He had just lain down on the ground and dozed off for a moment, where he accidentally rolled over and fell off. By the time he felt the weightlessness and woke up, he was already in midair. He was so terrified that he passed out immediately. When he woke up again, he was here. I actually didn't die. I'm not dead. Grandpa Immortal didn't lie to me. This is great. Wu Zhen was ecstatic. He rejoiced that he had finally survived those experiments and lived to see another day. Grandpa Immortal had said, as long as he survived, that would be the final experiment. That was an immortal. He would definitely keep his word. As someone who had been part of the experiments, Wu Zhen knew Chun Li possessed immense magical power. Not to mention that stairway to heaven. Who else but an immortal could create such a thing? At first, he had called Chun Li a monster, but that was only because, as a test subject, he was truly terrified in his heart. Wu Zhen, you're awake. Hearing this familiar voice, Wu Zhen shuddered all over. He looked over and saw the figure he would never forget for the rest of his life, appearing before his eyes once again. Ignoring his weak body, Wu Zhen quickly scrambled up and kowtowed to Chun Li, saying, Grandpa Immortal, you came looking for this lowly one. Do you have any further instructions? This lowly one knows his mistakes. Please, I beg you, please don't let there be any more experiments. Just thinking about the contents of those experiments made Wu Zhen's body start to tremble. There is no harm without comparison. With those bandits setting the lowest bar. Looking at Wu Zhen now, Chun Li found him much more pleasing to the eye. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. I said it was your final experiment. So it was the last one. Shen Li Baozha then continued, however, there are other things I need you to do next. Wu Zhen said without hesitation, Grandpa Immortal, just give the order. As long as it's not an experiment, this lowly one is willing to do anything. Good. I want you to follow him back to Chongqing later. Then you will stay there and do your actual job. Suppressing bandits. Chun Li wasn't sure if the security at Chongqing was strict right now, but as a patrol inspector, Wu Zhen could definitely get people inside just by showing his face. With bandits rising up everywhere now, sending Wu Zhen back to suppress them was better than keeping him locked up here. As for letting a tiger return to the mountain, Chun Li wasn't worried. In Wu Zhen's heart, as long as he was an immortal for a day, Wu Zhen wouldn't dare act out of line. But just to prevent Wu Zhen from slacking off, Chun Li followed his previous plan and repeated what the bailiff he had said to Wu Zhen. Furthermore, Chun Li added a line about making him reincarnate into an animal with his memories intact. He had to admit, this method was very effective on these people. Hearing what kind of beast he might become in his next life, Wu Zhen almost passed out. His face was deathly pale. Only after hearing the method of atonement did some color return his face. Trembling, he thanked Chun Li for his grace. If you run out of food or water, I permit you to come here to resupply. But on one condition. Chun Li looked at Wu Zhen and said seriously, if you encounter people in distress who look like decent folk, you must give them food and tell them about this place. Wu Zhen nodded and replied, yes. This lowly one will strictly remember Grandpa Immortal's orders. Go outside and get a meal. You'd better eat fast. You're setting off soon. Shen Li instructa. He didn't want to delay the departure to Chongqing. Just for Wu Zhen, finding him slightly more pleasing to the eye didn't mean Chun Li had accepted him. Wu Zhen's affection level was originally negative. Adding a little bit didn't mean it was positive now. Naturally, he wouldn't give him leather boots or a wooden sword. Leather boots were already in short supply, and he was too lazy to take out a crafting table to make a wooden sword for Wu Zhan. Jiming, take him with you. It'll be easier to get into the city later. And take these. If you don't have enough money, use these to trade. Chun-Li handed the flowers and the extracted dyes to Miao Jiming and said, make sure you remember. Don't forget to bring me back lots of good food. I understand. Miao Jiming nodded. After giving his instructions, Chun-Li left. He was going back to make another iron bucket. He would carry 2 buckets of water, one of milk and one of lava in his inventory. He filled the slots in his inventory with logs, preparing to build the city wall later. And he would take Meng home along the way. Wu Zhan was led by Miao Jiming to the refugees. He got a meal. Having starved for days, Wu Zhan took big bites of a steamed bun. Subconsciously, he looked toward the stairway to heaven where he had stayed. He suddenly noticed that not far from that stairway there was another one, and there was actually water falling from the sky. Although he didn't know what was going on with the water, he was all too familiar with that stairway to heaven. I wonder which blind fool offended Grandpa Immortal. The corners of Wu Zhan's mouth curled up, and his mood improved a bit. Finally, someone was just as unlucky as him. Screw you. The heaven-soaring tiger lay flat on the glass, his hands and feet tightly gripping it. His hands and feet kept breaking out in cold sweat. Every now and then, he had to temporarily let go with one hand to wipe the sweat on his clothes, so his hands wouldn't be too slippery to grip the glass. He didn't dare open his eyes, because once he did, he could see the scenery on the ground through the glass. From time to time, a few birds even flew beneath him. High. It was too high. The only thing he could rely on was a 1 cubic meter block of glass suspended high in the air. It wasn't nearly enough to give him any sense of security. The heaven-soaring tiger's legs felt weak, as if he would lose his balance at any moment and plummet from this high altitude. I shouldn't have rebelled, and I definitely shouldn't have gone to the village to pillage. Why am I so unlucky? His psychological defenses were gradually collapsing. Unable to hold on any longer, he screamed in impotent rage. Screw you all. Miao Jiming arranged the affairs in the village and took Wu Zhan, Wei Shi, Lu Ping, Lu Qi, and another 20 or 30 militiamen, equipped with wooden swords. Each person also carried an iron sword looted from the bandits. Carrying bags big and small, they left Lu village. The iron swords were for intimidation. From the mouths of the refugees, they had learned that things were no longer like before. The outside world had completely descended into chaos. Who knew if bandits would jump out halfway through their journey? Those people didn't know the power of the wooden swords. As for the militiamen, after experiencing last night's battle, they were already familiar with combat. They could completely compare to veterans. Don't look down on them just because there were only 20 or 30 of them. Even at a conservative estimate, they could fight against 4 or 5 times their number without losing ground. Just their mad dog fighting style alone was enough to make the bandits, after losing a few men, not dare to advance. At the end of the day, most of those bandits were just ordinary commoners a few days ago. They didn't even dare to face the soldiers from the guard posts head-on. They only dared to go to villages and kill those unarmed. Even more pitiful people. They were just cowards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The group was completely silent. A chilling, deadly atmosphere surrounded them. Everyone puffed out their chests, their faces stern, marching like a regular army, because their god was walking alongside them. Soon, Chun-Li and the others reached the edge of the world. He looked at the seemingly peaceful, but actually perilous wasteland outside. I'll see you off up to here. Chun-Li instructed Miao Jiming and the others. You must be careful on the rest of the journey. You can abandon the goods, but everyone must come back alive. Missing an arm or a leg is a minor issue. We still have a few of those bandits locked up. Yes, young Master Chun. Everyone replied in unison. Chun-Li glanced at Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan immediately understood and promised, don't worry. Young Master Chun, this lowly one remembers clearly. I will absolutely do things according to young Master Chen's requests. Watching the group walk away, Chun-Li turned his head to look at the chick that had been brought over. He picked up the chick and tossed it outside. The chick flashed red, and not long after going out, it dropped dead. In the end, nothing was left behind. Sure enough, they can't go out. Chun-Li said thoughtfully. It was somewhat expected. After all, when Taizan came back that time, wasn't his body covered in cracks? It was only now, with so many chickens, that he could afford to waste one. Then he took out the 2 water buckets he had prepared earlier and made an infinite water source at the edge of the world. He filled the iron buckets with water again. If someone accidentally wandered here, but was too afraid to step forward, they could at least use this water to quench their thirst. Anyway, it was just a small effort. Then Chun-Li stepped back about 10 meters, crafted the logs into wooden planks, and started building upwards. Once he reached a certain height, Chun-Li's speed gradually slowed down. He carefully crouched down to place a wooden plank outward, then slowly shifted back to place another plank on top of it. He had no choice. If he accidentally fell, just climbing back up would take a long time. Slow work yields fine results, after all. Plus, it was pretty high up, outside the boundaries of the world, without immortal Lord Chun following them. Although the group was still quiet, they were noticeably much more relaxed. Along the way, they did encounter some people who didn't look like good guys. However, upon seeing the size of the group, they tactfully left. Wei Shi, something's not right. Miao Jiming frowned. He inconspicuously moved closer to Wei Shi and lowered his voice, saying, "Someone has been following us from behind." Wei Shi stole a glance. Sure enough, there were people following them in the distance. Those people are probably a small squad of bandits. We've been targeted. I'll go tell everyone to get ready. Prepare for battle at any moment. Wei Shi said decisively. Don't speed up. Just keep walking at a normal pace. But we need to let them know we've spotted them. Miao Jiming suggested. They were still carrying goods for trade. No matter how much they sped up, they couldn't go much faster. It would only show their fear and make the other side think they were scared. There was still some distance from Changsheng. Since a small squad was here, it meant the main force was definitely not far away. They couldn't hide. This way, the bandits wouldn't dare to act rashly. Besides, they really weren't afraid. All right, Wei Shi slowed his pace and walked to the back of the group. To think the outside world has become this chaotic. We've barely traveled any distance, and we've already encountered bandits again. The chaotic times have truly arrived. When empires rise, the people suffer. When empires fall, the people suffer. Miao Jiming sighed. The group's marching speed noticeably increased, but due to the bundles they were carrying, they couldn't run very fast. The people behind them were like a stubborn rash, impossible to shake off. They're coming, Wei Shi said sternly. As soon as he spoke, nearly 100 people charged from behind, completely surrounding Wei Shi and the others. Kill! Wei Shi and Lu Ping raised their stone swords, and the rest of the men drew their wooden swords. Ah, are these guys here to be a joke? They actually have iron swords, but they're using wooden swords instead. The people surrounding them exchanged confused glances, their eyes full of mockery. The leader shouted at Wei Shi and his group. We are Wang Er's men. You should have heard his name. We only rob goods. We don't kill. Hand over everything, and we'll let you go. Miao Jiming stepped forward calmly, holding a bag of broken silver in his hand. He said indifferently, Righteous sir, people who stick to their principles like you are rare. How about this? I have a little broken silver here. I offer it to you, righteous men, and you let us leave? How about it? Why resort to violence and hurt the harmony between us? Just a moment ago, Miao Jiming had roughly estimated the number of people present. There were only about 200 of them, 1 against 7. The advantage was theirs. After all, they had someone watching over them from above. However, no one knew if they would encounter other bandits later. So if a problem could be solved with silver, it was best to solve it with silver. Preserve their strength. Courtesy first for second. If they didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame them for being ruthless. Zhong Guangdao looked at the bag of broken silver, feeling a bit hesitant. Boss, they look like they're from Lu Village. Someone whispered into Zhong Guangdao's ear. Zhong Guangdao frowned and asked, How do you know? I remember that big guy. The man pointed at Lu Ping and explained, I saw him when I went to Lu Village before. This is going to be difficult. Zhong Guangdao thought to himself. A few days ago, when they passed by their own village, they learned that their elders and children had all been taken in by a village called Lu Village. Boss Wang Er had sent people to check on that village. Among them was the very man speaking to Zhong Guangdao right now. It was said that those people were living very well. Originally, Wang Er wanted to go and thank them personally. But hearing from the people who returned, that village was a bit bizarre. Everything about the village was strange. It seemed like a gathering place for an evil cult. But Wang Er thought about it for a long time and ultimately decided not to disturb Lu Village. He even ordered his men to look out for Lu Village. In these war-torn times, joining an evil cult was still better than being rebels like them. Thinking of this, Zhong Guangdao glanced at the wooden swords in their hands and secretly shook his head. It seemed they had indeed been brainwashed by an evil cult. No wonder, being able to bring out so many goods. They were probably taking them to Changchang to sell. He had thought they were merchants. This wasn't good. They were supposed to rob the rich to help the poor. Brother Guangdao, are we still robbing them? That village is really bizarre. The man who had been to Lu Village said sincerely, "We won't rob people from Lu Village, but we still need to confirm." "Hey, are you people from Lu Village?" Zhong Guangdao asked. Miao Jiming nodded and replied, "That's right. They are from Lu Village. We only rob the rich to help the poor. We don't rob villagers." "What do we do? Still rob them?" "Rob my ass. It's Lu Village. My old mother is still with them. Mine too." When those men heard they were from Lu Village, they looked embarrassed and quickly put away their weapons. They looked at Miao Jiming and the others much more kindly. Good people were rare these days. Haha, truly a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Seeing the reaction of his men, Zhong Guangdao also breathed a sigh of relief. He had relatives in Lu Village too, so naturally, he didn't want to attack people from Lu Village. "We were in the wrong here, since you are all from Lu Village," Zhong Guangdao said, ordering his men to clear a path. "We have offended you. We will let you leave now." "Many thanks." Miao Jiming cupped his hands in thanks. As they were leaving, he handed the bag of broken silver to Zhong Guangdao. "What is this?" Zhong Guangdao looked at Miao Jiming in confusion. "Please accept this broken silver. For the brothers," Miao Jiming said with a smile. "If you have time, come visit Lu Village as guests." These people were forced by the times. Unlike the previous group of bandits, they still had some conscience left. Miao Jiming wanted to try and see if he could absorb them into Lu Village. These were all good hands at farming. The village would gain so many more farmers. As long as they reached Lu Village, would they even be able to leave? On the other hand, they would be frequently traveling in and out of Changcheng in the future. This would also help them avoid a lot of trouble. Feeling Miao Jiming's goodwill, Zhong Guangdao felt a wave of emotion. Ever since they became rebels, no one had ever been this friendly to them. After they had walked far away, Zhong Guangdao felt the weight of the bag in his hand. After a moment of thought, he ordered his men, take a squad and follow them from a distance. If any blind fools try to rob them, go up and announce boss Wang Er's name. When they're almost at Changcheng, then you come back. Favors require reciprocity. They were rebels, while the people of Lu Village were good citizens. They couldn't ruin the other party's reputation. Escorting them in secret was the best way. When I get back, I'll mention this to boss Wang Er and tell our men to keep their eyes peeled. Zhong Guangdao thought to himself on the rest of the journey. Although Miao Jiming knew, there were still people following them. This time the situation was completely different. Several waves of bandits were scared away by the people behind them. Bai Shui Wang Er, a man who dared to charge and kill his way into the county town. They didn't dare mess with him. After arriving safely at the gates of Changcheng, those people withdrew. At this time, the county town was no longer as lax as before. You couldn't just pay silver to get in anymore. The guards at the city gate had been replaced by armored soldiers. Everyone entering the city had to be strictly interrogated. They soon spotted Miao Jiming and his group walking toward Changcheng. Tell the brothers in the back to be ready to close the gates at any time. There's a group of people carrying weapons. They don't look like good people. The guards stared at the iron swords they were carrying, frowned and shouted, "Wait, doesn't that look like our patrol inspector, Lord Wu Zhen? And those people look like Old Song. They actually didn't die." Another guard suddenly said, "They escaped from that ghost village too." The soldiers guarding the city looked confused. The name, Lu Village, had already become their daily topic of conversation. There were two versions of the story. One was that there was a demon village near Changcheng, with a demon inside. who could summon giant mushrooms with a wave of his hand. There was also a giant white humanoid monster inside, its entire body made of black iron. It was invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to water and fire, and possessed infinite strength, weighing millions of pounds. Moreover, it was extremely cruel and fierce, with exposed fangs, and loved breaking people's legs to hear them scream. This version was provided by those who had narrowly escaped. This matter was already bizarre enough. The city guards just assumed they had been defeated by bandits, were too embarrassed to admit it, and made up this excuse. But then the stories from those who were supposed to be dead, but ran back alive, were even more bizarre. It was practically a myth, completely unbelievable. According to them, that white monster was a divine general from heaven. It had a gentle temperament, and loved giving people red flowers and patting their heads. It served an immortal who had descended to the mortal realm. His name was unknown. The villagers didn't dare call him by his name directly. They only knew that the villagers called him Immortal Lord Chun. But the Immortal Lord didn't like that title. So if they were face to face with him, they usually called him Young Master Chun. This Immortal Lord Chun was incredible. He had immense magical power. Even though he was suppressed by the mortal realm, his cultivation restricted, he could still single-handedly create a paradise. Inside, there was an endless source of water, wheat that ripened in just 7 days, and could even be rapidly matured by an immortal child. There was so much food they couldn't finish it all. Giant mushrooms that could instantly grow into dwellings. Every day, they only needed to simply push some dirt to eat their fill. If they worked well, they might even get to eat eggs and fish. And they had it every single day. Milk that could cure all diseases. Divine fish that could heal injuries when eaten. Made from divine wood. Its hardness was comparable to iron swords. Immortal artifacts that could actively protect their masters. As long as you wore it, you could resist swords and blades. The people inside lived in peace and contentment, leading prosperous lives. It could be called a utopia. In short, it was bizarre. Those people who ran back had only been back for a day or two. Even the ones who were usually the most cheerful were now distracted all day long, sighing constantly, looking as if they had lost their souls. They often gathered in pairs, reminiscing about their past lives there. If anyone asked them, they couldn't wait to spill every little detail of their daily lives there. When asked how they felt about coming back, not a single one didn't regret it. But no matter which version it was, Gousheng should have been dead. What a pity he didn't die. He's got 9 lives. One of the soldiers curled his lip and said regretfully, "Life is already hard enough. Now that this dog is back, we won't have any peace again." The soldiers guarding the gate didn't say much more and let Miao Jiming and the others in. After entering the county town, Gousheng first gave the city guards an order. No matter what happened, they were not to stop Miao Jiming and his group from leaving. Then he carefully asked Miao Jiming, "Shall we part ways here?" Although it could be said that they had now entered his territory, the memory of hanging in the sky earlier was still vivid in his mind. How could Gousheng dare to have even the slightest bit of arrogance? Naturally, Miao Jiming continued, "But Lord Wu, don't forget the tasks Immortal Lord Chun instructed you to do." I wouldn't dare. Gousheng put on a miserable face, cupped his hands to Miao Jiming and the others, and only then did he leave, as expected of Immortal Lord Chun. His methods are so brilliant. He can even reform someone like Gousheng, making him so humble. A militiaman in the group who was familiar with Gousheng's nature sighed with emotion. He then added, "It's a pity. Those people who came back from the Immortal Lord's place, no matter how you ask them, they refuse to say. What happened back then? I'm not sure, but I can confirm one thing. That is, while they were at the Immortal Lord's place, they definitely ate a lot of immortal fish. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel like throwing up just looking at fish. They didn't have this problem before. That's so great. I want to eat fish until I throw up too." Accidentally overhearing the conversation between the militiamen, Miao Jiming glanced at the militiaman who was expressing his envy. "No, you really wouldn't want to. Do you all still remember the plan I arranged for you earlier?" Miao Jiming looked away and asked the group. Seeing them all nod, Miao Jiming said solemnly, "Good. Now we split up and act. After the tasks are done, gather at this location." Yes. The group scattered in all directions, leaving a dozen or so people behind to guard the weapons. With Gousheng's instructions, The soldiers guarding the gate didn't dare make things difficult for them. They even took the initiative to explain the situation to the patrolling soldiers. Among them, Gousheng was undoubtedly the fastest. He rushed east and west, bypassed a few small alleys, and the sights along the way made his worry grow heavier. Lu Ping followed closely behind Gousheng. He surveyed the city with a solemn face. Houses and shops everywhere showed signs of destruction. Various discarded items were scattered in the corners of the streets. There were even dried bloodstains on the ground. Even the liveliest market shops on a normal day were mostly shuttered. The air was still thick with the feeling of panic and unease. The pedestrians on the street were pitifully few, and every one of them was in a hurry. Their expressions panicked, as if they were being chased from behind. The people in the city had been devastated. They were so poor they could barely afford to eat. The taverns, however, though scarred, were still open for business. Inside, they were filled with lavishly dressed nobles, eating meat, drinking wine, and listening to music. They constantly cursed Wang heir of Baishui, their voices so loud that anyone passing by could hear them. The drought was a disaster for the common people. The ones who couldn't eat were the common people. But the disaster didn't touch these high officials and nobles. Quite the opposite. The worse the drought, the more they hoarded grain, and the higher the price of grain rose. After all, they weren't the ones who couldn't afford it. Their silver might be gone, but their businesses were still intact. They would recover in just a few days. From time to time, soldiers would pass by, scrutinizing every pedestrian on the road. Faint, miserable cries could be heard from behind broken doors. It was a complete contrast to the atmosphere of Lu family village. Is this really the Chongqing I remember? Every time I come here, the city seems a little more dilapidated. If it weren't for Lord Chen's protection, our Lu family village would probably be in an even worse state. Lu Ping muttered to himself. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart was filled with relief. Thank goodness we have Lord Chen. But Gousheng was only filled with anxiety. Father, you have to be okay. You haven't even met Lord Chen yet. After some twists and turns, Gousheng finally reached the entrance to the alley where Gutsao Hall was located. A few people were scattered in line, waiting for a consultation. They all looked emaciated, huddled against the wall, clutching their stomachs. Inside Gutsao Hall, Ji Mingji's voice could be heard. Sigh, it's not that I'm unwilling to write you a prescription, but this medicine can only cure illness. It can't cure hunger. No matter how much of it you eat, it won't do any good. Old Master Ji, please just write me a prescription. I really am sick. My stomach feels like it's on fire. I only have enough money for medicine. Please just write it. Yes, please write me a prescription. Sigh. After a moment of rummaging through cabinets, Yimingji spoke in a helpless tone. Take these. Go home, boil them for half an hour, and then drink it. Next. Thank you, old Master Ji. Thank you, old Master Ji. Hearing that weary voice, Gousheng quickly walked into the hall. He called out loudly, Father, Shingen is back. Good boy, you're just in time. Come over and help me see to the patients. Let's test if your medical skills have gotten rusty. Ji Mingji looked up with delight, the deep furrows on his brow smoothing out. He smiled. Little brother, I'll have to ask you to wait a moment. I'm Fine. You two go ahead with your work. Don't mind me, Lu Ping said with an honest smile, and went to sit on a chair. All right. Gousheng walked over to the medicine cabinet and helped diagnose patients and dispense medicine. Soon, all the patients at the door had been seen. Taking advantage of the lull, Ji Mingji firmly shut the main door. Father, what happened to your hand? Gousheng couldn't help but ask. While grabbing the herbs earlier, he had seen it, noticed a prominent scar on Ji Mingji's hand. Ah, a group of people broke in to rob the place earlier. If they had just taken some silver, it would have been fine. But who would have thought they'd start rummaging through the medicine cabinets, scattering all the herbs everywhere? I rushed up to stop them in a panic and got cut. Ji Mingji seemed completely unconcerned, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. But it's all right. The herbs weren't too badly damaged. Gousheng quickly took out the fishing rod and the grilled fish, handing them to Ji Mingji. His eyes were red as he said, Father, eat this. This grilled fish is the most delicious. Could it be that this fish is like that divine fruit from before, able to regrow bones and bring the dead back to life? Ji Mingji couldn't help but ask. Ji Xing'an knew his father's temperament. Before he could speak, he said, "This divine fish was a gift from a lord. I still have plenty. It really does have the effect of regrowing bones and reviving the dead. Father, just eat it. Don't think about saving it for others. This was bestowed by the Lord. How could I just give it away to someone else?" Hearing this, Ji Mingji hesitated for a long time, but still ate it, watching the scar quickly fade away. He marveled, as expected of a divine object. Its effects are truly miraculous. Finally, Ji Mingji paused. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "That divine medicine that can cure all illnesses, have you seen it?" Ji Xing'an nodded. He recounted what he had seen and heard in Lu family village, telling Ji Mingji everything, one by one. That milk that can cure all illnesses is very peculiar. You have to drink the entire bucket for it to take effect. But thankfully, the milk doesn't make you feel bloated. Once you drink it, it's as if it vanishes into thin air. Wei Shi didn't lie to us, Ji Xing'an said excitedly. He suddenly realized that his father might have forgotten who Wei Shi was. He quickly added, "He's the one who led us away before. The big, bearded man. Unfortunately, the milk was too heavy. There was no way to bring it." Ji Mingji listened in silence, nodding from time to time in response. "By the way, father, do you know about the situation with the Imperial court? We ran into 4 or 5 groups of bandits on our way here. When is the court going to send people?" Ji Xing'an asked, puzzled. Ji Mingji said coldly, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next year." Next year? A surge of anger flared up in Ji Xing'an's heart. He was so angry he laughed. If we really wait until next year, once those bandits have gained power, it won't be so easy to suppress them. The government officials. Ji Xing'an turned to look at the main door, making sure it was closed. He lowered his voice and said, filled with righteous indignation, "Have the government officials been kicked in the head by a donkey? And His Majesty, too. Is he really just going to let these bandits plunder as they please?" "No, His Majesty doesn't know about this," Ji Mingji said helplessly. "That Shaanxi provincial governor, Hu Tingyan, has suppressed all news of these matters. He claims these bandits are just starving peasants, and that they will naturally disperse once they're the harvest next year. On top of that, the inspector Wu Zhan has gone missing. Rumor has it he was killed by some kind of white monster. I think that must have been the work of the divine general. In any case, at least until next year, the number of these bandits won't decrease. It will only grow." Ji Xing'an said. His excuse is just that he's afraid of being punished by his superiors. But he can hide it for a while. He can't hide it forever. When the time comes, I'm afraid his entire family will be executed. It's not his family being robbed, is it? All these officials are the same. Lu Ping, who had been listening quietly on the side, scoffed. "I've seen it clearly now. In the eyes of those high officials and nobles, we're not even considered human. There's swaths of people lying around the city with empty stomachs, while in those big houses, people are still eating meat and drinking wine. No wonder so many people are rebelling. These officials aren't even worth one of the Lord's toenails. No, not even a single hair on his head. He would never forget the way those bailiffs looked when they were forcibly collecting taxes from them." Ji Mingji shook his head and sighed. He continued, "Now that this news is spread, the bandits have become even more arrogant and rampant. Even those who were originally afraid of the Imperial court's arrival and didn't dare to cause trouble have joined the rebellion. I'm afraid things will only get more chaotic from now on. The dynasty's fate is sealed. Father, come with us. I came here specifically to bring you back with me," Ji Xing'an said softly. He knew his father's character. He had always performed good deeds, never asking for anything in return. Now that he had heard about the immortal Lord, he was even more convinced that his actions were correct. While getting the medicine earlier, Ji Xing'an had noticed that his father was barely charging for the cost of the herbs, and was even running his business at a loss. People's hearts are unpredictable. Not everyone will remember your kindness. If his father keeps this up, then the next time I come back, I might not be able to see him again. This isn't a place under the Lord's rule. There are no gods watching over us here. Since his father was determined to do good deeds, he would give him a reason he couldn't refuse. You should know better than I do. These people's illnesses are caused by starvation. We can't really help them. Gousheng paused, then said, The immortal Lord has brought in many refugees. Among them are many who are sick and need treatment. The immortal Lord can't be everywhere at once, so he can't look after each and every one of them. There, you'll be able to save even more people. To deal with a stubborn person, you have to follow their way of thinking. After hearing Goushengen's words, Ji Mingji was clearly hesitant. Goushengen quickly struck while the iron was hot. Hey, he misses you, old man. He asks every day when Grandpa is coming to see him. He's clamoring for you to hold him. Yimingzi looked at the neat rows of wooden medicine cabinets, tracing the marks left by the years on their surface. He gazed at the handwritten labels on the drawers, which had already faded slightly. I've spent almost my entire life in this place. Yimingzi murmuret. I'm really a bit reluctant to leave. Shingen, go take down the sign for Baichao Hall. Yimingzi instructed. That sign was passed down from our ancestors. We can't lose it. As long as the sign is here, Baichao Hall will still be here. Father, you agree? Goushengen was overjoyed. Fearing he might change his mind, he quickly called Lu Ping over to help take down the sign. It's time for Baichao Hall to open in a new place. Shopkeeper, why is the price of this dye almost 20% lower than before? Miao Jiming asked with a frown. There's nothing to be done about it. Young master, you know as well as I do. A few days ago, those bandits entered the city and went on a looting spree. The shopkeeper said, forcing a smile as he complained. The masters with silver are all using it to hoard grain. And most of the traveling merchants don't dare come to our Chongqing now. It's really hard to sell. Don't think what I'm offering is too little. Our shop already offers the highest purchase price in Chongqing. Young master, if you don't believe me, you can go ask the few shops around here. Just as he said, it was indeed the highest price among the surrounding shops. After selling the dye and converting it all into silver, Miao Jiming walked out of the shop. He distributed the silver. Take this silver. You must remember, you've all struck it rich now. You're going back to show off. Miao Jiming said to the few martial artists who had followed him, repeatedly reminding them, make it look convincing. Don't be stingy with the money. Spend it like you haven't seen silver in 7 or 8 years. If anyone asks you about it, be silent at first, like you're hesitating to speak. That's the feeling. Wait until there's a crowd before you say anything. Right, try to convince more people to come back with you. The more, the better. We can support them. Zhuzi, take this money and go buy some cloth, coarse salt, and the other things I told you about before. Oh, and fine salt too. If there are any spices, buy some of those as well. They're for the immortal Lord. Be sure to buy the best and most expensive in the shop. Buy a lot. Also, see if you can recruit a few tailors to come back with you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Consider it done. Lu Qi, this is yours. Miao Jiming didn't say much more. Of everyone here, he trusted Lu Qi the most. Miao Jiming assigned tasks one by one, until only 2 or 3 people were left by his side. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. All right, now I just need to wait for them to return. Miao Jiming had to go back to where they started. If any of the people he sent out ran into trouble, they could come back and ask for his advice. Halt! What do you think you're doing? A soldier beside Miao Jiming raised his iron sword and roared. Miao Jiming turned his head. He saw a group of people walking towards them. He vaguely recognized one of them. It seemed that when he was selling the dye earlier, that person had been standing next to him. Young master, was that dye you were selling the shop just now? The burly man in the lead forced a friendly smile, but with his features, his smile looked rather ferocious. Please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We are traveling merchants. We arrived in Chongqing yesterday. We just wanted to ask if you have any more of that dye. We are willing to purchase it at a higher price. Traveling merchants? You don't look like it. Miao Jiming sized up the burly man and the fierce-looking men behind him and said with a frown, You jest, young master. The burly man said helplessly, In these chaotic times, the only ones who dare to travel outside the city walls are those who aren't afraid of death. If we were scrawny and weak, forget about transporting goods. We might not even be able to protect ourselves. Wouldn't you agree, young master? That does make some sense. Miao Jiming said thoughtfully. Besides, you're not afraid we're robbers, are you? Men, bring over the goods we restocked today. The burly man struck while the iron was hot. having the men behind him take down the loads they were carrying. They removed the cloth covering them, revealing the goods inside. You see, how would I dare to deceive you, young master? I won't hide it from you, young master. You may not know, but the quality of your dye is extraordinary. If we transport it to another county, at the price you just sold it for, we could make several times the profit. We sincerely wish to do business with you, young master. But with just these few goods, I'm afraid it wouldn't even cover your travel expenses, would it? Miao Jiming's wary expression softened slightly, but he still didn't quite believe him. He continued to ask, of course this small amount of goods isn't enough. We bought them separately. This is just a small portion. If you don't believe me, young master, you can come with us and see for yourself. Don't worry, we're inside the city, and the goods are right by the city wall. If we were to harm you along the way, we wouldn't be able to escape either. Miao Jiming stared intently at the burly man. Seeing his calm and composed expression, he finally relaxed. With a face full of apology, he cupped his hands towards the man and said, "It was I who misunderstood you. It's just that there are too many scoundrels in this world. One must be on guard. Please forgive me." He said to the militiamen, "Put your weapons down. Don't point your iron swords at people. It's quite dangerous." The militiamen surrounding Miao Jiming exchanged strange glances, sensing that something was off. Brother Jiming never calls himself young master. There's something wrong with this group. The militiamen nodded, sheathed their iron swords, and drew the wooden swords tucked at their waists. Gripping them tightly, they stared at the so-called traveling merchants. Miao Jiming said with a hint of annoyance, "Look at this eye. Please don't be offended. They're just like this. They absolutely must have a sword in their hands. It's all right, it's all right. I understand. If you're not on your guard, you'll get eaten alive by others. Besides, they're just wooden swords. It'll be fine. We martial artists aren't so particular about such things." "I don't mind," the big man said magnanimously. "My name is Yang Hiyu. May I ask the young master's name?" Brother Hiyu is truly magnanimous. Miao Jiming cupped his hands, his face sincere as he replied, "This young master is Xiao Minkai." Yang Hiyu also cupped his hands and said, "So, it is young master Xiao. A pleasure to meet you." Miao Jiming cleared his throat and asked cautiously, "Brother Hiyu, did you just say you could offer a higher price for the dye? How much could you offer?" "Don't worry, we have more back in our village, and quite a lot of it. What we sold at the shop was just a small portion. But whether we sell it or not depends on your sincerity. Young Master Qiao, as you know, we're just trying to earn a little something for our hard work. The travel expenses alone cost a great deal. So, the most we can add to the price is 50%. I hope you can understand, young master." Yang Hiyu said with a broad smile. 50%, Miao Jiming exclaimed. He realized his outburst was inappropriate and pretended to hesitate. 50%, that's a bit too little. I'll have to think about it. Young Master Qiao, how about 60%? I'll add another 10%. 70%, 80%. Young Master Qiao, I really can't go any higher. Otherwise, we won't make much of a profit either. A glint of malice flashed in Yang Hiyu's eyes. He said with a firm attitude, "Fine, you're the 1 inch. Who said it?" Miao Jiming's lips curled upwards, a smug look on his face. 80%, Yang Hiyu said with a fawning smile. 80%, as long as you sell, young master. I won't short you a single bit. I've been in this business for many years, and I've built my reputation on 2 words, credibility. I would never deceive you, young master. Miao Jiming said with a smile. Then it's settled. But where can we find you later? My men still have some business to attend to in the city. It might take some time. Don't worry, it won't be long. All right, that's fine. We can wait for a day or 2. Young master, what do you think of this? Yang Hiyu thought for a moment and asked tentatively, I'll have one of my men follow you. When you're ready to leave, just have him come back and let us know. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment and said, Wei Si, come here. After Yang Hiyu called out, a slender young man walked out from behind him. Young Master Qiao, what do you think of him? Yang Hiyu explained patiently. Among our rough group, he's the most scholarly and frail. I thought he probably wouldn't be an eyesore to you, young master. Fine, he'll do, Miao Jiming said unhurriedly. Wei Si stepped forward, smiling honestly. This humble one is Wei Si. I'll be in your care, young Master Qiao. Miao Jiming lifted his chin and said, Since everything is settled, we'll be on our way. Take care, young Master Chiao. Yang Heyu and his men said, cupping their hands, watching Miao Jiming and his group's figures recede. Yang Heyu's smiling face instantly turned grim. Dares to call himself young master. Doesn't even look at what he's wearing. A few compliments. And he really takes it seriously. And so greedy, too. But this is good. A self-righteous fool is easy to trick. He wasn't lying. If the other party was stronger than them, then yes, they were traveling merchants. But in any other situation, they shouldn't blame them for resorting to robbery. Anyone who can enter the city gates and still dare to show their face is unlikely to be one of those rebellious bandits or people from a mountain fortress. Those people don't have the guts. Yang Heyu had heard it very clearly. That Xiao Minkai had said, Village. Village. How big can a village be? And how many fighters could there be? Although it could be a lie, even the name Xiao Minkai could be fake. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. But that die couldn't be fake. This was a business with enormous profits. Tell the brothers to get ready. Make sure not to blow our cover. This is a big score. Yang Heyu said coldly, if anyone dares to screw this up, don't blame me for being merciless. Big brother, I feel like something's not right. Where would a village get dye from? The scar-faced man beside him whispered, why do you think I had Wei Si go with them? Yang Heyu glanced at the scar-faced man. That kid Wei Si is useless in a fight, but he's a master at gathering information. Sending him over will help us scout things out. We'll make our plans then. In any case, no matter how it plays out, I'm taking that batch of dye. Yang Heyu said with a cold smile. He completely missed the intriguing smile Miao Jiming gave before he left. The prey has taken the bait. By the city wall, Wei Si returned from Miao Jiming's group to where the merchant caravan had gathered. Yang Heyu asked Wei Si with a serious expression, well, did you find anything out? Wei Si shook his head and sneered, these people aren't very tight-lipped. It's just that the things they say are all lies meant to be taken as truth. He recounted everything he had heard. The more they listened, the stranger the expressions on the surrounding men's faces became. As soon as Wei Si finished, someone said in a grave voice, could this village be a cult's den? Probably. You heard him, didn't you? They're even talking about water you can't finish drinking. Isn't that just being brainwashed? I never thought that young master, who looks so refined, would actually be a cultist. You really can't tell. It's so fake. These cults, can't they come up with something new? Hey, do you guys think it could be real? As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the person who had spoken, their faces filled with disbelief. Have you got water in your brain? No, you actually believe that? Milk that cures all illnesses? Wheat that ripens every 7 days? Wooden swords as strong as iron swords? You really believe that nonsense? Why don't you go join them right now? We won't stop you. They're looking for idiots just like you. Ha ha, that's hilarious. The person who had spoken immediately looked embarrassed, a shadow falling over his face. He said no more. Everyone roared with laughter. The air by the city wall was filled with merriment. After they had laughed their fill, someone finally spoke up and asked, if it's really a cult den, are we still going? Everyone's gaze shifted to Yang Heyu, to some fake immortal who popped up out of nowhere. It's not the unborn mother, as long as they're not from the White Lotus Society. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Heyu scoffed. A true immortal descending to the mortal world? That's even more ridiculous than the White Lotus Society's unborn mother. That's even more absurd. If these people were really from the White Lotus Society, he wouldn't dare touch this dye. Those lunatics who rebel all day long. Once a fight breaks out, every single one of them fights like they have a death wish, thinking they'll enter some land of the eternal mother after they die. But even so, those White Lotus lunatics wouldn't dare claim the unborn mother had descended to the mortal world. At most, a holy son or holy mother would appear. Go? Of course we're going. We leave now. Let's not keep young Master Chiao waiting. Yang Heyu said. On the main road, Miao Jiming and his group were pulling and driving donkey carts, heading back with the goods they had bought. The soldiers stood on the outer circle, protecting the people they brought from the city in the center. Dozens of meters away, Yang Heyu rode a horse, a bow and arrows on his back, leading his caravan behind them. This was to avoid frightening the young master. Yang Heyu himself had suggested it. Big brother, look. Those people on the outer circle. They're all holding wooden swords and wearing leather boots. It's exactly as Wei Si described. The scar-faced man who had been following Yang Heyu all along sneered. They really believe wearing that stuff can block swords. They have iron swords, but use wooden ones instead. What a bunch of idiots. Don't underestimate these guys. They just look ridiculous. Yang Heyu's face was expressionless, his eyes glinting as he said, when you actually fight them, you'll realize how tough they are. If a real fight breaks out, there are only two outcomes. Either we all die or run away, or all of them die. From what I can see, that so-called immortal lord is just some pleasure-seeking degenerate. Big brother, look at the people they brought back. There are even actors among them. The scar-faced man said with disdain, how could someone like that be an immortal? Indeed, Yang Heyu nodded in agreement. Just then, a person walked out from Miao Jiming's group. He walked up to Yang Heyu, cupped his hands and said, my master says, there are many bandits causing trouble in this area. He's a bit worried. He was wondering if he could ask you all to come over and protect him. Once we arrive, you'll be paid accordingly. Yang Heyu suppressed a smile and nodded. Since it is young Master Qiao's request, Yang, will naturally not refuse. He had figured it out. This Qiao Minkai was just a coward who was afraid of death. He knew those people with wooden swords were unreliable, which is why he wanted a harmless merchant caravan like them to protect him. For someone like this to hold such a position, he must have a very powerful relative backing him up. He probably came to Changsheng because he was bored and found an excuse to wander around the city. Heaven is truly on my side. Yang Heyu beamed with joy and called for his men to join Miao Jiming's group. As for himself, he rode his horse alongside Miao Jiming, who was also on horseback, looking at Miao Jiming clinging tightly to his horse. Looking terrified, he felt immense contempt in his heart. Ha! A degenerate like this. If he hadn't been born into a good family, he would have died long ago. I need to make him trust me completely. Then it will be easier to make my move. Yang Heyu's eyes darted around. He started telling Miao Jiming about the interesting things he had encountered on his journey, making him laugh heartily. He chatted and laughed all the way, while glancing ahead from time to time. Wait, what's going on in the sky? Yang Heyu squinted at the sky. Because of the great distance, he couldn't see very clearly. He could only faintly make out a circle of something ethereal, spiraling up into the sky. Is it a hallucination? Yang Heyu didn't pay it much mind at first, but then the words Wei Si had said suddenly popped into his head. Immortal Lord Chen's stairway to heaven. An indescribable feeling washed over him. The hairs on his arms stood on end. A chill ran down his spine. Young Master Qiao, I just remembered. There are some things I haven't explained clearly to my men. If you'll excuse me, go on. It's no trouble. Miao Jiming waved his hand dismissively, urging his horse to create some distance between them. Yang Heyu took a deep breath, leaned down, and whispered to the scar-faced man, Get Wei Si for me. Rushing over from the group, Wei Si asked, panting, Big brother, what did you need me for? Look up. Is there something in the sky? Wei Si rubbed his eyes and said, puzzled, It does look like there's something. It's a bit blurry, but there's something winding its way up, all the way into the sky. Am I hallucinating? Big brother, Wei Si reacted, staring at Yang Heyu in astonishment. Don't tell me you see it too? Damn it, we've run into the real deal. No, I have to get out of here before they find out. Yang Heyu's heart was pounding wildly, each beat seeming to echo in his chest. He thought of an excuse and turned his head, about to explain to young Master Qiao, only to find young Master Qiao smiling, looking at him meaningfully. Brother Heyu, now that you're here, do you think I'd let you leave? Prey and hunter. In that instant, their roles were reversed. Miao Jiming stared at Yang Heyu with a half-smile, all traces of his previous timidity gone. I've been tricked. Yang Heyu immediately realized it. This young Master Qiao was clearly a cunning fox. His earlier demeanor was all an act. Damn it, I fell for it. I fell for his trap. You see it too? Wei Si looked at Miao Jiming in surprise. Wait, if you can see it. Why are you reacting like this? Miao Jiming's reaction was too calm, as if that thing was supposed to be there. Wait a minute. That thing, it looks a bit like a staircase to heaven. Everything those villagers said was true. His mouth hung slightly open, the words frozen in Wei Si's throat. He gripped the iron sword in his hand for a sense of security. He could still remember what those villagers had told him about the immortal arts that immortal Lord Shun had displayed. The one you believe in is a real immortal. Wei Si's legs felt weak, and he could barely walk. He turned his head silently, looking at Yang He-yu with a helpless expression. Big brother, what do we do? With no time to worry about his subordinate's feelings, Yang He-yu's mind completely froze. His head was buzzing. Who could have guessed that this absurd story was all true? Oh, young Master Chiao, what is the meaning of this? I was just thinking of going to your place to buy some dye. Why would I leave? Yang He-yu quickly said with a fawning smile. Even if you tried to chase me away, I wouldn't leave. Why would I need you to let me go? It's just that thing in the sky. This humble one is just a little curious. That's why I wanted to ask you about it, young master. So, I've misunderstood Brother He-yu again. My apologies. Miao Jiming grinned. Don't worry. That thing was built by the immortal lord. There's no danger at all. And you don't need to be afraid. You are merchants, not robbers. The immortal lord will not make things difficult for you. As for who the immortal lord is, I'm sure you already know, right? As he spoke, Miao Jiming glanced at Wei Si. I know. Of course I know. Hearing the hidden meaning in Miao Jiming's words, Yang He-yu quickly nodded with a forced laugh. By the way, there's something I need to trouble you with, Brother He-yu. It seems some of your brothers haven't seen it yet. You should probably go and remind them. Miao Jiming's tone suddenly changed, and he continued with a meaningful look. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if there's a misunderstanding later. I'll go right away. At this moment, Yang He-yu had lost all of his previous nonchalance. He couldn't wait to get away from this inscrutable Miao Jiming. Once they were a little farther away, Wei Si gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Big brother, that man definitely knows our plan. If we really go over there, it'll be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Why don't we have the brothers fight them? At least we can get you out of here. Have you forgotten what he told us about those wooden swords and armor? Yang He-yu said with a blank expression. These are believers protected by a true immortal. There's no way we can win. Rushing in would be suicide. Let's just take it one step at a time. Yang He-yu sighed. He knew this was just like being a frog in slowly boiling water. But that was a real immortal. The weapons those people around them were holding were real immortal artifacts. How could ordinary people like them possibly fight that? Yang He-yu instructed his men that no matter what happened, they were not to start a conflict with these people. The group then continued to walk forward. As they got closer, some of Yang He-yu's men saw the staircase extending to the horizon. Holy crap! Look, what is that in the sky? Following the cry of alarm, all of Yang He-yu's men looked up. Their eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A staircase leading straight to the clouds, firmly rooted in the ground, at an almost impossible angle, rising gradually from one small platform to the next, extending toward the sky. Directly beneath the staircase was a sudden patch of green forest, like a gemstone set in the yellow wasteland. They could see it clearly. There was no support whatsoever under the wooden steps. They just eerily extended all the way to the sky, like a passage to another world. It connected not only heaven and earth, but also reality and mystery, the mortal world and the celestial court. That wooden staircase, suspended between reality and fantasy, stood right there, challenging all their logic and reason. I thought I was the only one who saw it. It's real. You guys see it too? It's not a hallucination. This can't be that stairway to heaven Wei Si was talking about, can it? So that village really does have an immortal lord. What do? We're done for. We're done for. It's over. We're completely finished this time. We've offended a god. What are we going to do? We were planning to rob this village. Their pace involuntarily slowed down, their hearts filled with terror. In stark contrast to their reaction, were the people brought out from the city. They had been following closely the whole way, worried and afraid, constantly feeling that bandits would come and kill them all, until they saw the staircase that should only exist in dreams or fictional stories. The scene unfolding before them was far beyond any conventional explanation. Their hearts pounded violently, feeling a shock they had never experienced before. Brotherly, is this the great opportunity you were talking about? A martial artist stroked the back of his hand, feeling the sensation. To calm the tremor in his heart, he stammered, worried about scaring these people away. They hadn't told them anything about immortal Lord Shun at the beginning. Li Kaiji nodded with satisfaction. That's right. An immortal has descended to the mortal world. Is that exciting enough for you? Exciting? It's more than exciting. The martial artist chuckled, his eyes sparkling with joy. The corners of his mouth turned up, grinning foolishly. If it's an immortal, we should be able to eat our fill, right? Ji Mingji's body trembled with excitement. Tears welled up in his eyes. The immortal realm. The immortal realm. There really are immortals in this world. To have such an opportunity in my lifetime. To see a true immortal. I can die with no regrets. Slowly closing his eyes, Ji Mingji took a deep breath. A flood of memories washed over him. He was back in that innocent era, when he was still a child full of dreams, yearning and fantasizing about seeking immortality with his like-minded friends, how they had climbed mountains and trekked through dense forests, all to find the legendary abodes of immortals. Although they found nothing, he was still tireless in his pursuit. Whenever night fell and the stars shone brightly, he would gaze up at the sky, hoping to see an immortal gracefully descend and listen to his wishes. The years flowed by, and the dreams of his childhood had long been worn down by reality. But the memory of that quest for immortality was forever etched in his heart, becoming the most precious treasure of his life. It was also the foundation that allowed him to maintain his kind nature, even after seeing all the evils of the world. His childhood fantasy was confirmed at this moment. There really are immortals in the world. Faced with this divine miracle, the people being protected in the center involuntarily fell to their knees, their foreheads touching the dust. Prayers echoed in the air. Even a merchant caravan that had intended to rob them knelt on the ground in fear and reverence. Miao Jiming and the others were also influenced by the atmosphere, looking up at the immortal scene with longing. They did not kneel, because the immortal lord did not want them to. A few minutes passed. Those who had regained their composure slowly got up and resumed their journey home. This time, their steps were unusually light, as if the weight of their physical bodies had been taken away when they knelt. Every person's face was filled with an indescribable joy and peace. Their eyes shone with anticipation for the unknown and newfound hope, except for Yang Hiyu and his men, of course. This unlucky bunch. Their current mood was like not having done their homework. They knew they couldn't fool the teacher, but they still clung to the slim hope of telling him. They left their homework at home. What if I can survive this? Walking into the forest, the men from the caravan couldn't help but look up at the staircase. It felt like it was swaying and would suddenly collapse from the sky. They wanted to hurry away, but were afraid of the unknown ahead. Two groups of travelers with completely different mindsets walked side by side. On one side were the hopeful pilgrims. Having seen the immortal realm, their hearts were filled with faith and anticipation. They did not look back, because behind them was a world in ruins. The road ahead was where their hearts longed to be. On the other side were the anxious merchants from the caravan, their eyes flickering with unease and fear. Every rustle of the wind made them panic. Wei Si, in particular, couldn't help but frequently look back. In his imagination, he had already fled far, far away. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Suddenly, Wei Si cried out in a trembling voice, "In the sky. There's something red flowing down from the sky." Something red? Hearing this, Miao Jiming recalled what Immortal Lord Shun had said. He turned and looked up. A mass of red substance, like a stream of water, followed the pull of gravity, winding its way down the staircase. Its surface glowed with a dazzling orange-red light. Some of it poured off the steps, falling straight toward the ground. Since ancient times, not a single book had ever recorded such a red, water-like substance. But even though he had never seen it before, Miao Jiming had a strange feeling that this thing was extremely dangerous. If he touched even a little bit of it, he would die on the spot. The red substance wound its way down, forming burning walls that slowly descended from the sky. In just a few minutes, it would completely encircle the entire area. It was like a river of fire flowing in reverse, staining the entire world red. The air was filled with a scorching heat, and there was a faint smell similar to rotten eggs. I must have been possessed. What was I thinking trying to rob them? Wouldn't it have been better to just buy it normally? This has cut off their escape route. Now, even if they wanted to, they couldn't escape. Looking at the devastating scene, Yang He was green with regret. His stomach ached faintly, and he had to rub it with one hand. He stared longingly at the patch of sky that hadn't been completely covered yet, wanting to mount his horse and flee. Brother He, since you're here, you might as well stay. Miao Jiming, who was beside him, guessed Yang He's intentions. He smiled and said, "Let's hurry up. It's getting dark. It wouldn't be right to make you travel at night. It's better to get there early, so we can arrange lodging for you, right?" "Oh, great. Now, there's really no escape. This should be about the right place." Chun-Li held a wooden plank, lying on it and looking down. After confirming that the spot below was the starting point, he replaced the last block with cobblestone. Then he added 2 more cobblestone blocks to the side. If I used a wooden plank under my feet, it would be burned by the lava. And if all the wooden planks were burned, there would be no place to put the water. I can't be careless about this. As for the wooden planks used to pillar up, if they burn, they burn. As long as there's a block underneath when the lava starts flowing, it will be fine. It can just keep flowing down along it. Even if the wooden planks are eventually burned away, the lava will still remain suspended in the air. It's perfectly in line with the rules. I need to make sure there's no one below before I place the lava, Chun-Li said softly. He didn't think. Those villagers could swim in lava. Lying on the cobblestone, Chun-Li wrapped his arms around the block, peeking out with half his head, carefully looking down. He soon spotted Miao Jiming and his group. He seems to have brought back quite a few people. Chun-Li hesitated for a moment. Ropes tied around their calves, and carrying poles on their shoulders. Could those people be merchants? But why do they all look so fierce? But in these chaotic times, ordinary merchants wouldn't dare to be out and about. Only those who look intimidating enough would dare to wander around. That seems reasonable enough. Besides, since Miao Jiming let them follow, it means they don't pose a threat. Chun-Li thought to himself, quietly waiting for them to get a little closer. Only then did Chun-Li place the lava on the wooden plank, letting it flow down along the wood. Lava flows much slower than water. Chun-Li was bored, so he looked around. He first looked at the villagers and saw that they weren't panicking. They were just quietly going about their business. Miao Jiming and his group only glanced up once, before continuing towards the village. That sky-climbing tiger is still trembling on the glass. Its face is a bit thinner, but its mouth hasn't stopped moving. It keeps opening and closing. It looks quite lively. Far away, outside the border, there seem to be a few bandits. They've clearly noticed the anomaly here, and are looking in this direction. He waited until the lava had flowed all the way to the ground. Only then did Chun-Li carefully take out his iron bucket. After triple-checking that it was empty, he collected the lava source block. This bucket of lava was Chun-Li's prized possession. If his hand slipped, and he placed water on top of the lava, turning the lava into obsidian, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. After collecting the lava, he quickly placed a water source block. The surrounding lava instantly cooled, turning into cobblestone, trapping the water in the middle, so it couldn't flow out. Then, Chun-Li took out another bucket of water from his inventory and poured on top of the newly formed cobblestone. Once the water started to flow down, he collected both buckets of water. The speed at which the water flowed down was about the same as the speed at which it disappeared, so he didn't have to wait in the sky any longer. The water flowed all the way down. A loud hissing sound echoed continuously, as the lava was constantly converted into cobblestone. Once the water had completely disappeared, a massive wall appeared in the sky. This wall stretched across the horizon, impossibly high. Chun-Li directly performed a water bucket landing on the ground and installed a tiny iron door on the giant wall. He also placed a lever next to it. Time elapsed, 25,200 seconds. Wall Maria is complete. Chun-Li took a few steps back, took out an apple, and started munching on it, gazing at the giant wall that reached for the sky. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. I'm so awesome. It's getting late. I should go back and see what delicious things Jiming brought back for me. Chun-Li walked back towards the village. Zhong Guangdao and his men witnessed the entire construction process of the high wall. This is impossible, right? Am I dreaming? Beside Zhong Guangdao, a thin man turned his head in disbelief, hoping to find confirmation in Zhong Guangdao's reaction. Brother Guangdao, did you see that? That water flowed onto the red stuff, and it turned into a high wall. It's not a hallucination. Zhong Guangdao stood frozen on the spot, staring at the high wall, his eyes glinting. He said, "It seems there really is an immortal in that village. I have to tell Big Brother Wang Er about this. Maybe we won't have to rebel. We might be able to eat our fill." Thinking of this, he eagerly shouted, "Tell the brothers to head back. We're going to find Big Brother Wang Er." Outside the earthen wall of Lu family village, Chun-Li greeted Miao Jiming, who was standing at the entrance, with a smile. "Jiming, what good things did you bring back for me this time?" "Master Chun, you're back." The corners of Miao Jiming's mouth turned up unconsciously, his face beaming with unconcealable joy. He couldn't help but want to step forward, to get closer to his god. But in the end, he restrained himself. Miao Jiming stood his ground, smiling as he listed a long string of pastries. It was only the common people who had trouble finding food. Pastries and such were just for satisfying a craving. So there wasn't much of a shortage. Of course, they weren't cheap either, but there were plenty of people who could afford them. "These things, I had Gousheng take them and place them on your table, master. And I was thinking, now that we don't have to worry about food, the villagers' lives could use some variety. So I brought back some opera singers. If you're interested, master, you can also experience a bit of this mortal world's life. Everyone can be considered to have been blessed by you, master," Miao Jiming said without batting an eye. Even though it was clearly prepared especially for immortal Lord Chun, he was using the villagers as a cover. "Is that so? For some reason, I don't believe you." Suppressing the slight upward curve of his lips, Chun-Li looked at Miao Jiming but didn't say much. He wasn't stupid. He had naturally figured out that these opera singers were specially prepared for him. But since he put it that way, there was no need for me to expose him. Besides, just having enough to eat isn't enough. Otherwise, once people are full, they start to think too much, and problems arise. After all, people tend to put pressure on themselves. Although there haven't been any signs of that yet. The only thing is that the villagers will occasionally look up and piously sneak a glance at me. Sometimes they'll even mumble a few words, mostly things like asking for blessings or giving thanks for protection. Watching some opera once in a while isn't bad. I can't let my villagers just work without relaxing. Relaxing? How could that be? Besides, I'm also very curious about opera. I wonder what opera in the Ming Dynasty was like. Opera singers? Chun-Li's interest was piqued. A look of excitement and anticipation flashed across his face. Yes, Qinxiang, Tongzhou Bangzi, Handiao Erhuang, Northern Shangxi Daoqing, and the like. I didn't know what the villagers would like, so I tried to bring back as many different performers as I could. Miao Jiming continued. I've already had Lu Qi and Lu Wusan start building mushroom houses. I believe that by tonight, we can get them all settled in. The other things I bought have already been delivered to where they're needed. Amazing. Who would have thought that the down-and-out scholar holding a red flower, lying in Tieshan's arms, would be so capable? I really struck gold. Chun-Li marveled to himself again. And what's the deal with them? Shen Li Fronat, turning his head to look at Yang He-yu and his men. If they were merchants, they wouldn't be waiting here with Miao Jiming for him. Besides, these guys were all acting like they'd eaten popping candy, their bodies trembling nonstop. Their faces were also deathly pale, looking as guilty as thieves. Something was clearly wrong. Greetings, Master Chun. Yang He-yu was sitting on pins and needles, beads of nervous sweat visible on his forehead. The moment Chun-Li looked at him, he dropped to his knees with a thud. His men's legs also gave out, and they all knelt down in a neat row. What they had seen and heard on this journey was more than enough to convince them of the fact they would never have believed before. My God, a real immortal. We're smugglers of private salt. Yang He-yu didn't dare to look up at him directly. His hands trembled as he forced himself to remain calm and told Chun-Li his original plan in full detail. His voice was low and trembling, and he even stuttered a little. He tried to use a sincere tone to express his apology to Chun-Li in hopes of being forgiven. This immortal lord, Chun, even has connections with Lady Meng Per. How could they possibly lie? Do they not want a next life? Please have mercy, Master Chun. Yang He-yu unconsciously curled into a ball, as if under an invisible weight. Give us humble ones a chance to redeem ourselves. We'll do anything. The last person who said that was hung in the sky for days and nights. I wonder if Wu Jun did as I told him. Chun-Li thought, and asked Yang He-yu, since you're private salt smugglers, then where's your salt? Yang He-yu bit his tongue until it bled. Only then did he regain some strength. His body trembling, he stood up, walked to one of the carrying poles, and took out the goods inside, revealing the salt wrapped at the bottom. The salt didn't look very good. It was mixed with some coarse salt crystals, and was slightly yellowed. Master, you see, it's here, Yang He-yu said cautiously. So they really are private salt smugglers. If I remember correctly, salt in the past wasn't like it is today. Very cheap. You couldn't just sell it whenever you wanted. It was a commodity strictly controlled by the state. An important source of government revenue. You had to pay a salt tax. People back then couldn't eat salt every day. Once these private salt smugglers were caught, the chances of them being executed on the spot were very high. Only these private salt smugglers would dare to wander around. No wonder they're all built like bears. These people can still be reformed through labor. Traveling merchants. An idea sparked in Chun-Li's mind. He looked at Yang He-yu. A virtual trading panel appeared before his eyes. He really can be treated as a wandering trader. Chun-Li stared at the panel, stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Yang He-yu with a strange expression. It's almost dark. Where are your invisibility potions and llamas? I wonder if I could still get leads for them. Chun-Li carefully examined the trading options. A smile appeared on his lips. Infinite lava. Now I have it. The trading options on it were 5 emeralds for a bucket of pufferfish, 1 emerald for lime dye, or pink dye, 1 emerald for 2 rooted dirt, 5 emeralds for 1 spruce sapling. The most crucial one was 1 emerald for 2 pointed dripstone. With these 3 key items, pointed dripstone, a lava bucket, and a cauldron, I can start making infinite lava. When I have enough, I'll gather 11 buckets of lava. 1 bucket will be used to continue producing lava, and the other 10 will be used to create obsidian using the traditional method to build a nether portal. As long as my technique is good enough. Who needs a diamond pickaxe? I wonder what the nether will be like. And that spruce sapling is a good thing too. I can plant 4 spruce saplings together. Although it won't be like jungle saplings, which grow into a giant jungle tree that can be used as a tree house. But once 4 spruce saplings grow into a large spruce tree, it will transform the surrounding. Grass blocks, dirt, and sand into pods all. Mushrooms can grow on it, and they won't be restricted by light levels, thus allowing giant mushrooms to grow. Saplings, all flowers, and sugarcane can grow on it. This way, I can grow mushroom houses even during the day. I wonder if the toolsmith will offer tools with the Silk Touch enchantment. Even without a Silk Touch enchanted tool, our village has plenty of one thing. Bone meal. I could just chop down the tree and plant mushrooms then. Thinking of this, Chun-Li looked at Yang He-yu, his eyes holding a hint of warmth. What a great traveling merchant. He came all this way just to bring me things. I really didn't make the wrong choice back then. If I hadn't chosen this space before, it is finding lava would have been a very difficult task for me, let alone converting villagers, obtaining enchanted diamond tools and armor, and all sorts of other enchanted books. And now I can even get things through a wandering trader, like pointed dripstone and other items. As for the emeralds needed for these trades, to be honest, I'm not short on them right now. With a large number of villagers helping me plant and obtaining wheat, even if it's just 60%, I'm now getting a large amount of wheat every day. And as the number of villagers increases, the amount of wheat will increase dramatically. This MC wheat doesn't deplete the soil's fertility, so I don't have to worry about the soil becoming barren. Planting 50 or 60 plots a day is no problem at all. This wheat can be exchanged for emeralds with farmers. So you could say my emerald supply isn't too tight right now. After all, these emeralds are needed for trading with villagers of other professions. At this stage, the things these novice villagers can trade are too common. I need to level them up to be able to trade for good stuff. So, what I need now are other ways to use emeralds. Chun-Li thought to himself. To build the high wall earlier, he had emptied his inventory, filling it with logs. The emeralds are all packed in the chest. I need to head home first and bring the emeralds with me to trade. Except for those dyes, Chun-Li planned to exchange for absolutely everything else. This Yang He-yu really brought some good stuff with him. If this wandering trader goes out and comes back after a while, will his trade list refresh? If that's the case, Letting him leave would be much more useful. Not to mention, I can also have him help me find someone. Yang Hiu nervously peeked at the deep-in-thought Chun-Li, not daring to speak. What's your name? Chun-Li asked. This lowly one is named Yang Hiu. If young Master Chun has any orders, please just say the word. Even if it means death, this lowly one will do his utmost to accomplish it. Hearing Chun-Li ask for his name, Yang Hiu realized things had taken a turn for the better. Overjoyed, he hurriedly replied. Chun-Li then asked, since you're a salt merchant, you should know about the major events that have happened recently, right? Major events. Yang Hiu thought for a moment, then cautiously said, are you referring to the Shaanxi governor, Hu Yin, concealing information and failing to report it? I already know about that. Is there anything else? Chun-Li interrupted Yang Hiu and continued asking, what else could be considered a major event? Yang Hiu racked his brains trying to think. He couldn't possibly tell about the trivial matters happening in ordinary official households. Immortal Chun said, that definitely wouldn't count as a major event. Major events, major events. I've got it. This May, the Jianzhou Jurchens failed to capture Ningyuan City. So they turned their attacks to Jianzhou, but failed to take that as well. Now, they have retreated and withdrawn their troops, and their whereabouts are unknown. Yang Hiu said softly, occasionally stealing glances at Chun-Li's reaction. Miao Jiming had also mentioned the Jianzhou Jurchens to him before. However, Jiming had been wandering for too long, so he wasn't clear on the specific details. Shen Li Fronat, thinking of the massacres committed by those Jianzhou Jurchens and the humiliation China suffered under the rule of the Qing dynasty. I absolutely cannot let those bastards step foot into the capital again. But the Ming dynasty is also at the end of its rope. It's about time for a change of dynasties. Well, I'll just take it one step at a time. In any case, I can't let those Jurchen bastards in. We'll solve our own internal affairs ourselves. It's not the place for outsiders to interfere. Anything else? Seeing Yang Hiu hemming and hawing, Chun-Li knew he wouldn't be able to get anything else out of him. Forget it. Looks like I won't get anything else out of you. Originally, I was planning to send you guys to a labor camp for some reform. Chun-Li looked at Yang Hiu and the others, paused, and continued. However, there just so happens to be something I can have you do right now. I need you to help me find someone. His name is Song Yingxing. Chun-Li said slowly. Chun-Li had quite an impression of this person. He had appeared in Chun-Li's high school textbooks. To be able to appear in a textbook was in itself an acknowledgement of his abilities. Tiangong Kaiwu, a scientific and technological treatise, hailed as an encyclopedia of technology, was written by him. He was a veritable Ming dynasty scientist. In the future, two things will definitely be needed. First, science. Second, redstone engineering. Both of these fields require someone to specialize in researching them. Song Yingxing is a pretty good candidate. If you remember correctly, Song Yingxing wanted to pass the provincial examinations, but failed multiple times in the metropolitan exams afterwards, ultimately giving up on the path of the Imperial examinations. For a scientist who could leave his name in history books, to waste so much time trying to achieve official rank, isn't that just a massive waste of time? Not to mention, before that, I'll have to reshape Song Yingxing's worldview a bit. He's a scientist after all. It's good to have him come early. Give him enough time to question his life. I don't know the exact location, but he should be a scholar. Chun-Li thought for a moment and added, when you meet that person, ask him if he has deeply researched farming, manufacturing, smelting, and other related fields. If he has, it's highly likely him. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. If you find the right person, not only will it make up for your past mistakes, but I'll also let you live inside these walls. That includes your families. Making people work for free definitely wouldn't be very efficient. So Chun-Li planned to give them some rewards. If you want the horse to run, you naturally have to feed it. This was a truth Chun-Li had learned from his years as a college student. And the soft spot of most men was their family. Thank you, young Master Chun. I will definitely do my utmost to serve you. Yang Hiu felt as if he had flown from the underworld to heaven in a single second. The sudden wealth and fortune today made him feel a bit lightheaded. The salt smugglers behind Yang Hiu, who were just at a loss and kneeling in panic, now heard the immortal Lord Chen's words. Their minds instantly cleared up, and they were overjoyed. This was a fairyland under the immortal Lord. It was countless times more comfortable. than living under that incompetent and foolish old emperor. Working for the immortal lord was their honor. Young Master Chun is merciful. Thank you, young Master Chun, for sparing our lives. Rest assured, young Master Chun, even if that person refuses to come, we'll knock him out and drag him here. We will never let down young Master Chen's magnanimity. Me too. It was another trick of catching a white wolf empty-handed. This time, he didn't even spend a single torch. He just let these people skip the labor reform and enter the city directly. It was equivalent to taking what was originally theirs and repackaging it as a reward. The effect seemed pretty good. Looking at the instantly fanatical merchants in front of him, Chun-Li thought to himself, as expected of a mortal Lord Chun, he convinced these salt smugglers effortlessly. Miao Jiming stood to the side, looking at immortal Lord Chun with admiration. Chun-Li subtly peeked at Miao Jiming. The power of faith was truly terrifying. After these merchants settled down a bit, Chun-Li approached Yahello subordinates. Unfortunately, no trading interface popped up. Perhaps these people were just equivalent to the wandering traders, traveling merchants. Are the llamas all carrying goods? Chun-Li joked in his heart. He looked at the smuggled salt among the goods, and an idea formed in his mind. He was no longer a high school senior, and his peak knowledge reserves had long passed. But the test point of purifying salt through dissolution and crystallization was still fresh in his memory. Who hasn't fantasized about traveling back to ancient times? Well, he actually did. Speaking of purifying refined salt, he didn't even need to use the sun-drying method. That method was heavily affected by the weather and had a long salt-making cycle. Boiling the brine directly was a much more efficient method. The cycle was short and the salt purity was relatively high. The downside was the higher cost, as it required a large amount of fuel. But he wasn't playing a naked survival game of Minecraft. The one thing this world didn't lack was infinite energy. It would make the neighboring seer game cry with envy. In the experiments before igniting the fire, Chun-Li was already certain that the burning time of this thing was infinite. It could continuously release heat, as long as it didn't come into contact with rainwater, or even if it was isolated from the air and placed directly in flowing water. As the saying goes, give me a backpack of fire, and I'll create a real-life flaming mountain. So, fuel was indeed lacking. After all, charcoal still needed wood to burn. Coal was impossible to mine here. But thermal energy would never be in short supply. We'll take all this salt. We'll trade it for fuel. What do you think? Chun-Li proposed. Of course, whatever young Master Chun says. Yang Heiyu nodded without hesitation. He could barely suppress the smile on his lips. Even if immortal Lord Chun gave them nothing for the salt and just took it for free, he would have been fine with it. Right now, he just felt like he had one big time. He originally thought he would be skinned alive, but instead, he got an errand from the immortal Lord. As long as he did it well, his family and descendants could move into the immortal realm. All his hard work, in the end, wasn't it just to plant a good tree, so his descendants could enjoy the shade? He had traveled all over the country with his father, and had even been to the capital. The lives of the commoners there, he originally thought were pretty good, but compared to this immortal realm, it was nothing. All right, for the specific exchange of salt and fuel, just discuss it with Miao Jiming. Chun-Li couldn't wait to hurry back and get the emeralds, to trade for everything on the wandering traders list. Trade all away. Yes, this lowly one understands. Yang Heiyu nodded. After Chun-Li left, Yang Heiyu looked at Miao Jiming with a complex expression. He had been tricked. But why did he feel like this time it was actually a good thing? That he was tricked? He shook his head slightly, his eyes flashing with sincere gratitude and respect. Taking a deep breath, Yang Heiyu bowed solemnly to him and said, "Thank you, young Master Miao, to be appreciated by immortal Lord Chun." In his eyes, only this sly scholar who went by the alias young Master Chiao could achieve this. Miao Jiming was Chiao Mincai's real name. "Oh, why do you say that?" Miao Jiming asked with a faint smile. "You were scared half to death just now. If it was just for the goods, back when I had evil intentions, with that immortal aura protecting you, young Master Miao could have just killed us directly. But young Master Miao gave us this opportunity to meet the immortal Lord. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die content in the evening. I have even obtained a tremendous immortal destiny. For such grace, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I didn't do it for you. Miao Jiming shook his head and said slowly, the result is good. Does the process still matter? Young Heiyu continuet. Please enlighten me, young master. What do you need me to do? Since Miao Jiming spared their lives, you must have had something for them to do from the start. It's very simple. Wherever you go, spread the word about what you've seen here. Inquire about useful talents living in poverty in every county. If it's on the way, bring back anyone willing to follow. Also, collect all kinds of plant seeds. If there are rare animals, keep them alive, and bring back a pair. As early as when Yang Heiyu laid out those goods, Miao Jiming had already guessed that these people were salt smugglers. His original plan was to have Yang Heiyu and the others undergo labor reform first. After seeing the Immortal Lord, he didn't believe these people would dare to cause trouble. Then he would let them go out and continue traveling. These people traveled far and wide, passing through various places. Now, under the Immortal Lord's governance, the matters that needed managing were a bit too much for him alone. Cheng had just experienced bandits entering the city, so there were too few good things inside. They had given the Immortal Lord far too little. This left Miao Jiming with an indescribable sense of melancholy, an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Throughout history, there was only Immortal Lord Chun. Every day, when he woke up from bed and saw that giant mushroom, he felt a sense of being in another world. If the Immortal Lord left, what would they do? Immortal Lord Chun didn't need their faith, but they needed him. Without Immortal Lord Chun, this place would instantly collapse. Even though Immortal Lord Chun had told him he wouldn't leave, Miao Jiming still felt faintly uneasy. He needed to do more for Immortal Lord Chun. Immortal Lord Chun seems to need merchants. If you meet any peers, tell them not to hide anything about this place. Miao Jiming added, all right, from now on, just call me Brother Miao. In this realm, only one person is qualified to be called Young Master. He said resolutely, yes, Brother Miao, I understand. Yang Heiyu cupped his hands and said, for pufferfish buckets, 7 spruce saplings, 10 pointed dripstones, 10 rooted dirt blocks. Total cost, 65. Emeralds. As for the spruce saplings, 4 actually enough. But just in case, Chun-Li simply bought them all. Anyway, he had plenty of emeralds, and the experience gained from trading directly filled up his level 0 experience bar. Now that he leveled up again, his range of movement expanded by 3 times. Thanks to the villagers' efforts, an artificial lake had been built next to Liujia village. Fishermen could fish by the lake. Those pufferfish, Chun-Li released them into the lake. Entity fish could increase fishing efficiency, and pufferfish counted as entity fish. He could only say his luck was very good this time. Useful items took up the majority of the trading list. He didn't expect the wandering traitor accumulated in the game to play such a huge role. Next, he had to hurry up and make infinite lava. Chun-Li quickly crafted 5 cauldrons using iron ingots. Then, at a height of 3 meters in the air, he built a platform with cobblestone. He sealed the surroundings with cobblestone and placed the lava in the center. Below the cobblestone, he placed pointed dripstones and cauldrons. The red lava dripped down the pointed dripstones into the cauldrons. Chun-Li knew that the infinite lava setup was complete. Next, he just needed to wait for the lava to fill the cauldrons, and then he could scoop it up with iron buckets. The Nether portal wasn't far away now. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soil. Li Kaiji and the others led the craftsmen brought back from the city, through the dreamlike mushroom town. This is where we live. Li Kaiji, wearing a square brown hat, pointed to the mushroom houses not far away, and said with a smile, for the convenience of management, villagers with the same profession live in the same area. This way, if the Immortal Lord needs anything, he just needs to send someone to the corresponding place to find them. Brotherly, can I still go back? A craftsman asked timidly. You can leave whenever you want. No one is stopping you. Li Kaiji turned his head to look at the craftsman who spoke, frowned, and continued, but going back? Are you out of your mind? Do you enjoy going back to starve and be looked down upon? Besides, in these chaotic times, whether you can even make it back is a question. But I only have a few days. If I don't go back by then, won't I become a vagrant? The craftsman continued in a low voice. If I can't go back, in this day and age, there are always people who can't wrap their head around things. I thought was a big deal. Just this trivial matter. Likaiji snudat. Why are you so dense? Even if you become a vagrant, you can still eat your fill and have a house to live in. Isn't that better than being a craftsman who can't get enough to eat or wear every day? Besides, you're an old bachelor. If you feed yourself, your whole family is fed. Why worry about these things? Moreover, don't forget, we have a true immortal here. The more important thing, Li Kaiji didn't say out loud. Only after staying here could one feel it. Here, with the immortal lord, craftsmen like them could finally be called human beings. Normally in the county town, craftsmen like them, in the eyes of others, were all lower-class people. Plus, their income was already low, and their living conditions were poor. They were discriminated against everywhere. Low income was one thing, but the work was also exhausting. They had to toil for long hours, and their descendants would also inherit their lowly status. What family would be willing to marry their daughter to them, just to suffer for nothing? However, here, with the immortal lord, almost everyone was treated equally, and the treatment for artisans like them was excellent. It was only slightly lower than that of the militia. It was said that the militia's original rations were lower than theirs, only 70% of what they had now. But ever since Immortal Lord Chun once saw the militia training, he increased it to the current amount. But Li Kaiji didn't feel it was unfair. The militia's training process, just watching it, made his own corresponding body parts ache faintly. But even so, the militia never lacked recruits. There were plenty of villagers who wanted to become the sharp blades under the Immortal Lord and die for him, not to mention just the daily rewards now were a beautiful dream he never dared to have before. The Immortal Lord is merciful. Praise the Immortal Lord. It's a pity that some people clearly obtained immortal destiny, but didn't realize it. Thinking of this, Li Kaiji glanced at the craftsman who had spoken and curled his lips in annoyance. If you really want to leave, just leave by yourself tomorrow. No one will stop you. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. How could I leave? Thank you, Brother Li, for scolding me awake. The craftsman blushed and waved his hands repeatedly. As long as you know, go pick a mushroom house without a sign. Put your things away, and I'll take you all to eat. Eat. Hearing this, to Li Kaiji's surprise, the craftsmen looked at each other, their faces full of shame and embarrassment. One of them stepped forward, forced a smile, and said, Brother Li, we'll pass on a meal. We already ate at noon, and we're not hungry right now. Yeah, we just ate. We're not hungry. It won't be too late to eat tomorrow. Right, it hasn't been long since we ate. We can last a day. The crowd chimed in one after another. Seeing these acquaintances forcing smiles, Li Kaiji's nosastung, he thought of his own life back when he was still in the government workshops. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat. It was clearly because the higher-ups had embezzled their wages, so they had no money to eat. Shaking off those painful memories welling up in his heart, Li Kaiji's breathing became a bit heavy. With a slight tremble, he said softly, My fault. I didn't explain it clearly. As long as you participate in the labor, everyone gets a share of the food. And even if you just arrived, you can go eat. It's just like the Imperial Court's porridge relief. But here with the Immortal Lord, we eat noodles and steamed buns, and you can eat as much as you want. The air paused for a moment. The craftsman stood quietly in place, as if digesting that sudden emotional impact. After a long while, tears shimmered in their eyes. They unconsciously leaned towards Li Kaiji and asked in hoarse voices, Really? The Immortal Lord is watching. Why would I lie to you? Li Kaiji said sincerely, Really? Thank you, Immortal Lord Chun. Fust divine grace. Boundless mercy. Thank you, Immortal Lord Chun, for your guidance and protection. The craftsman murmured. Li Kaiji continued, Put all your things in the houses, and let's go. Don't worry. In this place, even if you put 10,000 taels of gold on the table, with the door wide open, no one would steal it. Even if this gold was dropped outside, we could find it by retracing our steps. Li Kaiji's face was full of devotion, as he spoke from the bottom of his heart. This is the immortal realm. No one would be foolish enough to do such a stupid thing. Our immortal Lord Chun is a benevolent god. For this little bit of stuff, risking being kicked out is not worth it. After eating, come back and get good sleep. Tomorrow will be the time to test your skills. If you pass the trial, you'll receive an immortal blessing. Li Kaiji said, proudly adjusting the brown hat on his head. I wear this immortal hat on my head because I gained its recognition. The craftsman nodded repeatedly, looking enviously at that square brown hat. So, those people they saw along the way wearing various hats were all blessed by the immortal. They absolutely had to pass the trial. By the campfire, Bai Shui Wang Er frowned, stroking his chin, staring at the dancing flames, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Zhong Guangdao stood to the side, quietly waiting for Wang Er's subordinate to run panting into the camp. How is it? Wang Er frowned and asked urgently, just as Brother Guangdao said, near Liujia village. A very high stone wall has indeed appeared, the subordinate said in a trembling voice. And on my way there I found that, centered around that stone wall, the originally cracked earth is now covered in green grass. The one Liujia village believes in is a true immortal. Brother Wang Er, you see? Zhong Guangdao shouted excitedly. I told you so, and you didn't believe me. Let's quickly get all the brothers to go to Liujia village. We can all get fed. Why are we still rebelling? Have you told anyone else about this? Not yet. What about the people following you? No, I specifically instructed them not to. Since that's the case, then don't say anything. Wang Er touched the jewels, inlaid on the sword he had looted, and said slowly, tomorrow morning, have the brothers leave this place. You're my brother. You should know what I mean. Looking at Wang Er's gloomy face under the dancing flames in the dark, Zhong Guangdao instantly understood. The hero Wang Er who had led them had changed. The morning sunlight shone through the glass, spilling onto the warm blankets. Soft fur gently brushed against Chun-Li's hand, carrying a barely noticeable weight. Chun-Li groggily stretched his back, slightly opened his heavy, sleepy eyes, and yawned. He gently reached out his hand, his fingers sliding along Meng's head, slowly gliding over its fine fur. Life is so beautiful. Let's see what today's gift is. Chun-Li looked at the gift Meng had given him today, and instantly woke up completely. Oh, phantom membrane. Chun-Li turned his head and looked at Meng with joy. He had noticed before that every time he woke up, he would find Meng jumping off his bed, and some gifts would appear out of thin air beside him. Sometimes it was string, sometimes feathers, and even spicy strips, which was actually rotten flesh. God knows where these things came from. He didn't expect it to bring him a phantom membrane today. Up until now, the only way he could think of to get phantom membranes was to stay awake for a long time at night and wait for phantoms to spawn. But it had been so long, and not a single monster had spawned. Shen Li understood that trying to get phantom membranes through phantoms was a dead end. He didn't expect Meng to actually gift it. This is great. Anyone could guess that the drop rate for this must be very low. My luck is pretty good today, huh? I have to give you a reward for this. Shen Li Shukulat sat up and hugged Meng in his arms. Accept the love of this immortal lord. Feeling the warmth of its body and the rhythm of its breathing, Chun-Li gently stroked its chin. Meng let out a satisfied purr, its body curling up slightly. Its tail gently tapped against Chun-Li's arm. Chun-Li enjoyed this peace and warmth and began to hum softly, and Meng, accompanying the melody, occasionally let out a soft meow or two. He buried his face in Meng's soft fur, revealing a perverted smile. He was really acting more and more like a child, but that didn't seem like a bad thing. Chun-Li thought to himself, he didn't have to worry about the future or think about other annoying things. Every day, he just needed to do what he liked, and within his capabilities, he could casually help others. Here, he didn't have to worry about helping someone up and getting extorted, because the ethos of the people here would take his morals as the benchmark. The ancients were far more superstitious than he had imagined. Wu Zhen was like this, and those salt smugglers were like this too. They would fear him, this immortal. Even if they had evil in their hearts, they wouldn't dare commit crimes after seeing him. Plus, with the lie he had told before about being able to determine their reincarnation, they probably couldn't even get past their own conscience if they wanted to do evil. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his thoughts. As long as these people did good deeds from now on, then they had turned over a new leaf. If it was an evil person like Shang Tianhu, there was no need to save them. It just so happened that his nether portal was almost complete. He would just throw them into the nether. And in the future, if this nether didn't kill people instantly, then the labor reform prisoners who came in later would have to take a walk in the Nether as their first task. He refused to believe that those wicked people would still dare to harbor any illusions after that. Now his mushroom garden was developing in the direction he wanted. No one picked up lost items on the street, and doors were left unlocked at night. The contents written in books had gradually become reality. He absolutely had to steer the direction of this world. It could never become like his previous life again. People should smile and slowly, forever, like a child, like a snail, slowly crawl through their short lives. All right, cuddle time is over. Chun-Li gently placed Meng on the edge of the bed, got up, and walked toward the crafting table, taking the phantom membrane with him. He opened a recipe book in the crafting table interface. If he had one of the crafting materials, then even if he didn't have enough materials, the items that could be crafted would appear in the crafting list on the left. So Chun-Li wanted to try and see if he could craft elytra. Unfortunately, he searched through the entire recipe book, not missing a single corner. But the crafting page for elytra didn't appear. It seemed this method wouldn't work. Chun-Li felt a bit regretful. He still wanted to try what it felt like to fly in the sky. Walking into the storage room, Chun-Li put the phantom membrane into the chest labeled mob drops with a sign. After eating the breakfast Gousheng brought, Chun-Li pocketed the snacks Miao had brought back and ate as he walked. As usual, he fed and bred the cows, sheep, and chickens, relying on the village chief's house and the 2 old oxen from Zhangjia village, plus the 2 sheep he bought. They had now completely filled the small pen Chun-Li had designated. Fortunately, even if these cows and sheep were squeezed together, they wouldn't have any reaction. Now that the base number of cows had gone up, it was time to start slaughtering them for leather. The same went for the chickens. Keeping them without killing them wasn't a solution. Looking at the crowded herd of cows, Chun-Li thought to himself. He built a fence around the stubborn cows. He opened a gap, and the herd instantly squeezed out a few cows. This batch should be enough. Chun-Li was quick-witted and fast-handed, and quickly blocked the gap with a wooden fence again. Then, Chun-Li clenched his fist and punched the cow. Ruthlessly, the cow flashed red all over, and then started spinning around inside the fence. 1 hit, 2 hits. Chun-Li counted silently in his heart, and the force he used became smaller and smaller. He had to admit, this cow lived up to its aqua-like intelligent eyes. The fence was only so high, but just couldn't step over it. He waited until the 10th hit, and the cow instantly fell to the ground, dropping 2 raw beef and 1 leather. Chun-Li took out the iron sword he carried with him and gently slashed at the cow. Just 2 hits, and the cow fell to the ground. It seemed these non-native creatures didn't require much strength to kill. He could only say it was very reasonable. Slaughtering chickens and cows, Chun-Li wouldn't leave to the villagers. After all, there was experience to be gained, so he would naturally do it himself. After slaughtering all the cows and chickens, Chun-Li collected the drops on the ground into his inventory. He crafted a new crafting table and placed it at the main entrance of the farm. Chun-Li then crafted a chest and a sign, and labeled the chest as agricultural products. Next, Chun-Li walked to where he had placed the cauldrons. They were already filled with lava. I can collect it now. Scooping out the lava with iron buckets, Chun-Li made 4 more lava collection setups he had discovered earlier. That lava could only be collected in the cauldron, directly beneath the lava source block. In other positions, even if the pointed dripstone kept dripping, lava wouldn't collect in the cauldron. So every time he collected lava, Chun-Li would build another lava collector. Up until now, he had built about 8 such setups. But after this, Chun-Li wouldn't build anymore, because once he reached the Nether, the last thing he would lack was lava. Next was the salt-making method. He needed to find someone smart for this. Otherwise, he might teach them for ages and they still wouldn't get it. People like Wei Shi and Lu Ping definitely wouldn't do. There were enough people now. Miao Jiming had a lot of things to do every day, so it was better not to bother him. There seemed to be only a few he could trust right now. But Lu Qi seemed like a good candidate. Although he hadn't read many books, his brain worked pretty fast. He needed to find a teacher to teach people how to read. Perfect timing for job changes. The exterior of the temple complex was almost finished, except for the few that couldn't be crafted or required too many materials. The rest already had their job site blocks placed inside. Based on previous experience, Only natives with rich experience in the corresponding profession could gain the recognition of the job site block and undergo the corresponding job change. That meant a librarian who changed jobs through a lectern would definitely have solid abilities. As long as there was a teacher among them, he could safely let them teach. And it just so happened that today was a large-scale job change. Those refugees had mostly recovered. He had to be present then, place chests at the temples, and put some logs inside, as well as the wheat handed in by the villagers. The logs were used to craft sticks, so he could trade sticks for emeralds with the Fletcher, crafting them as needed. After all, a stack could hold 64, and using logs could hold more. As for the wheat, it was used to trade for emeralds with the farmers. If his estimation was correct, the farmer profession would have the largest number of villagers. Then he could use the emeralds to trade for items from other professions, especially the armorer. Now that he had collected the full leather, chainmail, and iron armor sets, he was only missing the diamond set. This thing was truly hard to mine. The best way was through the armorer, to trade for it in the future. Then, using the ink sacks he fished up, along with feathers and books, he would craft a book and quill, and have Miao Jiming record the corresponding villagers' names, their tradable items, levels, and residences. When the time came, he would assign someone specifically to memorize this information. Whenever he needed something, he just had to have someone look it up. Having intelligence made them much easier to manage than in the game. Not to mention, they would proactively hand over the wheat they farmed every day, which he used to trade emeralds with them. It was extremely convenient, and he only needed to give them some seeds and a composter, and they could feed themselves. This was the correct way to use villagers. Just then, the wanderer, Taishan, with a flower wreath around his neck, happened to pass by. This guy had nothing to do all day and just wandered around the village. Plus, he knew almost everyone in the village, so asking him was definitely the right choice. And letting Taishan go. On one hand, the villagers all knew Taishan listened to him, so they wouldn't stop Taishan from taking the salt. He was strong and could carry heavy loads, so he could bring all that salt over. Chunli was just about to call out to Taishan, but unexpectedly, as soon as Taishan saw him, he waved and walked straight towards him. When he reached Chunli, Taishan took off the flower wreath around his neck and tried to put it around Chun-Li's neck. But as soon as Taishan let go, the flower wreath passed right through Chun-Li's body and fell to the ground with a thud. It was obvious Taishan came over because he wanted to give the flower wreath to Chun-Li. However, this guy actually made it according to his own size. The flower wreath was way too big. A flower wreath that could hang on an iron golem's 3-meter wide body, when put on him, directly turned into a funeral wreath. Is this the first one you made specifically for me? Shenli lauga dumfundavli. Taishan seemed to realize he had done something wrong and nodded slightly. Looking at Taishan's innocent and even somewhat helpless look, Chun-Li thought helplessly, I shouldn't have said, to make a flower wreath that can be worn around the neck. It was normal for an iron brain to be inflexible. Bending down, Chun-Li picked up the flower wreath and slung it diagonally across his shoulder, like carrying a messenger bag. He said softly, Thanks, Taishan. I really like this gift. I'll cherish it. Next time you want to make a flower wreath. Shen Li Baoja looked around for a long time and brought over a few stone blocks. He said to Taishan, just make it about the size that can fit over these stones, giving him a reference object to prevent him from making a mistake again. Taishan, do you know where Lu Qi is right now? Chun-Li asked tentatively. Taishan nodded. Good. Go find Lu Qi and bring him here. On the way, bring a small portion of the salt we bought from the warehouse. Seeing Taishan tilt his head, looking at him thoughtfully, Chun-Li thought for a moment and said cautiously, Taishan, you know what salt is, right? Taishan shook his head. Sigh. Forget it. After all, he was like the foolish son of a landlord. As his creator, if I don't spoil him, who will? When classes start later, I'll arrange for Taishan to attend classes too, so he doesn't get scammed and end up counting money for the scammer. Chun-Li was helpless. He face-bombed and sighed softly in exasperation. He took out a book and quill from his inventory, and some paper, and wrote a few strokes on the paper with the pen. Go find Miao Jiming, and give this to him. He'll understand. Chun-Li handed the paper over. On it, Chun-Li had written the character for salt in traditional Chinese. In the Ming Dynasty, It was already one of the peak periods of printing development in China. Books were cheaper and more widespread than before. Plus, Gousheng had just experienced turmoil. Those bandits only robbed food and had absolutely no interest in inedible books. So families in Gousheng who had books in order to get money to buy grain naturally took their books out to sell. The price of books actually dropped. Miao Jiming used his salary from these past few days to buy some books and also brought some for Chunli. But he had studied for so many years. His interest in reading had long been ground away during those years of studying from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., having finally been liberated. How could he still read? Not to mention, he didn't need to rely on studying to make a living now. But since they were brought over, he couldn't just have Miao Jiming take them back. So he put them in the cabinet, treating them entirely as decorations. When he first got the books, Chunli also curiously flipped through a few pages and discovered that people at this time still use traditional characters. He had become half illiterate. He couldn't recognize some characters. Based on the context, Chunli could still barely make out a few. If he really wasn't sure, he could draw them out and ask Miao Jiming for help identifying them. Although his enthusiasm only lasted for a few hours, Chunli still learned quite a few traditional characters. Among them was the traditional writing for salt. As for why he was looking for Miao Jiming now instead of Lu Qi, it was because in the village right now, only Miao Jiming, a scholar, knew how to read. The rest were all illiterate, including Lu Qi. Giving it to them, they wouldn't understand it anyway. After sending Taishan off, Chunli took out the crafting table he carried with him, crafted some campfires, and placed them on the ground. Above them, he built a platform, sealed the edges, and placed a 2x2 infinite water source nearby. Chunli tried using a normal container to scoop water onto the platform, and waited until the water inside boiled, and started emitting steam. Chunli nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, water could still be boiled. Thank goodness the laws of reality still applied. Otherwise, this water would probably be cold forever. Having prepared everything needed properly, Taishan came running towards Chunli, carrying Lu Qi on his left shoulder, and a bag of coarse salt on his right shoulder, towards Chunli, with a normal adult's height. And after eating well, the originally emaciated Lu Qi, whose figure had become well-proportioned, looked just like a child, on Taishan's shoulder. Seeing Immortal Lord Chun looking at him strangely, Lu Qi suffered in silence. His face was full of embarrassment. He was still busy with his own things, when unexpectedly, the Divine General came over, handed him a piece of paper without a word, and before he could even see it clearly, he was hoisted onto a shoulder and carried on a wild run. But that paper was actually useless. After all, he couldn't read anyway. Looking at it now, it was probably the Immortal Lord who needed him for something, and the Divine General was afraid of delaying time. So he just carried him over. Chunli immediately said, Taishan, put Lu Qi down. You're done here. Go take a walk. Being dangled to the ground by Taishan like a cat, and getting his head patted in passing, Lu Qi accepted it quietly. When Taishan moved his hand away, he acted as if nothing had happened. His face calm. He said seriously, Young Master Chun, what are your orders? I want to teach you a method for refining fine salt. After thinking it over, you're the only one I trust to handle this heavy responsibility. Chunli said slowly, after you learn it, you will lead a group of people, teach them how to refine it, and have them be responsible for refining fine salt. One must know, the salt monopoly was an important source of financial revenue. Therefore, the production and circulation of salt were under strict official control. The salt refining technology was in the hands of salt officials and salt merchants. Ordinary people did not directly participate in the salt refining process, so naturally, they had no way of knowing it. In the Tiangong Kaiwu, there were detailed records of salt-making methods, but this book hadn't appeared yet. Chun-Li's words blew past his ears like a spring breeze. Lu Qi's brain instantly short-circuited. His eyes lit up, as if stars were twinkling in them. Immortal Lord Chun said, I'm trustworthy. The Immortal Lord has acknowledged me. He looked up at Chun-Li. Lu Qi's pupils reflected Immortal Lord Chen's figure. That sacred existence. A blush spread to the roots of his ears, and his face radiated a glow he had never had before. Lu Qi's originally flat mouth started twitching upwards uncontrollably, like the pure joy of a child being praised by an elder. Joy. This excitement was even deeper than when he first saw the water source. His hands clasped tightly together, seemingly trying hard to control his emotions, not letting the excitement overflow from his heart. Lu Qi took a deep breath, trying to calm this sudden sense of glory, but his trembling voice still betrayed the surge of emotion inside him. Really? Do you really think so? His voice carried a hint of trembling and disbelief. His fingers rubbed together gently, as if searching for some realistic tactile sensation, to prove that he wasn't dreaming right now. This scene that could only be seen in dreams had actually happened. I'm not dreaming, am I? Huh? Did I say something? Why is his reaction suddenly so huge? I think I said I trusted him. And this is the reaction? Just how many filters has he put on me? Chun-Li looked at Lu Qi, who seemed like he was on drugs, and nodded in response. Seeing Lu Qi's shoulders start to tremble, and his breathing becoming more and more rapid, Chun-Li was worried he might not catch his breath and just pass out. I will not let down young Master Chen's trust, Lu Qi said in a trembling voice. Full of energy, I see. Chun-Li demonstrated the entire fine salt refining process to Lu Qi once. First was filtration. He built a funnel-like structure. First, he covered the bottom with cotton cloth to prevent the filtered material from entering the container. Then he put in activated carbon as the first layer of filtration medium. The second layer was sand. The third layer was stones and gravel. Below was the container to hold the filtered salt water. Although he didn't have activated carbon, Chun-Li had plenty of charcoal on him. Although charcoal and activated carbon were different things, he could use charcoal to make activated carbon. He covered the lava collector with cobblestone, sealed the surroundings with 3 meters of stone to utilize the heat it generated. Then he poured water inside, crafted an oak trapdoor, and placed the charcoal on the oak trapdoor, using steam as the activation gas. It contacted the charcoal at high temperatures for activation. The obtained activated carbon was then dried using the thermal energy of a lava. He didn't have filter paper, so he could only use cotton cloth instead. He dissolved the coarse salt in the water on the platform, heated it, and stirred it with a wooden stick to make the salt dissolve quickly. Using the filter multiple times, he filtered the salt water and put it into the container. Barium chloride, sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate. These things were already etched into Chun-Li's hippocampus. He blurted them out casually. Of course, he didn't have any of these, but he could settle for the next best thing and use plant ash. The ash produced by burning wheat straw was plant ash. This was easy to get. Of course, it had to be in moderation. He couldn't add too much. This needed to be highlighted. Damn, after letting it sit, filter it again. At this point, evaporation and crystallization could begin. But this time, there was no need to use residual heat for evaporation. Just evaporate all the water inside completely. An experiment from many years ago was actually coming in handy now. Looking at the freshly produced white fine salt, Chun-Li was very satisfied. Although this fine salt had formed into chunks and wasn't like the salt he usually ate, which was all white crystals, it was probably because the impurities inside hadn't been completely removed. But without chemical reagents, getting it to this state was already pretty good. He pinched a little bit and put it in his mouth to taste. The taste couldn't compare to what he had eaten before, but the bitterness and other bad tastes were gone. Did you memorize it? Chun-Li asked Lu Qi. If there's anything you still don't understand, just ask directly. I can demonstrate again. He had to admit he hadn't picked the wrong person. During this time, Lu Qi had watched very carefully, and whenever he had a question, he asked Chun-Li immediately. I've memorized the general production process. Lu Qi nodded and said, looking at Chun-Li with reverence. As expected of the immortal lord, he knows everything in the world. All right, go find Jiming and ask for some people. You'll be in charge of salt making. Chun-Li continued. Yes. After Lu Qi left, Chun-Li accidentally caught sight of the chest placed to the side, and suddenly remembered something. How could I forget this divine artifact? Forget it. After all, there are too many divine artifacts in MC. They aren't even worth much. All at wholesale prices. It's normal to forget. Chun-Li thought to himself. It's just a storage space. No big deal. A piece of cake. It's not too late now. In the previous experiment, Gousheng couldn't use it, so he had always assumed others couldn't use it either. But that was under the premise that Gousheng hadn't changed professions. If villagers with professions could use this thing, then the collected wheat wouldn't have to be piled up in the basement. It could totally be put in chests. After all, inside this chest, the wolf meat Gousheng gave him before hadn't rotted at all. This proved that the chest could store things from reality. And time inside, it was frozen. He suddenly remembered he still had a small hut over there. He hadn't gone back since he closed the door. Minecraft, huh? Having properties all over the place is perfectly normal. He had to verify it first. Near the entrance of Liujia village, Chun-Li's eyes flickered as he looked at the open chest. Villagers with professions really could use chests. Although, just like using tools, opening the chest continuously consumed stamina, and putting in or taking out items also consumed stamina. But compared to spatial equipment, what was this little bit of stamina consumption? Not to mention, this chest also had a preservation effect. Right, if I remember correctly, chests can be placed on boats and moved around. Since that's the case, then can I? Shenli mutarat shufli. Then he placed the wooden chest on a horse carriage. He put things inside, and the wooden chest seemed to stick to the carriage and could move along with it. This chest really could be taken away like this. Makes sense. After all, in the original version, besides being able to be put on boats, they could also be put in mine carts. You could even add chests to donkeys, mules, or llamas. This proved that the chest itself was movable. And even if this didn't work, Chun-Li could still craft a chest with a boat, put it on the carriage, and it would still be able to move. It was just one extra step. Looking at the chest installed on the carriage, Chun-Li's eyes flickered, but he suddenly thought of a hidden danger. But if that's the case, the things I put in the chest could also be rummaged through by others. He could lock it using commands, but the problem was he couldn't use commands. Otherwise, he would have turned on creative mode and flown everywhere long ago. The chest did have a lock on it. Just as Chun-Li was looking at the chest and thinking this, an invisible stream of information directly entered his consciousness. He inputted a strange password in his mind. Chun-Li said slowly to the randomly grabbed farmer, "Now try and see if you can still open it." The farmer said, "No, it seems I need something." After telling him the password, the chest opened in response. Afterwards, Chun-Li tried again and found that villagers with professions could also lock chests. But bizarrely, even if Chun-Li didn't know the password, he could still open it. As everyone knows, everything in the villager's chest belongs to Steve. So it was perfectly reasonable that Chun-Li could open it. "Young Master Chun, what else do I need to do next?" the farmer asked. Chun-Li said, "Take this chest to Jiming." He was acting as a hands-off boss, throwing all the work to Miao Jiming. Every day, he just needed to go collect the wheat. Miao Jiming, on the other hand, was exhausted. His visible dark circles were probably caused by working through the night, using the torches he had given him before. Consider it his reward. It should be about time. Shenli mutarat. Teaching Lu Qi the salt-making method, plus testing the chest, had already taken up quite a bit of time. The sorting ceremony should be starting soon. It's all about wearing hats. Pretty much the same thing. Hurry, hurry. If we don't rush over, we'll be late. This is a chance to receive an immortal blessing. Yeah, even though we don't have a chance. It's not like we can't watch from the side. Yeah, even if we can just catch a glimpse of Immortal Lord Chun, that would be great. The refugees, their faces showing excitement, lined up and walked towards the inside of Liujia village's earthen wall. After these days of dietary conditioning, and the treatment from the two doctors brought over from Baichao Hall, and more importantly, the spiritual sustenance, those refugees had recovered very quickly. They could gradually start participating in labor. Today, for them, was an extremely important day. Immortal Lord Chun would bestow immortal blessings upon some of them. The crowd surged towards the direction of the job change temples, whispering and discussing among themselves, their faces carrying expressions of excitement and curiosity. When they got close to that sacred building complex, their voices abruptly stopped. One by one, their eyes locked tightly onto the buildings in front of them, unwilling to miss any detail. Their eyes full of awe and longing. 13 giant buildings of various shapes stood tall on the flat ground. Each one had a unique outline and design. They were miracles personally shaped by the immortal. The Farmer Job Change Temple was a sturdy building made of dirt blocks. The temple's roof and terrace were covered with lawns, wildflowers and trees along the climbing walls. Golden wheat was planted all over, as well as various other crops. Different kinds of divine trees grew around the temple, swaying in the wind. Currently, there were only oak and spruce. As for the others, they could only wait for the wandering traitor to bring them. The Mason Job Change Temple was mainly a giant stone structure, as if carved from the mountain itself. Every stone seemed to have been given life. The Shepherd Job Change Temple was mainly made of wool. The exterior walls presented a soft and warm white tone, revealing a subtle gradient from beige to black. The interior of the temple was pieced together with countless delicate wool felts. The floor was covered with thick wool carpets. The Cleric Job Change Temple was located in the very center of the building complex, surrounded by the other 12 buildings right in the middle. It was a giant glass palace, refracting the sunlight in thousands of rainbows, scattered across the surrounding land. The immortal realm. Who else but an immortal could do this? We are living in the immortal's immortal realm. Someone's face flushed red, unable to help but murmur in a low voice. They stood on both sides, looking with extreme envy at the people behind them, brought up by the Lyoja village villagers, the refugees who were qualified to receive the immortal blessing. They were all registered craftsmen, farmers, skilled fishermen, and some soldiers who had refused to join the bandits. Faintly mixed among them were a small number of scholars. Although I have studied hard day and night these past few days, my heart is still filled with anxiety. I always feel inadequate, regardless of the outcome. To have such an immortal destiny is already our honor. Brother Bao, Brother Meng, for this immortal blessing, we have all prepared for a long time. We have done all we humanly can. The rest is up to the unpredictable will of heaven. Let's leave it all to fate. Jia Tun let out a breath of stale air, his eyes firm as he cupped his hands to his fellow scholars, and said, indeed, carrying a heart full of passion and a trace of nervousness. Jia Tun took his steps, walking into the temple as if on a pilgrimage. The strange wooden objects filling his sight couldn't help but make him nervous. He knew these things were what would determine whether he could obtain the immortal blessing. Suaji Academy. Qingyue Sangong Academy. Outside the temple in the distance, the people arranged by Miao Zhiming shouted at the top of their lungs. This was Immortal Lord Chen's arrangement. He said he wanted to cosplay Hogwarts, although Miao Zhiming didn't understand. Whatever Immortal Lord Chen told him to do, he would do. And Jia Tun closed his eyes, praying in his heart. He thought of his experiences over the past few days. Not long ago, he was almost tricked out of the city by 2 bandits. Fortunately, he was exceptionally quick-witted and saw through the petty tricks of those scoundrels. But unexpectedly, before he could enjoy a few days of peace, Chengsheng was breached. He happened to be swept out of the city with the crowd, tossing and turning along the way. He had even thought of ending his own life, until a few days ago, when he was forced by the bandits to attack a strange earthen wall. After taking a sword strike from those people, he thought he was finally going to be freed. Who would have thought he would actually stumble into the immortal's dwelling? And they actually needed scholars. He had taught for over 10 years. How could he not be a scholar? It could be said that his suffering had finally paid off. Sage Confucius, you must bless me to pass the test. Right at this moment, he heard the exclamations of the people around him. Brother Jia, it's appeared on your face. Jia Tun Academy. Ha ha, I passed. Jia Tun phantom adjusted the illusory glasses in front of his eyes, shouting excitedly. Did you all remember what I just said? The militiaman wearing a straw hat asked with a serious face. Meeting the Immortal Lord is a major event. You cannot be careless. We remember. Jia Tun and his group carefully adjusted their attire. They looked at each other, nodded, and said, we're all good. All right, let's go. The militiaman turned and walked towards the very center of the temple complex. Jia Tun and the others followed closely behind, occasionally exchanging nervous yet excited glances. Their movements became even more cautious, terrified that their every move might violate some taboo. From the other temples, a few people also walked out one after another. Almost all of them were wearing various hats. Among them, the largest group was undoubtedly the ones wearing straw hats. Yatun, feeling an unprecedentedly clear vision, looked around curiously, his eyes flashing with an unconcealable excitement and awe. As expected of an immortal blessing, it actually allowed my eyes to clearly see things in the distance again. He looked towards the entrances and exits of the several temples and found that the number of people was at least half of what it was before. The immortal blessing really isn't that easy to obtain. I am truly lucky. Thump, thump, thump. As the distance grew closer, Jia Tun's heart began to beat violently. The master did not speak of anomalies, feats of strength, disorders, or spirits. As a scholar, he had always firmly believed in reason and the classics. However, with this true immortal right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe. Soon, he once again saw that immortal Lord Chun. With this one look, Jia Tun felt all his doubts and fears vanish into thin air. Around the immortal Lord, there seemed to be an indescribable aura that made him feel peaceful and serene. Every time a person passed, the immortal Lord would mutter something, as if bestowing a blessing upon that person. And the person beside him held a pen, recording it on paper. This is an immortal, harboring an excited mood. Jia Tun stood in line, waiting quietly. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Soon it was his turn. Finally it's the librarian's turn. Let me see what enchanted books there are. Chunli let out a soft breath. He opened Jia Tun's trading interface, seeing the enchanted book on it. Chunli almost choked on his breath. He looked with a complex expression at the librarian in front of him and said to Miao Jiming, who was recording, "Bookshelf, curse of binding." Curse of binding? What use is this thing to me? Chunli shook his head, seeing Jia Tun's every move. He couldn't help but feel that he was very similar to those teachers from his past life. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you know how to teach?" Calling someone sir, Chunli didn't think it was a big deal, especially for a profession like a teacher. Jia Tun was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I dare not accept the title of sir. I am but a man of shallow learning. As for teaching students words and principles, if you ask if I know how to teach, I truly dare not claim so. I can only say I have some slight insights, but I dare not say my teaching methods are excellent." He really is a teacher. Chunli was overjoyed and said with a sincere face, "Before long, I plan to build an academy. Would you be willing to go there to teach and impart knowledge? I am willing to offer my meager strength to propagate the doctrine, impart professional knowledge, and resolve doubts." Jia Tun suppressed the excited emotions in his heart and hastily replied, "I will do everything in my power to enlighten their minds, clarify principles, and cultivate their virtues." Jia Tun didn't know how he left. His mind was completely filled with thoughts of his conversation with the immortal Lord just now. "Huh? You? Why are you here too?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Jia Tun looked up, his eyes wide open. Pointing his finger at the person in front of him, he shouted in disbelief, "How could a scoundrel like you be here and even receive an immortal blessing? I didn't see you before, and weren't all the bandits dealt with by the immortal Lord?" This foolish-looking big guy wearing a straw hat in front of him, wasn't he one of the two bandits who tried to trick him out of the city before? One of those bandits. Why can't I receive an immortal blessing? I got an immortal blessing. Lu Ping scratched his head and said with a puzzled face, "I was the first one to receive immortal Lord Chen's. I was the first person to receive immortal Lord Chen's immortal blessing." Being a scholar after all, Jia Tun's brain was still quite sharp. He instantly figured out the ins and outs of the whole thing. No, they weren't bandits. He had guessed wrong from the very beginning. This person in front of him clearly arrived earlier than he did. At that time, the immortal Lord had already descended to the mortal realm, under immortal Lord Chen's arrangement. That's why they wanted to find scholars. Wasn't he outside the city right now? That meant, if he hadn't refused in the beginning, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much, and would have received the immortal blessing long ago. You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, wouldn't I have come? Sigh. Actually, even if they had said it plainly, he still wouldn't have believed them back then. Sigh. Jia Tun repeatedly beat his chest, his face full of regret. And Lu Ping, looking at Jia Tun's appearance, turned his back and smiled without leaving a trace. Although Lu Ping was foolish, he wasn't stupid. He naturally recognized Jia Tun. He had intentionally walked in front of Jia Tun to put on this act. That's what you get for not believing me. Ha! Regretting it now, aren't you? This is great. The education problem is finally settled. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction. He recorded the tradable items of the remaining librarians. Recorded them all down. Fire Protection 2, Curse of Binding, Respiration 2, Smite 2, Aqua Affinity, and Power 2. Call over. Everyone on the list who trades sticks and wheat. Chun-Li ordered. Trading had a limit. Once the number of trades was too high, the corresponding trade would become locked, and he could only wait for them to restock. But fortunately, the base number of farmers had gone up, so there were more people who could trade wheat. After trading all the wheat, the quantity of this item was still relatively small. The sticks Chun-Li crafted couldn't be completely traded away. The iron armor set was already outdated. It was time to switch to the diamond set. Holding the emeralds he got from trading, Chun-Li found the armorer. The trading prices were 7 emeralds for iron leggings and 4 emeralds for iron boots. After trading for about 6 pairs of boots and 4 pairs of iron leggings, the armorer leveled up to apprentice and gave him a discount. Next, Chun-Li traded for 11 pairs of chainmail boots, 6 shields for diamond leggings, and a single pair of diamond boots. He finally leveled him up to master, unlocking the full set of diamond armor. The diamond leggings had projectile protection 3, and the diamond boots had projectile protection 2. Such bad luck. Chun-Li Sigal Blesli. Projectile protection, just like its name, could reduce damage from projectiles. What counted as projectiles? Chun-Li wasn't entirely sure, but he knew it definitely included arrows and fireballs. But as for arrows, Chun-Li didn't think anyone could pierce through the diamond armor set without monsters around. It was truly useless. The diamond helmet's enchantments were pretty good though. Fire Protection I and Respiration I. He had tried respiration before. He could achieve circular breathing using just an empty bottle. After all, Chun-Li only needed to breathe now. He didn't need oxygen. God knows if his inhaling and exhaling now still consumed oxygen and produced carbon dioxide. Fire Protection was what Chun-Li was slightly satisfied with. After all, he already had 8 buckets of lava now. He just needed to wait a few more days to go to the Nether. The Nether was full of lava everywhere. Fire Protection could reduce fire damage, which included lava. One must know, in the Nether, as soon as water is placed, it evaporates immediately. If he fell into lava, having Fire Protection to reduce some damage might just save his life. If only all the projectile protection was swapped for Fire Protection, that would be great. Suddenly, Chun-Li remembered something. If I remember correctly, firearms already existed at the end of the Ming Dynasty. Aren't bullets projectiles? If I remember correctly, firearms already exist at this time, though they are mainly matchlock guns. Chun-Li's eyes flickered as he spoke. The power won't be that great. Relying on the defense value of the diamond armor itself is more than enough to block it. But later on, once things like tanks come out, it might be a bit lacking. Looking at it this way, projectile protection actually seems pretty good too. Taking off his iron armor and putting on the new diamond armor, seeing the armor bar at the bottom of his vision, that was just as long as his health bar. Chun-Li felt incredibly secure. I refuse to believe anyone can break my defense like this. Unless it's a little boy dropping on my head. I'm really not scared of anything. But even if it is a little boy, Chun-Li actually had some ideas. A shield can block TNT explosion damage. So logically speaking, as long as I raise my shield against the little boy, there's a high chance I can block the explosion, even if there's radiation setting aside. Whether this negative effect would even work on me, I still have milk. It can clear negative effects anytime, anywhere. Not long after putting it on, once the novelty wore off, Chun-Li took off the iron armor. He would just take it back and hang it on an armor stand. I've basically collected all the armor sets. Now I'm just missing netherite. An armor stand is made by placing 5 sticks in a cross shape. 1 stick at the very top, and a smooth stone slab at the bottom. Smooth stone slabs are made by smelting cobblestone in a furnace to get stone, and placing 3 of them side by side to craft. Armor stands can be used to display all kinds of armor. Mob heads, carved pumpkins, shields, and elytra. The weaponsmith is diamond sword, and the toolsmith is diamond. Tools don't seem very useful right now. At least, I'm not in a rush for them. Chun-Li glanced at his inventory, which still had a few stacks of emeralds left, and thought to himself, To deal damage to MC mobs, you have to use crafted weapons. Otherwise, no matter how much strength I use, I can only deal 1 point of damage. But so far, no monsters have appeared. Just those animals that don't fight back. I really don't need them. As for a diamond sword or diamond pickaxe, Chun-Li didn't need to mine at this stage. After all, to mine ores in reality, unless you find a cave, it's very difficult. Its only use would be to mine obsidian, to build a nether portal. But Chun-Li could use the casting method. He wouldn't need to wait for the next batch of lava to be made. He'd have about 16 buckets of lava, minus 1 bucket, just in case. He still had 5 buckets for trial and error. An iron pickaxe just can't mine obsidian completely. It doesn't mean it can't break it. I'll upgrade a few master-level farmers first, and see if I can find pumpkins. Chun-Li finally made his decision. He couldn't wait to find a few. Villagers whose initial trade was wheat for emeralds. First was Lu Wusan. The trades unlocked after upgrading to master were 3 emeralds for 18 cookies, for melons for 1 emerald, and 1 emerald for suspicious stew x2. Most importantly, the final master trades were 4 emeralds for 3 glistering melon slices, and 3 emeralds for 3 golden carrots. With golden carrots, the horses I'm raising on the grass can finally breed MC horses. Infinite stamina, never getting tired, and incredibly fast. The only downside is that they can't leave the area. And this suspicious stew is good stuff too. I wonder what it tastes like. Chun-Li looked at the suspicious stew in his inventory, licked his lips, and muttered to himself. He took out the suspicious stew he had traded for to help Lu Wusan level up. It gave off an enticing aroma. However, as Chun-Li looked at the patches of purple and green bubbles floating on top, he just couldn't bring himself to take a bite. Look at this thing, it's definitely poisonous, right? Miao Jiming, holding a pen and paper to the side, looked worriedly at the bizarre, green bubbling food, and cautiously suggested, young Master Chun, how about I test it for poison for you? No need. Chun-Li simply closed his eyes, refusing to look at the suspicious stew, and took a bite straight away. First came the savory taste of mushrooms, followed immediately by a subtle floral fragrance. The combination of this floral scent and the mushrooms, though seemingly a bit bizarre, was surprisingly harmonious. The taste is weird, but it's surprisingly delicious. Right at that moment, Chun-Li suddenly realized that, even though his eyes were closed, everything abruptly went pitch black. He opened his eyes, but it was still pitch black in front of him. Am I blind? Chun-Li didn't panic. He knew this was the effect of the suspicious stew, and it would only last for a few seconds. Taking advantage of this time, he glanced directly below him. The status bar was still there. Chun-Li opened his inventory and saw the negative status effect on it. Blindness, 1 second. Next, Chun-Li leveled up a few other villagers to master tier. Many of the trade options among them were duplicates. The only one related to pumpkins was trading 6 pumpkins for 1 emerald. So it turns out, villagers in vanilla Minecraft don't sell pumpkins. Chun-Li said with regret. Pumpkins can be carved with shears to make carved pumpkins. That is the pumpkin head, by stacking 2 iron blocks upwards, placing 1 iron block on both the left and right sides, and finally placing the pumpkin head on top. An iron golem can be spawned. However, what Chun-Li wanted to make more was another type of creature. Snow golems are made from 2 snow blocks. By placing a pumpkin head on top, a snow golem is spawned. Its attack method is throwing snowballs. Although the snow golem is just a mascot in the vanilla game, not only taking damage when exposed to rain, but also melting in certain biomes, and its snowballs deal absolutely no damage to basically all mobs, only able to knock back hostile mobs. But that's only in the game. In reality, a snowball capable of knocking a person back packs a seriously heavy punch. More importantly, the snow golem wears the pumpkin head as a helmet. In other words, you can use shears to cut off the snow golem's pumpkin head, revealing its true face, while simultaneously dropping a carved pumpkin. It's just that the revealed face looks really derpy. At the same time, the ground the snow golem walks on will generate a layer of snow. Using a shovel, you can dig up snowballs, and use 4 snowballs to craft a snow block. It's entirely possible to achieve the mass production of a snow golem army. What a pity. Looks like I'll just have to wait until Yang Hiyu and the others come back to see if I can trade for some pumpkins. Chun-Li shook his head and said, he had Miao Jiming record the attributes of a suspicious stews, corresponding to the few master-level farmers. Seeing him stop writing, Chun-Li then continued, Jiming, have Weishur come over to the horse stable in a bit. Over there, I have an important matter to discuss with you too. Understood, young Master Chun. I'll go right away. Not having pumpkins doesn't mean iron golems can't be spawned. Since iron golems can't be built manually, I'll just have to use Minecraft's mechanics to let them spawn naturally. At the horse stable, Miao Jiming and Wei Shi hurried over. Shenli instructa, Bei Shi. Go fetch the 2 fastest horses from inside. Yes, sir. Wei Shi responded and left. Then Shenli turned to Miao Jiming and asked, Jiming, how was the situation in the village? Young Master Chun, the newly incorporated villages at present, besides Zhangjia Village, also include Wangjia Village and Zhongjia Village. Among them, the villagers of Zhongjia Village and Wangjia Village, excluding those Wang Air took away before, have all been taken in. Miao Jiming paused, then continued, I have followed your orders, young master, and disguised the militiamen as refugees, led by the people from each village who joined us. They have returned to their villages to protect them in secret. At the same time, they're scouting the movements of the bandits. Once they find anything, they will inform Wei Shi immediately, so we can gather the militia and rush to support them right away. That's good. Chun, Linudda. Now that they had Wal Maria, Liujia village could be considered very safe. Not to mention, Iron Mountain was also there. However, for the other villages outside the wall, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. So Chun-Li thought, letting the bandits outside the wall invade these villages would help spawn iron golems when the time comes. For safety's sake, having the trained militiamen sneak into the villages would ensure that even if iron golems didn't spawn, they could hold out until the main force arrived. Speaking of the militia, Chun-Li had told Wei Shi before about that self-mutilating training method, but Wei Shi had told him that everyone in the militia had suffered too much, and they were all holding their breath, desperate for the ability to protect themselves. Of course, Chun-Li also felt that Wei Shi was hiding some things from him. For example, those militiamen, or rather, the villagers under Chun-Li's command, were actually terrified of being useless to immortal Lord Chun, worried that Chun-Li would return to heaven. By the way, young Master Chun, according to the scouts, they've seen a lot of bizarre creatures. There are foxes, rabbits, all kinds of birds, and even a few wolf packs. Those animals are all a bit blocky, and there seems to be quite a lot of them. You can see them almost every short distance. Hearing this, Chun-Li perked up. Blocky is right. Blocky is exactly what I want. Animals are finally starting to spawn on a large scale. And it happened right after I leveled up. Could there be a connection between the two? Among the currently employed villagers, shepherds can use shears to shear wool. Farmers can use hoes and shovels to farm, harvest mushrooms and dig dirt. Smiths can craft various tools, armor and bows. Masons can use pickaxes to mine cobblestone. Fishermen can use fishing rods to fish in water. As for butchers, they should be related to killing animals. But killing chickens, sheep, and cows all gives experience, and their numbers hadn't grown yet. So up until now, Chun-Li had been doing it himself. He hadn't tested it yet. However, there was no profession related to wood. This meant materials like logs could only be gathered by him. During that time, the lake hadn't been built yet, and the bamboo hadn't been planted. Moreover, the number of masons was very small at first. The source of cobblestone still relied on Chun-Li mining it himself. Plus, ever since he arrived at Liujia village, he had been alone, desperately wanting to level up quickly, so he could go to the village and fish day and night, and hit a ton of things waiting for him to do. So he wasn't in a rush to level up. The experience gained from smelting stone roughly offset the time Chun-Li spent fishing to build wonders and the job site temple. So the speed of gaining experience wasn't much different from before. But his leveling speed was indeed a bit slow. Before, when he wanted to expand, he fished for so long, day and night, just to expand to Liujia village. Chun-Li thought it might be related to this space. You know, this space logically shouldn't even exist. Maybe most of the experience he gained was swallowed by it. Otherwise, logically speaking, he should be level 40 or 50 by now. And until he leveled up, it It only spawned a few scattered animals. With this upgrade, the frequency of animal spawns has noticeably increased quite a bit. It's as if in this space, the proportion of Minecraft's rules is gradually expanding. Looks like I can go out exploring again. I'll go take a look once I get the Nether portal set up. Young Master Chun, Wei Shi hurried over, leading 2 horses. These are the 2 fastest horses in our stable. This one is Black Whirlwind, and that one is Wuchio. They're both fine lads of the stable. Wei Shi stroked the mane of one of the black horses, resting his forehead against the black horse's head to soothe its emotions before turning to Chun-Li and introducing them excitedly. Very good. Chun-Li looked with satisfaction at these 2 valiant, snorting horses. The foals born from such offspring will definitely run incredibly fast. Thinking this, Chun-Li took out the golden carrots in his hand. As Black Whirlwind and Wuchio ate, Wei Shi's hands trembled, wanting to cry but having no tears. Meanwhile, Chun-Li stroked the newly spawned foal. In his hand, he still had the arrow of swiftness, gifted by the Fletcher during the hero of the village buff. Chun-Li's plan was like this. First, have Black Whirlwind and Wuchio produce 2 foals. Then, hit the grown-up foals with an arrow of swiftness, and breed them again using golden carrots, artificially breeding a 1,000-li horse. The genes of Black Whirlwind and Wuchio would be passed down generation after generation. As for the other ordinary Minecraft horses, Chun-Li thought about it and decided not to breed them. Otherwise, it would be easy to get them mixed up. That should be about it. Jiming, Wei Shi, do you guys have anything else to tell me? Chun-Li asked. Young Master Chun, there is indeed one more thing, Miao Jiming said, picking up from Chun-Li's words. Now that young Master Chun has built the Wall of Heaven's Rift, the scale of the village is no longer what it used to be. I was thinking whether we should change its name. Wall of Heaven's Rift? That wall has a name. It's called Wall Maria. Chun-Li only just remembered that he had forgotten to tell the villagers the name of the wall. Wall Maria? Miao Jiming repeated the name after Chun-Li. That's right, Miao Jiming continued. Understood. I will inform the others. We'll inform the others. Shenli Nudda then thought about Miao Jiming's suggestion. Change the name. Indeed. With its current scale, calling it Liujia Village isn't quite fitting anymore. So what name should we give it? What do you guys think of Li City? Chun-Li said unhurriedly. Li City. Great name. Wei Shi said without a second thought. To him, any name given by Immortal Chun was a good name. Miao Jiming, however, didn't speak immediately. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly came to a realization, and said excitedly, Li means to part. It signifies the parting of the night before the dawn. Dawn means the night has passed, and the day has come. I understand young Master Chen's meaning. This city is the city of dawn, driving away the darkness of the chaotic world, and illuminating the light of a prosperous age. As expected of young Master Chun, it truly is a magnificent name. Oh, so that's what it means. Brother, if you hadn't said it, I really wouldn't have thought of that. Wei Shi looked thoughtful as he muttered to himself, driving away the darkness of the chaotic world, illuminating the light of a prosperous age. Dawn. Li. Good name. What a good name. After reciting it, Wei Shi looked at Chun-Li with a face full of reverence. Chun-Li stood frozen in place, dumbfounded in his heart. Looks like Jiming only knows my surname, and still doesn't know my given name. Makes sense. The only ones who know my full name are the village chief and Gousheng's family, but they probably wouldn't dare say it anyway. It just, haha. There really is a gap between cultured people. Liberal arts students just hit different, huh? All right, from now on, that's exactly what this name means. It does carry that meaning. Chun-Li said matter-of-factly. Jiming, I'll leave the announcement of the city's name to you. Yes, sir. The 7th year of Tianqi, the immortal descended to the mortal realm, used immortal jade to forge the Wall of Heaven's Rift, and build an immortal city named Li. August, the Xian Prince's mansion. In the courtyard of the mansion, flowers and trees were lush, and bamboo shadows danced. Through the window lattice, one could peek into the study. Exquisite calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls of the study, all by famous masters. On the bookshelves, ancient classics, histories, philosophy, literature, poetry, and essays were all-encompassing. In a corner of the wall hung a Gousheng exquisitely carved from red sandalwood. From the incense burner, leisurely blue smoke curled upwards, and a faint fragrance filled the room. On the red sandalwood desk carved with delicate patterns sat a Duan inkstone. The ink in the ink pool was of perfect consistency. Paper was spread flat on the desk. Zhu Yujian sat steadily at the desk, holding a writing brush. His eyes focused on the paper. He gently dipped the brush in an appropriate amount of ink. With his arm suspended in the air, his wrist moved nimbly, and the brush tip curved and stretched across the paper. Suddenly, the brush in Zhu Yujian's hand paused. A few drops of ink dripped from the tip. Seeing the stain on the paper, his brows furrowed tightly, his heart heavy. His originally smooth movement stiffened, looking at the dark stain. Before Zhu Yujian's eyes, Wei Zhongxian's gloomy face seemed to surface once again. Eunuchs dominating the court, loyal officials suffering injustice. My imperial brother wouldn't eat people. Sigh. He sighed heavily and casually placed the brush beside the inkstone. His fingers accidentally touched the cold surface of the desk, which slightly calmed his emotions. The authorities are baffled, but the bystanders see clearly. Although he was titled the Ecchi Prince, he had always remained in Beijing and had not gone to his fief. He also knew a thing or two about court affairs. His imperial brother's heirs died prematurely one after another. Wei Zhongxian even dared to lay hands on Empress Zhang. When the imperial physician was treating the empress's back pain, he used a strange technique to harm her fetus, causing the empress to miscarry. What Wei Zhongxian feared was the birth of a crown prince, who would be out of his control. So he simply made sure the crown prince would never appear. This matter had already spread throughout the palace and beyond. But my imperial brother just happens to be completely unaware. But perhaps even if he knew, he wouldn't believe it. Previously, when my imperial brother went to play in the West Park, he unfortunately fell into the water. Although he managed to survive, it left him with a lingering illness. His health has been deteriorating day by day. That damn Wei Zhongxian announced to the world, seeking famous doctors and folk remedies. And the Minister of War, Huiwa, found an immortal prescription, claiming to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Called Linglu, worried about his imperial brother's health, he secretly sent people to inquire about the recipe for this immortal medicine. The moment he saw it, Zhu Yujian threw it away in disgust. Sequentially add washed japonica or glutinous rice, aged rice, and millet into a wooden bucket to steam. Wait a while after adding each type of rice, until the heat is right, and the rice is thoroughly steamed. Then add another layer of wooden bucket. Hollow out the bottom and place a silver bottle. Add water while boiling, letting the boiled rice juice flow into the silver bottle. After a certain time, replace with new rice and continue until the silver bottle is full. This was the so-called Linglu. It's absolutely absurd. Immortal medicine? Immortal medicine? We're in this world. Is there any immortal medicine? Zhu Yujian slowly shook his head. He thought of his grandfather, who spent his whole life practicing Taoism and refining pills. After a long time, Zhu Yujian massaged his throbbing temples, muttering to himself, I shouldn't worry about this. Anyway, court affairs have nothing to do with me. I'm just an idle prince. Thinking about it is useless. Just then, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats broke the silence. The hoofbeats continued right up to the front of the Ecchi Prince's mansion. It wasn't until the guards at the door announced the arrival of an envoy galloping from the direction of the Imperial Palace, holding a gold medallion and an Imperial edict. Summoning me for an audience at this time? Could it be? Zhu Yujian instantly understood his Imperial brother's intentions. He didn't feel excited. Instead, his heart sank heavily. Imperial brother is dying. Guided all the way into Zhu Youxiao's bedchamber, Zhu Yujian saw his imperial brother, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Zhu Youxiao had already lost his former radiance. He lay on the bed, plagued by illness, his face as pale as paper. Exhaustion showed in his eyes, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. The dragon robe he wore looked somewhat disheveled now, having lost its former majesty. Seeing Zhu Yujian enter, a trace of life returned to Zhu Youxiao's eyes. He struggled to prop himself up, forcing a smile as he looked at Zhu Yujian. Zhu Yujian quickly walked into the room, knelt down, and said, Ecchi Prince, Zhu Yujian pays his respects to your majesty. Rise. Come sit. A weak voice squeezed out of Zhu Yoxiao's throat. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhu Yujian hurriedly got up, walked to the head of Zhu Yoxiao's bed, half squatted, and gently supported his body, touching that incredibly cold twig-like arm. At this moment, Zhu Yojian's throat choked up for some reason, unable to speak. 1,000 words turned into 2. Brother. They all say the Imperial family is the most ruthless, but his brother treated him extremely well. He arranged an adoptive mother for him, frequently summoned him, took him to attend various ceremonies, and at the age of 11, titled him the Exian Prince, along with countless other things. Truly, an elder brother is like a father. It could be said that Zhu Yujian came this time, just wanting to see his brother one last time. Zhu Yuxiao grabbed Zhu Yojian's hand, stared straight into his eyes, and said resolutely, "My brother shall be a Yao or Shun." These sudden words left Zhu Yujian somewhat stunned. Immediately after, his face turned solemn, and he hurriedly changed from a squatting position to a kneeling one. This subject deserves death. He knew his brother was somewhat slow-witted. This might very well be a trap set by Wei Zhongxian. You must know, even the crown prince who appeared, Wei Zhongxian couldn't tolerate him, let alone him. It's too dangerous. I absolutely cannot agree. With this, the two fell into silence. One was dead set on passing the throne. The other was dead set on not daring to accept. Just as they were at a stalemate, a person walked out from behind the screen. "Empress Zhang," she said softly to the kneeling Zhu Yujian, "the matter is urgent. I hope the Exian Prince will not decline." Empress Zhang, her child, was lost because of Wei Zhongxian's meddling. She definitely couldn't be colluding with Wei Zhongxian. This matter is not a trap. Zhu Yujian instantly understood that his brother hadn't been deceived by Wei Zhongxian. His previous words were not false. However, his brother was probably truly running out of time. "Your younger brother accepts the command," Zhu Yujian said heavily. Then he looked at Zhu Yuxiao pleadingly. "Brother, these days, could you let me come see you more often?" Naturally, seeing Zhu Yujian agree, Zhu Yuxiao nodded in relief. His hand trembled slightly as he smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. "When I'm gone, you must protect our Zhu family's empire. Also, promise me, do not kill Wei Zhongxian." Zhu Yuxiao said this, staring straight at Zhu Yujian. "Sigh, my foolish brother." "I understand." Zhu Yujian nodded and agreed. However, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Wei Zhongxian must die. On August 11th, Emperor Shizong of Ming, Zhu Yuxiao, passed away at the age of 23. On the 24th of the same month, Zhu Yujian ascended the throne, taking the era named Chongzhen. The sky turned the color of a fish's belly. Roosters in the village flapped their wings and crowed loudly, awakening the sleeping earth. Early morning, inside Mushroom Town's house number 1, Miao Zhiming got up from bed, took out the torch placed in the wooden chest by the bed, and hung it back on a mushroom wall. These two things were bestowed by immortal Lord Shun. One could hold 100 items. The other stayed brightly lit all night. Picking up the apple placed on the table, he brought it to his nose and took a deep breath. The unique aroma of the apple filled his nose. After a long time, once Miao Zhiming's groggy mind cleared up, he gently put it down. Even just smelling this fresh fruit made one feel refreshed and clear-headed. He couldn't bear to just eat it like that. Not long ago, after fully absorbing those refugees, the number of scholars in Li City had increased a bit. Although those who could receive immortal blessings were only a minority, at least they could read and write and do some simple tasks. After delegating the tasks, he now finally had some time to himself. His gaze swept over the neatly arranged books. The 4 books and 5 classics were all there, interspersed with Taoist texts, and books recording tales of immortals, like the biographies of immortals. Books about immortals, Miao Zhiming would never have read them before. But now he dabbled in books from both Taoism and Buddhism, only hoping to find records about immortal Lord Shun in them. Time slipped away amidst the books. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps rang out. "Zhiming, I brought you food." Wei Shi, holding a bamboo basket in his hand and stuffing a steamed bun in his mouth, shouted indistinctly, "Just took it out of the pot. It's still hot." "Thanks, Wei Shi," Miao Zhiming said softly. Wei Shi waved his hand and said, "No big deal." "Hey, Zhiming, have you made any progress?" I flipped through all the ancient texts I could find, and there's no record of a mortal Lord Chun. Miao Jiming was a bit discouraged. His brows furrowed tightly as he sighed. Hey, books are written by people. If they haven't seen him, naturally they wouldn't know. If you didn't find it, you didn't find it. Does it mean Immortal Lord Chun isn't a true immortal just because he's not in the books? Wei Shi shook his head nonchalantly. Suddenly, from the bamboo basket, he took out a wooden box wrapped in red cloth and handed it to Miao Jiming mysteriously, grinning as he said, "Open it and take a look. I guarantee you'll be shocked." Miao Jiming took it doubtfully. Opening it to look, he was instantly stunned. It was a statue of a person. Between the brows, it revealed an air of elegance. The nose bridge was straight, the lips slightly parted, and the eyes were gentle, as if able to see through the pain and confusion. Deep within people's hearts, with a smile on its lips, taking pity on the world. Its long hair draped over the shoulders, fluttering in the wind. The clothing patterns were delicate, and the lines were smooth. "This is a statue of Immortal Lord Chun," Miao Jiming exclaimed in surprise. "Where did this come from?" "Ah, a new carpenter arrived a few days ago. Said he was good at carving portraits. That guy carved a statue of the Immortal Lord himself, put it in his house, and worshipped it every day." Wei Shi's mouth curled up as he continued. A few days later, his neighbors saw it and found out he could carve statues of the Immortal Lord. Word spread like wildfire. Found out about it early and had him carved too early on. Now, the people wanting him to carve statues are countless. I'll leave this one in your care. Otherwise, with your personality, you probably wouldn't even ask for one, even if you wanted it. Don't worry, I paid him for it. But Miao Jiming stared blankly at the statue, lost in thought. Seeing this, Wei Shi's eyes flickered, and he joked, pretending to take it back. "What? You don't want it? Then I'll take it back. Worst case, I'll just go back and worship both of them." Miao Jiming hurriedly shielded the box behind his back, saying expressionlessly, "I want it. I never said I didn't want it. I was just wondering, does Immortal Lord Chun know about this? He probably knows, right? Worst case, we'll just tell Immortal Lord Chun when the time comes. Besides, isn't it perfectly normal for immortals to receive worship? The Immortal Lord probably won't say anything, right?" Wei Shi scratched his head, saying cautiously. Just then, a flurry of urgent footsteps suddenly rang out at the door. Gousheng, holding a live real-world chicken in his hand, ran in, panting heavily. "Brother Jiming, Brother Wei, the boss has an urgent matter and is looking for you guys. He also wants you to bring that heaven-ascending tiger and a bandit without a hat. The matter of collecting the Immortal Lord's statue. Immortal Lord Chun knows about it. Isn't that way too fast?" Miao Jiming's heart seemed to skip a beat, a flash of panic crossing his eyes. The box holding the Immortal Lord's statue in his arms made him feel an indescribable awkwardness. He instinctively looked towards Wei Shi, only to see Wei Shi freeze for a moment, suddenly stand up, and say with a face full of sincerity, "Ah, need to find that heaven-ascending tiger. And the bandit, right? I know where they are. Gousheng, you and your brother Jiming go first, so the Immortal Lord doesn't wait too long. I'll be right back." With that, he immediately bolted out of the mushroom house, leaving Miao Jiming alone, eyes wide open, standing there bewildered in the wind with the Immortal Lord's statue. He just ran away like that. Is this guy even human? Not knowing what exactly happened, Gousheng asked tentatively, Brother Jiming, let's go first." "Wait a moment." After saying that, Miao Jiming carefully took the box and walked out of his bedroom. Toilets and bedrooms are considered unclean and profane places, where statues of gods should not be placed. Previously, Miao Jiming had asked the farmers to place 2 more red mushrooms around his house, expanding the area. One was used as Wei Shi's bedroom, and the other was the main hall. Placing the box containing the Immortal Lord statue in the main seat of the hall, he found a high spot facing north and bowed towards the south. "Let's go." As for Wei Shi, no need to wait for him. That brute is no different from a street ruffian, Miao Jiming said expressionlessly, his tone calm. "Inhuman. How can I walk with him?" He didn't quite understand, but Gousheng roughly figured out that he was cursing Brother Wei, although he didn't understand why Brother Wei was being cursed. Gousheng had a good idea of what was in that box. He knew what was going on. because he had one at home too. Gousheng still remembered how excited his dad was when he brought out the Immortal Lord statue. So Gousheng didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and replied, "Okay." Miao Jiming followed Gousheng, walking forward. Whenever he thought about facing the Immortal Lord's questioning next, his face would unconsciously reveal a trace of nervousness and awkwardness. Even his walking posture seemed a bit stiff, his arms hanging unnaturally by his sides, his fingers rubbing against his palms. Soon, time always flies by quickly in moments like this. Soon, Miao Jiming saw Immortal Lord Chun in the distance, wearing light blue armor, building something. "Jiming, you're here. Wait a moment," Chun-Li said. Miao Jiming nodded, more than happy to oblige, and stood aside, watching Chun-Li's actions. He saw him build a 5x4 frame out of cobblestone, with water flowing down from the top of the frame. Immediately after, the Immortal Lord held a bucket of glowing red liquid and poured it onto the edge of the frame. As soon as the liquid touched the water, it turned into a deep purple block with a unique luster. Soon, the frame was filled, except for the four corners. The purple blocks formed a three-dimensional rectangular shape. The rootless water was then collected by the Immortal Lord. Next, the Immortal Lord waved his hand, and a flame ignited out of thin air. A mysterious rift tore open in the void. Purple light gradually spread from the center of the portal. Purple particles constantly appeared out of thin air around the light, merging into the portal, onto the bizarre pattern of purple light. As expected, the frame method is still the best. Looking at the freshly made portal, Chun-Li said with satisfaction. The only glaring flaw was that on the side of the portal, there was one block of obsidian sticking out. Haven't done this in a while. I'm a bit rusty. The Nether portal was completely finished. Wei Shi should be off bringing the heaven-ascending tiger and the bandit. I'll just wait a bit. At this moment, Chun-Li accidentally caught a glimpse of Miao Jiming's nervous look and couldn't help but feel confused. "Jiming, if you have something to say, just say it. Maybe I can help you solve it." Chun-Li grinned and said. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment, then probed slowly. "Young Master Chun, there's a carpenter in the city currently making statues of you. I was wondering when to tell you about this. I thought it was something serious." Chun-Li waved his hand dismissively, saying unhurriedly, "Let them make it. If they want to do that, just let them be." As early as the moment he admitted he was an immortal, Chun-Li had mentally prepared himself. Among those preparations was the fact that his statues would be worshipped. Seeing Immortal Lord Chun say this, Miao Jiming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked curiously at the door glowing with purple light, thinking to himself, since Immortal Lord Chun didn't mind, that meant the reason he and Wei Shi were called here wasn't because of the statue, that it could only be because of this door in front of them. And he even called for the heaven-ascending tiger and the bandit. It's probably related to this door too. I wonder what bizarre properties this door has. Young Master Chun, I make bold to ask, what is the purpose of this object? Miao Jiming cupped his hands and asked. Through this portal, you can go straight to the Nether. Chun-Li's eyes flickered as he spoke. Of course, you can also call it hell. Hell? What hell? Miao Jiming didn't react at first. It wasn't until a moment later that he jerked his head up, his eyes instantly filled with shock, intertwined with a hint of fear. Hell, the underworld, a difference of one word, but a world of difference. The 18 levels of hell, the underworld realm used to punish guilty souls. Tongue-ripping, scissors, iron trees, mirrors of retribution, steamers, copper pillars, mountains of knives, mountains of ice, cauldrons of boiling oil, pits of oil, stone crushing, mortars and pestles, pools of blood, town of suicides, dismemberment, mountains of fire, stone mills, and saws. The punishment on each level corresponds to the guilty souls' actions during their lifetime, but without exception, they're all extremely agonizing. After learning its true purpose, looking at that dazzling purple light again, he only felt fear rising in his heart. He subconsciously grabbed Gousheng and took a few steps closer to Immortal Lord Chun. Don't you worry, sir. The boss is here, Gousheng said with all his heart. That's right. Immortal Lord Chun is still here. What do I have to worry about? As long as I haven't done anything wrong, even if I go in, Immortal Lord Chun will pull me back out, right? Yao Jiming swallowed hard. He calmed himself down, and then he understood. He understood why Wei Shi was told to bring Shang Tianhu and the other bandit. This was to make those wicked men, while still in the mortal world, experience hell. I wonder which level of hell this gate of hell before us leads to. Miao Jiming thought to himself. He secretly shuffled behind Chun-Li. He kept moving until Immortal Lord Chun was standing between him and the gate of hell. Only then did he feel at ease. Soon, Wei Shi arrived, leading the men who were holding down Amon and Ahat, the weak-looking Shang Tianhu and another bandit. Immortal Lord Chun, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I'm begging you. The bandit cried to Immortal Lord Chun, his face a mess. He tried to kneel, but was held up by the militiamen at his side. Chun-Li paid his words no mind. Crocodile tears weren't worthy of sympathy. Some people deserve a second chance, but some people just need to meet their end. If apologies worked, what will we need the authorities for? If I weren't here, they'd just be laughing their heads off. They're crying and begging for mercy, only because they were caught red-handed. They're just afraid of the punishment. Motzi, you coward. Huh. Shang Tianhu spat disdainfully at the other bandit. He spoke rapidly. We've done so many bad things anyway. Even if we reincarnate, we'd just become beasts. What's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is we go to hell. Besides, I've killed so many people. I've already gotten my money's worth. And this guy calls himself an immortal? If he'd come earlier, those people... MMPH, before he could finish. His mouth was quickly gagged by a militiaman. You damn thief. You were up in the sky for so many days, and you still haven't learned your lesson. How dare you? The militiaman muttered under his breath, his face dark. He wished he could just smack this Shang Tianhu. Meanwhile, Miao Jiming and his group were also staring furiously at Shang Tianhu. Cursing at them was one thing. But how dare he curse the Immortal Lord? How dare he? Immortal Lord Chun, you saw that. He cursed at me. I've had a grudge against him for a long time. Now it's an irreconcilable feud. I'm not with him. I didn't say anything. The bandit quickly distanced himself from Shang Tianhu. Tougher than I thought. After being up in the sky for so long, it's only been a few days, and he can still curse people out. Seeing you're still so stubborn, I can rest easy. Chun-Li was completely unfazed. He looked at him with a smile. I have to say, you're quite interesting. Shang Tianhu, the tiger that soars to the heavens. You live up to your nickname. And now you're in such a hurry to go to hell. Since you've said as much, fine, I'll grant your wish. Wei Shi, push him into that purple light. Be careful not to touch it yourself. Shenlin strukta abei shi, and tie this live chicken to him. Is this hell the legendary 18 levels of hell I'm thinking of? Understood. Wei Shi suppressed his shock. He exchanged a look with another militiaman. Together, they pushed the struggling Shang Tianhu into the purple light. A word of advice. If you don't want to die in there, once you're inside, step off this obsidian before going back through the portal. And the chicken, bring it back, or I'll throw you right back in when you get out. Chun-Li said sincerely to the struggling Shang Tianhu, whose form was beginning to distort in the purple light. Finally, I wish you a pleasant trip to hell. I wonder if he'll even make it back out. Staring at the nether portal before him, Chun-Li was lost in thought. Shang Tianhu and the chicken correspond to a creature affected by MC laws, and an ordinary creature, respectively, given the Nether's environment, with lava everywhere, and temperatures high enough to instantly vaporize water. If an ordinary person were to enter, they'd probably be cooked to a crisp immediately. Sending the chicken and the tiger in was an experiment to see which of the three possibilities would occur. 1. Both the tiger and the chicken die. In that case, some of Chun-Li's ideas for using hell would have to be shelved. 2. The tiger lives, the chicken dies. This would mean that converted villagers could enter and survive. This was the outcome Chun-Li hoped for. It would mean the Hell Day trip for labor reform inmates project could be established. Plus, there were other sudden ideas he had for various other great uses for hell, but he would need to verify them one by one later. It all depended on them being able to survive. Also, if Shang Tianhu came out alive, he could ask him if there were any dangers inside. So, even though Shang Tianhu had cursed him out, of everyone present, the one who most wanted him to survive was ironically the immortal lord he had cursed. Shang Tianhu, you better not die, Chun-Li muttered to himself. Before long, the purple light within the Hell Gate began to warp. A figure materialized from the void, huddled in a corner of the portal, tightly clutching the chicken. He was muttering no, no, over and over. I don't want to be in hell. Don't come near me. It was Shan Tian who. All his previous arrogance was gone, huddled in the corner. His body trembled violently. Shan Tian who felt the blinding light. He looked up, as if reborn, basking in the sunlight. Complex emotions warred on his face. His eyes still held a lingering terror, mixed with the relief of having escaped hell. He wasn't as tough as he'd claimed. The worst that can happen is we go to hell. Huh. Shan Tianhu's face was as white as a sheet. He greedily gasped for air. Sweat and dust mingled on his face, trickling down his cheeks, onto his heaving chest. He survived. The best possible outcome. What's it like in there? Chun-Li asked casually. He didn't have high hopes. That's Shan Tianhu would answer. But surprisingly, Shan Tianhu looked up, glanced at Chun-Li, and then lowered his head in silence. A hoarse, broken sound came from his throat. Fire, so much fire. And monsters. Monsters and fire everywhere. Miao Jiming, at the side, muttered under his breath. I know which level it is. Which level? Wei Shi asked, his expression unchanged. A small gap opened at the corner of his mouth. As he whispered the question, the 16th level, the volcano hell. Miao Jiming whispered confidently. Those who embezzle public funds for personal gain. Who give and take bribes, who are petty thieves, who rob people, and arsonists. After death, they are cast into the volcano hell. To be burned alive, but never die. It fits this man perfectly. Hey, after death, if I remember correctly, aren't living people unable to enter hell directly? Wei Shi suddenly asked. Miao Jiming said reverently. That's right. The path of gods and ghosts does not allow the living to enter hell, to directly connect the mortal world and the underworld. It's unheard of. As expected of a mortal Lord Chun, the two exchange a look. Both smiled mysteriously. Monsters? Chun-Li hesitated for a moment. He asked tentatively, Are you sure you didn't see wrong? They were monsters. Yes, those monsters were very close. They were holding golden swords and looking at me. Zombie piglins. Neutral, aggressive in groups. They don't attack on sight. It seems the Nether isn't as peaceful as the overworld. Mobs actually spawn there. Chun-Li thought to himself. But this is good. Now I have a source for alchemy, clerics, and redstone. The brewing stand is made from blaze rods, dropped by a creature in the Nether fortress that shoots fireballs. The blaze. And 3 cobblestones. The cleric's job block is also the place for alchemy. And clerics can trade for redstone dust. That's a truly endless source of energy. While Chun-Li was still thinking, Shan Tianhu fell to his knees. Immortal Lord, please have mercy, he said cautiously. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed people. And I especially shouldn't have insulted you, Immortal Lord. I don't want to spend eternity in that hell. The effect is quite significant, isn't it? You'll have to go back in with me one more time. Chun-Li said thoughtfully. Don't worry. The monster you mentioned won't attack unless provoked. And after this, you most likely won't have to go down there again. Going to hell isn't the only option, after all. Thank you for your mercy, Immortal Lord. Shan Tianhu breathed a sigh of relief. He kowtowed in gratitude. As long as he didn't have to stay in that place forever, it was fine. Only after truly seeing hell could he appreciate the mortal world. It's like some people only learn to cherish something after they've lost it. Jiming, notify everyone nearby to stay away from this area for the time being. Also, spread the news that the gate of hell has opened. Chun-Li continued in a low voice. You should know what I intend. Miao Jiming nodded. He cupped his hands and took his leave. Chun-Li then instructed, Wei Shi, you wait here for now. If you see any kind of rift appear in the sky in the distance, come in and tell me immediately. All right, Wei Shi said without hesitation, after putting on a full set of diamond armor. Chun-Li took out a shield and a diamond axe. These past few days, the farmer's trades had refreshed. Using the emeralds he got from trading wheat, Chun-Li had leveled up a weaponsmith to master level. Taking advantage of the discount from leveling up, he used 22 emeralds to trade for a diamond axe with efficiency 2. The efficiency enchantment on most gathering tools can increase mining speed for a diamond axe, especially when there are no hostile mobs. This enchantment is very suitable. It's not like it can't be used right now. After all, a diamond axe itself has a high attack damage of 9 points. You're coming in with me too. Chun-Li thought for a moment, then spoke to the other bandit they had brought, the one Shan Tian who called Matzi. Bring that chicken, it's still useful. Matsu's face was a mask of misery. He was shaking like a leaf. Hearing Chun Li's words, his legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed. As you command, young Master Chun. The information I have now is that converted villagers and real-world animals are not affected by the hellish environment. But as for unconverted villagers, that remains unknown. With me there, if this bandit can't handle the environment, I might be able to save him. After all, he might be useful later. Watching the two disappear into the Hell Gate, Chun-Li also stepped inside. His body was pulled by an invisible force. The view before Chun-Li's eyes began to distort. The scene changed rapidly. A wave of scorching heat washed over him. Before him was a world of fiery red. The sky was filled with thick smoke. Seas of lava everywhere illuminated the surroundings. The entire Nether felt dark and oppressive. Eternal flames burned everywhere, crackling and hissing. The faint screeches of monsters could be heard. Not far away, hordes of zombie piglins with golden swords roamed about. We've arrived in hell. Ack, it's so hot. So hot. I'm burning to death. Gao Wen Si, Zhu Dam Beats. This is all your fault. Why don't you just die? Why do I have to suffer this torment? Matsu wailed hoarsely, hopping on his feet in pain. His face was contorted. He covered his mouth and nose, one hand clutching his own throat. The moment sweat appeared, it was evaporated by the intense heat. He waved his hands, trying to drive away the heat wave, but it had no effect. Shang Tianhu, on the other hand, was in much better shape. He was holding the half-dead chicken, staring in terror at the zombie piglins only 10 paces away. A harsh glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Matsu. He quickly clamped a hand over Matsu's mouth. Shut your trap, he hissed. It's just a little heat. You're not going to burn to death. If those monsters come over, you won't even be able to die if you want to. Seeing Chun-Li's figure appear in the Hell Gate, a glimmer of hope appeared in Matsu's eyes. His weakly, struggling body suddenly found a burst of strength and broke free from Shang Tianhu's grip. Immortal Lord, I'm begging you. Let me go back. Ignoring the scorching ground, Matsu slammed his head on the floor. His knuckles were white with tension. The despair in his eyes turned into a nearly crazed determination. He pleaded shrilly, I'll pay any price. I'll do anything. Just please give me a chance to return to the mortal world, even for just a moment. Chun-Li looked at Matsu, who showed no signs of being burned, yet was clearly in agony. And then, at the perfectly normal Shang Tianhu, a theory formed in his mind. It seems there is some protection for ordinary people. After all, besides the high temperature, the concentration of hydrogen sulfide produced should also kill anyone who smells it instantly. But for the person being protected, it's clearly not a good thing. Of course, he himself felt that aside from a strong smell of rotten eggs, the temperature hadn't changed much. He could probably even go for a swim in the lava. I should wall off the Hell Gate first. It would be bad if any monsters ran into the overworld. As for why not seal it on the overworld side, it's to be used as a deterrent, of course. A visible Hell Gate is completely different from an invisible one. Chun-Li took cobblestone and sealed off the Hell Gate, leaving only a small opening. All the while, Matsu kept wailing. The noise was starting to annoy Chun-Li. After all, the environment can affect one's mood, and the Nether was already oppressive enough. Hold it in, Chun-Li said expressionlessly. If you keep wailing, you'll stay in this hell for all eternity. It was very effective. The next moment, there was silence. By the way, although the monsters in the game can open doors, I can't be sure about that now. Thinking of this, Chun-Li took out a crafting table and made an iron door. He placed it in the opening and put levers on both the inside and outside. After doing all this, Chun-Li carefully observed the terrain. Everything was deep red netherrack, including the ceiling. Its surface was covered in cracks. In the distance, it appeared a strange, dark red. A few steps away, patches of fire flickered. Dark red particles floated in the air. The Hell Gate was located on a large, protruding slab of netherrack. A few zombie piglins stood at the edge, patrolling around a patch of glowstone. It hung from the netherrack ceiling not far above. There were also a few scattered patches of nether quartz. About 10 meters below the Hell Gate, there were patches of magma blocks. Further out was a vast sea of lava. It seems I'm in the nether wastes right now. On a higher level, there's a small patch of crimson forest. Oh, and nether golder. As expected, There's no shortage of gold in the Nether. But Chun-Li didn't immediately mine the Nether gold, or he planned to go back and try to see if he could get a toolsmith to trade for an iron pickaxe with silk touch. A diamond pickaxe with it, it seems, only becomes available at the master level. It's not worth it. Silk touch is an enchantment that makes a mine block drop itself, rather than its usual item drop. If I enchant a pickaxe and then mine the Nether gold, or I could put the complete Nether gold or block into a furnace to get a gold ingot. If I mine it directly, the number of gold nuggets that drop depends on luck. Anyway, when Chun-Li's luck is bad, he might only get 2 gold nuggets. 9 gold nuggets make 1 gold ingot. It's a big loss, and there are piglins just over there. I can use gold ingots to trade with them then. But now is not the time to provoke these monsters. Chun-Li glanced at Matsi, whose eyes were rolling back in his head, looking like he was about to die. I've still got 2 deadweights with me, he thought. They're just getting in the way. I'll finish the last experiment, and after I've arranged everything in the overworld, it won't be too late to explore then. What if I leave my little world, and it collapses, and Wei Shi can't find me in time? I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Shang Tianhu, carry this guy on your back. Follow me, Chun-Li ordered. He took out some cobblestone. First, he blocked the path to the group of zombie piglins. Then he started crouching and building a bridge out over the lava sea. As long as he was crouching, even if Chun-Li pushed himself right to the edge, he wouldn't fall off, as long as no one attacked him. Facing Shang Tianhu and the other man, Chun-Li built backwards, creating a 2-block wide path. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid Shang Tianhu had a fear of heights and would fall. It was for Wei Shi, who might come later. Watching Chun-Li, completely focused and standing at the edge, Shang Tianhu's eyes flickered. Push him. If I push him and he burns to death, I can escape this godforsaken place. After a long hesitation, Chao Wenshi still didn't dare to make a move. An immortal who can bring people into the underworld couldn't possibly be killed by mere flowing fire, and he wouldn't be so unguarded. This must be a deliberate show of weakness, a trap to make me make a mistake. Phew, I almost fell for it. Shang Tianhu followed nervously. Just then, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. What was once a red fog now slowly turned gray, and then gradually became a gloomy cyan. The particles in the air also turned gray. At that moment, Chao Wenshi suddenly felt Matsi, on his back, clinged to him tightly. He was about to start cursing when he heard Matsi suddenly shout, "Cold! It's so cold! Why is it so cold? Where are we?" His body curled up and shivering. Huh? Yeah. How can this be? Just a moment ago it felt hot. Why is it suddenly so cold now? Chao Wenshi looked at the sea of lava still flowing below, completely baffled. Because he was worried about taking a wrong step, Chao Wenshi had been paying close attention to his feet. But Matsi, on his back, didn't have to worry about that. Going from extreme heat to severe cold, the boiling soup in Matsi's brain cooled down. The moment his gaze focused, the next second, the horrifying scene in the distance gave him another heart attack. Up ahead. He stammered. Ahead. Chao Wenshi looked up in confusion. His eyes widened instantly, and his hands trembled, his face pale. A thought erupted in Shang Tianhu's mind, and it was unstoppable. This is the underworld. As they drew closer, the previously empty space ahead was suddenly filled with a massive, floating wall, a brown rock. It formed a cliff face. Red, flowing lava poured down from the sky, flowing into the lava sea below. A few strange-looking red creatures swam within it. Amidst the cyan fog, several enormous, box-shaped monsters floated about. They had empty eye sockets and twisted faces, their eyes and mouths shut tight. From time to time, they let out sharp, high-pitched cries. On that brown cliff face, eerie blue soul flames burned. Shang Tianhu could see clearly now. Those white things that were constantly moving were clearly reanimated skeletons. They held bows and arrows, wandering about aimlessly. These skeletons, they must be the souls who endured endless torture here. Their flesh rotted away, and they became like this with only their white bones remaining. If I stay in this hell forever, will I become like them? Hey, Matsi, let go. Any tighter, and you'll strangle me. Chao Wenshi coughed a few times, loosening Matsi's grip on his neck. Clearly, Matsi had seen everything too, combined with the extreme cold. His grip on Shantian, who had tightened even more. Big brother, I'm so cold right now. I'm so scared. I don't want to end up like them, suffering for all eternity, and then wandering this hell as a pile of dry bones. Matsi could no longer hold back his tears and snot. He mumbled regretfully, "We should never have become bandits, never have eaten." "Shut up." Shantian, whose expression changed. He quickly cut Matsi off. He glanced cautiously at Chun-Li, who was focused on placing blocks, as if he hadn't heard anything. He sighed. "So this was your plan, Immortal Lord? To bridge the worlds of the living and the dead. To show sinners like us what hell looks like ahead of time. And the punishment we will receive after death. With such a heaven-defying ability. Such a powerful method. Who would dare to continue their reckless ways after seeing you in this hell? Who would dare to act so wantonly? Alas, Immortal One, why couldn't you have come to this mortal world sooner? Why did you have to descend only after I had committed such great wrongs? But it's too late to say anything now." He turned his head and looked at Matsi, whose brow was furrowed and purple, his lips and teeth chattering. "Let's atone for our sins." Shantian, who shook his head, and said softly, mocking himself, "Hopefully in this life, we can offset some of our sins before we die. We can strive to spend a few less days in this hell after death." It was as if he was speaking to Matsi, but also to himself. His spirit had been completely crushed the moment he entered this hell. Before, Shantian, who could still deceive himself, no matter how powerful this immortal Chen's methods were. Once he was dead, he would be free. But now here he was in the flesh, walking through the legendary hell. Hell, I was just talking big back then. I never thought he'd actually bring me here ahead of time. I've brought this upon myself. Shantian, who? What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and follow. If a gas spots you, I'm not helping. Chun-Li called out. Chao Wenshur quickly responded obsequiously. As you command. Chun-Li gave Chao Wenshur a strange look. He still remembered this guy. The first time they met, he had tried to spit on him. He glanced at the boundary wall, connecting to the Soul Sand Valley not far away. For some reason, the biome boundaries in the Nether were very obvious. You could see them with just a glance. The distance ratio between the Nether and the overworld is still in effect. If I remember correctly, it should be about 1:8. Converted villagers will be protected by Hell. It seems the Hell Express is a viable project. Chun-Li glanced at the ghast in the distance and quickened his building pace. When a ghast finds a target, its red eyes and mouth will open, and it will make a whistling noise before shooting the fireball. So, our group probably hasn't been spotted yet. He continued building all the way to the Soul Sand Valley. Chun-Li didn't go directly up into the valley. Instead, he started digging into the ground at its base. This way, he could avoid the skeletons and ghasts on the surface. Chun-Li took an iron shovel from his hotbar and started digging towards the boundary wall, collecting soul sand and soul soil. The moment he stepped onto the soul sand, he felt a distinct resistance from under his feet. Chun-Li took out a torch and placed it on the soul sand. In the torchlight, he got a clear look at the soul sand's appearance. He muttered to himself, "This stuff looks much more intimidating than in the game. It's even animated. How interesting." On the soul sand, the faces of countless lost souls were constantly churning on the surface. They opened their mouths wide, wailing, trying to escape, only to be dragged back into the sand. No soul that enters can escape. They're trapped inside forever. But Chun-Li knew this was just a game. The soul sand's texture was just like this. At most, it was just animated. Naturally, he wasn't very scared. His walking speed on it was also slightly reduced. Why does it feel like something is grabbing me? Shantian, who had been keeping a close watch on the gas in the sky, naturally hadn't noticed the strange sight on the soul sand. The moment he stepped into the tunnel, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed something was wrong. He looked down. His body instantly froze. His eyes filled with terror. Countless hands were grabbing at his ankles. The owners of those hands had twisted, pained faces, their mouths opened and closed, speaking of their fear and unwillingness to die. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, yet they held a deep resentment and a desire for life. "They're trying to pull me down." Shantian, who subconsciously moved closer to the wall, but then he saw the faces on it. No, all of this is... His breathing became ragged. He looked around. Only then did he realize that this entire tunnel, was covered in a dense mass of faces. Big brother, I think I'm warming up. My body feels hot. Thud. Before Matsi could finish, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out completely. Matsi? Matsi. Chao Wensher shook him. Seeing that he was still unconscious, he decided to ignore him. His scalp tingling, he stepped on the faces of the lost souls and followed. Although the souls didn't have much strength, there were just too many of them. After just a few steps, Shang Tian, who was already panting. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Chun-Li stopped. Put that guy down for now. Can you see it? He asked Chao Wensher. This wall in front of us, not daring to hesitate. After temporarily placing Matsi on the soul sand, Chao Wensher looked up. A very thin, faintly glowing wall appeared before him. He quickly replied, I can see it. Immortal Lord, I can see it. First, throw that chicken out. Then, stick one of your hands outside the glowing wall. Yes, Chun-Li said without hesitation. I understand. Bok, bok. The chicken clucked weakly. After being thrown out of the wall by Chao Wensher, its body instantly stiffened. It couldn't move. Outside the boundary, ordinary creatures are completely unprotected. So, what about converted villagers? Chun-Li glanced at Chao Wensher. Seeing this, Chao Wensher gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stuck his left hand out. He felt an extreme cold instantly sweep over his entire arm. His mind went blank for a moment. He subconsciously flinched. So this is what Matsi felt. It seems that going outside the barrier has an effect, and it seems to be quite a strong one. Looking at the shivering Shang Tian, who was pleadingly looking at him, Chun-Li thought to himself, what a pity. I was thinking, if this worked, in the future, for people like Shang Tian, I could send them into the Nether to help me find Nether fortresses and gold, or they're not villagers from Lee City anyway. If they die, they die. Let's try fire protection. See if it can extend the exploration time. Shang Tian, try putting this on. Chun-Li took out a brand new, enchanted diamond helmet from his inventory and handed it to Chao Wensher. Before setting out, Chun-Li had made thorough preparations, trying to prepare everything he could remember that needed to be tested. This included trading for another one from the armorer, for experimental purposes. He couldn't possibly take off the one he was wearing and give it to this guy. Please, I'd rather throw this enchanted helmet into the lava and let it burn. Chun-Li thought with disgust. It's just a matter of 10 or 20 emeralds anyway. Right now, an entire city of farmers is supporting me. This little bit of money is nothing to throw away. Clang. The moment Chun-Li let go, Chao Wensher's hand, holding the diamond helmet, dropped heavily. The diamond helmet fell to the ground. The air was instantly silent. Chao Wensher was frozen like a statue, stuck in a bent-over position. The muscles on his face were twisted with tension. His brow was tightly furrowed, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. A flash of despair and panic crossed his eyes. I'm dead, I'm dead. Watching Chao Wensher, his face red with effort, trying to pick up the helmet, Chun-Li thought to himself, is it too heavy? Well, it is made of 5 diamonds after all. Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. Try this. Touch the diamond helmet, and mentally say use. See if you can put it on. Seeing that the Immortal Lord didn't seem to blame him, Chao Wensher was in disbelief. He had been prepared to accept his punishment. This sudden forgiveness gave him a sense of surreal unreality. A surge of excitement and gratitude welled up from deep within him. He reached out a trembling hand and placed on the helmet. In a flash, the diamond helmet flickered and disappeared. Immortal Lord, it's gone. Chao Wensher's heart skipped a beat. He said nervously. Chun-Li looked at the empty space above Chao Wensher's head. Don't worry about it, he said, his eyes glinting. Now, step outside the barrier. Chao Wensher didn't dare to delay. Without a second thought, he gritted his teeth and stepped outside the barrier. Huh? Why doesn't it feel as cold as before? It must be the Immortal Lord's magic. The Immortal Lord is merciful. Although it's still cold, it's now at a tolerable level. He thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Immortal Lord Shun. It's a little warmer. It's not as cold as before. I brought you to hell, and you call me merciful? Has your M side awakened? Chun-Li looked up in surprise, staring at Chao Wensher. Seeing his sincere expression, a thought crossed his mind. This guy must have Stockholm Syndrome. But from the looks of it, the fire protection enchantment must have worked. Perhaps if I get a full set of fire protection enchanted armor, these converted villagers will be able to explore the Nether And it seems the weight was ignored as well. It seems. Shang Tian, who has actually equipped the diamond helmet. It's just invisible. In the original game, villagers can equip armor, but it requires a dispenser, and the armor becomes invisible. This is just like the game. When Gousheng tested it before, he just put it on directly. This means villagers have two ways to wear armor. The first is to wear it directly. It has weight and is visible. The advantage is that even unconverted villagers can wear it. The second is to use it with intent. This ignores weight and makes the equipment invisible. There are many advantages. It ignores weight and can also confuse enemies. This would also explain why converted villagers like Lu Ping still feel that iron swords are heavy. After all, in the original game, even with a dispenser, villagers can equip weapons. But the disadvantage is also obvious. It's possible that only converted villagers can use it this way. And although you can leave the Nether's boundary, the Nether itself follows MC laws. Outside the overworld's boundary, converted villagers can't use their abilities. So it's also possible they can't use equipment. All of this needs to be verified later. The world boundary has expanded too. I should see how long. This little world can sustain itself if I leave now. Immortal Lord, help me, help me. Suddenly, a faint cry for help came from the side. Then it was as if it was muffled by something. Immortal Lord Chun, Matzi is being pulled in by those souls. Chao Wensher couldn't help but exclaim. Chun-Li snapped back to reality and looked towards the bandit. The scene before him was unbelievable. How could this be? From within the soul sand, countless pale, thin arms stretched out and waved like a nest of snakes. Dense and terrifying, they swayed slowly with hunger and greed, wrapping around Matzi's limbs and torso, tightly, mercilessly constricting every part of him. The arms covered Matzi's face tightly, preventing him from making a sound. Half of his body was already submerged in the block. Chun-Li grabbed Matzi and lifted him into the air. The arms that were torn off turned into black pixels in the air and disappeared. The ghostly faces on the soul sand wailed, looking unwillingly at Matzi in Chun-Li's hand. These ghostly things aren't real, are they? Staring at the twisted faces on the wall. Shenli Bundarat. Thank you, thank you. Matzi, dangling in the air, thanked him weakly. He was breathing rapidly, partly from the heat, and partly from the terror of almost being pulled into the wall of the damned. Chun-Li didn't reply. He moved Matzi closer to the wall of soul sand. The arms instantly reappeared, groping every inch of the space. The claws of the resentful spirits frantically grabbed at Matzi. He pulled him back again. The arms retracted. He moved him closer again. The arms came out again. After repeating this a few times, terrifying Matzi to the point of nearly fainting again, Chun-Li finally stopped. He looked at Chao Wensher, cowering in fear outside the boundary. Although the arms below were reaching out and grabbing, they were too weak. They couldn't pull him in. Chun-Li thought for a moment and tried putting his own hand near them. The lost souls were like mice seeing a cat. The arms instantly retracted. Even the ghostly faces were desperately trying to flee back into the block. Am I that scary? Looking at Matzi, whose lips were turning blue, and who was on the verge of death, Chun-Li took out the milk he had prepared. If you don't want to die, open your mouth and drink this bucket of milk. After he had drunk it all, Chun-Li took out some cookies. He then said, eat these cookies. Eat until you can't eat anymore. When leveling up the farmers earlier, Chun-Li had traded for a large number of cookies. He had to admit, tasting chocolate again after so long was quite nice. But eating too many was a bit cloying. It was just okay. He also had golden carrots in his inventory, but those are good stuff. Only master-level farmers could trade for them. Naturally, he was saving them for himself. After drinking the milk, his body temporarily recovered a little. Matzi took a cookie and put it in his mouth. He chewed on the sweet treat. No, it was better than candy. It was even sweeter. Matzi's eyes lit up. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He carefully stuffed the cookies into his mouth. Hurry up and eat. Don't waste time. Chun-Li said in a stern voice, watching Matzi's slow movements. He was eager to get this over with. Collect the soul sand and soul soil and get out of here. This place was too strange. It made Chun-Li feel uneasy. Matzi quickly sped up and finished the cookies. He licked the chocolate residue from his lips with his tongue. Delicious. It's simply a delicacy of the mortal world. Feeling the warmth spreading from his stomach, Matsi thanked the Immortal Lord. Thank you, Immortal Lord, for saving my life. You're thanking me too soon. You can move now, right? See that barrier? Stick your hand out. Yes. The arm Matsi stuck out instantly turned blue and necrotic. He endured the intense pain, shouting, "This soul sand valley actually causes frostbite. Then what's with the blue soul fire burning outside? Bone-chilling cold fire?" He took out more cookies and had Matsi eat them to heal his injuries. Now that he understood the Nether's boundary, it seemed to be a protective effect. Ordinary villagers would die instantly if they went out. Chunli glanced at Chao Wenshi, then continued to summarize, muttering to himself, "Semi-MC creatures like converted villagers, however, can go outside the boundary, but they will be affected in a similar way to how ordinary villagers are affected inside the boundary. Fire protection can reduce this effect. Earlier, I happened to get a librarian with a fire protection book, but enchanting them one by one is too troublesome. I'll see if the armorer can trade for a full set of fire protection armor. Speaking of which, I've been so focused on building that. I haven't gone fishing in a long time. My hands are getting itchy. I kind of miss it. Once I'm back in the overworld and things are settled, I'll go fishing for a few days." After Matsi finished eating and his arm had healed, he and Chao Wenshi stood quietly. From time to time, they would lift their feet to kick away the hands grabbing at their ankles. Finished eating, Chunli asked, snapping out his thoughts. Matsi nodded repeatedly. "Shang Tianhu, try to take off the helmet. It's on your head. You just can't see it." Chunli thought for a moment, then added, "Just try it. Mentally say, take off helmet." All right. Chao Wenshi closed his eyes and did as he was told. Soon, the diamond helmet emerged from Chao Wenshi's body and clattered to the ground. "Matsi, you try. Touch this helmet and mentally say use. See if you can put it on." Shenli instructa Mazi. He watched as Matsi placed his hand on the diamond helmet. But nothing happened. Chunli pretty much understood now. So he really can't equip it. But that's fine. As long as converted villagers can equip and unequip it, that's good enough. This is great. I was worried I wouldn't be able to give away the enchanted diamond armor. If it can be swapped, then it's all good. Gousheng will be able to wear it after he's converted. Then he'll have projectile protection. He could be my human shield. From now on, he'll be in charge of taking bullets for me. And cannonballs. I'll give him a bow later. Right now, I only have one. Infinity book that I fished up before. And the librarian has a power book. It's still not top tier enough. Let's go. We're heading back. Chunli waved his hand and said, "I haven't even started alchemy yet. I don't need gas tiers and such for now. I've got about a stack of soul sand and soul soil. That's enough for now. It's best not to come to this place. We're going back. We can finally return to the mortal world. We can go back." Chao Wenshi couldn't believe his ears. He thought he was hearing things. He and Matsi exchanged a look. After confirming he hadn't misheard, an eager expression appeared on his face. "We can finally see the light of day again. This terrifying hell. I'm never coming back here again, no matter what. What's wrong, Shang Tianhu? You can stay if you want." Shen Li Zhuka. A grin on his face. Chao Wenshi quickly waved his hands. No, he said, his voice trembling. "Immortal Lord, you misheard. I want to go back. I really want to go back." "Oh well, I thought you were eager to come here before. You kept insisting on coming. I thought you liked it in hell." Shen Li Grinat. So the reason I came to hell is because of this mouth of mine. I never thought the Immortal Lord would actually open a path to hell. Why does my mouth have to be so damn cheap? Chao Wenshi's face was filled with regret. He wished he could give himself 2 hard slaps. He said cautiously, "Immortal Lord, you're joking. I was ignorant and spouting nonsense back then. Carry him on your back. It looks like he can't walk again." Chunli glanced at Matsi, who had started shivering again, and said softly to Chao Wenshi, "Yes." The group quickly walked out of the soul sand tunnel. As they exited the cave, just then, a sharp, cat-like cry suddenly came from the sky. That sound, it's a ghast. Chunli quickly looked up at the sky. 4 meters away, a ghast was floating about with its eyes and mouth closed. "You two, get back in the cave, quick." He raised his shield. Chunli took out his iron sword, ready to deflect the fireball it shot out at any moment. He turned his head to look at the two of them. "Yes, boss," he said, looking at the 3 or 4 meter tall white, terrifying monster in the sky. Even for villains like them, who killed people as easily as drinking water, Their hearts were instantly filled with fear. The gas cry made their legs refuse to obey them. They felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, firmly stuck to the ground. They couldn't lift them an inch. Even the thought of running away seemed impossibly distant. Just how many terrifying monsters are there in this hell? Chao Wenshi was sweating profusely from fear. He even felt an uncontrollable urge to urinate. His legs were trembling. He gasped for breath and said, "Immortal Lord, I can't move my legs." However, someone was faster than him. Just then, he suddenly felt a warmth on his back. Then the water on his clothes turned cold and stiff. "You don't need to hide anymore." Chun-Li looked at the sky, where the ghast remained motionless, its eyes still closed. He was puzzled. It's understandable that Shang Tianhu and the others weren't attacked. After all, ghasts only attack players on sight. But I'm definitely within its attack range now. Logically, this ghast should have noticed me by now. Why haven't I been attacked? Forget it. You two should still hide inside. I'm going to do another experiment. Chun-Li looked at the two motionless men and decided to just wall them in with cobblestone. Then, Chun-Li expanded the area and built a railing to prevent himself from falling. He took out his bow and arrow. Chun-Li drew the bow for the first time. "Eat my arrow," he said with a confident smile. Swoosh! The arrow went wide, missing the ghast by several meters, and fell into the lava. Again, Chun-Li fired several more arrows. He didn't hit it once. There's no crosshair. How am I supposed to hit anything with this? I've wasted so many arrows. Damn it. Looking at the unscathed ghast, Shenli Sakreli Razulba. To have Wang Daniu teach him archery. If I remember correctly, this Shang Tianhu is good with a bow, isn't he? Chun-Li muttered to himself. He remembered the arrow that had enraged the villagers of Liu family village. Although it did no damage, it was quite accurate. Let's have him try. Chun-Li took out a crafting table and made a new bow and arrow. He removed the cobblestone wall and pulled Chao Wenshi out. He handed him the wooden bow and a few arrows. "You use this to shoot that big guy," Chun-Li said. "What?" Chao Wenshi was shocked. He had a pained expression on his face and was trembling. "What? You even dare to shoot at me? Why wouldn't you dare to shoot this big plastic bag?" Chun-Li said irritably. "Hurry up. If that gas gets away, I'll make you go have an archery duel with the skeletons. I didn't know it was you back then, Immortal Lord. Otherwise, I would never have dared." Chao Wenshi took the bow and arrow. After aiming at the ghast, he steeled himself and released the bowstring. With a high-pitched shriek, the ghast turned to look at Chao Wenshi. Its red eyes and mouth opened, and it made a whistling noise. A fireball shot out of its mouth, heading straight for Chao Wenshi. Finally, playing ping-pong with a Chinese rabbit? Hilarious. Chun-Li held his iron sword. With a single block, he deflected the fireball. It hit the ghast dead on. With a mournful cry, the behemoth fell from the sky and disappeared. Go to hell. Having witnessed the monster's death from start to finish, Chao Wenshi secretly felt relieved. That terrifying monster, Immortal Lord Chun, killed it in just one hit. It's a good thing I didn't push the Immortal Lord off the edge back then. Otherwise, the one who would have gone down would have been me. "Wait here," Chun-Li said softly, "and give me that bow." He took back the bow and arrow he had given to Chao Wenshi. At the same time, Chun-Li took out some more cookies and handed them to Motzi. "Eat if you're hungry. This should last you until I get back." After saying that, Chun-Li took out some cobblestone, and Pillar jumped his way deeper into the Soul Sand Valley. So they really have all become neutral creatures. Now they don't even look at me. Chun-Li walked up to a skeleton. He examined it closely. He reached his hand into the skeleton's chest cavity and rummaged around, observing the skeleton's movements. But even so, the skeleton still didn't give Chun-Li a second glance. It just wandered around with its little wooden bow. This won't do. Chun-Li took out the divine artifact, a wooden boat. As everyone knows, very few of MC's native inhabitants can resist the temptation of a boat ride. He placed it on the ground. Then, Chun-Li pushed the skeleton into the boat. The skeleton instantly sat down quietly in the middle of the boat. "This is a nice bow. Why don't you just give it to me? There's no one else in hell anyway. And you can't talk," Chun-Li said with a sincere expression. He grabbed the wooden bow and pulled hard. But to his surprise, the wooden bow was as if it were glued to the skeleton's hand. He couldn't pull it off at all. "Nope, can't get it for free. I was thinking of stealing a witch's potions later. Looks like that's not going to work." Chun-Li pushed the wooden boat. The moment it crossed the boundary, the skeleton took out its bow and shot an arrow at Chun-Li block. He blocked the arrow with his shield. Chun-Li, holding his diamond axe, unleashed a flurry of attacks on the skeleton, finally killing it. It was in a wooden boat. Bones take up space. Too lazy to pick them up. Neutral inside the boundary. Hostile outside. The tasks I needed to do in the Nether are done. I'll gather some materials on the way back. Time to go back. He broke the boat. Chun-Li ran along the cobblestone path, jumped back, and sent the two of them to the Hell Gate. Chun-Li told them to go back. He himself went to collect materials. The moment Chun-Li stepped out of the room, Chao Wuncher eagerly ran into the Hell Gate. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside was clear and blue. I'm back. I'm really back. Ha ha ha. Gawen sitlates never suddenly zila set. He staggered, shouting excitedly. Tears streamed down his face silently. He even started to dry heave uncontrollably. He gasped for air, trying to get the smell of sulfur out of his nose. Motsi's face was flushed. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and the whites were bloodshot. His lips were dry and cracked. His skin was dehydrated and had lost its elasticity, appearing somewhat shriveled. Sweat dripped down his face continuously. Even so, his face was filled with a crazed expression. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I'm alive. I've returned to the mortal world. I'm back in the mortal. Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out again. Seeing the miserable state of the two, Miao Jiming, who had returned after relaying the message, and the accompanying militiamen, showed no signs of mockery. They looked at each other, a hint of fear and terror in their eyes. So this is hell. Even just a short time, less than half an hour, can torture a person into this ghostly state. Miao Jiming glanced at the two of them, then turned his gaze back to the portal, waiting for the immortal lord to come out. If you do no wrong, you have nothing to fear. He told himself that going to hell had nothing to do with him, Miao Jiming. After a long time, Weisher frowned. He noticed that Miao Jiming had started to pace around anxiously. Shan Tianhu and the others have been out for so long. Why isn't the immortal lord out yet? This shouldn't be happening. Noticing Miao Jiming's rapid breathing, Weisher was a little confused. Why is Jiming so anxious? Then he suddenly remembered the phrase Miao Jiming often muttered. We've done too little for the immortal lord, far too little. If he leaves, what will we do if he goes back to the heavens? Oh no, the immortal lord isn't coming back, is he? An indescribable sense of anxiety welled up inside Weisher. His eyes widened, and he grabbed Chao Wensher's shoulder. Where is the immortal lord? He roared through gritted teeth. Why didn't the immortal lord come back with you? The immortal lord told us to come back on our own. Then he left. Chao Wensher said calmly. Weisher quickly asked, did the immortal lord say whether he's coming back or not? Damn, you're using so much force. In the old days, I would have killed you by now. But he's one of the immortal lord's men. I can't fight back. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Chao Wensher took a deep breath. With a cold face, he said word by word, maybe the immortal lord doesn't plan on coming back. Hearing this, the militiamen also began to panic visibly. Shut up, Weisher growled in a low voice, looking worriedly at Miao Jiming. His hands began to tremble involuntarily. Miao Jiming clenched his fingers tightly into fists, his nails almost digging into the flesh of his palms. He kept looking up at the Nether portal, muttering nonstop, No, the immortal wouldn't just abandon us. Go ahead and panic all you want. Gawen si sna inwa li. Tell me, what exactly is it like inside hell? Miao Jiming suddenly turned his head, glaring at Chao Wensher with bloodshot eyes. Weisher lowered his voice and said, Jiming, you're not thinking of going into hell, are you? No, let's wait a bit longer. It's too dangerous. Just wait a little while longer. Maybe the immortal was just delayed by something, and he'll be back in a moment. Fine, we'll wait a bit longer. Miao Jiming said in a muffled voice. Passing through the crimson forest, Chun-Li casually gathered some weeping vines. Actually, he wanted twisting vines more, since they could be used for another form of MLG water bucket trick. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a shadow of a warped forest in sight. He also grabbed some shroom lights along the way to take back for lighting. Along the way, he took a few more glances at the general distribution of gold, and boxed in those few piglins with cobblestone, so they wouldn't run around. After mining a stack of glowstone dust, Chun-Li picked some brown mushrooms that could be seen everywhere in the Nether. Finally, Chun-Li set his sights on the magma blocks. By combining this stuff with soul sand, he could create a water elevator. However, placing water blocks one by one is a hassle. Kelp. Another thing I can only get by waiting for the wandering traitor. Kelp has the property of converting downward flowing water into source blocks. Allowing for much faster construction of water elevators. I wonder if Yang Heyu has found Songingxing yet. Whatever, I'll mine the magma blocks first and head back to the overworld. Chun-Li crouched down and walked a few steps onto the magma blocks. Safe and sound. Sneaking while walking on magma blocks prevents you from taking damage. After mining all those magma blocks, Chun-Li put away his pickaxe and returned to the overworld. Holy crap. Jiming, Wei Shi, what are you guys doing? Chun-Li looked at the scene before him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Wei Shi and Miao Jiming were leading a group of butchers and militiamen with thin ropes tied around their heads, looking like they were marching to their deaths as they prepared to step into the portal. Gousheng was off to the side, trying to talk them out of it. The sudden appearance of a figure startled Wei Shi at first, but once he saw clearly that it was Immortal Chun, his face lit up with a smile. Young Master Chun, you're back. Obviously, if I didn't come out now, you guys would have marched straight into hell. Chun-Li shook his head and said with a serious face, didn't I tell you to wait outside? Why did you run in here? Did you want to go on a day trip to hell? Take a dip in the red hot springs? I had Chao Wenshi come down first, and then went in myself. Wasn't it just to see if the Nether was dangerous? Which is why I had Wei Shi and the others wait outside. Although everything inside the barrier is neutral right now, Wei Shi and the others don't know that. Unfamiliar with the mechanics of those Nether mobs. If they attacked first, who could they possibly beat? Well, young Master Chun, your immortal powers haven't recovered yet. We were worried you might encounter danger in hell and not be able to make it back. Seeing Chun-Li's serious expression, Wei Shi felt like his heart had taken a heavy blow. He hurriedly explained, we thought we could help or something. My immortal powers haven't recovered yet. Did I ever say that? I don't think so. I have no memory of that at all. What are these guys thinking about all day? If I really ran into danger, you guys coming wouldn't be of any use anyway. You probably couldn't even beat a skeleton, let alone an enderman or anything else. You'd only be good as meat shields for a bit, the kind that just takes hits. Watching the bearded man explain incoherently like a child who had done something wrong, Chun-Li could only sigh. What could he do? After all, they were worried about his safety, which is why they wanted to go down to hell. To them, it wasn't a kind of game-like scene that I was thinking of. It was real hell. But why did Jiming get involved too? A frail scholar. Why were you thinking of running into hell? He's always been smart and steady. This shouldn't have happened. Jiming, since you were planning to enter hell, you must have asked about the situation inside, right? Chun-Li asked tentatively. Miao Jiming said nervously. I know. Chao Wenshi told us. Chao Wenshi must be that Shang Tianhu's name. He was the only one who went down to hell with me. Then why didn't you try to stop him? Why did you join in on the foolishness? Chun-Li asked, confused. Chao Wenshi said that you might not be coming back, young Master Chun. Just because of that, Chun-Li was exasperated. He gently touched his forehead and let out an almost inaudible sigh. He couldn't help but say, he said that. And you believed him? Miao Jiming lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Chun-Li, standing there like he was being punished. He lowered his voice and said, for some reason, at the time, it felt like you were gone for a very long time, young Master Chun. How long was I in hell? Probably not even an hour. And these guys are already acting like they've lost their backbone. They'll believe anything anyone says. They were even planning to go into hell. How'd this get blamed on me? It's like their brains were stolen. I can't imagine what would happen to these guys if I really left. All right, don't look so glum. I'm not planning on blaming you. Chun-Li walked forward and patted each of them on the shoulder. When he reached Miao Jiming, he said with a smile, don't worry about these things. Do you remember what I said when we first met? I'll always be here, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming looked up and murmured, don't look at me like that. My sexual orientation is very normal. I'm not into guys. In the future, if you feel uneasy, just think of that sentence. Shen Li Zhuka. Anyway, if you have the spare time to think about these things, you'd be better off working your butts off for me. Go home and sleep exhausted every day. Who knows, Maybe one day, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. Yes, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming took a deep breath. He naturally understood the Immortal Lord's joke. He couldn't help but smile. Immortal Lord Chen's words, he said with a cupped fist salute, made everyone around him relax. They had their pillar of support back. Of course, there was one person who was sweating profusely. Damn it, why can't I just keep my mouth shut? Chao Wenshi sat alone on the cold grass. Even the scorching sun couldn't melt the ice in his heart. His legs trembled slightly, uncontrollably. A deep, uncontrollable fear gripped his heart. His fingertips were white from clenching them too hard. His eyes were filled with anxiety and unease. Looking at the unconscious Matsi, he felt incredibly envious. Why wasn't he the one who was unconscious? Watching the Immortal Lord approach step by step, he managed to force a smile that was uglier than a cry. Young Master Chun, you're back. Shan Tianhu, why is it always you, looking for death? If I had come back a moment later, I would have had to go to hell to post a missing person notice. Chun-Li said with a blank expression. You're really something else. You've been to the heavens. And you've been to hell. And still, I can't shut that mouth of yours. Who knows if those piglins can even read? Young Master Chun, don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Say one more word, and I'll send you to hell. Literally, Chun-Li's eyes flickered as he spoke. Set up a separate primitive room for this troublemaking tiger. Put a lightning rod in it. Let's see if we can spawn a witch. We won't be short on copper ingots for the lightning rod. After all, we have copper plates. Who knows, it might rain and thunder at any moment. Let's just get it set up first. Wei Shi, take your men. And take these two back first. Shen Li instructa. Wei Shi hurriedly replied. Yes, young Master Chun. Just as they were about to lift Matsi suddenly opened his eyes. He burst into maniacal laughter, flailing his arms and legs. Ha ha, I'm back in a human world. I'm back in a human world. The arms, they're waving at me. They're calling out to me. They didn't drag me in. The hellfire didn't freeze me to death. White monsters, floating everywhere. As he spoke, he suddenly started crying again. I am alive. I survived. Ha ha ha. The militiaman in charge of Matsi instinctively looked at Immortal Lord Chun. He's gone mad. Chun-Li frowned as he looked at the deranged Matsi. He tried to put himself in Matsi's shoes for a moment. A hell of ice and fire, souls imprisoned by ghostly hands, and countless monsters. He was almost dragged in himself, doomed to never be reincarnated. Yeah, that would definitely drive someone crazy. Keep him alive. Put him with the other bandits. Just have him take care of his daily needs. Chun-Li said softly, looking at this brother, who had gone to hell with him. Chao Wenshi felt a deep sense of grief for his comrade. Immortal Lord, can you let me take care of him? Chao Wenshi pleaded in a low voice. Chen Li replied concisely, Fine. Hunching his back, Chao Wenshi led Matsi away like an old man, under the escort of the guards. Just as they were slowly leaving, a nervous-looking militiaman in the distance hurriedly ran toward the guards. Seeing Immortal Lord Chun right there, he froze for a moment, instinctively stopped running, and walked over briskly instead, though his walking speed was barely slower than a run. Young Master Chun. The militiaman cupped his hands and said with a trembling voice. Chun-Li smiled and asked, Did something happen? The scouts from the north reported that a group of bandits is trying to enter the barrier. Finally, someone's here. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Chun-Li's casual expression turned serious. He asked softly, Are you sure they didn't see it wrong? According to the scouts, those people are all carrying weapons. They don't look like refugees, and there are government troops chasing them from behind. The militiaman paused, then added, The scouts have already followed your orders, young Master Chun, and driven away all suspicious animals in the area, preparing to lure them all the way to the nearest village. Obviously, Chun-Li's move was to test the natural spawning of iron golems. But moving those animals was also a necessity. After all, this forest was already weird enough in a famine year. If these people saw square animals on top of that, they'd probably think they were monsters and get scared off. I have to go personally for this first run, just in case the iron golem doesn't spawn. And more importantly, to prevent those stubborn villagers from just standing there and getting hacked to death without fighting back. Ever since he saw how those militiamen trained, he felt they were actually capable of doing exactly that. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to go see the iron golem's spawning process. You know, Tieshan spawning had already happened by the time he arrived. Should I bring Taizhan along too? Maybe they can communicate with their own kind, right? Chunli thought about it, but ultimately shook his head. Tieshan's massive size, even a slight movement could get him spotted. Better not. I'll just let him stay in Licheng. Young Master Chun, I would also like to go with you. Miao Jiming said sheepishly. He still had some matters to discuss with Immortal Lord Chun. Shenli nudda, and said, sure, let's go right now. A group of bandits moved stealthily through the jungle. Their footsteps were light, trying to avoid making too much noise with every step. The leader was a burly man, his face crisscrossed with scars, and a cunning gleam in his eyes. His black hair was casually tied up with a cloth strip, revealing a forehead covered in sweat. He tightly gripped a broadsword in his hand, the blade reflecting the dappled sunlight, giving off an intimidating, cold gleam. Dozens of his accomplices followed closely behind, mostly as skinny as monkeys, all scanning their surroundings vigilantly. These bandits had a strong tacit understanding. They barely needed to speak while moving. Occasionally, a trivial noise would instantly put them into a combat-ready state, but they would quickly realize it was just a false alarm and resume their vigilant march. The long trek, combined with the constant startles along the way, left a trace of exhaustion in their eyes. The air was filled with the scent of moist soil and the faint fragrance of wildflowers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze blew by, softly caressing the treetops. The leaves whispered to one another, and colorful butterflies danced among the flowers. It was a picture of complete peace and tranquility. However, the bandits knew that this seemingly beautiful jungle hid unspeakable dangers. Fortunately, the journey so far had been more scare than harm. Boss, we've shaken off those government troops. Chen Mingye continued worriedly. Are we really going to stay in this place? For some reason, I keep feeling like someone is watching us. Ganhongyi didn't say a word. He naturally knew there was something strange about this place. But with government officials chasing them from behind, they had no choice but to flee in here. Since things had come to this, they would just spend the night in this forest. Once dawn broke tomorrow, they would leave the woods. I refuse to believe that they can guard us all night. Ganhongyi said sternly, have the brothers gather some firewood and pick some wild vegetables and roots. We'll make do for now. Once we find a village, we'll have a proper meal. Chun Ming'er nodded and went to give the orders. Afterwards, just like the others, he went to dig for wild vegetables, carefully weaving through the trees. Chun Ming'er was suddenly drawn to something unusual on the ground. He walked closer to take a look and found a few wild mushrooms. They had a peculiar shape, with bright red caps. They could be a delicious food source, but they could also be a deadly poison. He didn't dare to gamble. These mushrooms are pretty big, though. Chun Ming'er shook his head regretfully. What a pity. Better not take them back. If they're poisonous, we're done for. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Chun Ming'er suddenly heard a sharp squeak. He looked toward the source of the sound and saw a rat trapped in a snare, bleeding and squealing. Meat! Chun Ming'er's eyes lit up. He immediately lifted his foot to run toward the trap. Wait, I can't just walk over there. What if there are more traps around? I might get hurt. Thinking this, he snapped off a long wooden stick and swept away the wild grass on the ground. Once he got close to the trap, he couldn't wait to open it, grabbed the rat, and looked with heartache at the blood left behind. Can't let this go to waste. After killing the rat, Chun Ming'er sucked dry the blood left on it. Phew, that hits the spot. So delicious. There's definitely a village nearby. Chun Ming'er stuffed the dead rat into his pocket and muttered to himself, I need to go tell boss right away. We've got a place to sleep tonight. Chun Ming'er hurried back to the gathering spot and led Ganhongyi and the rest of the bandits over. Spread out and search. Ganhongyi lauket heartily. There's definitely a path around here. Soon enough, they found a small trail trodden by human feet. You and you, come to the front with me. Ganhongyi chomandit. Ming'ea, take your men and keep some distance from us. If the situation changes, take the brothers and retreat immediately. Yes, after adjusting their formation, the group followed the path deeper into the jungle. Every single move they made was completely seen by a few pairs of eyes in the dark. They're heading to Tay Village. One of the scouts said with a serious face, I'll go to the village and inform them, so they can prepare in advance. All right, be careful on the way. Don't get spotted. May the immortal Lord protect us. The man lowered his voice, finished his devout prayer, and left silently, avoiding the group of bandits. He made his way straight to Tay village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he mimicked a bird's call. Soon, a person walked toward the source of the sound. The person's eyes flickered. Are they coming to this village? This person was a militiaman lying low in Tay village. That's right. Get the rest of the village ready. By the way, you guys haven't been exposed yet, right? The scout asked. Of course not. The only one in the village who knows about this is the village chief. The militiaman shook his head and vowed confidently. Everyone else just thinks we're refugees fleeing disaster. Within the county's borders, Miao Jiming had only briefed the village chiefs. This was so that when the bandits arrived, the villagers would genuinely panic. Good. According to the plan, have the village chief find an excuse to take all the men out of the village. Remember, unless this group intends to kill, even if someone gets their arm chopped off, until the very last moment, none of you are allowed to make a move. This is an order handed down by the immortal Lord. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes. Naturally, outside Tay village. Boss, why don't we just go straight in? Why are we still waiting here? Shen Ming'er walked up and asked. Gan Hongyi's face was solemn. He shook his head. There's something weird about this village. He reached out his hand and pointed at the women walking about inside. He whispered, look, in these chaotic times of famine, not to mention this forest that suddenly appeared, every single girl in this village is sturdy and has a big ass. They look like they'd be great at bearing children. These don't look like people who are starving. And there's one more thing. Did you notice? I noticed. They're all so pretty. Way prettier than the ones in my old village. Chen Mingye smiled foolishly, muttering under his breath. You idiot. Is that what I told you to look at? Gan Hongyi laughed out of sheer frustration and smacked him right on the back of the head. He roared in a hushed voice. The men. Not a single man has shown up in this village so far. That's way too abnormal. Ah, you're right. Chen Ming, or Winston Payne, rubbing the back of his head, and mumbled. So what do? Go back the way we came. We have to test the waters. Ming'er, go find a household in the village. Touch them and see if they have body heat. Don't talk too much. Come straight back. Gan Hongyi rubbed his chin and asked tentatively, Ming'er, you've never touched a woman before, right? Chen Mingye nodded awkwardly, feeling anxious and uneasy. With a hint of anticipation in his heart, he asked, Boss, why are you asking this? Are we going to snatch some women? Women my ass. I'll slap your mouth off. All you know is women. Is that all you're good for? Gan Hongyi flew into a rage, pointing at Chen Ming'er's nose and cursing him out. Go off to the side and collect some virgin boy urine. If anything's off, splash it on them. Go. Oh. Am I going alone? Chen Ming'er asked with a long face. I'd like to go, but looking like this. Gan Hongyi pointed at the scars on his body and said impatiently, I'd be exposed the second they lay eyes on me. You think I want to send you? Chen Ming'er grunted in acknowledgement, ran under a tree, took out a container, and placed it on the ground. He rolled up his pant leg and stood there for a long time, but he just couldn't pee. He hadn't had water in far too long. Ming'er, what's taking so long? Almost done. Chen Ming'er stammelte. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a few drops. He hurriedly picked it up, then took off his weapons, keeping only a small knife for self-defense. He grabbed some dirt, patted it on his face and body, and prepared to walk toward the village. Boss, I'm heading out. Wait. Gan Hongyi grabbed Chen Mingye and said solemnly, Be careful. If anything is off, run immediately. Understood. Got it. Chen Mingye nodded in agreement. Gan Hongyi watched him walk into the village, find a household, exchange a few words with an old woman who came out, ask for a bowl of water, and then return. Well, Gan Hongyi asked cautiously. I touched her. She had body heat. The old lady seemed pretty friendly, so I asked for a jug of water. The people in the village are quite generous. She gave me a full jug of clean water. Chen Ming'er took out the jug of water and handed it to Gan Hongyi. He continued, They all look like decent folks, and almost more than half the men in the village were called away by the village chief. They won't be back for a while. Decent folks, huh? Gousheng grinned. As long as they aren't monsters. You said the men are all gone. Is that information accurate? I overheard it from some other guys chatting on the road. I eavesdropped on them. It's absolutely reliable. Chen Mingya added. Refreshing. Gousheng took a small sip, then passed the jug to the others. He said sincerely, it's been so long since I've had water this clean. Brothers, we've walked a long way. Everyone take a sip. Once you're done, grab your weapons. This is a massive opportunity. While the others were drinking, Chen Mingya suggested, Boss, can I sit this one out? The thought of leading the boss and the others over there, and seeing the look on the face of the old lady who gave him water, it made Chen Mingya feel uncomfortable all over. Gousheng glanced at Chen Mingya, knowing exactly what he was thinking. He said faintly, Are you afraid of seeing that old lady again? Chen Mingya nodded. Mingya, in our line of work, you have to ignore your conscience. Gousheng frowned. In this day and age, even if you feed your conscience to the dogs, you'll live a lot more comfortably than if you keep it. Besides, we're considered the good ones. We only rob things. We almost never kill or commit arson. You should know, when some others pass through, whether anyone in the village is left alive is a whole other story. Whether you want to follow or not is up to you. With that, Gousheng grabbed his broadsword, a ferocious smile spreading across his face, and led his men charging toward the village. Chen Mingya hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and ran after them. The bandits burst into the peaceful village like ravenous wolves and tigers. Gousheng, wielding his broadsword, shouted loudly, Brothers, search for copper coins and silver. Grain and cloth. Don't leave anything behind. The sudden turn of events scared the women left in the village pale. They instinctively looked toward the few outsider men who were still in the village. The outsider men all looked terrified, huddling together in a ball, not daring to move. Shirley, are you even a man? A village girl nearby cursed at him through her tears. You grew so big for nothing. Didn't you say you once fought off bandits? Why are you even more scared than I am? Was it all a lie? I told you these outsiders were unreliable, but the village chief just wouldn't listen. If our village men were still here, they wouldn't let them run wild like this. Exactly. The others all chimed in. The man called Shirley didn't say much. He just silently lowered his head. It's not time yet. Boss, this village is so rich. It's full of flour. We've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. The bandits walked out of the houses, laughing wildly. There's actually fish and meat too. Gousheng nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Chen Mingya, who was shrinking back, thought for a moment, and said, Go check out that temple over there. Maybe there's something hidden inside. Don't just stand there. Chen Mingya nodded and followed two other bandits toward the temple. No, you wicked bastards. Seeing them about to enter the temple, the village girls and older women all surged with courage. They picked up nearby farming tools and stepped forward, saying with righteous indignation, Even if we have to fight to the last person, we won't let you in. Chen Mingya turned his head to look at Gousheng. Letting women stand up for you. How embarrassing. Gousheng cast a disdainful glance at those burly men clutching their heads. Grew so big for nothing, you cowards. There must be good stuff hidden inside. Gousheng muttered to himself and stepped forward. Someone's trying to sneak attack me. His eyes suddenly widened, his heartbeat accelerating in that instant. His whole body tensed up like a bowstring about to be released. He whipped his head around, but there was no one behind him. Just those same cowards with their heads down. An illusion? Gousheng took a few steps closer and looked into the temple. What caught his eye was a clay statue of a deity, sitting upright on the shrine, a compassionate smile on its lips, silently watching every believer who came to worship. The temple was wreathed in incense smoke, filled with fresh flowers and incense candles offered by believers, permeating the air with a serene fragrance. Wind chimes hung on the walls, and whenever a gentle breeze blew past, they would let out a pleasant tinkling sound. Which deity is this? Why have I never seen it before? Racking his brain, he couldn't match the statue in front of him with any immortal he knew of. Though a bit puzzled, he ultimately didn't pay it much mind. Maybe the people in this village just worship some wild god. Gousheng gave a look and the bandits understood implicitly. They looked at the village girls blocking the temple, letting out crude laughs. In front of them, a few little brats. You think those broken pieces of wood in your hands can stop us? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Save yourselves some physical pain. No, this is the immortal Lord's temple. We won't let you in. If you want to go in, you'll have to kill us first. The immortal Lord won't let you off. The village girls mustered their courage and said, "That lump of mud," one of the skinny bandits sneered. "Some wild god that popped out of nowhere. I'd like to see how he won't let us off. If it were Guanyin Bodhisattva or the king of hell, they might have held back a bit. But they weren't about to be scared of some guy who suddenly popped up, refusing a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The bandit turned around to look at Gousheng. Seeing him nod, he let out a furious shout, raised his broadsword, and swung it down. "If you won't move, then die." Not killing didn't mean they wouldn't hurt people. If women dared to block them from taking food, they'd chop them down all the same. Zhang Yonglan watched the broadsword getting closer and closer to her. She cast a sidelong glance at Shirlai, who was squatting on the ground doing nothing, and her heart completely broke. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and tears had already taken a lead, sliding silently down her pale cheeks. She had been living in a lie all along. Her vision was consumed by the blade. It reflected a cold, harsh light in the sun. That sharp silver color, gradually magnified before her eyes. The shadow of death covered her bit by bit. Dying is fine too. Immortal Lord, please protect us. Don't let these thieves harm the rest of the village. Looking at the blade right in front of her, Zhang Yonglan closed her eyes in resignation. What she didn't see was Shirlai's conflicted and pained expression. "No, I can't block it yet." A crisp clashing sound rang out, accompanied by the terrified scream of the bandit. "What the hell is this? Where did it come from? What happened?" Zhang Yonglan opened her eyes in confusion. When her gaze focused, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Standing tall in front of her was an incredibly familiar white giant. Its figure was immensely broad, covering her entire field of vision. Her heart pounded violently. The shockwave of astonishment froze her in place instantly. Her body was stiff, and her hands instinctively clenched into fists. She could almost hear the sound of her own heartbeat, echoing in her ears. "This is Lord Divine General." The iron golem turned its head and looked Zhang Yonglan up and down. Seeing that she wasn't hurt, it turned its head back around. Under that towering shadow, a deep sense of security completely enveloped Zhang Yonglan. She let out a breath and slumped to the ground along with the other village girls. Smiling at each other, they turned their heads and looked at the deity sitting upright on the shrine, the immortal Lord looking at them with compassion. "He really has been protecting us all along." The bandit who had charged forward frantically grabbed his broadsword, mustered his courage, and viciously hacked at the iron golem. He screamed like a madman, "I can't cut it! Why can't I cut it?" Bang! With a loud crash, the blade shattered into several pieces, flying everywhere. The sharp fragments slashed the bandit's face. He stared at the practically unscathed iron skin and muttered, "The sword, it's shattered." The iron golem lowered its head, its red eyes staring straight at the bandit who had been giving a pedicure. "Hey!" The bandit reflexively jumped to the side, only to hear a loud boom. The ground where he had just been standing was instantly smashed into a spiderweb pattern by the iron golem. Witnessing this unimaginable destructive power, his survival instinct made Gousheng instinctively want to turn and run. He suddenly remembered everything along the way. The government troops who drove them into the jungle and then left. The forest appearing in the wasteland. The completely defenseless village, where all the men just happened to be gone. And this white monster that appeared out of nowhere. Their presence here was no coincidence at all. Someone had deliberately lured them here. For some reason, in Gousheng's mind, the image of that deity statue surfaced. If that was really the case, could they even possibly escape? "Get down on your knees. Everyone, get on your knees." Gousheng screamed at the top of his lungs. After roaring loudly, he immediately threw himself to the ground and started kowtowing toward the temple. The surrounding bandits were a bit stunned. After hesitating for a moment, they also knelt down. The bandit who was being frantically attacked by the iron golem, seeing that he couldn't dodge, steeled his heart, and knelt toward the temple. The tiger roar-like gust of the punch stopped right at the bandit's forehead. The iron golem tilted its head, hesitated for a moment, and then gently smashed down. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out. Intense pain continuously radiated from his leg. The bandit, dripping with sweat, clenched his fists tightly, looking at the surrounding ground. That looked like it had been shattered by a catapult. He felt a lingering fear. He survived. The iron golem then looked at the other few, bandits who were still standing, and charged at them. Feeling the tremors in the ground, some bandits grew ruthless and tried to take some hostages. However, those burly men they had thought were cowards stood up with sinister smiles, holding wooden swords, and charged at them, slashing down. They hadn't taken those wooden swords seriously at all. Who would have thought they were actually sharper than their iron swords? Run! Split up and run. The remaining bandits had completely lost their composure. They fled frantically into the woods. Rustle. It's over. The originally silent forest suddenly echoed with rustling sounds. A group of people appeared silently, forming a tight encirclement that surrounded the entire village. Their arrival came without any warning, as if they had appeared out of thin air in the dense forest. Everyone's face was expressionless, their eyes cold and resolute, with a faint hint of fanaticism. Standing perfectly straight, they were all strictly trained soldiers, wearing uniform leather armor and holding wooden swords. What was even more terrifying was that the people in the front row had on their shoulders an even more deadly weapon. These men, carrying crossbows, had already loaded their bolts, neatly and securely, gripping the stocks tightly with both hands, aiming right at them. These bandits who were attempting to flee. An oppressive silence filled the air. Though they hadn't fired yet, that unspoken sense of threat made the bandits feel a chill rise from the soles of their feet. We're just a small group of bandits. The bandits hurriedly stopped in their tracks, not daring to make any rash moves, because they knew that any sudden movement could trigger fatal consequences. Just as this deadly atmosphere reached its peak, the crowd suddenly parted to make a path. All eyes involuntarily turned toward the newly formed passage. An unspoken majesty emanated from a distance, as the steady, calm sound of horse hooves gradually approached. It was a handsome young master. His appearance was like a banner on a battlefield. Without needing to say a word, he naturally became the focus of all eyes. The villagers beside Gousheng all knelt in that direction, praying silently. Gousheng, who was observing the situation, raised his head and looked toward the direction everyone was bowing to. He then saw the young master on the horse. Well, he clearly saw the young master's face. An indescribable sense of terror spread through his entire body. With a look of horror, he hurriedly lowered his head, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. That heroic and dashing young master was the very same entity sitting motionlessly on a shrine. A true immortal who had descended to the mortal realm. I'm good. The iron golem spawned normally. If it had been a second later, I would have had to charge him myself. Chunli muttered to himself, receiving their worship, granting them protection. The premise of the experiment was to ensure the villagers' safety. It just so happened this batch of bandits arrived. I'll test it out later, to see if I can have these bandits pretend to attack the village, and maybe spawn an iron golem. Chunli glanced at his own status bar. It didn't even show hero of the village. The number of bandits in this group was too small. Previously, Shang Tian, whose group of 100 men, only gave him hero of the village too. This group, right in front of him, was only a few dozen. It probably didn't even meet the conditions for a raid. Looks like I won't get hero of the village. But spawning an iron golem is a good thing. If I want this group of bandits to cooperate, I need to break them in first, so nothing goes wrong when the time comes. It's our first time working together, so naturally, we need to get used to each other. I think the Nether would be a great place to break them in. Wei Shi, have someone heal the injured ones, and lock them up with Shang Tian, whose group of bandits. Cover their faces. Don't let people from other villages see them. Chunli thought for a moment, then said softly, seeing as they're all skin and bones from starvation. Let them have a good meal. Prepare fish, meat, and eggs for them tonight. All the noodles and bread they can eat. Yes. Wei Shi replied in acknowledgement. He took his men and detained all the bandits, taking them toward leeching. Gousheng, Jiming, you guys come into the village with me, Chun-Li said as he dismounted. This horse was naturally a horse from the real world. He was going to wait until a lightspeed horse appeared before taming an MC horse. When he walked up to the iron golem, looking at this iron golem that looked extremely similar to Taizhan, Chun-Li didn't feel the same way he did when he first saw Taizhan. I'll just call you Tair. Chun-Li hesitated for a moment and said. Taya nodded, scratched its head, and stared blankly at Chun-Li. Looks like every iron golem has a different personality. Chun-Li said, all right, go patrol. Tair took its steps and began patrolling around the village. Meanwhile, Chun-Li walked straight toward the temple. He had seen earlier that the deity statue inside looked a lot like him. This time, the villagers didn't stop him. They half knelt on the ground, their faces full of devotion and anticipation. Fine, kneel if you want. Whatever makes you comfortable. It's not like I'm going to lose a piece of flesh over it, Chun-Li thought to himself. Once he entered the temple, looking at himself sitting upright above, he was a bit dumbfounded. Isn't this posture exactly how I looked when I was fishing before? If you added a fishing rod, it would be identical. So this is what I look like in the eyes of the villagers. I gotta say, it's actually carved pretty well. It's just that the more I look at it, the less it looks like me. Chun-Li turned his head to look at Miao Jiming and Gousheng, and couldn't help but ask, do you guys think I look like that thing up there? The statue captures but a fraction of her majestic bearing, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming cupped his hands and said solemnly. Gousheng also chimed in. I think so too. Boss is way more handsome than this. Yeah, I think so too. Chun-Li lifted his chin and couldn't help but chuckle. Now is a great opportunity. Miao Jiming hurriedly said, young Master Chun, regarding this deity statue. Not long ago, a carpenter came to Licheng. He carved a deity statue and placed it in his home to pray for blessings. Others followed suit, asking him to carve statues to place in their homes for blessings. I only found out about this morning. How do you think we should handle this? He completely omitted the fact that he also had one placed in his own home. What else can I do with my current situation? In a word, let it be. It doesn't matter. Shrugging his shoulders, Chun-Li said without hesitation. If they want to place them, let them. It doesn't matter. There's one more thing. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment and said, I have searched through all the ancient texts, and there is no record of you, young Master Chun. I was thinking, could I write some things with you as the main subject? Is this stuff decent? Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. Naturally, I wouldn't dare make light of you, young Master Chun. Otherwise, never mind the people of Licheng. Wei sure wouldn't forgive me either. Miao Jiming grinned. True. Chun-Li laughed dumbly and said, all right then, but remember to let me take a look first when you're done. As it should be, Miao Jiming nodded and said, it's getting late. Let's head back. Chun-Li let out a lazy yawn, waved his hand, and said, as soon as he stepped out, Chun-Li caught sight of a corner of the village, where a burly man was comforting a crying village girl. What's going on over there? Chun-Li asked curiously. Miao Jiming looked in the direction Immortal Lord Chun was looking, instantly understood, and patiently explained, perhaps, those two have developed feelings for each other. The man couldn't fight back because he was summoning the Divine General, and was misunderstood by the woman. He's comforting her now. How do you know that? Chun-Li asked in surprise. The corners of Miao Jiming's mouth curled up involuntarily. To answer you, young Master Chun. I guessed it. Oh, Jiming, do you have a way to sort them out? Chun-Li said thoughtfully. I think those two are a pretty good match. His eyesight was excellent, so he naturally saw the drama of the two locking eyes. He wasn't just playing matchmaker blindly. Leave it to me, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming cupped his hands and smiled confidently. Who knows what Miao Jiming said? But the woman broke into a smile through her tears, wiped away her tears, hugged the man, and looked devoutly in this direction. What did you say? It worked so well. Chun-Li asked curiously. I merely repeated your words, young Master Chun. To them, Miao Jiming explained patiently. This was the Immortal Lord's blessing. It worked better than any explanation. Back in Licheng, it was already late, after having Miao Jiming lead the black horse away, leaving only Chun-Li and Gousheng. Gousheng, are there a lot of people asking for that statue? Chun-Li suddenly asked. You mean the wooden carving of you? Yeah, a lot. So many people want one. We have one in my house. My dad had a really hard time bringing it back. Gousheng said. Chun-Li beamed with joy and said, "Go get another one. If I go now, it'll take forever for my turn." Gousheng said with a sincere face, "You idiot. I'm the one who wants it. I'm the one cutting in line." Chun-Li flicked Gousheng on the forehead, pointed at himself with his index finger, and said matter-of-factly, "Why would I wait in line? Why can't I cut in line? Not asking him for portrait rights is already generous enough. I don't even plan on paying for it. If it's done well, Chun-Li would trade a torch for it later." Chun-Li was completely penniless. "When you go, just tell him directly that I, Chun-Li, personally asked for it. Tell him to do a good job." "Got it. Of course, I have to get a copy of my own action figure." "Oh." Gousheng nodded, indicating he understood. "Bye, boss." Watching Gousheng's retreating back, Chun-Li felt a bit uneasy in his heart. "I didn't expect this. Gousheng's family actually has a statue of me too. As for Miao Jiming, he probably doesn't, right?" Back home, Miao Jiming stared at the blue board where Immortal Lord Chun had written, looked at it for a while, and then walked back into his mushroom house. He took out the incense he had just bought, lit it, and placed it in the incense burner. The incense smoke curled upwards, wreathed around him. He knelt on both knees, closed his eyes tightly, and his lips moved slightly. After finishing, he slowly raised his head, walked back into his room, took out paper and a brush from a chest, and began to write. The sages of old have never seen such a thing, so I shall record it. As night fell, outside the leeching prison, the group walked to a prison cell surrounded by rocks. Wei Shi stepped forward, pulled the lever, and the iron door slid open. He stepped aside and said to Gousheng and the others, "Go in. This is where you'll be living for the foreseeable future." Through separate interrogations earlier, Wei Shi had roughly figured out these guys' backgrounds. Driven to the brink by heavy taxes, they imitated the Bai Shui Wang air uprising and wandered all the way to this area. Naturally, they had no idea what was happening here. You have to know, local bandits usually wouldn't dare come near here. They either fled elsewhere. These people were different from Shang Tianhu's group. They only robbed things, and generally wouldn't hurt anyone. They had a conscience, but not much. In his eyes, the fact that these guys were still alive was already the Immortal Lord's mercy. You have to know, only a few survived from the last batch. Forced by the times was just an excuse. Even when he and Jiming were starving, they never resorted to robbing others. Gousheng and the others obediently entered the room. Wei Shi pulled the lever, and after closing the door, he said with a serious face, "Don't even think about escaping. You should have figured it out on the way here. It's impossible to escape." Wei Shi looked at the two militiamen guarding the door and lowered his voice, saying, "One of you go and tell Jier, who's in charge of delivering food, to bring some fish, meat, and eggs over." "Yes." The guard nodded and left. The inside of the room was incredibly dim. The only light source came from the torches on the wall. The faint light of the torches illuminated a few figures cowering against the wall. One of the figures slightly raised his head, glanced at Gousheng, twitched the corner of his mouth, and then lowered his head again, muttering, "More unlucky bastards coming in." His appearance was still that of Shang Tianhu, but he looked decades older than before. He even had white hair growing on his head. Gousheng and his men avoided that group and sat against the wall on the other side, silent and frowning deeply. Gousheng's slightly trembling fingers revealed his inner panic. His gaze swept over the brothers gathered around him. Their eyes were filled with unease. This made Gousheng regret it even more. Back when he felt something was off, he shouldn't have continued deeper into this forest. Grumble. A loud rumble came from his stomach, but Gousheng didn't care at all. "Boss, this is for you." Chun Ming-er, who was beside him, took the rat out of his pocket and handed it to Gousheng. "This is good stuff. I caught it from a trap set by the villagers." Chun Ming-er's eyes revealed concern, along with a hint of reluctance. His hands trembled slightly from hunger. Gousheng stared at the rat meat, stunned for a long while. With red eyes, he said hoarsely, "Ming-er, do you hate me?" Chun Ming-er shook his head without hesitation. "How could I? Boss, if you hadn't let us back then, we would have died a long time ago. How much worse could things get now? At worst, it's just death. We still got to eat a few full meals, didn't we?" He turned to look at the others, who all nodded in agreement. Chunminger grinned and said, "Boss. See, the others think so too." Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Ganhongyi's face. The bloodshot veins in his eyes became even more pronounced. But that heavy burden seemed to lighten a bit. "It's a pity. We don't have fire, so it looks like we'll have to eat it raw. Raw meat is hard to tear." Ganhongyi used his fingernails to slowly divide it into two halves, one large and one small. He handed the smaller portion to Chunminger. He said softly, "You found this, so you should get the bigger share. If I were you, I wouldn't eat that uncooked meat." A voice from the shadows said. Ganhongyi looked over at the people in the shadows. He didn't know when they had raised their heads, but they were looking at them expressionlessly. Having meat to eat is good enough. You still want it cooked. You're clearly just jealous." He ignored them and put the piece of rat meat in his mouth. The extreme physical exhaustion and craving for food filled Ganhongyi's mind with the urge to swallow the whole piece of meat. Ultimately, he forced himself to hold back, bit off a small shred of meat, and passed the rest to the next person. His mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood, the slippery and slightly sticky raw meat, with its incredibly tough and coarse texture, forced Ganhongyi to chew it many times before he could swallow. As the raw meat slid down his throat, Ganhongyi felt a sense of loss. Everyone was eating their shreds of meat. Just then, a savory aroma wafted over, and the scent grew increasingly rich. The iron door opened. The bandits looked toward the door, their eyes full of disbelief. What did they see? Fish and meat emitting waves of aroma, steaming hot noodles and steamed buns, and a whole basin of eggs. "Is this for us? Are we dreaming?" The bandits muttered to themselves, their eyes gleaming with desire. They unconsciously licked their lips and swallowed their saliva, but none of them dared to step forward. Normally, the best they could eat was some wild vegetables and rice porridge. Now there was fish and meat, but they were prisoners. They had just tried to rob a village. Even though they failed, that precious rat meat Chunminger was holding slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. That fish and meat smelled way more precious than this thing. Shang Tianhu and his men got up from the ground, consciously lined up, received their dinner for the night, returned to the shadows, and quietly began to eat. "It really is for us." The new bandits looked at each other, anticipation showing on their faces. Their hunger was awakened by the intense visual stimulation. They immediately stood up and formed a long line. Once they got their food, ignoring the scalding heat, they grabbed the noodles and buns with their hands and stuffed them into their mouths. "So good. So delicious. It's so tasty. Even if I die right now." The bandits desperately stuffed food into their mouths. Ganhongyi swallowed his saliva. Holding the bowl full of fish, meat, and noodles, his legs felt a bit weak, and he couldn't bring himself to eat for a long time. This was clearly a last meal before execution. They wanted his brother's lives. Boss. At worst, it's just death. Being able to eat such good food before dying. I'm already satisfied. Chunminger, stuffing his face with fish and meat, though a bit scared, still comforted him. "Boss, don't think too much about it. If we hadn't come here this time, we might never have been able to eat something this delicious." "Yeah, boss. It's just death, right? What's there to be afraid of? We should have died a long time ago anyway." We even managed to survive a few extra days. The surrounding bandits all chimed in to comfort him. From the dark corner, a sound suddenly came. Death. You wish it were that easy. I'm afraid it'll be a fate worse than death." "Damn it. Are you looking for death?" Chunminger looked at Xiao Wenshi and was just about to curse at him when Xiao Wenshi's terrifying gaze scared him so much that his voice grew quieter and quieter. He leaned back behind Ganhongyi. "Mother of God, that's scary. This guy has definitely killed a lot of people." Ganhongyi thought to himself, "Wait, isn't he the one who told me not to eat the rat meat? Could it be that he knows something? I need to ask this righteous man." Ganhongyi walked over. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Wenshi raised his hand to interrupt him. "I'm no righteous man, just a sinner." Xiao Wenshi mocked himself. He looked at Ganhongyi and asked, "You must be their leader. Am I right?" Ganhongyi nodded. "I used to be. I was too." Xiao Wenshi cast a sidelong glance, looking at those bandits, who were staring intently at him, ready to swarm him at the slightest movement. "Maybe my path really was wrong." He shook his head slightly, then asked, I know what you want to ask. Before that, let me ask you, how many people have you killed, and why did you come here? Gousheng answered truthfully, leaving nothing out. If that's the case, there's still a chance. Shan Tianhu muttered. He looked into Gousheng's eyes and said, You must have seen him by now, right? Him. Gousheng was a bit dazed. He couldn't help but recall the deity's statue sitting on the shrine, and the young man on horseback he had seen. The person this man was talking about must be the one he had seen. Gousheng nodded with a solemn expression. He asked cautiously, That young master, who exactly is he? Gao Wen Si Vao Wen. On the way here, didn't that guy named Wei tell you? Seeing his bewildered look, Gao Wen Si Undo stole, that these people knew absolutely nothing. He shook his head and sighed. Never mind. Perhaps this is also the reason they brought you to me. His own fate was already sealed. After death, he would eventually have to take a walk in that hell again. Right now, all he asked for was to be able to stay in this human world a little longer. Chow Ensure took a couple of bites of fish, shifted into a more comfortable position, cast a sidelong glance at Gousheng. For the sake of you letting me eat fish, listen closely, Chow Ensure said softly. He is called Young Master Chun by the people here. It's said that he doesn't like being called an immortal. Of course, in private, everyone here calls him Immortal Lord Chun. You probably saw it on your way here. The area covered by this forest is an immortal domain that exists because of him. Even all the food in your hands appeared out of thin air. Out of thin air, Gousheng muttered, his gaze unfocused. That's right. Although the wheat is grown from the ground, it doesn't deplete the soil's fertility, and it ripens in an extremely short time. The water is also rootless water he takes from the heavens. It will never run out. Gao Wen Si Bao Set picked up a piece of fish, waved it in front of Gousheng's eyes, and ate it. He said expressionlessly, This fish, do you know where it came from? It's the villagers of this place, relying on his immortal magic, fishing it out of a completely empty pond. Do you know why? I told you not to eat that rat meat earlier? Chow Ensure asked and answered himself. In this place, the last thing they lack is food and water. I understand. The people here provide incense for young Master Chun, and he provides protection for the people here, as well as food and water. Chun Ming'er, who had been listening from the side, suddenly realized. He chimed in. No. Chow Ensure's eyes flickered. Those who need incense are gods. But this one is an immortal. He doesn't need any incense. He accepts the offerings here, simply because the people here need him to accept their offerings, compared to the immortals in books and stories, who are detached from worldly affairs. This one felt much more like a human. He had joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He had his own preferences and a temper. The fact that he ended up in this state was all because he courted death 3 times. The first time, he wanted to slaughter the village that held this immortal's heart and attempted to shoot him while he stood on the dirt wall. The second time, he ran his mouth, or perhaps it was because of his nickname. He was taken up into the sky, enduring the wind and sun. He had intended to seek death, but unexpectedly fell into the water and survived. The third time, already harboring a death wish, he planned to mock him before dying, but he outsmarted himself and was actually thrown into hell. And because of that, he never dared to seek death again. Perhaps there would be another time. Chow Ensure snapped back to reality, glared at Gousheng, who was waiting for him to continue, and warned, the sky here is Immortal Lord Chun. You must remember, maybe tomorrow, or maybe in the next few days, if you see him again, be quick with your words. Cup your hands and tell him that you are willing to obey any of his judgments and atone for your actions. Do not make excuses, and do not cry and beg for mercy. Understand, Chun Ming'er cried out, Wait, are you saying we don't have to die? He naturally, Gao Wei Si Loet Mokin Li, a hint of pity in his eyes. If you were going to die, you wouldn't be here, locked up with me. That's great. We don't have to die. Yeah, boss, you don't have to overthink things anymore. The new bandits cheered. Hey, can I ask, will the food from now on be the same as today's? Chen Ming'er was overjoyed. Atking Gao Wen Si, but he saw Chow Ensure just smiling, not saying a word. Chen Ming'er turned his head to look at Gousheng and saw him with a bitter face. looking deep in thought. He asked in confusion, "Boss, why are you still frowning? We don't have to die. Isn't that a good thing, boss?" Chunminger raised his voice a bit and called out again. Ganhongi snapped out of it. With a gloomy expression, his fists clenched tightly, he said with a serious face, "May I ask, sir, you said earlier that it was thanks to us that you gotta eat fish, which means the food isn't normally this good. And what exactly did you mean by a fate worse than death? Gao Wen Si Smai Fai Li, there's still a smart one among you. No wonder you're their boss." Suddenly, a burst of maniacal laughter came from the shadows. "Hee hee, you're all going down too. You'll see them. Those ghosts will drag you down, to be with them for all eternity. Your bodies will burn. You'll turn to ash too." The man's hands flailed in the air, trying to shake off some invisible things. He shoved his face right in front of Ganhongi's, a bizarre smile hanging on his lips. It was an incomprehensible madness. Ganhongi was startled and instinctively raised his hand to punch the man in the face. He snapped back to his senses and tried to pull his punch, but it was too late. Smack! Ganhongi's fist was caught firmly by a hand, stopping right in front of Matsi. What incredible strength! Ganhongi stuttered blankly. At this white-haired, decadent-looking Chow, one sure in front of him, feeling a jolt of shock. This guy is probably no ordinary person. Suddenly, Matsi's eyes became chaotic, filled with despair and helplessness. It was a fear that seeped deep into his bones. He abruptly jumped away, hiding back into the corner, muttering to himself, "Go away, you damn arms, Gao Wen Si Sai," and signaled for one of his bandits to go comfort him. He then let go of Ganhongi's hand and said helplessly, "This is Matsi. He's my brother, one of my men. Ever since he came back from that place, he's been like this." "Which place?" Ganhongi pressed. "This place definitely has something to do with them." Chow One-Sure didn't continue. He just looked at the bandits beside Ganhongi, who were pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. "If you're done eating, go get some more. You can get seconds here. You guys go first. I'll be right there," Ganhongi instructed. After they all left, Chow One-Sure said in a deep voice, "It's just as you thought. Although we can eat our fill normally, there's no fish or eggs. It is a last meal. If my guess is right, you'll be going to that place. I can't say it explicitly. You wouldn't want to know. Just remember one thing. When you see him, you must do exactly as I said. If after you go in, that door is closed, go over and block the gap in the door. Absolutely do not let them see." Chow One-Sure said sternly, "And you must absolutely not look either. Understand?" Ganhongi looked solemn and nodded. "All right." After giving his warnings, Chow One-Sure said no more. In the prison cell, the new bandits excitedly discussed the days ahead where they could eat their fill, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Since they wouldn't die anyway, there was nothing worse than starving. The older ones just lay there quietly. No one spoke. Only Ganhongi lay on his side, constantly replaying the previous conversation in his mind. What exactly is in that place? The night passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was morning. Everyone was surprised to find that breakfast was actually provided here. Although there was no fish or meat, there was still plenty of cooked noodle paste and eggs. Even so, this was a feast they could hardly ever eat normally. Chunminger brought over 2 bowls of noodle paste and 2 eggs. He peeled the eggs, put them in the bowls, and handed 1 bowl to Ganhongi. "This is great. Getting caught is great, He blew on the hot steam, scooped some paste from the edge of the bowl into his mouth, and narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Smacking his lips, he smiled foolishly. "Boss, wouldn't it have been great if we came earlier and got caught?" Ganhongi silently took the bowl of noodle paste and brought it to his mouth. Chunminger said carelessly, "I'm telling you, boss. At worst, they'll just beat us up. It's no big deal. Who told us to try and rob this village in the first place? We can be healed anyway. It's just a bit of physical pain." Creak. The main door slowly opened. Weisher led his men into the prison cell and urged, "You guys from yesterday, hurry up and stuff whatever's in your hands into your mouths. We need to get there before Immortal Lord Shen arrives." Ganhongi and the others hurriedly stuffed all their food into their mouths and followed Weisher out of the prison cell. A few light coughs came from behind. Ganhongi turned his head, met Shea Ovenshi s inquiring gaze, and nodded solemnly. indicating that he remembered. They were soon brought to their destination and saw that incredibly strange door. Maybe once we go through that door, we'll reach that place. Gousheng thought to himself. He began to replay in his mind over and over again the words he would say after seeing Immortal Lord Chun. Greetings, young Master Chun. Sounds came from around him. Gousheng snapped back to reality and once again saw Immortal Lord Chun. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Send them to the Nether in the morning. And after that, have them trigger the Iron Golem. Then I'll go to the park and get a Silk Touch enchantment. After that, I'll take Gousheng for a stroll around the area. It's been a long time since I left the village. Well, leeching. Chun-Li muttered to himself all the way as he walked up to the Nether portal. This lowly one greets young Master Chun, who's shouting. Why are they half a beat slow? Turning his head toward the sound, Chun-Li saw that scar-faced boss of the group from yesterday, cupping his hands and greeting him. He actually didn't kneel and beg for mercy. Looks like he got some information beforehand. Given Wei Shi's personality, he probably wouldn't have told him. Could it be Shang Tian who? Would he be that kind? I'll just listen for now. If he dares to curse at me, I'll send him to heaven and hell. Chun-Li stared at Gousheng and said, just speak your mind. I'm listening. There's a chance. Gousheng's eyes flickered as he said, we know that our sins are grave, and we deserve to die 10,000 times. We will not shirk our responsibilities, and are willing to suffer the torment of boiling water and fire. Young master, please see clearly. Leave us a sliver of hope to live, and we are willing to obey your laws, to atone for our sins, and act without worry for 10,000 generations. We respectfully await your judgment. To uphold the law. That's right. The bandits behind him copied Gousheng's actions, speaking from the bottom of their hearts. They hadn't heard what Shangdian had said, but they felt the exact same way in their hearts. This place is too wonderful. As long as they aren't killed, and could get a meal to eat, they'll take any beating, no matter how severe. They could be healed anyway, so they won't die. This doesn't seem like the education level a bandit should have. And these bulging muscles don't look like a scholar's either. Chun-Li asked in confusion. Were you originally a military officer? I was just a squad leader. Gousheng shook his head and said softly, I've read a few books and can barely recognize a few words. No wonder his brain works so fast, and he has some sense of propriety and to be able to survive under Thai air. He then asked him why he became a bandit. The reasons were nothing more than the usual three: famine, drought, and most importantly, unpaid military wages. His attitude towards admitting his guilt is passable. At least it's much better than Shangdiana's gang. Looking at it this way, 5 minutes might be a bit too long. Anyway, judging from the results of Yuchi's interrogation, these people are worth reforming. However, they still have to take the trip. They still have to take the punishment they deserve. But I can reduce the time a bit. Let's cut it in half. Make it 2 minutes. Thinking this, Chun-Li pointed at the Nether portal and said slowly, go inside there. Stay for 2 minutes. I'll have someone call you out. Consider it punishment for robbing the village. He spread his hands and extended his thumbs at a steady pace. Both hands 12 cycles. It's about that long. Chun-Li had asked Miao Jiming before and found that ancient timekeeping was too vague. They didn't have the modern concepts of seconds, minutes, and hours. All they had were shurchen and a day was divided into 12 shurchen. Each shurchen was equivalent to 2 modern hours. One shurchen was divided into 8 ku. Each ku was roughly equivalent to 15 modern minutes. He could only use this method to describe extremely short time spans. Go up yourselves. I won't have Wei Shi and the others escort you over. Shen Li Baozha then asked, by the way, do you know what kind of place you're going to? Gousheng shook his head and replied, I do not know. That's for the best. Saves you from having some sort of mental breakdown later. I have a good habit of closing doors behind me. Once they go in, they'll probably be screaming in pain. They shouldn't have the leisure to look at the scenery outside the door. But what if they think that's the exit? This batch of people is still worth keeping. Chun-Li said to Gousheng. After you go in, hurry up and take off your clothes and block the gap in the door. You have to be quick, understand? That door is a full 2 meters high. With his head, you probably won't be able to block the gap at all. It's better not to say anything as a reminder. It's better to just tell him not to look at the things outside. Curiosity killed the cat. If I don't say anything, he might not necessarily look. But if I do say something, he'll definitely look. Personal experience speaking. Gousheng cupped his hands and replied, "This lowly one understands." Then, he took the lead and stepped into the purple portal. His vision twisted. A wave of heat rushed at his face. The scorching, burning air poured into Gousheng's nostrils. Every breath felt like inhaling flames that scorched his lungs. His chest heaved violently. His entire body felt like it had been plunged into a stinging fire. Gousheng cried out in pain. He looked around. He found himself in a stone room. In front of him was an iron door. A miserable scream came from behind him. Gousheng knew his brothers had come in. I have to block that door quickly. Gousheng took off his dry clothes and ran to the inner door. He stuffed the cracks of the doorway. Through the huge gap, he inadvertently glanced outside. He saw a world outside that was fiery red and scorching hot, constantly distorted by the heat waves. An answer instantly formed in Gousheng's mind. No wonder they didn't want us to look. So that's how it is. The place we're in is actually hell. If that man had told us, it probably would have just made me worry and fret all night. After all, this is hell. He could rack his brain and never imagine he would come to this place alive. Horrified, Gousheng quickly blocked the door. At this moment in the room, more and more people were crowding in. It was almost shoulder to shoulder. The pained expression on Chun Minger's face had almost twisted his features. His feet kicked out nonstop. His eyes were filled with terror. He pleaded miserably, "Big brother, quick, let us out. It'll definitely be more comfortable outside. I'm begging you." Behind him, some of the bandits looked at him expectantly. This door, in their scorched minds, was the only thing they could think of to escape this sea of suffering. "Get back." Gousheng's lips were dry and cracked. He blocked the doorway, his throat letting out a hoarse roar. "All of you get back." His consciousness grew increasingly blurry. The passage of time completely vanished in this moment. Gousheng couldn't even be bothered to count on his fingers. He stared at the portal. The 2 minutes the immortal lord mentioned. It should be almost time, right? On the other side, Chunli counted silently in his mind. When 2 minutes were up, he said to Wei Shi, "Time's up. Wei Shi, go in and bring them all out." That man should have blocked the door cracks. Wei Shi won't be affected when he goes in. In the future, when the Hell Express is open, the specialized villagers will definitely go in. Letting Wei Shi go in step by step will get him familiar with it. Slowly eliminating his fear is the way to go. Yes, young Master Chun. Wei Shi cupped his hands. Without hesitation, he strode towards the portal. The portal opening wasn't large. The bandits filed out one by one. They all collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Gousheng was the last one out. He forced himself to stand and weakly stumbled before Chun-Li. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, young Master Chun." "No, this lowly one, Gousheng, awaits the young master's instructions. I actually quite admire this fellow. It's a pity he's a bandit." "Very good. You did well," Chun-Li said with sincere appreciation. "Go back and rest. Afterward, I will have Wei Shi. He will lead you to pretend to raid the village. Once that iron golem appears, you should know what to do. Don't worry. Based on your performance alone, when it comes to food and drink, I will not treat you unfairly. This lowly one thanks young Master Chun," Gousheng said with heartfelt conviction. After Wei Shi led the bandits away to rest, only Chun-Li and Miao Jiming remained. "Jiming, did you bring everything?" Chun-Li asked thoughtfully. "Right here." He waved the book in his hand. Miao Jiming replied with a smile. "Young Master Chun, even if I were to forget to bring myself, I would never forget to bring this." "Reliable," Chun-Li said with feeling. "I can rest easy when you're in charge of things. Let's go to the park and use precision gathering. Who knows, we might find something unexpected." The two of them walked towards a park. On the way, Chun-Li suddenly asked Miao Jiming, "Let's say there are 2 paths. One path allows me to directly expand this domain to a massive size in a very short time. At the latest, it will be done in 2 months. The other is to let things take their natural course, letting it expand slowly. Which path do you think I should take?" Hell is now open. As long as he wanted to, he could spend every day in the Nether mining quartz. His experience would definitely skyrocket. Even if the experience gain is slow, at a conservative estimate, he could cover the entire world in 2 months. Young Master Chun in the mortal realm. Can you use large-scale divine abilities? The kind that can instantly punish the wicked. Lava should count as a large-scale release. The Wither could also count, and it could be called a world-ending summoning skill. But a targeted one like in Minecraft probably doesn't exist. Chun-Li shook his head. Miao Jiming continued to ask, young Master Chun, what do you think of the human heart? It's impossible to see through or grasp. The human heart is unpredictable. Miao Jiming couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Chun, I think you already have the answer, don't you? I understand. Chun-Li murmured to himself. Unequal distribution. In any dynasty, it will always be a very troublesome problem. Even in his own era, despite the great power of a certain leader, people still starve to death. If he only wanted a comfortable life for himself, then either path would work. But he could also try to walk another path. Stir things up and turn this dynasty into a chaotic mess. Jiming, how many people do we have who can be deployed with armor? Chun-Li's eyes glinted. Finally, Immortal Lord Chun, you finally asked this question. Reporting to young master, Miao Jiming was overjoyed. He said in a deep voice, we have nearly 100 archers. There are over 300 men wearing Pishio armor. Establish post stations in all 4 directions within the domain. They will be responsible for food supplies. Assign some people to scout the surrounding terrain and villages. And Changcheng, since the Imperial Court's people aren't coming to find us, then we'll go to them. Send people to Changcheng and the nearby cities to spread the faith. Since things have come to this, we might as well go all the way down this path. He doesn't have to sit on a throne, anyway. It probably won't be a problem. A pseudo-strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside. Yes, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming knelt on one knee. He replied with a solemn expression. I'll leave this in your hands. Chun-Li said unhurriedly. It's the same as before. I provide the general idea, and you professionals fill in the details. It's better if I don't blindly meddle. Jiming, this afternoon, I'm going to take a walk with Gousheng. Are you coming? Chun-Li turned his head to look at Miao Jiming. He asked, Immortal Lord Chun is inviting me to go on an outing with him. I'm finally on the same level as Gousheng. My efforts during this time have not been in vain after all. Miao Jiming's ears perked up. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Such a tempting invitation. He really wanted to accept it in a heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Miao Jiming shook his head. He grinned and said, Aha! Young Master Chun, I must go back and plan properly. The upcoming plans. I'm afraid I don't have the good fortune to join you. May I save this opportunity? For next time, what a workaholic. It seems the leaving a mark on history, I mentioned, is indeed a great temptation. As for other reasons, the feeling Jiming gives me is completely different from the other villagers. There's him and Gousheng. I'm comfortable with both of them. With others, it always feels awkward, so I can rule out it being because of me. At most, it's only a small part. Don't worry about leaving your mark on history. I guarantee it'll happen. I'll absolutely make sure it's arranged for you. Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh. If anyone forgets to write about you, I'll give them 2 slaps across the face. Leaving a mark on history? Who would care about such things after death? But it's good that Immortal Lord Chun thinks this way. Otherwise, this version of Immortal Lord Chun, I would never be able to see him again. Miao Jiming thought to himself. He hesitated for a moment, then asked young Master Chun, How long do you plan to be out? How long? Chun-Li thought for a moment. He replied, An afternoon at the shortest. A day or 2 at the longest. Since you're not going, during the time I'm away, I'll leave Lee City to you for now. I trust you with it. Although, even when I'm in Lee City, it's almost always Jiming managing things anyway. I'm just a hands-off boss. But it's still good to give him a heads up. It expresses my trust, and can also boost his motivation. Thank you, young Master Chun, for your trust. I will definitely live up to the mission. Miao Jiming's heart bloomed with joy. He beamed and said, Oh right, young Master Chun, should we distribute food in Changcheng? We currently have enough troops, and our grain supplies are sufficient. Wu Zhen is also driving out the nearby bandits. We no longer need to worry like before about being raided by bandits. We can, but if we just let them eat their fill, we also need to give them something to do. Otherwise, there might be trouble. Shenli Pundarat, what do you think about having them build roads? Miao Jiming said without a second thought. Roads, sir, are the vital arteries of transportation and the lifeblood of commerce. If the roads are clear and unobstructed, then merchants can travel with ease. Goods can circulate, and the daily needs of the people can all be met. Although the city has now built its walls, it has no roads leading out, and no merchants coming and going. Now, although we don't lack grain and have a surplus of manpower, building roads is indeed crucial for Lee's city's development, as expected of young Master Chun. All right. That last sentence was unnecessary. Don't use it again next time, Chun-Li said in a low voice. Understood, young Master Chun. Miao Jiming nodded. By the way, should I send someone to call Gousheng over? Chun-Li waved his hand and said, No need. He's right by the park we're going to. Remember the one you told me about before? My statue. I asked Gousheng to get one for me. I also heard from him that they're quite popular. You have to wait in a very long line. I'm starting to wonder if every household has one. Haha, yes. After all, it's young Master Chun. It's normal to be popular. Miao Jiming laughed loudly, then stammered. Don't ask. Ah, young master. Look, we've arrived at the park. Miao Jiming quickly and smoothly changed the subject. He flipped through the book in his hand that recorded the professions. He held it up to Chun-Li. He asked with a serious face, Young Master Chun, which household should we visit first? This one. Chun-Li pointed to a name on the page and said, Very well, young master. Follow me. Miao Jiming said. Phew, that was close. In the early morning, within the mushroom house area where the artisans lived, Shi Gaoming took out some noodles from a wooden cabinet he had made himself. He poured a full basin of them into the pot. Then he took out an egg and dropped it into the pot to cook with the noodles. When it was about done, he scooped out the egg and ladled the noodles into a bowl. He added some of the noodle broth. He carefully pinched a small piece of refined salt from a bag, added it to the bowl, and stirred it in. He peeled the egg and placed it in the bowl. He boiled a kettle of water, planning to use it for tea later. He carried a wooden stool and sat down outside. First, he took a sip of the noodle broth to soothe his stomach. Then he picked up a clump of noodles and brought them to his mouth. This refined salt, it's really something else. Not even a hint of bitterness. No wonder it sells for so much. I never thought I'd see the day I could eat it. Shi Gaoming ate very quickly. It was a habit he had developed over many years. In the old days, with so little money, he was lucky to buy a little something to eat for the day. If you ate slowly, your stomach would start rumbling with hunger. After a quick wash of his bowl and chopsticks, Shi Gaoming took out a porcelain teapot and a few small teacups. He took out some dried tea leaves and sprinkled them into the pot. He poured the boiling water into the pot. The tea leaves unfurled in the water. Swaying gently, he watched quietly, waiting for the leaves to settle. The tea gradually became clear. A moment later, Shi Gaoming gently lifted the porcelain pot and poured the tea into a cup. It showed a faint golden hue, exuding the fragrance of tea. He picked up a cup, gently blew on the steam, and then carefully took a sip. At first, it was bitter, but that quickly faded. A moment later, the unique, sweet aftertaste of the tea swirled in his mouth, making one forget the troubles of the world. In their region, they might not be able to boast about other things, but their tea was top-notch. Its unique flavor and quality were famous throughout Chongqing. Tea houses could be seen everywhere in the city. They often met with friends over tea. But ever since the drought started in Shaanxi, people could barely afford to eat, let alone drink tea. It was the same for artisans like them. Eating one meal and starving for 3 or 4 days was a common occurrence. And even that one meal wasn't enough to fill their stomachs. It was nothing like now. Being able to eat 2 meals a day was already a blessing, and they could eat until they were full. Immortal Lord Chun even said that everyone should eat 3 meals a day. Of course, common folk like them had to obey. Besides, the price of grain was incredibly cheap. He could eat his fill without spending many coins. The refined salt he used, it was all thanks to the Immortal Lord's omniscience. He taught mortals the method to refine it from coarse salt. The price was even comparable to what he paid for coarse salt from the government. It wasn't much different. This is the life we common people should be living. Leaving the city that day, it was truly the right decision. Otherwise, how could I have ever met a living immortal? Hey, old Shi. Drinking, there. Got any left? Pour me a cup, will you? Li Kaiji, his face wreathed in smiles, said as he walked out from a nearby mushroom house. Shi Gaoming laughed. Huh, of course, brother Li. Even if this pot was empty. I'd have to boil a new one for you, no matter what. He brought out a wooden stool from his house and placed it beside him. He poured a cup for Likaiji. So, your big brotherly didn't lie to you, did I? Likaiji took a sip of tea and joked. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to brotherly that I'm living such a good life now. Sure, Gaoming said with a sincere expression. I'll use this tea as wine. A toast to you, big brother. It's a small matter, a small matter. I just came to ask. How long until it's my turn for a statue, Likaiji? He took another sip. He took a sip of tea and continued. Don't worry. I know your character. You don't need to pull any strings for me. Just tell me straight. Sure, Gaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said gratefully, thank you for your understanding, brotherly. For the statue, you'll probably have to wait about a week. That's not long at all. By the way, how long are you booked for with these statue jobs? Likaiji asked curiously. Sure, Gaoming thought for a moment. He hesitated and said, about 2 months from now. That long? Likaiji was astonished. He exclaimed, Old Sure, you're making me really envious. Well, it is a statue of a mortal Lord Shun, after all. As for being envious, brotherly, please don't say that. I'm the one who's envious of you. Sure, Gaoming shook his head with a smile. He glanced at the eye patch that Likaiji had pushed to one side. That thing meant that he had entered the path of fortune and received the immortal Lord's divine gift. Hey, I'm a blacksmith, you know. Likaiji smiled and lowered his voice. By the way, when are you planning to get married? Sure, Gaoming said cautiously. Get married? I'm afraid that's not possible. Don't worry. The status of us artisans has risen dramatically. You should know. Of the 13 academies founded by immortal Lord Shun, nearly half are related to us artisans. Likaiji's eyes glinted as he spoke. Isn't that the truth? In Changsheng, it's much easier for us to find a wife than before. Just say the word, big brother, and I'll immediately find a matchmaker for you. Then I'll have to trouble you, brotherly. Sure, Gaoming scratched the back of his head. He said in a muffled voice, Don't be so polite, Likaiji said unhurriedly. He had just taken a sip, when he looked up and saw Gousheng running towards them. Why has the acolyte who's always with immortal Lord Shun come here? They might not be very familiar with the other people from Lu family village. But this was one of only 2 people allowed to be by immortal Lord Shen's side. They remembered him clearly. It seems he's heading in our direction. Could it be about the statue? Likaiji's eyes flickered. He casually moved closer to Sure Gaoming. He quickly urged, Old Sure, you listen to me. In a moment, if that little kid asks you to make a statue, don't you dare tell him anything about a 2-month wait or no special treatment. Understand? Sure, Gaoming frowned and said, But, no buts. None of this but this or but that. This personality of yours. You really need to change it. He's here. Likaiji straightened up and stood from his stool. He cupped his hands and said, Gousheng, little friend, is there something you need? Unklali. Long time no see. Gousheng returned the greeting. He said seriously to Sure Gaoming, Uncle Sure, I came here this time. Because young Master Chen wants you to make a statue. What? Sure Gaoming cried out. Did I hear that right? He looked at Likaiji in disbelief. He saw him mouth a yes and nod at him. The immortal Lord really wants a statue carved by me. All right, I'll go do it right away. Sure Gaoming's face was flushed with excitement. He put down the teapot and eagerly headed inside. Wait a minute. I'm not finished talking. What are you running for? Likaiji grabbed Sure Gaoming and said. Only then did Sure Gaoming notice that Gousheng was holding some tea leaves in his hand. He could also tell that it was no ordinary tea. Uncle Sure, I want to learn how to carve statues from you. Gousheng said, holding up the gifts in his hands. You want to learn how to carve statues? That's not something you can learn overnight. Sure Gaoming said hesitantly. Why do you want to learn this? Gousheng paused for a moment. He said frankly, I want to carve one myself to give to young Master Chen. Sure Gaoming looked at Gousheng with a smile. He said softly, Oh, is that so? Well, that's simple then. All right, I'll help you. But you'll have to wait until I finish carving the immortal Lord's statue. As for the tea, there's no need. You can take it back with you. Thank you, Uncle Sure. Gousheng bowed slightly. He placed the items inside the house and ran off in a flash. Congratulations. Now I'm truly envious of you. This is a very rare opportunity. Likaiji looked at Sure Gaoming, whose hands were trembling, and said with emotion, All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off, hee hee. Take care, take care. Sure, Gao Ming was in a daze. He returned to his house. He looked at the image of immortal Lord Shun above the incense burner. I will use the finest wood, the most exquisite craftsmanship, and all my heart's blood to offer to the immortal Lord of Changcheng. Inside the city god temple of Changcheng, the newly appointed magistrate of Changcheng, Meng Yongnian, was dressed in formal official robes. He held incense and candles, and laid out offerings. He recited a prayer, O revered deity above. I, Meng Yongnian, magistrate of Changcheng, appointed to govern this place, humbled by the nation's grace, and mindful of my heavy responsibility, come today to your temple to burn incense, to honor your name. May your divine power be manifest, and protect my domain. May the 5 grains be plentiful, and the people live in peace and health. This is my wish, this is my prayer. I beseech the revered deity to silently extend your compassion and look down upon this mortal world. The green smoke of the incense swirled in the air, intertwining with the dim light. After finishing his worship, Meng Yongnian walked out of the temple hall. He saw his advisor standing before the hall, waiting respectfully. Has Wu Jin returned? Meng Yongnian asked hurriedly. Since taking office, all he had encountered were freeloaders. Initially, he thought that Patrol Inspector Wu Zhan was the same. After all, the great city of Changcheng was conquered right under his nose. He must have been embezzling funds. And even so, he somehow managed to avoid any trouble. He must have bribed his superiors to achieve that. Moreover, his face had a sinister look to it. He didn't look like a good person. When he first arrived in Changcheng, aside from official business, Meng Yongnian had almost no interaction with him. Civil officials commanded the military, even at the same rank. The social status and power of these military officials were far inferior to them, the civil officials, not to mention this minor 9th-rank patrol inspector. However, after spending some time in Changcheng, Meng Yongnian realized he had been mistaken. Even after the crisis had passed, Wu Zhan still went out every few days. Sometimes he would even go beyond his jurisdiction. Each time, he would annihilate several groups of bandits. He narrowly defended 7 locations. The soldiers under his command were strong and robust, each one full of spirit. They didn't look like starving men at all. He loves his soldiers as if they were his own sons. On top of that, those soldiers were not afraid of this Wu Zhan. It was clear he was usually very kind to them. He treats his subordinates with respect. What was even more rare was that, despite such high-intensity bandit suppression, his troops could still maintain extremely high morale. He commands his troops skillfully. Possessing even one of these 4 qualities would make someone a rare talent. And this Wu Zhan actually had all of them. In a world where civil and military officials were all corrupt, and the imperial court was mired in filth, to think there was still such a loyal and devoted person. For the first time, Meng Yongnian felt a desire to befriend a 9th-rank military official, taking advantage of several official functions. And with the help of some wine, he and Wu Zhen talked for a long time. The more they talked, the more he admired him. Although this man was a military official, he spoke softly and gently, and treated people with sincerity. When I mentioned his outstanding qualities, he was extremely modest and refused to admit to them. Afterward, Meng Yongnian would invite Wu Zhen over as a guest from time to time. In his heart, he even considered him a confidant. The only unfortunate thing was that for some reason, Brother Wu couldn't eat fish. He would vomit at the sight of it. But that didn't matter. If a person like this met the right patron, he wouldn't be just a mere patrol inspector. It must be that former magistrate, Zhang Yaokai, who was obstructing him. Thinking of this, his resentment toward Zhang Yaokai grew even stronger. Damn you, Zhang Yaokai. You villain. You've ruined a good man. You've wasted my brother Wu's bright future. He has not. The advisor paused. He suddenly asked, Sir, have you thought of a solution for the grain supply? Once the Xiong are driven out, will they ever return? Hearing this, Meng Yongnian first shook his head, then couldn't help but curse under his breath. He then sighed repeatedly. That villain Zhang Yaokai dared to impose exorbitant taxes, arbitrarily increasing levies, forcing the common people to rebel. Not only did he fail to defend the city, he caused it to fall. The grain in the treasury was also completely plundered. He was oblivious to the situation, and even dared to be arrogant. His actions were absurd. Truly, it is the shame of the unprepared. No wonder the Donglin party would find a way to transfer me to this place. Look at what this dead Zhang Yaokai left behind for him. Massive public resentment. Bandits everywhere you look. Taxes that are clearly uncollectible. An empty city granary. What was he supposed to use to replenish it? If he dared to send people to collect taxes, he would inevitably become the next Zhang Yaokai. But if he were to ask those gentry and wealthy households, that would be harder than taking their lives. In the past few days, he had used both soft and hard tactics, and had only managed to get a small amount, and he had distributed it all to the common people to quell some of the public resentment. But it was impossible to ask for more. He was just a newly appointed magistrate. If he dared to ask the gentry and wealthy households for more by force, then tomorrow, bandits could sneak into the city under the banner of killing a corrupt official and take his life. In these times, especially in a place overrun with bandits, those who can survive are no pushovers. How was he supposed to replenish the missing grain? This was clearly a dead end. He would either have to take off this official's hat or lose his head. There was no other way. Regarding the grain, there is currently no good solution, Meng Yongyan said with a bitter smile. He asked casually, "Why? Have you thought of a good idea?" The advisor cupped his hands and said, "Not exactly." A group of people came to the yamen. They said they can solve your honor's urgent problem. Meng Yongyan's eyes lit up. He said, "Is what you say true?" "I would not dare to deceive you, sir," the advisor said with his head bowed. "A solution that comes knocking on my door won't be easy. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What they want is no small matter. Let's go back and see," Meng Yongyan said in a deep voice. The advisor hesitated, as if he wanted to say something more. Meng Yongyan asked sharply, "What is it? Could it be that group has ill intentions?" "No, your honor. You'll understand when you see them. It's hard for me to explain." The advisor hesitated for a moment, then said, "Fine," Meng Yongyan said, word by word. "I'd like to see just what's so special about this group." When they arrived outside the yamen, Meng Yongyan stared at the few strangely dressed villagers not far away, wearing leather chest plates and leather boots, and holding wooden swords. He frowned deeply. The yamen runners, standing guard in front of the yamen, were acting as if this group didn't even exist. What are those yamen runners doing? These people are obviously here to cause trouble. Why aren't they driving them away? They really are a bunch of useless freeloaders, Meng Yongyan said in annoyance. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the advisor. He asked tentatively, "The group you mentioned, it's not them, is it?" The advisor said helplessly, "Your honor, you are correct. However, sir, their leader is a scholar. He is inside waiting for you, sir." "Can these guys be reliable? Why do they look so much like the yellow turbans?" Meng Yongyan saw the carts the group had brought. They seemed to be loaded with something. "Let's go in and see." Meng Yongyan and his advisor walked past the yamen runners on guard with expressionless faces. They entered the yamen. "Big brother, are we really just going to ignore that group?" Zhao Wu turned his head. He asked with concern. The new magistrate. His face didn't look too good just now. Could he be blaming us? "What have you all been hiding from me?" Soon, the yamen runner muttered. He looked at Zhao Wu. He couldn't suppress his joy and said, "Ha ha ha. Zhao Wu, go and listen. Go and listen to what the soldiers who went out are saying. When the time comes, you'll know what's happening. Finally, it's finally our Chengqing's turn, your honor. The visitors are waiting for you in the rear hall. A total of 2 families have come. After the advisor left, another family arrived. The doorman came forward. He whispered, "The family that arrived later is the Fan Clan of Jeshio." "The Fan Clan of Jeshio? Why are they here too? And at this time of all times?" "I just returned from praying at the city god temple, and they already know my whereabouts. I'm completely under their watch. These Shanxi merchants have probably been keeping an eye on me for a while." "And the other family?" Meng Yongyan continued to ask. "The other family," the doorman turned his head and glanced at the advisor. He shrank his neck. He said cautiously, "The other family is from Li City." "Li City? That's right." Meng Yongyan thought for a long time. He frowned slightly. He couldn't help but say, "If I remember correctly, isn't Li City also in Shanxi province?" These 2 groups of Shanxi merchants have such a long reach, coming all the way to our Chengqing in Shanxi. What on earth do they want? Were these Shanxi merchants plotting? The expression on the advisor next to him grew even stranger. "Which family is it specifically?" Meng Yongnian asked thoughtfully. The doorman lowered his voice and said, Lu Family Village. Lu Family Village? Meng Yongnian's expression was one of astonishment. He suspected he had misheard. He asked in disbelief, Say that again. Which family is it? Replying to your honor. It is one of the villages under Chongqing's jurisdiction. Lu Family Village, the doorman said with a mournful face. A village in Chongqing? So they're a group of bandits who have settled down and taken root. The nearby. Weren't all the bandits cleared out by Brother Wu? How can there still be a group that has grown so powerful? Why has Brother Wu never mentioned this to me? Could it be that even Brother Wu can't handle them? Did he suffer a defeat at their hands? No. When Brother Wu returns, I must ask him about this in detail. Meng Yongnian's expression was complicated. He turned his head and looked at his advisor with a wry smile. So this is the reason you said was hard to explain? Your honor, please understand. The advisor stammered. This lowly one did not know how to handle it. I could only ask you to return and see for yourself. Should I call the soldiers to arrest them? This is like turning to anyone in a desperate situation. No need. It's not the time yet. The fan clan of Yahello is also here. We can't let them know. That bandits can come and go as they please in our Chongqing. We'll deal with this matter later. Meng Yongnian said slowly. Once you show your hand, you're already at a disadvantage. That'll make me pay a higher price in the subsequent negotiations. I understand. You may leave. With a solemn expression, Meng Yongnian nodded. He waved his hand to dismiss the doorman. He walked hurriedly through the long corridors of the yamen. His brows were slightly furrowed, his heart filled with worry. The advisor followed beside him. He said cautiously, Your honor, we can ignore that village. But this group of Shanxi merchants, I'm afraid they don't come with good intentions. You had just gone to the city god temple, and they already caught wind of it. This was clearly premeditated. They were just waiting for you to lose your footing. We'll counter soldiers with generals, and water with an earth weir. Let's see what these Shanxi merchants really want from me. Meng Yongnian's eyes glinted. He gently tucked his hands into his sleeves. They swayed slightly with his steps. He silently rehearsed his words for the upcoming meeting. When he reached the last door of the rear hall, he took a deep breath, hiding any trace of emotion. His face bloomed with the most amiable smile, the kind of smile common in official circles. His gaze swept over the visitors in the room. The two men stood up and returned the greeting. One wore a tall, cylindrical turban. He was dressed in a round-collared robe made of satin, with a wide belt tied at his waist. He wore wide-legged trousers, and over the trousers, a decorative, skirt-like cloak. It was adorned with exquisite embroidery. He wore a jade pendant at his waist and carried a folding fan. His face was faintly powdered. The other wore a short jacket and long trousers. The only thing worth mentioning was the aura he possessed, which didn't match his clothes. He must be the strategist for that group of bandits. A pity. Having just an aura isn't enough. With this kind of attire, how could he possibly help me fill the deficit? Not to mention, he's a bandit. Meng Yongnian shook his head inwardly. He ignored Miao Jiming and cupped his hands towards the first man. He said with a sincere expression, I've made you two wait. Please sit. Advisor. Serve our honored guests some tea. While the tea was being prepared, Meng Yongnian asked with a broad smile, May I ask for your esteemed names, gentlemen, and where you hail from? His words were polite, but carried a hint of scrutiny. Before your honor, the magistrate. This humble student's surname is Fan. Give a name once sure. I am from a branch of the Fan clan of Yahello. Fan once sure replied, returning the greeting with neither servility nor arrogance. Miao Jiming also cupped his hands and replied, This humble student's surname is Miao. Give a name, Jiming. I am from Li City, which I consider my home. Li City? Fan Wensher glanced at Miao Jiming. He smiled. So he's also a Shanxi merchant. But judging by his attire, he's probably just trying to take this opportunity to give the magistrate a gift and curry favor. Whatever this fellow wants to do, he shouldn't pose much of a threat to me. After all, I am from a branch of the Fan clan of Yahello. Fan Wensher and Meng Yongnian began to exchange pleasantries. Neither of them paid any attention to Miao Jiming. Miao Jiming was happy to be left alone. He sipped his tea, observing the two of them. He was constantly thinking, the Fan clan of Yahello, huh? They're probably trying to use this opportunity to take a big bite out of Chongqing. This magistrate clearly just returned from outside and rushed straight here. He's still wearing his official robes, and the Fan Clan's people arrived at this exact moment. This Gousheng, the magistrate, probably just went to a temple to pray. TCH, he'd be better off praying to my immortal Lord Chun. He's much more useful than some clay statue. It seems this new magistrate of Gousheng is already in a desperate situation. I've arrived at just the right time. Everything is within immortal Lord Chen's control. Gousheng belongs to the immortal Lord. I can't let this group of profit-driven merchants get their hands on it. Miao Jiming smiled confidently. Next time I find a good place, I'll use that outing opportunity with immortal Lord Chun. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Haha. At some point, the two of them lowered their voices. Miao Jiming returned to his senses. Fan Wensher had stopped talking. He turned his head to look at Miao Jiming, a faint smile on his face. He said, "The magistrate and I have important matters to discuss. Unrelated persons should leave at once. Trying to get rid of me? The matters of this room are all for the magistrate to decide." Miao Jiming cupped his hands towards Magistrate Meng Yongyan and spoke respectfully. Then, he turned to Fan Wensher and said mockingly, "The rules of propriety have not yet been established. So how can you expect the courtesy due to a legitimate son? Do you truly believe you are the master here? Actually, I want you to leave quickly too. Don't let these Fan Clan people find out who you are." Meng Yongyan thought to himself. "By the way, Fan Wensher," Miao Jiming continued with a meaningful tone, "your intentions. Both the magistrate and I are aware of them. But if you wish for me to leave, in a dispute that follows, you will have no one to counter your rival." This sentence reminded Meng Yongyan. He really couldn't drive this bandit away. This Fan Clan member doesn't know he's a bandit. As long as he's kept in the dark, then as long as this family hasn't made their bid, they won't dare to raise the price too high. They'll only dare to bid low. No wonder Brother Wu. Perhaps he really didn't gain any advantage over this group of bandits. This fellow is a little fox too. Seeing that the magistrate didn't speak, Fan Wensher understood his meaning. He was furious, feeling that he had lost face. But at the same time, he became wary. This person's confidence is so strong. Could he really have some powerful background? His backing must be considerable. I'll tolerate him for now. Once my men return with information, I'll be able to gauge his true background. Taking a deep breath, Fan Wensher's expression remained unchanged. He said, "In that case, it was I who was impolite. I hope you will not take offense, young master. This humble student heard not long ago that your esteemed county has beautiful scenery. I came especially to visit." Fan Wensher cupped his hands towards Meng Yongyan. His eyes flickered. He said slowly, "I was planning to stay for a few days. Unexpectedly, news came a few days ago that your honor the magistrate has encountered some trouble. This godforsaken place has beautiful scenery? How can he say that with a straight face?" Nodding slightly, Meng Yongyan gestured for Fan Wensher to continue. "That's right. I have indeed encountered some trouble. I wonder what brilliant ideas you might have, young Master Fan." "Here it comes." Fan Wensher kept glancing towards the door. Finally, he saw the figure. Seeing him shake his head slightly, he felt greatly relieved. This person is not a threat. Fan Wensher smiled. He said unhurriedly, "This humble student has come this time with an excellent solution. It can resolve this matter for your honor. Since the Hongwu era of the Great Ming, my ancestors have received the grace of the state for generations, enjoying prosperity for many ages. To this day, we have some savings. This humble student can help make up a portion of the tax revenue. Of course, this is naturally not enough, but my family has some small influence. We can help your honor secure an extension for the tax collection deadline." He gently blew on the tea leaves on the surface. He took a light sip of tea. A faint, almost imperceptible smile hung on his lips. He continued, "This solution only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. To be frank with you, sir, this humble student is a descendant of the Fan Clan of Jieshio. Our family business, passed down through generations, is based on the salt trade. We have considerable expertise in the salt industry. I have heard that Gousheng is renowned for its salt production. If your honor would grant this humble student permission, it would be beneficial to operate a salt business in the city, to supply the needs of the people. If I can obtain your permission, sir, this humble student is willing to repay you in a suitable manner, to be used for the development of the county. As for the matter of taxes, my family can also cover them for you temporarily. If he only wants permission for the salt trade, then the cost and reward are clearly not balanced. There must be more to it. Meng Yongyan knew this clearly in his heart. He said without hesitation, "What else? Say it all at once." Fan Wensher took out a scroll and presented it. "With your permission, sir, this move will not only ensure stable salt prices, but also bring more revenue to the county treasury." Fan Wensher said calmly, "Of course, it will not trouble your honor. As long as you nod, sir, this humble student will arrange everything properly." After just a few glances, beads of cold sweat faintly appeared on Meng Yongyan's forehead. His brows were tightly knitted. He wants to monopolize the salt trade. This Fan clan wants to be the sole power in Chongqing. Of course, it also stated the benefits he, the magistrate, would receive from doing this. Paying the taxes would only be a matter of time, and there would even be a surplus. But Chongqing has just been plundered by bandits. Everything in the city is in ruins and waiting to be rebuilt. If he really let this Fan clan do as they please at this time, the lives of the people in the city would only become worse than before. Can he do this? Absolutely not. Meng Yongyan's expression remained relatively calm, but a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "I cannot let this happen. Sir, everything is negotiable. Come now." Fan Wensher looked as if he had Meng Yongyan right where he wanted him. He smiled and said, "If you have any doubts, sir, we can discuss it further. Sir, please think it over carefully. Besides this humble student, there is no one else who can help you." As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Miao Jiming. Then he turned his head back, not looking at him again. Meng Yongyan took a deep breath. He said resolutely, "To let you monopolize the salt trade. Even if I lose my official's hat, I will never agree." When Miao Jiming heard this, he instantly understood the contents of the document. He thought to himself, so that's it. So this is what this group was planning. Then it's even more impossible to let them succeed. However, this magistrate seems to have some conscience. He's different from that Zhang Yaokai. He can be of use to the immortal lord. In that case, there's no need to use this opportunity to test him further. It's time to make my exit. The Fan clan of Jishio? What huge appetite. Miao Jiming sneered. He said, "I was wondering what great resources you had to dare take on this task. So this is all it was. Oh, and what advice do you have, sir?" "With just that mouth of yours," Fan Wensher replied disdainfully. "Your honor, my offer is to, within 7 days, make up for all of your taxes, and I will completely replenish the remaining grain in the treasury. Not only that, I can also arrange work for the people in the city, and the refugees outside the city. I will distribute food to relieve the disaster victims." Miao Jiming said, What a joke. You want to cover everything? How ignorant. Do you have any idea how much a county's taxes are? And how much grain was stolen from the treasury? Moreover, given Chongqing's current situation, if he wasn't mistaken, the grain in the treasury probably didn't match the account books long ago. What the bandits took was merely a drop in the bucket, and you want to completely replenish it? Fan Wensher's lips curled slightly. The folding fan in his hand swayed gently. His attitude was relaxed and at ease. He nodded slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. He said, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. You'll only make a fool of yourself." The information his confidant had gathered was that this person was not a threat. If he's not a threat, then he's not a threat. Could there be a mistake? He's just a buffoon. He might just be a front put up by this magistrate. Miao Jiming's gaze was as calm as a deep pool, yet it held a subtle, sharp edge. "I am aware. If you don't believe me, sir, you can send someone outside to take a look. I have already brought a portion of the grain, regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not. It can be gifted to you, sir, as a show of sincerity." "Are those 2 carts both filled with grain?" Meng Yongyan looked at his advisor. He immediately understood. He walked out the door. "Sir," Miao Jiming called out to the advisor. He grinned and said, "Just tell the leader out there. He will take you to see the grain. It's not just that little bit. Could there be 5 carts?" The advisor walked out, puzzled. Playing tricks. Fan Wensher pursed his lips. He muttered to himself. A hint of panic suddenly rose in his heart. Not long after, the advisor ran back and hastily. Every step he took on the floor echoed his urgency. His face was a mixture of excitement and elation. The corners of his mouth turned up unconsciously. His joy was hard to conceal. "What's going on?" Meng Yongyan asked, confused. The advisor was out of breath. He stammered, 20 carts. 20 carts. I saw them all. They're all packed full of grain." "What?" Fan Wensher and Meng Yongyan shouted in unison. 20 carts, packed to the brim. Even if each cart could only hold 1 dan. That's still 20 dan. And that much is a gift. Are bandits these days all this rich? Meng Yongyan looked at Miao Jiming in disbelief. Is it true that regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not, it is all a gift to me? For dan per cart. A total of 80 sure. I'll gift it to you, sir, regardless of success or failure. Miao Jiming said, word by word. This is my sincerity. He glanced at Fan Wensher, a smile on his lips. As for the condition, it's very simple. I notice that the city god temple is a bit dilapidated. I would like to contribute some money to have it repaired. Of course, I have one more simple request. Another statue is to be placed inside the city god temple. Miao Jiming slowly stood up. His movements were gentle and refined, without the slightest hint of haste. His demeanor was calm and composed. He slowly uttered his farewell. In that case, I will not disturb you any longer. I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long. Please excuse me for taking my leave first. If the county magistrate thinks it through, you can send someone to Yunshui's station to inform me. Just give me a word. There's no need to doubt. My words. I can do what I say. Much better than some stingy, troublesome fellows. Having said that, he glanced at the red-faced Fan Wensher, and without looking back, turned around and left. This was an absolute crush. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fan Wensher muttered. The smile at the corner of his mouth vanished without a trace. For a moment, this elegant and suave young master actually appeared somewhat flustered. He took a deep breath to calm his mind. This is 80 sure. That's 12,000 Jin. For their Jieshio fan clan, it wasn't considered a lot. But this is Shamshi. Just transporting the grain here would result in losing more than half of it. The selling price of every pickle is also dozens of times higher than in other places. If they were given a few days to prepare, they could also scrape together 80 sure. But to just give it away to someone for nothing, they really couldn't do that. Even if this was a play put on in collusion with the county magistrate, that still wasn't right. Logically speaking, this Chung shouldn't be able to produce so much grain. Perhaps there weren't 20 carts at all. Fan Wensher thought to himself, and subconsciously picked up his teacup, only to find that the tea inside had already been drunk dry by him at some point. Young Master Fan, allow this official a moment to ponder your conditions, so that this official can make proper arrangements. Meng Yongyan glanced at his advisor and said word by word, Advisor, refill the young master's tea. Yes, sir. The teapot. Spout aimed at the teacup. As the wrist shook, the clear tea flowed into the cup like amber beads, causing ripples. Fan Wensher glanced at the tea that was almost overflowing and understood in his heart. A full cup of tea means seeing the guest out. He was kicking him out. County magistrate. I wonder if this junior could tag along. To take a look? Fan Wensher's eyes flickered as he spoke. Meng Yongyan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction. Does the young master think this official is colluding with others to deceive you? I wouldn't dare. This junior is just afraid that the county magistrate has been deceived. Fan Wensher lowered his head slightly and said leisurely. Meng Yongyan snorted coldly, ignoring him further. He dropped his smile and expressionlessly walked past Fan Wensher, heading outside the yamen. The advisor, following closely behind, shot a sideways glance at Fan Wensher, shaking his head slightly in mockery. Fan Wensher stood up straight and followed silently. Congratulations, Moss. The servant of Fan Wensher waiting at the door, seeing Miao Jiming leave, thought the matter had been settled. He was just about to step forward and offer his congratulations when he saw his master's gloomy face. What's going on? The servant thought to himself. Fan Wensher's lips were pressed tightly together, his chin raised slightly, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He glared at him. The servant hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. His shoulders trembled slightly, his lips turned pale, and he swallowed hard from time to time. Things went south. Miao Jiming was already nowhere to be seen. Parked in front of the yamen were rows of neat wooden carts. Every cart was piled high with bulging sacks of flour. They were stacked tightly together, leaving not a single gap, weighing the wooden carts down heavily. Where are they? Meng Yongyan asked the yamen runner, who was staring blankly at the flour sacks. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Did they leave any message?" "Yes, Your Honor." Zhao Wu's unfocused eyes regained their clarity. He quickly replied, "Those people parked these 20 carts of flour at the Yamen entrance. They left without saying a word, so they really didn't make any demands." Meng Yongyan turned his head. He looked at Fan Wensher beside him with a broad smile. "Young Master Fan, is there anything else you'd like to say?" Fan Wensher immediately understood. This trip of his was likely in vain. To be able to produce these 20 carts of flour, it meant that what that person said was at least 50% credible. His face burned with shame. Fan Wensher's hand trembled slightly. The fan almost slipped from his fingertips. He suddenly snapped it shut with force. The fan made a crisp snap sound, breaking the silence. He tried his best to regain his usual composure, but the stiffness in his movements and the unnaturalness of his expression, as well as the tightly gripped fan, betrayed the turmoil in his heart. He cupped his hands, a forced smile on his face. He said, "This humble student understands Your Honor's meaning. If you have need of me in the future, I hope Your Honor will inform me." After saying that, Fan Wensher didn't want to stay a moment longer. He left with his servant as if fleeing. Once they turned the corner, and Meng Yongyan and the others were out of sight, Fan Wensher turned his head, his eyes blazing with anger, and said, "I told you to gather information. Is this how you gather information? Let me ask you, what is the background of that group?" The servant felt his hands and feet turn cold. He said, trembling, "Master, that group is a gang of bandits near Changcheng. It is said that they were originally from Lu family village. Later, people from several surrounding villages also fled to that village." "Bandits?" Fan Wensher said coldly. "They can produce 20 carts of flour and give it away for free, and they can still make up for Chingching's taxes. And you're telling me that group rebelled because they couldn't afford to eat? Rebels? Master, wait, there's more. There's one more thing." The servant added, stammering, "That village worships a wild god. They say, he's called Young Master Chun. So they're a group of heretical cultists." Fan Wensher was stunned for a moment. He instantly understood. He muttered to himself, "I see. No wonder they want to repair the city god temple and place a statue inside. That makes sense. It's something those ignorant cultists would do. As for the 20 carts of flour, it's plausible that they robbed passing merchants. As for why they didn't keep it for themselves, you can't use common sense to guess the thoughts of heretical cultists." The servant stood cautiously, afraid of attracting Fan Wensher's attention. Ruining my plans. It would be a pity to kill him. After all, he's my property. Find a remote place and sell him off." Fan Wensher gave his guard a look. He immediately understood. He nodded, and the servant thought he had escaped his fate, secretly rejoicing. Young Master Chun? They can't even come up with a proper name. A bunch of illiterates. As long as they're not that group from the White Lotus Society, who are always thinking about rebelling, it should be fine. A heretical cult I've never heard of. It seems it was just recently founded, using the name of ghosts and gods to win people over. This trick has been used to death in the history books. Only these uneducated, crude peasants would believe it. How dare you provoke the Fan clan of Jieshio? Didn't you want to place a statue in the city god temple? Does a wild god deserve to enjoy the incense of the mortal world in a city god temple? I'll have it smashed directly. Tell the manager in Changcheng. After I leave, no matter what these guys want to do, make things difficult for them. Remember, don't let them know it was us." Fan Wensher said with a sinister smile, "If that statue gets built, find a dark and windy night and smash it to pieces for me." He seemed to have already seen the crazed look of those cultists. After that statue was smashed, now that Chongqing's patrol inspector, Wu Zhen, has changed his tune. Chongqing won't be easily breached like before. These bandits naturally can't do anything to them inside the city. I believe the city god and the other deities won't blame us. What they're smashing is a wild god stealing incense. "My lord, should we put this flour into the storehouse?" The advisor asked softly. "No need, distribute it all. This little bit won't amount to much anyway." Meng Yongyan felt the flour through the sack and said with a smile, "Didn't those bandits say it? This flour is a gift to me. I can dispose of it however I please. They'll arrange labor for the people of Changcheng later, and even provide meals. Before that, we at least need to give the people the strength to work, right? As for the matter of the statue, if they can truly keep their promise, then let them build it. Meng Yongyan said, his face full of smiles. What if it's fake? The advisor asked worriedly. Meng Yongyan shook his head, saying nonchalantly, if it's fake, it's still better than the Fan Clan. These 20 carts of flour are real, at least. Wait until Brother Wu returns and ask for his opinion. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of deity could make this group of bandits willingly take out so much food and provisions just to place its statue in the city god temple. What exactly did it look like? Leeching at the entrance of Gousheng's house. After trading for an iron pickaxe with silk touch, Chun-Li bid farewell to Miao Jiming and Gousheng and returned to his room to prepare the things he needed to go out. Feeling bored, he took out his diamond axe. Chun-Li looked at the weeds in front of the door, itching to take action, ever since he went back to his hometown in the past. And Chun-Lin used a wooden stick to sweep and break the plants in front of the neighbor's house. His old man used physical action to make him remember that the plants in front of the door were not to be touched, even though if he did it himself, Gousheng would definitely say, these plants were born to be swept and broken, and there would be broken marks. He would just go along with it. Forget it. It wasn't easy for them to grow this big, he thought. Chun-Li turned his gaze to a large tree not far away. The shape of this tree was obviously naturally generated. There was absolutely no problem with this one. You can never have too much wood. It would drop saplings anyway, and there was no shortage of bone meal. He could just plant it again. When Gousheng returned, he had a slight doubt in his heart. Was the tree in front of my house always like this? Got everything with me. Chun-Li put away the diamond axe, still wanting more. As expected of a diamond axe, the feel was just different. Good stuff. Gousheng nodded. He was already wearing a full set of leather armor, holding a wooden sword in his hand. He shrugged, revealing the bamboo basket on his back. It's all in here. Currently, apart from Chun-Li, only Wei Shi, the big guy Lu Ping, and Miao Jiming had a full set of leather armor. The rest were mostly fished up, like boots paired with a leather chestplate. As for the wooden sword, almost everyone in the militia had one. This thing only required wood. It could clash head-on with an iron sword. It was also deceptive to those who didn't know its properties. The cost-performance ratio was extremely high. No one holding an iron sword would be afraid of trading blows with someone holding a wooden sword, right? It was a pity that Gousheng wasn't old enough yet, so he couldn't change professions. He had to wait until next year. In MC, only after a baby villager grows into an adult villager can a profession be assigned to them. Otherwise, he could have worn a full diamond set right away. Take this. Chun-Li took out a map from his inventory and handed one to Gousheng. He also took one for himself. Empty map, sold by novice-level cartographers. Price, 7 emeralds. As long as it's used, it can generate the nearby terrain out of thin air. By using a cartography table and paper, it can be zoomed in or out. It can be zoomed out up to 4 times. However, the area outside the zoomed-out map is blank. This trip was also to conveniently explore the surrounding terrain. After returning, they would use the map to make copies. The one in Gousheng's hand was Zoom Level 4, which could only show the terrain. The one in Chun-Li's hand was Zoom Level 3, which could barely show the buildings on it. All right, then I announce. The second adventure begins. Chun-Li pulled out a crossbow and shouted excitedly, I'll be your marksman. You just focus on charging forward. The damage output will definitely be enough. And I absolutely won't hit you. Are you ready, Gousheng? Don't ask why he didn't use a bow. If you ask, it's because it lacked challenge. All right. Gousheng raised the wooden sword in his hand and shouted in coordination. I'm ready. I can't hear you. I'm ready. Good, boss. We're heading out now. Chun-Li turned his head and said to Gousheng, this operation is extremely covert. We have to avoid all the villagers. Your mission is to cover me so I don't get discovered. Now, Corporal Gousheng, I order you to set out immediately. Find a path off the beaten track and escort me to Wal Maria. Yes, boss. Gousheng answered quickly. Call me General. Yes, General. Let's go. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction. He followed Gousheng all the way, bypassing the crowds. As for why they had to be so sneaky, it was naturally so the people of Leeching wouldn't know that he had sneaked out. Previously, he had only gone to the Nether, and in less than a few hours, the villagers had caused a huge fuss. They even dared to brace themselves and charge into the Nether. Even Jiming, the rational one, did it. God knows what kind of reaction the other villagers would have if they found out he was gone for a whole day. These days, being a god really isn't easy. Going out of town feels like being a thief. But you have to admit, it's quite thrilling. Just like playing hide and seek, Gousheng led the way in front. When he saw no one, he waved for Chun-Li to keep moving forward. Just like that, they sneaked all the way. Gousheng cleared the path, and Chun-Li trailed behind. Soon, they reached the towering city wall that seemed to have no top. There were iron doors on all four sides of the wall, guarded by the militia. If one wanted to enter this city, this was the only way to go. Even if you could scale walls and run on roofs, you still couldn't fly in. The only downside was that the lighting under the wall was a bit problematic. But overall, the pros outweighed the cons. Later, when there were enough materials, Chun-Li would try placing some glowstone on the wall for lighting. The sense of security would be maxed out. And naturally, the two of them didn't arrive at the iron doors, but at a corner of the high wall. This high wall could stop others, but it couldn't possibly stop him. To be exact, no one could trap a Steve, even if he was completely unarmed. Only bedrock couldn't be mined by him. For anything else, using his hands was just a matter of time. Taking out the enchanted iron pickaxe he just traded for. Chun-Li mined through the cobblestone. He would patch it up after going out. Once outside the wall, the two of them avoided the main roads and took the small paths. Wherever it was remote, that's where they went. The main idea was to take the path less traveled. On the flat ground covered by dense forest, wild rabbits from the real world were quietly nibbling away. Sheep spawned by MC were wandering aimlessly on the grass. In the sky, a flock of real-world birds was soaring. There were many species of these birds, and Chun-Li couldn't name them all. But the most conspicuous among them were undoubtedly the ones mixed in. The parrots from Minecraft. Their bodies were made up of colorful pixel blocks. Their wings were covered in patches of emerald green, blue, and red. They were bright and eye-catching. The scene before him made Chun-Li sigh with emotion. This sight is truly bizarre and dazzling. So this is what the world looks like when MC and reality combine. It's so wonderful. I'm really lucky. Gousheng marked this location. Chun-Li snapped back to reality and said to Gousheng, "An arrow will generate on the map," pointing to its owner's location. Gousheng just needs to remember this spot, and parrots can be tamed by feeding them various seeds. Once tamed, they will perch on their owner's shoulder. I definitely have to bring one back. Just not right now. Since we're already out on this trip, we might as well drop by the outside of the boundary to see if the duration has increased. It won't be too late to tame the parrots on the way back, lest I go out of bounds, and these parrots, being too far away, teleport directly to my side and end up dying. That wouldn't be good. That's right. Parrots in the MC world have a specific trait. When the player is too far from the parrot will teleport to the player's side. This trait isn't very noticeable in the game, but in reality, it's practically the flying thunder god technique. If these parrots could understand commands and control their teleportation autonomously, then the role they could play would be immense. Remember how we got here? Chun-Li asked. Gousheng nodded and said firmly, "Memorized it. Then let's keep moving," Chun-Li said with a smile. After marking the general types of animals within the area, the two of them stopped and went, and soon arrived outside the boundary. Chun-Li looked at the outside of the boundary and began to ponder, while Gousheng had an ominous premonition. In his mind, the apocalyptic scene from the time his boss went out of bounds resurfaced. His scalp went numb. He stole glances at Chun-Li, praying silently in his heart. Let's go out and take a look. Crossing the boundary. At dusk, Chun-Li carried his crossbow, a smile on his lips. Humming a song, he leisurely strolled outside the boundary. Gousheng's face looked normal, but he would occasionally look up at the sky, terrified that if he wasn't paying attention, the sky would collapse. Just like before. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chun-Li. It was just that incident was too terrifying. Seeing Gousheng's somewhat uneasy expression, Chun-Li comforted him. Relax. We're just out for a stroll, not to destroy the world. If this little world really collapsed, I'd be more anxious than you. Moreover, Chun-Li also wanted to go back a bit. Outside was mostly just dry land. Nothing much to see. If it weren't to see if the duration would increase, he'd rather go home and build some structures. Now, it was also time to install some streetlights and such for the village, or go to the Nether to mine some gold. and find Zhu Lin to trade items. Gousheng, about how much time has passed? Shen Li Yonut, turning around to ask. About 2 shurchen have passed. Gousheng stared at the sun's position in the sky, and, combined with his own sense of time, calculated it. That's 4 hours. It seems this small world is becoming increasingly stable. Chun-Li thought to himself. He glanced at his hunger bar and said unhurriedly, Gousheng, we've been walking for so long. You must be hungry, right? I'm Fina. Gousheng instinctively wanted to say he wasn't hungry, but seeing Chun-Li's subtle look, he changed his tune. But I'm a bit tired. I do want to eat something. Then let's set up camp right here. Chun-Li took out a campfire and placed it on the ground. He then took out the fish from his inventory and quickly pulled out wooden planks, starting to build a house on the spot. Building houses is still the most fun. While building upwards, Chun-Li said to Gousheng, I'll handle the shelter. You prepare the food. Take out all the food you brought and roast it. All right, boss. I'll let you taste my cooking. Gousheng said, taking out pots and pans from his basket. They had brought them to Mushroom Town, along with the unique food spices produced there, such as pepper, long pepper, cardamom, garlic, and various other common and uncommon seasonings. They had it all. Miao Jiming had bought a lot of everything. It was all prepared for Chun-Li. Apart from what was in the warehouse, Gousheng's house had a small amount of these seasonings. Gousheng's mother, Yilan, would only put them in the food brought to Chun-Li. They wouldn't use it for themselves. Kids in the countryside knew how to cook. After all, the adults were busy farming. Adding firewood and cooking meals were considered relatively easy chores, usually done by older kids like them. Meanwhile, Chun-Li had formed a rough blueprint in his mind. After setting up the framework, he continued building. Because they were in the outside world, Chun-Li would eventually leave this house, and it would be assimilated by the real world. If he built it haphazardly, it would definitely collapse. Plus, to pass the time, Chun-Li built it quite meticulously. Of course, it was only slightly better than that first Matchbox house. After all, it was just a temporary shelter, and it wasn't easy to build freely. By the time the house was built, the sky had darkened. The surroundings became completely quiet, with only the crackling sound of the campfire. Chun-Li took out torches, first placing them at the door, symmetrically placing 2. Then, by the campfire, he placed wool carpets on wooden planks. To make benches, the bubbles in the meat soup inside the iron pot popped, and the hot steam wrapped in a savory aroma drilled into Chun-Li's nostrils. Smells amazing. Looking at the boiling mushrooms and white meat in the pot, Chun-Li couldn't help but ask, what kind of meat is this? Snake. Snake meat I caught a few days ago. It makes a really fragrant soup. Gousheng said. Chun-Li asked tentatively, did you catch it with your bare hands? How could I? I definitely used a net. Bare hands would be too dangerous. Gousheng patiently explained. As long as you find a snake's hiding place, cover it with a net. When the snake moves on the net, it gets tangled or trapped. I haven't seen snakes in a long time, but there have been quite a few these past few days. Snakes, Shen Li Fronut, then relaxed his brows. The reason snakes were scary was because some of them were highly venomous. Without anti-venom or timely treatment, they could be fatal. Some are even deadly upon contact. But the villagers didn't need to fear these, as long as they had a breath left. A bucket of milk was enough to fix it. At most, it was like eating horseradish. This snake meat smells pretty good. Salivating. Chun-Li's eyes sparkled, sniffing the aroma. He asked impatiently, Gousheng, when will this soup be ready? Wait, let me taste it first. Gousheng scooped up a spoonful of soup, instinctively wanted to take a sip directly. He suddenly realized, glanced at Chun-Li beside him, and thought, that was close. Good thing. I reacted in time. He picked up a chopstick, dipped it in, and put it in his mouth. After putting in these seasonings, the taste is really fresh. I feel like it'll be done after boiling a bit longer. Boss, you'll have to wait a little longer, Gousheng said, picking up the grilled fish over the campfire. He brushed some seasoning on it and handed it to Chun-Li. Eat this first. The soup will be ready right away. After taking a few bites of the grilled fish, the soup was pretty much done. Gousheng served a bowl for Chun-Li. The soup had a deep, rich brown color, clear and glossy. Sliced mushrooms floated on the surface, having absorbed the essence of the stewed snake meat. Before the soup could even cool down, Chun-Li started eating. with one bite of the mushroom. It tasted fresh, tender, and juicy, smooth and delicate. The snake meat, having been slow-cooked, was incredibly soft. It could almost be separated with a gentle nudge of the spoon, melting in the mouth. With every sip of the soup, he could feel the distinct layers of flavor from the snake meat and mushrooms. The deep, mellow richness of the snake meat, the fresh sweetness of the mushrooms, and the subtle harmony of various herbs and seasonings. In short, it was incredibly fresh. If there was chicken bouillon, maybe it would taste even better. But Chun-Li felt that adding chicken bouillon would ruin the overall flavor of the soup. Give me another bowl. Chun-Li gulped down the piping hot soup in one go and held out his hand to Gousheng. Gousheng nodded and took the bowl. All right. After looking up, while Gousheng was serving the soup, Chun-Li saw blurry figures walking towards their direction. It looked like there were about 100 people. Are they looking for a fight? Halt! What do you want? Chun-Li stuck the grilled fish into the campfire and said with a serious face, Young Master Chun, please don't attack. We are Yang Heyu's subordinates. The leader hurriedly made the people behind him stop and anxiously stepped into the light. This person was Wei Si. If I remember correctly, he's the one, the wandering merchant I sent out to find Song Yingxing. Oh, it's you. I remember you. Chun-Li asked expectantly. Could it be that you've invited Song Yingxing over? Wei Si bowed and said cautiously, We did bring Song Yingxing. Where is he? Let me see. Chun-Li was a bit excited and asked with impatient curiosity. This was the first historical figure he was going to meet. He was a little thrilled. This wasn't just a name in a book. This was a living, breathing Song Yingxing. Bring him up to young Master Chun. Wei Si shouted to the back. Hearing this, Chun-Li was a bit confused. Bring him up? From Wei Si's words, Chun-Li got the general idea. Song Yingxing was a native of Shaanxi. He came from a scholarly family. From the generation of Song Jing to Song Qingqing, the Song family was at its peak. But by the time of Song Wulin, the family's circumstances had gradually declined. Even so, they still had no worries about food and clothing, and were quite renowned locally. Under such circumstances, Song Yingxing naturally wouldn't risk his life to go to Shaanxi, which was swarming with bandits. Having no other choice, they had to tie him up. Chun-Li had already guessed in his heart that Song Yingxing wouldn't come easily. After all, given the situation in Shaanxi, no normal person would come. But despite all his calculations, he never expected him to be brought over like this. Chun-Li looked at Wei Si with a weird expression. Young Master Chun, this was truly a last resort. Seeing this, Wei Si panicked a bit, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He hurriedly explained. At first, we planned to use money to invite him out, but his family is well off. We tried every other method, but there was really no other way. So we had to resort to this. But rest assured, young master, apart from tying him up when we first brought him out of Shaanxi, the rest of the time, we just had people guarding him. That's not the issue. How did you explain this to Song Yingxing's family? Chun-Li sighed and asked. At Song Yingxing's age, he definitely has a family. If you didn't explain it clearly, and made his family worry for nothing, or even caused other accidents, that would be bad. Don't worry, young Master Chun, Wei Si hurriedly said. Big Brother had already considered this. For this, he even borrowed the boss's name. His family barely believed that he went out on a tour. However, the maximum time he can stay here is a month. A month, that should be enough. Those who can sell salt naturally have connections with officials. Otherwise, where would the salt come from? The boss probably has some background too, to be able to fool them. What about Yang Heyu? Chun-Li continued asking. He went to the boss to explain the situation. Big Brother told me to bring the person to you first. Wei Si said cautiously. Oh right, young Master Chun. We also took in quite a few refugees along the way, as well as scholars. How many scholars are there? Chun-Li asked with a smile. About a dozen. A dozen. That should yield 3 or 4. Librarians. Not bad. The group in the darkness parted to both sides. A man, escorted by 2 people on his left and right, walked over. The man looked to be around 40 years old, wearing somewhat messy but plain clothes, with his hair in a bun. He had an outstanding appearance, a commanding presence, and his eyes revealed a firm, wise light. He looked dignified, staring at Chun-Li without showing any fear. At first, Song Yingxing thought he had been kidnapped by enemies. But after hearing the conversations of those merchants, he learned that the one who wanted to kidnap him was the leader of an evil cult. He failed to escape several times within Shangxi. Once they entered Shangxi, escaping would actually be more dangerous. Helpless, Song Yingxing could only give up on the idea. On the way, he also figured out the group's intention for kidnapping him. He was just a lowly Jiren, holding no official position whatsoever. The only thing worth praising about him was his slight dabbling in agriculture, forging, and other such fields. The only thing he didn't understand was how this cult leader thought of finding him. Wei Si tactfully gave a look, signaling the two men to follow him and retreat. "Are you Song Yingxing?" Chun-Li asked. Song Yingxing nodded, replying, "I am, Mr. Song." Chun-Li took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I am very sorry. Young master, there is no need for this." Song Yingxing shook his head, saying calmly, "Since I have already arrived at this place, what's done is done. But could I ask the young master to give me some time? To stay in Lu family village for a few days? I will give you an answer soon." This person had an extraordinary temperament, an indescribable elegance. But other than that, he didn't seem to have any other divine traits. However, those fish were a bit strange. Thinking this, Song Yingxing looked at the fish roasting over the campfire, which are almost all half a meter long. Shangxi was suffering from a severe drought, and the rivers had dried up. You couldn't even find a fish the size of a thumb, let alone fish this big. And the most obvious thing was that lush, green forest. All these things perfectly corroborated what the merchants had said. If it was truly as those merchants claimed, and this person really had heaven-defying abilities, calling him an immortal wouldn't be wrong. Then being kidnapped and brought here could even be considered an honor. After all, to be favored by an immortal, even at the cost of their reputation, even in the future, it would become a great tale. He, Song Yingxing, would definitely leave his name in history, recreating the glory of the 3 generations of Shangshu, or perhaps even surpassing it. Just being tied up, that was completely acceptable. But if it was just a coincidence, and this person was really just a fraud, then he didn't need to listen any further. To be able to bewitch so many people to work for him, his eloquence must be incredible. He shouldn't let it disturb his judgment. If he was just a fraud, then even if he died, he wouldn't help this group of people. In that case, they were just bandits, wanting to rebel. If he survived, when the Imperial court investigated, it would inevitably bring disaster to his family. Furthermore, although the people rely on righteousness as their foundation, it was impossible for him to rebel. All right, I understand. Shenli Nudda. He wants to do a field inspection, but I'm not afraid anyway. Although his small city was still lacking in everything, the rough framework had already been established. The villagers' lives might not be amazing, but they weren't bad either. They had food, drink, and shelter. Medical care was guaranteed. Education was still under construction. After all, he had to handle that personally. Taizhan also had to go to school, lest he trample the school building. I don't believe that now he's here, I let him run away. If the young master has no other matters, could you let those merchants take me away first? It's better to arrive at Lu family village early to rest. Song Yingxing said softly. Wait, eat these. Chun-Li took out cookies from his inventory and handed them to Song Yingxing. These are cookies. Eating them can restore your stamina and heal any injuries you might have. Gousheng, bring your basket over. Chun-Li said, then shouted, Wei Si, here, young Master Chun, what do you need me for? Wei Si hurriedly ran over and asked tentatively, distribute these to the people you brought. Chun-Li filled the basket with cookies. Thank you, young Master Chun. Wei Si's face was full of excitement. This was immortal food. He carefully took the basket. Then he asked cautiously, young Master Chun, can I save my portion? Naturally, it's best to keep it inside the boundary. If you go outside the boundary, eat it early. Shenli Nudda. Then added, by the way, don't tell anyone you saw me. Do you understand? Yes. Although Wei Si was a bit confused, he didn't dare to ask more. Returning to the sleeve dimension, Song Yingxing looked at the basket full of cookies, muttering to himself, is this a Taoist divine ability? Or perhaps just a sleight of hand? Song Yingxing stared at the dark chocolate chips, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively put one in his mouth. The taste was weird, but quite sweet. It must have sugar in it, but this sweetness didn't taste like normal sugar. After eating a few pieces, Song Yingxing suddenly froze. The stamina he had exhausted from the long trek was rapidly recovering. Energy filled his entire body. Was it a secret medicine that would harm the body? No, it didn't feel like it. Song Yingxing stared at the cookie, pondering for a long time. Finally, he grinned. It seemed this trip might be the most bizarre journey of his life. Bidding farewell to Chun-Li, Song Yingxing and his group proceeded along the small path. Because the distance was already very close, everyone quickened their pace. Soon, a shadow appeared ahead, blocking their path. The refugees, following them, instinctively stopped in their tracks. "We're here," Wei Si said, panting. He walked forward, holding up the torch in his hand. The dark shadow revealed its true face. A stone wall. Is this the immortal bridge? It feels so high. Too bad I can't see it clearly at night. The refugees sighed. That's right, it's a pity. It's night right now. If it were daytime, you'd be able to see this high wall reaching straight to the heavens. Wei Si shook his head, saying regretfully, "So amazing, right? After all, it's an immortal." Song Yingxing didn't speak. He walked forward, observing carefully, feeling the mottled stone wall. He occasionally knocked on it, pushed it, and even leaned in to sniff it. The smell was of ordinary stone, indeed. The seams were incredibly tight. He tried to pick off a small stone from it, but found that not even a speck of stone dust would stick to his hand. He looked up at this wall towering into the night sky, a city wall of unimaginable height, towering into the clouds, majestic and unyielding. Only an immortal could do this. Perhaps the other side was stepped. Only then could it ensure the wall wouldn't collapse. Let's keep moving. Song Yingxing's curiosity was piqued. He couldn't wait to see what was on the other side. The group walked along the city wall and soon arrived near the iron doors. "Everyone, you're a step late. Entry to leeching is forbidden at night. If you don't mind, you can follow me. I'll take you to a temporary lodging place." The guarding two soldiers stepped forward. One of them said to the leading Wei Si, with a sincere face, "There's food, drink, and shelter there. You can settle there for the night." Wei Si turned his head and looked at Song Yingxing. It didn't matter for him and the others. But this person was someone Immortal Lord Chun specifically wanted. He couldn't be careless. "I will follow your arrangements," Song Yingxing said unhurriedly. Seeing that Song Yingxing had no objections, Wei Si naturally nodded. The soldiers led them to several giant mushroom houses. They were made from dozens of red mushrooms that had grown, with the insides of the caps hollowed out. People were sparsely walking in and out of those houses. "Look, those are the mushroom houses. I thought they were fake." "You idiot. It's not like you haven't seen that wall. Of course these mushroom houses exist." There was the sound of a light drizzle around. "There's endless water next to it. Drink as much as you want. You guys came at the right time. Dinner was just prepared. It should be delivered any moment now." The soldiers said from the side, "The only requirement is, you must remember to take a bath before sleeping. This is what Immortal Lord Chun ordered." The soldier said with a grin, "It signifies a fresh start. Don't forget to be grateful." The refugees hurriedly thanked him. The soldier shook his head, saying, "No need to thank me. Everything here exists because of the Immortal Lord. It was all brought to us by Immortal Lord Chun. May the Immortal Lord protect us." The others followed suit, all shouting excitedly. Soon, they took turns bathing and ate dinner until they were full, returning to their respective beds. Song Yingxing lay on the bed, sniffing the odorless, obviously freshly changed bed sheets. He felt the wool underneath the bed, truly luxurious. If this was just the treatment for refugees, let alone the lives of the villagers inside. A silent gasp of amazement swirled in his throat. Song Yingxing rolled over and glanced at the torch still burning on the wall. He had noticed it earlier. This torch in front of him had been burning for a long time. It showed no signs of going out. It hadn't even burned down a bit. And that water, suspended in the air, continuously pouring down. The water never ran out. What he couldn't understand even more was the pool underneath. The water was clearly full, yet didn't overflow. How can this water never run dry? If this water was placed at a high point, wouldn't using a water wheel greatly improve irrigation efficiency? Perhaps it could make that immortal wheat, which ripens in 7 days, ripen even faster. Wait, immortal wheat should need water, right? It was no wonder he was so confused. It was truly because this series of sights that defied common sense left him unsure of what to think. Infinite water, infinite food, infinite firelight. Is this an immortal? An existence that completely defies logic. Song Inxing couldn't fall asleep for a long time, using religious faith to maintain social order, providing a spiritual pillar, acting as a moral constraint, and providing a unified code of conduct for the people, coupled with the descent of a true immortal. This dynasty could definitely turn the tide. But Liqing, the common people, what does it have to do with emperors? The place of descent was not the capital, but the northwest, Shangxi. This was enough to explain the problem. This descending immortal probably has other intentions. I still can't figure out this water. Logically speaking, after a sleepless night, when the next day arrived, Song Inxing, sporting 2 panda eyes, prepared to head to Liqing again. After registering his information, Song Inxing finally entered the wall. Not even 9 feet wide, yet immeasurably high. How has this wall not collapsed? Forget it. I shouldn't dwell too much on the matters of immortals. Song Inxing rubbed his throbbing temples and followed Wei Si to the vicinity of Lu family village. He walked into the wheat fields that covered the hills and plains, saw a farmer wearing a straw hat, and hurriedly went up to ask, "Old man, may I ask how this wheat is planted?" "Look here, I'll demonstrate it for you." The farmer picked up some seeds and bone meal, then said, "Hold the seeds in your hand and silently chant Yus in your heart. After planting it, take this bone, meal, and also silently chant Yus. See, the wheat has grown." The farmer said, "Huh? Doesn't it ripen in 7 days? It hasn't even been 7 breaths." "No way." Song Inxing rubbed his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Soon he realized it must be the effect of that white substance. As long as that white substance was used on the wheat, it could ripen instantly, and it looked like it could already be mass-produced. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so extravagant. It seemed water wheels wouldn't be needed. Spring plowing, summer weeding, autumn harvesting. None of it applied to the immortal wheat. In less than 7 breaths, he witnessed its entire process from sprouting to ripening. Nearly a year of planting was compressed into just a few breaths. This method didn't seem to deplete the soil either. Anything related to immortals was truly extraordinary. "Can I use this white substance?" Song Inxing hesitated for a moment before asking. "That won't do. This is something only us farmers can do." The old man pointed to the straw hat on his head. "You have to get the approval of the immortal hat to use it. However, you look like a scholar. You'll probably end up in the academy." The more he asked, the more questions he had. Better not disturb this old man's farming. "By the way, old man," Song Inxing pointed at the strange purple portal in the distance and asked, "I have one more question. What is that door?" "That." The old man swallowed hard, shrinking back a bit in fear. Mustering his courage, he said, "It's the Nether portal the Immortal Lord made a few days ago." "Nether portal? The portal that leads to the underworld?" Song Inxing was startled and hurriedly asked, seeing the old man nod, even though his rationality had already been crushed by these anomalies. Song Inxing's hands still trembled slightly. He stared at the Nether portal, unable to recover his senses for a long time. This was hell. The underworld. Young Master Chun could actually borrow it for use. Such matters of immortals. How can it be called rebellion? This is called returning things to their rightful owner. It's a good thing I was kidnapped. No, I must quickly write a letter home. This place is where I should unleash my talents. What's the point of going back? I'm definitely staying. I wonder what this hell looks like. Song Inxing glanced at the portal, feeling both scared and curious, bidding farewell to the old man. Song Inxing followed the crowd to Mushroom Town and started strolling around the town. The morning sunlight filtered through the rounded tops of the mushroom houses, spilling over this town full of fantasy colors. Giant red mushrooms were scattered neatly along both sides of the winding paths. In a small courtyard in front of every house, colorful flowers and plants were planted, emitting bursts of fresh fragrance. As the morning bell gradually rang, the residents walked out of their respective mushroom houses. They wore woolen clothes, with smiles on their faces, holding food in their hands, chatting with each other. Through the doors, Song Inxing could see that most households had a statue of a deity placed inside. Needless to say, the appearance of that statue was exactly the young Master Chun he had seen earlier. Following the crowd, Song Ingxing arrived at the market in the center of Mushroom Town. It was bustling with activity. Some had set up stalls early, selling various foods made from flour, hawking wontons, dumplings, noodles, and baked flatbreads. The air was filled with the aromas of various foods, wafting everywhere, making people feel warm and satisfied. In another corner of the market, a young man was hawking his handicrafts, woven baskets, hats, and ornaments. Between the stalls, acrobats were either blowing smoke or playing with fire and shadows, attracting passers-by to stop and watch. Applause and laughter rose and fell. "Haha, come catch me. Blay. Bandits. Stop right there. Why do I have to be the bandit? I want to be young Master Chin too. You're too weak. You're the bandit. Stop talking, you bandits. Daring to harm the people. How dare you be so insolent? Divine General Taizhan. Go chase them away. Roar. Taizhan is here. Run. It's the Divine General. Run. Ha ha ha." The children laughed happily, playing and running around the market. The people around also smiled and shook their heads indulgently. They shuttled through the crowd, laughing and playing. Some had eyes, curiously observing every novel thing, tightly clutching a few copper coins given by their parents, wondering whether to exchange them for a favorite toy or some food. No one wanted to harm them. Who wouldn't know? No one wanted to go to hell. The peddlers shouted enthusiastically, soliciting customers, while the buyers picked and chose, or bargained, enjoying the fun of trading. The morning sun grew warmer, and the crowd in the market increased. The mental state of these people appeared exceptionally harmonious and peaceful. Their minds were no longer plagued by fear and anxiety. Everyone was full of optimism and confidence, because they knew that even if the people here had different personalities and different routines, they all shared a common faith, guiding them forward in the same direction. The shouts of the merchants, the bargaining of the customers, and the laughter of the children intertwined, forming a symphony of life. The prosperous Tang dynasty was probably no more than this. When I went to the capital to participate in the Imperial examination, from what I saw, even the people at the feet of the emperor were never this peaceful and content. Such a scene made Song Ingxing involuntarily slow his pace, take a deep breath, and murmur, the elderly and the children, all happy and content, standing in place. His gaze lingered on the surroundings, the orderly scene of everything. His face revealed an expression mixed with curiosity and amazement. "Sir! Sir!" The shouts roused Song Ingxing from his deep thoughts. He turned his head, only to see a middle-aged man selling flatbreads, looking at him with a smile. In front of the flatbread stall were freshly baked, piping hot flatbreads, exuding a mouth-watering aroma, attracting many people to stop and buy. Song Ingxing walked over in confusion. "Shopkeeper, why did you call me?" "Sir, is this your first time in Licheng?" The flatbread seller was burly, with an amiable smile. He handed him a hot flatbread. "If you don't mind, have a taste. My flatbreads are famous in the city. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any travel expenses when I was brought here." Before Song Ingxing could refuse, the man waved his hand again and said with a smile, "No need to pay. Just consider it a gift for me. If you think my flatbread is delicious in the future, just come patronize my stall more often. When I first came to Licheng, I was just like you, not knowing what to do, feeling like I might as well be dead. But now I'm living perfectly fine. Although I don't know what happened to you. If you stay in Licheng for a few more days, things will get better. This city might temporarily not be as prosperous as other places, but the warmth between people here is something you can't experience anywhere else," the man said with relief. "Then I thank you, shopkeeper." Song Ingxing was infected by this gentle atmosphere. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He took the flatbread and took a bite. "Hey, look at the sky. What's going on?" Someone nearby suddenly shouted in panic. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks one after another. The playful market instantly fell silent. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw inconspicuous cracks appearing in the sky and beginning to slowly expand. Could immortal Lord Chun be punished by the heavenly court? Will immortal Lord Chun go back? I don't know. The people of Licheng seem to have lost their backbone. Merchants stopped their business, Farmers stopped their plowing, and craftsmen put down their tools. Everyone who was originally busy looked lost and depressed, all looking at the sky with worry, or looking at each other, feeling helpless. The children might not have fully understood what was happening, but seeing the adults looking so gloomy, they also felt the heavy atmosphere, stopped their playing, and followed suit in looking at the sky. It wasn't until the sky returned to normal that the people around allowed a long sigh of relief. Great, the immortal Lord won. Stop looking, stop looking. Go back to your own business. Although they said that, the villagers would still occasionally look up, gazing in the same direction. Song Yingxing guessed. That might be where immortal Lord Chen's residence was located. I wonder if immortal Lord Chen is up yet. I'll go ask the people from Lu family village. Let me know when you find out. The whispers around him let Song Yingxing know that these people of Liqing didn't know young Master Chen had already left the city. Perhaps he understood. Song Yingxing's eyes flickered. Why did immortal Lord Chen let his group say they had seen him? Since hell exists, then the heavenly court might also exist. Humans have the human way, and heaven has heavenly laws. The heavenly Tao is ruthless, resolute, and unmoved by all things. Going against heaven will inevitably incur heavenly punishment. This heaven and earth is also like this. This place exists because of the immortal. If the immortal leaves, this place loses its reliance and will likely collapse. This immortal Lord Chen is trapped in this world because of the common people. Otherwise, he could have long roamed the four seas. He probably sneaked out because he didn't want the people of Liqing to worry. He sneaked out. This human immortal truly has a human touch. No wonder throughout history, the only immortal to descend to the mortal realm is him. Not far away, cracks appeared in the sky again. Gousheng, immersed outside the boundary, slowly walked inside. Boss, the sky is starting to collapse again. Should we hurry back first? Gousheng swallowed hard, speaking from the bottom of his heart. This time, it wasn't like the first time Gousheng saw it, where the sky fell and the earth rent. The sky only cracked a little bit. It was considered a small scene. Relax. This wall is much more durable than before. Not only is the collapse slower, we still have some time. Chun-Li looked at the slightly cracked wall and said unhurriedly, he hadn't even felt that sense of palpitation transmitted from the world before. It should be able to hold on for a while longer. It seemed his guess was indeed correct. As the range of this small world increased, it was gradually becoming tougher. Almost a day. The time limit extended quite fast. Chun-Li muttered to himself. Then he took out a golden carrot, restoring his hunger bar to full. The world's recovery required consuming his own health. This was the conclusion he drew from the previous 2 times he went out of bounds. I wonder if with such a large space now, it would just suck me dry. Thinking this, Chun-Li walked inside the boundary. His health started to slowly decrease, but it was just enough to offset the health regeneration. He just needed to keep eating golden carrots to maintain full condition. It's quite gentle. The cracks in the sky began to heal. About 3 minutes had passed. He waited until his health stopped decreasing. Chun-Li jumped back out, stayed in the outside world for a while longer, and returned inside the boundary. This time, his health didn't decrease. It's equivalent to when I'm inside the boundary. I continuously put a shield on the world. After I go out, once the shield completely disappears, it will consume the world's health. Chun-Li stroked his chin, pondering. In other words, I just need to return to the world within the time limit, and it won't cause any damage to it. A whole day, that's enough for me to stroll around. Maybe I can even go take a look at the Great Wall. Gousheng, do you know how long it takes to get to the Great Wall? Starting from our current location? Chun-Li turned his head and asked, if we keep walking, nearly a Shurchin. Gousheng thought for a moment, and replied, so less than 2 hours. Chun-Li's eyes flashed as he said, by the way, how many li can you walk in a Shurchin? That depends on the road conditions, but we can walk at least 7 or 8 li. It seems the next level will just about cover the Great Wall. Chun-Li thought to himself. He was currently at level 8 side length, which had reached about 6 kilometers. But because it expanded outwards from his spawn point, it had currently expanded 3 kilometers in all 4 directions. At the next level, it would be nearly 10 kilometers in each direction. By then, he estimated the time he could stay outside would double again. Let's go to Chungchang first. I've been in Ming Dynasty for so long, but I still haven't seen what an ancient city looks like. But before that, I need to make a trip to the Nether to see if I can find an Enderman and get an Ender Pearl drop. Anyway, I have soul sand now, so I can start making a teleportation device. Then I can stay in Gousheng a bit longer. Ender Pearl, a consumable item. Its effect is that after being thrown upon contacting an object, it can teleport the user to the corresponding location. If the Ender Pearl remains in the air or in the water without sinking to the bottom, it won't take effect. Soul sand can create upward bubble columns in water, making the Ender Pearl float on the surface. As long as a trapdoor is closed on it, he could return directly. In single player, it needs to be used with a daylight detector, allowing one to return home after dark. But Chun-Li could have someone take charge of this. As soon as something happened to the sky, they could close the trapdoor and he would return. Gousheng, have you been to the Great Wall? Chun-Li turned his head and asked. My dad took me there once or twice before. He even bought me candy haws. They were super delicious. Gousheng recalled, then started giggling foolishly. You look really silly smiling like that. Don't get so close to me. Chun-Li took a step to the side and said in annoyance, I'm afraid it's contagious. I just remembered that my dad wanted to take me to Gousheng before, but I didn't go. Gousheng said with a face full of smiles. It was that very day that I found you, boss. And it was that day that the village started getting better. Is that so? Chun-Li laughed dumbly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You kid bother me every day while I was fishing, ruining my peace and quiet. You scared all the fish away. It was annoying to death. Gousheng scratched his head and laughed. When I go back and finish building the school, we'll find some time to visit the Great Wall. The third adventure. The location is set. Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh. How about it? Want to go? Gousheng grinned and said, Of course I want to go. Chun-Li snapped his fingers. All right, it's a deal then. All right, I'll tell you in advance. Once the school is built, you have to go to school too. Boss, can I really go study? Gousheng's voice carried a hint of trembling, but he tried his best to suppress his excitement, asking cautiously, Nonsense. If you don't go to school, and later someone asks you to say something, and you just babble for ages without saying anything useful, wouldn't that completely ruin my image? Chun-Li said matter-of-factly, Even if you don't want to go, you still have to. At your age, you should be furthering your studies in school. From 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Experience the suffering of a 21st century student. That's great. I can study again. That's great. An innocent smile bloomed on Gousheng's face. The corners of his mouth turned up. His heart beat faster, and his body, due to his inner excitement, trembled involuntarily. Chun-Li smiled and shook his head. That's right. After all, wanting to study in ancient times was much harder than in modern times. There was no 9-year compulsory education back then. If I remember correctly, the so-called poor scholars actually referred to those families that didn't belong to the noble clans. Anyway, for a farmer to raise a scholar was almost as hard as ascending to heaven. You have to know that studying meant leaving production. Gousheng walked in front, heading to the parrot location marked earlier. Chun-Li said, All right, I wonder how long Gousheng's excitement will last. Chun-Li looked at Gousheng, who had a spring in his step, and thought to himself, arriving at the place where the parrots gathered. Chun-Li glanced at his inventory. He didn't bring seeds, but it wasn't a big problem. Chun-Li punched some grass on the spot and got a few wheat seeds. Then he walked under the tree where the parrots gathered, holding the wheat seeds in his hand, trying to lure the parrots down from the tree. However, he held his hand up for a long time, and those parrots didn't even spare him a glance. It seemed these guys couldn't be lured. I was even thinking of letting Gousheng lure a few back. Chun-Li had no choice but to hold wooden planks and pillar himself up. The real-world birds were startled and flew in all directions, leaving only these silly parrots still flapping their wings and floating leisurely for a few wheat seeds. After successfully taming one, Chun-Li then took out some string. Since these parrots weren't attracted by wheat, and he didn't have a lead, he could only tie them up and bring them back. He couldn't be too rigid. On Chun-Li's shoulder stood a parrot. Its body was mainly blue, forming shapes similar to feathers. Its chest was a mix of yellow and orange. Its eyes looked small, black, and bright. It had 2 crest feathers on its head, one blue and one green. This one was carefully selected by Chun-Li, much prettier than the other parrots, and its colors were very rich. It occasionally let out zombie roars. Meanwhile, Gousheng was leading a few parrots flying in the sky, following behind Chun-Li. If you can't hold on to them, just let me know. Chun-Li turned his head and said slowly. Gousheng smiled and said, "It's fine. These parrots don't fly very hard. Yeah, their IQ is even lower than normal birds." Shen Siga shrugged and lamented to the parrot on his shoulder. "If you mimic a zombie again, I'll throw you down. It's making my ears hurt." The parrot looked in the direction Chun-Li was looking and then mimicked a zombie again. A moment later, it changed to the crying sound of a ghast. Obviously, this guy didn't understand. After taming this guy earlier, Chun-Li conducted experiments on it, as usual, and Chun-Li saw. He saw. It also had a special attribute. That is, when it's on its owner's shoulder, it doesn't affect movement, and it's immune to damage. As long as Chun-Li walked far away, the parrot would teleport to his side. Moreover, its IQ was low, rigid, and couldn't understand human speech, just like those cows and sheep. What a pity. I was thinking if parrots could talk and master the teleportation skill, they could totally become aerial units to provide vision. But the fantasy is shattered. Speaking of which, Meng gives me the same feeling. Although it looks like a cat, it also lacks a bit of spirituality. Chun-Li muttered to himself, MC pets will teleport to their owners. The only way to stop it is to make them sit down. This also meant that wherever Meng was sitting when Chun-Li left, it would still be there when he returned. But at least it was a pet, being able to teleport, and immune to damage. It could be considered a strange beast, and it couldn't breed. Bringing it back as a reward wouldn't be bad. The villagers should like it. Parrots don't have a baby form, and cannot breed. They can only spawn naturally. It seemed only villagers with professions could tame them. At least Gousheng couldn't, having successfully consumed almost a full stack of wheat seeds. This time the two didn't hide and take the small paths. It was better to return to Licheng early. The sky had collapsed. The people of Licheng could probably guess. They had sneaked out. After all, everyone in Lu family village knew. But the sky collapsing meant he had left. There was an even more important point. That was Song Yingxing, a man who left his name in history. Even for someone who was just briefly mentioned, their achievements couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention this person appeared directly in textbooks. He himself had become a drop of ink in the long river of history, breathing the same air as those historical figures he had seen in books, sharing the same sky. He was both a bystander and a participant. His strength was causing this trajectory to deviate bit by bit. That strange, unbelievable feeling made his heart surge. Gousheng, let's walk faster. Chun-Li couldn't help but suggest. He couldn't wait to know if Song Yingxing was willing to stay. This was the first historically famous figure he had ever met. In front of the small house in the city, Song Yingxing stood quietly at the door. In a lake beside him, a few strange-looking fish covered in spikes were swimming. Its surface was like a mirror, reflecting the tranquility of the sky. A gentle breeze blew, carrying tender leaves to dance gracefully in the air. It was already early autumn, but these leaves were still tender green, showing absolutely no signs of turning yellow. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting mottled specks of light that sparkled on the shimmering surface of the water. The surroundings were so quiet that only the whispers of nature could be heard. The occasional chirping of birds and the gentle drizzle of the wind were melodious and peaceful. But the heart of the man standing at the edge of this tranquil painting was churning with stormy waves. Song Yingxing's gaze pierced through the surface calmness, casting towards that high wall in the distance. Extending outward from that place was exactly the direction where he had met young Master Chun. In the eyes of the common people, he saw peace and contentment. From the mouths of those bandits, he learned what hell looked like. From the ears of Lu family village, he heard the origins of young Master Chun and knew that he had begun to be bound by the heavenly Tao. In his mind, he replayed over and over again what he had seen over the past half day. Livestock that didn't need feeding, immortal wheat, rootless water, mushroom houses that grew instantly, immortal stones that could restore stamina and heal injuries, milk that could cure all diseases, immortal energy with peculiar functions, and wool that could grow back in a single night. If the heavens wish for chaos, so be it. But it must be governed through human affairs. Hell has already appeared. Even evil people will think twice before committing a crime. Lee City, it's already the prototype of the great commonwealth that Confucius spoke of. A storm brewed in Song Yingxing's eyes, lightning flashing within them. His dream was colliding with reality. He had once traveled far to the capital for the metropolitan examination. Beneath all that prosperity were buried the withered bones of the common people. Even in a place as wealthy as the capital, there were still infants abandoned in bamboo baskets. In years of plenty, horses are fed. In years of disaster, children are sold. Countless fertile fields, yet not an inch of land for the common folk to stand on. But now, things are different. If young Master Chun could expand this immortal domain to cover this entire land, would any commoner still starve or freeze to death? How fortunate am I to be able to take part in this? Once, he had also dreamed of using his life's learning to benefit the people. But repeated failures in the examinations had left him disheartened. He had also thought of writing a book about what he saw during his travels for the examinations. That way, he could also help make the people's lives a little better. But now, it seems that might no longer be necessary. Song Yingxing's expression was as calm as still water, but his eyes shone with an excited light. Endless thoughts surged through his mind. His body trembled slightly. Cold sweat beaded on his hands. I wonder if I look improper in any way. Song Yingxing straightened his clothes and cap, then repeatedly glanced around. Since young Master Chun didn't want the people of Lee City to worry, and snuck out. He should be back soon. He muttered to himself. Soon, that unfamiliar figure appeared before Song Yingxing. He quickly stood up straight, waiting until that person walked right up to him. He cupped his hands and said with a serious face, "This junior, Song Yingxing, pays his respects to young Master Chun." Perfect. It hasn't even been half a day, and he's already waiting by the door. Looks like Song Yingxing isn't going to leave. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Chun-Li turned to Gousheng beside him and ordered, "Gousheng, take these parrots into my house. Lock them up so they don't fly away. Then you can head back for now. I'll keep them in the house for now. Later, I'll use glass to build an enclosed space. And put all these parrots inside. One is noisy enough, let alone 5 or 6. That would be deafening." Gousheng nodded, led the parrots into the house, and then left the area. Chun-Li looked at Song Yingxing. He said with a smile, "It seems Mr. Song already has an answer. Rest assured, Mr. Song, whether you choose to leave or stay, just speak your mind. If you wish to leave, I will have Wei Shi arrange for someone to escort you back." This junior previously misunderstood. That young Master Chun was associated with the likes of the White Lotus sect. That is why the thought of refusing arose. Song Yingxing bowed his head and cupped his hands. He said earnestly, "Young Master Chun, this junior hopes you will grant me an opportunity to remain in Lee City. I am willing to do everything in my power to serve you." After speaking, Song Yingxing felt a little apprehensive. Although I am a Jiren, and favored by my ancestors, it is far from enough. Throughout history, there have been countless people with vast knowledge. I didn't reply when Immortal Lord Chun first invited me. If Immortal Lord Chun rejects me now, I will regret it to death. He truly wanted to stay here. It's a small matter. It's fine as long as you stay. After all, you were brought here by force. It's perfectly normal to refuse. I'm just glad you don't blame me." Chun-Li waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly. "Blame you? I don't even have time to feel overwhelmed by this favor." Song Yingxing hurriedly said, "This junior wouldn't dare to be brought here by young Master Chun. Is this junior's blessing? That's good then. However, Lee City is still in its early stages. The food and living conditions might be a bit poor," Chun-Li said with a smile. "But once I start the infrastructure development, things should improve quite a bit. The common people can eat their fill every day, and they even have meat. The variety is different every day, too, and what they eat is experience. How could this be considered poor? I truly can't imagine. What good looks like an Immortal Lord Chen's eyes." Song Yingxing was filled with emotion. He turned his head to look at the bamboo forest by the lake not far away. He asked, "Young Master Chun, I saw earlier. What is that bamboo forest used for? Just call me by my name normally. It sounds awkward." Shen Li Baozha then continued, "That bamboo forest was originally intended to spawn pandas, but the terrain hasn't changed. For now, The villagers just chop it down for firewood. It grows back quickly anyway. Might as well use it. But why is Song Yingxing asking about this? Do you know how to make things with bamboo? A thought suddenly struck Chun-Li. He inquired. Song Yingxing smiled slightly. When I went to take the metropolitan examination, I saw it being done along the way. So I memorized it. His memory had always been excellent. Naturally, he wouldn't forget. If young Master Chun has pine trees here, I also have some knowledge of the ink-making process. I can definitely produce ink as well. Song Yingxing said confidently. If I were to make paper myself, I would need sugarcane. This saved me some trouble. I don't have to wait for sugarcane anymore. As for ink I can rely on, I can get it from squids. As for other types of fish, I'll have to wait until the villagers fill up the originally dry river. Then it should start spawning. What else do you know? Chun-Li's interest was piqued. He continued to ask. I am untalented, but I know sericulture, weaving, and tailoring, grain cultivation, salt and sugar production, pottery and metallurgy, boat and vehicle construction, iron and copperware crafting, oil pressing and wine brewing. My knowledge is shallow. I only know a little about each. Song Yingxing replied. Chun-Li thought for a moment, then asked, what about firearms? Do you know how to make them? Does Li City currently have a gunpowder master? Song Yingxing asked hesitantly. A gunpowder master? That should be someone who specializes in making firearms. I haven't specifically looked for one. After all, it's not needed for a job change. Chun-Li just thought of it suddenly and asked casually, but firearms do need to be researched. They will definitely be useful in the future. Shen li responda. Not at the moment. Song Yingxing replied humbly. If young Master Chun is interested in firearms, and if the raw materials are sufficient. I also remember the general production process. Although we don't have a gunpowder master, if we have the help of a blacksmith, we might be able to replicate them. This wasn't him trying to show off, but rather to state in advance what he was capable of, so that Immortal Lord Chun would have a clear idea. As for whether there might be errors in the details, leading to a misfire, that would likely be a problem with the materials, or a flaw in their production. Again, Song Yingxing, couldn't claim to be an expert in other things, but his memory was quite good. His older brother, Song Yingxiang, could attest to this. Back then, his brother spent a whole night memorizing a book, and he just happened to hear it in his sleep, and he was able to remember all of it, even the smallest details. He couldn't possibly make a mistake. That was his confidence. Of course, there were some things he didn't mention. For example, he had once studied Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica on his own. He knew its contents by heart. While he couldn't cure difficult and complicated diseases, he could still treat minor illnesses. However, Immortal Lord Qin already had a divine medicine here that could cure all ailments, so he was too embarrassed to bring it up. For another example, he had a slight understanding of rites and music, as well as poetry and painting. These were things for self-cultivation. There was no need to mention things that were not useful. Why bring them up just to show off? If the Immortal Lord is interested, you can give me some time, and I will draw out the process flowcharts one by one. Song Yingxing said sincerely. As expected, those who leave their mark on history, whether for good or ill, are no ordinary people. He's a proper hero unit in a civilization game. Chun-Li was in a great mood. The annoyance from that stupid parrot squawking instantly vanished. The more capable he is, the better. He's my man now anyway, right? I remember Song Yingxing also knows a bit about astronomy. Maybe he knows how to make. What was that ancient clock called again? I think it was a sundial. Chun-Li pondered for a moment, then looked at Song Yingxing with anticipation. Mr. Song, do you know how to make a sundial? As for a sundial, I have some confidence. Give me some time, and I should be able to make one. Song Yingxing said without hesitation. It seems what Immortal Lord Qin needs is precisely this kind of knowledge. I never thought that these things, which are considered by the world as frivolous pursuits that sap one's will, and a sign of lacking ambition, would be so highly valued by an immortal lord. If others knew about this, they would probably break their heads trying to learn these skills. This series of questions also gave Song Yingxing a sense of assurance. The gloom from his multiple examination failures completely dissipated. A 1,000-mile horse is common, but a bolu is rare. What's more, this is no ordinary bolu. It's good as long as I'm useful. He straightened his back, and his smile became more natural. Young Master Chun, if there's anything else you need done, you can mention it all at once. Perhaps I know a thing or two. Chunli thought to himself. This guy is so capable, he can do the work of a dozen people. Although it's not right for me to say this. Yang Yu did a great job kidnapping him. I wonder what kind of punishment he'll receive. For his master. After all, he did kidnap a Jiren. Fan Jin passing the exam. I still have a pretty strong impression of that. Passing the Jiren exam means you're a scholar of the literary arts. A Winsu star, someone who can become a local official. I've decided, if Yang Heyu's master comes to Lee City to ask about it, I will definitely back him up against his master. Just then, footsteps approached. Chunli turned his head. The source of the sound was Wei Shi. Looks like there's a result regarding the iron golem matter. Shen Li understood. How is the situation? Did any iron golems appear? Wei Shi walked forward, stealing a glance at Song Yingxing. He had seen this person before. He had gone to the prison where Shang Tian, who was held this morning. I don't know what he asked, because his name is Song Yingxing, the person Immortal Lord Chun was looking for. I didn't stop him much, although I'm not sure what he's doing here. Since Immortal Lord Chun hasn't asked him to leave, it must mean it's fine for him to know. Young Master Chun. Wei Shi cupped his fist and hesitated for a moment. He said, I took the bandits' armor and attacked the unsuspecting villages. Even when some people were injured, the divine general did not appear. It was the same for several villages, so it really doesn't work. Chunli shook his head helplessly. As expected, no bending the rules. I have to follow the procedure. Even pretending to be bandits doesn't work. It's so hard for me to even ask for some rain. Looks like I can only wait for the iron golems to spawn naturally. But who knows how long that will take. Fortunately, from the looks of it, as long as a villager is harmed, an iron golem can be summoned. In that case, the safety within the domain is completely guaranteed. If any reckless bandits come in, they won't gain any advantage at all. Also, Ji Ming, he sent someone back to say that he encountered a small obstacle in Changcheng. But it's not a problem. It won't affect the outcome. It would just cause some delay. He should be back by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Wei Shi continued. With an infinite food supply, those 20 carts of flour are no big deal. I'll just throw more in. I can smash open the gates of Changcheng if I have to. Song Yingxing came at just the right time. Changcheng hasn't started building roads yet. I plan to use cement for the road construction materials in the city. The only villagers who can mine cobblestone are the stonemasons. The efficiency is too low, and the cobblestone they dig up is in whole blocks. It can't be turned into smaller blocks. And the most crucial point, cobblestone has countless small pebbles. It's only good for paving roads after being smelted into stone. Mr. Song, do you know about cement? Chunli couldn't help but ask. Song Yingxing's brow furrowed slightly. He thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, Forgive my ignorance, but I do not know what cement is. May I ask, young Master Chun, what is this substance used for? At this point in time, cement shouldn't have appeared yet, logically speaking. Fortunately, I still remember the raw materials for this stuff. Cement, when you mix it with water, it becomes like a paste. But once it dries and hardens, it becomes extremely strong. Chunli gave a simple description. He then added, the raw materials are also very simple. Lime, clay, sand, and water. That's all you need to make it. I don't know about cement, but I do know about Sanha 2. The difference from what you described, young master, is that Sanha 2 uses lime, river sand, and yellow mud, mixed with fine glutinous rice and kiwi juice. Song Yingxing paused and said, river sand and yellow mud. Isn't that just sand and clay? So cement already existed at this time. Is Sanha 2 also a paste? Chunli asked in surprise. Song Yingxing hesitated for a moment and said, not exactly. Sanha 2 needs to be placed into a mold and repeatedly pounded with a wooden hammer until the surface is smooth. I see. Then we're probably not talking about the same thing. Shenli explained patiently. Cement doesn't need to be repeatedly pounded. You just need to wait for the water in it to evaporate naturally. And you don't need glutinous rice or that kiwi juice. Chunli told Song Yingxing the general production process. Cement not only requires a production method, but more importantly, the specific proportions. However, that would be up to Song Yingxing to figure out through trial and error. This task was perfectly suited for him. A research-type talent. Wei Shi, take these 2 maps. Chunli took out from his inventory the maps that he and Gousheng had been carrying. He handed them to Wei Shi. Have your men take these 2 maps, fill in the blank areas on them, and then bring them back. Shenli instructa. Wei Shi nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Just then, Chunli suddenly noticed Song Yingxing's hesitant expression. Shenli calmly said, Mr. Song, if you have any requests, feel free to speak up. Young Master Chun. Song Yingxing rubbed his hands together. His breathing became slightly faster. His eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I wish to observe hell. I hope young Master Chun will grant my request. What? Did I hear that right? Wei Shi turned his head, standing there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. He stared in astonishment at the scholar before him, his eyes wide, with shock and disbelief. This was the first time he had ever seen someone actively want to go to hell. For that alone, this man had Wei Shi's admiration. Chun-Li's hand unconsciously rose, his fingertips lightly touching his temple. This unexpected request had left his mind reeling for a moment. He hesitated. Are you sure you want to go to hell? That's no joke. Song Yingxing nodded. He had a general understanding of the situation. Of the 2 who went in and saw the full extent of hell, one went mad, and the other, in the prime of his life, became an old man. That was enough to show how terrifying hell was. However, he still wanted to go in and see it for himself. You can, but you'll have to wait until after you've completed your job change. Chun-Li said thoughtfully. He added, and you have to go in with me. Although the monsters in hell are neutral, there's still lava in there. If he's not careful and falls in, he'll be gone in an instant. He's not like me, able to swim in lava for a little while. Anyway, I've got the Diamond Island for precision mining. Hell, I'm definitely going into mine for gold. Song Yingxing's face was full of gratitude. He cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, young Master Chun, for granting my request. May I leave now to try and produce the cement you mentioned? Of course. Wei Shi, if you have nothing else, you may go as well. Chun-Li said. Wei Shi replied without hesitation. Yes, young Master Chun. Then I will take my leave as well. After seeing the 2 of them off, Shenli mutarat sufli. A scientist indeed, such a spirit of exploration. He even dares to set foot in hell. Walking back into the house, he took out the smelted glass from the building block's chest. Chun-Li crafted the glass into glass panes. First, he took out a few oak saplings from the seed chest, then planted them not far from the house. He used bone meal to speed up their growth. Then, he used the glass panes to completely enclose the oak trees. After that, he caught all the parrots in the room and put them inside. After a moment's hesitation, Chun-Li decided not to put the parrot on his shoulder in there as well. Instead, he went back to the room, grabbed it, and placed it on the living room floor, forcing it to sit. Better not to keep it in the bedroom. Otherwise, I'll never get any peace and quiet when I sleep. I should build the school first. It's time to send Taishan and Gousheng to school. As evening approached, in front of the patrol inspection office, Wu Zhen's face was etched with fatigue. I failed to catch Wang Er again. Could it be that he has really left this area? He took off his armor and stepped into the patrol inspection office of Chung. Before he could even rest for a moment, an officer came rushing over. Patrol Inspector, His Honor, the county magistrate, requests your presence. He said there is an urgent matter to discuss with you. The officer said softly. Wu Zhen responded, I know. You may go back. Tell the county magistrate. I will be there shortly. Yes. The officer cupped his hands and bowed, slowly backing away. Then Wu Zhen looked him over, took out some loose silver from his robes, and tossed it to the officer. The officer looked up, saw a white object flying towards him, and instinctively reached out. It was silver. A look of incredulous joy spread across his face. He managed to tear his gaze away from the silver and looked nervously at Wu Zhen. Sir, is there something you need me to do? It's a reward for you. Take it and buy yourself something to eat. Wu Zhen waved his hand impatiently. What could you possibly do for me? Go on, go on. Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way. The officer took the silver, thanked him repeatedly, and backed out of the room. He thought to himself, those guys weren't lying. This Wu Zhen really has had a change of heart. Wu Zhen watched him leave with the silver, feeling a slight pang of regret. He muttered to himself, this man looked hungry. My action should count as a good deed, right? Clerks like him have no official rank. They only receive a meager salary, relying on that income to support their families. I wonder when I'll be able to be a proper human again. I heard Immortal Lord Chun has already built Li's city over there, and even opened a path to hell. Some reckless bandits have already been taken to hell. Hell! Wu Zhen touched his own arm. There was a faint white scar there. He let out a breath of relief. Looking at it now, the punishment I received was actually quite light. Thankfully, I went there early. Otherwise, I really would have ended up in hell. After changing into more comfortable clothes, Wu Zhen headed towards the county magistrate's residence. Patrol Inspector, you've arrived. An attendant waiting at the gate came forward to greet him. He said respectfully, Sir, please follow me. His Honor, the county magistrate, has been waiting for you. Led by the attendant, Wu Zhen soon saw us smiling. Meng Yongyan coming to welcome him. Brother Wu, it's been many days. You look as heroic as ever. Meng Yongyan said with a broad smile. The attendant stepped aside. Wu Zhen said with a serious expression, May I ask what business Magistrate Meng has with this subordinate? Rest assured, this time, I truly have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Brother Wu. Brother Wu, you work tirelessly to suppress bandits and drive out marauders. Although I cannot treat you to a lavish banquet, I have prepared some simple tea and a light meal. A few small cups can also help alleviate some of your fatigue and discomfort. Meng Yongyan continued. It would be rude to refuse. The two entered the living room. Inside was a long wooden table. Other than a few ledgers and a brush, there was nothing else. The walls were not adorned with magnificent calligraphy. There was only a single, small scroll of a pale ink landscape painting. Beside the long table were several simple wooden chairs. The worn cushions showed signs of years of use. On a small tea table in the corner, Satan ordinary tramikpot, and a few small teacups. In the corner, the slash marks left by Wang Er and his men were still visible. When Zhang Yaokai was in office, there was much more than this. It was packed to the brim, not a single empty space in sight. But it was all looted. Not long after, a servant brought in a few simple vegetarian dishes. 2 bowls of millet porridge, a plate of steamed tofu for steamed buns, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. There was also some yellow wine. Come, Brother Wu, let me pour you some. Although this isn't any fine wine, it has its own unique flavor. Meng Yongyan cheerfully filled Wu Zhen's cup with yellow wine. Go on, try it. Wu Zhen didn't drink. He said with a blank expression, Sir, what is the urgent matter? If there is anything I can assist with, I will certainly do my utmost. Brother Wu, you truly are different. Meng Yongyan took a sip of the yellow wine. He grinned and said, I see you look troubled, Brother Wu. Is it because that Wang Er still hasn't been caught? Hearing this, Wu Zhen sighed. He shook his head and said, No, I haven't heard even a whisper about him. I'm afraid he's long since moved on to other places. Brother Wu, you needn't blame yourself so much. The fall of Chengcheng was never your fault to begin with. As long as you've done your best, you can have a clear conscience. So, the Wu Zhen you see is not me. Wu Zhen glanced at Meng Yongyan, who was trying to absolve him of blame. He gloomily raised the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. I, Wu Zhen, am a turncoat general. You, Meng Yongyan, are a loyal official. We are destined never to be close friends. Not noticing Wu Zhen's expression, Meng Yongyan refilled his cup. He took a steamed bun, wrapped some pickled vegetables in it, and put it in his mouth. After swallowing, he took another sip of yellow wine. From what I see, that Wang Er can't stir up much trouble. The fall of Chengcheng was entirely that Zhang Yaocai's fault. It's not like he can conquer other cities, can he? Wu Zhen tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. He said helplessly, I'm afraid. That's exactly what will happen. What if it does? Losing my official post would be a small matter. The head on my shoulders might not be safe. He had always been afraid of death. After hearing that he would be reincarnated as an animal in his next life, he became even more terrified. As long as he could eke out a living, even if it meant giving up everything, he would accept it. His efforts to find Wang Er and suppress the bandits these past few days were partly to atone for his sins, and partly in hopes of seeking the Immortal Lord's protection. Then, even if the Emperor himself issued a decree, they wouldn't be able to take his head. Now, for every day that Wang Er is not eliminated, he has a sense of foreboding. This hidden danger would sooner or later be the death of him. Wang Er doesn't have that kind of ability. If something really does happen, I will vouch for you, Brother Wu. Meng Yongyan said with a sincere expression. A talent like you, Brother Wu, should not be burdened by a corrupt official. Sigh, Magistrate Meng, Wu Zhen shook his head. He said with a serious face, "Have you ever considered that I might be the same as Zhang Yaokai?" "Ha ha, Brother Wu, look at you." Joking again, Meng Yongnian laughed heartily. He raised his cup and drained it. He said with sincere emotion, "Brother Wu, don't be so self-deprecating. If even you are considered a corrupt official, then wouldn't most of the military officials in our dynasty be corrupt? Why don't you, Magistrate Meng, go and ask the local people?" Wu Zhan said in a muffled voice. "Rumors and gossip. Why pay them any mind? What kind of person you are, Brother Wu? I can judge for myself," Meng Yongnian said resolutely. "On this trip, I expected to find a complete mess. I never thought I would meet a good friend. Brother Wu, let's not speak of this matter again. He's a good official, but unfortunately, he doesn't listen." Wu Zhen picked up some pickled vegetables with his chopsticks. He couldn't help but ask, "So, Your Honor, the county magistrate, what exactly has happened?" Meng Yongnian's eyes flickered. "Brother Wu, you should know about Li City, right?" Wu Zhen's hand trembled. The wine spilled onto his clothes. He didn't bother to wipe it off. He said hesitantly, "Who did you hear that from?" "I wasn't wrong. Brother Wu does know." Seeing Wu Zhen's reaction, Meng Yongnian's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Why would Brother Wu let this group of bandits go? With the morale of Brother Wu's militia, eliminating them should be a piece of cake. Could it be that he's in league with them? That shouldn't be possible. I have to test him. Meng Yongnian acted as if nothing was wrong, and over wine, he described the events of the day before yesterday. "That was a full 20 carts of flour." 20 carts! Meng Yongnian exclaimed with emotion. He then glanced at Wu Zhen. His eyes flickered as he said, "I never expected the provisions that the government office failed to obtain would come from bandits. I wonder how many villages they had to plunder to get all these provisions. Sir, have you ever considered that they grew this flour themselves?" Wu Zhen put down his chopsticks. His gaze fixed directly on Meng Yongnian. He said without a hint of hesitation, "Grew it themselves?" Meng Yongnian shook his head and put down his chopsticks as well. He pointed at the dishes on the table. He said scornfully, "It hasn't rained in Shaanxi for years. The rivers have dried up. People don't even have enough water to drink. Where would they get water to farm? Why have the imperial taxes been delayed for so long? Why have the people been displaced? Why are they rebelling? Right now, at the gates of Chengcheng, there's still a large group of refugees who have fled here. That was 20 carts of flour filled to the brim. All that was fine grain, and there will be even more provisions to come. All for a single statue, to be placed in the city god temple. You tell me, what gives them the right to be so bold? Your Honor, the magistrate, do you believe that there are immortals in this world?" Wu Zhen said with great solemnity. "Immortals?" Meng Yongnian was stunned. He looked at Wu Zhen incredulously. Then he stood up from his chair. So angry he started to laugh. He paced back and forth repeatedly. He took a deep breath, looked at Wu Zhen, and said with a blank expression, "Brother Wu, are you trying to tell this official that all these provisions were the work of some immortal? I know that you do not believe me, sir, but that is the truth." Wu Zhen also rose from his seat, cupped his hands in a salute, and said with a serious face, "If you do not believe me, you may ask my soldiers, or you may go to Lu family village to investigate for yourself. At that time, sir, you will understand. Go take a look. I should be able to trust Brother Wu, right?" Meng Yongnian was somewhat swayed. He suddenly came to his senses. Wait, did Brother Wu just say to ask his soldiers? Your soldiers also know about the matter of Lu family village? Meng Yongnian said in a grave tone. Now I remember. Those soldiers of yours are robust and strong. Every one of them a fine soldier. Where did your provisions come from? He gritted his teeth and said cautiously, Brother Wu, tell me the truth. Did those provisions come from that Lu family village? Wu Zhen had nothing to say. He could only drink his wine in sullen silence. The food and water in the patrol station were indeed all supplied by Li City. But that food, it really wasn't plundered by the people of Li City. But how could he explain the situation? The matter of the immortal is difficult to measure with common sense. It's too absurd, unless one sees it with their own eyes. How many people would believe it? Even if I accompanied Brother Ming on a trip, and he saw that high wall, his doubts would be dispelled. But in the current situation, if the misunderstanding isn't cleared up, how could he possibly leave the city? If he doesn't leave the city, the misunderstanding can't be cleared up. Brother Ming already has a preconceived notion. seeing the people of Lee City as bandits. Although it's true that it's easy to cause a misunderstanding, given his personality, it will be impossible to change his mind easily. I can't just tie him up and drag him there, can I? Unless I borrow some immortal artifact from Immortal Lord Shun as proof. But how would he, Wu Shun, dare to do that? The fact that he's not dead right now is all thanks to the Immortal Lord's mercy. When it comes down to it, he was just a criminal who failed to attack the Immortal Lord's village. He was not a believer under the Immortal Lord's protection. Fine. Patrol Inspector, so your food really did come from that Liu family village. Meng Yongyan said in a low voice. Wu Shun, why don't you refute me? Refute me? Why aren't you saying a single word? Your Honor, the county magistrate, since you're unwilling to go and see for yourself, then when the time comes, you will naturally know. I have official duties to attend to, so I will take my leave. Wu Jin stood up. He said softly, this is how it should be. Why is there a need for more interaction? He walked quickly to the door. Wu Jun hesitated for a moment and stopped in his tracks. He turned around, cupped his hands, and urged, Your Honor, the magistrate. This humble subordinate boldly requests that for that group of people, you should try to satisfy their demands as much as possible. The grain they have is more than enough, not less. Even if not for yourself, think of the people. Placing that statue in the main hall is most appropriate. If they're satisfied, you will be able to get more grain, won't you? After speaking, he turned and left, no longer lingering. Meng Yongyan let him leave. He returned to his chair and sat there for a long time. He muttered to himself. The poets in vain spread tales of betrayal, but everyone has already broken off ties. Wu Jun, what exactly did you mean by when the time comes? And what will I understand? He finished all the remaining food on the table. After ordering someone to clean up, he left the county government office. His destination was the city god temple, the Taoist temple. Yin Chengren, the abbot of the Cheng city god temple. The Taoist master sat in his quiet room. A solitary lamp flickered with a faint light, illuminating his peaceful face. His eyes were tightly closed, his body as still as an ancient pine tree. The sound of hurried footsteps broke the tranquil atmosphere. A young Taoist boy's clear voice came from outside the door. Master, please forgive this disciple for disturbing you. Yin Chengren slowly opened his eyes, returning from his meditation. He smiled and replied in a calm tone, What is it? Come in and speak slowly. The Taoist boy pushed the door open and entered. He said cautiously, Master, His Honor, the county magistrate, has arrived unexpectedly. He is already at the city god temple. He says he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Hearing this, Yin Chengren immediately shed his meditative tranquility. His brow furrowed slightly. At this hour, for the county magistrate to personally visit the city god temple, it must be an important matter. We must not be negligent. He replied softly, I understand. I will go out to greet him now. The Taoist master rose gently, straightened his Taoist robes, and walked out of the quiet room with a steady pace. Entering the temple hall, there he saw Meng Yongyan waiting, his expression grave. A trace of fatigue showed on his face. He looked heavily preoccupied. Yin Chengren stepped forward and bowed. I was not aware of your honor's arrival. Please forgive me for not coming out to welcome you. Meng Yongyan waved his hand. He shook his head and said, Abbot Yin, there is no need for such formalities. I have come here this time for a truly urgent matter. There are a few things I would like to discuss with you in detail. In that case, please follow me, Your Honor. Yin Chengren nodded in agreement. He gestured for the county magistrate to follow him to a quiet room inside the temple. There was a simple tea room prepared there. Zheng, Cheng, go and boil a pot of tea. Yin Chengren said slowly. Yes, master. The Taoist boy nodded. In a short while, he brought back hot water. He then left the room himself. His eyes darted around, and he stealthily crept to the doorway to eavesdrop. After they were seated, Yin Chengren poured hot tea for Meng Yongyan. Meng Yongyan accepted the teacup, took a light sip, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Abbot Yin, the tea here is quite unique. It is but a humble path. To receive your honor's appreciation is truly an honor. Yin Chengren smiled slightly. Sir, may I ask what business you have with this humble Taoist? To be honest with you, Taoist master, some people came to see me a few days ago. They said they were willing to provide food for the common people, asking only to place a statue in the city god temple. Meng Yongyan said slowly. He couldn't just directly say that group of people were bandits, and that they wanted to place an unorthodox god inside. Could he? That is naturally a good thing. Yin Chungrun said with a chuckle. Is it the golden statue of the city god? Or perhaps Guanyin Bodhisattva? Or maybe the heavenly lord of everlasting life? They could be placed in the side hall. Yin Chungrun paused, then added. Meng Yongyan shook his head, hesitating to speak. It's none of those. Then which deity could it be? His reluctance to speak gave Yin Chungrun a guess. He asked in astonishment, Your Honor, you don't mean to say. He dipped his finger in some tea and drew a character on the table. An unorthodox god. This is precisely the reason I came to see you, Taoist master. Meng Yongyan nodded in agreement. Taoist master Yin Chungrun pondered for a moment, then replied, Magistrate Meng, although this matter seems small, it concerns the hearts of the people. We must be cautious. Since you have come here, sir, it must be because their conditions are impossible to refuse. This humble Taoist has a question, and I hope your honor will enlighten me. Yin Chungrun was not in a hurry. He calmly asked, Is the grain being distributed in the city provided by those people? That's right. Meng Yongyan recounted what Miao Zhiming had said. Finally, he concluded, I want to give it a try. Even if it can't solve the root problem, it can alleviate the current situation in Chengcheng. Yin Chungrun did not reply. Instead, he picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip. In that brief moment, he began to think. After putting down the teacup, he said calmly, Do they have any other demands? No. Meng Yongyan shook his head. In that case, it's still manageable. Yin Chungrun said with a serious expression. The city god temple is a place for worshipping deities. We cannot place statues arbitrarily. However, this humble Taoist can find a corner in the side hall. It probably won't be discovered. The side hall is not out of the question. Meng Yongyan was about to nod in agreement, when Wu Zhan's words flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, Taoist master, can we find a place in the main hall? The main hall is where the city god is enshrined. Yin Chungrun was taken aback. A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. Have you thought this through, sir? This is no laughing matter. The city god temple is a place for worshipping orthodox deities. To arbitrarily introduce an unvenerated, unorthodox god is in itself a sign of disrespect to the deities, let alone placing it in the main hall, in full view of everyone. He said in a grave and earnest tone, If they are a heretical cult like the White Lotus sect, we cannot bear the responsibility. Meng Yongyan smiled slightly. I am the county magistrate of Chengcheng. I am merely informing you, Taoist master, that I will begin handling this matter today, and will publicly announce my decision to the people. I will draft a written statement detailing the decision, and I will bear all the consequences. And I will post it at the city god temple, so that the people may know. You only need to do as I say, Taoist master. Hearing this, Yin Chungrun stared in astonishment at the new county magistrate before him. He nodded solemnly. This humble Taoist understands. The people in the temple. This humble Taoist will find a way to persuade them. Thank you, Taoist master. Meng Yongyan drank the tea. In one gulp, he said, Then I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer, Taoist master. With that, he stood up and left. Bai Zhengcheng, who was squatting by the door, heard the movement and quickly hid. As soon as Meng Yongyan was gone, he ran into the quiet room. Taoist master Yin Chungrun was staring at the tea set, lost in thought. Master, Bai Zhengcheng called out. Yin Chungrun came back to his senses. Seeing it was Bai Zhengcheng, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shouldn't you be doing your evening lessons? What are you still doing here? Master, I just wanted to ask, are we really going to put that unorthodox god next to the city god? Won't the city god be angry? Bai Zhengcheng couldn't help but say, You heard everything? Yin Chungrun said thoughtfully. Bi Chenghink nodded. Yes, a decision made by the county magistrate naturally cannot be changed. All this humble Taoist can do, Yin Chungrun hesitated, is to try and minimize its impact. Then this new county magistrate isn't all that great, is he? It would have been fine to put it in the side hall. If you don't look closely, you might not even notice it. But putting it in the main hall, you'll see it as soon as you look up. Bai Zhengcheng said indignantly. Yin Chengren said without hesitation. Quite the contrary. This new county magistrate is a good official. Do you understand? Once this document is written, what will happen when all the people in the city know about this? If even the slightest accident befalls the people after this, or an unforeseen disaster occurs, and rumors start to spread, it will be suspected that this matter is the cause. Bai Zhengcheng was confused. But won't they be giving out grain? That doesn't conflict with it. Yin Chengren said with a blank expression. It will also be difficult to explain to the Imperial Court. If they investigate and assign blame, whether this new county magistrate can keep his official hat is another question entirely. Most importantly, this matter will certainly be recorded in the local gazette. Meng Yongnian, the county magistrate of Chengcheng, introduced an unorthodox god into the city god temple and made the people worship it. His name will be infamous for 10,000 years. His descendants will also be affected by it. You must know, if he had resigned and returned to his hometown to stay out of this mess, none of these things would have happened. I understand. Master, I have another question. Bi Chengcheng paused and asked cautiously, in this world, do immortals really exist? Yin Chengren chuckled. He shook his head and said, look outside. What is that? The moon. Bai Zhengcheng said cautiously. Now close your eyes. Can you still see it? Yin Chengren continued to ask. I can't see it. Yin Chengren's eyes flickered. Good. Now, if there were a person born blind in front of you, do you think he could see the moon? Or, to him, does the moon exist? He explained patiently. Those who can see cannot prove to those who cannot see. If what is seen does not exist, how do you know it does not exist at all? The matter of seeing immortals is not about seeking externally, but about cultivating internally. Zhengcheng, go back and copy the bio pussy 3 times. You will naturally come to some understanding. What? Bai Zhengcheng cried out. Go on, so you don't have any idle time to eavesdrop on your master's conversations. Yin Chengren entered the quiet room, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Bai Zhengcheng, with a pained expression, pleaded mournfully, can I just copy it twice? Master. Seeing that Yin Chengren wasn't responding, Bi Chengcheng sighed and walked out of the room. His ears twitched slightly. Hearing the sound of him leaving, Yin Chengren opened his eyes and looked towards the spot where he had left. Thinking about the question just now, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Do immortals truly exist? Soon he recovered and resumed his meditation. Inside a tea shop in Chengcheng, Steward Zhao, I have delivered the goods safely. As you instructed, Wei Laosi said, panting heavily and cautiously. Steward Zhao had a large belly, a stout figure, and a ruddy complexion. He wore a silk robe. A jade pendant hung from his waist, and he wore a gold ring on his hand. He sat in a large chair, sipping tea. Steward Zhao glanced at Wei Laosi and nodded. Then he said nonchalantly, all right. I know. Wei Laosi said softly. Steward Zhao, what? Is there another problem? Steward Zhao raised his head, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Wei Laosi was a bit flustered. He mustered his courage and said, Steward Zhao, my wages, could I trouble you to give them to me in advance? Steward Zhao sneered, put down his tea, his expression cold. He looked at Wei Laosi as if he were a begging dog. With utter contempt, you've only been working for a few days, and you already want your wages? Do you think this is a charity? Steward Zhao, I'm begging you. Please, have mercy on this humble man. A wave of bitterness washed over him. Wei Laosi dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice tinged with pleading. My family truly has nothing left to eat. My child hasn't eaten in days. How disgusting. You've gotten the floor dirty. Steward Zhao's brow furrowed. He waved his hand impatiently. All right. It's not impossible to give it to you in advance. Wait. Wei Laosi waited with hopeful anticipation. However, when he saw the bag of wages, he was stunned. Steward Zhao, why is there so much less money? Wei Laosi asked cautiously, his voice trembling slightly. What? You dare question me? You should be grateful I'm paying you in advance at all. If everyone were like you, there would be no rules. How could the shop stay in business? Steward Zhao said coldly. Wei Laosi hurriedly shook his head. No, Steward Zhao. It's just, my family is waiting for this money to buy rice to cook. My whole family depends on my meager wages to live. Could you, before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Steward Zhao. Cut the damn crap. Take it or leave it. If you don't want to work, then get lost. There are plenty of people who would kill for your job. Wei Laosi stood there, the copper coins in his hand feeling like heavy stones, weighing down his heart. He lowered his head and looked at his worn-out straw sandals. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Rush up there and smash that pig face of his with my fists. Shove all these copper coins down his throat. Kill him. Kill him. Instead of standing here, you'd be better off taking this money sooner and buying some food for your child. Steward Zhao blew on his tea leaves and said leisurely, Child. The light in Wei Laosi's eyes dimmed. He deflated, his entire body slumping over. The words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Thank you, Steward Zhao. Every so often, someone has to make a scene. It's so annoying to listen to. Steward Zhao sneered and paid Wei Laosi no more attention. Wei Laosi silently put away the pitifully small amount of wages and left with heavy steps. Sigh, I should go buy some rice first. Don't we have a new emperor now? Maybe things will get better in a few days. The patrol inspector is also clearing out the bandits. Just endure a little longer. Things will definitely get better. When he arrived at the rice shop, he nervously took out the copper coins. He said helplessly, Shopkeeper, can you see how much this can buy? The shopkeeper scooped out some rice, placed it on the scale, and weighed it. Under Wei Laosi's eager gaze, he scooped a small portion of the rice back out. Shopkeeper, the weight. That can't be right. Wei Laosi said with a mournful face. Don't tell me the price of rice has gone up again. The shopkeeper said with a blank expression. Yes. Do you still want it? Yes, I do. Wei Laosi clutched the large bag of rice, wandering aimlessly through the crowd. This bag of rice was his entire income from nearly a month of hard labor. It was only enough to feed his family for a few days. Wei Laosi's clothes were tattered, his hands covered in calluses and scars. His face was dark and gaunt, his eyes filled with weariness and sorrow. In a daze, he returned to his dilapidated hut. Dad is back. Daddy. Several children in ragged clothes squeezed out of the small doorway. They looked at Wei Laosi and called out in their young voices. Daddy, my tummy hurts from burning. The youngest boy, naked and wrapped in a blanket, pouted and cried out. The older, more sensible ones didn't speak, but their expectant gazes pierced Wei Laosi like knives. Eldest, take a handful of rice and cook some porridge. Wei Laosi said in a low voice. Okay. Hey, it's food. We have food. Big sister, hurry. Let's go cook. The voices faded into the distance. Wei Laosi's wife walked over. She asked hesitantly, Is it all used up? Nothing left. Yes. Wei Laosi's voice trembled. His body shook slightly. The price went up again. His wife sighed and smiled numbly. She looked at Wei Laosi and said with resignation, Sell her. Wow, big sister. This bowl of porridge is so thick. The little boy exclaimed in a low voice. Sime was silent. She picked up that bowl and said softly, Brother, I'll trade with you. Wei Laosi's face was stern. He placed the bowl back in front of the girl. The older children had already understood. They buried their heads in their food, scraping the bowls clean. After eating, they all left in silence. The youngest child was taken along as well. In the end, only Sime was left. Wei Laosi, let's go. Yes. Dad, I want to take a walk. Okay. Sime tightly held his large hand. They walked on. In truth, there was nothing much to see on the road. She just wanted to spend a little more time with him. As they passed the city god temple, a bell chimed. Sime stopped, listening to the sound. Wei Laosi also stopped with her, gazing at the city god temple. A carriage was parked in front of the temple. The body of the carriage was carved from high-quality redwood. The lines were smooth, and the grain was beautiful. I wonder how much rice this carriage could be exchanged for. When the bell stopped ringing, Sime pulled Wei Laosi out of his fantasy. Dad, let's go look over there. They walked on and came to a remote place. There was a newly opened shop there, so new it didn't even have a sign. Carriages were parked along the street. Every now and then, someone would get off a carriage carrying a sack and walk into that shop. Inside the shop, from the floor to the ceiling, were bulging sacks one after another. Just then, Wei Laosi suddenly noticed a sign placed at the entrance. His eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. I must be seeing things. Fine flower, 10 yen per jin. For some reason, Wei Laosi's feet wouldn't obey him. He walked in, trembling. Shirlai was busy working. Seeing Wei Laosi, he stopped what he was doing and warmly greeted him. Sir, what can I get for you? Shirlai asked. Wei Laosi's throat felt tight. He tried to keep his voice steady. This flower here, isn't it for sale? Sir, what are you saying? If this flower isn't for sale, is it just for looking at? Shirlai asked with a smile. But it's too cheap. Even if the price of this flower were 10 times higher, he would still think it was cheap. Could it be that the shopkeeper made a mistake with the price? Wei Laosi swallowed hard. He didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that as soon as he asked, the price would change. He felt the copper coins in his pocket. This was all the money his family had left. It was originally intended to buy some food for Sime before she left. He tremblingly took out the copper coins and poured them into his palm. He lined them up in a row. He carefully counted out 10 coins. Wei Laosi didn't dare take more. What if the price was really a mistake? If the shopkeeper was kind, he might give him a gene anyway. Shopkeeper, I'd like to buy 1 gene of flour. Is that all right? Wei Laosi held out the 10 copper coins in both hands. His heart pounding. Of course, no problem. Shirlai scooped up the flour and placed it on the scale. He weighed out exactly 1 gene and handed it to Wei Laosi. Sir, here is your 1 gene of flour. It really is a gene of flour. Feeling the heavy weight in his hands, a look of disbelief flashed in Wei Laosi's eyes. His hands trembled as he carefully touched the precious bag of flour. Shopkeeper, I still have some copper coins. Can I buy some more? Wei Laosi said, his eyes red. Shirlai replied with a smile. Sir, you jest. You could buy as much as you want. Take these. Wei Laosi no longer hesitated. He handed all his copper coins to Shirlai. He looked at Shirlai with pleading eyes. Shopkeeper, can I buy flour with all of this? He asked again and again, afraid that Shirlai would go back on his word. Yes. Shirlai took the copper coins and exchanged them all for flour, like sweet rain after a long drought. Joy surged through Wei Laosi's heart. He stared blankly at the few bags of flour. In a daze. How long has it been since I've seen so much flour? If only this shop could stay open forever. Shopkeeper, how long will your shop be open? Wei Laosi came back to his senses and asked eagerly. Shirlai smiled and said, if there are no accidents, it will always be open in this location. And rest assured, sir, this is how the price should be. It will not change. He could understand this man's feelings. That feeling of powerlessness, of struggling desperately only to sink deeper. They just wanted to live, that's all. And yet this world was unwilling to grant them even his small plea. Not long ago, he was the same. But now, things are different. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Wei Laosi muttered to himself. He suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Shirlai, saying, Thank you. Thank you. Shirlai quickly helped Wei Laosi up. He grinned and said, Sir, you don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank that immortal. He gestured for Wei Laosi to look in a certain direction. On a high platform, there was an incense burner. In front of it stood a statue, but it was covered with a red cloth, so its face could not be seen. Young Master Chun, Immortal Lord Chun. This flower was bestowed by Immortal Lord Chun, Shirlai said with reverence. It was also Immortal Lord Chun, who had us bring this flower to Chung. Immortal Lord Chun. Wei Laosi repeated the name in a low voice. He hesitated for a moment and said, May this humble one see the immortal face of Immortal Lord Chun, so I can go home and worship him. Shirlai shook his head. He said helplessly, I'm afraid that's not possible for now. By Immortal Lord Chen's decree, it cannot be revealed for the time being. His immortal face, his decree, it must be relayed by someone like a holy son or a holy maiden, although I've never heard of this god. If he can feed me, then he is a benevolent god. Wei Laosi kowtowed several times with a loud thud, bowing before the statue. This humble one, Wei Laosi, thanks Immortal Lord Chun for his grace. Wei Laosi's forehead was already red, but he still didn't stop. Shirlai had to help him up and escort him out of the shop. Shopkeeper, there's something. This humble one doesn't know if I should say. Wei Laosi took a deep breath. He glanced left and right, and after a moment's hesitation, he whispered, You should sell this flower for a bit more. Otherwise, it will all be bought up by those rich merchants and gentry. It's not just natural disasters that compete with common folk like us for grain. There are also people. Rest assured, sir, we have this matter under control. Shirlai said with a smile. If they can buy it all, then they're capable. Besides, where can they sell it? It's not even certain they can get out of the city. Take care, sir. Wei Laosi walked back, holding the flower, in a daze. Just then, Sime tugged on the corner of Wei Laosi's clothes. She looked at Wei Laosi with pleading eyes. She asked tentatively, Dad, does this mean I don't have to go? Wei Laosi's nose stung. He bent down and held Sime tightly in his arms. He held back the tears in his eyes. His lips trembled as he said, Dad is useless. It's Dad's fault. Sime, we're not going. We're never going again. In those strong arms, Sime could no longer hold back the bitterness in her heart. She burst into tears. After a long while, Sime sniffled, looked up, and wiped the corner of Wei Laosi's eye. She forced a smile and said in a low voice, Dad, let's go back. Yes, let's go home. The burden that had been pressing on Wei Laosi's shoulders for so long eased a little. A sense of lightness filled him. Their steps were almost skipping as they returned home. There, Wei Laosi's wife had her hands clasped together in a fist. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Wife, we're back, Wei Laosi shouted excitedly. Sime also waved her hands and shouted loudly. Mom, husband, Wei Laosi's sister cried out in shock. Sime, a boy and a girl squeezed out of the cramped house. Their eyes were red, and tear stains still lingered on their faces. They looked in pleasant surprise at Sime running toward them. Big sis, third bro. The sister also looked pleasantly surprised. However, she still looked nervously at her. Husband, let's talk inside. Wei Laosi's voice carried uncontrollable excitement. He gripped the flower tightly with both hands and quickly walked into the house. Wei Laosi placed the bags on the table. Come look, what's this? The family gathered around. Their faces were full of confusion. Wei Laosi eagerly tore open the bags. White flour poured out like a waterfall. It's flour. Whoa, all of this is flour. So much flour. The children exclaimed. They couldn't wait to dip their fingers into the flour and taste it. Wei Laosi gently ran his fingers through the flour. The touch was soft and familiar, as if he were caressing hope itself. These bags of flour were bought with the copper coins we saved up. Come on, let's get moving. We're having an extra meal tonight. We're going to eat our fill. Yay, Dad is amazing. Extra meal, extra food. The children cheered, grabbing the flour and running toward the kitchen. Wei Laosi stared at this long-lost scene and suddenly burst into loud laughter. The laughter was filled with the joy of release. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he forcefully held them back. At this moment, he felt invincible. He could hold up the sky for his family. Where did this flower come from? You didn't do anything stupid, did you? Only his sister, who knew their situation, looked at Wei Laosi with worry. She knew that their saved copper coins couldn't even buy a fraction of this. A new shop opened in the city. Do you know how much the flour costs? Wei Laosi held up his hands and gestured. 10 copper coins a caddy. His sister cried out in disbelief. How is that possible? Sime saw it too. If you don't believe me, ask her. Wei Laosi was full of energy and said without hesitation, these next few days, I need to go out and earn more wages. I'll try to buy more flour to stock up at home. Also, from now on, our family will worship a true God, Wei Laosi said with a face full of smiles. Oh, his sister couldn't help but ask. Young Master Chun, Immortal Lord Chun, a few days later, in Changcheng, inside the Shun family compound. The manager of the Jishio fan clan in Changcheng, Fan Yanggan, frowned deeply, pacing anxiously in the courtyard. Husband, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you so restless? His wife, Lady Wang, walked out from the inner room, frowning. Is something on your mind? Sigh, do you remember that direct descendant of the Fan family? Fan Yanggan sighed heavily. Of course, I still have some impression of him. It seems he came here to clear up the matter of selling salt. Lady Wang recalled. Why? Did something unexpected happen? Fan Yanggan said, it's a long story. How about you come back to the inner room with me, husband? I'll give you a massage. Lady Wang suggested softly. Fan Yanggan nodded. Supported by Lady Wang, he slowly walked into the inner chamber. Once in a room, Fan Yanggan lay flat on the soft couch. Lady Wang gently unfastened his collar to help him relax more. She gently placed her fingers on Fan Yong'an's temples and rubbed gently in a clockwise direction with moderate pressure. The scent of rouge and powder drifted into Fan Yong'an's nose. He relaxed a little and slowly voiced his thoughts. This Fan once sure, he really deserves to die. Fan Yong'an sighed and cursed. Relying on his status as a direct descendant of the Fan family, he makes reckless arrangements. Are these cultist people we can afford to provoke? What cult? Lady Wong asked while gently massaging him. It's that Fan once sure. He wanted to use this opportunity to let the Fan clan monopolize the salt trade in the city, but it was ruined by a group of roving bandits. A few days ago, wasn't the county magistrate distributing flour? It was given to him by this group of bandits. Fan Yong'an said angrily, but him? He came in high spirits, and it would have been fine if he just left with his tail between his legs. But he casually dropped the line, give them some trouble, and just left. At first I thought it was just a group of ordinary bandits who offended this young master, and I figured causing them some trouble wouldn't be a big deal. But guess what happened next? I went to investigate the origins of that bandit group, and found out they were a bunch of cultists. Damn those bald bastards. Those are fucking cultists. Fortunately, I was careful and bribed the people in the yamen, which is how I got the exact information. Those guys have been completely brainwashed. They are capable of anything. If he dares to smash their idol, he'll find himself hanging from a tree branch the next day. They really dare to trade a life for a life. If we really did that, then he can forget about ever getting a good night's sleep in Gousheng. And what else? Don't let them know it was our Fan clan who did it. Huh, easy for him to say. He doesn't care about the people doing the work below. We already have a conflict with them. Any idiot could tell it was the Fan clan's doing. A little higher, yes, right there. So comfortable. Fan Yong'an shifted his head, slightly, and spoke slowly. Lady Wong slowly moved her fingers, tracing the edge of Fan Yong'an's scalp, sliding from his temples to the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head, applying a little more pressure. The Baihui acupoint is located in the center of the top of the head, where multiple meridians of the body intersect. It has a significant effect on relieving headaches. Fan Yong'an's expression also became much more relaxed. He closed his eyes, quietly enjoying it. Cultists, we definitely can't afford to provoke them. He can leave, but we can't. In these chaotic times of war, even the city isn't peaceful. Lady Wong said in a low voice, these cultists, it's best we don't provoke them. Fan Yong'an sighed. Yes, fortunately, we built a cellar back then, so we weren't discovered by the bandits and starving refugees who entered the city. That's how our businesses were able to recover so quickly, and our family members weren't harmed. Don't worry, madam. No matter what, we won't have any dealings with those cultists. Anyway, I don't want to wade into this muddy water. Fan Yong'an snorted coldly and said leisurely, although I don't know why Wu Zhan's temperament changed so drastically, as long as he is still in Changcheng. This place will be much safer than anywhere else. I don't want to flee to another city because of this. Fan Yong'an remembered the attendants Fan Wensure had sent, who had given him many benefits. He shook his head slightly. Besides, given his nature, who knows if his promises even count? I should just focus on running the businesses in the city peacefully, relying on the great tree that is the Fan clan. Our properties in Changcheng are quite substantial. Not only do we have fabric stores, restaurants, and pharmacies, but also rice shops. There's absolutely no need to take risks. For a deal where the risks clearly outweigh the rewards. Merchants seek profit, and I have no intention of doing a losing business. Since you've already decided not to provoke them, husband, why the long face? Are you thinking about how to explain this to Fan Wensure? Lady Wong asked softly. Exactly. Fan Yong'an smiled bitterly. If we really do nothing, it'll be hard to handle if word reaches his ears. Lady Wong's brows, slightly furrowed, and the corners of her mouth pressed together gently. She lightly bit her lower lip, then suddenly smiled sweetly. I have an idea, husband. How about this? When the time comes, we'll just make a little noise and send a report to that Fan family descendant. We'll say we caused them some trouble and made them scramble for a bit. That should be enough. Lady Wong paused, then continued. We can put on a show. We'll get an idol ourselves and smash it. Whether it's the right idol or not is a minor detail. As long as the report says we smashed it, it's fine. We just need to show our stance. Fan Yong'an didn't speak. He kept his eyes closed, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, his slightly furrowed brows clearly showed he was pondering. The Emperor is high and far away. He probably won't make a special trip just to verify it. After all, these big shots just want to vent their anger. Once it's out, it's over. Maybe he'll have so much fun when he gets back that he'll completely forget about this matter. Lady Wong comforted him. Besides, it's not like we can actually go and provoke that cult, right? After a long while, Fan Yonggan let out a breath and nodded gently. True. Then we'll do as you suggest, madam. Let's handle it this way. Lady Wong smiled slightly and said, since that's settled, husband, let's not think about these things anymore. Let me massage you a bit more. Her fingers moved to the back of Fan Yonggan's neck, using the pads of her fingers to push and press upward from the base of his cervical spine to relieve the tension in his neck muscles. Her palms covered the back of his neck. Pressing gently, Fan Yonggan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. During the massage, Lady Wong started chatting casually. Speaking of which, you haven't gone out much these past few days. You probably don't know that the city has been inexplicably lively lately. There are more people on the streets, and it somehow feels less oppressive than before. It's just that their behavior is a bit strange. They all run in one direction, and when they come back, they're holding bags in their hands. I don't know what's inside. Oh, Fan Yonggan joked. No wonder I felt it's been a bit noisy outside lately. So, something is happening. Men, he shouted loudly. Qing Xin hurried in, bowed, and asked, Manager, what are your orders? Go outside and ask around. Find out what's happening. Go quickly and come back quickly. Yes, sir. About half an hour later, Qing Xin finished gathering information and returned to the room. Well, speak. What exactly is going on? Fan Yonggan was completely relaxed and asked softly. A new shop opened in the city, specializing in selling flour. Almost all the commoners have run there to buy flour. Qing Xin paused, swallowed hard, and said cautiously, that flour is selling for 10 copper coins a caddy. How much? X2. Fan Yonggan and Lady Wong asked in unison. T10 copper coins a caddy. Qing Xin said with a miserable face. Is this how I told you to gather information? Fan Yonggan sat up abruptly, looking at Qing Xin in astonishment. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he scolded angrily. Don't you use your brain to think? You must have heard wrong. My lord, this lowly one is absolutely not lying to you. I even went to the shop specifically to check. It really is 10 copper coins a caddy. Qing Xin said resolutely. Fan Yonggan's eyes flickered. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Every word this lowly one says is true. If you don't believe me, my lord, you can send someone else to check. The trusted aide said anxiously. There was no benefit in lying about such a thing. Moreover, this person was his trusted aide, so there was even less reason to lie. That meant the price of 10 copper coins a caddy was real. Could it be some naive young master from a wealthy family has come out to help the poor? But they wouldn't be this naive, would they? How rich must their family be? Wait, they're selling flour. Could it be that newly opened shop? Do they worship a god? Fan Yonggan frowned, deep in thought. My lord is wise. Qing Xin said, in surprise. That shop indeed worships a deity. However, the idol is wrapped in red cloth, not revealing its face. I heard it seems to be an uncanonized wild god. Then it all matches up. Fan Yonggan suddenly understood. He sneered. Only these brainless cultists would do such a stupid thing, just to spread their faith. This method is too stupid. He laughed dumbly. Do they actually think that after Wang heir plundered Changcheng, the nobles in the city have no silver left? Or do they think that little bit of stolen grain is enough to supply an entire city? Naive. Too naive. Fan Yonggan laughed heartily. He turned to look at Lady Wong and said leisurely, Madam, it looks like we won't even need to lift a finger. Someone will naturally cause trouble for them. That couldn't be better. Lady Wong chuckled softly. She lowered her voice and said unhurriedly, Husband, I'll go back to the room to rest first. When it came to business matters, it was best for a woman like her not to get involved. She stood up and left the room. How have the other families reacted? Fan Yonggan gently stroked his chin with his fingers, pondered for a moment, and asked. Qing Xin bowed and said, No reaction yet. Only the commoners are crowding in front of that shop. These old foxes. They haven't figured out the background of those bandits yet, and are afraid of offending some powerful figures. Otherwise, this flour would have been snatched up by them long ago. Fan Yonggan said coldly, 10 copper coins a caddy. A pickle is only a little over 1 tael of silver, not even 2 taels. Even in the fertile lands of Jiangnan, the price of rice is 4 or 5 taels of silver per pickle, let alone in this drought-stricken land of Shaanxi, where it takes dozens of taels to buy a pickle. There aren't even any transportation costs here. As long as we buy it and hoard it, once the bandit's flour is sold out, the price will go right back up. The bandit's grain can't possibly be more nutritious than what our families have. If that were true, so many people wouldn't have starved to death in Shaanxi. And even if we can't sell it locally, we could transport it to other parts of Shaanxi to sell and still make a profit. It's a highly profitable business. Back and forth, we can earn quite a lot. It's just that these cultists are a hassle after all. Our fan clan cannot be the first. There needs to be a sacrificial lamb to take the heat. Fan Yangon muttered in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, those families will probably send people out to investigate the background of those cultists. Go and spread the word. Say that this is just a group of ordinary bandits from Liujia village. The flour was stolen, and they have no backing. What he was saying was entirely true. Of course, he wouldn't say this was a den of cultists. If he actually said that, then no one would dare to be the first. He was even giving them the moral high ground. The bandits' grain was stolen to begin with, and it was clearly priced. So naturally they could buy it too. Fan Yangon grinned and said, someone won't be able to resist taking the first bite. Once someone takes the lead, others will surely follow. Our fan clan won't buy directly from that shop. To avoid getting our hands dirty, send people out to offer a 20% premium and buy it from those commoners. If they aren't willing, double the price. Before coming back, wander around in the direction of other prefectures. Be careful. Absolutely do not expose your identity. Fan Yangon instructed, unhurriedly. The fan clan owned land and markets everywhere, coupled with the covert nature of the transactions. It wouldn't be easy to be discovered. Although it was troublesome, it just meant earning a little less. Compared to the huge trouble of dealing with cultists, this bit of profit was entirely expendable. This subordinate will go handle it immediately. I will not fail my mission, Qingxin said with a serious face. Oh, right. Since the price of grain has dropped, there's no need to pay so much in wages. It's not good to let them be idle. Fan Yangon said matter-of-factly. You should know what to do, right? This, Qingxin stammered, lowering his head completely, and said slowly, directly cut their wages? You've followed me for so long. Have you learned nothing? Fan Yangon sneered. Go leak some rumors. Say that the fan clan's businesses have suffered severe losses recently, and we might have to lay people off. Of course, don't actually fire anyone at first. After a while, change the tune and say we won't fire anyone, but we have to cut their wages in half. When it's time to pay them, just give them 70%. Anyone who complains can forget about keeping their job. In the end, they'll only feel lucky that they were smart enough to keep their jobs. What if rival families hear about this and spread it around? Qingxin hesitated for a moment. You don't think we're the only ones who will do this, do you? Fan Yangon said expressionlessly. This is an unspoken rule. We can't afford to provoke the cultists. But as for these laborers, I'm really not worried at all. With such cheap grain available, they won't and wouldn't dare to get desperate. At a crucial time like this, they'll only be thinking about earning a bit more, terrified that the flour will be sold out. They wouldn't dare lose their jobs. This subordinate understands. Qingxi nodded. In agreement. Go. Only Fan Yangon was left in the room. He stood up, hand behind his back, and slowly paced around the room. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. It took a long time for him to stop. Fan Yangon shook his head and mocked. I never expected this, I really didn't. These guys dug a hole and buried themselves. This is good too. It solves the problem with Fan Wensure as well. Once this grain supply is cut off, the commoners won't blame us for selling it at high price, since it's always been this price. They'll blame you for selling it so cheap that people took advantage of it. He smiled sinisterly, muttering to himself, even if this idol is placed in the city god temple, it will be smashed to pieces by the angry commoners. And to think I worried for nothing all these days. Cultists are just a bunch of brainless brutes. Sell it. Go ahead and sell it. In the end, I'll be the only one making a profit. The longer you sell, the more we earn. Your grain will run out one day. Before then, it's best if there's more. And even more. Hee hee. I still have nowhere to spend all this silver. In the afternoon, Chun-Li sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod and fishing. He was originally building a school, but Miao Jiming returned, with matters to report to him. So he decided to listen while fishing. Miao Jiming sat to the side, recounting everything that had happened in Chongqing. No wonder you came back so late. Shen Li Fronat. Are you saying people have already started buying in bulk? It's only been a few days. Those wealthy merchants really are like sharks smelling blood. Yes, perhaps it's because they think they've figured out our background. Miao Jiming nodded, smiling faintly. A group of rebelling bandits, after all. Besides, information doesn't flow as freely now as it does in modern times. Ordinary people might never leave their village their entire lives. If they don't make a special trip, they really wouldn't know the specific situation. Chun-Li pondered and then asked, can the wheat production still keep up? Miao Jiming nodded. Those wealthy merchants are probably afraid of angering the people of Chongqing. No matter how much we transport over, they leave a small portion behind. So apart from the extra wheat produced daily, we can also slowly clear out the wheat in the storehouse. However, I was thinking they are buying as much as we have. They want to buy up all our wheat and then make a massive profit. Shenli lauga dumbli. They're quite rich. I like to see how much they can buy. It's a pity that while they have money, their silver is limited, but my resources are limitless. If they like buying, let them buy more. Jiming, take 30% of my share as well, and sell it in Chongqing. Bring all their silver here. Back then, he had specifically filled that basement, entirely with chests. Now, those 60% had filled who knows how many large chests. It would be better to exchange it for silver and put it in the warehouse. Although it was only 10 copper coins a caddy, the sheer quantity was overwhelming, and there was a group of suckers willing to pay for it. Anyway, there was plenty of wheat. What was really lacking was silver. After all, to build roads, he had to pay the workers their wages. After distributing grain for a few more days, to let the starving refugees outside the city recover their strength, they would prepare for the road construction. Chun-Li continued to instruct. Although we know the process of making cement, when grinding the raw materials, the specific ratio of limestone to clay still needs to be tested by Song Yingxing before we can use it. Oh, right. Jiming, have you seen Song Yingxing? Chun-Li asked curiously. Miao Jiming asked in confusion. Song Yingxing? Is that the one young Master Chen often mentions? The scholar whose name Immortal Lord Chen knows, and specifically sent people to find? Has he already arrived in Li City? Yes. During the few days he went to Chongqing, the wandering merchant's subordinates brought him here. Of course, the process of bringing him wasn't very pleasant, but we can ignore that. Chun-Li grinned and said, this person is currently living in the academy, researching cement in the workshop. That's the material needed for paving roads. So the road construction has to wait a bit. Before that, we can have the people of Chongqing go dig and gather more limestone, clay, and sand as reserves. He continued, in that case, I like to see what kind of person he is, to earn Immortal Lord Chen's appreciation. While Miao Jiming was curious, a flash of competitiveness appeared in his eyes. By the way, Jiming, speaking of which, do you know the background of the Jieshou fan clan? Chun-Li's eyes flickered as he asked. I always feel like it sounds a bit familiar. This subordinate only knows that they mainly do trade business near Zhangjiago. Miao Jiming said softly. Zhangjiago, Chun-Li said thoughtfully. Is this place near the Great Wall? Miao Jiming replied. Young Master Chun is correct. Zhangjiago is the closest pass to Mongolia. Holy shit. The 8 great eminent merchants. I didn't expect to run into them so early. No wonder they dared to ask for exclusive rights in Chongqing. They even dare to trade with foreigners. Are they afraid of anything? Chun-Li then asked, are the Fan clan among those wealthy merchants buying in bulk? After the conflict with the Jieshou Fan clan previously, I inquired and found out there is a branch of the Fan clan in Chongqing, but they're not on the list. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment and said, however, some commoners voluntarily came and told us that someone is secretly buying grain from them at a high price, offering a 20% premium. I suspect this might be the Fan clan's doing. Good, as long as they're buying. Chun-Li said sincerely. If you didn't buy, it would really be hard for me to make a move. Speaking of this Fan clan, Miao Jiming said thoughtfully, when I left, I heard the Fan Clan's businesses suffered heavy losses, and they are preparing to lay off some of their workers. Oomph. Right when we entered the city, they suffered heavy losses. Shenli muka, these daimfuli. What a coincidence. They just want to pay one wage and make one person do the work of several. They're really pushing people step by step, not giving them a chance to breathe. I can't believe they can swallow bread soaked in human blood. They must be dealt with. Just watch, I'll throw you all into hell and be done with it. I'll even lock you in a soul sand room to enjoy yourselves. But before that, let's collect some interest. That group of bandits who broke into the village before, let them out. If it's ordinary commoners or small vendors, let them take the grain away. Whether they take it back to eat or sell it, after all, they need to make a living too, to be able to sell it to other places. Chengcheng isn't the only place in Shaanxi lacking grain. Chunli grinned and said, but as for those on this list, if they dare to come out, how the bandits rob them back. We'll continue selling it. The ones robbing them are bandits who accidentally escaped. What does that have to do with Arlie City? This grain was also stolen by us from other bandits. Also, if they lose motivation and don't want to buy any more, then we'll implement a slight purchase limit, from a per-person limit to a per-household limit, slowly stimulating them. Chunli said with a sincere face. Miao Jiming beamed and said, young Master Chun, I understand. After all, Arlie City can also be short on grain, right? Huh. Exactly. Shenli Laogaludli. Slowly despair. The happier you are at the beginning, thinking you're earning more, when you finally can't sell it no matter what, the happier I will be. You like hoarding goods? Let's see if you can hoard more than I can produce. Jiming. Speaking of which, why does it feel like everyone has been busy lately? Chunli asked unhurriedly. Young Master Chun, people in the mortal realm celebrate the spring festival at the end of every year. Miao Jiming explained patiently. The people of Li City are all preparing for the new year. I know that, of course. It's not like I haven't celebrated it before. Chunli rolled his eyes at Miao Jiming speechlessly. The new year, he murmured. I didn't expect that before I knew it. I've been in this place for almost a year. Forget it, I'm done fishing. Chunli put away his fishing rod and turned to look at Miao Jiming. If you don't see me these next few days, it means I'm in hell. May I ask what young Master Chun is going to hell for? Miao Jiming asked cautiously. Chunli stood up, patted the non-existent dust off his thighs, grinned, and said to fight ghasts, I need to get some gunpowder to make fireworks. It's the new year. How can we not have firecrackers? Coming out of the academy, Chunli bought a pile of enchanted books. Let me see. 2 sets of diamond armor. 1 smite, 2 enchanted book. 5 fire protection, 2 books. And 2 power eye books. Chunli took inventory of the enchanted books in his inventory, and his eyes fell on the last one. Looting 3, given by Song Ingxing after his class change. Its effect was to increase the drops from killed mobs. It was perfect for Yahello to farm gunpowder. Moreover, looting 3 was already at max level, which meant he didn't need to farm for it anymore. He could also equip it on the butcher. That way, when slaughtering cows, sheep, and chickens, they could get more leather and meat. This enchanted book came at just the right time. Usually, making do with wheat-based food was fine, but for the new year, they needed to kill more cows, sheep, and chickens to get more meat. Everyone had to eat well for the new year. Returning to his small cabin workshop, which was located in the innermost room on the first floor. The interior was entirely built with stone, with a row of furnaces lined up. Opposite them was a row of workstation blocks, such as a cartography table, an anvil, a blast furnace, a stone cutter, and so on. The crafting table was placed in the most prominent spot, directly facing the door. The only light source was the glowstone overhead, surrounded by trapdoors on all 4 sides. Ever since Chun-Li bought a batch of glowstone from the Nether Bastion remnant a few days ago, he had replaced all the torches with glowstone, for no other reason than it looked good. Expanding and decorating his 3rd cabin was also one of Chun-Li's daily pleasures. First, let's see if they conflict. Chun-Li muttered to himself as he walked up to the anvil. He took out the enchanted diamond armor set he had traded from the armorer and tried placing the fire protection 2 book on the anvil, while on the other side was the projectile protection 2 enchanted diamond armor. As expected, it doesn't work. The protection enchantments still conflict. Chun-Li shook his head helplessly. Protection-type enchantments are incompatible and cannot be enchanted on the same piece of armor. The diamond armor sets traded from villagers were basically all enchanted. It was very hard to find unenchanted diamond armor, unless he crafted it himself, but that would require diamonds, which he lacked. At least until he fought his way out, he could forget about it. Looks like I'll have to farm for another set of fire protection diamond armor. Chun-Li's eyes flickered. It's simple enough. After all, I'm definitely not short on emeralds right now. I could just farm for it slowly when the time comes. He had plenty of time, spending 2 enchanted books and some experience points. He upgraded the diamond helmet's fire protection to fire protection 2. Next, Chun-Li went to the enchanted book chest in the warehouse and took out an infinity enchanted book. He took 24 pieces of leather from the wooden chest and crafted a full set of leather armor. Then, he enchanted the remaining fire protection onto it. Using enchanted books on a leather armor set was a bit of a waste, but what could he do? Ordinary villagers could only equip this kind of armor. He would place it in the chest in front of the Nether portal later, specifically for them. They might need it. He crafted 2 new bows and a shield. One bow was enchanted with Power I and Infinity, while the other had Power I, Smite 2, and Looting 3, specifically for use in the Nether. Speaking of which, could looting be used on bows in the original game? Or am I remembering it wrong? Chun-Li didn't dwell on it. Now that all the enchanted books were used up, he put the first bow back into the chest and slung the second one over his shoulder. Chun-Li glanced at his experience bar. It had only decreased by a tiny bit. Thank goodness. I don't have to worry about the space suddenly compressing due to enchanting. I wonder what would happen if I died, and my experience was wiped out. Shenli Mutarat. He was already wearing diamond armor, enchanted with projectile protection, and he was an unnerved Steve. As it stood now, unless he actively sought death, it would be very hard to get killed. Unless I get pushed into lava in the Nether, then there's a slight possibility. All right, I have the Silk Touch pickaxe too. I can mine some gold ore in the Nether along the way. Time to head out to the Nether. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived in front of the Nether portal. Song Yingxing, wearing his scholar's hat, had been waiting for a long time. He was stroking his chin, examining the protruding obsidian in front of the Nether portal, thinking seriously, could this protrusion have some wondrous purpose? Seeing Song Yingxing's serious demeanor, Chun-Li made up his mind. He had to find a dark and windy night to mine away this protruding obsidian. Mr. Song, stop looking. Chun-Li walked up to him. First, he put the leather armor into the chest, then took out the enchanted diamond armor. He smiled and said, try putting this on first. Under Chun-Li's guidance, Song Yingxing watched curiously as the diamond armor disappeared right before his eyes. Truly magical, worthy of being a celestial artifact. Song Yingxing touched his arm, then knocked on it. Finding no change, he casually picked up a sharp stone and unhesitatingly stabbed it toward his palm. With a crisp sound, the stone instantly shattered and fell to the ground. His hand felt no recoil. Song Yingxing frowned, used all his strength, and punched fist against fist, bones of steel and flesh of iron. Young Master Chun, does this item have any restrictions? He asked thoughtfully. It can only be used by class-changed villagers, meaning it can only be used within my domain. The moment you step out, it will fall to the ground, and it cannot be stacked. Chun-Li quietly watched Song Yingxing's actions and spoke slowly. When Miao Jiming went out before, he was wearing this set of enchanted diamond armor. The moment he stepped out, it shattered all over the ground. Take the shield too. Chun-Li took out the shield and continued. A scholar needed full protection, especially the guy in front of him. He couldn't afford to be careless. He actually didn't want Song Yingxing to go to the Nether. 2 SSRs. The first one, Miao Jiming, was hard enough to get. If the second SSR got killed, it would be disastrous. But since he had already asked, and it was his only request, and he was the one who kidnapped him, he would just have to keep a close eye on him. Chun-Li noticed Song Yingxing staring at the bow on his chest, looking it up and down. Truly a fine bow. Song Yingxing sighed. From the sound of it, do you know how to shoot? You know archery? Chun-Li asked in confusion. Young Master Chun, you might not know, but we scholars must study the 6 arts, martial virtues, for cultivations and 8 elegances, Song Yingxing said respectfully. Among the 6 arts is martial archery, which includes Baishu, Sanlian, Yanju, Xiangqi, and Jingyi. As for archery, I naturally know a little. Good. Everything is know a little. I get it for literature, but how can you know a little about martial arts too? This is unreasonably strong, isn't it? Try this bow. Chun-Li took off the bow and handed it to Song Yingxing. Song Yingxing smiled slightly and asked confidently, I wonder how young Master Chen wishes to test me. Just that tree. I won't ask you to hit a leaf. Just hitting the trunk is fine. Chun-Li pointed to a large tree about 100 meters away and lowered his voice. Haha, young Master Chun, watch closely. Song Yingxing smiled and adjusted his stance. The next moment, his expression turned entirely serious. A few breaths later, he fired the arrow. Chun-Li watched the arrow pierce through the leaves, feeling a mix of emotions. You're amazing. Ancient scholars learned so much. No wonder so many formidable scholar generals emerged. Truly impressive. Shen Li Siga. I wouldn't dare. I've only learned some superficial skills. I can't compare to those truly formidable generals who never miss a shot and can pierce a willow leaf from 100 paces. Song Yingxing shook his head and said seriously, but this celestial bow, I wonder what kind of celestial magic it is enchanted with. The bowstring shimmers with purple light. Song Yingxing gripped the bow handle, rested his left hand on the bowstring, slid his fingers across it, and marveled, after gripping this bow, my strength seems to have increased significantly. Strength increased? Let me see. Chun-Li was confused. He took the bow and held it in his hand, feeling it carefully. Seems like I don't feel anything. Maybe for me, this strength boost isn't even a 1.0. It should be the effect of the power enchantment. It seems the effects brought by these enchantments are more than just increasing damage. Good thing. In that case, if the power enchantment is high enough, maybe stone swords and diamond swords can also be equipped by villagers, and their combat power will rise by another large margin. Shen Li Mutarat. Although it was already very high now, he said solemnly, Mr. Song, take the shield. Let's go. Song Yingxing followed closely behind Chun-Li, stepping onto the portal. Shen Li disappeared into the purple light. I never thought I would see a living immortal one day. Song Yingxing stared at the peculiar ripples with a complex expression, murmuring, and I never thought the legendary hell actually existed, and that I could see it alive. This is a rare opportunity. I should go in early. I can't let a mortal Lord Chen wait too long. He took a deep breath, walked in, and used one hand to prop his eyelids open, afraid of missing any details. The scenery before his eyes began to distort. The world started to stretch and twist together. When it returned to normal, he had already appeared in an ordinary stone room. A pungent smell filled his nose and the surface of his skin, apart from an occasional slight burning sensation. There was nothing else uncomfortable for now, and Immortal Lord Chan was standing in front of the door crack, watching him with a solemn expression. Are you ready? Chun-Li asked in a deep voice. He wasn't making a fuss over nothing. After the Nether was opened, any bandits causing trouble near Chongqing, who were caught by Wu Zhen and sent to Li City, basically had to take a trip to the Nether after changing classes. And those similar to Shang Tianhu naturally wouldn't just be locked in a stone room. They would be taken out for a stroll, before even reaching the Soul Sand Valley, or seeing the moving skeletons and the flying gas in the sky. Many had already gone mad just near the Nether portal. After coming back, they would be delirious, and might not recover for a long time. Some were even scared to death directly. After all, this realm in Chun-Li's eyes, and in the eyes of these ancient people, were completely different. In his eyes, it was just the Nether he had entered countless times before, only with VR-enhanced visual effects, a place to farm resources, and a location for future express transport routes. But in the eyes of the ancients, it was the real hell, one of the 18 levels, the volcano hell, a place specifically for imprisoning and torturing the wicked. How could they not be afraid? Even a fake Sadako could scare people to death. Let alone here. Several lives wouldn't be enough to be scared out of. The fact that Shang Tianhu didn't go mad was a miracle in his eyes now, his heart beating faster. Song Yingxing gripped the shield in his hand tightly, took a deep breath, and feigned a relaxed tone. Young Master Chun, I'm already here. If I go back without even taking a look, I would regret it for the rest of my life. All right, but let's just look from the door first. Once you're ready, we'll go out. Shenli stepat asida, his eyes flickering. Don't be afraid. It's just hell. I'll be right beside you, and I will naturally keep you safe. Thank you, young Master Chun. Song Yingxing bowed in thanks. Indeed, with an immortal who can rival the heavens, open a celestial domain in the mortal realm, and even connect to hell, what do I have to fear? With newfound confidence, Song Yingxing walked to the iron door and looked out. Is this what the 18th level of hell? The volcano hell looks like. Seeing the appearance of hell clearly, Song Yingxing's body stiffened slightly, and he unconsciously took a small step back, murmuring to himself, a sky full of scorching flames, flowing magma like molten iron. But Song Yingxing felt that the temperature must be much higher than molten iron. Young Master Chun, let's go, Song Yingxing said slowly. So soon? Chun-Li hesitated for a moment and said, how about we wait a bit longer? Is young Master Chun worried that my mortal eyes cannot bear the sight of hell? Song Yingxing smiled slightly and continued, those bandits went mad because they stood against you and committed heinous crimes. So naturally they would be afraid. But I am the exact opposite of them. Even so, your adaptability is quite strong. All right, follow me, Chun-Li said softly. He pulled the lever, opened the iron door, and walked onto the bridge paved with cobblestone. If you have any questions, just ask. I know a thing or two about this hell. Shen-Li grinat. Finally, it's my turn to talk. All right, young Master Chun. Song Yingxing lowered his head and curiously examined his surroundings. Under this bridge, it really is empty. Just like that stone wall. It should collapse, but it's held up by some peculiar power. He glanced at Chun-Li standing beside him. The source of the power. Seeing Chun-Li constantly glancing in one direction, Song Yingxing thought thoughtfully. Immortal Lord Chun coming to hell. Naturally has things he needs to do. He's just worried about leaving me here alone. Young Master Chun, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can just look around here, Song Yingxing said slowly. All right, then wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Make sure you don't wander off. Chun-Li took out his silk touch pickaxe, staring at the nether gold ore embedded in the netherrack. He could finally mine some gold, or I'll mine the ones nearby first, and look for others later. All right, Song Yingxing nodded, and stood obediently in place. Chun-Li turned and left, mining the gold ore. However, he always kept Song Yingxing within his line of sight. Song Yingxing took this opportunity to observe his surroundings. His gaze was drawn to the netherrack beside the cobblestone bridge. The rocks in this hell looked so bizarre. He curiously stepped forward to observe closely. Faintly, the rocks seemed to be pulsating. Why does it feel so much like living flesh? An indescribable sensation enveloped Song Yingxing's skin. He reached out and pushed a rock. This texture, there's no mistake, is flesh and blood. He took a few steps back, leaning against the cobblestone wall. When he looked around again, hell had become even more terrifying, bizarre and grotesque, while his scalp tingled. A bizarre conjecture could not be erased from Song Yingxing's mind. Hell has become even more terrifying, bizarre and grotesque, as his scalp tingled with fear. A strange theory took root in Song Yingxing's mind, one he couldn't shake. Rocks that looked like clotted blood, an endless river of scorching red liquid, chunks of flesh, searing hot blood. Could it be that this hell is located within the remains of some ancient divine beast? It's probably just a coincidence. How could a creature this massive possibly exist in the world? But then again, even gods exist now. So what's so impossible about this? When young Master Chun returns, perhaps he can answer my questions. Song Yingxing muttered to himself. On the netherrack, Chun-Li, who was mining, kept his attention focused on Song Yingxing. He'd gone to great lengths to bring this scientist here. If something unexpected were to happen to him, that would be a disaster. There are still so many tech points waiting to be unlocked. Chun-Li mined all the gold or near the portal, and returned to Song Yingxing's side. Mr. Song, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, Chun-Li said, having noticed Song Yingxing's pensive expression. Young Master Chun, Song Yingxing said immediately, I have a question. This volcanic hell, could it really be the remains of some divine beast? Song Yingxing asked cautiously. Chun-Li asked, why do you ask? Look, this looks like flesh and blood. Song Yingxing pointed to the netherrack beside them, and the vast sea of lava at their feet. And this looks a lot like Crabro. although the liquid's temperature is very high, which defies all logic. But considering everything I've seen on this journey, has there been any shortage of illogical things? Faced with this question, Chun-Li was momentarily at a loss for words. In the official lore of my world, the Nether is a sealed, dangerous dimension. It's never stated to be the remains of a creature. That's just a theory and speculation among some groups of players. But now that it has become real, it does give off that strange feeling. Chun-Li thought for a moment, nodded, and replied, "You're right. But as for which specific creatures' remains they are, I'm not sure yet either. So, it really is." Song Yingxing looked around, his heart filled with awe as he wondered, just how big must this creature have been? Perhaps it was a koan. "Shall we go?" Chun-Li equipped his bow. He gestured for Song Yingxing to look at the primitive path ahead. This is the only path. It leads to the Soul Sand Valley. It might be the most frightening place in this hell. Of course, Song Yingxing said without hesitation. "Be careful. Whatever you do, don't fall." Chun-Li walked in front, saying seriously, "Otherwise, with my current abilities, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to save you." "All right." The lava bubbled, sending the smell of sulfur wafting up. Song Yingxing kept his head down, watching the path beneath his feet. He would occasionally look up, as if he wanted to say something but held back. After a long while, he took a deep breath and called out, "Young Master Chun." "Yes." Chun-Li turned around with a smile. "There's something I don't understand," Song Yingxing said, somewhat dejectedly. He asked in confusion, "How did you know about me?" Back then, when a merchant kidnapped him, Song Yingxing was preparing for the metropolitan examination, having failed several times. He was already feeling disheartened and had begun to doubt his own abilities. He never imagined that while the current emperor had overlooked him, he would end up being valued by a newcomer. After all, he was merely a Jiren. There were countless scholars more learned than he. And as for the things he was capable of making, they already existed. He was simply interested in them. "How did I know about you?" "From textbooks, of course." "From history." He smiled and said, "Mr. Song, there's no need to doubt your abilities so much. Leaving a mark in history is not an achievement ordinary people can reach." "Leaving a mark in history? Are you talking about me?" Song Yingxing looked up in astonishment. "You're the only one here. If not you, who else?" "A ghost." "Shen Li Zhuka. Are you planning to write a book?" "Tian Gong Kai Wu, The Exploitation of the Works of Nature. That book will be quite famous in the future, and you will appear in textbooks." "Tian Gong Kai Wu." Song Yingxing muttered softly. "Man models himself on heaven, exploiting all things." Chun-Li nodded and said, "That should be the meaning. After all, it's your book. It's just that the Qing dynasty didn't value it much." "The Qing dynasty?" Song Yingxing froze. He instantly realized the Ming dynasty was gone. From immortal Lord Chen's words, he knew the future. That's right, immortals can divine the future. Isn't it easy for them to know future events? The change of dynasties is just a cycle of history. Song Yingxing wasn't very surprised. Yes, the Qing dynasty. Shen Li Siga, an unforgettable dynasty. A pile of messes. Every single one of them frustrating. "Young Master Chun, how long from now is this?" Song Yingxing then asked. "This change of emperors. It's only a matter of 17 or 18 years. Chun-Li shook his head and said, "The southern Ming, Chongxin guarded the country's gates himself, but left no heir. Even multiple princes acted as regents at the same time. It was a complete mess early on. In fact, the history of the southern Ming is unbearable to read. It's simply a cure for low blood pressure. In a word, without infighting, there is no southern Ming. It existed in name only for over a decade." Song Yingxing completely lost his composure this time. The pride of leaving a mark in history vanished without a trace. He said tremblingly, "That's too fast." He thought it could last another 100 years or so. Wait, it seems it really couldn't last that long. Song Yingxing stole a glance at Chun-Li. Such a dynasty would inevitably far surpass any other dynasty. "I didn't do it." Chun-Li realized Song Yingxing had misunderstood. He added, "The future I'm talking about is the future without my interference." "Huh?" Song Yingxing turned pale with fright. "Since it's not immortal Lord Chun, then who could it be?" "The Jianzhou Jurchens. There's no other possibility besides them." He pondered for a moment and asked in shock, "Is it the Jianzhou Jurchens?" Shen Li Nudda, with an Yuan Jinzhou defense line, How could they break through? Song Yingxing was extremely confused. They were let in, Chun-Li said bluntly. What? Song Yingxing was completely baffled. Why is that? Why would they be let in? One question answered, and more questions surfaced. Song Yingxing ultimately didn't continue to press the matter. He said seriously, young Master Chun, I have one more question. Did the future me betray the Imperial court? That you did not. Shen Li Siga. Speaking of which, the reason I wanted to find you was actually because of someone else. Who? Song Yingxing asked curiously. A gentleman who allowed us to eat our fill in a television program. You, played by someone else, of course. Shook hands with him across 300 years. That's why you left a deep impression on me. Shen Li Rakayet. It's a pity. The only flaw was that they neglected the attire and even gave you a braided queue. Don't worry, you didn't shave your head and change your clothes. They just got it wrong. The person in front of him did not shave his head and change his clothes to submit to the Qing dynasty. Chun Li's words made Song Yingxing space out slightly. Although he couldn't understand some of it, he figured out a few things. So that's how it is. I finally understand. This makes sense now. No wonder Miao Jiming couldn't find any records of Immortal Lord Chun. Immortal Lord Chun attained immortality in later generations, reversed karma, and traveled back in time to the present era. What incredible power this is. Isn't young Master Chun doing the same thing? Song Yingxing cupped his hands and joked. Aren't you doing the exact same thing as that gentleman? Meeting me again. How could I, Chun-Li, compare to that gentleman? I just got lucky. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, Immortal Lord Chun seems more like a human. Song Yingxing thought to himself. He remembered the first time he saw Immortal Lord Chun. The way he sneaked out. Immortal Lord, young master. Perhaps young Master Chun is his truest self. The surrounding environment shifted, becoming eerie, with white particles floating in the air. We're here. Chun-Li looked at the ghast floating in the sky. Mr. Song, since you know archery, help me check if my posture is correct. The size of this ghast in front of us is perfect for practice. Song Yingxing stared at the behemoth and nodded. All right, before Chun-Li could even knock an arrow on his bowstring. The ghast had already turned and floated toward the valley. Quite alert, aren't you? Shen Li Siga Sufuli, and slowly lowered his bow. This narrow path was not a suitable place to dodge fireballs. Ghast, ghast, the souls of the wicked. Young Master Chun, could that monster be formed from people who committed evil in life? Song Yingxing asked. Of course not. They spawn naturally in the Nether. But this soul sand has souls in it, and it can pull people in. Right now, it's really hard to say. Naturai, Shenli Nudda, continuing to explain. Committing evil in life, being cast into hell to suffer torture, and then their souls turning into monsters, wandering in hell for all eternity, never entering the cycle of reincarnation. The more vicious hell is, the more it can suppress people's hearts. Never entering reincarnation, wandering in hell for all eternity. Song Yingxing pondered. I suppose they deserve it. The soul sand. Valley should be close. Chun-Li glanced sideways at Song Yingxing, muttering softly to himself. I hope he doesn't get scared into having any problems. In the thick fog, the outline of the valley appeared again, and that familiar cat-like cry echoed. So many! Song Yingxing exclaimed. Don't worry, within the domain. They won't attack proactively. We could just walk past. Shen Li Smilat, the first person to enter hell, had already verified this. No, young Master Chun, I wasn't referring to the souls of those wicked people. Song Yingxing shook his head to correct him. His eyes locked tightly on the soul sand valley ahead. There on the soul sand blocks, countless twisted faces were violently crashing against each other. Too many. This land suspended in the air, as far as the eye can see, is entirely filled with those twisted souls. They seem to be enduring unspeakable torment, desperate to escape that domain. Let's go up. Chun-Li followed the previously laid cobblestone and arrived at the Soul Sand Valley. He was just about to turn around and give Song Yingxing a hand, but saw that the other party had not hesitated and had already climbed up after him. It's much safer now, Chun-Li said. Just keep walking along this cobblestone path. Chun-Li followed the previously laid cobblestone and arrived at the Soul Sand Valley. He was just about to turn his head to give Song Yingxing a hand, but saw that the other party, without any hesitation, had already climbed up after him. It's much safer now, Chun-Li said. Just keep walking along this cobblestone path. Song Yingxing had already completed his profession change, so he wouldn't be sucked into it. Compared to that magma sea, this place was undoubtedly much safer. Of course, the premise was not to do anything reckless. This cobblestone path was built by Chun-Li jumping and placing blocks all the way. As for walking and placing blocks at the same time, that was impossible. Young Master Chun, isn't this a bit too far? Song Yingxing's gaze shifted between those widely spaced cobblestones. I'm afraid I won't be able to jump across. The closest gap between these cobblestones was 2 meters, and the farthest was nearly 4 meters. You wouldn't notice anything unusual in the game, because Steve himself isn't short. So it seems normal. Chun-Li said slowly, It's fine, just walk along these cobblestones. As long as you don't take off your hat. Those things underneath will at most make you walk a bit slower, but they can't cause you any real harm. As soon as his voice fell, he began to move, his body nimbly weaving between those cobblestones. Every jump was perfectly accurate. This was his own body control. Maxed out, so how could he possibly fall? Just take your time coming over. Chun-Li's voice faded into the distance. I need to go over first and build a platform. Otherwise, with the soul sand slowing us down, dodging gas fireballs will be a real hassle. As it stands right now, everything is fine. With me leaving, Song Yingxing shouldn't run into any accidents. Chun-Li thought to himself. Young Master Chun left. Song Yingxing closed his eyes to calm his racing heart. As expected, I can't do it. He opened his eyes, a thick curiosity flashing in them. He stepped off the cobblestone and stood on the soul sand. Arms reached out and grabbed his ankles. Song Yingxing crouched down, examining the arms and the hideous souls on them, and asked, How may I address you all? The pulling force on his ankles didn't weaken, and those souls were still roaring silently. They didn't seem to hear him speak. Maybe they just don't want to talk to me. If you all have anything in the world of the living that you need me to pass on, please feel free to say it. I will help. Song Yingxing said in a peaceful tone. As you can see, I'm not dead yet. The one up ahead is a true immortal. He will naturally take me back to the world of the living. If you're interested, just nod your heads. After waiting for a long time, without getting a reply, Song Yingxing's eyes flickered. It seems these departed souls have lost their sanity. Or perhaps they just don't believe me. He tried placing his hand on top of these undead arms. He wasn't grabbed. It wasn't until one of the arms unconsciously touched his arm that it instantly found a target and grabbed it. However, it didn't use too much force, and the other arms showed no abnormalities. But there was the face of one departed soul that, as the arm exerted force, flickered in and out of existence. The immortal hat conceals my yang energy, so they treat me as one of their own. And if I take off my hat, will these departed souls know that I am a person from the world of the living? Song Yingxing was eager to try. As long as I'm fast enough and put it back on quickly, there shouldn't be any danger. There's a certain amount of risk. I should still go find young Master Chun. If it doesn't work, so be it. Song Yingxing grinned. Just then, he suddenly caught sight of a white skeleton walking out of the mist. A moving skeleton? How is it moving? Song Yingxing subconsciously started to walk over. I can't keep young Master Chun waiting. I'll go over first and see what's what. He didn't linger any longer. Following the path of cobblestones, he soon saw Chun-Li building a platform. He walked up to him and laid out his entire theory. You're saying you want to try communicating with those lost souls? Chun-Li asked helplessly. Song Yingxing replied uneasily. That's right. I hope young Master Chun can give me this chance. You should know that, even with protection, you'll be burned by the scorching heat, even if your body isn't physically harmed. Song Yingxing hesitated for a moment. Actually, I want to try taking off the hat from the very beginning. Hey, good. I knew it. Someone who dares to run into hell. How could nothing have happened on the way? Turns out this guy was saving a big move. It's a good thing he didn't just take it off. Otherwise, even if I smashed all the surrounding souls, I might not have been able to get him back. All right, then give it a try. Chun-Li pondered for a moment, then took out a golden carrot. Eat this first. A carrot made of gold? This must be countless times more precious than those immortal stones from before. Young Master Chun values me this much? Song Yingxing was deeply moved. He took the golden carrot and looked at Chun-Li with gratitude. He said resolutely, Thank you, young Master Chun. He finished eating the golden carrot. Are you full? Chun-Li asked. Don't lie. This is very important. Not yet, Song Yixing said after a moment of hesitation. Chun-Li took out another golden carrot. Keep eating. I can sleep later after we get out. I need to get this done as soon as possible. I can't let down young Master Chin's expectations. With that, Song Yixing thought to himself. Song Yixing had only eaten a third of the second golden carrot. When he felt completely full, he handed the golden carrot in his hand back. He said to Chun-Li, young Master Chun, I can't eat anymore. Chun-Li gently shook his head. He replied calmly, just keep the rest. In his eyes, this was just a matter of one emerald. It wasn't anything particularly rare. Besides, no matter how precious an item is, it can't compare to the value of a person. Song Yixing didn't refuse again. He took the golden carrot and carefully tucked it into an inner pocket of his clothes. I've troubled you, young Master Chin. He clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks to Chun-Li. Chun-Li waved his hand lightly. He smiled. It's nothing. I also want to know if they can communicate. Song Yixing stepped off the platform and walked onto the soul sand. Let's begin. The teacher's hat on his head vanished. The previously normal temperature plummeted. Song Yixing instinctively curled up. The cold pierced his skin, seeped into his pores, and penetrated his very bone marrow. All right, in the next instant, the arms that were normal a moment ago went into a frenzy and began reaching for Song Yixing. As their strength increased, the number of arms multiplied several times over. Song Yixing was shivering violently from a cold. He repeated what he had said before, stuttering and stammering through the words. The arms didn't even pause for a moment. It's still not working? He had already sunk to his calves. It felt like ice cubes scraping down his throat. Blades of ice cut his skin. He tasted metal on the tip of his tongue. The air was filled with nothing but a biting, piercing cold. His vision began to distort. Colors gradually lost their warmth. The air seemed to freeze solid. The silence in his ears was broken, replaced by the sound of heavy breathing and his own pounding heartbeat. If I get pulled in, will I become just like them? I can't stay here any longer. While I'm still conscious. Song Yixing put the teacher's hat back on. The arms clearly froze for a moment. However, they didn't let go. Instead, they continued to pull him in. But no matter how hard they tried, the outcome was already set. Chun-Li watched the scene with sharp eyes. He had just reached out his arm, intending to pull away the arms entangling Song Yixing. However, before he could touch a single one, the arms, which seemed to have a will of their own, retracted on their own. What tough guy. Looking at Song Yixing recovering his strength on the cobblestone, Chun-Li thought to himself with admiration. Although Song Yixing's lips had turned purple, he still clenched his jaw and made no sound. Only when he spoke did his body tremble uncontrollably, his voice quivering slightly. After a short rest, Song Yixing struggled to his feet. Young master, we can continue. You've recovered already? Chun-Li asked, puzzled. My body has mostly recovered. I can't delay young Master Chin any longer, Song Yixing said with a smile, his tone firm. All right, Chun-Li responded simply. He took out his bow and aimed at the ghast floating in the sky. Is my posture correct? Your stance seems a bit off. Song Yixing seriously instructed young Master Chun. Let your wrist bend naturally. Relax your shoulders, and you don't need to hold your breath. Chun-Li made minor adjustments according to Song Yixing's instructions, until his form was perfect. Body upright and straight, force applied smoothly, knocking the arrow correctly, drawing the string with ease. Push forward, pull back. A full draw achieved success. Song Yixing smiled faintly. Young Master Chun, you can release. Chun-Li let go. The arrow flew out in an instant, and still just grazed the edge of the ghast as it flew past. It's normal to miss. I'm just a beginner. It's better than last time, at least. Back then, I was relying purely on luck. Following the same form, Chun-Li got into position and fired several more arrows. One of the difficulties in archery practice is having the strength to draw the bow. But as long as he doesn't move, his strength is infinite. He didn't have to worry about running out of stamina at all, which could cause his form to break. All Chun-Li needed to do now was repeat the motion until it became muscle memory. He wasn't lacking in strength. After firing dozens of shots, he was bound to hit something. With his strength stat maxed out, he could pretty much take one down with a single arrow. Occasionally, a few would slip through. He'd just parry their fireballs with an arrow. At first, Song Yixing still needed to correct Chun-Li's form. But as he continued to draw and fire, his movements became more and more standard. His aim also improved at a visible rate, slowly getting better. He continued until all 3 stacks of arrows in his inventory were gone. Only then did Chun-Li, still wanting more, put away his bow. He picked up the gunpowder scattered on the ground and saw he had nearly half a stack in his inventory. I'll come back tomorrow to grind some more. Let's go back, Chun-Li said. They hurried to the portal and went back to the main world. As his vision cleared, Chun-Li saw Miao Jiming standing in front of the gate. He seemed to have been waiting for some time. Jiming, what are you doing standing here? Chun-Li asked with a hint of confusion. Miao Jiming replied with a smile. Of course, I'm here to report to young Master Chun on the current situation in Chongqing. He then gave a brief summary of the events that had occurred in Chongqing over the past few days. Over in Chongqing, they've started taking names to recruit people for road construction. Right now, they're being assigned to dig for limestone and sand. Miao Jiming continued. Magistrate Meng of Chongqing has come to see the people of Lu Village several times. He says we're selling our grain too cheaply, and that in the end, it only benefits the wealthy merchants. Then let them benefit a little more. Chun-Li glanced at Miao Jiming's thicker clothes and continued, the weather is getting colder. Send the extra wool to the nearby villages as well. And to Chongqing. With this wool, they won't have to spend a year or 2 saving up for it. It's perfect for keeping warm in this weather. With food and clothing taken care of, they can be considered to have had a good year. Is there anything else? Chun-Li asked. Miao Jiming replied. I have a few things I'd like to ask Senior Song. I see. In that case, you two have a good chat. I'll be going now. Chun-Li waved his hand and walked away. Miao Jiming asked in a low voice, Senior Song, what is it really like in hell? I only saw a part of it. Song Yixing said, his eyes glinting. I'll tell you all about it when we get back. In the 11th month of that year, the gates of the underworld opened, revealing a hell of starvation and imprisonment. Souls and demons were trapped, with no hope of escape. Hurry, hurry, move it all inside. Don't even think about slacking off. Move it. Don't delay Father's journey. In the Fan family courtyard, the adopted sons and daughters were continuously carrying New Year's goods inside, the ones shouting with their hands on their hips. Where house slaves were close to Fan Yong'an. They were, of course, also among the adopted sons and daughters, but they were much closer to him, so they were allowed to call him Father. During the Ming Dynasty, hereditary slavery was forbidden. Even if you were a scholar, with official honors, it was still not allowed. But where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. There are always more solutions than problems. You won't let me buy slaves? Then adopting a son or daughter shouldn't be against the rules, right? They called them adopted sons and daughters, just changing the term. But in essence, they were still slaves. Slaves could be bought and sold, but of course adopted sons and daughters could not. But if adopted children couldn't be bought and sold, then they could be gifted. One would gift a son, and the other would gift back some silver. See? No sale was made. Father. When Fan Yong'an walked out, the head house slave quickly stopped his work, looked up, and called out respectfully. Fan Yong'an asked with a smile, Is everything ready? The house slave replied, The firecrackers, lanterns, dried fruits, and candied fruits have all been delivered. There are also several jars of high-quality rice wine and huadiao wine. The rest is still being moved. Very good. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Fan Yong'an's eyes. He waved his hand. You may go. Yes. The house slave replied, and went back to his work. This year is much more lively than previous years. Fan Yong'an said, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand. Isn't it though? Flour for 10 win a gene. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? With food to eat, the people of Chongqing have hope. They don't have to worry about starving to death, so they can celebrate the new year with peace of mind. And just as he expected, at this time, even if he lowered their wages, not a single one of them would dare to complain. After all, everyone knows that those people's flour will run out one day. Before that day comes, they're desperate to store as much flour at home as possible. An extra gene of flour means a few more days of life. That white flour is life itself. The people of Chongqing are happy, and we merchants are even happier. As of now, in my warehouses, I've already stored an untold amount of flour. And that's with the Fan family buying grain from the commoners, which delayed things a bit. As for the other families, they have even more than I do. Thinking of this, Fan Yongin couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Although he was already making a huge profit, a person's greed knows no bounds. If I hadn't gotten involved with those cultists back then, my Fan family could have earned even more. Fan Yongin couldn't help but clench his fists and sneer. The main branch is incompetent, good for nothing but ruining things. And yet, I still have to take orders from them. To think of how much effort I put in to climb to this position, how many backstabbings and suppressions I endured. In the end, it's no match for being born into the right family. Forget it. Thinking about it more will only cause more trouble. Fan Yongmin's eyes flickered as he thought. Anyway, I don't have to worry about these cultists. The other families will eventually make a move. My troubles are gone, and I even have an unexpected gain. When I sell all this flour, how much silver will I make? At this thought, Fan Yongmin felt his mood lift. My lord. Just then, a voice called out. Fan Yongmin's confidant, who had been sent to monitor the bandits' activities, had returned. Speak. What's the situation now? Fan Yongmin asked with a smile. Don't tell me they've run out of flour? No. On the contrary, the supply of flour has actually increased recently. Qingxing hesitated for a moment and said, and they're not just selling flour anymore. They're also selling wool. Wool, you say? I guess another unlucky merchant got robbed. Fan Yongmin couldn't help but chuckle. They can't be selling the wool for cheap too, can they? Qingxing stammered. Oh, they are. Fan Yongmin was a bit surprised, but he quickly understood. He was already used to the stupidity of these cultists. Great. They're here to give us more money. Fan Yongmin was tempted. After a moment of thought, he sneered. Then we'll take this free silver. Why would we refuse? We've met a great philanthropist. How much silver is he going to give us? There's always a market for grain. So, no matter how much flour there is, we'll buy it all. As for the wool, it might be hard to sell it all in Changcheng, but at a price that's practically free, we can't pass it up. At worst, we can secretly ship it out in batches and sell it to the gentry and wealthy merchants in other nearby cities. We'll still make a fortune, although it's unclear why this group of bandits hasn't been dealt with by the military garrison. In the Changcheng area, bandits are very rare. They've all been cleaned up by the patrols and the garrison. My lord, Qingxing said in a low voice. The warehouses in the east and west markets are already full of flour. The ones in the south market are half full. I'm afraid they'll be completely full in a few days. The warehouses are already full. We've already stored that much flour? That was too fast. Then rent more warehouses. Do I have to teach you everything? Fan Yongmin said sternly. Qingxing said in a panic. But they've all been rented by the other families and other small merchants and vendors. They're using them to hoard flour. I can't find any. They're all gone. Fan Yongmin suspected he had misheard. He asked in astonishment. Qingxing said without hesitation, they're gone. Really all gone. Did these bandits rob an entire city? How come I haven't heard any news about it? No, that's not right either. Even an entire city wouldn't have this much flour. Fan Yongmin was completely baffled. Forget it. Why am I thinking about this? It's not like I'm the one being robbed. The more flour, the more silver I'll have later. It'll run out eventually. Then I'll raise the price. I can even double it. Someone will be willing to pay. Fan Yongmin chuckled happily. If it really comes to it, once the warehouses are full, just move the rest into my courtyard. This courtyard is many times larger than any warehouse. I refuse to believe that they could possibly fill up my courtyard too. I understand, my lord. Qingxing responded. Oh, right, my lord. Those bandits are planning to organize the refugees to dig for sand. They say they're planning to start building a road after the new year. The wages are several times what we pay. Some of our men have already quit to join them. The wages they're paying out must be the money they got from selling the flour. I really can't figure out what these bandits are trying to do. This isn't how you win people's hearts. It's like children playing house. Building a road, huh? Fan Yongin said slowly. Let them be. They won't be able to keep this up for long. Road construction is the most costly and labor-intensive project. Don't let the ones who left come back. My Fan family is not a place you can come. And go as you please. Fan Yongin sneered. Once these bandits are gone, don't come begging me for help. Yes. After Qingxing left, Fan Yongin closed his eyes blissfully. He murmured, this year is truly going to be a good year. He couldn't wait for the day when all this flour was sold, and he would be drowned in a sea of shining silver. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, in front of Chun Li's house, Gousheng arrived in a hurry, holding a mask and a set of new clothes. "Boss, for you." He handed the mask and the cotton-padded clothes to Chun Li, who was standing at the door. "I've already told Brother Jiming what you asked me to," Gousheng said with a smile. "It's the custom for men to wear masks today." "Very good. You wait here." Chun Li took the new cotton clothes, went back into his room, and changed out of the clothes he had been wearing for almost a year. "Well, these clothes look good no matter how you wear them. Suddenly changing them feels a little strange." Chun Li tugged at the cotton clothes on his body, getting used to them for a moment. He put on the mask and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. He struck a pose, placing his hand under his chin. "Handsome. You can't tell who I am at all. The disguise is perfect, I must say." He walked out of the house proudly, shook his head, and asked with a smile, "How is it, Gousheng? You can't recognize me at all, right?" Gousheng shook his head. He smiled honestly. I could still recognize you at a glance." "Well, we see each other every day. Even if you just showed me your back, I'd still be able to recognize you." "Shen Li Siga. It'd be weird if you couldn't. It's mainly a matter of your aura," Gousheng said, looking him up and down. "Aura?" Chun Li laughed, trying to hide his surprise. "I have something like that? What kind of aura? Tell me about it. How come I can't see it?" Gousheng hesitated for a moment. "You do. It's very obvious. I can't quite describe the feeling. It's light and ethereal." "Light and ethereal? Me? Why do I always feel like the me in my eyes is a completely different person from the me in others' eyes?" "Oha, Shen Li Mutarat. That's easy to fix." He hunched his back slightly, bent over, and stretched his neck forward. "There's no way I still have it now, right?" Chun Li asked. "It's gone," Gousheng replied without hesitation. "All right, problem solved. Okay, give me that bag of silver," Chun Li said to Gousheng. Gousheng handed it over without hesitation. "Boss," he asked, confused, "don't you need me to go with you? It's the new year. You should be with your family. A family should be together for the reunion. How can it be complete if one person is missing?" Chun Li waved his hand. He said slowly, "Besides, you and I are a known pair. If you came with me, I'd be recognized instantly. What will be the point of my disguise then?" He patted Gousheng's shoulder and headed towards the market. "Go on back. I'm leaving now. I still have a bunch of things to buy." Gousheng stood frozen in place, watching Chun Li's departing figure. He frowned, lost in thought for a long time. Then he started running home. His father, Wang Daniu, was preparing the family's rooster. His sister, Yilan, was holding the chicken's wings. Wang Daniu took a knife and slit the chicken's neck. The chicken blood flowed into a bowl placed on the ground. The chicken stopped moving. They put in boiling water to scald it, which makes the feathers easier to pluck. "Gousheng, why are you back? And why do you look so unhappy?" Wang Daniu asked, looking up from his work, puzzled. "Did you not find Immortal Chun?" Gousheng shook his head. "No, that's not it," he said softly. "The boss told me to come home. He went to the market by himself." "Oh, I see. That's perfect. Once this chicken is ready, we'll go to the market to buy New Year's goods," Wang Daniu said, his face beaming. "Thanks to Immortal Chun, we're going to have a great New Year this year. In fact, it's the best year we've ever had." Yelan suintet hede is happy. Yeah, she agreed. "Dad," Gousheng looked up and asked worriedly, Do immortals have parents?" At this, Yilan and Wang Daniu's smiles faded. They looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Wang Daniu quickly said, "Maybe they do. Then doesn't the boss need to go back to them?" Gousheng asked. After a long pause, Wang Daniu shook his head and murmured, "Immortal Chun is different from us. Besides, things in the heavens are different from here in the mortal world. A year for us is only a day in the heavens. Yeah, all this hustle and bustle of the mortal world. Immortal Chun must want to see more of it. It's so lively," Yilan added. "Third brother." Wang Daniu called toward the house. "Coming." Lu Yi came running out. He saw his second brother and said in surprise, "Oh, second brother, you're back too." At this moment, Lu Yi's pale, withered skin had been replaced by a healthy glow. His cheeks were no longer sunken from hunger, but were now soft and full. His once dull eyes were now lit with new vitality and hope. "Yeah." Gousheng forced a smile and nodded. "Gousheng, take this. Take your third brother to the market. Buy what you need to buy, and you can spend the rest however you like." Wang Daniu took out a bag. and gave it to Gousheng. Then he winked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi immediately understood. He skipped over and grabbed Gousheng's arm. Second brother, let's go. Let's go to the market. I want to eat some tonghalu. Tonghalu. Gousheng's lips twitched slightly. He said softly, let's go. Let's go buy some tonghalu. Yay. Liu Yichid. The market on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month was bustling with noise and incredibly lively. All sorts of vendors' calls rose and fell. Tonghalu. Tonghalu as sweet as honey. For copper coins a stick. Delicious and cheap. Xiaobing. Hot xiaobing. Crispy and delicious. Fresh fish. Big fish just caught by the fishermen. Come and see. Tofu. So smooth. Tofu so good you'll swallow your tongue. Pedestrians walked in twos and threes, leading their children as they looked around the market. Fifth brother. Do you want some tonghalu? Yeah, Dad. Fifth brother says he wants tonghalu. All right, I'll buy some for you. Yay. I'll have one of those too. Chun-Li popped up in front of the tonghalu vendor and said, holding out 4 copper coins. Here you go. The vendor naturally took the coins. Your tonghalu. Chun-Li said, thanks. All right. He didn't recognize me. My disguise really is seamless. No one has noticed me. After all, I'm not the only one wearing a mask. Chun-Li turned his head and looked around. Every few steps, he could see a man wearing a mask, strolling through the market. This was why he had told Miao Jiming to order the people of Li City to wear masks. As long as everyone wears a mask, then it's not conspicuous. No one will give you a second look. In life, who really pays close attention to others? They're all just NPCs. Let me think. What should I buy? The mask had its chin part broken off by Chun-Li before he left, so he could easily eat the tonghalu in his hand. It's all in the details. Crunch, crunch. I need to put up couplets. And lanterns, door gods, joss paper. Chun-Li muttered to himself. Joss paper? I don't need it, so I won't buy it. Is this the door god? Chun-Li asked in astonishment, pointing at a portrait. A blocky body, a big nose, all white, and covered in moss. The one drawn on it is clearly that simpleton, Taishan. What could this possibly ward off? Oh, that's right. Is there a problem? The vendor nodded, as if it were obvious. General Taishan is so powerful. Why can't he be a door god? He can definitely ward off any demons. This has been the bestseller these past few days. Everyone is buying this one. Do you still have the old ones? Chun-Li asked with a strange expression. This thing would look so weird pasted on a door. Of course we have the old ones. The vendor turned around, rummaged in his bag, and took out a pile of the old designs. Sir, do you want these? It was the 2 door gods, Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong. Now, this is more like it. I'll take this one. Chun-Li paid readily and took the door god portrait. Wait, sir. It seems you're new to Li City. In that case, would you be interested in this? The vendor thought for a moment and smilingly took out a scroll. He unrolled it. A portrait of a mortal Qin fishing. Take it home to worship.